Imagine a world where virtual gaming elements have merged with reality. New professions have sprung up everywhere, and people can switch their jobs to gain more powerful abilities. There are countless ruins, dungeons, and mysterious realms to explore. But here's the kicker. The world is overrun with dangerous monsters that can kill you before you even think about escaping. But don't fret. By hunting these monsters, people can gain experience points, collect materials, and even snag some epic equipment to strengthen themselves. As fearsome as these monsters are, they pale in comparison to the awe-inspiring dragons. Mysterious and rare, these dragons are as powerful as deities. Now let's zoom in on the third school of the Dragon Kingdom. The teacher is enthusiastically slapping the board, announcing that the junior year section 25 profession awakening orientation is happening. He tells the students that the upcoming profession awakening ceremony won't just affect their university entrance exams. It could shape their entire future success. Some students are goofing off, while others are hanging on every word. The teacher mentions that in theory, the result of the profession awakening is random, but he encourages everyone to have confidence. With strong determination, each of them could awaken a combative profession. Among the students sits a guy with long hair covering his eyes. He's looking down at a paper that says they're taking the profession awakening aptitude test. He smiles, knowing his day has finally come. Meet Lu Fan, a guy who transmigrated to this world from a place called Blue Planet 3 years ago. Over these 3 years, Lu Fan has gotten a pretty good grasp of how this world works. There are tons of professions, but they can be roughly split into 3 types. 1. Combative professionals, warriors, mages, archers, you name it. They have powerful abilities they use to explore unknown realms, grab epic loot, and earn generous rewards. No wonder they're the most coveted. 2. Reinforcing professionals, enchanters, alchemists, and so on. They can create special items with powerful effects. But here's the catch. Materials are pricey, so without a wealthy family backing them, nurturing their talent is tough. 3. Subsistence professions, chefs, herbalists, miners, etc. These are the everyday heroes, the backbone of society. Lu Fan's aunt, Han Ku, is one such hero. She's a chef who works tirelessly every day at her small steam bun shop to support Lu Fan's education. Even though she's only 8 years older than him, she selflessly takes care of him. Determined to survive in this world and give his aunt a better life, Lu Fan is set on awakening as a combative professional. Suddenly, the teacher's phone rings. He hurriedly tells the class that the awakening platform is ready. The ceremony is about to begin. The class erupts in cheers. Everyone rushes towards the awakening platform, but Lu Fan stays seated in the corner. The teacher approaches, concerned. He thinks Lu Fan, being the top student, has nothing to worry about. But Lu Fan has a different reason for his hesitation. Out of nowhere, he suddenly awakens a system. The Super Treasure Map system. He's a bit confused, but before he can figure it out, the teacher snaps him back to reality by slamming the desk. Seeing the teacher's worried face, Lu Fan assures him everything's fine and dashes off towards the awakening platform. As he runs, he thinks about how typical it is for a transmigrator to get a system. He decides to figure it out later. Right now, the awakening ceremony is more important. When the students reach the awakening platform, they're awestruck by the massive crystal in the center used for the ceremony. Nervous energy fills the air. The teacher tells everyone to keep calm. As Lu Fan mingles with the crowd, he overhears someone dreaming about awakening a hidden combative profession and becoming admired by millions. His friend quickly brings him back to Earth, reminding him how rare that is. Most are just hoping not to end up with a subsistence profession. The Grandmaster steps onto the podium, announcing the start of the ceremony. He signals to a priest who's hosting this year's awakening. The students are blown away by the priest's domineering aura, wishing they could reach that power level someday. Lu Fan is equally impressed. Suddenly, his system pops up again, and he discovers he's acquired a new skill, the Eye of Appraisal. Curious, he uses it on the priest and learns he's a level 29 professional with the skill of Professional Awakening and a net worth of 5 million dragon coins. Lu Fan is absolutely floored. Just as the excitement was reaching its peak, the headmaster suddenly shouted for everyone to be quiet. The awakening ceremony was starting. He told the students to come up to the stage as soon as their names were called. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was lost in thought. He realized that even if his aunt sold buns for their entire lives, she'd never earn as much as that wealthy priest they saw earlier. The headmaster began calling out names one by one. First up was Zhang Tao, the top student in their section. Lu Fan wondered if Zhang Tao would awaken as a combative professional. The students were buzzing, saying that with his insanely high attributes, he was definitely going to awaken something powerful. Even though awakenings are supposed to be random, everyone knew that higher attributes usually gave you better chances. All the girls were swooning over Zhang Tao, telling him they loved him and all that jazz. As Zhang Tao stepped onto the stage, the priest started chanting spells. The awakening crystal began to glow, and suddenly, a fireball emerged from it. Zhang Tao had awakened as a pyromancer. Everyone was stunned. Having a pyromancer among them was huge. The students were envious. Zhang Tao now had a bright future ahead of him. He smirked and conjured a fireball in his hand, making the girls go even crazier, screaming and asking him out on dates. Seeing this, Lu Fan realized that if he could awaken as a combative professional, he could kiss his struggles goodbye. The headmaster, annoyed by all the chatter, yelled at everyone to be quiet and called the next student to the stage. As the ceremony continued, most students ended up with professions like herbalist, tailor, miner, you name it. Lu Fan was witnessing firsthand that combative professions were rare, and the majority would end up with subsistence professions. Awakening as a combative professional meant unlimited possibilities, while subsistence professions pretty much destined you to an ordinary life. A student ahead of Lu Fan mentioned that even awakening as a subsistence profession was still a decent outcome. They pointed out Li Ping from Section 3. Her family was already struggling, and she awakened as a reinforcing professional, which requires a lot of money to develop. For her, it might have been better to awaken as a subsistence professional to gain some specialized skills. Hearing this, Lu Fan started to get nervous. His family wasn't well off either, and if he ended up with a reinforcing profession, he'd be in a tough spot. Just then, the headmaster called his name, urging him to get up on the platform. As Lu Fan walked towards the pedestal, all the girls started noticing how handsome he was. They wondered what profession he'd awaken. He reached the crystal and thought, no point in being nervous now. He placed his hands on the crystal, and the priest began chanting again. Suddenly, Lu Fan had a vision of a red dragon glaring at him with burning yellow eyes. Meanwhile, the ground started shaking. Everyone was freaking out, not knowing what was happening. Golden light beamed from the awakening crystal, surrounding Lu Fan completely. Then, a dragon materialized out of the light. Students and teachers alike were shocked. This kind of phenomenon only happened when someone awakened a hidden profession. A female teacher congratulated Teacher Li, saying his section had produced the first hidden professional in the school. Teacher Li was thrilled. If Lu Fan awakened as the strongest hidden professional like Dragon Blood Warrior or Dragon Language Mage, he could become a powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom and make history. They hadn't seen someone awaken as a Dragon Blood Warrior in 10 years. The dragon looked at Lu Fan and let out a mighty roar. The impact was so intense that students covered their ears to protect themselves. As the dragon flew away and disappeared, the headmaster rushed over to Lu Fan. He excitedly asked if Lu Fan had awakened as a Dragon Blood Warrior or Dragon Language Mage. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Fan sighed and told the headmaster that he had become a dragon tamer. The entire place went silent. Everyone was in shock. The headmaster couldn't believe it. He screamed at Lu Fan, along with some of the students, saying that dragon tamer was the most worthless profession ever in history. After the awakening ceremony wrapped up, we find Lu Fan strolling through the old town of Jianghai City. His system interface is popping up on the side. He's now a level 10 dragon tamer with a skill that allows him to tame dragons and dragon-like creatures. He checks his net worth, which is just 239 dragon coins. Not exactly rolling in dough. Flashbacks from the ceremony keep hitting him. The students and teachers couldn't believe he awakened as a dragon tamer. They all thought he was destined to be mediocre because, let's face it, who can actually tame dragons? These creatures are insanely powerful and dangerous. Even though Lu Fan awakened a hidden profession, it was considered the weakest in terms of practical use. Some students were clueless and asked why the dragon tamer was seen as the weakest, especially when it's one of the three major hidden professions alongside Dragon Blood Warrior and Dragon Language Mage. Another student explained that most people never even see a dragon, let alone tame one. And if they did find one, there's no way they could tame it due to their ferocious nature. The headmaster was disappointed but tried to comfort Lu Fan. He patted him on the shoulder, saying that even if it's the weakest, a dragon tamer is still a hidden profession with boundless potential. He hoped that maybe Lu Fan could tame some sub-dragon species and become stronger. But Lu Fan knew better. Without a real dragon, a dragon tamer can't reach that potential. Sub-dragon species are just ferocious beasts, not even close to the real deal. We learned that in the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons have appeared, but a dragon tamer who has actually tamed one? Never happened. No matter how powerful humans are, they're like ants compared to a dragon's might. Lu Fan realized that wanting to tame a giant dragon was just an unrealistic dream. He glanced at his system window. His skills were all locked because he hadn't tamed a dragon yet. Feeling down, he thought about his aunt, who's been working so hard to support his education. He couldn't even provide her with a better life now. Lost in thought, Lu Fan suddenly found himself in front of his house without even realizing he'd walked there. He shook off his gloomy mood, plastered on a fake smile, and opened the door, announcing his return. Now let me tell you, his Aunt Han Ku is something else. The moment she saw him, she immediately leaped onto him, hugging him tightly. She was so happy to see him back. She asked how his day went, knowing it was supposed to be a fantastic day for him. She wanted to know what profession he awakened. Lu Fan felt a pang of disappointment in himself. But before he could say anything, his aunt quickly reassured him. She said it was okay if he didn't awaken a combat profession. She'd actually be worried if he was out there fighting dangerous battles every day. But Lu Fan interrupted her, saying loudly that he did awaken a combat profession. He became a dragon tamer. But the problem was, he couldn't do anything without taming a dragon. Hearing this, his aunt was overjoyed. She told him it didn't matter if he was a dragon tamer without a dragon. It still showed that he was really strong. She stood up and hugged him again, saying that if he gets into college in the future, she'll continue to support him. She even gave him the option that if he didn't want to go to college, he could join her in running the steam bun shop instead. Touched by her words, Lu Fan felt tears welling up. His aunt noticed and told him not to worry too much. The dinner was getting cold. He finally looked at the feast she'd prepared, realizing he couldn't finish it all by himself. After dinner, Lu Fan collapsed onto his bed. He thought about how, even though his aunt was only 26 years old, she'd been working in a labor-intensive job for years. He remembered her hands full of cuts and bruises, regretting that he couldn't change her ordinary life. He wanted to give her a better life, but how could he do that if he didn't do something as a dragon tamer? Frustrated, he punched his bed multiple times. If only I had a dragon, he thought. With a dragon, being a dragon tamer would really mean something, but he had no idea where to even find one. So, just when things were looking bleak, Lu Fan gets a notification from his system, congratulating him on receiving his first day's treasure map. He checks it out, and guess what? It's a divine-level treasure map on his very first day. Talk about luck. He suddenly remembers that his system is called the Super Treasure Map System. Back at the awakening ceremony, he only tried the appraisal function and hadn't even explored the treasure map feature. Curious, he taps on the treasure map icon. The system explains that treasure maps are classified into 4 categories: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine level. Oh, and get this. The system can combine 3 identical low-level treasure maps into one higher-level map. Another notification pops up, telling Lu Fan that every day he'll receive a randomly graded and randomly located treasure map. Plus, as long as he reaches the location, he can find treasures related to his corresponding profession. Wait a minute. Treasures related to his profession? That means Lu Fan might actually find a dragon and truly become a dragon tamer. He realizes that if he makes good use of his system, he could bridge the gap between being the weakest and the strongest. This divine-level treasure map might just be his last hope to turn things around. Determined, Lu Fan clicks on the divine treasure map. A big regional map pops up, showing that the treasure is located at Mount Shur Basin. He knows it's not too far from Jianghai City, and if he catches the last suburban bus tonight, he'll arrive there early in the morning. Fast forward to the next morning. Lu Fan's aunt wakes up, yawning in her nightdress. She turns on the light and notices a note on the dining table. She looks into Lu Fan's room, but he's not there. Meanwhile, we see a bus winding through the mountains. His aunt reads the letter, which says he's gone to Mount Shur Basin to do something that might be his only chance to change his fate as a dragon tamer. He tells her not to worry and that he'll return soon. Back to Lu Fan. He steps off the bus, and a few sketchy individuals are trailing behind him. Oblivious to them, he's determined to make a better life for himself and his aunt, no matter what. He looks around the outskirts of Mount Shur Basin, which looks pretty barren. Suddenly, someone bumps into his backpack. He turns around to see a muscular guy and a petite girl eyeing him suspiciously. Lu Fan jumps back and grips his weapon, ready for anything. Then, an old man with an eye patch grabs his shoulder from behind, asking if he'd like to join them. Lu Fan quickly shakes off the man's hand, telling them he doesn't need any companions. He suspects they're dungeon robbers. The girl pulls out a knife and suggests he rethink his decision. The eye patch man warns him that it's dangerous to be alone in the wilderness at night. Sizing them up, Lu Fan realizes they've probably been robbing and stealing materials for a while. Dealing with someone as powerless as him would be a piece of cake for them. Not wanting any trouble, he lies and says he's a summoner who doesn't need companions because he can summon elemental creatures if things get dangerous. Surprised by his answer, the group decides to back off. The eye patch man says that if Lu Fan's a summoner, their concerns are unnecessary. The girl gives him a sly smile, whispering that she hopes they'll meet again, calling him handsome and blowing him a kiss. Lu Fan's a bit flustered but relieved they're leaving. He thinks to himself that, yeah, the wilderness is dangerous, but it's way safer than getting stabbed in the back by dungeon robbers. Realizing that without strength, life is pretty fragile, he checks his system map and decides to move quickly. As he ventures deeper, he spots a herd of power horn horses, level 8 creatures with immense strength, grazing peacefully in an open field. He knows they won't attack unless disturbed, so he carefully takes a detour to avoid them. Even though the detour makes his journey longer, he doesn't feel safe at all. He soon encounters a group of giant horn antelopes. Moving slowly and cautiously, he accidentally steps on a frog he didn't see, which croaks loudly in pain. Oh! The antelopes turn their attention to Lu Fan, clearly irritated by the disturbance. Before he knows it, they're chasing him. He runs as fast as he can, hoping to escape. Spotting a flat area beside him, he dives toward it, crashing onto the ground, but managing to evade the stampede. Catching his breath, he realizes he couldn't even handle a timid giant horn antelope in his current state. He thinks, if I miss this opportunity today, my fate might end up like that poor frog. Just then, a notification pops up. He's arrived at the designated treasure map location. Ahead, he sees 2 giant rocks with a faint red glow emanating from behind them. This matches the treasure map's indication. He walks into the cave formed by the rocks and spots a huge pitch-black egg that's starting to crack. Could it be? Yes, it's a dragon egg. This could be the game changer he needs. His system pops up, confirming it's a black dragon egg of an unidentified level. Hearing the cracking sounds, he knows the dragon is about to hatch. But suddenly, he hears rustling from the tall grass behind him. On high alert, Lu Fan grips his cleaver. He realizes that while things had gone smoothly so far, he couldn't escape the notice of a wild beast. He turns around and slashes at the approaching creature. It's a bloodthirsty gray fox. The fox catches his cleaver in its sharp canines, snarling fiercely. It howls and lunges at him with all its might. Lu Fan manages to deflect it, throwing the creature to the ground. He takes a few deep breaths, trying to recover his stamina. Using his appraisal skill, he sees that the bloodthirsty gray fox has some nasty abilities. Triple Claw Strike and Bloodthirst Recovery. It can hit you 3 times in a row, make you bleed, and then heal itself by absorbing your blood. Glancing back at the dragon egg that's about to hatch, Lu Fan realizes he doesn't have much time or the skills to deal with this creature. He thinks maybe he can stall the fox until the dragon hatches and then use his dragon taming ability. But the fox isn't giving him any time. It leaps into the air, ready to attack. Instinctively, Lu Fan raises his arm to defend himself. He realizes the fox is too fast, and he can't wait for the dragon to hatch. The fox's sharp claws slice into his arm, and he knows he can't let it use its bloodthirst recovery. He has to act fast. The fox goes for its triple claw strike. He's already taken 1 hit. 2 more to go. Lu Fan blocks the second strike with his cleaver and somehow dodges the third by moving to the side. Now's his chance. Summoning all his strength, Lu Fan slams his cleaver straight into the fox's head. Blood splatters everywhere as the creature collapses. He pulls his cleaver out, panting heavily. A notification pops up. You have defeated a bloodthirsty gray fox and gained 120 experience points. Yes, he did it. So, Lu Fan is catching his breath after taking down that bloodthirsty gray fox. Feeling a mix of exhaustion and relief, he's finally calm, until 3 shadows loom behind him. He hears laughter and turns to see those sketchy robbers from before. They're clapping and complimenting him on taking down the beast. But Lu Fan isn't buying their friendly act. He takes a defensive stance and tells them to back off. He's not joining their shady group. The girl in the group chuckles, telling him there's no need to be so nervous. She hints that they know he lied about being a summoner. The eye patch guy pipes up, reminding Lu Fan that he claimed to be a summoner, but didn't use any summoning skills and still got injured by a mere monster. Oh, they figured him out? Realizing he's been caught in his lie, Lu Fan tries to play it cool. He kicks the fox's body toward them, saying, "If you want the fox fur, take it and leave me alone." The eye patch man laughs, picking up the fur. "This is only worth 80 dragon coins," he says. "We're after something way bigger." Wait a second. They're after the divine treasure too. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat. He glances back, and sure enough, the muscular guy and the girl are eyeing the dragon egg. Before he can react, the muscular dude charges at him, throwing a punch with all his might. Lu Fan is sent flying, his cleaver knocked out of his hand. He crashes to the ground a few meters away, dazed. When he opens his eyes, the girl is on top of him, her knife pressed against his throat. "Don't move," she warns, "or you'll get cut." The eye patch man smirks. "You underestimated the dungeon robber's sense of smell for treasures," he taunts. Meanwhile, the muscular guy calls out, "Hey, check out what I found!" He's standing next to the dragon egg. Lu Fan watches in horror as his plan unravels. The eye patch man, thrilled, orders the girl, "Finish him off." She looks at Lu Fan with a sly grin. "You're handsome, but it's time to say goodbye," she says. But Lu Fan isn't giving up that easily. He notices the dragon egg is starting to hatch. This is his chance. Suddenly, the egg cracks open, and something shoots out into the sky. Everyone looks up, stunned. A giant dragon silhouette hovers above them. They have no idea what just hatched, but they know it's big trouble. The dragon dives toward the robbers. The eye patch guy frantically throws some kind of potion at it, but the dragon dodges effortlessly. The muscular guy tries to punch it. Bad move. The dragon opens its jaws and unleashes a ferocious attack, incinerating him on the spot. The eye patch man is frozen in fear as he sees his buddy's lifeless body. The dragon turns its gaze to him, and he knows he's next. He screams for help, but the girl is just as terrified. She lowers the knife from Lu Fan's throat. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan shoves her aside. "You guys really picked the wrong target," he shouts. He sprints toward the dragon. The dragon looks a bit confused but doesn't attack him. Lu Fan yells, "Dragon taming technique." A yellow light glows from his hands. Even the dragon seems surprised. As he touches the dragon, the girl stammers, Who are you?" Lu Fan turns and smirks. "Oh, now you're curious," he says. "I'm not just a summoner. I'm a dragon tamer." A notification pops up. Black Dragon Covenant has been tamed by Lu Fan. The Black Dragon now has skills like Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, and Dragon's Inspiration. It leaps toward the girl. Panicking, she starts babbling apologies. "I didn't know it was a dragon egg. I'm sorry." But Lu Fan isn't having any of it. "For scheming against innocent people, you can join your buddies," he says coldly. He orders the dragon, "Finish her." After the dust settles, Lu Fan sits on a cliff, bandaging his injured hand. The dragon rummages through his bag, curious as ever. He picks up the dragon, hardly believing his luck. Holding it up like a proud parent, he says, "You're way too lively." He's amazed at how powerful the dragon is right after hatching. "If you're this strong now, imagine when you level up," he exclaims. He hugs his new companion tightly. The title of Dragon Tamer won't be called the weakest class anymore. But then he pauses. "What should I name you?" he wonders. "Little Coalball? Nah. Black Diamond? Too cheesy." As he's thinking, he notices the dragon licking his wounds. Suddenly, a red aura surrounds the creature. The dragon opens its elegant wings, and before he knows it, it starts transforming. In a flash, standing before him is a magnificent girl with a long tail and 2 beautiful wings. Wait, what? All right, folks, plot twist. The dragon just turned into a girl. Looks like Lu Fan's adventure just got a whole lot more interesting. All hail the waifu tamer. Things are about to heat up. So, get this. Lu Fan is absolutely stunned when his newly hatched dragon suddenly transforms into a human form. Yep, you heard that right. He realizes that his dragon can also shapeshift into a human. The dragon girl doesn't understand human language yet, so she just nods along to whatever Lu Fan is saying, kind of like an adorable, clueless kid. She's behaving like a total child, flying around here and there, while Lu Fan checks out his newly unlocked skills. And trust me, they're awesome. First off, there's dragon taming, which lets him tame dragon-like creatures. Pretty handy, right? Then there's Dragon Claw, which transforms his arm into a dragon's claw, and its strength depends on his current dragon pet. Next up is Dragon Fang Strike. which channels dragon energy to deliver a powerful blow. And last but not least, Dragon Inspiration, which boosts both him and his dragon pet's attributes and attack power by 30%. We find out that the black dragon he tamed is actually a legendary creature. Lu Fan realizes that now that he's successfully tamed a dragon, all his skills have been unlocked. He quickly understands that he could easily crush other combat professionals at his level. Curious, he clicks on the black dragon's profile, and her stats pop up. Get this, the dragon has a strength of 342, agility of 267, spirit of 359, and endurance of 373. Talk about overpowered. She has multiple attacks, including Mighty Jaw Assault, which lets her charge forward and tear into targets, causing continuous bleeding damage. Then there's Lava Flame, which continuously spews flames, dealing damage while healing herself. She also has Black Dragon Heritage, which reduces all damage taken by 50%, grants immunity to all debuffs, and increases her self-recovery ability by 500%. And as if that wasn't enough, she has a special skill called Bloodline Connection, which provides a 10% attribute bonus to Lu Fan himself. Lu Fan is absolutely blown away by how powerful this dragon hatchling is. Even at level 1, she's got these insane skills and nearly 400 points in various attributes. He realizes that even a skilled human expert 20 levels higher wouldn't stand a chance against him now. What's even better is that the Bloodline Connection directly doubles all of Lu Fan's attributes. He finally understands that this is why he feels so much stronger after taming the legendary Black Dragon. Overjoyed, Lu Fan thinks to himself, "This is exactly what I'd expect from one of the 3 strongest hidden professions." He realizes that no matter how strong other hidden professions are, they don't stand a chance against the dragon race. Without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer is indeed the strongest hidden profession, not the weakest like everyone thought. Just then, he notices the dragon girl munching on the eggshell she hatched from. He figures that even though she can transform into a human, she still behaves like a newborn dragon. But there's still one important question. What should he name her? Suddenly, inspiration strikes. Since she's a little black dragon born just before dawn, he decides to name her Xiaoyi. When he tells her, she beams with delight and gives him the cutest smile. Lu Fan is thrilled that she likes her new name. Feeling happy that all the danger was worth it, he pats her head and asks if she's hungry. Xiaoyi looks up at him and nods with that same adorable smile, finishing off the remaining eggshells. Lu Fan tells her it's time to go hunt some monsters to fill her belly. They can't go back home on empty stomachs, right? He stands up, smiling, thinking about the upcoming trial that determines whether he can enter the university. Many students are out there honing their skills, seeking opportunities. The prestigious Southern Province's Top Scholar Award and a spot in the highest educational institution in the Dragon Kingdom are now within his reach. But he knows he can't take the entrance lightly. Leveling up and mastering skills should be his top priority for both him and Xiaoyi. With renewed determination, Lu Fan starts running, and Xiaoyi follows closely, smiling as well. He tells her they're heading deeper into Mount Shur Basin. There are monsters there even tastier than eggshells. As they advance, they suddenly hear some noises. A group of creatures is sprinting toward them at insane speeds. Lu Fan quickly pulls up his system interface, which identifies them as Plains hyenas. These beasts have an attack called Rending Bite, which inflicts continuous bleeding damage, and Putrefaction, which gives a disease debuff. On the bright side, if they defeat them, they'll drop canine teeth worth 95 dragon coins each. So, Lu Fan realized that these hyenas were way more dangerous and tougher than that bloodthirsty gray fox he fought earlier. Remember, even though he defeated that fox, he got pretty banged up in the process. So naturally, he's a bit hesitant to take on these new threats. But guess what? Xiaoyi, our awesome dragon girl, isn't one to back down. She's already airborne with a devilish grin, clearly excited about getting some new snacks. Lu Fan understands that she wants to take the lead this time. His eyes light up with confidence as he thinks. Mount Shur Basin holds no danger for the strongest dragon tamer and his dragon. Both Lu Fan and Xiaoyi are grinning as they advance toward the plains hyenas, ready to send them straight into Xiaoyi's stomach for lunch. The dragon soars high, and as the hyenas roar, she takes a deep breath. Her stomach starts glowing with a fiery aura. Then, bam, she unleashes her lava flame attack, and the hyenas are engulfed in flames. As the creatures burn, Lu Fan and Xiaoyi rack up experience points. With each lava flame she hurls, Lu Fan keeps an eye on the system, watching their levels soar. Lu Fan hits level 11, and Xiao Yi reaches level 3. Smiling, he tells Xiao Yi not to waste any more time on these small fries. They turn their attention to a den inside the mountain. Lu Fan tells Xiao Yi that a big guy has been waiting for them. Suddenly, 3 sets of eyes glare at them from the darkness. The creature steps out. It's got 3 heads, each oozing with killing intent. It's none other than the 3-headed blood lion, a level 25 beast. This lion-like monster has multiple attacks, including Roar, which boosts its defense and attack power, Trample, dealing massive damage in its target range, and Triple Flame, which inflicts 3 instances of fire area damage. Defeating this beast will net them a whopping 23,790 experience points and drop valuable materials like Blood Lion's Tooth and Blood Lion Skin. Lu Fan knows that normally, taking on a level 25 elite boss would require a strong team of monster hunters. But hey, he's a dragon tamer now. He can handle anything. He orders Xiao Yi to engage the 3-headed lion in battle. As they advance, the lion uses Roar, boosting its stats, and starts charging up its heavy attack, Triple Flame. Lu Fan realizes this attack takes some time to charge. He tells Xiao Yi to coordinate with him to interrupt the lion's skill. Xiao Yi's body becomes engulfed in flames, and Lu Fan grips his cleaver tightly. They both leap toward the lion. Xiao Yi transforms back into her original dragon form and uses Mighty Jaw Assault. She closes the gap in an instant, biting one of the lion's heads and grabbing the other 2 with her sharp claws. The system notifies Lu Fan that the Triple Flame attack was successfully interrupted. He praises Xiao Yi for her excellent work. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan charges in and unleashes Dragon Fang Strike, channeling Dragon Aura to deliver a powerful blow with his weapon. With this final attack, the 3-headed blood lion falls. Both Lu Fan and Xiao Yi land back on the ground. Xiao Yi transforms back into her human form. Lu Fan is thrilled, realizing that taking down elite monsters helps them level up super quickly. He's now at level 14, and Xiao Yi has jumped to level 9. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The treasure map system has been triggered, and a new treasure map for the day has been sent to him. A sly smile spreads across Lu Fan's face as he wonders what exclusive item for dragon tamers this new treasure will lead them to. He turns to Xiao Yi and says, "Ready for some treasure hunting?" She immediately nods with a big smile. Now, shifting scenes deep within Mount Shur Basin, we meet a group of 3 people. A blue-haired girl asks her uncle if they should really let such a rare opportunity slip away. Her uncle, Sun Gu, replies that they don't have a choice. Sun Gu is a warrior, and he explains that the fortuitous realm requires at least 5 people to activate, and they simply don't have enough. He suggests sending Miss Kai back to Jianghai City to bring more people. But Miss Kai, who is a rogue, interrupts him. She points out that even with her agility, a round trip would take a full day. We learn that the blue-haired girl is Qin Xiu, though her profession remains a mystery for now. She tells the group that fortuitous realms appear randomly and offer rewards greater than regular dungeons. However, they only exist for 24 hours, so Sun Ji's plan wouldn't work in time before the realm disappears. Sun Gu tries to cheer her up, saying that if she gets into one of the top 10 universities, she'll have plenty of opportunities to explore secret realms. But Qin Xiu isn't having it. She's so close to this amazing opportunity. Suddenly, Sun Gu and Miss Kai hear a noise. They spin around, ready to fight, but it's just our guy Lu Fan, casually passing by. Sun Gu is shocked to see such a young dude this deep in the mountains. He warns Lu Fan that this isn't a place for leisurely exploring and suggests he head back. But before he can finish, Qin Xiu steps in. She introduces herself and tells Lu Fan that they're from the Qin family in Jianghai City. She knows it's a bit sudden, but she asks if he'd be willing to team up with them temporarily. And get this, she offers him 100,000 dragon coins just to join them in the secret realm of chance. All he has to do is enter with them. He doesn't even have to lift a finger. Hearing that hefty reward, Lu Fan stops in his tracks. He's thinking, if the Qin family, the richest family in Jianghai City, is after this secret realm, then the final reward must be something really special. Qin Xiu continues, explaining that they just need him to meet the required number of people. He won't have to do anything else, and will still get paid. The scene shifts a bit, and we see that the group had already found a paladin to join them, but they were still one person short. Sun Gu starts heading toward a huge, purplish portal that leads to the secret realm. He tells Lu Fan to hurry up if he wants the reward, mentioning that opportunities like this don't come around every day. Lu Fan smiles and tells them that he's not really interested in money. Instead, he's willing to help if they can agree to cooperate and follow the rules of distribution. Basically, he wants to share the rewards based on everyone's contributions. Sun Ge and the two ladies are taken aback. Miss Kai quickly realizes that Lu Fan is proposing they split the rewards according to their strength. Lu Fan confirms that's exactly what he means. Qin Xiu is a bit puzzled. She thinks our group's average level is around 20, and this guy looks even weaker than us. Is he just super confident or totally arrogant? But they desperately need a fifth member, so she decides to roll with it. She smiles, extends her hand, and says, since you want to cooperate, let's form a team on those terms. And don't worry, the 100,000 dragon coins we promised are still yours as a sign of our sincerity. Lu Fan shakes her hand and agrees to the deal. With that settled, Qin Xiu is pumped and urges everyone to get moving. But Lu Fan has his own thoughts. He decides that revealing his legendary dragon, Xiao Yi, in front of strangers might bring unnecessary trouble. So he plans to keep her hidden until after they get the rewards from the secret realm. He feels a bit sorry for keeping her cooped up, but knows it's the safest move. They all enter the portal and arrive in the secret realm of chance. As soon as they step inside, Lu Fan notices the place is dark and desolate. There are lifeless trees and a dense, purple fog everywhere. A system notification pops up for Lu Fan, indicating they're in the Morning Village, a level 20 realm with solid difficulty. It also notes that only groups of at least 5 can enter. Looking around at the eerie atmosphere, Qin Xiu comments that the village is so quiet they can only hear their own voices. Miss Kai analyzes the environment and mentions that the air feels heavy, and there's no sign of life in the fog surrounding them. Meanwhile, Sun Ge is a bit worried about Lu Fan. He notices that Lu Fan is empty-handed and doesn't have any equipment. He advises him to be cautious. But Lu Fan has a surprise up his sleeve. He smiles and raises his hand. Suddenly, a flaming aura surrounds him. A massive black machete with dragon scales materializes in his hand. A system notification informs us that this is an epic quality weapon with no level requirement. It can only be used by dragon tamers and dragon blood warriors. It even has a skill called Dragon Blood Armor, which partially transforms the user into a dragon, boosting the power of dragon transformations. Plus, it increases strength by 65 and stamina by 30. Lu Fan silently thanks the advanced treasure map that was triggered after defeating the three-headed blood lion. It allowed him to upgrade his novice machete to this legendary weapon. So, after showing off his extraordinary weapon, Lu Fan left everyone in awe. Sun Ge couldn't help but ask if Lu Fan was a newly transferred student rather than just a material hunter. Because seriously, that weapon was something else. But Miss Kai was getting irritated. She snapped at Sun Ge, questioning why he cared so much about a stranger. In her mind, if Lu Fan had any evil intentions, she'd handle him without breaking a sweat. But before they could argue further, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a hand shot up from the ground, startling Sun Ge. They were suddenly faced with corrupt zombies, level 15 monsters that, upon defeat, give 620 experience points, a corruption poison sac, and 256 dragon coins. Not too shabby, right? But don't let the loot fool you. These guys are dangerous. These zombies have some nasty attacks. Hug and bite. They entangle and scratch the target, continuing to bite relentlessly. Corpse poison. Every attack poisons the target, causing continuous life point loss. And get this. Anyone who dies from the corpse poison turns into a corrupt zombie themselves. Qin Xiu quickly warns Sun Ge to be careful as a horde of these zombies emerged from beneath them, ready to attack and infect the group. But our paladin, Jia Ge, wasn't about to let that happen. He stepped up, shield raised, blocking the incoming attacks like a pro. A quick status check reveals that Jia Ge is a level 20 knight with a fighting profession. Sun Ge and Miss Kai fell back, with Sun Ge praising Jia Ge for his swift action. Sun Ge himself is a level 28 warrior, and he started hacking and slashing through the zombies alongside Miss Kai, who's a level 23 rogue. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was observing the battle, his system interface displaying all their stats and moves. He thought to himself that having a warrior, rogue, and knight guarding the portal was a solid strategy, especially since Sun Ge was nearing his second profession change. Suddenly, Qin Xiu raised her staff into the air. A yellow aura enveloped her, lifting her slightly off the ground as she chanted. She was charging up a big move. Then, She unleashed holy light star rain. Energy gathered and rained down like starlight on the enemies, causing holy damage within the area and healing her allies by the same amount. Everyone watched in awe as meteor-like lights obliterated the zombies. Sun Gu and Miss Kai had to dodge to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The zombies didn't stand a chance. They were decimated, leaving no trace behind. Qin Xiu turned to Lu Fan with a smile. "That's my profession," she said proudly. Turns out, Qin Xiu has a hidden profession, Holy Light Mage. It's a unique class that combines both attack and healing. While her attack damage isn't as high as a pure mage, and her healing isn't as potent as a priest, she can do both simultaneously, which is super helpful for the team. Lu Fan was impressed. A notification popped up confirming that Qin Xiu is indeed a hidden professional. He thought, wow, another hidden professional? That's rare. He complimented her, noting how effective her holy damage was against the undead. But their victory was short-lived. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently. Lu Fan realized that all the noise had attracted some elite monsters. From the heavy footsteps, he knew they were in for a tough fight. Out of nowhere, a blood-red hand emerged from the ground. The system alerted Lu Fan, blood zombies, level 20 monsters that offer 8,140 experience points, a blood corpse poison sac, and 90 dragon coins upon defeat. These zombies are even more dangerous. Their attacks include blood-sucking bite, damages the target and heals themselves simultaneously. Corpse poison, just like before, every attack poisons the target. Blood fury, allows them to enter a violent state, increasing their strength and agility by 40%. As these grotesque creatures emerged, their intent was clear. They wanted to eliminate the entire group. Sun Gu sprang into action. Miss Kai, protect Qin Xiu and Lu Fan. Jia Ge with me. We can't let these rotten pieces of meat break through our front line. Jia Ge didn't hesitate. Both readied their heavy attacks. Sun Gu used his full moon slash, slicing off a zombie's hand. Jia Ge thrust his sword into where the zombie's heart should be, thinking they'd dealt significant damage. But here's the twist. The zombies just grinned wickedly, showing no signs of pain. Jia Ge tried to pull his sword back, but the zombie started absorbing it. Both Sun Gu and Jia Ge were shocked. The zombies began to laugh maniacally, growing larger as they activated corpse poison. The poison started infecting the group, draining their life while healing the zombies. Jia Ge was in disbelief. What's happening? This isn't normal. Qin Xiu was equally alarmed. Corpse poison requires a priest's clarity to dispel. I can't help you. The situation was dire. The zombies weren't just resisting. They were overpowering. They engulfed Jia Ji's hand, the poison damage increasing every second. Desperate, he screamed, "Help me! I can't break free!" Sun Gu shouted, "Let go of your weapon, Jia Ge, before it's too late." Jia Ge released his grip, and Sun Gu rushed to pull him away. He called out, "Miss Kai, cover us!" But Miss Kai was swamped, fending off zombies trying to infect her as well. Just when things seemed hopeless, a calm voice broke through the chaos. "Hey, Sun Gu, chill out. Don't trouble Miss Kai." They all turned to see Lu Fan stepping forward. One of his eyes glowed a crimson red, and he wielded his epic machete with confidence. He looked ready to take on the world, or at least a horde of undead monsters. Sun Gu was frantically telling Lu Fan to get out of the way of the red blood zombies. He was worried that Lu Fan would get seriously hurt. But Lu Fan had this intense determination in his eyes. Ignoring Sun Ji's warning, he wielded his legendary Ink Dragon machete, surrounded by a fiery yellow aura, and lunged straight at the zombie, slashing its throat. Everyone was absolutely stunned. I mean, jaws dropped. Sun Gu couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lu Fan, a supposed newbie, just took down a zombie like it was nothing. Lu Fan casually handed Sun Gu his sword back, telling him not to back down and to keep moving forward, all with a confident smile. But Sun Gu was like, "Hold up. What's your level?" Exactly. He couldn't wrap his head around how a transfer student could have such insane attack power. But they had bigger problems. Jia Ge, the paladin, was gravely wounded. Qin Xiu rushed over to heal him, urging him to hang in there. Lu Fan, with a dragon aura literally glowing from one of his eyes, told Sun Gu that he's just a normal level 14 student. "No need to lie," he said. He explained that he came to Mount Shur Basin to get some practice in for the big exam. Qin Xiu, while healing Jia Ge, overheard this and realized that Lu Fan was the same age as her. She couldn't believe that a level 14 student could have higher attack power than Sun Ge, who was level 28. But before she could process that, a red blood zombie sneaked up behind her, grinning menacingly. Miss Kai saw it and leaped into action, shouting for Qin Xiu to watch out. But guess what? Lu Fan was even faster. He dashed in, pinned the zombie against a wall, and took it out with his legendary machete. As he pulled his weapon from the fallen zombie, Lu Fan warned everyone that the zombies were only going to get stronger. He offered to take the front line, asking if everyone was okay with that. Sun Ge was hesitant, but Qin Xiu remembered hearing rumors about a mysterious figure in Jianghai City, a hidden-class dragon tamer. Could it be Lu Fan? She smiled and told him they'd count on him from now on. With Lu Fan and Sun Ge leading, she could focus on healing Jia Ge, and Miss Kai would cover the rear. Lu Fan introduced himself, and as soon as they heard his name, the group's suspicions were confirmed. He was indeed the rumored dragon tamer, but Qin Xiu still couldn't figure out how a dragon tamer, considered the weakest class, could be so strong. Fast forward, and the team is now at the center of the village, battling hordes of blood zombies. Lu Fan was deep in thought. He realized that Qin Xiu's profession couldn't remove the deadly corpse poison, and the teleportation gate would only appear after they defeated the secret realm guardian. Time was running out. If they didn't hurry, Jia Ge could die and turn into a zombie himself. Miss Kai wondered why they hadn't encountered the secret realm guardian yet. Just then, Jia Ge, mustering all his remaining strength, noticed zombies sneaking up behind Sun Ge. He shouted a warning before collapsing. Qin Xiu rushed to his side, pleading with him to stay awake. Suddenly, a red beam of light shone from the debris. They all turned to see a massive iron-skinned zombie emerging, with multiple heads and a single glowing red eye. It was charging at them at insane speeds. This iron-skinned zombie was no joke. A level 20 monster that awarded 13,720 experience points and 40 dragon coins upon defeat. It had some nasty abilities. Corpse Poison, Assimilation Absorption, which lets it absorb poison targets to increase its own HP, and Steel Skin, boosting its defense and endurance by 40%. Miss Kai gasped. They were facing the secret realm guardian. Lu Fan quickly pieced it together. Jia Ji's worsening corpse poison had attracted the iron-skinned zombie. He shouted to the group, "We have to defeat it before it absorbs Jia Ge." Sun Ge didn't hesitate. He charged in with his Moonlight Slash, but it didn't even scratch the monster. Lu Fan joined the fray, activating his dragon aura. He knew there was no time to waste. He plunged his black machete into the zombie's glowing eye, but still, nothing. The steel skin ability was making it almost invincible. Thinking fast, Lu Fan realized he needed more power. And quickly, he glanced at his status window and saw the Dragon Blood Armor skill, which would partially transform him into a dragon. Meanwhile, the iron-skinned zombie was making a beeline for Jia Ge, preparing to use Assimilation Absorption. At that critical moment, Lu Fan shouted to Qin Xiu, asking her to coordinate holy spells with him. He began transforming, his hand morphing into a dragon's claw. He instructed Sun Ge to protect Jia Ge with Miss Kai's help. As Lu Fan's transformation completed, one of his hands was now a full-on dragon hand. Qin Xiu nodded and started chanting her holy spells, staff raise high. Together, they charged at the iron-skinned zombie. Lu Fan leaped at the creature with everything he had, while Qin Xiu unleashed her holy starlight rain, hoping to deal massive damage and finally take down the undead monster once and for all. So, the iron-skinned zombie boss is charging at Lu Fan and the group at insane speeds, screaming about wanting fresh blood and flesh. Creepy, right? But our boy Lu Fan isn't backing down. He leaps into the air, ready to attack this seemingly unstoppable creature. But then, something unexpected happens. The monstrous iron-skinned zombie starts disintegrating, its skin falling off bit by bit. Everyone's like, "What's going on?" Miss Kai realizes that the zombie is shedding its skin to increase its speed. Hearing this, Sun Ge figures out that the iron-skinned zombie relies on constant fusion and absorption to grow huge and maintain its body. Lu Fan quickly pieces it together. If the iron exterior isn't the original iron-skinned zombie, then the real body must be hidden inside all that iron. Sun Ge is super impressed with Lu Fan's quick thinking and instant action. In all his years serving the Qin family, he's never seen someone quite like Lu Fan. This guy is definitely rocking a hidden profession. Suddenly, with the iron skin disintegrating more and more, the original head of the zombie is revealed. Noticing this, Qin Xiu shouts to Lu Fan, He sprints toward the real body at lightning speed, transforming his hand into a dragon claw like before. Our boy jumps with all his might and punches the crimson red eye of the iron-skinned zombie with his dragon hand, crushing it with fiery power. The zombie starts screaming in pain and agony as flames consume its original body, burning it down to ashes. Finally, the zombie is completely destroyed. Lu Fan lands gracefully, undoing his hand transformation and retrieving his legendary black machete. Everyone is absolutely stunned. They can't believe that a freshman just defeated the guardian of the secret realm of chance. Even Qin Xiao is a bit shaken. She's never seen such a powerful skill that can make a level 20 boss drop dead so easily. She's wondering, who exactly is Lu Fan? As the smoke clears, they notice a silver chest, the iron-skinned zombie's treasure box. Seeing it, Qin Xiao sighs and tells Lu Fan that their group will honor their agreement and distribute the rewards according to the rules. She even apologizes to Lu Fan for underestimating him earlier. They didn't realize his true power and were a bit rude, even though he wasn't. Sun Ge chimes in, complimenting Lu Fan and saying he's definitely capable of passing through the secret realm all by himself. It seems like the rest of them were just there to make up the numbers. Lu Fan smiles and thanks Sun Ge, then tells Qin Xiao that she should be the one to distribute the rewards to the group. Hearing that, Qin Xiao opens the chest, but everyone's in for a surprise. As the chest opens, it reveals multiple bottles of strength potions, normal quality consumables that increase strength by 2 points when consumed. There are also several antidote potions of rare quality, which eliminate corpse poison when used. But Miss Kai is skeptical. She thinks the rewards from the secret realm of chance are too underwhelming. The chest also contains a morning bracelet of excellent quality, which requires level 10 to wear and increases strength by 16 points and endurance by 17. Even Sun Ge is puzzled. He thinks the rewards are pretty shabby, especially considering they just defeated the secret realm's boss. Something doesn't feel right. Lu Fan starts thinking too. What's the deal here? He wonders. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao wants Sun Ge to make Jia Ge drink one of the antidote potions so he can recover from the deadly poison infecting him. After distributing the rewards to everyone, Qin Xiao smiles and hands the morning bracelet to Lu Fan. She tells him he deserves it along with some strength potions and antidote potions. Lu Fan smiles, thinking that the Qin family is really disciplined and fair. Sun Ge helps Jia Ge drink the potion, hoping he'll recover from the poison. So, after handing out all the loot, Qin Xiao starts feeling that something's not quite right. They've defeated the boss, but there's still no portal to exit the secret realm of chance. Weird, right? Meanwhile, Lu Fan is trying on his new morning bracelet when he notices something ominous heading their way. Miss Kai suggests that maybe they should start looking around for the portal, but before anyone can move, our boy Lu Fan shouts for everyone to stay put. He checks his system and realizes that even though they've beaten the blood zombies and the iron skin zombie, they haven't faced the final boss yet. There's still something lurking out there. Sun Ge is like, wait, how do you know there's more? But before Lu Fan can explain, Qin Xiao steps in. As a holy light mage, she can sense a very dark presence nearby. Spooky. They head toward the lakeside of the morning village, and let me tell you, it's super creepy. Dark and gloomy, with the water giving off a stench that'll make your nose hairs curl. The group figures that if Qin Xiao senses something, they better check it out. After all, the secret realm isn't that big. Maybe they missed a spot when they first got here. As they approach the murky water, we catch a glimpse of something horrifying beneath the surface. A massive tentacled monster with multiple gruesome eyes and crimson pupils, seething with anger. It's clearly ticked off that they've been wiping out its minions. Lu Fan feels the impending danger. Suddenly, multiple tentacles bristling with eyes burst out of the ground. Everyone's shocked, scrambling to keep their distance from this monstrosity. Even the status window can't identify what this creature is or what level it's at. Realizing Lu Fan was right all along, Sun Ge admits that this tentacle monster must be the true final boss. They try to dodge the writhing tentacles. Sun Ge steps up, swinging his crimson sword to defend the team. But the tentacles are too powerful. They smack him away like he's nothing, sending him flying several meters. The group's strongest member is down. Oh. Suddenly, Qin Xiao senses the tentacles zeroing in on her. Before she knows it, they're lunging at her with insane speed. She's caught off guard, frozen in place. But guess who comes to the rescue? Lu Fan. Like a lightning bolt, he swoops in and grabs Qin Xiao just before the tentacles can snatch her. She's blushing from his heroic act, but there's no time to celebrate. The tentacles strike again, tossing both of them to the ground. The rest of the team rushes over. Miss Kai asks Qin Xiao if she's okay. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's over here being the real MVP. But hey, no worries. Suddenly, a dark purple aura rises from the river. Miss Kai is stunned, frozen in fear. They all turn to see the full monster emerging from the pond. It's a terrifying sight. A massive tentacled body, and at its center, a woman with long hair and chained hands, glaring at them with anger and disgust. Meet the Grieving Spectre, a level 25 boss and the true master of the Secret Realm. Her stats are off the charts. Strength of 27, agility of 183, spirit of 50, and stamina of 266. Yikes! She's enveloped in a corpse aura that continuously decreases all attributes of any creature in the realm by 20%. Talk about a debuff. Her abilities are no joke either. Chain Whip causes massive damage when it hits a target. Resentment Explosion unleashes accumulated resentment energy, pushing back all enemies and inflicting them with corpse poison. So, the Grieving Spectre boss, chains shackling her hands, is now towering over our heroes, using her tentacles to support herself. She's glaring at Sun Ge and the rest of the crew. Miss Kai is absolutely shocked to see the real boss of the Secret Realm finally appear. Meanwhile, little Jia Ge has regained consciousness and wants to jump back into the fight. But Sun Ge calms him down, saying he'll protect everyone, including Jia Ge, until he's fully recovered. Jia Ge insists, but Sun Ge firmly tells him, "Don't push yourself. You just got some of your energy back." But amidst all this, Sun Ge doesn't notice that the boss's tentacles are about to slam down on him from above. At the last second, he looks up and somehow manages to block the tentacle with his sword. Phew! Our main man, Lu Fan, sees the danger and charges toward the real monster, wielding his big black legendary machete. He knows that Sun Ge and Jia Ge are barely holding on, and it's up to him to take down the boss. Lu Fan realizes that as long as the boss is still a zombie, there's only one way to defeat her. He spots the original body of the Grieving Spectre boss, who's actually controlling all these tentacles, and immediately leaps toward her. But the boss isn't going down without a fight. She makes this creepy, distorted face, her mouth opens weirdly, and she starts screaming at Lu Fan. She activates Corpse Chi Envelopment, emitting a nasty aura that reduces all attributes of creatures in the Secret Realm by 20%. Not good. Everyone is affected by this, including Lu Fan. But our boy isn't giving up. He dodges ferocious tentacle attacks, jumps onto one of the chains shackling the boss, and starts sprinting toward her main body. Even the boss is shocked by his bold move. Qin Xiao shouts, "Lu Fan, watch out for the iron shackles." But before he can react, the boss unleashes her chain lash attack, whipping chains from the sunken lake toward them, causing massive damage. Lu Fan loses his balance on the chain and starts falling, but he grips his machete tightly. Now the boss is furious. She looks at the group with pure rage and starts whipping her chains everywhere, intent on wiping them out. Sun Ge jumps in, blocking a chain and yelling to Qin Xiao, "Be careful." Miss Kai and Jia Ge try to defend themselves, but Jia Ji's shield shatters from just one hit. Things are looking grim. Despite all this, Lu Fan is still on the offensive, desperately trying to reach the main body. Suddenly, he notices a tentacle sweeping right beside him, heading straight for Sun Ge and the others. The monster taunts, "If you keep resisting, your whole group will die." Fueled by anger, Lu Fan shouts, "Everyone, get out of the way!" He charges up his Dragon Strike attack again, channeling his dragon energy to deliver a powerful blow. The Grieving Spectre boss is hurt, but not defeated. She starts lashing out desperately, her chains whipping in a continuous assault against Lu Fan and the team. Realizing he needs more power, Lu Fan unleashes his dragon blood transformation, turning his hand into a dragon claw. With this newfound strength, he breaks through the chains attacking him and the group. After this epic move, Lu Fan lands on the ground, having destroyed the boss's chains that were attacking them. Sun Ge looks at him and says, "This boss is too much for us right now. We need to retreat and come up with a strategy." Even Qin Xiao is worried. She tells Lu Fan, "We're all in bad shape and no match for her. If we don't leave the Secret Realm now, we'll be in grave danger." So, the Grieving Spectre boss is still glaring daggers at Lu Fan, ready to unleash another devastating attack. But our guy isn't backing down. He turns to the group and says, "You all should retreat to the village where we've already taken care of the zombies." He assigns Sun Gu and Miss Kai the task of making sure everyone gets there safely. Qin Xiu is visibly worried. She asks, "What are you planning to do by staying here alone?" But Lu Fan just waves her off with a confident smile. "I'll handle the boss no matter what," he assures them. He urges them once again to retreat quickly. Miss Kai nods, agreeing that it's the best course of action. She encourages Qin Xiu to come with them. Qin Xiu hesitates, clearly torn about leaving Lu Fan to face the boss alone. But she knows they can't change his mind. Now here's where things get really interesting. Lu Fan raises his hand into the air, and suddenly, a flaming aura engulfs the battlefield. He's opening a portal. He figures that even without the boss's 20% attribute debuff, the team wouldn't be much help against her. Instead of risking their safety, he decides to bring in someone who can really turn the tide. The grieving Spectre boss is seething, her eyes filled with killing intent. But even she doesn't see what's coming next. Lu Fan calls out, "Xiao Yi, come join me for some fun." And bam! Out of the portal emerges his legendary black dragon, Xiao Yi. She doesn't waste a second, immediately grabbing the boss's tentacles with her powerful jaws. The group's jaws drop. They're absolutely floored. Lu Fan just summoned a mighty dragon right before their eyes. And get this, the dragon is even bigger than when we first saw her. She uses her sharp claws and massive wings to fend off every tentacle the boss throws at her. Even though Lu Fan hadn't planned on revealing Xiao Yi to the group, he had no choice if he wanted to defeat the boss. Xiao Yi, ever the loyal companion, follows his commands without hesitation. She unleashes her giant assault attack, rushing at high speed and biting the boss, causing continuous bleeding damage. Tentacles snap and crumble under her might. The grieving Spectre boss screams in agony, her attacks becoming more frantic but less effective. But Xiao Yi isn't done yet. She goes in for the final blow, tearing off the boss's chains and forcing her back into the watery depths from which she came. And just like that, the secret boss of the Realm of Chance is defeated. Sun Gu is left speechless. How did Lu Fan dismantle that enormous boss in just 2 blows, he thinks. It's both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Jia Ge can't believe his eyes either. Witnessing the sheer power of a dragon is something he never imagined he'd experience. The whole group is a mix of shocked, terrified, and, let's be honest, a little impressed. They always believed that seeing a dragon meant certain doom, but here they are alive and well. Qin Xiu finally pieces it together. The rumors she's heard about a mysterious dragon tamer in Jianghai City, they're all about Lu Fan, the so-called worthless dragon tamer. Clearly, there's nothing worthless about him. We see Lu Fan patting Xiao Yi affectionately. "Great job," he tells her with a smile. So, we get transported back 3 centuries ago into the tragic past of the grieving Spectre boss. She was born and raised in a peaceful city, protected by the church and far from any external threats. Life was pretty blissful for her, until a devastating plague hit and turned everything upside down. Her grandfather fell ill, and soon, lifeless bodies started piling up by the lake faster than they could be buried. Desperate to save her community, she turned to the dark arts, hoping to find a cure. But instead of becoming the savior she wanted to be, she was labeled a dark witch. Her newfound powers allowed the living to say their final goodbyes to their loved ones by summoning spirits. But she couldn't cure the dying. One day, the church father showed up with 2 knights carrying chains. They ordered her capture, blaming her for the disaster. Confused and hurt, she wondered why they were treating her this way. All she did was help people find closure. Her hands were bound with iron chains, and the knights dragged her away under the church's orders. They threw her into the lake, and the weight of the chains pulled her deeper and deeper. As she sank toward the lake bed, her breath fading, she questioned why the church was punishing her when she'd done nothing wrong. Fast forward to the present. Lu Fan approaches Xiao Yi, his gaze meeting hers as he gently touches her. Sun Gu and the others are left speechless, wondering how someone like Lu Fan could summon such a formidable dragon. Seeing the black dragon Xiao Yi, Sun Gu announces that they can finally leave the hidden realm. But Lu Fan isn't so sure. Gazing out over the lake as bubbles start surfacing without the portal appearing, he tells the group that the boss isn't defeated yet. It's too soon to leave. More bubbles rise from the lake bed, and eventually, the boss's silhouette emerges. Suddenly, she bursts from the water and shoots into the sky. Moments later, Lu Fan and Xiao Yi crane their necks, bewildered by this sudden eruption. The boss now stands surrounded by swirling water, extending her hands outward. Sun Gu reacts instantly, unsheathing his sword, and everyone else gets into defensive stances, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi gazes upward, using one of her wings to shield everyone from potential attacks. And then, a colossal woman made entirely of water emerges. She fixes a murderous glare upon Lu Fan and the others. A status window pops up, revealing the boss's identity. It's the Grieving Spectre boss, now in her second stage. She's still at level 25, but her difficulty has escalated from challenging to hard nightmarish. Her attributes have skyrocketed. Strength, from 271 to 286. Agility, from 183 to 249. Spirit, from 150 to 435. Endurance, from 266 to 399. Yikes! The boss has some terrifying new abilities. 1. Lamentation Impact. Releases a curse of resentment that has a chance to instantly kill its target. If instant death doesn't occur, it inflicts significant damage and can add nasty effects like bodily poison, bleeding, and stun. 2. Deep Aquatic Pressure. Allows her to manipulate water from the lake to create prisons for trapping targets. 3. Body of Resentments. She gains the ability to nullify all physical damage. 4. Will of Resentment. Triggers an explosion of resentment that awakens all the corpses within the secret realm. Sun Gu reads these stats and draws his sword, taking an offensive stance. Jia Ge and Qin Xiu look visibly frightened. Miss Kai pulls out her dagger, trembling as she announces that the boss is entering her next phase. The boss raises her hands to the sky, exploding in rage. With a swift maneuver, she unleashes deep aquatic pressure, causing a colossal water woman to hurl immense water orbs toward them. Just as the orbs are about to hit, Xiao Yi swiftly employs an immunity skill called Restriction, using one of her wings to intercept the attack. Lu Fan watches in astonishment as a system window appears, notifying him that the Black Dragon lineage skill has been activated. This ability reduces all incoming damage by 50%, grants immunity to all harmful effects, and increases self-healing capability by 500%. Talk about overpowered. One of the boss's water orbs lands near Miss Kai. She reacts quickly, leaping away from the impact zone, but the water surges toward her, swiftly encasing her in a watery prison. Qin Xiu watches this with growing concern. Miss Kai tries attacking the water with her dagger, but no matter how hard she and Sun Gu try, they can't inflict any damage. Turns out, the boss has activated Body of Resentments, making her immune to all physical attacks. Minutes pass with their futile attempts to break free, and Miss Kai finally gives up. She closes her eyes in resignation, apologizing to Qin Xiu, fearing her imminent demise. Hearing this, Qin Xiu approaches her, locking eyes. She says that if anyone should be apologizing, it's her. She collapses to the ground, clutching her magic staff, and admits that it's all her fault. She insisted on entering this hidden realm, and now everyone is trapped with no way out. Lu Fan turns away, placing a hand on his hip. Are you really going to give up after coming this far? He asks. Just then, another sphere of water descends near Sun Gu, quickly enveloping him in a watery prison too. Qin Xiu meets Lu Fan's gaze and confesses, I'm the only magic user in our group. My spells aren't strong enough to defeat the boss. So, Sun Gu is gripping his sword tightly, turning to the group and saying, Guys, the boss is immune to physical attacks. We're kind of sitting ducks here. He looks over at Lu Fan and asks, Can you use magic to attack the boss? Just then, the boss unleashes her Lamentation Impact skill. The colossal water woman extends her arm toward Lu Fan. Xiao Yi, ever vigilant, swiftly shields him with one of her wings, giving him a look that screams, Watch out. Lu Fan turns to Sun Gu and says, Sorry, I can't use magic against her. As the attack is about to hit, Xiao Yi exhales forcefully, diverting it away. A system window pops up, notifying Lu Fan that the Black Dragon's immunity has nullified instant death, corpse poison, bleeding, and stun effects. Pretty handy, right? With a calm demeanor, Lu Fan slips his hands into his pockets, a slight smile forming. Another system notification tells him that the Black Dragon lineage has reduced all incoming damage, granted immunity to harmful effects, and boosted self-recovery by 500%. Talk about OP. Sun Gu is like, so if you can't use magic, what can we do? Lu Fan grins and says, well, I might not be able to, but my dragon can. Everyone's eyes widen in astonishment. Miss Kai is speechless. You're a dragon tamer, she stammers. The gap between Lu Fan and the boss suddenly doesn't seem so big. As they're talking, the boss tries to ambush Lu Fan again. But our guy is ready. He clenches his fist, conjuring a fiery ball in his palm. Flames flicker in his eyes as he locks gazes with the boss. Don't worry, he tells Miss Kai. A dragon's attributes are on a whole different level than a human's. The boss guides the water woman's hand toward Lu Fan, triggering Lamentation Impact once more. It strikes Xiao Yi, but another system notification assures Lu Fan that they're immune to all those nasty effects. Surrounded by a fiery aura, Lu Fan activates Dragon Inspiration, empowering both himself and Xiao Yi. Her stats skyrocket. Strength, from 968 to 1,258. Agility, from 767 to 997. Spirit, from 959 to 1,246. Endurance, from 976 to 1,268. With renewed vigor, Lu Fan points at the boss and commands, Xiao Yi, unleash your lava blaze. Within moments, Xiao Yi spews a fierce torrent of fire directly at the boss. The flames engulf her, slowly consuming her watery form. Xiao Yi's lava blaze not only deals continuous damage, but also heals herself. Win-win. The sky fills with swirling flames as the boss's form starts to disintegrate. Qin Xiu stands at the lake's edge, speechless at the overwhelming display of power. Jia Ge joins her, both of them gazing up in awe. As Xiao Yi's flames intensify, the watery prisons holding Miss Kai and Sun Gu begin to evaporate. Miss Kai is freed and left speechless. Sun Gu looks up, solemnly declaring, this power, it's catastrophic. Moments later, the boss starts to explode from within under the intense heat. A wave of flames erupts in all directions. In a last-ditch effort, the boss triggers her will of resentment, trying to awaken all the corpses in the secret realm. But it's too late. The colossal water woman disintegrates, shrouding the area in a purple haze. The boss dissolves entirely, revealing a portal and a treasure chest materializing on the ground. Xiao Yi reverts to her human form, hovering in the air with a satisfied smile. The system notes that the Black Dragon Realm's level has increased, but keeps the details under wraps. Lu Fan clasps his hands together, smiling up at Xiao Yi. Great job, he calls out. Just then, a system notification reveals that his own level has increased by 5. Not too shabby. The area is engulfed in a veil of smoke from the boss's explosion. Qin Xiu hurries over to check on Miss Kai. Sun Ge grins, pointing out the portal. It's over, he announces. Jia Ge stands up, coughing from the smoke. Is everyone okay? He asks. Suddenly, they hear a noise behind them. Turning around, they see village zombies resurrected by the boss's last move, slowly advancing toward them. Sun Ge glances up and is astonished to see Xiao Yi nearby. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi rushes toward the zombies, activating her lava blaze again. She soars above them, unleashing torrents of fire from her mouth. The zombies begin to disintegrate almost instantly. Sun Ge looks up in awe. Is that the giant dragon? He asks Qin Xiu. She nods, equally stunned. She's effortlessly defeating them, zombies that gave us so much trouble. Lu Fan walks over to them with a smile. Yep, that's Xiao Yi, the Black Dragon, he says. He turns to Sun Ge. No need to be tense. Xiao Yi has everything under control. He adds, once we distribute the rewards, we can prepare to leave. Walking toward the chest, he grins and says, according to the rules, I'll choose first. He looks back at the group. Anyone got a problem with that? Qin Xiu shakes her head. No objections here, she replies, smiling. So, Lu Fan steps up to the treasure chest and opens it. As it begins to glow, a big smile spreads across his face. Qin Xiu stands behind him, clutching her magical staff, watching eagerly. The rest of the team waits in anticipation as Lu Fan reveals the loot. Inside the chest are several awesome items. 1. Holy Light Staff. An excellent quality weapon with 32 spirit points and 19 stamina points, requiring level 10 to use. It has a cool ability called Holy Light Seal, which lets the user bind a target with light. The duration depends on the user's spiritual attributes. 2. Twilight Robe. Also excellent quality, offering 35 spirit points and 15 stamina points, with a level 10 requirement. Its ability, Light Flow, allows the user to create a barrier of light to protect themselves from attacks. The barrier's strength is based on the user's spirit attributes. 3. Ring of Mourning, a rare quality ring boasting 57 spirit points, 21 stamina, and 12 strength points, requiring level 15 to use. It comes with an ability called Mourning Aura, which lets the user assign an aura to any target. Attacks launched by someone with this aura accumulate resentment value, leading to negative effects like poisoning, bleeding, and dizziness when it builds up. Pretty intense, right? 4. Job Transfer Scroll, a rare consumable item that offers a chance for a non-hidden profession to transfer into a hidden profession of the same type. Without a second thought, Lu Fan picks the Job Transfer Scroll. Holding it up, his body emits a blue energy as a system notification confirms he successfully obtained it. Qin Xiu approaches him and says he doesn't need to go out of his way for them. The items are his according to the rules. But Lu Fan replies with a smile, saying he's not trying to be overly generous. The equipment has spirit attributes, making it more suitable for her. All he needs is the Job Transfer Scroll. Touched, Qin Xiu looks into the chest and says that if it weren't for him, they might not have made it out alive. Lu Fan watches her quietly, curious about what she's planning. After a moment, she takes out the Ring of Mourning and extends it to him, asking him to accept it. He accepts the ring without hesitation, closing his eyes briefly as he holds it. Qin Xiu stands up, still holding her staff, and starts blushing while gazing into his eyes. She's wondering what other surprises he might have up his sleeve. He's definitely a hard person to figure out. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi is playfully interacting with Jia Ge. Uncle Sun Gu observes Lu Fan, thinking he's a really interesting guy. Miss Kai joins them, smiling as she tells Qin Xiu it's time to prepare to head back. Later that night, Lu Fan returns to his Aunt Han Ke's bun shop. As soon as she sees him, she throws her arms around him, clearly relieved. She tells him how worried she was, saying he's been facing so many dangers lately. Lu Fan is a bit surprised, but also touched by her concern. He gently asks what's wrong and suggests she let go since his clothes are dirty from being out in the wilderness. But Han Ke just hugs him tighter, saying she doesn't care. She was so scared when he left without telling her. She feared he might not come back. Feeling a bit guilty, Lu Fan apologizes for leaving without warning and promises he won't make her worry like that again. He wipes away her tears and reassures her that everything's fine now. Han Ke smiles and then notices Xiao Yi, who is sitting nearby. She starts stroking Xiao Yi's head, and Xiao Yi closes her eyes, clearly enjoying the attention. Han Ke tells Lu Fan how surprised she was when she first met Xiao Yi, remarking that such a cute girl is actually an incredibly powerful dragon. Lu Fan chuckles at that. Han Ke then asks Xiao Yi if she's hungry, noticing that she might not have eaten enough lately. Xiao Yi eagerly nods. She's definitely hungry. While they're chatting, Lu Fan approaches holding the Job Transfer Scroll. He tells his aunt that this is a reward he specifically chose for her from the dungeon. He explains that if she uses it to change her profession to a hidden one, she wouldn't have to run the bun shop anymore. Han Ke is taken aback and says she can't accept such an expensive item. She suggests he sell it instead and use the money to buy equipment for his upcoming big exam. But before she can finish, Lu Fan pulls out his phone and shows her his bank balance. With a big grin, he tells her that he doesn't lack money or equipment anymore. She's amazed to see how much money he has. Lu Fan explains that he sold a lot of the materials he collected during his trip, and that his companion Qin Xiu promised him a reward of 100,000 dragon coins. He assures his aunt that they won't have to worry about money ever again. Oh, after hearing Lu Fan's words, Han Ke approached him with joy shining in her eyes. She couldn't help but shed a tear of happiness. Lu Fan insisted that she use the Job Transfer Scroll he had brought for her right away. With a grateful smile, she agreed, taking the scroll from him. As she opened the scroll, it began to shine brilliantly. Blue energy enveloped her body, causing her hair and dress to float as if she were weightless. She was surprised but also excited by this newfound sensation. Slowly, the scroll dissolved, and she found herself floating gently in the air, absorbing the energy from it. Lu Fan shielded his eyes from the intense light, looking up at Han Ke. He asked if she had been successful. Surrounded by the glowing blue aura, she turned to him and confirmed that she had indeed succeeded. She had obtained the hidden profession of enchantment chef. Lu Fan was amazed and asked what was special about this new profession. Han Ke explained that she now had a skill called enchantment cooking, which allowed her to prepare food with various buffs. Lu Fan grinned, praising her by saying that her cooking was already fantastic, so the additional attributes would be incredible. She chuckled, saying he was just flattering her. Changing the subject, Lu Fan wondered where Xiao Yi had disappeared to. Turns out, while they were talking, Xiao Yi had snuck into the kitchen and devoured all the food. After filling her stomach with all the buns, she fell asleep right there on the floor. Classic Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, over at Qin Xiu's family villa that same night, Qin Xiu sat in her father's study. Her father, Qin Shanhai, was seated in his office chair, swirling a glass of champagne. He asked her if it was true that a dragon tamer named Lu Fan had summoned a powerful black dragon to save their lives. Qin Xiu admitted that her stubbornness had almost cost them dearly. She reflected on how strong Lu Fan was. Despite both of them having hidden professions, the gap between them was like that between a firefly and the moon. Her father gazed out the window, contemplating. He asked if she had told anyone else about the dragon. She assured him that she hadn't, as she had promised Lu Fan that the Qin family wouldn't reveal anything about the dragon. Qin Shanhai turned back to her, praising her for her discretion. He pointed out how many people covet the power of dragons and how chaotic things could become if that information leaked. Feeling anxious, Qin Xiu pleaded with her father not to disclose anything, reminding him that Lu Fan had saved their lives. She asked if he had any issues with Lu Fan's dragon. Her father laughed heartily, assuring her that he wasn't that kind of person. He then asked how she planned to repay Lu Fan for his help. Relieved, Qin Xiu explained that she had promised Lu Fan a reward of 100,000 yuan when she invited him to join their team. Qin Shanhai sighed and suggested she take a purple tongue card and personally visit Lu Fan the next day to thank him properly. She nodded, but then asked why he wouldn't come along if he was so curious about Lu Fan. With a wink, Qin Shanhai said he would love to meet the Dragon Master, but had important matters to attend to. Typical dad move. Early the next morning, a new character enters the scene, the Princess of Tai Zi Kingdom. She's a short girl wielding a magic staff, accompanied by her assistant, a tall man with black hair, dressed in black armor, and carrying a suitcase. They've come to Zhanghai City, supposedly to study, but we all know there's more to it. They arrive at Han Ku's bakery while she's busy preparing pastries. Noticing customers, Han Ku asks them to wait a moment. She opens the door slightly and, with a warm smile, tells them there are no steamed buns available today. The princess, Jin Zhu, isn't impressed. She asks her assistant if this is really the place they're looking for, questioning whether he's brought her to a garbage dump. Ouch! The assistant, Cui Hong Tai, nervously assures her that according to their investigation, this is indeed the correct location. Han Ku, a bit puzzled, asks who they are. Suddenly, Cui Hong Tai forcefully pushes the door open, accidentally hitting Han Ku on the arm. She cries out in pain. Both the princess and her assistant stride into the shop. The princess informs Han Ku that they're here to find someone, specifically a dragon tamer named Lu Fan. Hearing the commotion, Lu Fan comes downstairs. He sees his aunt holding her arm in pain and immediately rushes to her side, asking if she's okay. Meanwhile, the princess wrinkles her nose, complaining to her assistant about the unpleasant smell of the place. Talk about rude. Lu Fan is understandably upset. He asks Han Ku what's going on. She tries to assure him she's fine. The princess catches his attention and asks if he is Lu Fan, mentioning that she, the princess, has made a special trip just to see him. Confused, Lu Fan asks who she is and why she's looking for him. The assistant steps forward, introducing her as Princess Jin Zhu from the Tai Zi Kingdom, and himself as Cui Hong Tai, her assistant. With a confident smile, the princess says she's come to offer him a breakthrough opportunity. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. She continues, noting that being a dragon tamer must be tough. She then signals to her assistant. Cui Hong Tai opens the suitcase, revealing a dragon egg inside. Lu Fan is shocked, starting to sweat. The princess tells him that as long as he accepts her request, the dragon egg will be his. She points at him and lays out the conditions. She wants him to be her servant and obey her every command without question. Seriously? This spoiled princess thinks she can just buy him off. So, Cui Hong Tai is holding a dragon egg with both hands, proudly showing it off to Lu Fan. Meanwhile, the bratty princess, Jin Zhu, starts boasting that the egg is a reward she obtained from the armored dragon lair. She's totally convinced it's the only dragon egg in the world. Han Ku, Lu Fan's aunt, is completely baffled and pretty upset about the idea of her precious nephew being turned into a slave. She's questioning the harsh terms of this so-called contract. Curious, Lu Fan opens his status window to check out the egg's details. Turns out it's an egg of an armored dragon, which has a naturally tough shell that reduces incoming damage by 30%. But get this, the only attack it has is swinging its giant tail in a fan-shaped area. This land dragon is actually weaker than a wyvern. While Lu Fan is reviewing these stats, Princess Jinju mistakes his silence for fear or awe. She even calls the mediocre egg a powerful dragon. Lu Fan cuts her off, pointing out that while the attributes are okay, the only thing this armored dragon has going for it is endurance. He jokes, questioning if this can even be called a dragon. The princess is shocked by his remark. She questions whether Lu Fan really knows what he's talking about, and if he understands what a dragon egg means to a dragon tamer. As she's lost in her own thoughts, Hanko wonders how a child could be so audacious as to demand someone become her slave. Lu Fan reassures his aunt not to worry. He'll handle the situation. The princess continues her tantrum, declaring that a dragon tamer without a dragon is worthless. She insists that if Lu Fan becomes her servant, he could become the strongest person in history. She asks if he's not excited about the prospect of fame and power. Trying to stay polite, Lu Fan calmly says he refuses. That's our guy. I knew he wouldn't fall for that offer. Now, it's time to see how he'll handle this spoiled princess. The refusal hits the princess like a ton of bricks. She asks him to rethink his decision, incredulous that he's turning down the chance to make history as a dragon tamer. At this point, Lu Fan is getting annoyed. He tells her to leave if that's all she came for. He's not interested in the dragon egg and asks her to drop the whole servant idea. Hearing this, Cui Hongtai steps in to defend the princess. He says she's personally giving Lu Fan a chance to rise to prominence and calls him an ignorant fool for speaking disrespectfully. Chance? Respect? Don't be ridiculous. I won't be anyone's servant, Lu Fan replies. The princess, now enraged, points at Lu Fan and orders Cui Hongtai to teach him a lesson. He readies his fists and agrees. Sensing danger, Hanka steps in front of Lu Fan, pleading with him to wait and not be angry. She explains that Lu Fan doesn't want this, and they should just drop the matter. But in an instant, Cui Hongtai closes the distance and pushes her aside, causing her to cry out in pain. He yells that the princess has given her order and she should stand aside. Lu Fan is shocked by what's happening. He rushes to help his aunt, asking if she's injured and offering to assist her. Holding her swollen, red cheek, she assures him that she's fine. Cui Hongtai prepares for his next attack, sneering that even commoners dare to defy the noble princess of Taizi. He intends to teach them a hard lesson. Seeing this, Hanka calls out Lu Fan's name in alarm. In a split second, Lu Fan reacts and launches an attack toward Cui Hongtai. He points his big black machete at him, warning that since he's hurt his family, he won't hold back. Cui Hongtai is stunned by the sudden attack. His cheek is bleeding. He jumps back as Han Ku tries to hold Lu Fan back, urging him not to be impulsive. The bratty princess, clueless about what just happened, demands to know what's going on with Cui Hongtai. She still wants to teach Lu Fan a lesson. After experiencing Lu Fan's unexpected counterattack, Cui Hongtai realizes there's more to Lu Fan than he initially thought. So Lu Fan, not one to tolerate disrespect, stepped up to the bratty princess and delivered a swift backhand slap right across her cheek. He didn't care which country she was from. He told her to shut her noisy mouth, take her trash, and leave his home. Watching the princess get slapped, Cui Hongtai was furious. He attacked Lu Fan, yelling about how he could dare lay a hand on the princess. But Lu Fan easily deflected his attack with his big black machete, knocking Cui Hongtai's spear wand out of his hand. Cui Hongtai then turned his attention back to the princess, who was sitting on the ground holding her cheek. She was seething with anger. She slapped him back and called him trash, questioning if she looked okay to him. Commanding him to kill Lu Fan, she declared that even if they couldn't find another dragon tamer, she wanted Lu Fan dead. He replied with a resolute yes. Meanwhile, back at Lu Fan's bedroom, his phone was ringing non-stop, much to the annoyance of our favorite dragon waifu, Xiao Yi. The caller was Qin Xiao, who found it strange that Lu Fan wasn't answering. She was certain she had the right number he gave her when they returned to the city. Wandering the streets, she tried to recall where his house was. Suddenly, an explosion rocked a nearby wall, startling her. It was Cui Hongtai, who had been knocked through the wall by Lu Fan. He looked pretty beaten up. People on the street started noticing the commotion, shouting that a foreigner was causing trouble. The bratty princess yelled at the onlookers to go away and stop staring. Lu Fan emerged, walking slowly like a champ, his big black machete in his left hand. Chui Hongtai kneeled, admitting he couldn't defeat Lu Fan, noting that his attributes were too high. The princess sneered, offering to help him out. She began chanting a spell, and dark, ominous energy started swirling around her. Lu Fan noticed that her spell was the exact opposite of Qin Xiu's holy spells. Realizing the princess was also of a hidden class, he braced himself. Just then, Qin Xiu rushed toward him, surprising Lu Fan. He wondered why she was there. As the princess finished her chanting, all the ominous dark energy poured into Chui Hongtai. He screamed from the surge of power, and both Lu Fan and Qin Xiu had to shield their eyes from the intense flash of energy emanating from him. A status window revealed that Chui Hongtai's class was a combat class guardian knight, while the bratty princess, Jinju, was a combat class advanced spiritual witch. Chui Hongtai had transformed into a monster. I am here to help you, Qin Xiu declared, taking a defensive stance in front of Lu Fan. Chui Hongtai leaped into the air to attack them. Lu Fan quickly pushed Qin Xiu aside, telling her she needed to take care of his Aunt Han Ku, who was inside the shop. Chui Hongtai landed a heavy attack, but Lu Fan managed to dodge just in time. The spot where he had been standing moments before was completely destroyed by the impact. Sliding back, Lu Fan realized that Chui Hongtai's attack power had skyrocketed and that he had truly become a monster. He thought to himself that he'd have to use Dragon Inspiration and Dragon Claw together to stand a chance. Princess Jinju stood beside Chui Hongtai, yelling for him to kill Lu Fan to relieve her anger. Hearing this, Chui Hongtai pulled his staff from the ground and prepared to attack again. But before he could make a move, our waifu Black Dragon, Xiao Yi, leaped from the window and transformed into her original dragon form. This shocked both the princess and Chui Hongtai to their core. The only words they could mutter were, "It's a real dragon." So, our bratty princess is clutching her staff, calling Chui Hongtai useless, and urging him to hold on a little longer as she begins casting a spell. But before she can finish, Xiao Yi, our amazing dragon waifu, lets out a roar so powerful that it blows the princess away, canceling her spell entirely. Xiao Yi activates her Dragon Bloodline skill, which reduces all damage she receives by 50%, provides immunity to all debuffs, and boosts her self-healing by a whopping 500%. Talk about overpowered. She then slams Chui Hongtai to the ground. He's utterly powerless, screaming like a baby for her to let him go. Being the good dragon she is, Xiao Yi complies, but not before throwing him towards Princess Jinju. He crashes onto the road, creating a massive crater upon impact. Honestly, he should be apologizing to Han Ku and Lu Fan for all the trouble he's caused. Seeing Chui Hongtai in such a pathetic state, the princess starts to realize the true power of a real dragon. She finally understands that there are actual dragons out there, not just the Jin family's so-called defensive lizards. Snapping her out of her shock, Lu Fan calls out to her. He begins walking towards her like a total badass, holding his big black machete in his right hand. He asks if she wasn't planning to kill him to vent her anger. Hearing this, the princess steps back in fear and ends up falling over. "Stay away from me. You attacked my attendant, seriously injured him, humiliated me, and threatened me," she screams with teary eyes. She continues her rant, warning Lu Fan about the consequences of his actions, saying he's now an enemy of the Taizi kingdom. Honestly, she's just blabbering at this point, playing the victim. Classic spoiled brat behavior. Lu Fan isn't fazed by her threats. He casually flexes his machete and asks if she's trying to scare him. Reaching her, his eyes filled with rage, he tells the princess that she sent her man to harm his family. He doesn't care if she's a princess or even a god. He'll repay her actions with interest. At this point, the princess is absolutely terrified, practically shaking in her boots. While Xiao Yi is charging up a massive fireball attack, Lu Fan raises his machete to strike the princess. Just as he's about to land the blow, someone calls out his name from a distance. It's Qin Xiu's father, Qin Shanhai, flying towards them on a griffin. "Dad, it's dangerous," Qin Xiu screams, trying to warn him. Xiao Yi notices Qin Shanhai and aims her fire attack in his direction. But before she can unleash it, Lu Fan stops her, telling her to hold back. At the same moment, he slices through the princess's staff with his machete. Xiao Yi cancels her attack, and Qin Shanhai lands safely on the ground. He urges Lu Fan to call back his dragon, pointing out that the area is filled with residents who could get injured. As he observes Xiao Yi, he's amazed at how different true dragons are from subtypes. The immense pressure she's emitting makes it hard to even stand near her. Even his poor Griffin is scared out of its wits. Qin Xiu also pleads with Lu Fan to listen, assuring him that they're on his side. Being the reasonable guy he is, especially when his friends ask, Lu Fan calls back Xiao Yi. She instantly transforms back into her human form. Qin Xiu then grabs Lu Fan by the arm and urges him to follow her. Meanwhile, her father approaches the terrified princess, asking if she's all right. He explains that he went to the airport to pick them up and didn't expect her to be here. He also mentions that the Qin family driver will arrive soon to take them to the hospital. So, the scene shifts back to Han Ke's bun shop. She's explaining to Lu Fan that Qin Shanhai knows the princess, the one who's been causing all the trouble, and that he might be able to resolve the conflict. That's actually why Qin Xiu called her father and filled him in on the situation. Lu Fan responds, saying he has a feeling the princess won't let this go easily. Just then, Qin Shanhai walks in. He says he understands what's going on, but jokes that Lu Fan sure knows how to stir up trouble as soon as they meet. Lu Fan apologizes, explaining that this time, he can't really be blamed. The princess was at fault. Han Ke asks Qin Shanhai how the incident will be handled. He explains that they've sent both the princess and Shui Hong Tai to the hospital and mentions that they'll need to provide an explanation to the Jin family. He adds that the Jin family isn't just involved in business. They also have considerable influence in the upper echelons of the Taizi kingdom. Hearing this, Han Ke becomes concerned that Lu Fan might face punishment for hitting them. But Lu Fan, ever the confident one, replies that even if she has immense power, he's not going to compromise his dignity over a dragon egg. Qin Shanhai is impressed by Lu Fan's integrity and tells him he admires him. He assures Lu Fan that he doesn't have to worry too much. He'll ensure his safety. But, while casually smoking, he mentions that he can't do it alone and has a condition. Curious, Lu Fan asks, "What condition?" Pointing his cigarette at Lu Fan, Qin Shanhai says, "Achieve the position of South Province champion in the grand exam." He further explains that he'll do his best to keep the princess at bay until the exam is over. Hearing this, Qin Xiu chimes in, pointing out that it won't be easy. There are countless top students in the entire South Province. Qin Shanhai adds, "But only if you surpass them and become the champion can I help you." Suddenly, Lu Fan gets a determined look on his face. He tells Qin Shanhai that he understands the situation and accepts the condition. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, the princess is fuming. She's pacing back and forth, angrily talking on the phone. She's yelling that Qin Shanhai is obviously favoring Lu Fan since he hasn't been caught yet. The person on the other end tries to calm her down, saying they'll contact high-level officials in the kingdom to resolve the situation. But she's not having it. She orders them to put pressure on the higher-ups, insisting it's her command. She angrily declares that she's going to make Lu Fan pay. Looks like she still hasn't learned her lesson. But honestly, with Lu Fan and his dragon companion around, I bet even her entire empire wouldn't stand a chance. The scene shifts to the next day at the 3rd middle school, just before the grand exam. All the students are gathered, and the playground is buzzing with excitement. Everyone's checking out each other's levels and trying to form groups. Suddenly, the crowd notices Lu Fan walking back into school. Whispers ripple through the students. Some think he must have returned home to sell steamed buns. Others remark that even though Lu Fan was once a brilliant student, he's now considered a nobody, and no school wanted him. Yet here he is still participating in the exam. But little do they know, Lu Fan is not the same as before. Even though he feels a bit nostalgic hearing their gossip, he's too laid back to let it bother him. Suddenly, the headmaster's voice booms over the chatter, urging all the students to calm down. He announces that the South Province Grand Exam is about to begin. Lu Fan is standing amidst a sea of students, deep in thought. After leveling up to 15, he's realized that the treasure maps he's been receiving daily haven't been used yet. They're all intermediate level, and he's considering combining 3 of them into a high-level treasure map to help him prepare for the big exam. Lost in his musings, he suddenly snapped back to reality when someone calls his name. Turning around, he sees Teacher Li approaching him. The teacher asks if Lu Fan is participating in the big exam. Lu Fan replies that he is and mentions he's been working hard to increase his strength. Impressed, Teacher Li hands him a teleportation stone, praising his dedication. He tells Lu Fan that he believes in his fighting spirit and that it might rival that of other professionals. Lu Fan smiles and checks out the stone. It's of rare quality and has some nifty features. When used in the Trial Secret Realm, it teleports the user to the 1st floor of the Heavenly Tower. When used in the Heavenly Tower, It takes the user back to the trial's secret realm platform. After examining the stone, the teacher gives him a friendly warning. He reminds Lu Fan that professions are crucial in this world. Even though it's just an exam, a single mistake could lead to injury or worse. He advises Lu Fan to find a teammate for the trial and suggests using the teleportation stone to exit if things get too dicey. Lu Fan nods and assures him he'll be careful. As Teacher Li walks away, some students start whispering about Lu Fan. They're doubting him, questioning his abilities. But Lu Fan isn't bothered. He's got bigger things on his mind. He knows that in team scenarios, scores are divided among members. But he doesn't just want to pass. He wants to ace the trial and secure the top spot, just as he promised Qin Shanhai. Just then, someone else calls out to him. He turns to see Qin Xiu approaching with another girl by her side. And who might this be? Potentially another addition to Lu Fan's circle. Lu Fan greets them and asks if the new girl is Qin Xiu's teammate. She introduces her as her best friend, Tao Xiaoman, a level 1 combat professional swordsman. Tao Xiaoman says hello, but before she can say more, Qin Xiu cuts to the chase. She asks Lu Fan if he'd like to team up with them for the trial. Tao Xiaoman is taken aback by the invitation, and to her surprise, Lu Fan politely declines. He explains that he's planning to participate solo. He appreciates Qin Xiu's offer, but mentions that he's set this challenge for himself. Waving goodbye, he tells them he's heading to the exam site. Qin Xiu looks a bit disappointed, missing out on the chance to team up with a guy she's clearly interested in. She wishes him luck, thinking that with his level of strength, anyone teaming up with him might actually hold him back. After Lu Fan leaves, Tao Xiaoman turns to Qin Xiu, puzzled. She asks why Qin Xiu would invite someone from the weakest profession to join them. Qin Xiu smiles and tells her that Lu Fan is stronger than he appears. In fact, she believes he'll be the top scorer in the southern province. Tao Xiaoman is shocked by this bold claim. She teases Qin Xiu, asking if she's falling in love with the dragon tamer himself. Blushing, Qin Xiu denies it, but her reddening cheeks give her away. Tao Xiaoman can't help but laugh, pointing out that her face tells a different story. Scene shift to the Grand Exam Trial Secret Realm. Lu Fan walks through the portal like a total boss, thinking this is where it all begins. Up on a big screen, Principal Bai Hongtu addresses the gathered students. He explains that the portals in the sky are divided into 4 levels: normal, hard, fear, and nightmare. When the portals open, selected candidates can enter the Heavenly Tower using the teleportation stone their teachers provided. Here's the breakdown. Normal level. Everything is a projection, so no fatal injuries. The score multiplier here is 0.9x. Hard level. From this level onward, the monsters are real. If students use the teleportation stone to exit safely, their scores will be saved. The score multiplier is 1.0x. Most students choose this level. Fear level. Monsters here are more ferocious. This realm isn't recommended for solo challengers. Principal Bai advises not to worry about sharing scores in a team. Safety first. The score multiplier is 3.0x. As he's explaining, someone bursts out laughing. Principal Bai, watch me. I'm going to set the highest score in the exam. The confident student is Hong Wu, a level 14 Qigong master with a hidden profession. Tao Xiaoman is watching Hong Wu with awe. She mentions that he's the #1 expert at #1 middle school and ranks in the top 5 in the entire province. Qin Xiu chimes in, explaining that being a Qigong master makes him incredibly versatile, great at both attacking and defending. She notes that he's planning to challenge the hard realm solo. Hearing Hong Wu's bold declaration, other students start to feel a bit doomed. They think they can only aim for lower rankings now. Some even regret not choosing an easier difficulty level, realizing they're no match for Hong Wu. The scene shifts to Principal Bai Hongtu's office, where multiple screens display all the students' progress. The principal of #1 middle school, sitting beside Bai Hongtu, starts laughing. He's boasting that Hong Wu is the most formidable student at their school and that it's a sure win for him to become the top scorer. He even mentions that Qin Xiu is pretty impressive and should be among the top 3 rankers. Principal Bai Hongtu, however, feels a bit wistful. He thinks that if Lu Fan had awakened to another hidden profession, he might have taken first place. Lost in his thoughts, he's interrupted by Qin Shanhai, who mentions he has a promising candidate in mind for the top spot and is quite optimistic about him. Curious, the principal of #1 high school asks who he's referring to. Qin Shanhai reveals it's Lu Fan, the dragon tamer from #3 school. This revelation leaves Principal Bai Hongtu stunned. The principal of #1 school points out that all the students have already entered the tower, but Lu Fan hasn't gone into the Heavenly Tower yet. He laughs, questioning if Lu Fan is giving up on the exam. He dismisses Qin Shanhai's suggestion, asking what could be expected from a dragon tamer. Pointing to the scoreboard, he notes that Hongwu is already on the 4th floor and ranked first. Suddenly, Principal Bai Hongtun notices something. With a shocked expression, he realizes that Lu Fan isn't giving up. He's waiting for the last difficulty level portal to appear. He's choosing the Nightmare Trial. The Nightmare Trial is a one-way trip, and the principal of number 1 school shouts that this student is way too overconfident. The Nightmare Trial portal appears in the sky, and the score multiplier is a whopping 9.9x. Lu Fan prepares to enter the trial realm, while the principal of number 1 school is freaking out, urging Principal Bai Hongtu to stop him, claiming he'll die in there. But Lu Fan enters the trial with a confident smile. Principal Bai Hongtu is concerned, mentioning that no one who's challenged the Nightmare Trial has come back intact. The last person who attempted it was 8 years ago, and he was eaten by a ferocious beast, a miserable death. The principal of number 1 school questions whether Lu Fan was properly educated about the exam rules. He declares that this dragon tamer is doomed for sure, and even suggests that Qin Shanhai's judgment might need improvement, stating that Lu Fan can't be compared to Hongwu at all. Qin Shanhai just winks and suggests they focus on the performance of their talented Qigong master. He adds that it's still too early to draw conclusions and that they should observe a little longer without making snap judgments. Principal Bai Hongtu asks Qin Shanhai why he trusts Lu Fan so much. Meanwhile, as they're discussing, Lu Fan enters the 1st floor of the Nightmare Trial. Almost immediately, a massive paw steps toward him out of the dense fog. Red eyes glare at him from all directions. He's surrounded by monsters in an instant. Lu Fan quickly pulls out his big black machete and takes a defensive stance. He thinks to himself that, based on his knowledge, there should be at least 10 monsters around. From the fog, a pack of black wolves emerges. They're level 10, and their bite attack causes continuous bleeding damage. They also have a skill called Night Howl, which increases all attributes of their allies and resets all skill cooldowns. The wolves roar at Lu Fan and leap toward him. But maintaining his cool demeanor, Lu Fan responds with Dragon Fang Strike. In just one attack, he slices all the wolves to a crisp. A notification announces that the Nightmare Trial Sky Tower's 1st floor is completed, and he instantly gains 990 points. Back in the control room, the principal of 1st Middle School is shocked. One-hit kill? What's the deal with this Lu Fan? He's ridiculously strong, he exclaims. He adds that Lu Fan's attributes are clearly above the level of his peers. Principal Bai Hongtu is equally stunned, wondering if Lu Fan has found the legendary dragon. With 990 points, Lu Fan instantly jumps to the 2nd position on the scoreboard. So, in the surveillance room, the director of number 1 middle school and others are intently watching Lu Fan. They're all stunned that he defeated the Black Wolves with just one blow. Suddenly, someone walks into the room, a mysterious figure in a detective suit, one hand in their pocket and a briefcase in the other. They're wearing a cap and glasses, making it hard to see their face. This newcomer catches everyone's attention. Qin Shanhai turns his head and becomes instantly alert upon seeing him. The man introduces himself as Qian Xiong, a special representative from Long Du. He's there to investigate someone and take them back to Long Du, taking off his cap. He looks directly at Qin Shanhai and asks where the Dragon Master, Lu Fan, is. A stats window pops up, revealing that Qian Xiong is level 57 and specializes in combat. Meanwhile, back in the Nightmare Trial, Lu Fan is making his way through the 1st floor. He's using his big black machete to cut through vines, and he's got the system map open in his other hand. Feeling pretty good, he realizes he's found what he's been looking for. A system window informs him that he's reached the right spot on the treasure map. Another window tells him that a high-level treasure map has been created. Lu Fan can't help but feel excited. The high-level treasure map he made before entering the trial realm is on the 1st floor of the Heaven Tower. As he cuts through the thorny plants blocking his way, he comes across a book. Reaching out, he takes it. An alert window shows up on his screen, telling him he successfully acquired a skill book named Accelerated Growth. This book shines brilliantly, adorned with several gems on the cover. The stats window reveals that Accelerated Growth is an excellent skill book. It teaches a passive skill that speeds up growth. Once used, this skill allows pets to gain 100% more experience. Lu Fan opens the book right away. It emits strong energy that starts to surround his body. He gains the ability to grow faster as a result. He thinks to himself that this skill will be perfect for Xiao Yi, his dragon companion, who he felt was leveling up too slowly since they left the morning village. With this passive skill, she'll level up a lot faster. Back in the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hongtu, Qin Shanhai, and Qin Xiong are watching Lu Fan on the screen. Qin Xiong tells Principal Bai that since Lu Fan is a student at their school, they should immediately interrupt his trial and have him return. Principal Bai gives him a serious look, suggesting that it's best to wait until the students are done with their exams. He even offers to take responsibility for Lu Fan's actions, being in charge of the Third Institute. But Qin Xiong isn't having it. He says that while Principal Bai can take responsibility instead of Lu Fan, he can't get punished on his behalf. Confused, Principal Bai asks what punishment he's talking about. At this point, Qin Shanhai steps up to Qin Xiong, grabbing his arm and asking him to step back a bit, considering their old friendship. A man from number 1 middle school interjects, asking what Lu Fan has done. Qin Xiong pulls his arm away with a bit of force, leaving Qin Shanhai somewhat confused. With an angry look, he tells Qin Shanhai not to distract him while he's performing his task and requests that he not try to approach him again. He warns that if Qin Shanhai gets involved, the Jin family and the top-level members won't be happy. Even though he doesn't understand why Qin Shanhai is defending Lu Fan, Qin Shanhai just looks at him seriously and stays quiet. Qin Xiong pushes him back and asks if he gets the message. He then tells Principal Bai to bring Lu Fan immediately, saying he's busy. When Qin Shanhai refers to him as an old friend, Qin Xiong turns his head back upon hearing it. Qin Shanhai takes out a cigarette, lights it, and takes a puff. Their conversation hints at the close ties between important Long-Du officials and the Jin family, affecting both the Dragon Kingdom and the Taizi Kingdom, making things more complicated. Qin Shanhai tells everyone that the high-level officials and the Jin family won't matter once Lu Fan's secret comes out. He looks at Qin Xiong seriously and declares that no one can take Lu Fan away today. Qin Xiong gets really angry upon hearing this. He tells Qin Shanhai to stop talking nonsense because he doesn't think Lu Fan is hiding anything. He accuses Qin Shanhai of going too far and defying orders from an envoy. As Qin Xiong is about to turn around, Qin Shanhai grabs his arm again and says that even if he's going too far, he'll accept it. The tension between them escalates. A system window reveals that Qin Shanhai is a level 57 knight, and Qin Xiong is a level 57 swordsman. Qin Xiong replies angrily that he'll report Qin Shanhai's actions to the higher-ups in Long-Du. Principal Bai Hongtu steps in, trying to calm them down. He reminds them that they must not disrupt the major exam. Qin Shanhai then poses a question to Qin Xiong, asking if he's not curious about Lu Fan's secret, one that could shock the higher-ups of Long-Du and the Jin family. So, Qin Xiong just realized that Lu Fan is currently challenging the nightmare level of the trial. This revelation absolutely shocks him. He's questioning how Lu Fan dares to attempt such a difficult level and what's so special about him. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is standing in front of a massive gate, thinking about testing his limits by relying solely on himself. Now that he has this new passive skill, he figures it's a good idea to summon Xiao Yi early to gain more experience. He checks his status window, which now includes the growth acceleration skill. This awesome skill increases the experience gained by his pet by 100%. Not too shabby, right? Back in the surveillance room, the principal of the first school remarks to Qin Xiong, "Didn't you see him taking out multiple opponents in a single move earlier?" They're both amazed at Lu Fan's capabilities. At that moment, Lu Fan shouts, "Come out, Xiao Yi," and summons the Black Dragon. With a loud roar, Xiao Yi appears. Both the principal and Qin Xiong are utterly stunned by the sudden appearance of the dragon. Qin Xiong is at a loss for words. The only thing he can mutter is, This is a dragon." Xiao Yi then raises her claw and attacks the gate. Watching the dragon's power, Qin Shanhai is sweating bullets. Even though he's seen her before, witnessing her strength again is still shocking. In an instant, Xiao Yi completely destroys the gate, filling the entire area with rubble. Qin Shanhai turns to everyone and says, "Now you've seen Lu Fan's secret." Everyone in the room is in awe, sweating at the sheer power of the dragon. He points toward the screen and announces that Lu Fan is the only dragon tamer in history who has a real dragon. Principal Bai Hongtu is also stunned. The only words he can muster are, "Lu Fan really tamed a giant dragon." They continue watching the screen, which shows the Nightmare Trial's second floor. Xiao Yi is using her flame breath to burn everything in sight. Flames are everywhere. Lu Fan is effortlessly cutting down giant plant monsters. In no time, a notification announces that the second floor is cleared. Witnessing this, the principal of the first middle school thinks, this is the power of the real dragon race. A class without the third transformation wouldn't stand a chance against him. Qian Xiong agrees, saying it's terrifying. He realizes that if the dragon levels up even more, it could potentially destroy an entire country on its own. They're both in shock at the dragon's tremendous power. With the completion of the second floor, Lu Fan takes the first place on the leaderboard with 50,000 points. In second place is Hong Wu with 27,550 points. And in third are Qin Xiao and Tao Xiaoman with 12,570 points each. Lu Fan keeps climbing the tower, easily conquering all the floors with Xiao Yi's help. The scene shifts to him on the 13th floor of the Nightmare Trial. Xiao Yi is relentlessly taking down monsters, while Lu Fan unleashes massive slashing attacks with his big black machete. He's eliminating beasts left and right without mercy. A notification pops up, informing him that the 13th floor is now cleared. Watching this, Principal Bai Hongtu wonders not only about the dragon, but also how Lu Fan has miraculously gained such strength. He guesses that Lu Fan's attributes must all exceed 100 at this point. He thinks that even without summoning the giant dragon, Lu Fan could easily rank first in Jianghai City. Back in the surveillance room, Qin Shanhai turns to Qian Xiong and asks, after witnessing how powerful a real dragon is, do you still want to bring Lu Fan in front of the higher-ups? Qin Xiong replies that now he understands why Qin Shanhai dares to oppose the Jin family. He's truly witnessed the power of a dragon today. Hearing this, Qin Shanhai says he'll send a video segment of Lu Fan's major exam to the teacher. From now on, there's no need for a special envoy to bother Lu Fan or the Jin family. He suggests that Qin Xiong should return. Qin Xiong asks, by teacher, you mean North Marquis Tu Jing? Qin Shanhai simply smiles in response. By this time, Lu Fan has already reached the 20th floor of the Nightmare Trial. He's standing in a dark corridor with a purple light at the end. The purple light moves toward him. It's a magic spell cast by a Dark Sacrifice, a level 15 enemy. The status window informs him that this foe has several abilities. Black Curse decreases all target attributes by 50% and increases all friendly target attributes by 25%. Merge into Darkness pulls itself and all allies into the shadows, becoming immune to all attacks for 15 seconds. Dark Control allows it to command the Dark Knights behind it, giving full control over them. Looking at all these enemies, Lu Fan thinks that with the accelerated growth effect, Xiao Yi should be close to leveling up. He orders Xiao Yi to use Lava Blaze. Xiao Yi starts charging up her Lava Blaze attack. In the next moment, she releases a massive burst of fire. The status window informs that the attack continuously spews flames forward, dealing damage while healing the dragon. Talk about multitasking. The entire floor gets covered in flames, and all the Dark Knights and menacing enemies are reduced to ashes. A notification pops up, informing that the 20th floor is now cleared. Several other notifications appear. The Black Dragon Xiao Yi has leveled up to 11. Lu Fan's own level has increased to 16. With the completion of the 20th floor, Lu Fan's score skyrockets, leaving other players far behind. He smiles and tells Xiao Yi, let's conquer the Heavenly Tower together. So, the scene shifts to a massive explosion on the 50th floor of the Fear Trial. Turns out, it's Hong Wu making waves. A new notification pops up, announcing that the 50th floor has been cleared. Hong Wu is feeling pretty smug, thinking to himself that this year's grand examination is exceptionally tough. He wonders why these monsters aren't on the 70th floor instead. Despite the challenge, he's convinced that he'll secure first place. He considers Qin Xiao his only real competition, but since she's in a team, her points will be halved. Confident as ever, he declares that the title of top scholar in the Southern Province examination is destined to be his. He even laughs and tells Principal Bai Hongtu to keep watching his performance, suggesting the principal should start contacting the heads of the top universities to prepare for his admission. Talk about delusional and self-centered, right? Little does he know, the principals in the office aren't even paying attention to him. They're all glued to Lu Fan's progress instead. Principal Bai Hongtu mentions that the 50th floor of the Heaven Tower is a significant hurdle. In the past, professionals from the Southern Province have always stumbled at this point. The principal of First Middle School adds that this level is a watershed moment. Even if Lu Fan passes this level, He expects Lu Fan's pace to slow down in the higher floors as the difficulty ramps up. Now, let's switch over to our main man, Lu Fan, who's standing on the 50th level of the Nightmare Trial. The area is covered in heavy snow, creating a tense atmosphere. Lu Fan is checking Xiao Yi's status window, and guess what? She's learned a new skill called Shape Transformation. This new ability allows her to change into 4 different forms. 1. Young Dragon Form. Increases all attributes and reduces consumption by 50%. 2. Dragon Maiden Form. This form is a result of the blood pact with Lu Fan. Honestly, I love this form. She should always stay in this one. It's definitely her main waifu form. 3. Destruction Dragon Open Form. Decreases strength by 50%, but increases spirit by 100%. In this form, she gains new skills like Daylight Incineration and Lava Eruption. 4. World-Ending Form. Reduces spirit by 50%, but increases strength by 100%. Skills acquired in this form include Earth Bend and Fearful Roar. While Lu Fan is busy checking out these awesome new abilities, the stones around him start to move. They form into massive creatures with glaring red eyes fixed on him. There are 3 monsters in total. The status window informs him that these entities are Amethyst Mountain Giants, level 20. They have several skills. Mountain Arm. Deals massive frontal damage by swinging their rock arms. Landslide. Probably not something you want to get caught in. Amethyst Rock. Reduces magic damage received by 50% and makes them immune to armor-piercing effects. Back in the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hongtu is concerned. He wonders how Lu Fan is going to fight 3 nightmare-level bosses at the same time. The principal of First Middle School chimes in, saying he expected the 50th floor to slow down Lu Fan's rapid climb. He thinks Lu Fan's score is already high enough to place him first in Jianghai City. In his opinion, it's very likely that Lu Fan will become the top scholar of the Southern Province. He even laments, saying, "Why isn't such a promising student from our first middle school?" Gotta love that friendly rivalry. So, the scene shifts back to the 50th floor, where our boy Lu Fan is about to face off against some seriously tough monsters. The status window shows that the monsters are gearing up to use their Mountain's Arm attack. A powerful move heading straight for Lu Fan. But does he look worried? Not at all. He's thinking that now that he's halfway up the tower of the ladder, the difficulty has definitely ramped up from the previous floors. Since the challenges are getting tougher, he figures it's time to up his own game as well. Just as the massive attack is about to reach him, Xiao Yi steps in, blocking the incoming blow with her left hand. Lu Fan stands there in the midst of the chaos, not even breaking a sweat. He decides it's time to pull out all the stops and orders Xiao Yi to try out her World Ender form. She instantly roars in agreement, and in the next moment, her dragon body becomes enveloped in red flames. Watching this epic transformation, Principal Bai Hongtu comments that Lu Fan is definitely up to something. As the dragon begins to emerge in her new form, everyone is in awe. And let me tell you, Xiao Yi's new form is seriously cool. Her entire body turns pitch black, and her eyes glow menacingly red. The system informs them about the successful transformation. Xiao Yi's strength skyrockets from 456 to 2,912, while her spirit decreases from 1,424 to 712. She also gains 2 new skills, Earth Shatterer and World Ending. Everyone in the monitoring room is amazed by the dragon's transformation. Principal Bai Hongtu is stunned, questioning how this dragon can even switch combat forms. Qin Shanhai is equally surprised, admitting that such a transformation sends shivers down his spine. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan is facing off against the monsters. One tries to attack him from behind, but he instantly senses it and effortlessly dodges by leaping into the air. He activates his Dragon Inspiration skill, which boosts all his and Xiao Yi's attributes in attack power by 10%. He then orders Xiao Yi to launch a mighty jaw assault on one of the monsters. In a flash, the dragon shatters the monster's head. Watching this, the principal of First Middle School is utterly shocked, exclaiming that a level 20 boss was just shattered like it was nothing. Principal Bai Hongtu analyzes the situation, thinking that to break through the defense of an Amethyst Mountain Giant, the dragon's attack power must have exceeded 2,000 points. As the first monster crumbles, the second one tries to grab Lu Fan, but he easily dodges again, maneuvering his body to avoid the monster's grasp. He then uses Dragon Claw to launch an attack, resulting in a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Qin Shanhai turns to Qian Xiong and points out that, given Lu Fan's strength, He must feel fortunate for not taking Lu Fan away earlier. Qian Xiong is speechless, completely focused on the ongoing battle. Lu Fan continues to effortlessly dodge all the monster's attacks. Then, Xiao Yi unleashes World-Ending Roar, which adds a vulnerability effect to the monster. Lu Fan prepares to deliver the final blow, but to his surprise, Xiao Yi has already launched Earth Shatterer. This causes massive damage to the entire area, opening up a large black pit into which the monster falls. The system announces that the Black Dragon has leveled up to level 12, and Lu Fan himself has leveled up to level 16. He's absolutely thrilled with this outcome, thinking that choosing the Nightmare level was definitely the right choice. He realizes that as long as the difficulty continues to rise with each level, he'll keep getting stronger after clearing each one. A notification pops up, announcing that the 50th floor has been successfully conquered. Lu Fan starts walking toward the portal to head to the next floor, with Xiao Yi following right behind him. Back in the monitoring room, Qin Shanhai remarks that the so-called 50th floor watershed poses no difficulty for Lu Fan. The principal of First Middle School adds that the dragon's strength far exceeds his understanding. Principal Bai Hongtu then turns to Special Envoy Qian Xiong, asking him, given his extensive experience in Dragon City, if he can gauge the terrifying numerical value of the dragon's strength attribute after changing form. Qian Xiong replies that he's seen many big shots in Dragon City in action, and if he compares the dragon's power to theirs, the strength attribute of this dragon after transforming must be at least 2,500 points. Hearing this, the principal of First Middle School is astonished. 2,500 points? Our levels and attributes aren't even worth mentioning, he exclaims. Principal Bai Hongtu nods, thinking that, as he previously anticipated, the dragon's attributes are only going to get higher. The principal of First Middle School then mentions that since they've passed the 50th floor, the X+1 mode will gradually come into play. Qin Shanhai asks what he means by X+1. Principal Bai Hongtu explains, yes, the X+1 mode was established by the scholar who first designed the trial. After the examinees pass the 50th floor, every floor filled with ordinary monsters is followed by a boss floor. This setup makes the trial more like a real secret realm, constantly putting the examinees in mortal danger. He continues, however, in the Nightmare level tower of the ladder, whether it's an X floor or a 1 floor, all have been replaced with Nightmare level bosses. Bai Hongtu gave us some juicy details about Nightmare mode X+1. Get this. Instead of fighting just one boss, you've got a whole squad of them coming at you. And as if that wasn't enough, each boss gets a crazy boost to their power. Qin Shanhai chimed in, admitting that, yeah, it sounds terrifying, but hey, why waste brain cells worrying about strategy when Lu Fan is out here smashing bosses left and right? While Bai and Qin discussed, the scene cut to Lu Fan, who was going all out. His big black machete, Black Dragon, was tearing through another boss like it was nothing. Oh, and let's not forget Xiao Yi, the world-ending dragon, casually munching on the head of a defeated boss. The notification flashed, announcing Lu Fan and Xiao Yi had just cleared level 70, with Xiao Yi leveling up to 13 and Lu Fan hitting level 18. Qin Shanhai couldn't help but point out that from the 50th floor onward, the Tower of Heaven was designed to be a nightmare, pun intended, with scaling difficulty. Yet, with Xiao Yi by his side, Lu Fan didn't even need fancy strategies. As Lu Fan wiped the blood from his mouth, he ordered Xiao Yi to follow, and she eagerly obeyed, casually splitting a monster's head in half. Principal Bai Hongtu was watching all this unfold and marveled at Lu Fan's pace. 78 floors in minutes. The principal from First Middle School agreed, saying this year's Heaven Tower was the toughest ever designed. He had serious doubts anyone could make it to the 80s, but now it looked like Lu Fan was making him eat those words. Then, chaos erupted as Xiao Yi went full rampage mode, spitting fire everywhere, and monster bosses were straight up fleeing for their lives. The system announced that the 76th floor was cleared, and Lu Fan faced off against a giant worm-like boss, who didn't even get a chance to strike. One hit with Lu Fan's dragon blood armor transformation, and it was game over. Xiao Yi nonchalantly held the boss's head, leveling up to 14, while Lu Fan powered up to level 19. Back in the principal's office, Bai Hongtu mused about how many geniuses in the past had exhausted themselves trying to clear the tower, only to perish in the end. Qin Shanhai added that when candidates reached the 70s and 80s, they were too close to victory to back out. But Bai Hongtu had no doubt Lu Fan was built different. He might be the first in a decade to conquer all 100 floors. Then, the tension ramped up. The system showed Lu Fan stepping onto the 99th floor, a shattered building littered with broken staircases leading up to a shadowy throne surrounded by headless knights. These knights were world enders, and they looked mean. 4 of them, headless and armed to the teeth, blue flames sparking in place of their heads. Each knight had a horrifying skill set. Penetration attacks with crazy damage multipliers, counterattacks triggered automatically, lightning speed strikes, and, the worst of all, a beheading move that instantly killed anyone under 57% health. Oh, and did I mention they shared boosted health and defense? Yeah, good luck with that. Lu Fan wasn't fazed. He recognized the secret room as being inspired by the tragic history of the Shattered Kingdom, where an undead legion had brought ruin centuries ago. But there was no time for history lessons. The axe-wielding knight charged, ready to unleash its beheading skill. Without control skills, Lu Fan had only one plan: hit them all hard and fast. He leaped into the air, deflecting their counterattacks with his machete. His first slash barely scratched one knight, which healed instantly. Worse, the attack triggered a devastating counter, but Lu Fan blocked it just in time. Seeing an opening, he yelled for Xiao Yi to launch a massive fire strike. The dragon didn't disappoint, setting the entire castle ablaze. The floor crumbled, and Lu Fan praised Xiao Yi's destruction. But the dual sword knight, screaming for my king, lunged at Lu Fan with a lightning-charged attack. Sparks flew as Lu Fan parried, holding his ground. As the other knights closed in, Lu Fan knew they couldn't stall any longer. They needed to move on to the 100th floor. He commanded Xiao Yi to prepare for a massive strike, and the dragon began charging energy, ready for the next round of chaos. So, here we are on the 99th floor. Black Dragon Xiao Yi isn't holding back and launches a massive lava blaze toward all the knights. Flames scorch everything, and Xiao Yi keeps up the fiery assault, dishing out serious damage while healing herself in the process. In no time, every last demon soldier is reduced to ashes, and BM. The system announces that level 99 has been cleared. Xiao Yi levels up to 15, and surprise, she unlocks a brand new skill. Lu Fan checks the system and is blown away. Black Dragon Xiao Yi is getting more OP by the second, while he himself hits level 20. With excitement bubbling, Lu Fan knows there's only one thing left: the final level trial. Back in the surveillance room, jaws are dropping. The first middle school principal can't believe his eyes as the door to the 100th level of the nightmare trial swings open. Even Mr. Qin Shanhai admits they're witnessing history being made. Principal Bai Hongtu, usually cool and composed, is visibly shaken. He's like, hold up, this was never supposed to be possible. Meanwhile, Lu Fan reaches the 100th floor. He yanks out a sword embedded in the throne, and a powerful aura surges around him, with Xiao Yi at his side. The scene in front of them? Absolutely horrifying. A crumbled kingdom, skeletal remains scattered everywhere, and on the throne sits the World Annihilation Emperor, a terrifying level 60 boss surrounded by an army of 500 demon soldiers. Lu Fan's not fazed, though. He checks out Xiao Yi's new skill, Cataclysm. This thing is no joke. A 3-stage attack that rains destruction, burns enemies, and detonates the area. Lu Fan's thrilled. It's time to see some real chaos. He gives Xiao Yi the nod, and she transforms into her destruction dragon form. Flames swirl around her, and the system displays her boosted stats and new skills. All things incinerate and lava burst. Even the principals in the surveillance room are awestruck. Bai Hongtu wonders if Xiao Yi's transformation is a whole new level of terrifying. Qin Shanhai is stunned, realizing that Lu Fan has been holding back this kind of firepower. As the demon commander orders the undead army to defend the emperor, Lu Fan doesn't waste a second. He shouts for Xiao Yi to get ready. Charging forward, he grabs a skeleton soldier and shouts for Xiao Yi to unleash Cataclysm. The destruction dragon lets out a deafening roar, takes flight, and rains down hellfire. The system's casualty count skyrockets, with soldiers incinerated left and right. Flames spread like wildfire, and within moments, the undead army is reduced to less than 200. The destruction dragon's relentless assault leaves only a handful of soldiers standing. Xiao Yi detonates the burning area one last time, and the remaining enemies are swallowed by flames. The surveillance room erupts into shocked silence. The principals marvel at how a mere student could wield such power. Qin Shanhai, still in disbelief, sees the undead army practically wiped out. The system reports just 42 soldiers left, then 37. with the demon commander stepping forward, demanding Lu Fan kneel before their king. Lu Fan grips his dragon sword tightly. Xiao Yi continues her onslaught, and the remaining enemies fall one by one. Finally, the battlefield is engulfed in flames, leaving only devastation behind. Bai Hongtu watches, deep in thought, realizing even the four horsemen couldn't hold a candle to Lu Fan's power. The first high school principal's eyes widen in disbelief as he notes that Lu Fan has racked up an unbelievable score of 989,500, a record untouched for 30 years. Bai Hongtu can't help but wonder if Lu Fan will actually claim the exam award. Staring at the screen, he mutters that this year's test is the hardest yet, and the reward should match at least 3 rare pieces of gear. Back in the tower, Lu Fan surveys the destruction, sword in hand. He declares that all the trash has been cleared and challenges the final boss, the Annihilation Emperor, to make his grand appearance. So, as the smoke finally clears, out comes the last boss, radiating this suffocating, sinister energy. Without even flinching, it stomps the ground, draws its sword, and glares at Lu Fan with a look that screams, "You're dead." The system window pops up to remind Lu Fan that only one undead soldier remains. The boss doesn't waste time, building up momentum and lunging straight for our hero. But Lu Fan's not just going to stand there. Oh no, he activates dragon armor, and his arm transforms into a wicked dragon claw, the power tied to Black Dragon Xiao Yi herself. With his hands morphing into these beastly claws, an intense aura bursts around him. Smirking, Lu Fan stretches his dragon claws forward and signals to Xiao Yi to gear up for an attack. Xiao Yi fixes the boss with an intimidating stare, claws extended, ready to pounce. The boss swings with all its strength, trying to end Lu Fan in one blow. But Lu Fan blocks it effortlessly, dragon claws against a blade. Seeing his moment, he orders Xiao Yi to strike. She activates all things incinerate, and let me tell you, it's a spectacle. Xiao Yi flaps her massive wings, releasing fire tornadoes that slam into the boss and send it hurtling backward. The boss struggles, plunging its sword into the ground to stop its backward slide. It's shocked, realizing that its strength is fading fast. The source of that power drain? Lu Fan's ring, the Lament Ring, which saps the life force of enemies. Lu Fan, with a cocky grin, points to the ring and taunts the boss, reminding it that the power drain isn't stopping anytime soon. The system confirms. The Lament aura is in full effect. The ring, a rare item requiring at least level 15, is a game changer, boosting Lu Fan's spirit, stamina, and strength. The boss, now desperate and enraged, calls Lu Fan a cheat for using dirty tricks. But Lu Fan is unfazed. He calmly instructs Xiao Yi to unleash the second stage of All Things Incinerate. She roars, flaps her wings even harder, and summons more fire tornadoes that detonate around the boss, sending it crashing into the throne. The boss, barely holding on, braces for a counterattack. But Lu Fan isn't giving it a chance. He unsheathes his dagger, gathers his energy, and bursts forward, emerging from the flames to deliver a devastating surprise attack. The boss tries to block, but it's all in vain. Lu Fan drives the dagger straight through the boss's chest, pinning it to the stone throne. The boss gasps, defeated, and the system declares victory. 0 undead soldiers remain. Black Dragon Xiao Yi levels up to 17, and Lu Fan hits level 22. Triumphant, Lu Fan strides up to the throne, one foot on the armrest and one hand on the fallen boss's shoulder. With a flourish, he yanks the dagger out of the boss's chest and announces to Xiao Yi that it's all over. Back in the surveillance room, every single person is stunned into silence. Principal Bai Hongtu, with disbelief all over his face, reveals that no one has scored 1,000,000 points in the last 30 years. The first middle school principal is still too shocked to speak. Mr. Qin Shanhai crosses his arms, a smile playing at his lips, and remarks that their school's reputation is about to skyrocket. Meanwhile, Lu Fan casually walks away from the chaos, dagger resting on his shoulder and a hand in his pocket. Turning to Xiao Yi, he suggests it's time to go home, and playfully asks if she's been craving his Aunt Hank's cooking. Xiao Yi happily flies over, her eyes shining as she roars in delight, confirming she's definitely missed the food. Just then, the system announces that level 100 has been cleared, and a chest materializes in front of Lu Fan. Hands still in his pockets, he watches as it opens, revealing 3 incredible items. First up, a rare blue skill book, The Wrath of the Ice Dragon King. This book lets Dragon Masters learn a devastating ice skill, freezing enemies and slowing them down. Lu Fan's thrilled. He thought he'd have to wait until level 30 to get control skills. The second item is a rare Spirit Wind Ring, which boosts agility, stamina, and spirit, with a skill that increases speed by 35%. Although Xiaoyi can't use it, it's perfect for Lu Fan. And the last item? A legendary red cloak called Flames and Frost Cloak, offering huge stat boosts and incredible protection against fire and ice attacks. It can even enhance damage against ice and fire enemies. Lu Fan drapes the cloak over his shoulders, slides on the ring, and picks up the skill book, feeling ready for anything. He pulls out his teleportation stone, creating a portal to return to the school. Appearing in the surveillance room, he greets everyone and asks Principal Bai Hongtu if he can head home and wait for his results. The teachers stare, astonished, until Bai Hongtu steps forward, pride radiating from his expression. He praises Lu Fan, declaring him the pride of the school and promising his photo will hang on the Wall of Fame. The first middle school principal pipes up, noting that the Wall of Fame is for heroes who've died fighting monsters, and jokingly asks if Bai Hongtu is cursing Lu Fan. Bai Hongtu fires back, telling him to mind his own business and pointing out that Lu Fan has broken records and has an immeasurable future. The first middle school principal laughs it off, admitting that this exam has definitely made Lu Fan famous. Mr. Qin Shanhai, with a serious look on his face, approaches Lu Fan. Even though he tried to mentally prepare himself for this grand exam, he admits he's still blown away by Lu Fan's sheer power. Lu Fan, putting all emotions aside, locks eyes with Qin Shanhai and asks, seriously, if he's fulfilled all the conditions, and if that means the princess of Taizi Kingdom won't be throwing any more tantrums. Qin Shanhai closes his eyes and smiles, assuring Lu Fan that he'll hold up his end of the deal. He mentions that the teacher should have already received it. Lu Fan's a bit confused, raising an eyebrow and asking what teacher he's talking about. Qin Shanhai just places a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to worry and to focus on which academic institution he'll choose next. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the special envoy from Longdu, Qian Xiong, quietly adjusts his cap and walks away. The principals gather around Lu Fan, hyped up and eager to talk. They explain that the top 10 academic institutions are going to be fighting tooth and nail to recruit him. Oh, and let's not forget the wealthy merchants from the southern province who'll be all over him, hoping to establish connections. The principals warn Lu Fan to be careful of their motives. Amid all the chatter, the first middle school principal excitedly asks if Lu Fan could call out Black Dragon Xiaoyi so they can see her in person. Principal Bai Hongtu steps in, warning against it. Xiaoyi might accidentally level the entire school if she shows up. All eyes turn to the ranking board, where Lu Fan holds the top spot with an insane 1.3 million points. Bai Hongtu can't hold back his admiration, admitting no one has come close to this record in the past 50 years. And now, let's shift scenes to the far north, deep in the snowy, level 60 territory of the Dragon Realm. At a fortified base, Marcus Tujing, the northern frontier marquis, sits with gray hair and a weathered face, sipping wine while watching recordings of Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xiaoyi's battles. The scenes leave him refreshed, even smiling. But before he can enjoy the moment, someone knocks on his office door. A man in a jacket enters, carrying reports. Apologizing for the interruption, he hands over the files. Tu Jing, suddenly serious, asks if there's any new evidence. The man lays the files on the table, confirming that everything Qin Shanhai deduced was spot on. As Tu Jing reads, his expression darkens. The reports detail a conspiracy involving Princess Taizi Jinju and her inner circle. Even more shocking, Lord Ruan Changfeng, a high-ranking official in Dragon City, is deeply entangled in this plot, secretly supporting the Jin family. Learning this, Tu Jing's grip tightens around his wine bottle until it cracks. His jaw clenches as he calls Ruan a scheming traitor. The white-haired subordinate explains that Ruan and the Jin family have been pretending to maintain friendly relations between nations, but privately, Ruan's been granting them all kinds of privileges. Furious, Tu Jing shatters the bottle into pieces and stands up. Ruan Changfeng, he realizes, has been backing Princess Jinju, letting her do whatever she pleases. With rage burning in his eyes, Tu Jing orders his subordinate to strip Ruan Changfeng of all titles and power, declaring that Dragon City has no place for someone like him. If Ruan has any complaints, Tu Jing dares him to face him personally. And if the Jin family tries to meddle again, he'll send the Griffin squad to greet them. The subordinate, wide-eyed but understanding, nods and steps back. But Tu Jing isn't done. Pointing at the door, he instructs the man to monitor which school Lu Fan picks and to make sure the institution provides ample resources. Watching the red moon hang over the snowy landscape, Tu Jing reflects on how the young dragon tamer, Lu Fan, has brought a glimmer of hope. He's eager to meet this legend, but with so much to handle in the Northern Realm, who knows when that will be. At the same time, in a luxurious hotel room in the city, Princess Jinju sits on her bed. Her phone rings, and the news hits her like a ton of bricks. Ruan Chongfeng has been dismissed by none other than Marquis Tu Jing. Panic flashes across her face, but the caller quickly tries to calm her down, saying there's some good news. Curious but frustrated, she demands to know what it is, worried about losing their chance to capture the Dragon Tamer. The caller explains that with the big exam results about to be published, they've discovered another Dragon Tamer besides Lu Fan in Qingzhou City. Princess Jinju's rage turns to intrigue, a wicked smile spreading across her face. She thinks this could be a game changer and hopes the new Dragon Tamer will be easier to manipulate. At the trial site of 3rd Middle School, Lu Fan bids everyone goodbye and takes his leave. Just as he vanishes, a portal opens, and out steps Hongwu. The system booms that Hongwu has passed the South Province exam, clocking in at 89,500 points and reaching the 72nd floor of the horror level. Bursting with joy, Hongwu is already daydreaming about his future. Top universities fighting to accept him, flashy awards, and maybe even a shot at the stars. In his mind, Hongwu pictures a scene where the first middle school principal heaps praise on him, declaring him the undisputed champion. He's ready for his moment of glory and is convinced all the commotion around him must be because of his incredible score. But reality hits differently. As he approaches the principal and eagerly greets him, the principal gives him a concerned look and asks if Hongwu's training is over. Hongwu proudly announces his score, but when he waits for the expected praise, the principal just places a hand on his shoulder and reassures him that he did exceptionally well and will easily get into a top university. Hongwu is surprised. Where's the fanfare? Why isn't the principal more impressed? The principal explains that while Hongwu's grades are important, he needs to know his limits and take care of his injuries. Hongwu is stunned, trying to make sense of this unexpected reaction. But with a bit of thought, he realizes the principal's message: stay humble. With newfound appreciation, Hongwu thanks the principal, understanding that a little humility goes a long way. Fast forward to 7 days later, on the highly anticipated announcement day of the nightmare exam results. As soon as Lu Fan and his Aunt Hank open the door, they're met with a mob of reporters and excited fans. Hank's face twists into alarm as she's swarmed by journalists. Fans clamor to offer Lu Fan gifts, with one even holding out a fancy box and inviting him to visit his estate. The chaos is real as reporters bombard Lu Fan with questions about his university plans, while more fans try to hand him presents. Just then, Mr. Qin Shanhai shows up, adding to the excitement. He announces that the university entrance exam results are about to be released, officially calling Lu Fan the top student in the South Province. He suggests they continue their conversation indoors, and Hank, relieved, leads the way. Inside, Mr. Qin Shanhai presents 6 prize boxes, each containing a whopping 50 million yuan, honoring Lu Fan as the best student in the province. He urges Lu Fan to accept the gift, emphasizing the incredible achievement it represents. Lu Fan checks his phone and receives a notification. He's secured first place, though his total score remains classified. Chun Tianzi, a formidable rival, is right behind him in second place with 215,628 points. Mr. Qin Shanhai reveals that on top of the prize money, Principal by Hong Tu has sent even more rewards. Lu Fan's eyes light up with curiosity as the first gift is unveiled: a skill book titled Roar of the Blue Dragon King. This spell unleashes a powerful lightning attack, paralyzing enemies and stacking power for a massive impact. Lu Fan can already picture how this skill will mesh with Xiaoya's magic, transitioning from ice to thunder for an even more devastating effect. Next, Mr. Qin Shanhai presents a legendary thunder potion, which boosts lightning power and permanently increases Lu Fan's power attribute by 20. Lu Fan knows this will make his thunder magic even more formidable. The third gift is Green Wind Armor, a rare piece with impressive stamina and strength attributes, capable of deflecting impact damage. Mr. Qin Shanhai explains how each item was carefully chosen by Principal by Hong Tu. But wait, there's more! The final piece is revealed: Flash Wing Boots, which grant lightning speed movement with a 30-second recharge. These boots come with Flash Wing Leap, allowing the wearer to dash across a 50-meter radius at breakneck speed, also with a 30-second cooldown. Lu Fan holds the briefcase containing these epic rewards, marveling at how such valuable skills are usually reserved for high-ranking magicians. Determined not to waste the opportunity, he resolves to master these gifts, knowing they'll be game-changers for him and Xiao Yi. Just then, the system confirms that Lu Fan has acquired some incredible rewards. The Dragon King's War Skill, Lightning Flash Wing Boots, Green Wind Armor, and a Legendary Thunder Potion. As he's trying to wrap his head around all these game-changing items, Qin Xiu arrives, brimming with excitement at the sight of Lu Fan. She brings some wild news. The presidents of 10 major universities have arrived in Zhanghai City and are gathered at her house, ready for a personal interview. Hank, Lu Fan's aunt, looks on in disbelief, wondering why Qin Xiu is even here. Lu Fan, also caught off guard, questions why there's such a rush, considering the exam results were just announced. Mr. Qin Shanhai steps in, explaining that the university presidents saw footage of Lu Fan's jaw-dropping performance and dropped everything to be here. He leans in and adds a little mystery, hinting that it's best to keep the video, only seen by senior officials and the Dragon Capital, under wraps. Mr. Qin Shanhai then whispers that the situation with Princess Jinju has been handled, and a certain teacher is eager to meet Lu Fan. Placing a reassuring hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Mr. Qin Shanhai promises there's no need to rush. They'll handle everything soon enough. Just then, Qin Xiu shyly approaches Lu Fan, holding out a purple card. She explains that she wanted to thank him the last time they met, but was interrupted by Jinju. Lu Fan's eyes widen at the card's value. Their deal was for 100,000 dragon coins, but the card is worth a staggering 10 million. Mr. Qin Shanhai laughs, emphasizing that the card represents the Qin family's deep gratitude. Then Mr. Qin Shanhai announces that an escort will arrive in the evening to take Lu Fan to Jiangshan Park. He can't help but joke about the luxurious villa the city awarded Lu Fan for being the top scorer. Hank moves closer to Lu Fan, and Qin Xiu, embarrassed, tells her father to stop teasing. She grabs Lu Fan's hand and reminds him that they have an appointment with the academy officials. Now let's switch scenes to the Dragon Kingdom, outside Qingzhou City. A jeep pulls up in the forest, and out steps the arrogant Princess Jinju. She demands an update from her subordinate, Cui Hongtai, asking about the progress of the dragon tamer they've been monitoring. Cui Hongtai reports that this dragon tamer, Chen Tianji, has reached level 19, and his armored dragon is already at level 14. Jinju raises an eyebrow, impressed. Dragon tamers, she notes, are always full of surprises, leveling up fast and taking down enemies way above their rank. We then cut to Chen Tianji himself, a level 19 dragon tamer, facing off against a ferocious wild monster. The monster attacks with brutal force, but Chen Tianji leaps into the air, dodging with agility. The fight is intense, but with a single, powerful strike, Chen Tianji takes down the monster, leveling up to 20. Watching from a distance, Jinju begrudgingly admits he has skill and is glad he hasn't wasted the dragon egg she gave him. Chen Tianji respectfully thanks her, vowing he won't tarnish the royal family's reputation. But Jinju isn't all praise. She makes it clear that she'll be disappointed if he fails her, just like the last guy did. With a stern glare, she announces that from now on, Chen Tianji will wield the dragon lance, asking if anyone has a problem with that. Cui Hongtai immediately replies, "As you wish, Your Excellency." Chen Ti bows deeply, expressing his gratitude for the powerful spear and armored dragon. With this newfound power, he's confident he can challenge the top scorer, Lu Fan. Jinju, however, can't help but think about Lu Fan. His exact score is still a mystery, but speculation is swirling that it could exceed 300,000 points. A flicker of hope lights up in her eyes, but she's also boiling with anger at the thought of Lu Fan. Turning to Chen Tianji, she commands him to engrave Lu Fan's name into his memory and never rest until he's defeated and Black Dragon Xiao Yi is claimed. She promises Chen Tianji that if he succeeds, she'll ensure he becomes the greatest dragon tamer in Taizi history, ranking just below her. Chen Tianji, ever loyal, bows again, vowing to live up to her expectations. As Jinju leaves, she can't resist a final dig. She calls Chen Tianji wiser than Lu Fan, bitterly remembering how Lu Fan failed to seize the chance she offered. Before departing, she orders Cui Hongtai to go to Zhanghai City and investigate which university Lu Fan plans to attend. Cui Hongtai nods, but Jinju adds a warning. If he fails, he'll be dismissed. With a determined expression, Cui Hongtai promises to complete the mission. And there's Jinju, glaring at the horizon, vowing that Lu Fan will pay for crossing her. Meanwhile, at the Qin family villa, just outside the grand reception hall, Qin Xiu is blushing as she asks Lu Fan if he's decided which academy he's going to apply to. But before he can even answer, she quickly adds that it's really her dad who's curious. Apparently, her dad suggested it'd be a great idea if they both applied to the same academy, so they could look out for each other. Lu Fan, ever cool, agrees, mentioning that he's heard teamwork is crucial for academic success. He even jokes that since they've worked together before, they'd make a good team, especially if they ever went into the wilderness. But he admits he hasn't quite made up his mind yet and promises to let her know later. Qin Xiu looks flustered, and inwardly, she worries. She doesn't know how many points Lu Fan scored exactly, but she's terrified of the gap between them widening. With determination, she vows to catch up and apply to the same academy as him. Lu Fan, with a warm smile, says it sounds like a good plan. As he pushes open a door and walks into a large room, he's met by a fat man dressed in priest robes. The man stands up excitedly, recognizing Lu Fan and cheerfully showering him with praise for his performance in the entrance exam video. A woman sitting next to the priest, her face hidden behind a mask, chimes in, acknowledging Lu Fan as the first dragon tamer in history to actually have a dragon companion. She asks if he's thought about which academic institution he'd like to join as the top scorer in the Southern Province. But before Lu Fan can answer, the fat man from Jiangnan Academy butts in, practically shouting that Lu Fan shouldn't hesitate. Jiangnan Academy doesn't mess around, he says, offering an annual scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, unlimited resources like potions, and access to exclusive secret realms. The masked woman scoffs, calling the fat man out for trying to win over the top scorer with little things, even though they're all heads of the Dragon Kingdom's top academies. The fat man turns red with anger and throws back an even better offer. Northern Academy will grant Lu Fan 20 million dragon coins per year and access to a top-secret realm in the Snow Kingdom, reserved just for him. And with that, the room descends into chaos. Everyone's arguing, each academy trying to outdo the others. One head says Northern Academy has resources, but they're not the only ones. Another promises countless opportunities to explore hidden secret realms. It's an all-out bidding war, and they're practically tripping over each other to sweeten the deal for Lu Fan. Watching this circus unfold, Lu Fan is silently stunned. He didn't expect his interview to turn into a heated auction, and he's completely lost on which academy to pick. Then Gahan, the head of Dragon Capital Academy, steps up and drops a bombshell. He declares that Dragon Capital Academy controls this year's national trial quota, and he's willing to give it to Lu Fan. Everyone freezes. The fat man from Jiangnan Academy spins around, wide-eyed, asking if it's really true. He can't believe a newcomer like Lu Fan is even being considered for the national trial, given that he's only just changed professions. The masked woman jumps in, calling it absurd. She reminds everyone that previous candidates were rigorously selected, and other nations are already preparing for this monumental event. Giving the quota to a freshman, she says sounds like a bad joke. Lu Fan stands there, bewildered, and wonders aloud what the national trial even is. Gahan explains, and it's a big deal. The national trial is a super-secret realm constructed through a collaboration of 23 countries. Every 3 years, each nation sends a young participant, under the age of 25, to represent them. Because it's a trial that demands newcomers, national-level experts aren't allowed. It's a high-stakes, globally watched event with incredibly rare treasures up for grabs. The envoy from Northern Academy, now more desperate, turns to Lu Fan and urges him to commit to joining the next trial, which kicks off in half a year. The envoy from Jiangnan Academy is visibly worried and accuses Dragon Capital Academy of playing unfairly, arguing that it's way too much for them to recruit like this. Hearing all these envoys, Gahan confidently lays out the ultimate offer. Those who pass the national trial get the chance to become national-level experts. From being the top in the Southern Province to possibly ruling the entire Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Capital Academy is pulling out all the stops for Lu Fan. In the middle of this heated exchange, a system notification suddenly appears in front of Lu Fan, revealing that a new treasure map has just been sent. Lu Fan is taken aback. It's been ages since he got the first divine treasure map, which led him to Black Dragon Xiaoya's egg. Excited and curious about what this new map could bring, he realizes the treasure's location is within Dragon Capital Academy. With that, his decision becomes clear. Gahan asks if he's satisfied, and Lu Fan confidently announces he's made up his mind. He's going to Dragon Capital Academy. But Lu Fan has one more request and asks Gahan for a favor. Gahan is surprised but agrees, as long as it's not too complicated. 4 days later, Lu Fan is closing the shutters on Hank's steamed bun shop for the last time. Hank sighs, feeling nostalgic and admitting she never imagined leaving this place after so many years. Lu Fan, dusting off his hands, reminds her that there's no reason to feel reluctant. After all, they now have a villa and savings. Hank smiles, reminiscing about when Lu Fan was a small child moving in with her, and she marvels at how fast time flies. Just then, a car pulls up, and Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon jump out, waving excitedly. They're here to pick up Hank and Lu Fan, ready for their big move to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao Xiaomon grins, announcing that they'll all be students at the academy now, and Qin Xiu's family has even chartered a plane for them. Hank waves back happily, while Lu Fan is surprised to see that Tao Xiaomon has also applied to Dragon Capital Academy. She explains, a bit smugly, that she got the same score as Qin Xiu and decided to follow her there, all because of Lu Fan. Qin Xiu blushes furiously, trying to cut her off. Hank, feeling emotional, apologizes for the trouble, but admits she never expected Lu Fan to go out of his way for her. She recalls how he asked Gahan for help getting her a spot at Dragon Capital Academy, given her rare hidden profession as an enchantment chef. Gahan agreed to help, but warned that it would ultimately depend on the Academy's decision once they arrived. Tears well up in Hank's eyes as she hugs Lu Fan, explaining how she once dreamed of attending a prestigious academy, but never thought it could actually happen. Lu Fan gently tells her not to cry, and Qin Xiu happily urges Hank to get in the car because they need to catch their flight. As they head off, Lu Fan reflects on how hard Hank has worked for him and promises himself that he'll make her proud. This is just the beginning of a better life for both of them. Soon, they arrive in the lively Dragon Capital. Hank is awestruck, marveling at the bustling city and how different it feels from their old neighborhood. Qin Xiu points out the rare recipes being sold in the marketplace, and Lu Fan spots the massive Dragon Capital Academy in the distance. But the reunion is interrupted when a luxury car rolls up, and out steps the bratty Princess Jinju, with Cui Hongtai opening the door for her and Chen Tenji standing at attention. Jinju locks eyes with Lu Fan, clearly annoyed. Lu Fan, equally irritated, wonders why she keeps popping up and why she can't just leave him alone. As Cui Hongtai recognizes Lu Fan, Chen Tianji steps forward. He's ready to confront Lu Fan, but Jinju stops him. She reminds Chun that, without Ruan Changfeng's support, they can't afford to stir up trouble and risk getting sent back home. Chun Tianji apologizes, backing off for now. Qin Xiu, curious, remembers her dad mentioning that Jinju had come to the Dragon Kingdom to study. She wonders aloud if he was referring to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao Xiaomon, sensing the tension, asks what's up with Jinju and her entourage, while Hank gently tries to calm Lu Fan down. Just then, Gahan arrives, surprised to see both groups together. She asks if they really don't know each other, pointing out that Lu Fan and Chen Tianji are the twin stars of the Southern Province, both dragon tamers. Lu Fan's jaw drops, shocked to learn that Chen Tianji is also a dragon tamer. Before he can even process this revelation, Chen Ti steps forward, sneering with barely contained rage, and tells Lu Fan that he's heard his name many times. But Lu Fan, feeling the exhaustion from their long journey, asks Gahan if he and his group can finally get some rest. Hank eagerly agrees, urging him to leave quickly before anything else holds them up. Gahan steps in and graciously offers to show them their accommodations, adding that if anything isn't to their liking, she can make adjustments. She mentions that she'll explain the details of freshman orientation tomorrow. The bratty Princess Jinju, of course, insists that she'll handle things on her own and walks off. They soon reach the dormitory area, where Gahan introduces the villa zone for first-year students. She explains that there are 30 villas in total, and each year, the freshmen's comprehensive ranking, based on their entrance exam performance, determines who lives here. With Lu Fan ranked first, he gets villa number 1. Chen Tianji, despite being ranked second in the Southern Province, sits at 18th overall and will be staying in villa number 18. As Gahan explains this, Lu Fan can't help but think it's ridiculous that he and Chen Tianji are being called the twin stars of the Southern Province. To him, it's clear that Chen accepted Jinju's terms and sacrificed his dignity. Qin Xiu looks a bit disappointed, nervously admitting that she and Tao Xiaomon didn't make it into the top 30 and should probably check in at the student dorms instead. Gahan confirms that she'll take them there later, although the villa area's conditions are way better. Then, Hank, ever the playful one, clings to Lu Fan's arm and sweetly asks Gahan if they can all live with him. Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon immediately blush, surprised by the suggestion. Gahan considers it, saying there's no rule against it and that it shouldn't be an issue if the villa's resident has no objections. Hank turns to Lu Fan, pouting and reminding him of her special cookies, asking if he really wants to give that up. Lu Fan quickly says he doesn't mind at all. Hank beams with joy, grabbing Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon and declaring that it'll be great for them all to live together. She's already imagining how it'll strengthen their teamwork and make future expeditions into secret realms more efficient. And there it is, folks, the moment you've been waiting for. The harem is officially moving in together. Our Giga Chad Lu Fan is making the right moves, setting the stage for who knows what kind of shenanigans. Lu Fan, with a small smile, tells Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon that living together will be more convenient since the dorms are quite far. If they stayed there, he'd have to trek across half the campus just to see them. Qin Xiu blushes and agrees, while Tao Xiaomon nervously says she'll go along with whatever Qin Xiu decides. She has to admit, the villas are way nicer than the dorms. Hank, meanwhile, swings Qin Xiu around, happily saying she can't wait to share her cooking with everyone. Tao Xiaomon, embarrassed but trying to maintain some authority, points at Lu Fan and sternly warns him. Living together is fine, but he better not get any funny ideas about Qin Xiu. She'll be watching him closely. Just then, a screen appears in front of Lu Fan, revealing that the treasure map's location is nearby. Realizing it's right next door in Villa Number 2, he asks Gahan who lives there. Gahan explains she only manages the Southern Province students and isn't familiar with the freshmen from other regions, but she thinks there's just one girl living there. Lu Fan tells the girls to head to Villa Number 1 while he goes to check out their neighbor. Hank cheerfully agrees, teasing him to bring back a gift. The girls, though, are quiet. Lu Fan quickly assures them he's only curious about who the second-ranked person is and that they shouldn't overthink it. As he walks off, Hank giggles, thinking that just the mention of a girl was enough to get him moving. She playfully wonders if he's finally growing up. Tao Xiaomon, however, feels a bit annoyed, thinking she underestimated Lu Fan. Even with 3 girls already living with him, he's still curious about the neighbor. As he heads off, Lu Fan can't help but feel embarrassed, wondering why it suddenly feels like everyone is misunderstanding his intentions. So, Lu Fan stands at the door of his mysterious new neighbor, cake in hand, and nervously hopes she likes sweets. He's even hoping to get invited inside, since he needs to grab the treasure before she finds out. As the door opens, he puts on his best smile and introduces himself as Lu Fan from Jianghai City in the Southern Province. The girl in front of him is dressed head to toe in black and doesn't say a word, just staring at him with a blank expression. Trying to break the awkward silence, Lu Fan offers her the cake, cheerfully explaining that it's a gift to celebrate being neighbors. He adds that they should become friends and get to know each other better. A system notification suddenly pops up, revealing that the cake can permanently increase agility by 3 points on its first use. Despite his friendly attempt, the girl still stays silent, just staring at him. Finally, she takes the cake, turns around, and introduces herself in a quiet voice as Jian Yang from Yunbei Province. Well, what do we have here? A new addition to Lu Fan's growing circle of potential admirers, maybe? Lu Fan is surprised by how cute her voice is, but he's sweating bullets trying to make conversation. He awkwardly asks if he can come in and sit for a bit, claiming he's thirsty and could use a glass of water. Internally, he panics, realizing it's a terrible excuse that makes his real intentions obvious. To his surprise, Jian Yang steps aside to let him in. Grateful, Lu Fan thanks her and slips inside, but as soon as she turns around to close the door, he vanishes. Lu Fan rushes through her house with the treasure map open, determined to find the treasure quickly. He peeks into her bedroom, where he only sees clothes scattered across her bed. Nothing useful there. Then he checks the bathroom, but still no luck. Finally, he opens another door and finds what he's been searching for. A beautiful jade dragon egg lying in an empty room that Jian Yang apparently hasn't used yet. A system notification confirms he's arrived at the treasure map location. Lu Fan is thrilled and quickly grabs the egg. Just as Jian Yang returns with a glass of water, Lu Fan speeds back to the entrance. He nervously says he suddenly doesn't feel thirsty anymore and needs to leave. Thanking her, he wishes her a good night and mentions that he hopes to see her at the freshman ceremony tomorrow before dashing out. After he leaves, Jian Yang walks around her house and notices her bedroom door open, with her clothes still a mess on the bed. She's confused and wonders if Lu Fan is actually a pervert. Later that night in Villa Number 1, Lu Fan examines the Jade Dragon egg with Xiao Yi. He reminisces about when he found Xiao Yi's egg and uses his dragon taming skills. The egg starts cracking, and soon, a tiny dragon hatches from it. A system window lists its skills. Life Spring, which continuously restores the life of all friendly targets. Jade Light, which removes debuffs and boosts all attributes by 30% with 3 layers of blessing that block damage. Natural Assimilation, which allows the dragon to absorb equipment traits. Jade Dragon Bloodline, which doubles the effects of dragon skills and boosts self-healing abilities by 500%. And Blood Contract, which provides a 10% attribute bonus to Lu Fan. Lu Fan realizes that the Jade Dragon isn't a combat type. It's clearly a support dragon. With over 600 spirit points and all effects doubled for him and Xiao Yi due to their shared bloodline, Lu Fan is blown away. He calculates that with the Jade Dragon's buffs, Xiao Yi's spirit attribute could reach nearly 12,000 during battle. Xiao Yi, meanwhile, is cheerfully playing with the little Jade Dragon. Lu Fan marvels at how powerful the Jade Dragon could become if it assimilates enough equipment. But he has one important thing left to do. Name it. Just as he's thinking, the little dragon chomps down on Xiao Yi's thigh. Panicked, Lu Fan tells them to stop fighting and decides to name the new dragon Xiao Fei, declaring it will be Xiao Yi's little sister from now on. Xiao Yi, not too pleased, tries to intimidate Xiao Fei. Lu Fan has to step in, telling both dragons to cut it out before they wake up everyone in the house. The next day, Lu Fan, Qin Xiu, and Tao Xiaomon stroll through the bustling campus of Dragon Capital Academy, heading to the freshman enrollment ceremony. Lu Fan notes that life professions and combat professions have to attend separate ceremonies. Qin Xiu confirms this, adding that their dear sister Hank has to be somewhere else for her life profession ceremony. Tao Xiaomon turns to Lu Fan and teases him, asking what all the noise coming from his room last night was about. Lu Fan begins to explain, but gets interrupted when 2 boys suddenly recognize Tao Xiaomon and Qin Xiu. The boys are stunned, calling the 2 girls Campus Belle level and marveling at how gorgeous they are. One of them daydreams about having one of them as his girlfriend, even saying he'd risk his life in a secret realm for them. But his friend quickly points out that both girls can't be his girlfriends, especially since there's a guy walking next to them. Inside the auditorium, Qin Xiu tells Tao Xiaomon that teacher Gahan mentioned hidden professions have to sit up front, so Tao Xiaomon decides to sit in the back since she can't be with Qin Xiu. Meanwhile, Lu Fan scans the room and spots someone familiar. Hong Wu, the loud martial artist from the entrance exam in Jianghai City. Lu Fan gives him a calm smile, which only fuels Hong Wu's anger. Hong Wu remembers how his principal mocked him, telling him to check the rankings and see the huge gap between his score and Lu Fan's. Ever since then, Hong Wu has been burning with rage and is now face-to-face with his rival. Tao Xiaomon, sitting alone, nervously wonders why all the hidden professions are grouped together and worries about whether Lu Fan will end up spending every day with Qin Xiu. Just then, Lu Fan notices Jian Ying quietly sitting in front of him. He awkwardly greets her, and Qin Xiu, surprised, asks if he knows her. Lu Fan explains that Jian Ying is their neighbor from Villa Number 2, which catches Qin Xiu off guard. She admits that Jian Ying is both beautiful and strong, considering she's ranked 2nd overall. Meanwhile, some students in the back are watching Lu Fan jealously. They complain that coming to Dragon Capital Academy has its perks, like being surrounded by all these stunning girls. One guy jokes that even if there are beauties everywhere, it has nothing to do with them. Another gets bold and thinks about asking for their contact info, but the mood shifts when a tall, well-dressed man steps onto the stage. The man introduces himself as Zhao Shenming, a level 78 Thunder Mage and the vice principal of Dragon Capital Academy, as well as a professor in the Combat Academy's magic department. Adjusting his glasses, he welcomes everyone and tells them their teachers will soon distribute their ID cards. He isn't a fan of long speeches, so he jumps right into explaining the Academy's rules. As Gahan hands out the cards, Lu Fan receives his and notices that it shows 13,539 points. Zhao Shenming explains that these ID cards are not just identification, but also store personal points, the Academy's universal currency. Points are needed to buy weapons, potions, access secret realms, and more. The initial points come from their entrance exam scores. But then, a student stands up and complains about the entrance exam's varying difficulty across provinces, arguing that it's unfair for some to have an easier time scoring high. Zhao Shenming addresses this, explaining that the Academy uses a difficulty coefficient to level the playing field. Since the Southern Province had the hardest trial this year, Scores from that province are divided by the smallest coefficient, which is 96. Lu Fan thinks about his points and wonders if that's all he has to work with. Zhao Xinming continues, adding that these points are temporary. In 1 month, the freshman assessment will re-evaluate everyone, and the top 30 scores will earn a spot in the prestigious Blue class. Blue class students get access to incredible benefits like special secret realms, exclusive skills, and yes, the right to live in the coveted villa area. The students around Lu Fan buzz with excitement. Some hadn't heard about the Blue class before enrolling, but now they're hyped, realizing they still have a shot at moving into the villa area. Lu Fan, thinking things through, realizes that as the current first-place holder, he qualifies for the Blue class. But if he loses that status in the future, he'll have to move out of Villa number 1. The pressure is real, and it only gets more intense when Zhao Xinming chuckles and explains how Blue class works. He knows all the students are dying to join, but he has to warn them. Being in Blue class doesn't mean they can slack off. Any student can challenge a Blue class member, and if the Blue member loses, they're kicked out and must give up their spot. Oh, and there's no refusing challenges either. Zhao Xinming pulls up a big screen, highlighting the current 30 members of Blue class. Right at the top is the first-place scorer from the Southern Province, Dragon Tamer Lu Fan. Lu Fan stands up, showing himself to the crowd, and the room immediately starts buzzing with whispers. Students mutter to each other, doubting Lu Fan's strength. Some wonder if a simp could really be the top scorer, but they hush up quickly just in case he really does have a dragon. One student mentions that even an Earth Dragon is super powerful, which might explain Lu Fan's top score. Another tries to look him up on the official forum, but comes up empty. With no videos or scores available, some students speculate that Lu Fan must be some unqualified, privileged guy with family connections. In the audience, Chun Tianji turns to Jinju, asking when she wants him to deal with Lu Fan. Jinju, always cautious, says they shouldn't rush it. Lu Fan's strength is still a mystery, and they need to probe him first. Meanwhile, Qinxiu leans over to Lu Fan and asks if the vice principal is basically setting him up to be challenged. Lu Fan drops back into his seat, sighing and admitting he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Jin Ying, on the other hand, remains silent. After the ceremony wraps up, Lu Fan decides it's time to focus on upgrading Xiao Yi and unlocking her new form. With one hand in his pocket, he suggests to Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon that they check out the secret realm hall to see what the academy offers. But before they can leave, a voice calls out to Lu Fan, and someone angrily points at him. It's Hong Wu, the martial artist from Jianghai City. Hong Wu demands a fight, reminding Lu Fan that Blue class members can't refuse challenges. Lu Fan, a bit confused, confirms the challenge. Hong Wu, fuming with resentment, inwardly thinks that with no exam scores or videos available for Lu Fan, he must have relied on summoning multiple subdragon species to pass. Targeting Lu Fan directly should guarantee his win. Lu Fan calmly tells Qin Xiu to step back and accepts the challenge. Hong Wu, surprised but impressed, remarks that Lu Fan has guts and wagers 200 dragon coins. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, amused at how small the bet is, but figures 200 points must be a big deal for Hong Wu. He agrees to the bet. The surrounding students get excited, whispering about how Lu Fan is supposedly a summoning mage. All eyes are on him now, eager to see the top scorer in action. Watching from a distance, Jinju smirks and tells Chun Tianji that this is the perfect chance to assess Lu Fan's abilities. She orders him to pay close attention to every move Lu Fan makes. Hong Wu clenches his fists, golden energy crackling around them as he prepares to fight. He counts to 3, ready to launch his attack. Tao Xiaomon, standing nearby, nervously asks Qin Xiu about Lu Fan's chances. Qin Xiu, leaning on her magical staff, gives a confident smile and teases that if Tao Xiaomon hasn't seen Lu Fan's combat skills, she's in for a show. The vice principal Zhao Xinming and Professor Gahan watch silently from the sidelines. Hong Wu shouts 3 and surges forward, his fist glowing with energy as he charges. Lu Fan remains calm, observing Hong Wu's slow and clumsy approach, silently waiting for the right moment. Hong Wu's fists glow brightly as he gathers momentum, charging straight at Lu Fan. His teeth are clenched in determination, and he unleashes the Qi strike technique, channeling all his Qi energy into his fist. This move is designed to double the damage to weak points, and his Qi level gets a serious boost when he connects with his target. But Lu Fan? Cool as a cucumber. Hands still casually in his pockets, he watches Hong Wu approach with a grave expression. Just as Hong Wu unleashes his full power, ready to crush Lu Fan. Something shocking happens. Lu Fan vanishes. Hong Wu skids to a stop, bewildered. He's wide-eyed and baffled, wondering how Lu Fan could have disappeared so suddenly. Is this the blink technique used by second-tier mages? How in the world is Lu Fan doing this? Before Hong Wu can make sense of it, Lu Fan materializes behind him. Calmly, Lu Fan explains that he's heard Qi Gong masters are good at both close combat and ranged defense. Hong Wu spins around, confused and on edge, only to find Lu Fan surrounded by a pulsing, potent blue aura. With a confident grin and a mocking wave of his hand, Lu Fan taunts him, asking if this is really all he's got. The crowd of students watching the duel is stunned, jaws dropping in awe at Lu Fan's strength. Hong Wu, burning with rage, roars and launches a rapid barrage of punches using his Qi Rising Wave ability. Each strike sends out waves of force, and the damage increases with every punch. But Lu Fan moves like lightning, dodging every hit effortlessly, closing the distance between them. Hong Wu grows desperate, thinking that if he can stop Lu Fan from summoning his dragon, he'll have a shot at victory. But Lu Fan doesn't need a dragon to handle this. He plants himself in front of Hong Wu, fists clenched, a determined look on his face, and gears up for a powerful kick. Hong Wu braces himself, spreading his arms wide to block, and defiantly declares that he's as unyielding as a rock. A brilliant golden aura envelopes his body, and he activates solid as a rock, his ultimate defensive technique. Every point of Qi he spends increases his defense, making him feel invincible. But here's the thing. Hong Wu has no clue how powerful Lu Fan really is. With a burst of momentum, Lu Fan delivers a devastating kick to Hong Wu's chest, shattering his supposedly unbreakable defense into pieces. The impact sends Hong Wu flying backward, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Stunned, he struggles to process what just happened. Did he already lose? The crowd is dead silent, completely floored by what they've witnessed. Lu Fan had taken down one of the Academy's strongest martial artists with a single strike, without summoning his dragon or using any flashy skills. A student with brown hair wipes the sweat off his forehead, asking his blue-haired friend if the duel is really over. They had all expected to see a dragon, not a one-kick knockout. Another student, pale with fear, looks at Hong Wu's bleeding form, wondering if he's seriously hurt. Hong Wu lies on the ground, eyes shut, body trembling. Lu Fan walks over to him, reaches into his pocket, and pulls out his ID card. He places it on top of Hong Wu's, reminding him with a smile that a bet is a bet, and the loser has to accept defeat. Since Hong Wu was the one who challenged him, Lu Fan decides to collect the 200 dragon coins. A system window pops up, showing that Lu Fan's total points have increased to 13,739. Hong Wu, propping himself up with one hand and clutching his chest with the other, glares at Lu Fan in disbelief. When he sees Lu Fan's total points, his expression turns to pure shock. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes the terrifying truth. With the 96x difficulty multiplier from the Southern Province, Lu Fan's entrance exam score amounts to a jaw-dropping 1.3 million points. In comparison, Chen Tianji's score of 210,000 looks pitiful. Overwhelmed, Hong Wu collapses back to the ground, his arrogance and confidence shattered. He can't believe he was foolish enough to challenge Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Jinju watches from the sidelines, hands on her hips, and turns to Chen Tianji. She demands his assessment of Lu Fan's abilities. Chen Tianji, seething with hostility, admits that Lu Fan hasn't even summoned his dragon yet. He calculates that with Jinju's support, they'd only have a 70% chance of beating Lu Fan. Jinju, unimpressed, remarks that the odds aren't good enough. As Lu Fan casually slips his hands back into his pockets and walks away, Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon follow him. Hong Wu, left in the dust, stares at the ground, filled with regret for ever underestimating Lu Fan. As Lu Fan and Qin Xiu entered the Grand Hall of Dragon Capital Academy's Secret Realm Center, Qin Xiu stood near the doorway, clutching her magical staff with a joyful expression. She nodded and told Lu Fan that Hank had already arrived. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaomon trailed behind, hands clasped behind her back, with a growing smile spreading across her face. Hank entered the hall, her expression full of concern. She rushed over to Lu Fan, asking if he was hurt and who had challenged him. Lu Fan, holding his tablet, turned to her with a calm smile, reassuring her that everything was fine. Tao Xiaomon joined them, fists clenched and cheeks slightly pink, excitedly recounting how Lu Fan had effortlessly sent Hongwu flying. Qin Xiu teased Tao Xiaomon, reminding her of when she had talked about how strong Lu Fan was. She even playfully compared him to Uncle Sun Ge, whom she had once thought unbeatable. Hearing this, Tao Xiaomon's curiosity grew, and she wondered just how powerful Lu Fan's dragon pet really was. Qin Xiu, with a knowing smile, assured her that Xiao Yi was even more formidable than they could imagine. As they chatted, Lu Fan approached, holding up his tablet to capture their attention. The group turned to look at him as he explained that he had accessed the Academy's secret realms and found one perfect for leveling up. The screen displayed the details. Lu Fan had 13,739 points, and the Academy had a total of 49 secret realms. The one he had selected was Poisonous Spiderwood Forest, a level 45 realm known for its terrifying difficulty. The minimum entry requirement was a group of 5, and opening the portal would cost 45 points. Closing his eyes for a moment, Lu Fan thought about how he could have already been leveling up Black Dragon Xiao Yi if it weren't for Hongwu's challenge. Hank stepped forward, her face full of worry. She reminded Lu Fan that while she was excited to join them, this realm wasn't child's play, it was potentially deadly. Lu Fan met her gaze with a confident smile and promised to keep everyone safe. Tao Xiaomon, still confused, pointed out that they only had 4 people and needed at least one more to form a full team. Lu Fan turned to Qin Xiu, his expression serious, and asked if she had any ideas. Qin Xiu looked around, scanning the area, and spotted Jianying sitting nearby, engrossed in her tablet. The two of them decided to approach her, hoping she'd join their team. When they reached Jianying, Lu Fan greeted her with a bright smile, but she met his gaze with a cold, disdainful look. Clearly, she hadn't forgotten their awkward first meeting during his dragon egg search. With a nervous drop of sweat on his brow, Lu Fan approached, feeling the tension in the air. Jianying glared at him, calling him a pervert, and the mood grew even more awkward. Hank, completely taken aback, tried to make sense of the situation, while Qin Xiu stepped back, confusion written all over her face. Tao Xiaomon, hands on her hips, demanded to know what Lu Fan had done to deserve such a harsh accusation. Sensing he was in hot water, Lu Fan waved his tablet desperately, trying to explain the misunderstanding. He forced a smile, swearing he wasn't a bad guy and that their initial meeting had just been really awkward. He reminded Jianying that she was looking for a team and didn't have anyone to explore the secret realm with. With a pleading tone, he suggested that they team up to tackle Poisonous Spiderwood Forest. Jianying's eyes narrowed as she thought about it. When she finally agreed, Lu Fan let out a sigh of relief. Hank, watching from behind, clasped her hands together and smiled, glad things were working out. Lu Fan placed a hand on his hip and flashed a triumphant grin, asking the group if this counted as successful team building. Qin Xiu, amused, turned to Tao Xiaomon, admitting that, despite any doubts, Lu Fan had pulled off a miracle by convincing the most talented student from Yunbei province to join them. Tao Xiaomon, impressed, nodded and pointed out how smooth Lu Fan was with his words. Jianying stood up, walked over to the portal activation area, and pulled out her Academy ID card. As she activated the portal, the device glowed, and the entryway to the secret realm flickered to life. Lu Fan offered to handle it for her, but Jianying cut him off, showing she could manage just fine. Her ID card displayed her name and remaining points, 8,744. Lu Fan noticed that her main exam score had surpassed 800,000, even under the toughest difficulty coefficient. Clearly, she was a force to be reckoned with. Moments later, the group stepped through the portal. Hank covered her mouth, remarking that the air felt strangely sharp. Qin Xiu gripped her magical staff, peering into the dense darkness and mist surrounding them. Lu Fan, taking in the ominous atmosphere, gestured ahead and announced that they had officially arrived at their destination, Poisonous Spiderwood Forest. So, our crew is making their way through the fog-filled forest, and let me tell you, the place is seriously eerie. Strange creatures lurk everywhere, and the tension is thick in the air. Leading the way is the ever-composed Jianying, with Lu Fan following closely behind, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Tao Xiaomon, walking beside them, throws a curious glance at Lu Fan and calmly asks why he picked this specific secret realm. After all, it's rated level 45 on the fear difficulty scale, which is no joke. Qin Xiu, holding her magic staff tightly with both hands, stays quiet, taking in the ominous surroundings. Meanwhile, Hank is visibly on edge, clinging to her belongings with nervous energy. Lu Fan turns to Tao Xiaomon, flashing a cheerful smile. He explains that he searched the secret realm hall for ages and found nothing better for leveling up. Tao Xiaomon looks a bit confused and quickly explains that she didn't mean to criticize him. Hank, trying to lighten the mood, pulls out a bag and grins. She asks everyone to wait a moment, wanting to share some high-quality travel biscuits she made. These aren't ordinary biscuits, folks. They boost experience gains by 20% for the next 3 hours. Lu Fan's eyes light up, realizing how helpful they'll be for leveling up. He, Qin Xiao, and Tao Xiaomon each grab a biscuit and take a bite, immediately savoring the delicious flavor. Hank explains with a proud smile that the recipe came from her life professor, and she was lucky to have a high success rate as an enchantment chef. Her classmates didn't have as much luck, but her biscuits turned out perfectly. As they're eating, Hank catches Jianying's attention and walks over to offer her a biscuit. Jianying looks surprised, wondering why Hank is being so nice. She turns to the biscuits and asks if the cake Lu Fan gave her before was also Hank's creation. Hank beams, confirming that it was and promising to make more if she liked it. Qin Xiao and Tao Xiaomon join in, telling Jianying that Hank's cooking is amazing. They invite her to stop by their place anytime, emphasizing that she's welcome whenever she feels like it. Jianying, who usually keeps a cold and indifferent expression, can't help but smile slightly at the kindness. But just as things start feeling warm and friendly, Lu Fan's head snaps to the side. He notices something rustling in the bushes and warns the group to be cautious. Everyone immediately goes on high alert, and out slithers a monstrous black-scaled python with eerie green eyes. This thing is no joke, a level 40 beast with deadly abilities and a massive 91,200 experience points to its name. Tao Xiaomon's instincts kick in. She charges forward, sword in hand, ready to attack. Hank, still holding her bag of biscuits, quickly stows them away, realizing things are about to get dangerous. Qin Xiao calls out, trying to stop Tao Xiaomon and reminding everyone that these monsters are all level 40 or higher, meaning they won't be easy to defeat. Hank's face pales, and she admits that she could prepare food to boost their resistances, but she'd need to gather ingredients first. Lu Fan shakes his head with a calm smile and tells them it's not necessary. He extends his hand, and a magical energy ball forms, radiating power. His teammates stare at him, curious and a little confused about what he's planning. Jianying watches intently, realizing Lu Fan is about to summon his dragon. Moments later, a small but majestic dragon appears. Tao Xiaomon blinks in surprise, asking if this tiny creature is really a dragon. The little dragon climbs on a Lu Fan's head, and he smiles, telling Jade Dragon Xiaofei to get off. Qin Xiao, shocked, notes that this isn't Black Dragon Xiaoyi, but a different dragon. Hank is equally amazed, asking where this dragon came from and why she hadn't seen it before. Jianying stays silent, her gaze fixed on Xiaofei. Meanwhile, the black-scaled python gets ready to strike. Realizing the threat, Tao Xiaomon braces herself for the incoming attack. Lu Fan doesn't miss a beat. He commands Xiaofei to activate Emerald Light, and the dragon's gem glows brilliantly. The python lashes out with its tail, aiming for Tao Xiaomon, but just before it connects, a green shield materializes in front of her. The impact sends her flying backward, but the shield absorbs the blow. Qin Xiao rushes to Tao Xiaomon's side, preparing to heal her. She notices that 3 leaves hover above Tao Xiaomon, but one vanishes as the shield takes the hit. Tao Xiaomon sits up, realizing the shield had protected her, and a system notification confirms it. Jade Dragon Xiaofei's Emerald Light has activated, granting 3 layers of Emerald Blessing. The blessings block damage, remove debuffs, and boost attributes by 30%. Lu Fan reassures Tao Xiaomon with a confident smile, explaining that as long as Xiaofei is around, they don't need to worry about debuffs or injuries. Qin Xiao, healing Tao Xiaomon, marvels at Xiaofei's abilities. It's not just a support dragon, it's a game changer, even stronger than a second-level priest. As Tao Xiaomon sat in front of Qin Xiao, she couldn't help but marvel at how powerful dragons really were. Even a small dragon like Xiaofei could shield against damage and enhance her attributes. But their moment of awe didn't last long. Danger was slithering their way. The black-scaled python crept closer, jaws wide and ready to strike. Hank gasped, her voice filled with panic as she warned everyone of the approaching threat. Lu Fan quickly drew his dagger, his eyes locking onto the serpent with fierce determination. Just as he prepared to charge forward, something unexpected happened. A brilliant red beam of light cut through the fog, heading straight for the snake. Lu Fan paused, astonished, as the energy arrow pierced the snake's open mouth, taking it down instantly. It was Jian Yang, and she'd just saved the day with a perfectly timed shot. The group stood there, stunned, as they watched the snake crumple to the ground. Jian Yang, ever the composed warrior, revealed her combat class, Swordmaster. She held her weapon, Bloodbreaker, an epic-quality sword exclusive to Swordmasters, boasting incredible stats, 39 strength and 126 agility. Its abilities? Armor Breaker, which ignored 30% of the target's defense, and Agility Boost, which increased her speed by 40%. Lu Fan was thoroughly impressed, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Jian Yang spun around, her sword ready for another strike. Lu Fan called out to Hank, urging her to duck. Hank turned, confused, but realized what was happening too late. A massive spider, with a gleam of malice in its eyes, was about to strike her with one of its razor-sharp legs. Jian Yang's sword intercepted the blow just in time, diverting the spider's deadly attack. Without thinking, Lu Fan lunged at Hank, pulling her to the ground. They rolled out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the spider's leg. The creature pulled back, revealing its gleaming, silver-armored exoskeleton. This wasn't just any spider. It was the silver-armored spider, a level 40 beast with 15,750 experience points and the ability to drop a rare material called Silver Armor Shell. It had some nasty abilities, too. Poisonous fangs, mandible piercing, and a defensive skill called Silver Armor that made it immune to armor-breaking effects. Lu Fan helped Hank back to her feet, both of them catching their breath. Jian Yang, meanwhile, wasn't one to hesitate. She advanced on the spider, her eyes fierce with determination. The spider lashed out with its mandible-piercing attack, but Jian Yang dodged effortlessly. It tried again, but she was too quick, slipping out of its range and leaving it momentarily vulnerable. Lu Fan, dagger in hand, moved in to help. He caught Jian Yang's eye and urged her to stay cautious. Jian Yang glanced back, her mind racing as she tried to assess the situation. With a swift, precise strike, Lu Fan jabbed his dagger under the spider's jaw, and within seconds, the creature collapsed, defeated. Jian Yang didn't stop moving. She soared through the air, twisting mid-flight, and warned Lu Fan to stay alert. It wasn't over yet. Hidden in the shadows, more silver-armored spiders emerged from the bushes. Jian Yang landed gracefully, her eyes narrowing. She conjured 2 additional swords, Breaking Army Greatsword, a level 21 epic-quality weapon with a powerful Mountain Shaker ability that dealt 210% damage and spread damage to nearby enemies, and Water Cold Sword, a level 14 weapon that inflicted ice damage and slowed the target's movement. She turned to Lu Fan and the group, her expression serious. Beyond the lesser spiders loomed a massive, shadowy spiderweb, and there, waiting in the darkness, was the ultimate threat, the Black Web Hunter. This monster was level 46, a towering beast with 39,110 experience points and terrifying abilities. It could use Poison Fang to inject venom, chipping away at health, and Web Bind to trap victims in sticky webs, leaving them helpless. As the silver-armored spider lunged forward, Lu Fan and Jian Yang refused to just stand there and take it. With Jian Yang's 3 swords hovering around her and Lu Fan carrying the little jade dragon, Xiaofei, on his back, they both charged into the fray. Lu Fan took a moment to glance at Jian Yang's specialized weapons, realizing that her gear was far from ordinary. Before he could ask her about it, the spider struck with a sharp, armored leg, forcing them both to dodge effortlessly. Mid-leap, Jian Yang locked eyes with the spider, explaining to Lu Fan that sword masters could craft and level up their own weapons. She mentioned how she started with a basic level 1 sword and worked her way up. With that said, she spun through the air, summoning a blade of icy water that morphed into a frozen arrow. She fired it at the spiders, the frost rapidly spreading and freezing their bodies. Landing gracefully, Jian Yang fixed her gaze on the enemy, reminding Lu Fan that now wasn't the time for small talk. Lu Fan watched her, impressed, thinking that her skills were as versatile as a dragon tamer's. Just as she focused on the fight, another spider crept up behind her, jaws wide open, ready to strike. Jian Yang sensed the danger, but before she could react, Lu Fan intervened, deflecting the spider's attack with his dagger. Locking eyes with the monstrous arachnid, Lu Fan called for Xiaofei to activate Emerald Light. The little dragon soared into the air, extending its tiny claws toward Jian Yang and activating the spell. A radiant glow enveloped her, and 3 shimmering leaves appeared above her head, forming protective barriers. Jian Ying looked at Lu Fan, astonished and a bit speechless. Choosing to stay on the offensive, Jian Ying clenched her fists and activated Mountain Shaker. Her breaking army great sword surged forward, piercing through the spider's armored chest and bringing it down in a single, crushing blow. With her water-cold sword still in hand, she turned to Lu Fan with a grin, thanking him for the 30% buff from Xiao Fei's spell. With her boosted power, she swiftly dispatched another spider. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile, observing how Jian Ying's breaking army greatsword had incredible piercing power, while her water-cold sword excelled at defense and damage enhancement. Together, her weapons made her an exceptionally versatile sword master. Meanwhile, little Xiao Fei happily fluttered beside Lu Fan, having leveled up to level 2. But just as they started to catch their breath, a scream for help pierced the air. Lu Fan and Jian Ying whipped around to see a group of spiders surrounding Hank, Qin Xiu, and Tao Xiaomon. Hank had fallen to the ground, paralyzed with fear, but thankfully, Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon rushed to her aid. Qin Xiu grabbed her magic staff, instructing Tao Xiaomon to defend Hank. Tao Xiaomon immediately positioned herself in front of Hank, sword at the ready, bracing for the spider attacks. Lu Fan's heart raced with anxiety, and he dashed forward, little Xiao Fei following close behind. He told Jian Ying to find the Black Web Hunter, the monstrous spider they knew was lurking nearby. Jian Ying, clutching her chest and catching her breath, couldn't help but smile as she prepared for the battle ahead. The spiders poised to strike, and Tao Xiaomon stood her ground, protecting Hank. Qin Xiu, her staff glowing with magic, summoned her powers, ready to provide support. Just then, Xiao Fei appeared above Hank, extending its little claws and casting emerald light to conjure protective leaves over her. Meanwhile, Lu Fan didn't waste any time. He cut through the spiders with swift dagger strikes, warning Jian Ying to steer clear of the sticky webs. He explained that getting ensnared meant almost certain death. Jian Ying, surprised by his concern, barely had time to process his words before multiple webs shot toward her. Reacting just in time, she deflected 4 webs with her swords, but the last one grazed her arm, leaving a painful cut. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Jian Ying knew she had to retreat. Holding her wounded arm, she sprinted toward the forest, her expression a mix of determination and fear. Lu Fan called out to her, worried, and asked Xiao Fei to heal her injury. But Qin Xiu caught Lu Fan's attention, battling the spiders and urging him to help Jian Ying. Tao Xiaomon, deflecting spider strikes with her sword, shouted to Lu Fan that they could manage with Xiao Fei's protection. Hearing this, Lu Fan made a split-second decision. He took off in pursuit of Jian Ying, determination blazing in his eyes, while Xiao Fei flew alongside him. Leaving Hank in the capable hands of Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon, Lu Fan ran through the dark forest, ready to help Jian Ying face whatever dangers lay ahead. Venturing deeper into the forest, Lu Fan found himself standing before a tangled mess of spider webs. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sight, a massive web belonging to the Black Web Hunter. The scene was chaotic. Jian Ying stood on the ground, one of her swords hopelessly snared in the web, while she gripped another weapon tightly in her hand. Her body was covered in small, bloody cuts, yet her eyes burned with determination. Spotting Jian Ying's state, Lu Fan rushed forward, his heart pounding. He gestured to Jade Dragon Xiao Fei to activate Emerald Light. The little dragon immediately conjured 3 shimmering leaves above Jian Ying's head, enveloping her in a protective glow. Jian Ying glanced back at Lu Fan, her face lined with frustration. Even though she was grateful, she insisted she could handle the spider herself. But in that very moment, the Black Web Hunter launched its web-bind attack, shooting sticky, ensnaring silk toward Jian Ying. Panic flickered in her eyes, and Lu Fan knew he couldn't let this happen. He appeared at her side in a flash, urging her to stay focused. Taking the lead, he stepped forward and transformed his arm, using his Dragon Claw ability. His hand morphed into a powerful, draconic weapon, and Jian Ying's eyes widened in awe. Lu Fan raised his transformed arm, shielding his face with his other hand. With a burst of energy, he swung his Dragon Claw downward, severing several of the spider's legs and freeing Jian Ying's trapped sword. Jian Ying stared in disbelief at the damage he had done. Was this really the same guy she had thought was a simple dragon tamer? Lu Fan's power mirrored her Mountain Shaker ability, and she was stunned. With her sword now free, Jian Ying extended her hand, a faint glow surrounding her weapon as she activated Mountain Shaker once more. Lu Fan knew this was their moment. Drawing his dagger, he locked eyes with Jianying and signaled that it was time to attack together. He activated Whisper of Wind, boosting his agility by 15% and rushed at the spider. Jianying followed, unleashing her full power. Lu Fan's Dragon Fang strike channeled dragon breath through his weapon, landing a devastating blow. At the same time, Jianying's Mountain Shaker inflicted physical damage, dispersing it among nearby enemies. The combination of their attacks was unstoppable, and they cleaved the Black Web Hunter in half. Jianying's Bloodbreaker sword pulsed with newfound energy, boosting her strength and agility. Jianying's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Lu Fan, feeling unexpectedly at ease despite the chaos. A system notification popped up, announcing that Jade Dragon Xiaofei had leveled up to 3. The tiny dragon, full of energy, tugged at Lu Fan's arm, and he couldn't help but smile, thinking how well things were going. After a few more monster takedowns, Xiaofei was getting stronger by the minute, and Lu Fan wondered if the dragon would reach level 5 by the end of this secret realm. Jianying approached Lu Fan, looking introspective. She mentioned how vulnerable she had felt during their battle, admitting that she was grateful for the help. Lu Fan turned, listening intently, and was about to respond when the rest of their team arrived. Qin Xiu, magic staff raised, proudly announced that they had defeated all the silver-armored spiders. Blushing, she told Lu Fan they had successfully protected everyone. Hank, with a relieved smile, announced that she had leveled up. Lu Fan turned to Jianying, praising her strength. Jianying looked puzzled, but was soon reassured when Lu Fan reminded her that no matter how strong someone was, teammates would never let each other fight alone. Jianying's cheeks warmed, and she looked at him with newfound admiration. Meanwhile, little Xiaofei perched on Lu Fan's head, observing everything. Hank approached and questioned why Lu Fan hadn't used Emerald Light on himself. Lu Fan placed a hand on his waist, closed his eyes, and smiled, explaining that he didn't need it. Tao Xiaomon, hands on her hips, teased him, saying he should use the healing ability on everyone, not just a select few. At Lu Fan's command, Xiaofei activated Fountain of Life. The little dragon's gem glowed brightly, and a wave of healing energy enveloped the team, restoring their health. Qin Xiu smiled, feeling revitalized and ready to fight again. Tao Xiaomon closed her eyes, placing a hand on her belly, and teasingly joked that Lu Fan's head was glowing green. Lu Fan chuckled, telling Xiaofei to stop healing her next time. The team burst into laughter, and even Jianying couldn't hide her smile. It felt good to have teammates by her side. As the sun began to set, the group found themselves standing at the edge of a cliff. Xiaofei perched on Lu Fan's head as he peered over the edge, hands on his hips. Tao Xiaomon, holding the tablet, scratched her head, confused as the map seemed to end there. She approached Lu Fan, asking what lay ahead. He stayed silent, but when Qin Xiu looked down, her expression shifted to shock. At the base of the cliff lay a swarm of spiders, and among them was the secret realm's final boss. As Lu Fan and Qin Xiu stood at the edge of the cliff, the poisonous mist slowly drifted away, revealing a massive web below, crawling with hordes of small spiders. In the heart of that giant, sticky network sat the fearsome boss of this secret realm, the Screeching Spider Mother. Lu Fan focused on the status window hovering above the Spider Queen, analyzing its abilities. This monster wasn't just about raw power. It commanded an entire army of spiders with skills like regenerative feeding and collective fury. Taking down the queen wouldn't be a simple feat. Jianying approached the cliff, squinting at the scene below. With her typical calm, she commented that whether they were confronting the boss or its minions, the small spiders would have to be dealt with first. Meanwhile, Hank stepped forward, trying to steady herself. Qin Xiu quickly advised her not to look, but Hank clenched her fists and insisted she needed to learn, even if she was scared. Tao Xiaomon watched Hank's determination with a puzzled expression, admitting that the sight was enough to make even the bravest combat professionals feel queasy. Despite the warnings, Hank took a peek over the cliff's edge, her stomach churning at the grotesque sight of the spiders. Unable to handle it, she leaned against a nearby tree and wretched. Qin Xiu comforted her, rubbing her back gently, while Lu Fan closed his eyes and forced a smile, knowing his aunt was giving it her best effort. Jianying observed Hank's struggle and agreed that they needed to tackle the small spiders first. Tao Xiaomon powered up her tablet, and her eyes widened as she read the strategies shared by other teams. According to the comments, clearing this realm would typically take 4 days, and long-range specialists should draw out the enemies to make progress. Hearing this, Hank paled even more, clutching her tree for support. She asked in disbelief if they really had to stay here that long, pointing out that her provisions would barely last a day. She joked nervously about the idea of roasting spiders, which made Chinchio tear up in horror at the thought. At that moment, Lu Fan raised his hand toward the sky, a confident smile spreading across his face. It was clear he wasn't planning to follow the usual strategies. Jian Yang, puzzled, asked if he had another plan. Tao Shiman, tablet still in hand, raised her eyebrows and questioned what he was thinking. Chinchio looked at him directly, wondering if he intended to summon Black Dragon Xiaoyi. Lu Fan didn't keep them waiting. Extending his hand skyward, he called upon Black Dragon Xiaoyi. Flames erupted around them, and with a powerful roar, Xiaoyi materialized in her destruction dragon form. Her enormous, fiery wings and menacing horns loomed over the group, exuding a fearsome aura that made even Tao Xiaoman gasp in awe. The colossal dragon's arrival was nothing short of breathtaking. The screeching spider mother reacted instantly, letting out a screech of its own. It commanded the smaller spiders to attack. The army's eyes glowed ominously, and a rain of sticky webs shot toward Xiaoyi. But with a confident smile, Lu Fan instructed his dragon to handle the smaller spiders. Xiaoyi descended, her wings beating with fierce energy, incinerating webs and setting the forest alight. Her wings expanded as she soared over the web, leaving a path of destruction in her wake. The ground beneath her sizzled and burned. Hank gripped Lu Fan's arm tightly, unable to believe the sheer power of Xiaoyi's transformation. Tao Xiaoman stood beside her, staring in awe and murmuring how Xiaoyi was more like a legendary dragon than anything she'd ever seen. Jian Yang, too, couldn't hide her astonishment. Lu Fan turned to Jade Dragon Xiaofei. With a grin, he knew it was time to power up Xiaoyi even further. He called for Xiaofei to activate Emerald Dragon Heritage, a skill that doubled all effects for dragons and those with dragon ancestry. Xiaofei soared upward, its gem glowing brightly, and activated Emerald Light. Lu Fan then infused Xiaoyi with Dragon's Inspiration, boosting all her attributes and attack power by 30%. As soon as Black Dragon Xiaoyi received those epic buffs from Little Jade Dragon Xiaofei, she let out a roar that echoed through the entire forest. Her wings expanded, flames erupted around her, and in an instant, the nearby spiders were reduced to ashes. Xiaoyi, now at level 17, was supercharged. Her stats skyrocketed. 2,937 points in strength, 4,117 in agility, a whopping 9,902 in spirit, and an unbreakable 5,728 in endurance. She was ready to bring the heat, but the boss spider, the screeching spider mother, wasn't going to just sit there and watch. Its eyes lit up with a fierce glow, and it roared, summoning its army of small spiders to swarm up the cliffside. Lu Fan placed a reassuring hand on his Aunt Hank's shoulder, turning to Chinchio. He asked if she could keep Hank safe, and Chinchio, gripping her staff tightly, met his gaze with determination. "We've got this," she promised. With that settled, Lu Fan drew his dagger and shot a confident smile at Jian Yang, signaling that it was time to move. Jian Yang stretched her arms out, summoning 3 swords that shimmered with power. As the small spiders scuttled up the cliff, Lu Fan and Jian Yang leapt down, ready to clear a path to the Spider Queen. Lu Fan's dagger flashed as he dispatched spiders left and right, and Jian Yang's swords danced through the horde. They landed at the base of the cliff, surrounded by falling spider carcasses. But more spiders kept coming, closing in from every side. Lu Fan's expression hardened, and he called out to Black Dragon Xiaoyi. She descended from above, her wings beating furiously, and activated the second phase of her Great Cataclysm skill. When she roared, a massive explosion of fire obliterated countless spiders in an instant. The chaos was intense, but they kept pushing forward, with Little Jade Dragon Xiaofei hovering close behind. Suddenly, 2 system notifications popped up. Jade Dragon Xiaofei had reached level 4, and Black Dragon Xiaoyi was ready to unleash the third and final phase of Great Cataclysm. Flames engulfed the area, and Jian Yang was left marveling at the sheer destruction. The heat from Xiaoyi's fire was intense, and even from a distance, it was clear that Xiaoyi was a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, up on the cliff, Tao Xiaoman was swinging her sword, fending off the climbing spiders, while Chinchio's staff glowed as she cast defensive spells. Chinchio called down to Lu Fan, assuring him they could handle things. Taking her word for it, Lu Fan pressed on, urging Jian Yang to join him in taking down the Spider Queen once and for all. The Spider Queen was done watching. It lunged forward, unleashing a venomous attack that splattered poison everywhere. Lu Fan and Jian Yang evaded just in time, but it was a close call. Realizing how dangerous things were getting, Lu Fan extended his hand to Jian Yang, commanding Jade Dragon Xiaofei to activate Emerald Light. 3 shimmering green leaves appeared above Jian Yang, and she stared at Lu Fan, astonished by his care for her well-being. But there was no time to linger on that thought. The Spider Queen seized the moment, launching a web attack that shot straight toward Lu Fan. He turned, slicing through the web with his dagger, but not before it grazed his cheek, drawing blood. He cursed under his breath, feeling the sting, and fixed his gaze on the Spider Queen, his resolve hardening. "Xiaoyi, it's time," he commanded. Black Dragon Xiaoyi roared and activated her burning of all things skill. She unleashed 4 fiery tornadoes that tore through the enemy ranks, leaving nothing but charred remains. Jian Yang watched in awe, realizing just how destructive Xiaoyi's abilities were. This was power beyond imagination, capable of leveling cities or worse. With the smaller spiders mostly taken care of, Black Dragon Xiaoyi continued her aerial assault, incinerating everything in her path. Jian Yang was struck by how easily Xiaoyi was handling the entire swarm. Then, another series of system notifications popped up. Jade Dragon Xiaofei had reached level 5 and gained a new ability called Emerald Blessing. This new skill allowed Xiaofei to amplify the damage of the next 3 strikes for anyone she blessed. Lu Fan's attention snapped to Jade Dragon Xiaofei, his confusion mounting as the little dragon's gem began to glow brightly. Was something happening to Xiaofei? The gem's light intensified, and suddenly, Xiaofei began to levitate. Her body transformed before their eyes. Wings sprouted, her tail elongated, and her entire form shifted into that of a green-haired girl. Lu Fan shielded his eyes, wondering if this was a metamorphosis like the one Black Dragon Xiaoyi had gone through. When he cautiously lowered his hand, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jade Dragon Xiaofei had evolved, gaining a new form and even stronger abilities. Looks like our Giga Chad Lu Fan just leveled up his team in the best way possible, with not 1 but 2 dragon waifus. As our heroes ventured deeper into the battle, things were looking seriously dicey. Jade Dragon Xiaofei was up in the air, clasping her hands together, her palms glowing with an intense green energy. Lu Fan watched her, his face a mixture of confusion and curiosity, while Jian Yang was equally baffled. Suddenly, the ground started trembling, and a sharp claw shot out of nowhere, racing toward Jian Yang. Thankfully, our heroes had some quick reflexes. With just a hair's breadth between them and the attack, they leaped out of danger, dodging at the last second. Jian Yang landed, 3 glowing emeralds swirling above her head, and stared at them in total confusion. What were these glowing gems? Well, let me explain. This was Jade Dragon Xiaofei's new skill, Jade Blessing. It applied 3 layers of Jade Dragon aura to the target, boosting the damage of their next 3 attacks. Jian Yang, never one to waste an opportunity, activated the buff and went straight on the offensive. With a fierce look, she extended her hand, sending her 3 swords flying toward the massive boss spider. The impact was insane. The Bloodbreaker sword, which hadn't even scratched the spider's silver armor before, now sliced through like it was butter. Lu Fan, watching Xiaofei in action, couldn't help but feel a proud smile spreading across his face. Xiaofei had not only leveled up to 5, but had also gained this awesome new form and some seriously game-changing abilities. He gently patted her head, and Xiaofei closed her eyes, enjoying the moment. But before they could celebrate, the boss spider was back and angrier than ever. It unleashed its venom spray attack, spewing out a pool of poison that would have melted them down to 5% health per tick. Luckily, Lu Fan sensed the attack just in time, leaping out of the way and dodging it like a pro. Xiaofei zipped out of danger too, but they knew they needed to step it up. Lu Fan quickly turned to Xiaofei and told her to buff Black Dragon Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, who had been surrounded by her signature roaring flames, locked eyes with the boss spider. Xiaofei didn't waste a second. She perched on Xiaoyi's head, activated her ability, and 3 emeralds glowed brightly above Xiaoyi. You could feel the power in the air, folks. Xiaoyi's flames intensified, her wings expanded, and she was ready to unleash her next move. With a roar that made the ground quake, she used everything burns, sending fiery tornadoes spiraling toward the spider boss. The force of the flames was absolutely wild. and Jian Yang had to shield her face from the scorching heat. Thanks to Xiao Fei's buff, Xiaoya's attack packed over 10,000 points of pure destruction, and the screeching spider mother toppled, spitting blood and writhing in agony. Lu Fan seized the moment. He called out to Jian Yang and Xiao Fei, a smile playing on his lips, and dashed toward the downed spider. Jian Yang, still processing the raw power of Xiaoya's flames, was right behind him, summoning her swords with renewed determination. As the spider boss tried to get up, it realized too late that it was game over. With one powerful leap, Lu Fan closed in, his dagger infused with the Dragon Fang strike ability, boosted by the Blood Pact enhancement. He drove it straight into the spider's head, and the ground trembled from the force. The spider let out a final, blood-curdling shriek before collapsing, shattered and defeated. Jian Yang didn't waste a second. With the Emerald Blessing still active, she sent her 3 swords piercing into the spider's mouth, slicing through its innards and finishing the job. With a triumphant smile, Lu Fan landed gracefully on the ground. Black Dragon Xiaoyi returned to her human form, smiling, while Xiao Fei flew down beside him. A flurry of system notifications flashed before Lu Fan's eyes. Xiaoyi was now level 18. Xiao Fei reached level 7, and Lu Fan himself hit level 23. Level ups all around. Jian Yang, still a bit in shock, turned to Lu Fan and asked, "How many points did you actually score in the major exam?" Lu Fan gave her a playful smile and casually revealed, "About 1.3 million. Jian Yang's eyes widened, and a bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. 1.3 million points? She thought that with his strength, he could probably even surpass that. Lu Fan chuckled, explaining that he had maxed out the score cap for the highest nightmare difficulty. With that, he turned away, his cheerful grin making it clear that for him, that was only the beginning. So, Lu Fan and his team finally wrapped up their adventure in the forest of venomous spiders. As they made their way back to the cliff, Lu Fan signaled Qin Xiao and Tao Xiaoman to bring Hank over. Just as they regrouped, Jade Dragon Xiao Fei floated up to Lu Fan and closed her eyes, giving him an affectionate embrace. But oh boy, Black Dragon Xiaoyi wasn't having it. Jealousy flared in Xiaoya's eyes as she clenched her fists and stormed over, grabbing Xiao Fei's arm and yanking her away from Lu Fan. Our poor MC was left standing there, completely bewildered, wondering what on earth was going on. Jian Yang watched the whole scene unfold, quietly noting the massive skill gap between her and Lu Fan. But let's get to the good stuff. Thanks to Aunt Hank's delicious food buff, not only did the crew level up fast, but they also managed to snag some rare materials and treasures. As the spider boss lay defeated, a shiny treasure chest appeared. Tao Xiaoman rushed forward to unlock it, her eyes lighting up with joy, as if she'd just stumbled upon the jackpot of all loot drops. Qin Xiao, watching from behind, felt a twinge of jealousy as she noticed Xiaoyi and Xiao Fei clinging to Lu Fan. Even Jian Yang couldn't help but join the team dynamic, and with the adventure over, everyone finally made their way back to the academy. Qin Xiao, still clutching her magic staff, smiled warmly and asked Jian Yang if she could share her contact info. But Jian Yang, ever the mysterious one, casually replied that she didn't use a phone. Tao Xiaoman jumped in with a grin, promising to drop by Jian Yang's place if they ever needed her for another Secret Realm adventure. And what better way to celebrate their new team bond than with a feast? They all headed back to Lu Fan's mansion, where Aunt Hank whipped up a fantastic dinner. With 2 extra stamina-boosting dishes on the table, everyone dug in. Jian Yang, eating plain rice, couldn't help but ask the girls if they really lived with a pervert. Lu Fan nearly choked, jumping in to clarify that it was a massive misunderstanding. Qin Xiao and Tao Xiaoman just giggled, clearly amused by the whole situation. Meanwhile, Black Dragon Xiaoyi lay sprawled on the floor, overstuffed from dinner, while Xiao Fei snoozed peacefully. Tonight, Aunt Hank had truly outdone herself. Over the following days, Lu Fan quickly got used to life at Dragon Academy. He often ventured back into the poisonous spider forest to grind for experience. By then, Jade Dragon Xiao Fei had reached level 13, and Lu Fan himself had leveled up to 24. His crew spent their days studying combat theory and training for what was coming next. Flash forward to 2 weeks later, just a couple of days before the big freshman assessment. The team found themselves back in the Secret Realm, ready for another showdown. Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xiaoyi unleashed a synchronized attack on the spider boss, creating a massive explosion that shattered it into pieces. With Xiao Fei hovering above him, Lu Fan called out, signaling Tao Xiaoman to open the treasure chest. The system notifications rolled in. Xiao Fei was now level 14, Xiaoyi level 19, and Lu Fan hit level 25. Talk about progress. Hank, feeling a bit woozy, leaned on Qinxiu for support. Tao Xiaoman couldn't hide her excitement as she dashed over to unlock the chest. Not only had the dragons and Lu Fan leveled up, but Tao Xiaoman had reached level 22, and even Qinxiu hit 22, with Hank now at level 18. Lu Fan turned, pondering his next goal of pushing Xiao Yi to level 20 and Xiao Fei to 15 before the assessment. Tao Xiaoman opened the chest and gasped at the sight. A complete set of venomous spider armor. She eagerly put on the rare armor set she'd been collecting for a month. The set had an awesome effect, a chance to immobilize enemies in a web and poison them, draining health over time. Qinxiu smiled, knowing this armor would be a game-changer for Tao Xiaoman in the upcoming assessment. Hank, ever the loving aunt, announced it was time to head home, ready to whip up another amazing meal. Lu Fan, hands casually tucked in his pockets, cheerfully reminded everyone that the freshman assessment was happening the next day. It was time to rest up and get ready. Tao Xiaoman pumped her fist in agreement, full of energy and excitement. Just as they returned to the academy, Professor Gahan appeared, a curious smile on her face. She waved Lu Fan over, telling him that Deputy Director Zhao had some urgent news. Lu Fan, a bit confused but intrigued, couldn't help but wonder. What could be so important? As Lu Fan made his way towards Professor Gahan, his expression remained calm, but his mind was racing. What could Vice Principal Zhao Xinming possibly want to discuss right before the new student evaluation? Gahan, one hand resting on her hip, smiled a bit mysteriously as she led him along. When he asked what the urgent matter was, she just turned and chuckled, telling him he'd find out soon enough. As they walked through the academy halls, they overheard two students gossiping. One mentioned that an expert from the Azure class had posted a new evaluation today. The other nodded excitedly, adding that it was all about number 73, Hongwu. Hearing this, Gahan looked over her shoulder and asked Lu Fan if the chatter bothered him. With a forced smile, Lu Fan admitted he was feeling a bit out of the loop since he hadn't spent much time in the classroom. Gahan climbed the stairs and explained that the betting craze among new students was all his doing. After his challenge with Hongwu, students realized they could earn points by wagering on fights. It had become the academy's hottest trend. Lu Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected this at all. When he asked for more details about Hongwu's situation, Gahan laughed and pointed ahead. And there, mopping the floor with tears streaming down his face, was Hongwu. The once proud fighter had lost so many points that he now had to clean the academy just to avoid starving. Gahan smirked and explained to Lu Fan that his strength was now compared to 100 hongs, while poor Hongwu was stuck at just 1 hong. Lu Fan looked on in bewilderment, genuinely wondering how Hongwu had managed to lose everything. Eventually, they reached Vice Principal Zhao's office. Gahan turned to Lu Fan, gave him a reassuring smile, and told him to head inside. Lu Fan, now looking serious, grasped the doorknob, peeked in, and asked if Zhao Xinming was looking for him. Zhao immediately waved him in, looking both relieved and a bit tense. As Lu Fan entered, Zhao Xinming leaned forward, his hands on the table, and dropped the bombshell. The national test was being moved up. Originally planned for 5 months later, it had been pushed forward by 2 months. The host country, Taichi Nation, was planning to time the test perfectly with Jin Shingan's third transformation. Jin Shingan, the eldest son of the Jin family, was expected to hit level 60 soon and complete his transformation, making him a nearly unbeatable force. Lu Fan's face darkened as he processed this. He knew the gap between a second and third transformed professional wasn't just about levels. It was an entirely different league of power. Zhao Xinming, fists clenched and voice filled with frustration, confirmed that the Dragon Kingdom was being targeted by these underhanded tactics. He admitted the situation was unfair, but also reminded Lu Fan that in the past, the Dragon Kingdom had always emerged victorious. Now, they had even less time to prepare. Zhao Xinming placed a heavy hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, eyes blazing with determination. He told Lu Fan that he needed to hit level 30 and complete his second profession transfer within the next 2 months, or it could mean certain defeat. The stakes were sky high. He'd be facing off against level 50 experts, and the pressure was intense. For a moment, Lu Fan stared silently at the ground, deep in thought. Zhao Xinming, curious about his intentions, watched him closely. Finally, Lu Fan lifted his head, a confident smile spreading across his face. He told Zhao Xinming that this was his chance to prove himself and join the ranks of the elite. Not only would he participate, but he planned to win. Zhao's eyes lit up with hope, and he resolved to place his faith in Lu Fan. With that, he gave Lu Fan one final pat on the shoulder, encouraging him to excel in the upcoming new student evaluation. Lu Fan left the office, more determined than ever. The day of the new student evaluation conference had finally arrived, and the excitement in the air was palpable. All the new students gathered in the massive hall, eyes fixed on Vice Principal Zhao Shunming as he took center stage. With both hands gripping the dais, Zhao emphasized how crucial it was for everyone to follow the rules. Then, with a dramatic gesture, he clicked a remote, and a giant system window lit up behind him. And there it was, the criteria for this year's assessment. A big, glowing bracket labeled 2 versus 2 Arena flashed across the screen. The rewards? Top-ranking teams would snag a juicy 5,000 points each, second place would net 3,000 per person, and third place would walk away with 2,000 points each. As soon as the announcement was made, you could feel the tension in the room rise. Whispers filled the hall as students buzzed about this new twist. Some were thrilled, while others, not so much. One student even tried to convince his friend to team up, only to be reminded that they were both healers, definitely not ideal for combat. Qin Xiao, ever the supportive friend, came up to Lu Fan with her trademark smile, reminding him that their team setup was perfect and didn't need more than 5 members. Lu Fan grinned back, explaining that since Aunt Hank was focused on non-combat professions, they were set for a perfect 2 versus 2 setup. Around them, the chatter continued until Zhao Xinming's commanding voice pulled everyone back to attention. He noted how some of them still hadn't grasped the importance of teamwork, but assured them it wasn't too late to fix that. He then dropped another bombshell. The first round of matches would kick off that very afternoon. Professor Gahan was handling the sign-ups, and with that, the crowd began to disperse. Stepping outside, Lu Fan and Qin Xiao made their way over to Jian Yang, who was standing by the door, looking as calm and composed as ever. Qin Xiao greeted her warmly, magic staff in hand, while Lu Fan, hands casually stuffed into his pockets, flashed a confident smile. But before they could chat, a purple-haired student made his entrance, dramatically sweeping his hand to his forehead. He proudly introduced himself as the 7th-ranked dual swordsman and nervously asked Jian Yang to join his team, convinced they'd dominate the competition. Jian Yang didn't even flinch. She declined, and the poor guy looked like his world had just crumbled. Tao Xiaomon soon arrived, cheerful as ever, and suggested they head over to find Professor Gahan to get registered. On the way, she noticed another student looking devastated and asked what was up. Qin Xiao explained with a grin that the guy had also tried to recruit Jian Yang and failed. Lu Fan chuckled and made his decision. He'd team up with Qin Xiao, and Jian Yang would partner with Tao Xiaomon. But, as fate would have it, Qin Xiao had other ideas. She insisted Lu Fan should partner with Jian Yang to ensure they stayed at the top of the rankings, while she and Tao Xiaomon would handle the rest. Flash forward to the arena the next day, and things were heating up. In one corner, Chen Tianji, another dragon tamer, was putting on a show with his sub-dragon. With one mighty sweep of its tail, the dragon sent his opponent flying. Chen Tianji leaped in for a follow-up, his dagger flashing as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, securing his 28th consecutive victory. Standing nearby, the ever-arrogant princess, Jinju, congratulated him, hands on her hips and a smug smile on her face. She reminded him that he needed to keep winning, especially with her brother, Jin Shingan, about to make his grand entrance. Chen Tianji bowed, promising to do whatever it took. But then, in a dramatic twist, the announcer called out the next match, and who should appear but Lu Fan and Jian Yang. The crowd erupted with excitement, buzzing over the epic showdown about to unfold. Chen Tianji froze, and Jinju's eyes widened in disbelief. How were these two on the same team? Lu Fan simply cracked his knuckles, giving Jian Yang a confident grin. Jian Yang, ever composed, got into a defensive stance, her eyes gleaming with determination. Qin Xiao, standing among the audience, waved enthusiastically, cheering Lu Fan on. Tao Xiaomon, standing beside her, gave a quiet smile, ready to see their friends shine. Lu Fan turned to Jian Yang, a playful grin on his face, and asked if claiming first place would be a problem. Jian Yang met his gaze, her expression firm. Not at all, she replied. All right, let's rewind a few hours before the intense showdown in the arena. Lu Fan was in the break room, looking super focused as he opened up his system interface. With a determined look, he tapped on the chest icon. Ping! A notification popped up, letting him know that an advanced treasure map had been synthesized. Lu Fan couldn't help but reflect on how many low-quality maps he had collected, finally deciding that combining them was the best move. And guess what? Another notification flashed, announcing that he had created a divine-level treasure map. Jian Yang, who was standing behind him, was visibly confused. She watched him seemingly poking at the air and couldn't resist asking, "Lu Fan, are you okay?" But before he could explain, the system revealed the treasure map's details. The next dragon egg was hidden in the Flying Dragon Cemetery, with a difficulty level ranging from 45 to 60. Lu Fan's face lit up with curiosity, though he had no idea where this place was. He made a mental note to investigate it later. Fast forward to the present. The loudspeakers blared out, summoning Team 18, the Princess Jinju and Chun Tianji, and Team 1, Lu Fan and Jian Yang, to the arena. Hearing the announcement, Jian Yang turned around, deep in thought. Lu Fan, ever cheerful, placed a hand on his waist and flashed a confident grin. "Looks like it's our turn," he said, emphasizing how crucial this evaluation was. Meanwhile, the spectators were buzzing. Seeing Lu Fan, the top-ranked student, and the renowned beauty Jian Yang on the same team was shocking. Some were certain they'd win, but others whispered doubts. After all, Chun Tianji had already racked up 28 consecutive victories. The tension was real. Jian Yang shifted her gaze to Chun Tianji and brought up the obvious question. "Are you sure we can win, Lu Fan?" He casually rested a hand on his waist and, with a mischievous grin, offered a playful bet. "How about it?" he teased. "If I win, you have to spill all the secrets of the Swordmaster class." Jian Yang raised an eyebrow, still not fully understanding why Lu Fan was so confident, especially since he claimed he didn't even need to summon his dragon. The arena buzzed as the referee signaled the start of the battle. Chun Di gripped his spear, eyes burning with determination, and charged forward with his dragon in tow. The Princess Jinju, staff in hand, stood back, observing with a calculated gaze. Chun Ti couldn't hide his seething rage as he confronted Lu Fan. "Don't think you can overshadow me again," he roared. "There can only be one dragon tamer." He lunged at Lu Fan, thrusting his spear furiously. But Lu Fan moved with such incredible speed that it was like he disappeared into thin air. Chun Tianji's eyes widened in disbelief, sweat dripping as he realized his opponent had vanished. Before he could figure out what happened, Lu Fan reappeared right beside him, a confident smile on his face. Jian Yang watched from the sidelines, arms folded, observing with curiosity. Then, in an epic move, Chun Tianji's subdragon launched itself at Lu Fan. But our boy Lu Fan? He didn't even flinch. He smiled at Jian Yang and reminded her about their bet. "It's too late to back out now," he teased. With his hand glowing with energy, he activated armor enhancement, transforming his arm into a draconic claw. In one swift motion, he leaped into the air and delivered a devastating blow to the dragon's jaw. The impact was brutal, shattering its tough scales and sending the dragon crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar of pain. Jian Yang was shocked at Lu Fan's raw power. Chun Tianji's face twisted in disbelief, especially since Jian Yang had yet to make a move. Why isn't she helping? He thought, completely thrown off. Meanwhile, Lu Fan landed gracefully, his draconic claw still pulsing with energy. Chun Tianji, spear in hand, demanded an explanation, noticing Lu Fan's dragon was nowhere to be seen. Lu Fan just smiled, explaining that this was all for a silly bet. "No need to go all out," he added. Princess Jinju, finally making her move, approached with a mischievous laugh. "So, today's the day I get to face you, Lu Fan," she declared, her voice dripping with anticipation. Lu Fan turned, surprised to see her, and braced himself for whatever was coming next. Chun Tianji raised his spear, locking eyes with Lu Fan, and boy, the tension between them was palpable. Meanwhile, Princess Jinju glared at Lu Fan with pure disdain. To her, Lu Fan's confidence and casual attitude were nothing short of insulting. Determined to put him in his place, she silently vowed to make him pay. Chun Tianji, on the other hand, was in shock. His dragon, armor shattered and all, had just taken a major beating from Lu Fan. But it wasn't about to give up. With a thunderous roar, the dragon rose and charged at Lu Fan, anger radiating from its every move. Lu Fan, unfazed, rolled up his sleeve with a taunting smirk. He even pointed out the dragon's broken fang, mocking it for looking uneven. The dragon, now even more furious, lunged with its massive claw, but Lu Fan was too quick. With a graceful leap, he evaded the attack and then, mid-air, decided to help the dragon correct its stance. Oh, the audacity! With a gleam of amusement in his eyes, Lu Fan executed his Dragon Fang strike, channeling the power of dragons into his dagger. The impact was immense, sending Chen Tianji's dragon crashing to the ground, armor fragments flying everywhere. The arena fell silent, the spectators stunned. People could hardly believe what they were seeing. I mean, Lu Fan had just defeated a dragon, single-handedly. Even though Chen Tianji's dragon was a sub-dragon, it was still a dragon, and everyone knew the gap between humans and dragons was massive. Lu Fan had just flipped the script on that assumption. Princess Jinju, watching her team's dragon go down, was fuming. She turned to Chen Tianji, practically commanding him to get his act together and defeat Lu Fan. Chen Tianji, feeling the pressure and the princess's piercing gaze, tightened his grip on his spear. He knew he had to make a move. At her command, the Earth Dragon stirred, readying itself for a counterattack. Chen Tianji planned a synchronized assault, hoping to catch Lu Fan off guard. The Earth Dragon unleashed a massive sweeping tail attack, and Chen Tianji charged forward, spear glowing with fierce blue energy. He activated his Dragon Lancer skill, launching a powerful, dragon-fueled strike. The ground shattered under the force of their combined assault, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Lu Fan. Chen Tianji landed, thinking he'd won. But as the dust began to clear, a voice cut through the silence. Did you really think that would work? Lu Fan emerged from the smoke, perched casually atop the Earth Dragon's severed tail, dagger in hand. A smug grin plastered across his face. Chen Tianji started to sweat, realizing just how badly things were going. Meanwhile, Jian Ying watched the whole thing unfold, her eyes wide with awe. She couldn't believe Lu Fan's skill. The Earth Dragon was leagues above a typical beast, yet Lu Fan was handling it and Chen Tianji like it was child's play. Then things got even more intense. The princess herself stepped forward, visibly frustrated. She sneered at Chen Tianji, calling him worthless and ordering him to retreat. Jinju's aura darkened, her anger palpable. She couldn't believe Chen Tianji had failed so spectacularly, especially in front of a crowd. Gripping her magic staff, she declared she had to take matters into her own hands. Raising her staff, she infused the Earth Dragon with a malevolent, dark energy. The once battered dragon began to change, growing larger, its armor toughening, and a menacing darkness enveloping its form. Its eyes blazed with a dangerous red glow, and it let out a terrifying, soul-shaking roar. Lu Fan, remembering what happened the last time Jinju used this power, knew things were about to get crazy. The arena was buzzing with nervous energy as the Earth Dragon, now a monstrous demon-like beast, roared ferociously. Spectators were on the edge of their seats, whispering about how Princess Jinju's bizarre and frightening power had boosted Chen Tianji's dragon to a terrifying level. Everyone was secretly hoping to witness a showdown between Lu Fan's Black Dragon and the newly empowered Earth Dragon. Jian Yang, sensing the danger, summoned her heaven-crushing sword and blood-breaker sword, both orbiting around her like protective sentinels. But before she could join the battle, Lu Fan intervened, assuring her with a confident grin that he had this covered, reminding her of their little bet. Jian Yang hesitated, clenching her fists, clearly concerned but ultimately trusting him. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon let out a ground-shaking roar, its body warping and twisting as dark energy enveloped it. Lu Fan casually explained to Jian Yang that he recognized this ability. Apparently, it was a painful transformation that traded physical torment for massive power gains. Princess Jinju stood behind Chen Tianji, her face contorted with frustration. She commanded Chen Tianji to end Lu Fan right there, her voice laced with a mix of fear and fury. She even declared she'd take Lu Fan's Black Dragon for herself, leaving him helpless. The Earth Dragon raised a mighty paw and slammed it into the ground, the force shattering the arena floor. It began to advance on Lu Fan, who stood there motionless, with that ever-confident smirk. Jinju sneered, mocking him and daring him to summon his dragon if he didn't want to be crushed. She couldn't hide the bead of sweat trickling down her cheek, though, and tried to taunt him about not having high enough attributes to handle her buffed-up beast. Then Lu Fan made his move. He extended his hand, and a frosty aura filled the air. His eyes glowed intensely as he invoked the wrath of the Ice Dragon King. A massive, ghostly ice dragon materialized behind him, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the fury of the Ice Dragon King. Ice erupted from the ground, spreading toward the Earth Dragon. In an instant, the creature was engulfed in a blizzard, its body freezing over as it howled in pain. The temperature in the arena dropped dramatically, and spectators shivered from the cold. Jinju clutched her magic staff in disbelief, while Chen Tianji's eyes were wide with terror. Lu Fan then drew his dagger, casually rolling up his sleeve. He fixed Jinju with a cold stare, remarking that her spell had definitely boosted the Earth Dragon's attributes. But that wasn't enough to beat him. With a burst of speed, he dashed toward the princess, his movements so swift that it left everyone stunned. Before Jinju could react, he was right in front of her, gazing into her eyes with a look of pure intensity. He called her unworthy of his black dragon, and as he prepared to strike, she shut her eyes, bracing for impact. But Chen Tianji, acting just in time, intercepted Lu Fan's attack with his spear, warning the princess to stay alert. He ordered the Earth Dragon to attack once more. The dragon, its eyes now glowing with a fierce purple light, opened its mouth and began to form a massive fireball. Just when things seemed dire, Lu Fan activated his teleportation skill, vanishing from sight. Chen Tianji and Jinju found themselves right in the Earth Dragon's danger zone, realizing too late what was happening. Suddenly, Lu Fan reappeared behind the Earth Dragon. With a grin, he activated Blue Dragon King's Roar, summoning a radiant blue energy ball. A majestic blue dragon formed behind him, and he unleashed the technique. The energy ball collided with the Earth Dragon, sending bolts of lightning crashing down on the beast, paralyzing it and causing immense pain. The Earth Dragon let out a series of agonized screams, its once mighty form now on the verge of collapse. The crowd was awestruck. They could tell that Chen Tianji's winning streak was about to end. The Earth Dragon crumbled, crashing to the ground as a thick cloud of smoke rose into the air. Chen Ti gripped his spear, his hands trembling as he stared in disbelief at his fallen partner. The smoke grew thicker, shrouding the area and leaving everyone in suspense over what would happen next. As the battle in the arena raged on, Chen Ti stood there, drenched in sweat, his mind spinning. Despite both being dragon tamers, the difference between him and Lu Fan was like night and day. Meanwhile, Lu Fan landed gracefully, his eyes fixed on his opponent, and he couldn't help but pose a burning question. Why had Chen Ti only used the Dragon Lance strike so far? The princess, Jinju, wasn't having any of this hesitation. Her grip tightened on her magic staff, and with a voice filled with panic, she barked at Chen Tianji to stop messing around and get his dragon to fight properly. Chen Ti snapped back to attention, positioning himself defensively in front of the princess, still trying to comprehend what Lu Fan was getting at. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened as he explained that while the Dragon Lance strike was indeed powerful, it was incomplete without other dragon techniques like Dragon Claw or Dragon Inspiration. Hearing this, Chen Ti's eyes widened in realization, and beads of sweat began to drip down his face. The truth was dawning on him. Lu Fan knew more than he let on. Princess Jinju, however, was furious, calling Chen Tianji worthless and berating him for failing to avenge her honor. With lightning crackling around his black machete, Lu Fan took in the scene, realizing that Chen Tianji hadn't unlocked all the Earth Dragon's powers. It wasn't a matter of choice, but of lack. Lu Fan suggested surrender, pointing out that there was no shame in admitting defeat. Chen Ti bristled with anger. How dare Lu Fan not only surpass him, but also suggest he lacked honor? His pride boiled over, and he turned to the princess, asking her to grant him one last boost of power. Jinju, though initially surprised, agreed with a sinister smile. She raised her staff, and a dark aura seeped into Chen Tianji's body, causing him immense pain as his physique grotesquely transformed. Lu Fan watched, bewildered, wondering why Chen Tianji would submit himself to the princess's manipulations. But Chen Tianji roared with a desperation that was hard to miss. His muscles bulged, 2 extra arms sprouted, and veins pulsed across his face. Clutching his spear with unnatural strength, he bellowed about his need to become the best, to be worthy in the eyes of the princess. With newfound, monstrous power, Chen Ti leapt into the air, coming down on Lu Fan with the ferocity of a dragon himself. He executed the dragon spear technique, fully intent on crushing Lu Fan. For a split second, Lu Fan stood motionless, observing his opponent with a tinge of sorrow. There was no hate in his heart, only pity for Chen Tianji, who had sacrificed everything, even his dignity, for a chance at greatness. But pity didn't mean inaction. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan invoked Wind's Spirit Whisper, gaining a 35% boost in agility. He darted forward with incredible speed, and Chen Tingji's eyes widened in terror. Before he could react, Lu Fan struck with Dragon Fang's strike, disarming him and sending waves of pain coursing through his body. To add insult to injury, Lu Fan activated Blue Dragon King's Roar, sending lightning bolts surging into Chen Tianji, burning his body to a crisp. Chen Tianji fell to his knees, the spear slipping from his hands. Smoke curled from his mouth as he uttered a final, broken apology to the princess before collapsing. Princess Jinju, seeing her champion defeated, burst into tears, completely overwhelmed and confused. She had been so certain of her power, so confident in her victory, only to watch it all shatter before her eyes. After defeating Chen Tianji, Lu Fan doesn't waste a second. He storms toward Princess Jinju with his hand raised, ready to strike. Now, Jinju, clearly panicking, throws her hand out in desperation, trying to stop him. She's shouting frantically, warning Lu Fan that her brother, this big shot in the Tai Chi Empire, won't let this slide if he dares lay a finger on her. But does Lu Fan look bothered? Not even a little. Without a moment's hesitation, he smacks her hard, sending her flying to the ground. Her magic wand slips out of her hand and clatters away as she lies there in utter shock. And Lu Fan? He just turns to her and, in the most casual way possible, says that if her brother does come after him, he'd actually be doing him a favor. Can you believe this guy? Ice cold. Now, the audience? Oh, they're losing it. Some can't believe what they just saw, while others are busy criticizing Lu Fan for taking things too far. A few even start whispering about how Jinju, despite her sweet and innocent appearance, wasn't exactly a saint. Let's not forget, she had no problem manipulating Chen Tianji earlier. Looks like karma came knocking, huh? Amid all this chaos, the vice principal finally steps in, grabs the mic, and demands silence. He announces the inevitable. Jinju and Chen Tianji's team has lost, while Lu Fan and Jian Yang emerge victorious. Then, without skipping a beat, he orders Gahan to send Lu Fan to his office immediately. Oh, and he doesn't forget to get the next match rolling. No time for drama, people. This academy runs on efficiency. Fast forward a little, and Lu Fan's in the vice principal's office. The vibe is tense. The vice principal is facing away, deep in thought. Without even turning, he starts speaking, saying he initially thought Lu Fan's beef with Jinju was some sort of family grudge. But nope, turns out it's all personal, and Mr. Qin Shanhai spilled the tea. The vice principal warns Lu Fan that using the arena to settle personal scores is a slippery slope. Keep this up, and he might attract accusations of misconduct. Lu Fan, staying cool as always, just acknowledges the warning and calmly explains himself. He admits that he couldn't stand seeing Chen Tianji being manipulated and New Jinju had to be put in her place. The vice principal listens, then hands Lu Fan a tablet, signaling that it's time to move on. He reveals that both he and the principal have been keeping a close eye on Lu Fan's performance. Now, at this point, Lu Fan's a bit worried. Was his performance a letdown? But nope, the vice principal assures him it's quite the opposite. In fact, they were seriously impressed when he pulled off those dragon language techniques. They're so impressed that they've lined up something big for him. Access to a secret realm. Lu Fan starts scrolling through the tablet, checking out the options. It's like window shopping for danger. The vice principal explains how these secret realms work, dropping some knowledge about the secret realm hunters who discover and auction these places off for a hefty price. It's high-stakes, high-reward stuff, but Dragon Capital Academy isn't playing around. They're ready to foot the bill, no matter how steep. As Lu Fan keeps browsing, something catches his eye. A realm called Flying Dragon Cemetery. It's got a level 55 rating, a nightmare difficulty, and a requirement for at least 2 participants. You can almost feel the tension as he points it out to the vice principal, who immediately recognizes Lu Fan's seriousness. Looks like our guy just picked his next big challenge. The next day rolls around, and the arena is buzzing with excitement for the freshman assessment rematch. Gahan announces the first semi-final match, Lu Fan and Jianying versus Jiang Fengyun and Su Jing. But just when things are about to kick off, the vice principal steps in and drops a bombshell. Lu Fan has withdrawn from the competition. The crowd? Completely stunned. Whispers spread like wildfire. Some are disappointed. They came to see Lu Fan in action, after all. Others start speculating, with theories ranging from disciplinary action to him being pulled for some secret mission. Nobody knows the truth, and that just fuels the rumors even more. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaoman brushes it all off, calling the whole thing nonsense. Qin Xiao, ever the voice of reason, advises her to ignore it and points out the obvious. Lu Fan and Jian Ying are probably already off exploring the secret realm. And sure enough, they are. Lu Fan and Jian Ying find themselves in the eerie, ancient landscape of the Flying Dragon Cemetery, deep in the giant tree forest. The air is heavy with mystery, and the place practically screams danger. As they make their way through the dense woods, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying and apologizes for dragging her away from the competition. But Jian Ying, always practical, brushes it off. The school let them keep their Azure class spots and gave them 10,000 points each. Sounds like a pretty sweet deal to her. She even thanks him for the chance to explore such a rare and exciting secret realm. And get this, she tells him he can have all the rewards they find. For her, the experience alone is worth it. Lu Fan, clearly impressed by her selflessness, jokes that she's not one to leave a favor unpaid. So, Lu Fan and Jian Ying are making their way through this eerie forest, right? Everything's quiet, almost too quiet, until out of nowhere, a red-headed guy perched on a tree branch spots them. He's got this curious look on his face and decides to break the silence by calling out to them. Yep, no sneaking around for this guy. Lu Fan freezes for a moment, trying to process who this stranger is. But before he can figure it out, the guy leaps down from the branch like he's in some action movie. He lands smoothly, flashes a big grin, and throws them a thumbs up. He introduces himself as Black Rat, a member of the Secret Hunter Guild. Yep, you heard that right. Black Rat. Pretty flashy name for a guy who just dropped out of a tree, huh? Anyway, Lu Fan, still a little wary, introduces himself and Jian Ying, mentioning they're students from Dragon Capital Academy. Then he asks if Black Rat is supposed to guide them to the Flying Dragon Cemetery's entrance. Black Rat notices the Academy badge on Lu Fan's shoulder and nods knowingly, motioning for them to follow. He casually mentions that his job is just to escort them to the teleportation gate. Then he's done. As they walk, Black Rat starts talking about how loaded Dragon Capital Academy must be to access such a high-level secret realm. With a mischievous grin, he asks about their levels, probably expecting them to drop some crazy high numbers. But get this, Lu Fan, in the most nonchalant way possible, points to himself and says, level 25, then gestures to Jian Ying, who's at level 24. Black Rat's jaw practically hits the ground. He's stunned. A level 55 secret realm? Nightmare difficulty? And these two haven't even hit their second transformation yet? He's convinced there's been some kind of mistake. Frantically, he pulls up his system, muttering that he needs to contact the Academy to double-check. I mean, from his perspective, these two are walking straight into their doom. But Lu Fan, ever the cool-headed one, stops him mid-panic, telling him not to waste any more time. And it's a good thing too, because bam, a massive tree nearby starts to topple. The sound of snapping branches fills the air, and birds scatter in every direction. Lu Fan and Jian Ying immediately realize they're in danger. They lock eyes in panic for a split second before bolting. Lu Fan grabs Jian Ying's hand, dragging her along as they sprint for safety. Just when they think they've escaped, a terrifying whoosh cuts through the air above them. They look up and oh boy, it's a colossal dragon eagle, swooping down with its talons outstretched, locked onto them like they're today's lunch special. This is where Lu Fan flips the switch. His eyes narrow, his aura flares up, and you just know he's about to throw down. Energy crackles around him as his hands glow with a fiery intensity. He channels that power into a fierce attack and hurls it straight at the dragon eagle. The creature screeches in surprise, flapping its massive wings as it tries to dodge. But Lu Fan's not done showing off. With a dramatic motion, he calls on the power of the blue dragon roar. A bolt of lightning tears through the air, crackling with raw energy. It slams into the dragon eagle, paralyzing it mid-flight. The poor thing is wobbling all over the place. And to make things worse for it, Lu Fan's attack leaves a lingering effect. Any follow-up is going to hit extra hard. Talk about overkill. Meanwhile, Black Rat is standing there like a deer in headlights. He's absolutely floored by what he's witnessing. How is a level 25 guy pulling off something this insane? It just doesn't compute. The dragon eagle, once a fearsome predator, crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. It lets out one final, silent gasp before going completely still. Black Rat stares at the scene, mumbling in disbelief. That thing was level 50. It shouldn't have gone down so easily. Yet, here's Lu Fan, standing tall, still radiating that intense aura. He turns to Black Rat, calm as ever, and tells him not to stress about their levels. And With a hint of humor, he casually suggests they keep moving. After all, the real challenge is still ahead. So, after witnessing Lu Fan obliterate a level 50 Dragon Eagle like it was a warm-up, Black Rat is straight up stunned. He's standing there, running mental calculations, trying to make sense of what just happened, but nothing's adding up. After a moment of internal screaming, he snaps out of it and nervously agrees to show them the way. The trio trudges through the forest for a bit before arriving at this gigantic tree that looks like it's trying to poke a hole in the sky. Black Rat pushes aside some dense bushes, revealing a massive trunk, and with a bit of theatrical flair, gestures to it. He explains that this towering wonder is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. The air around it feels almost magical, with soft light filtering down and a shimmering portal floating in front of the ancient tree. It's the kind of scene that makes you think, yep, this is where things are about to go sideways. Black Rat points at the portal embedded in the tree, confirming it as their entry point. With his mission complete, he starts backing away, muttering a quick goodbye. But before he can bolt, Lu Fan reaches out with a friendly smile and suggests that maybe they should stay in touch. Since Black Rat seems like the kind of guy who knows his way around these places. Lu Fan even hints that he might need some geographical intel in the future, making it clear this could be a win-win situation. Black Rat hesitates, caught off guard by the idea of being friends with someone who just annihilated a dragon eagle like it was a housefly. Seeing the hesitation, Lu Fan adds a little sweetener to the deal, casually mentioning he's willing to pay for the information. And just like that, Black Rat perks up. Payment? Now that's something he can get behind. But still a little unsure, he blurts out if Lu Fan's really planning to buy simple location details. Not secret realm stuff, just basic info. Lu Fan reassures him, explaining that as long as they stick to general locations, it doesn't break any secret realm Hunter Guild rules. He keeps things light, even tossing in a grin, making it hard for Black Rat to resist. After thinking it over, Black Rat names his price, 100,000 dragon coins per location. Oh, and he makes sure to mention this is his special friends and family rate. If Lu Fan isn't interested, he's more than ready to leave. But Lu Fan, completely unfazed by the hefty price tag, shakes on it with that signature grin of his. Black Rat, meanwhile, is kicking himself for not asking for more. He can't help but wonder if all Dragon Capital Academy students are loaded or if Lu Fan's just an outlier. Before they can chat any longer, Jianying steps forward, already halfway into the portal. She throws a glance back at Lu Fan, her expression a mix of impatience and exasperation. She tells him he talks too much and they're wasting time. Classic Jianying, always focused on the mission. The second they step into the realm, the system chimes in with a cold, mechanical welcome. Rotten Corpse Dragon Graveyard, level 55. Nightmare difficulty, 2 participants maximum. Lu Fan quickly pieces things together. This is the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree, and somewhere at the top lies the Divine Treasure Platform. The thought of reaching it gets his adrenaline pumping, but before he can think too much, Jianying suddenly freezes. She looks uneasy and mentions that it feels like the ground is moving. Lu Fan concentrates, trying to sense what she's picking up on, and then bam, he spots it. A herd of dragons on the other side, charging straight at them. His eyes widen in shock, and he quickly alerts Jianying, pointing at the advancing horde. The system chimes in again, almost like it's mocking them, providing details about these new enemies. Rotten Corpse Dragons. Each one is level 50 and comes with some nasty abilities. The Pack Bite can summon nearby dragons to join in the attack, and their corrupting breath can blanket the area, slashing attack power by 50%. Yeah, these dragons mean business. One of the dragons roars and lunges straight at Jianying, jaws wide open and ready to snap. But Lu Fan doesn't even flinch. He steps in with lightning-fast reflexes, blocking the attack like a boss. With his usual calm command, he orders Jianying to get ready. Jianying doesn't need to be told twice. She tightens her grip on her sword, her eyes blazing with determination. In one powerful motion, she unleashes her Mountain Shaker technique, a devastating attack that slices clean through one of the dragons. The beast splits in two, its massive halves crashing to the ground in a gruesome heap. Just as Jianying takes out one of those rotten corpse dragons, another one charges straight at Lu Fan. This beast isn't messing around, but neither is Lu Fan. With a confident smirk, he calls out for his dragon companion, Black Dragon Xiaoyi. And just like that, she materializes on his shoulder, radiating heat like a living flame. Flames start swirling around Xiaoyi, forming a protective ring of fire around Lu Fan. Then, with a flick of her gaze, Xiao Yi unleashes her burning flame ability. Fire erupts in every direction, roaring through the battlefield, turning several dragons into nothing more than piles of ash. And here's the kicker. This fire doesn't just deal damage. It powers Xiao Yi up even more, making her flames burn brighter and stronger with every enemy taken down. Talk about leveling up in real time. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is in full-on beast mode, slicing through the remaining dragons with her insane agility. She activates her armor break technique, cutting right through 32% of the dragon's defenses. Each strike is precise and devastating, leaving her enemies with no chance. But as she leaps into the air for another attack, she realizes something crucial. Her trusty broadsword is nowhere to be found. Panic starts creeping in as she frantically scans the battlefield, trying to locate her weapon. Before she can think of a plan, a dragon barrels toward her from below, its jaws wide open, ready to make her its next snack. Jian Ying's heart races. She's out of time, out of options, and still midair. But just as things seem dire, Lu Fan steps in like the MVP he is. Charging forward with his dragon sword in hand, he activates Dragon Fang Strike, a technique powered by his blood pact. This move channels pure dragon energy into a devastating slash. His sword cuts clean through the charging dragon, splitting it in half in one smooth, powerful motion. The beast collapses with a sickening thud, its green blood staining the ground. But the drama isn't over yet. Jian Ying, now falling from her aerial position, is seconds away from a painful landing. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He rushes to her side, reaching out to grab her hand. Their fingers meet, and for a moment, it seems like everything's under control. But then gravity kicks in, and now both of them are plummeting. Thinking fast, Lu Fan drives his dragon sword into the massive tree trunk, using it as an anchor to stop their fall. With one hand gripping the sword and the other holding on to Jian Ying, Lu Fan glances over at her. His expression says it all. Relief, concern, and maybe a hint of, can we please stop almost dying today? Jian Ying meets his gaze, her exhaustion and gratitude clear. She manages to steady herself, and the two settle onto a thick branch, finally catching their breath. Lu Fan, ever the strategist, points out something important. They've been heading in the wrong direction. Their destination isn't down below. It's much closer than they thought, right here in the massive tree. But of course, the universe isn't about to let them relax. Out of nowhere, a dark, shadowy figure appears in the distance. Lu Fan's instincts go on high alert, and he immediately calls for Xiao Yi. She's ready in an instant, perched and glowing like a fiery guardian. The figure steps closer, revealing itself piece by horrifying piece. First, its skeletal hands become visible, each finger ending in sharp, bone-white claws. Then comes its head, a dragon's skull, all hollow eyes and a gaping, bone-filled maw. The creature's skeletal body radiates an eerie, otherworldly menace, as if someone decided, hey, let's resurrect a dragon, but make it extra creepy. The skeletal dragon locks eyes with Xiao Yi, letting out a deafening roar that shakes the entire tree. Black Dragon Xiao Yi, normally calm and collected, is visibly shaken by the sheer intensity radiating from the bone dragon. This thing isn't just a skeleton with wings. It's radiating a nightmare-level aura that screams final boss energy. Its hollow eyes glow with a menacing light as it lifts its head high, preparing to strike. Lu Fan, always quick on his feet, scoops up Jian Ying and leaps to the ground below. The landing is rough. Jian Ying winces from a sharp jolt of pain, but nothing serious. Still, it's a painful reminder that they're way out of their comfort zone. Standing before them, the bone dragon doesn't just exude power. It thrives on their unease. The system chimes in like an uninvited guest at a horror movie marathon, breaking down the nightmare they're facing. Wild Berserk Bone Dragon, level 55, nightmare difficulty. This bad boy has bone armor for ridiculous defense, bone knife to rain blood-infused destruction, and bone storm, a move that gets deadlier the weaker it gets. Yep, this thing is the ultimate bad news. Lu Fan, unfazed by the ominous intro, turns to Jian Ying with a look of quiet determination. He promises her it'll all be fine soon, because he's planning to take this thing down. Jian Ying, clearly alarmed, tries to stop him, shouting warnings about how insanely dangerous this dragon is. But let's be real, folks. When has Lu Fan ever backed down? He dashes straight toward the bone dragon, leaving Jian Ying scrambling after him, her voice full of worry. As if on cue, Lu Fan commands Black Dragon Xiaoyi to activate her destroyer form, and boy, does she deliver. Xiaoyi begins to glow, her body expanding as her flames grow hotter and fiercer. When the transformation is complete, she looks like the dragon equivalent of a one-woman wrecking crew. Meanwhile, Jade Dragon Xiaofei joins the fight, adding even more firepower to Lu Fan's arsenal. The Bone Dragon, not about to be upstaged, charges up an attack of its own. Flames flicker in its skeletal maw, promising absolute devastation. But before it can unleash hell, Xiaoyi steps up, roaring so fiercely that the air itself seems to quake. Flames explode around her, forming a blazing inferno that engulfs the Bone Dragon. The heat is so intense that its skeletal arms begin to crack and crumble. Jianying, watching all this unfold, is stunned. She had no idea Xiaoyi could transform into something this powerful. Suddenly, it all makes sense. This is why Lu Fan's confidence never wavers. He's got a literal fire-breathing powerhouse at his side. With the Bone Dragon weakened, Lu Fan and Xiaoyi move in with military precision. Lu Fan calls for Xiaofei to activate Jade Blessing, which surrounds him in an empowering aura, amplifying his next attack. His dragon sword begins to hum with energy, glowing with anticipation. Together, Lu Fan and Xiaoyi close in on the Bone Dragon, coordinating their strikes for maximum impact. Xiaoyi roars once more, unleashing a shockwave so powerful it shakes the earth. The Bone Dragon's frame cracks under the pressure, and with one final, thunderous blow, its skull separates from its body and crashes to the ground. But Lu Fan isn't about to leave anything to chance. As the Bone Dragon collapses, he channels all his power into Dragon Fang Strike. The glowing dragon sword cleaves through the creature's spine with a sickening crunch before plunging deep into its chest. For a brief moment, it seems like the fight is over. But just as relief starts to settle in, the Bone Dragon's eyes flicker back to life, glowing a deep, ominous purple. A matching aura begins to spread across its body, and suddenly, bones scattered across the battlefield start to levitate. The system chimes in again, reminding Lu Fan and all of us that this is the dreaded Bone Storm ability. The swirling bones grow larger and more chaotic, feeding off the dragon's own decayed energy. Before the storm can fully unleash, a sudden force shatters the flying bones, scattering them across the battlefield. Lu Fan spins around in shock to see Jianying stepping forward, her expression calm and resolute. She reminds him of the promise he made after defeating Chen Tianji, to see the specialty of a sword master. Now, it's her turn to show him what that means. As the Bone Dragon begins to reassemble, more menacing than ever, Jianying reveals her trump card. She explains that sword masters unlock a new weapon every 5 levels. With a fiery aura swirling around her, she summons the Scythe of Calamity, a level 20 epic quality weapon that radiates power. Its abilities? Pure nightmare fuel. It can switch between fire and dark attack modes, and with every life it takes, its attack power increases permanently by 9%. Talk about a weapon with a grudge. Jianying doesn't waste any time. She charges straight at the Bone Dragon, wielding the scythe with deadly precision. The first strike connects with an explosive impact, triggering a massive blast that shakes the battlefield. The Bone Dragon, caught in the inferno, struggles to hold itself together under the relentless assault. Lu Fan can't help but crack a smile as he watches Jianying in action, realizing just how unique swordmasters really are. Turns out they don't just unlock flashy skills. They unlock weapons with insane powers. But before he can marvel too long, Jade Dragon Xiaofei appears, signaling to him with her usual eagerness. Lu Fan nods, knowing it's time to make their next move. He wastes no time, commanding Xiaofei to cast her Jade Blessing on Black Dragon Xiaoyi. Xiaofei, always ready to deliver, unleashes the blessing, amplifying Xiaoyi's next 3 attacks to devastating levels. With that setup locked in, Lu Fan orders Xiaoyi to use her earth-shattering ability. And boy, does she deliver. The ground quakes as Xiaoyi channels her energy, and then boom, a massive explosion shakes the battlefield. The earth splits open, forming a giant fissure that swallows the Bone Dragon whole. Its skeletal frame crumbles into the abyss, ending the nightmare once and for all. As the dust settles, the system chimes in with a little celebratory news. Jade Dragon Xiaofei has leveled up to 15 and unlocked a shiny new skill, Transformation. Lu Fan takes it all in, pleased with how much they've grown from this battle. His own level bumps up to 26, but he's more focused on their collective progress. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is having a moment. She's relieved the fight is over, but there's a flicker of doubt in her mind. Sure, her Scythe of Calamity was impressive, but it was Black Dragon Xiaoye's earth-shattering that sealed the deal. For a second, she wonders if her efforts really made a difference. And then, just to make things more awkward, Xiaofei happily clings to Lu Fan, clearly enjoying the victory celebration. Jian Ying catches this, and oh boy, jealousy hits her like a ton of bricks. She quickly brushes it off, though, composing herself like the pro she is. Turning to Lu Fan, she admits that with his team of powerhouse dragons, she didn't really need to step in. She even apologizes, feeling like she didn't pull her weight in the battle. Lu Fan, ever the supportive leader, reassures her with a warm smile. He thanks her for saving him during the Bone Storm earlier, reminding her that every contribution matters. Plus, he points out, they've all gained a lot today. Jian Ying got to show off her swordmaster skills, and Xiaofei reached a whole new level. Wins all around, right? Curious about Xiaofei's level up, Jian Ying asks if there's more to her transformation. As if on cue, the system steps in with the deets. At level 15, Xiaofei has gained major stat boosts, strength, spirit, stamina, you name it, and unlocked 2 epic transformations. She can now become the Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining the skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian, or ditch her physical form entirely to transform into Soul Light, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Talk about a glow-up! Lu Fan, clearly impressed, explains how Xiaofei's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiao Yi. Jian Ying chuckles, noting that while Xiaoye's growth has been steady, Xiaofei's sudden leap into 4 transformation options is a bit of a surprise. Either way, it's clear both dragons are becoming serious powerhouses. Feeling proud, Lu Fan reaches out to pat Xiaofei's head, which immediately earns him a glare from Xiao Yi. The jealousy is real, and Xiaoye's mix of annoyance and playful anger is impossible to miss. To break the tension, Lu Fan suggests they test Xiaofei's new form, eager to see what she's capable of. Jian Ying agrees, her mood lifting as she suggests they head back to the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree to continue their search. But just as things start to settle, Xiao Yi and Xiaofei begin bickering, this time over who gets to stand closer to Lu Fan. The scene is almost comical, a much-needed breather after all the chaos. That is, until fireballs start raining from the sky, shattering the moment like glass. The explosions send shockwaves through the battlefield, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Jian Ying's voice cuts through the chaos, identifying the assault as a magic attack. Her tone is sharp with urgency, and Lu Fan immediately orders everyone to scatter and take cover. The group sprints for the nearest shelter, a massive tree, where they huddle together to regroup. Jian Ying crouches, her sharp eyes scanning for any sign of their attackers, while Lu Fan carefully peeks out from behind the tree. It doesn't take long for him to piece things together. The noise from their fight with the bone dragon must have drawn unwanted attention. And sure enough, when he looks up, he sees them, a swarm of dragons filling the sky, their massive wings blotting out the sun. Lu Fan ducks into a safe spot, his heart pounding as he surveys the area. There's no time to waste. Dragons are everywhere, and the pressure is on. Glancing at the system, he explains to the team that Jade Dragon Xiaofei's Soul Light form can ditch her physical body and turn into a Soul Light. It's not just a fancy trick, though. It provides a game-changing soul shield for whoever she attaches to. Without hesitation, he orders Xiaofei to link up with Xiao Yi. In her soul form, Xiaofei merges with Black Dragon Xiao Yi, creating an aura that practically screams unstoppable. As they soar above, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying, his tone all business, and tells her to head toward the Divine Dragon Tree. It's like a high-stakes treasure hunt. Only this time, the prize comes with a side of potential death by dragon. Suddenly, a new system notification rolls in. Jade Dragon Xiaofei's Jade Dragon form is officially activated, and she's unlocked a shiny new skill called Soul Light. Sounds cool, but here's the kicker. All her effects are doubled for anyone with dragon blood. Oh, and the skill doesn't just shield damage. It absorbs it, stacking layers of Qi Shield. Once 10 layers are built, Qi Shock activates, unleashing all that absorbed damage right back at the enemy with interest. Lu Fan's grin grows as Xiaofei transforms into a majestic green dragon, her aura blazing with power. Xiaofei's energy immediately boosts Black Dragon Xiao Yi, whose stats skyrocket like crazy. Xiao Yi's strength shoots from 4,375 to a jaw-dropping 26,244. Her roars echo across the battlefield, filled with enough power to make the ground tremble. Jian Yang, watching this transformation, can barely contain her awe. She turns to Lu Fan, marveling at how Xiao Fei's influence has supercharged Xiao Yi. Lu Fan nods, breaking it down for her. Jade Dragon Xiao Fei's abilities are basically tailor-made for dragons. He thinks to himself that if Xiao Yi keeps this up, she might break the 30,000 strength mark by the time they reach the tree. But of course, things aren't going to be that easy. Out of nowhere, fireballs rain down from the sky like meteor showers. Lu Fan's heart sinks as he looks up to see dragons swarming above, their massive forms blotting out the light. It's an ambush, and they're surrounded. Keeping his cool, Lu Fan orders Xiao Yi not to fight back just yet. Instead, he tells Xiao Fei to absorb the incoming damage. A glowing green orb forms above Xiao Fei's head, pulsating with energy as it builds up the damage. Then comes the moment of truth. Lu Fan commands Xiao Fei to unleash Qi Shock. In an instant, a massive wave of energy explodes outward, releasing all the absorbed damage in one devastating counterattack. And because dragons get a bonus, the effect is doubled. The green aura around Xiao Fei lights up the sky, and dragons screech in pain as the blast sends shockwaves through the air. Jian Yang, wide-eyed and amazed, watches as the counterattack not only defends but annihilates anything within range. Lu Fan can't help but grin as he explains to her how Xiao Fei's soul protection is like having a shield that punches back harder every time it's hit. But just when things start looking up, the air changes. A powerful gust of wind blows through the battlefield, shaking the group to their core. Lu Fan's instincts kick in. It's the boss. Sure enough, a massive dragon descends, its metallic scales shimmering in the light. The system identifies it as a steel dragon, level 60, nightmare difficulty. And its powers? Absolutely terrifying. First up is Rapid Storm, where the steel dragon flaps its wings to create a whirlwind that slows and damages anyone caught in it. Then there's Steel Thrust, a devastating charge that obliterates anything with less than 1 point of endurance. And to top it off, Steel Reinforcement has all incoming damage while boosting its defense to insane levels. The steel dragon lets out a thunderous roar, and for a moment, even Lu Fan feels a chill. It takes to the air, aiming straight for Xiao Yi with steel thrust locked and loaded. Jian Yang's face pales as she realizes just how dangerous this thing is. But Lu Fan, always calm under pressure, reassures her. He orders Xiao Fei to get ready, her soul impact power already building. As Xiao Fei charges up, the atmosphere shifts. A surge of energy fills the air, doubling the effects of every dragon-related skill. So, after that jaw-dropping battle against the steel dragon, Jian Yang can't help but beam with pride as she announces she's reached level 25. She's practically glowing, but of course, Lu Fan's already thinking ahead. Curious as ever, he asks if the steel dragon's defeat came with any cool new rewards. Jian Yang doesn't disappoint. She raises her hand, revealing a sword that shines so brightly it might as well be screaming, "I'm legendary." She explains it's called Myriad Blossoms, a weapon with massive potential, but still stuck at level 1. The system chimes in to break it down. This sword has the thousands of sword feathers ability, which lets it split into smaller weapons. Each fragment deals 10% of the original attack power, then comes back together for a devastating area strike. Lu Fan grins, clearly impressed, and remarks that once it levels up to 25 stars, it'll be a total game changer. Meanwhile, in the background, Black Dragon Xiao Yi and Jade Dragon Xiao Fei are having the time of their lives, playfully messing around like overpowered siblings. But Jian Yang? Not so much. A wave of doubt sneaks in as she watches them. Even with her Myriad Blossom sword, she can't help but wonder if her power will ever measure up to Xiao Yi's strikes or Lu Fan's insane abilities. Just then, she notices a shadow flicker nearby, and her unease grows. Whispering to herself, she tries to believe in her own strength, but it's clear she's wrestling with some serious self-doubt. Lu Fan, always quick to read the room, walks over and reassures her with his usual calm confidence. He reminds her that as her sword levels up, she'll have plenty of strong opponents at Dragon Academy to push her limits. His words are like a warm breeze, and Jian Yang feels her spirits lift. She nods and agrees they need to keep moving, especially since Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei have already wandered way ahead. As they catch up, Lu Fan spots something eerie, a man lying lifeless on the ground. The group gathers around, and Lu Fan kneels beside the body, noticing that it's been there a while. He reflects on the man's hard life, guessing he was likely a warrior who faced countless challenges. But before they can dwell on it, Lu Fan's instincts flare. His sharp eyes catch a glimpse of a dragon claw and a glowing eye in the distance. Danger is close, too close. Without missing a beat, he draws his dragon sword and warns Jianying that they've wandered into monster territory. Her heart races as she realizes they're likely walking into a trap. And sure enough, a dragon bursts out of the bushes, its bronze scales gleaming menacingly. The system identifies it as a bronze dragon, star level 60, with an insane defense-boosting skill called Bronze Armor. Lu Fan's about to engage when another dragon appears, and this one's on a whole other level. It's a three-headed elemental dragon, level 65, with a boss difficulty rating of Nightmare. The system lays out its terrifying abilities. Triple Magic, which lets it unleash fire, ice, and thunder simultaneously. Regeneration that allows its heads to grow back if even one survives. And enough raw power to wipe out anyone unprepared. Lu Fan and Jianying freeze for a moment, staring in disbelief. Two bosses at once? Yeah, this just got real. Jianying quickly suggests focusing on the bronze dragon first, but Lu Fan flashes his confident grin and tells her to hold tight. He's got a plan. With a quick command, Lu Fan calls for Xiao Fei to shift into her jade dragon form, and the transformation is nothing short of breathtaking. Surrounded by a bright green glow, Xiao Fei radiates raw energy as she readies her soul light skill. Meanwhile, Lu Fan tells Xiao Yi to switch into her destruction form, setting the stage for an all-out assault. The three-headed dragon wastes no time, taking to the air and bombarding them with fire and ice. Lu Fan dodges skillfully, charging forward with his dragon's sword glowing fiercely. He commands Xiao Fei to activate Soul Impact, and the energy release is immediate and overwhelming. The surrounding dragons reel from the shockwave as Xiao Yi, now fully transformed, unleashes her new skill, Intimidation. Her deafening roar sends a ripple of fear through the battlefield, paralyzing the enemy in its tracks. Even Jianying feels the weight of Xiao Yi's aura and realizes this control skill is unlike anything she's ever seen. With the bronze dragon weakened by Xiao Yi's devastating pressure, Lu Fan sees his opening. He charges in with his dragon sword and combines Soul Effect with Dragon Fang Strike, shattering the bronze armor skill. Xiao Yi follows up, twisting the dragon's neck with brutal efficiency. The bronze dragon collapses in a heap, its metallic blood pooling on the ground. The system chimes in to announce the victory. Xiao Yi levels up to 22, Xiao Fei reaches level 17, and Lu Fan himself hits level 28. Jianying, though she's also leveled up to 27 and upgraded her Myriad Blossoms sword to level 6, feels a twinge of sadness. She didn't get to contribute as much as she wanted. Lu Fan, ever the leader, places a reassuring hand on her shoulder and explains that taking out all three heads of the elemental dragon was essential to prevent its regeneration. He suggests they let Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei handle things for a bit while they rest at the nearby camp. Later that night, under the light of the moon, Jianying brings some food to Lu Fan, mentioning it was prepared by Sister Hank. She steps outside, expecting to find him by the fire, but he's nowhere to be seen. The flames flicker brightly, but the absence of her companion leaves her feeling strangely hollow. She reflects on her emotions, questioning if Lu Fan shares her worries. Despite her best efforts, she can't shake the feeling that she's been more of a burden than a help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is already deep in thought, silently apologizing to Jianying as he focuses on their mission. The system alerts him to something extraordinary, a massive egg. As he approaches, the system reveals they are now close to the divine treasure, the very reason they entered this perilous forest in the first place. Just when Lu Fan thought he could catch his breath, danger strikes again. Out of nowhere, a ferocious dragon materializes, roaring loud enough to make the ground shake. Its eerie green eyes glow with a deadly intensity, and the system wastes no time throwing up a warning. Soul of the Flying Dragon King, level 70. This beast isn't just strong, it's nightmare fuel. Its dragon's breath attack can unleash fire, ice, thunder, or wind, and its Assault Dragon King ability lets it dive at lightning speed, piercing through anything in its way. Oh, and to make it worse, it takes 50% less damage from everything. Because why not? Lu Fan instantly knows this is the final boss of the level 55 Nightmare Secret Realm. The tension is real. Drawing his dragon sword, he prepares for the toughest fight of his life. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei step up, Their expression's a mix of determination and, let's be honest, a bit of what did we get ourselves into? Lu Fan orders them to focus. It's all or nothing now. Back at the resting area, Jian Ying hears the dragon's roar echoing in the distance. Her stomach twists into knots. Memories of Lu Fan saving her flash through her mind, and doubts creep in. What if she's just holding him back? What if he decides he's better off without her? The thought stings, but she shakes it off. Clenching her fists, she reminds herself that she's not here to be a bystander. She's going to fight alongside Lu Fan, no matter what. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the soul of the Flying Dragon King wastes no time, blasting powerful winds and thunder in Lu Fan's direction. Lu Fan glares at the dragon, realizing this thing might even be stronger than the great destroyer emperor he faced before. His eyes narrow as he orders Xiaoyi to prepare lava flame, while activating Dragon's inspiration to boost everyone's power by 30%. Xiaoyi roars, shifting into her destruction form, and unleashes a scorching torrent of flames that engulfs the dragon. The dragon screeches in pain, but quickly retaliates with Soul Assault, charging uncontrollably toward Lu Fan. It's fast, too fast. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat as the dragon shifts behind him, ready to strike. Thinking quickly, he commands Xiao Fei to switch into her eternal being form. The transformation happens in an instant, and her aura radiates a calming but powerful energy. Just then, Jian Ying arrives on the scene, her voice ringing with determination as she calls out to Lu Fan. She raises her hand, summoning power of 1,000 swords and falling feathers, and reassures him that she'll handle her own defense. Her confidence lights a spark in Lu Fan. He nods, silently thanking her for having his back. The system chimes in with a game-changer. Jade Dragon Xiao Fei has unlocked new skills, Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Xiao Fei glows brightly as she activates Life Pulse, a restorative skill that radiates waves of energy, boosting everyone's stamina and power. At the same time, Xiaoyi doubles down on her lava flame attack, pushing the flames higher and hotter. Lu Fan orders Xiaoyi to finish it, and with a thunderous roar, she charges at the dragon. But the soul of the Flying Dragon King isn't going down without a fight. It takes to the sky, using dragon language magic to counter Xiaoyi's attacks. Lu Fan realizes the stakes have just been raised and orders Xiao Fei to shield everyone. High above, the dragon prepares its ultimate move, Apocalypse Fall. This devastating ability sacrifices its own life to release a blast with 2,000% of its power. As the dragon plummets toward the ground, the tension is unbearable. The resulting explosion is massive, shaking the entire realm and sending shockwaves for miles. For a moment, everything is chaos. Dust and debris fill the air, making it impossible to see. But then, a green energy glows faintly through the haze. It's Xiao Fei's protective barrier, shielding everyone from the catastrophic blast. They're safe, barely. When the dust finally settles, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying, concern etched on his face. He asks if she's okay, and she assures him she's fine, though clearly shaken. She thanks Xiao Fei for saving them, and they all take a moment to acknowledge how close they came to total disaster. The system reports their progress. Lu Fan levels up to 29, Xiaoyi hits level 23, and Xiao Fei reaches level 17. Lu Fan places a proud hand on Xiao Fei's head, praising her for her incredible skills. But of course, Xiaoyi isn't having it. Her jealous pout is almost comical as she glares at Xiao Fei. Lu Fan notices and chuckles, reassuring Xiaoyi that her massive damage output was key to taking down the level 70 boss. Her mood lifts slightly. Meanwhile, Jian Ying reflects on the battle, realizing that this was their first time facing a boss of this caliber together. She admits she always thought players at their level wouldn't have to deal with such intense fights. Lu Fan agrees, marveling at how they survived something so far above their pay grade. Later, Lu Fan and Jian Ying share a quiet moment. He places a hand on his head, almost embarrassed, and admits he didn't mean to scare her earlier. He only left to explore, not expecting to run into such a powerful enemy. Jian Ying interrupts, her voice firm but kind, and reassures him that she never doubted he'd have their backs. She recalls his earlier words and smiles, telling him that no matter how strong they become, they'll never let a teammate fight alone. Her determination is clear, and Lu Fan feels a swell of pride in their growing bond. After his victory against the Blade King Dragon, he's standing there, soaking in the glory, when bam, a treasure chest just pops open right in front of him. Like it's saying, "Congrats, you earned this." Meanwhile, Jianying, she's completely oblivious, staring off in the opposite direction without a clue about the loot. Lu Fan steps forward, curious about what kind of legendary goodies he scored. The first item practically glows as it emerges, the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King. This bad boy comes loaded with 60 agility, 356 strength, and 291 spirit. Oh, and did I mention? It gives you the ability to fly. Not glide, not hover. Full-on flying. Plus, if you've got dragon language magic, you can cast and receive spells mid-flight. The catch: you need to be level 60 to use it. Lu Fan sighs, thinking how it'll be a while before he's soaring through the skies. Next up, a level 30 artifact designed for dragon riders. This one lets you combine your pet's abilities with your own, boosting dragon energy and unleashing devastating long-range attacks. Lu Fan's grin stretches ear to ear as he pictures himself riding Xiaoyi into battle. He mentally files that one away for when Xiaoyi hits level 30. And then there's the third item, the late Dragonbone Flute. This magical flute can summon the twin Flying Dragon Kings, matching the user's level. The downside? It's limited to 7 uses. Lu Fan admires it but can't help wishing it didn't come with restrictions. As he's marveling at his newfound loot, something strange happens. Xiaofei starts glowing intensely, drawing both his and Jianying's attention. The little jade dragon moves toward a massive tree and begins healing it with her energy. The plants around them start stirring, as if responding to her. It's almost mystical, like something straight out of a legend. And then, just as they're piecing it together, the system pops up with a new mission: restore the sacred tree. Apparently, the tree is under threat from the Abyssal Dragon's minions, and the only way to save it is to slay the Abyssal Dragon and soak the tree's seed in its blood. In return, they'll earn the favor of the Life Dragon, a source of immense power. Lu Fan retrieves the sacred tree seed and lets out a low whistle as he reads the mission details. The Abyssal Dragon is no joke. This thing comes from the lower realms and is infamous for devouring demons. Its rank is so high, it makes the word nightmare look like child's play. Xiaofei gently nudges Lu Fan's hand, and he smiles down at her, thanking her for unlocking this secret mission. Then, in true Lu Fan fashion, he gets an idea. Turning to Xiaofei, he asks, completely seriously, if she can eat the flute. Xiaofei and Jianying freeze, both utterly baffled by the suggestion. But Lu Fan just raises his hands in mock surrender, grinning as he encourages Xiaofei to try it. Xiaofei steps up, and before anyone can stop her, she starts chomping on the flute like it's her favorite snack. Lu Fan can't help but ask if it tastes good, while Jianying stares in disbelief, muttering about how Xiaofei's chewing it like a piece of fruit. Moments later, the system chimes in with an update. Xiaofei has gained the flute's powers and can now summon the twin Flying Dragon Kings without any usage limits. To prove it, Xiaofei immediately summons the Dragon Kings. They emerge with a deafening roar, their power matching Xiaofei's level of 18. Jianying is stunned, struggling to process how a boss-level dragon just became Xiaofei's summon. Lu Fan casually points out that the Dragon Kings are smaller now, joking that they're basically Xiaofei's pets. Jianying mutters something about dragon pets having their own dragon pets, shaking her head at the absurdity of it all. With the Sacred Tree mission now in their hands, Jianying suggests heading back, pointing out that Sister Hank will be worried if they don't return soon. Lu Fan waves her off, telling her to go ahead. He'll catch up. Pulling up his map, he reflects on an important task he still needs to complete. Later, back at the villa in Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan calls a meeting with Xiaoyi and Xiaofei. The cozy atmosphere doesn't hide the fact that something serious is about to go down. Sitting in front of them is a new dragon egg, one Lu Fan recently retrieved. He takes a deep breath and, with mock frustration, tells Xiaoyi that her habit of bullying Xiaofei has to stop. Xiaoyi pouts, but her attention quickly shifts to the egg, which seems to fascinate both dragons. Lu Fan tries to regain their focus, explaining that this egg represents their soon-to-arrive family member. He even makes a game out of it, asking if they think it'll be a brother or sister. But the system cuts his fun short, bluntly informing him that at his current level, he can only tame 2 dragons. If he wants to add another, he'll need to hit level 30. Letting out a sigh, Lu Fan tells the dragon sisters that they'll need to level up in the poison spider forest. The next morning, as he's barely awake, there's a knock at his door. 2 ladies, Qin Xiao and another student, stand there looking flustered. Lu Fan rubs his eyes, confused about the commotion. Qin Xiao thrusts a post into his hand, explaining that it's gone viral on the school forum. Apparently, the buzz is about Lu Fan's withdrawal from the freshman exam. The post claims Fengyun Pavilion has reached the finals, and no one is left to challenge them. Qinxiu explains that Fengyun Pavilion has grown into a powerhouse with nearly 30 members, led by Jiang Fengyun and Su Jing. They've declared themselves unstoppable, and even announced plans to clear out Lu Fan's villa after the final. Lu Fan listens, half amused. Hearing that Jiang Fengyun has declared himself the new number one makes him chuckle. Cute, he thinks. Qinxiu points out that the finals grant access to the national trials, which is why Jiang Fengyun is so desperate to claim victory. But Lu Fan knows the truth. He's already secured his spot. The prizes Jiang Fengyun is chasing, they're already his. With a playful glint in his eye, Lu Fan waves off their concerns and tells them not to worry. He's more than happy to accept Fengyun Pavilion's challenge. Let's have some fun, he says with a smirk, asking to borrow the post. It's time for Lu Fan to fire back. Inside the VIP room at Dragon Academy Arena, Su Jing, a calm and collected forbidden sorcerer, is scrolling through his tablet like he's catching up on the latest gossip. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun, the shadow warrior with a flair for theatrics, is blindfolded and sparring with multiple opponents. Mid-spar, Su Jing casually mentions that Lu Fan has responded to their forum post. Jiang Fengyun freezes. His sparring partners don't even have time to breathe before he activates his projection skill, summoning clones of himself that quickly overpower everyone in the room. Removing his blindfold like it's a dramatic reveal, Jiang Fengyun casually orders someone to heal his downed partners. Then, with a devilish grin, he asks Su Jing what Lu Fan posted. Su Jing, still scrolling with a smirk, tells him it's classic Lu Fan, a bold challenge to the entire Fengyun Pavilion. Jiang Fengyun rolls his eyes at what he calls Lu Fan's bravado, but his grin widens. He orders Su Jing to respond, inviting Lu Fan to face them at the arena after the finals tomorrow. Su Jing, half doubtful Jiang Fengyun is serious. Can't help but laugh, but he goes along with the plan. Then Jiang Fengyun's tone shifts. Turning serious, he commands Su Jing to gather everyone from Fengyun Pavilion. It's time, he declares, to show Lu Fan that the title of number one isn't handed out. It's earned in combat. Meanwhile, over in Lu Fan's corner of the world, things are far less intense. He's chilling with his friends when Qinxiu bursts in, announcing with excitement that Fengyun Pavilion has accepted the challenge. Jiang Fengyun is even competing in a semi-final match today. But Lu Fan? Not impressed. He waves it off, casually saying he'd rather spend his time leveling up in the Poison Spider's secret realm. Talk about priorities. Just then, Lu Fan's aunt appears, reminding him that overconfidence can lead to failure. She suggests he at least check out Jiang Fengyun's match to better understand his opponent. One of the ladies chimes in, pointing out that Lu Fan supporters might even outnumber Fengyun Pavilions. Qinxiu, ever the voice of reason, warns that if Lu Fan is spotted in the crowd, rumors will explode across campus. Lu Fan's aunt, clearly a problem solver, suggests he go in disguise. Cue the stealth makeover. Lu Fan dons a dark cloak and mask, looking like he just stepped out of a spy movie. Qinxiu and Xiao Man accompany him to the arena, confident no one will recognize him. Even his aunt approves of his shadowy new look, calling it both functional and fashionable. Inside, Gahan announces the start of the semifinals. But just as the teams take the stage, Lu Fan suddenly gets up. His aunt looks at him, surprised, and asks where he's going. Lu Fan shrugs, saying the match looks boring and he'd rather go for a walk. Classic Lu Fan, casual to the core. He tells her to call him when it's over and leaves. While the crowd buzzes with excitement over the semifinal match, the vice principal, seated in the stands, watches the disguised Lu Fan. His thoughts drift to a recent conversation with the principal. In a flashback, he recalls bursting into the principal's office to discuss the forum drama. He was worried Lu Fan didn't understand how powerful he was, especially since Chen Tianji was still recovering from their fight. But the principal, as unbothered as ever, had brushed it off, saying Gahan could handle it. His real concern? The arrival of the Dragon Capital Special Envoy in a month to assess Lu Fan for the national trial. The vice principal had been stunned by the news, especially when the principal revealed that the envoy was now Yuan Changfeng, a once powerful figure with a notorious grudge against Lu Fan. While the vice principal worried this could spell trouble for Lu Fan, the principal had laughed it off, confident in his choice of Lu Fan as a national trial candidate. Back in the present, the vice principal watches the arena, wondering how the upcoming battle between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun will unfold. He can't help but chuckle, knowing the principal wouldn't miss it for the world. Elsewhere, in the points room at the Academy's arena, professionals are dropping like flies. One after another, they leave in disbelief, muttering about an impossibly tough opponent inside. Rumors spread like wildfire. Someone at level 29 is pretending to be weaker than they are, stealing points from challengers. Outside the room, veterans warn others not to enter unless they're ready to lose. Inside, the mysterious arena master is none other than Lu Fan himself. Sitting casually, he reflects that sparring here is far more productive than watching a boring match. But then the door creaks open, and a challenger steps in. It's not just anyone. It's a striking woman with long white hair and a sleek black dress. She greets Lu Fan with a calm smile and asks if he has time for a match. Lu Fan greets the woman respectfully, calling her senior. But she just smiles, brushing her hair back playfully and teasing him. She quips that if he wants her to spare him, he'll need to show a lot more respect. Classic Lu Fan keeps his composure, replying with a serious tone that there's no need to hold back. Hearing that, her enthusiasm surges. Fierce flames suddenly engulf her body, and she begins to float, her presence instantly more commanding. Lu Fan realizes this woman isn't just strong. She's dangerous. As the flames intensify, her dress burns away, replaced by a form-fitting armor that radiates power and elegance. Lu Fan knows she's not here for a casual sparring match. This is the real deal. Before he can react, she vanishes. In an instant, she reappears behind him, her voice playful, yet sharp as she says she's not like the classmates waiting outside. A massive flaming trident materializes in her hand, its glow illuminating her confident smirk. With a warning not to hold back, she lunges at him, thrusting the weapon with incredible force. Lu Fan blocks just in time, summoning his big black machete to parry the blow. But the sheer power of her attack sends him sliding back several meters. His grip tightens on his weapon as he wonders just how strong she is. The woman laughs, surprised that Lu Fan managed to block her attack. She starts teasing him, asking if he's too scared to hit a pretty lady. To top it off, she seductively licks her finger, taunting him further. Her teasing only fuels her determination. She's made up her mind to teach him a lesson. Lu Fan, calm but focused, tells her he understands and prepares for his counterattack. Their eyes meet, both burning with the thrill of competition. The battle intensifies. Lu Fan's machete clashes with her fiery trident in a flurry of sparks and heat. Each strike grows more powerful, their attacks shaking the ground beneath them. Outside the arena, students gather in awe, whispering about the beautiful woman who just walked in. Some think she's struggling, given her overly enthusiastic fighting style, while others suspect she's just toying with Lu Fan. Either way, they can't take their eyes off the fight. Meanwhile, in the main arena, the crowd erupts as Jiang Fengyun's semi-final match concludes with his victory. He's basking in the cheers when his friend approaches, reporting that rumors of Lu Fan sneaking into the audience have spread. Jiang Fengyun smirks, dismissing the idea as irrelevant. He didn't even show half his strength during the match, so why should he care? Then, in a dramatic twist, Jiang Fengyun points to the audience and shouts, challenging Lu Fan directly. He warns Lu Fan not to be arrogant for long and tells him not to run away from tomorrow's battle. The crowd eats it up, cheering wildly as the tension escalates. But here's the kicker. Lu Fan isn't even there. Qin Xiao and Xiao Man, realizing this, panic and start looking for him. Hank sighs, knowing full well that Lu Fan found the match boring and left long ago. Back in the points arena, Lu Fan is still locked in his intense duel. The mysterious woman's relentless attacks keep him on edge. He's impressed by her power, but puzzled by her motives. Suddenly, his phone rings, distracting him. She notices and, mid-attack, grabs his hat, teasing him about his defense while complimenting his rapid improvement. It dawns on Lu Fan. She's not just fighting him. She's guiding him, exploiting weaknesses in his movements to help him grow stronger. But why? He doesn't have time to figure it out as the woman gets dangerously close, her armor gleaming and her teasing grin inches from his face. She points out that he needs more endurance and stamina if he wants to keep up. Flustered, Lu Fan can't even respond before his phone rings again. Apologizing, he takes the call. When he turns back, he thanks her sincerely for teaching him so much in such a short time. He even asks for her contact information, hoping to schedule more training sessions. The woman, now back in her sleek black outfit, laughs, teasing him for asking a pretty senior for her number so quickly. Lu Fan, panicking, clarifies that it's strictly for training purposes, but she waves him off. With a playful tone, she tells him to open a points room in the arena whenever he wants to fight her again. No promises, though. As she walks away, Lu Fan can't shake the feeling that she's more than just a strong senior. Her power, her demeanor, everything about her felt like she was on a completely different level. Could she be a teacher? Or perhaps something else entirely? The mystery gnaws at him. Just as Lu Fan is deep in thought, a notification pops up, 100 points awarded by your opponent. Confused, he wonders why she gave him points when she clearly could have knocked him out. Determined to uncover the truth, he bolts out of the arena, searching for her. But no matter where he looks, she's nowhere to be found. As he runs through the dorm, students yell at him to calm down, but he's too lost in thought to care. Who is she? Why did she fight him like that? And why did she vanish so suddenly? It almost feels like she wasn't real, like some kind of spirit haunting the academy. Moments later, Qin Xiao, Xiao Man, and Hank find Lu Fan, shouting for him to join them. Qin Xiao teases him about meeting yet another mysterious girl, while Xiao Man jumps in, making jokes about him hooking up in the arena. But Lu Fan, too consumed by the day's events, brushes them off and quietly follows them back. The next day, the freshman assessment finals kick off, and the arena is packed to the brim. Students chatter excitedly, wondering if Lu Fan will actually show up to face Jiang Fengyun. Some say he's brave for challenging the entire Fengyun pavilion, while others think he's just ridiculously arrogant. Either way, everyone agrees this is the match of the year. Inside the arena, Jiang Fengyun grows impatient, frustrated that Lu Fan hasn't arrived yet. He threatens to march over to Villa number 1 himself if Lu Fan doesn't show. Su Jing, ever calm, advises him to wait. Just then, someone spots a figure racing toward the arena from the restroom area. It's Lu Fan, running at insane speeds, his cloak billowing behind him. Jiang Fengyun smirks, signaling his team to prepare. As Lu Fan approaches, he waves casually to the crowd, apologizing for being late. Then, with his signature grin, he announces, "Let's get this over with, I've got more important things to do." Standing in the middle of the arena, Lu Fan wears his signature confident grin as he addresses the Fengyun Pavilion. With an air of calm, he admits he doesn't even know how many members they have. But, he adds with a smirk, one thing is clear, whatever comes together goes together. To drive the point home, he makes a cutthroat gesture, which immediately sets off one of the pavilion's giants. Furious, the man hurls insults, demanding to know how Lu Fan dares to speak to Jiang Fengyun like that. "You're asking for death," he bellows. But before the giant can step forward, Jiang Fengyun raises a hand to stop him. He brushes off the insults, declaring that there's no need for idle chatter if Lu Fan refuses to take them seriously. With that, Jiang Fengyun makes his move. He wagers 7,000 points on the match, confident in his victory. Lu Fan, clearly unbothered, starts searching his pockets like he forgot what he even brought. Then, with a flourish, he pulls out his points card and declares a bet of 177,000 points. The crowd gasps. Jiang Fengyun's team panics, shouting that they don't have enough points to match. But Jiang Fengyun, hungry for revenge, silences them. Driven by greed and pride, he rallies the pavilion to pool their points. They manage to scrape together the full amount, though some grumble, warning that if they don't get a cut of Lu Fan's points after the match, they're done with the pavilion. With the bets placed, the tension in the air is electric. Lu Fan, cool as ever, starts warming up, clearly excited. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun, suspicious of Lu Fan's confidence, assumes he'll summon his dragon pet and orders Su Jing to cast a binding spell. Su Jing agrees, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle. The fight kicks off with Su Jing casting Confinement Lock, a spell that sends crimson-red chains flying toward Lu Fan. The chains wrap around him, completely immobilizing him and preventing any skill usage for 5 seconds. Thinking they've got Lu Fan right where they want him, Jiang Fengyun and his comrades charge in, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Fan breaks free. The chains shatter like cheap decorations, and he blocks Jiang Fengyun's attack with his big black machete. The crowd erupts in disbelief. Jiang Fengyun freezes, unable to process how Lu Fan broke the spell so effortlessly. Before he can recover, Lu Fan grabs him by the collar, flips him 360 degrees, and slams him into the ground with a thunderous crash. The cheers grow louder as Lu Fan stands over Jiang Fengyun like it's just another day at the office. Refusing to give up, The pavilion's mage sneaks behind Lu Fan and casts Stiffness, a spell designed to slow him down by reducing movement and attack speed by 75%. The mage signals the long-range attackers, who unleash a barrage of projectiles at Lu Fan. Dust and smoke fill the air, and for a moment, it seems like they might have turned the tide. But as the dust clears, there's Lu Fan, grinning like he's at a picnic. "Is this really your plan to take down the top freshman?" he asks, slamming his foot into Jiang Fengyun's face for good measure. Jiang Fengyun, dazed, demands to know why the spell didn't work. Su Jing, baffled, explains that it is working. Lu Fan's speed has indeed been reduced. The problem? Even at 25% speed, Lu Fan is still faster than everyone else. Lu Fan casually shrugs, looking down at Jiang Fengyun with a playful smile. "Don't blame your friends," he says. "It's just that my dragon pet bonuses make your skills kind of useless." Feeling the pressure, Jiang Fengyun activates his trump card, Afterimage, a skill that creates multiple mirages of himself to overwhelm his opponent. The pavilion cheers, convinced this is their leader's big comeback. But as the mirages swarm Lu Fan, he cuts through them one by one like he's swatting flies. Lu Fan even compliments the move, saying it's pretty cool, before deciding to end things. He starts materializing a massive fireball, one so large it seems like it could engulf the entire arena. The flames swirl and grow, radiating heat and power. Jiang Fengyun's confident smirk fades as he realizes Lu Fan isn't bluffing. The fireball explodes into an inferno as Lu Fan summons Black Dragon Xiaoyi in her World Destroyer form. The massive dragon emerges from the flames, her fiery aura burning away the remaining mirages. The crowd and the pavilion members alike are thrown into chaos. The sky darkens as Xiaoyi's sheer size and power block out the sun. Panic spreads as the pavilion begins to scatter, screaming in terror. One of Lu Fan's teammates pulls out a phone, recording the chaos for posterity, while others stand frozen, unable to process the sight of a real dragon in its most fearsome form. Jiang Fengyun, now blindfold off, stares at Xiaoyi in disbelief. He's faced fake dragon tamers before, but this is something else entirely. His team begs him to retreat, but Jiang Fengyun knows it's too late. He's made a colossal mistake. Lu Fan, standing amidst the chaos, warns Jiang Fengyun not to collapse just yet. His counterattack is coming. Xiaoyi lets out a deafening howl, and Lu Fan unleashes a pressure attack that radiates fear, immobilization, and stunning effects across the arena. Every member of the Fengyun Pavilion is hit, frozen in place as panic overtakes them. Even Jiang Fengyun, trying desperately to move, finds himself completely powerless. With a grin, Lu Fan pulls out his points card and asks Jiang Fengyun if he finally understands who the true number one is. As the system tallies the results, Lu Fan collects a staggering 189,041 points, leaving the pavilion utterly defeated. Jiang Fengyun collapses, fainting from the sheer humiliation. As the dust settles, Xiaoyi lands beside Lu Fan, her fiery presence still commanding the arena. Lu Fan pats her head and casually remarks that their mission is complete. But even after wiping out the pavilion, he's not done. "I've got more important things to do," he says, walking away like it's all in a day's work. Later, in the Dragon Academy points room, Lu Fan is on the phone, bragging about his massive haul of points. His friends suggest throwing a party to celebrate, but Lu Fan is already focused on his next move. Just then, the mysterious senior sister steps into the room. Dressed in her striking black outfit, she approaches Lu Fan with a sly smile. "Were you waiting for me?" she asks. Lu Fan grins, replying that there's no point in competing with anyone else. If he's going to learn, it has to be from someone like her. He adds, almost teasingly, that since she's over level 70, she's the only real challenge around. The senior sister pauses, glancing at the arena's level requirement, and smiles knowingly. Lu Fan, too, begins to piece it together. She's not a student. She's something far beyond what he imagined. The scene shifts back to the arena, where the vice principal kneels beside a defeated Jiang Fengyun, checking his pulse after that epic battle. As he surveys the destruction, still surrounded by the stunned members of Fengyun Pavilion, one thing becomes clear. Lu Fan doesn't just fight, he calculates. Every move, every decision was timed perfectly, and despite the intensity of the showdown, no lives were in danger. The vice principal can't help but nod in approval. Lu Fan truly understands the weight of his actions. Meanwhile, back in the points room, The mysterious senior sister sits casually, teasing Lu Fan. Did you set a trap for me to walk into? She asks with a sly smile, clearly enjoying herself. Lu Fan quickly defends himself, saying, Hey, it's not a scam. The level limit is posted right on the door. If you walked in, that means you're over level 70. Definitely not a student. The lady raises an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. So you think I'm not a senior? Then who do you think I am? Lu Fan, a little flustered, starts analyzing. She looks young enough to be a senior, but her strength is way beyond that of any student. After a pause, he blurts out, You must be a teacher. That earns him a burst of laughter. A teacher, she chuckles, clearly amused. Then her tone shifts as she steps closer, her fiery aura returning. Whether you believe it or not, I am your senior, she says. Her eyes glimmer mischievously as she adds, and this time, you didn't hide your handsome face. Much more pleasant to look at. But before Lu Fan can respond, her tone sharpens. Don't dig too deep into who I am, she warns. If you want to see me again, don't set the points room level to 70 or higher. Otherwise, I won't come back. Lu Fan nervously promises, though he'd been considering setting it to 80 next time. Well, that plan's scrapped. The air thickens as flames swirl around the woman, and her black dress transforms once again into that stunning, intimidating armor. I have to admit, she says, your performance in the arena was impressive. You used my techniques against Jiang Fengyun perfectly. You learned fast. Hearing her praise, Lu Fan can't help but grin. He materializes his big black machete, realizing that she must have been watching the entire battle. She explains how the crowd erupted when he summoned his dragon so quickly and knocked down Jiang Fengyun with lightning speed. Your reactions, she adds, are proof of the speed you honed in the points room. Flattered, Lu Fan scratches his head, thanking her for the guidance. But, he admits, I still have a lot of weaknesses in melee combat. Without warning, she materializes her fire trident and lunges at him, her expression dead serious. Lu Fan barely manages to block, his mind racing. You've made progress, she says, her voice sharp, but don't get cocky. You're still far from ready to brag about it. Realizing she's not joking, Lu Fan quickly apologizes. I wasn't trying to brag, he insists. I really want to keep learning. Then, switching gears, he starts buttering her up, praising her skills and kindness. You treat me like a younger brother, he says, teaching me so much and even giving me 100 points. The woman laughs, clearly entertained by his flattery. You're pretty good at building relationships, she says. But if you want to keep learning from me, you'll have to bring me something in return, like enchanted food from your house. I hear your big sister is a great cook. Lu Fan smiles, agreeing without hesitation. Though his big sister is technically his aunt, he figures it's close enough. No problem, he says, already imagining what dishes his aunt might prepare. The lady's tone shifts again. What else did you learn in the arena? She asks. Lu Fan grins, readying his machete. But before he can answer, she launches another attack. Their weapons clash in a blur of sparks and flames, the fight growing more intense. You're getting faster, she says, impressed. Then, with a devilish smile, she adds, if you can land even one hit on me, I'll reward you with a new weapon. Lu Fan, confused, barely has time to process her words before she leaps into the air and lands a playful but powerful hit, using her thighs to smack his face. It's almost like she's belly dancing mid-battle, and Lu Fan is too stunned to react. She teases him about his outdated weapons, joking about switching to a longer fire trident. But then she grows serious again. What do you really want? She asks. Lu Fan, trying to keep his cool, blurts out the enchantment scroll. The moment the words leave his mouth, the lady freezes. Her expression shifts from playful to furious. Do you even realize how rare and expensive that is? She snaps, lunging at him. You want that? Go to hell. Lu Fan, unprepared for her sudden anger, tries to explain, but she's too furious to listen. Her fiery attacks rain down on him, leaving him speechless. Later that evening, back at the villa, Lu Fan is nursing his sore muscles and complaining to his aunt. I couldn't land a single hit on her, he grumbles. Now my whole body feels like it's been hit by a truck. His aunt, clearly shaken, tells him she was scared to death during his battle with Jiang Fengyun. I thought you two were going to fight to the death, she says. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, sitting nearby with her tablet, casually mentions that the senior sister probably isn't a teacher. According to Nan Jianyang, she's never seen anyone like her at the academy. Qin Xiao suddenly perks up, announcing that Lu Fan is trending on the school forum again. Turns out, someone recorded his fight against Fengyan Pavilion, complete with footage of the legendary Black Dragon Xiao Yi. Lu Fan's aunt watches the video, smiling proudly. Now everyone knows you won, she says. This should settle all the disputes. Lu Fan, still baffled, wonders how anyone managed to record the chaos. Some people just have perfect timing, he mutters. Jinying, now curious, teases him. After beating Jiang Fengyun, you should be the new idol of the Fengyan Pavilion, she jokes. But Lu Fan, too exhausted to care, waves it off. I'm just focusing on recovery, he says. The hype will die down soon. The next day, in the spider's secret realm, Lu Fan is back to grinding levels. As he slices through hordes of spider monsters with ferocious attacks, Jianying watches in confusion. I thought your goal was learning new techniques from your senior, she says. Lu Fan, focused on the fight, explains, if I upgrade my level, I'll have an advantage over her. Besides, I'll need it to keep up. Just as he finishes a particularly tough wave of spiders, Lu Fan feels it. The surge of energy as he finally hits level 30. Overjoyed, he calls everyone over to open a treasure chest and celebrate his achievement. Qin Xiu congratulates him, while his aunt, trying not to gag at the sight of the spider corpses, reluctantly pats him on the back. Jianying and Xiaoman are equally excited, knowing that hitting level 30 means one thing. It's finally time for Lu Fan to visit the job transfer hall and upgrade his class to the next level. Lu Fan steps out of the secret realm, his excitement practically radiating. He's ready for whatever comes next after his second job transfer. But as soon as the nearby students recognize him, the guy who single-handedly defeated Chen Tianji and wiped the floor with the entire Fengyan Pavilion, chaos erupts. Boys and girls swarm him like he's a celebrity, all clamoring for selfies, autographs, and even just a handshake. The crowd grows larger and rowdier, separating him from his group. Jianying and Xiaoman watch the madness unfold from a distance. Jianying's eyes narrow in jealousy at the girls fawning over Lu Fan, while Xiaoman shakes her head in disbelief. How did he get this popular so fast, she mutters. Realizing there's no escape from the crowd, Lu Fan's aunt springs into action. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan emerges disguised in his trusty undercover gear. Mask, goggles, the whole shebang. As students frantically search for him, the disguise works perfectly and the mob disperses. Qin Xiu exhales in relief. Thank goodness, she says, we finally dodged them. Lu Fan, however, looks a bit deflated. Do I really have to go out like this every time now? He laments. Xiaoman, envious of the attention, jokes, I wish I had a bunch of handsome guys chasing after me. Jianying, still sour, quickly changes the subject. There's no historical record of a second job transfer for a dragon tamer, she points out. No guides, no references. Lu Fan's flying blind here. Qin Xiu, ever the cheerleader, pats Lu Fan on the back. You're about to make history, she says with a grin. Even Lu Fan feels a spark of pride. This is uncharted territory, and he's ready to face it head-on. Finally, they reach the job transfer hall, and the group exchanges encouraging smiles. The ceremony is solo, Jianying reminds him. You've got this. Lu Fan reassures them, saying, don't worry. I'll figure it out somehow. With a confident tap of his student card, he enters the chamber. The room is circular and bathed in soft blue light. As the system announces that the second stage transfer is ready, Lu Fan realizes there's no existing data for a Dragon Tamer's second transfer. Usually, these jobs are documented for future generations, but his path is entirely blank. Determined, he begins exploring his options. 3 glowing notifications appear before him. 1. Dragon Priest. A path centered on healing, buffs, and enchantments, enhancing dragon pets, but leaving the user's abilities weaker. 2. Dragon Spellcaster. A mage-like role that absorbs dragon skills and lets the user cast dragon magic themselves. 3. Flame Dragon Warrior. A melee-focused class with incredible strength and endurance, allowing transformations into a giant dragon form. Each option has clear strengths, but comes with significant trade-offs. None of them fit Lu Fan's balanced fighting style. Frustrated, he stares at the choices, feeling stuck. Then, as if sensing his dilemma, a 4th option materializes, Dragon Rider. Before him, a suit of powerful armor with a flowing cape appears, radiating energy. The system explains that the Dragon Rider branch enhances skills by synchronizing them with dragon pets. It's versatile, allowing growth in multiple combat styles and further strengthening his bond with his dragons. This is it, Lu Fan realizes, his eyes lighting up. It's a perfect match. Fighting side by side with his dragons is his core strategy, and this path amplifies everything he excels at. With a confident swipe, he selects Dragon Rider. Meanwhile, back outside, the ladies are starting to get anxious. Why is it taking so long? Xiaoman asks, pacing. Hank, trying and failing to stay calm, reassures her, don't be nervous. Lu Fan's just exploring his options. Jianying, ever composed, chimes in. He's making history. He has to be careful. His choice might even change the way dragon tamers are viewed forever. Qin Xiu smiles. This is the end of the 800-year decline of dragon professions. Trust him. Lu Fan knows what he's doing. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the doors swing open. Lu Fan steps out, and the group breathes a collective sigh of relief. They bombard him with questions, eager to know what path he chose. As they walk, Lu Fan reveals his new class, Dragon Rider. My contract slots increase from 2 to 3, he adds with a grin. Xiaoman, ever curious, asks, wait, does that mean you actually have to learn how to ride a dragon now? Laughing, Lu Fan explains, I already found a dragon riding saddle in the cemetery's secret realm. As long as my dragons hit level 30, I can ride them. His aunt raises an eyebrow. The thought of you riding 2 dragons feels weird, she teases. Lu Fan smirks. Don't imagine anything strange. I'm only riding them in full dragon form, not human form. As they approach the villa, Lu Fan spots someone familiar, the mysterious senior sister. She strides over, her presence as captivating as ever. You've wasted enough time, she says playfully. I should have just given you my contact info earlier. The group stares, especially Xiaoman, who immediately realizes this is the senior who trained Lu Fan into exhaustion. She can't help but admire her beauty. The senior sister smiles knowingly. I assume Lu Fan's told you all about me, she says, then turns to his aunt. Are you the famous enchanted cook? His aunt chuckles, confirming it. The senior sister then casually announces that she needs to borrow Lu Fan for a bit. The group freezes in surprise. The senior sister clarifies, we're running errands in Dragon City. Don't get any strange ideas. His aunt waves her off. After all the guidance you've given Lu Fan, there's no need to ask. Just bring him back in one piece. And join us for dinner when you're done. Before Lu Fan can protest, the senior sister grabs his hand. As she pulls him away, her chest brushes against him, leaving him flustered. He glances back at his friends, clearly annoyed that no one bothered to ask his opinion. Later, Lu Fan sits silently in the passenger seat of the senior sister's sleek, speeding car. The engine roars, and they're definitely breaking every speed limit. His phone buzzes with a warning, be cautious around her. She's not even a teacher. His unease grows. The senior sister notices his silence. What's wrong? She asks with a sly smile. Hesitating, Lu Fan finally asks, where are we going? Her smile widens. To get the rare consumable you requested. You'll love it. Realizing what she means, Lu Fan's excitement replaces his worry. This ride just got a whole lot more interesting. After what felt like hours of speeding, Lu Fan and the senior sister arrive at the Dragon Auction House just as the event is kicking off. As they step inside the grand hall, Lu Fan quickly pieces together why they're here. The enchantment scroll he'd been dreaming of is up for grabs. But knowing how rare it is, he's already feeling uneasy about the cost. The senior sister, ever calm, flashes him a confident smile and encourages him to snag it. But Lu Fan, remembering the eye-watering bids during the Secret Realm auction, feels a knot form in his stomach. Forget it, he mutters. It's going to cost a fortune. The senior sister chuckles, clearly amused. Relax, she says. I'm richer than you can imagine. Her casual tone doesn't ease Lu Fan's worries, though. He doesn't like the idea of owing her, especially since her identity is still shrouded in mystery. Determined to find a way to manage on his own, Lu Fan starts brainstorming alternatives. But before he can dwell on it further, the auction begins. The first item on the docket is none other than the rare enchantment scroll, capable of removing level restrictions on equipment. A system announcement booms through the hall, and the starting price is jaw-dropping, 95 million dragon coins. Lu Fan's hope wavers as bids shoot up like fireworks, soaring past 200 million in seconds. Before Lu Fan can blink, the senior sister casually raises her paddle and bids 230 million dragon coins. She leans over to Lu Fan, whispering with a grin, pay attention. You might learn something about bidding. Just as Lu Fan is processing her bold move, a voice from the back cuts through the room, announcing a new bid, 3 billion dragon coins. Lu Fan turns to see the smug face of the bratty princess of the Taichi Kingdom. Lu Fan is floored. Why does she want the scroll, he wonders. The senior sister, unfazed, leans back in her chair. Her family's loaded, she explains. And trust me, bidding against her could stir up trouble. Curious, Lu Fan asks how she knows so much about the princess. The senior sister shrugs. I'm a well-informed woman, she says slyly. Then, lowering her voice, she adds, I also know all about you. And the mention of his past run-in with the princess in Chun Tianji stirs Lu Fan's frustration. The senior sister picks up on his mood and, with a reassuring pat on his arm, says, don't stress about paying for the scroll. It's my gift to you. Before Lu Fan can protest, she raises her paddle again, declaring 4 billion dragon coins. The crowd gasps at her audacity. The princess, trying to mask her frustration, instructs her minion to check their funds. He reports back, they only have 5 billion dragon coins to work with. Not missing a beat, the senior sister makes the decisive move, 5 billion dragon coins. The auction house falls silent. Even the announcer is stunned. Sold, he declares, slamming his gavel. The enchantment scroll is officially hers. The princess is livid, fuming that someone dared outbid her. Spotting Lu Fan, her minion points him out, muttering something about low-class trash. The princess sneers, completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Fan could obliterate her ego in one blow. Her minion tries to calm her, suggesting they can find a similar scroll elsewhere. But the bratty princess, always one for dramatics, pouts and threatens to get her brother involved. Let's see who dares oppose me then, she huffs. Typical. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and the senior sister retreat to the VIP lounge, where they're joined by an elegant woman in a red dress. The senior sister stands, greeting her warmly with a hug. It's clear these two know each other well. The woman, clearly amused, scolds the senior sister. You didn't even say hello when you arrived. Every time you're here, you spend a fortune on the most random things. It's my job to cater to you, you know? Her attention shifts to Lu Fan, her sharp gaze taking him in. And who's this? She asks with curiosity. The senior sister introduces him as her junior, adding that the enchanted scroll was a gift for him. The woman smiles, introducing herself as Sister Duyakyu, the boss of the Dragon Auction House. She warmly invites Lu Fan to return anytime he wants something unique. Still reeling from the introductions, Lu Fan struggles to process the connection. Then, Duyakyu drops the bombshell. She's the senior sister's sister-in-law. Lu Fan's jaw practically hits the floor. Suddenly, the senior sister's endless wealth makes perfect sense. Lu Fan insists on repaying the 5 billion dragon coins someday. The senior sister waves him off, teasing, oh, don't worry. Just think about how you're going to pay me back. It'll be fun. She gestures toward the scroll, inviting Lu Fan to take a look. Grinning like a kid on Christmas morning, he's already thinking about how he'll use it. The scroll's ability to eliminate the level 60 restriction means he can finally equip the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King. Flight? Yes, please. While Lu Fan marvels at his new treasure, Duyakyu and the senior sister chat about rare item donations and an illustrated treasure book collection. The senior sister jokingly reminds Lu Fan, you're 5 billion in debt now. Better start brainstorming how to repay me. Curious, Lu Fan asks about the treasure book. The senior sister hands him a tablet, explaining that the auction house pays for unique items entered into the book. The payout is 3% of the item's estimated value. It's a win-win. Collectors earn money without selling, and the auction house builds its collection. Intrigued, Lu Fan pulls out the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King and asks Duyakyu to appraise it. She's instantly impressed. A legendary level 60 flying wing? She exclaims. This is worth at least 2 billion dragon coins. Without hesitation, Lu Fan submits it to the treasure book, earning a hefty 60 million dragon coins from the 3% cut. Easy money, he thinks, though he knows it's just a dent in his debt. But Lu Fan isn't done yet. I have something even rarer, he says, pulling out the blue dragon egg. The room falls silent. Duyakyu and the senior sister stare in disbelief as the legendary star dragon egg glows in his hands. Duyakyu, putting the pieces together, finally realizes who Lu Fan really is. You're the dragon tamer from the southern province, she whispers, awestruck. The senior sister just smiles, clearly proud of her junior. After dropping the senior sister near her house, Lu Fan politely offers to walk her to the door, but she waves him off with her usual confident smile. I've got it, she says. As Lu Fan flies off into the distance, she finds herself quietly impressed. Most guys would have insisted on walking her to the door, either out of overpoliteness or to sneak a peek at her private life. But not Lu Fan. He's refreshingly straightforward. Not bad, she muses. Then, with a start, she remembers something. Lu Fan left her bike hanging in midair during their adventure earlier. Now, it's probably reduced to scrap metal. Poor bike, she sighs, shaking her head. Back at the villa, Lu Fan plops down between the Black Dragon Xiao Yi and Jade Dragon Xiao Fei, exhausted but triumphant after the long flight. He's definitely getting the hang of those soul wings now. But there's no time to rest. He's finally ready to hatch the Star Dragon egg, and nothing's going to stop him. The dragon ladies glance at each other. Xiao Yi looks surprised, and Xiao Fei stirs from her nap, eyeing the egg curiously. Lu Fan, ever the peacemaker, reminds them that they'll need to coexist peacefully once the new dragon arrives. No more petty squabbles. At least, that's what he hopes. Channeling his dragon tamer skill, Lu Fan pours his aura into the egg. The room fills with an intense blue light as the egg begins to crack. Xiao Fei, being the little mischief maker she is, starts munching on the broken shell pieces, much to Lu Fan's amusement. Suddenly, the light intensifies, and stars seem to burst into the room. When the light fades, there it is, a baby star dragon with sleek black scales, shimmering blue wings, and a starry aura that makes it look like it fell straight out of the cosmos. The star dragon stats are already insane for a level 1 hatchling. 795 strength, 276 agility, and 109 spirit. Its skill set, even crazier. Broken Star summons a star to crash into enemies, causing massive area damage. Starlight Scale Armor absorbs damage for 60 seconds, then reflects it back. Star Surge increases endurance the longer the battle goes on. Star Dragon Bloodline reduces all attribute damage by 50% and boosts self-recovery by a whopping 500%. Lu Fan lifts the tiny dragon, marveling at its potential. It's already stronger than Xiao Yi was at level 1, and Lu Fan knows that once it reaches level 20, it'll be an absolute powerhouse. Meanwhile, the Star Dragon notices Xiao Fei still snacking on its eggshells and rushes over, giving her a swift smack. Xiao Fei pouts, but Lu Fan can't stop chuckling. He's still thinking about how devastating the Broken Star skill will be in a dungeon. As the Star Dragon starts nibbling on its own eggshells, because, why not? Lu Fan realizes it's a girl. Following tradition, he decides it's time to name her. After a lot of brainstorming, he lands on Xingqian, a name that symbolizes the stars. But the dragon ladies aren't impressed. Xiao Fei even starts crying, dramatically lamenting the lack of creativity. It's just a name. Lu Fan defends, but before another argument can break out, Extinction curls up and falls asleep. At least she's low maintenance, Lu Fan mutters. With Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei constantly bickering, having a dragon who loves to nap is a welcome change. Meanwhile, in the Wanli Sand area of the Taichi Kingdom, a level 60 to 70 zone notorious for its dangers, a chilling scene is unfolding. Skeletons hang from crosses, and a campfire flickers ominously. Near the site stands a man in a long cape, his expression cold as he stares at his phone. Meet Jin Xinghan, a top-ranked professional, and more importantly, the bratty princess Jinju's older brother. A voice breaks the silence, asking him what's wrong. Without looking up, Jin Xinghan explains that his spoiled little sister has been pestering him about a trashy boy who had the audacity to hit her. Not once, but twice. She's always been like this, Jin Xinghan says, clearly unimpressed. Nearby, a massive centipede-like monster emerges from the lake, but Xinghan doesn't even flinch. With a flick of his hand, a burst of red energy slices the creature clean in half. I'm a loving brother, he declares, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. And I'll make sure to rid my sister of all her troubles, personally. Back at the villa, a week has passed since Lu Fan hatched the Star Dragon. Life has settled into a new rhythm. Lu Fan regularly trains with the senior sister, who's always teasing him. She loves to remind him that if he ever manages to land a single hit on her, she'll take him to the Dragon Auction House again. Spoiler alert, he hasn't succeeded yet. During the weekdays, Lu Fan and his team grind hard in the Poison Spider Forest, and their progress is impressive. Jade Dragon Xiao Fei is now level 22. Star Dragon Extinction has hit level 11. Black Dragon Xiao Yi is at level 29. As for the humans, Lu Fan is at level 32. Jianying has reached level 31. Xiaoman is also at level 32. Qin Xiao, the quiet powerhouse, is at level 30. With everyone ready for their second-class transfers, the team is more excited than ever. Xiaoman, in particular, can't stop talking about the advanced dungeons they'll tackle next. Watching it all unfold, Lu Fan can't help but smile. His team is growing stronger by the day, and their synergy is unmatched. So, our crew is standing around, all pumped up about their new powers. Jian Yang, always the first to show off, steps forward and proudly declares she picked the Sword Dancer class. Why? Because it comes with the Sword Master skill. And let's be honest, who wouldn't want to twirl swords in style? She turns to Qin Xiao and teases, "Hey, wasn't expecting you to go damage dealer." Qin Xiao just laughs it off and explains, "I thought about being a support, but since Xiao Fei's got healing covered, I went all out with the hidden combat class. Holy Light Judge. Now her light attribute magic is so powerful, it's practically blinding." Lu Fan chimes in with his usual leaderly grin, pointing out how well-rounded their team is now. Physical power, magic, and support. It's like a buffet of awesome abilities, something for everyone. Just as he's about to finish his pep talk, Xiaoman literally bursts onto the scene, glowing with excitement. Seriously, she's bouncing with so much energy that you can feel it. Everyone's curious, and Qin Xiao is the first to ask what's got her so hyped. Xiaoman, grinning like she just won the lottery, tells them to guess. Jian Yang, the know-it-all, gasps and blurts out, "Wait, is it that hidden class from the second level change?" Xiaoman nods, so hard it's a miracle her head doesn't pop off. "Yep, I'm officially a water ripple swordsman. I can control water magic now." Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "Wait, hidden classes of the second level change? Isn't that like finding a needle in a haystack?" Jian Yang, ever the encyclopedia, confirms, "Yeah, the odds are insane, lower than getting a hidden class at the first level change." Xiaoman gets a little emotional here, admitting she's always felt like the weakest link, but being with the team has helped her find balance. Sweet moment, right? Not for long. Lu Fan can't resist and throws in a jab, teasing that it's hilarious how Xiaoman, once the slacker of the team, is now the proud owner of a rare hidden class. Oh boy, that did it. Xiaoman's face goes bright red, and she looks ready to clobber him on the spot. Fists clenched, eyes blazing. If looks could kill, Lu Fan would be respawning already. But just as things are about to escalate, Lu Fan's phone buzzes. It's Vice Principal Zhao, and suddenly the mood shifts. Lu Fan answers, and his playful expression turns serious. The envoy is coming. He cuts the call and tells the team he's got to go. Xiaoman, still mid-rant, is left standing there, her fury interrupted by the universe itself. Fast forward to the combat class hall at Dragon Capital Academy. The students are gathered, and all eyes are on the stage. Teacher Gahan leans over to Lu Fan and casually drops some info. The envoy. His name's Ruan Changfeng, and he's no joke. A level 76 Holy Shield Knight, 3rd-tier powerhouse. Oh, and Gahan also mentions that Vice Principal Zhao hinted this envoy has some opinions about Lu Fan. Translation, it's going to be awkward. Lu Fan remembers his sister's warning that this envoy might single him out. As if it's not enough to worry about, Lu Fan's attention is suddenly grabbed by someone on stage. Among the three figures standing there, one is wearing a white robe and holding something incredible. The Brahma Staff. Yeah, the one that was once ranked #1 in the treasure book. And this mysterious person is just casually holding it like it's no big deal. Curious, Lu Fan whispers to Teacher Gu, asking who this robed figure is. With a knowing smile, Gahan reveals that it's the principal of Dragon Capital Academy. And, get this, the principal is a total enigma. No one knows their gender, their voice is altered, and they never show up to events. Basically, the ultimate mystery boss. Lu Fan quickly pieces it together. If the elusive principal is here, then this envoy must be a seriously big deal. And right on cue, the room erupts as Ruan Changfeng arrives. This guy walks in like he owns the place, radiating authority that makes everyone instinctively straighten up. It's the kind of presence that says, "Better check your shoelaces before I call you out." Without wasting a second, Ruan Changfeng cuts through the tension. No pleasantries, no small talk. Vice Principal Zhao steps forward to greet him, but the envoy waves him off like he's brushing away an annoying fly. He's not here for introductions. He's here for results. He makes it clear that the only person who matters is the principal. Everyone else? Just background noise. Then comes the big moment. Ruan asks if all the candidates for the national trials are present. The cloaked principal gives a nod, and Vice Principal Zhao, doing his best to stay cool, informs him that the academy is recommending only one candidate, Lu Fan. Oh boy, the envoy does not look happy. Teacher Gu leans in and explains to Lu Fan why things are so tense. Apparently, the envoy wanted to choose the candidates himself, but the academy pulled a power move by only putting forward Lu Fan. It's a bold strategy, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. Ruan Changfeng stares down Lu Fan, unimpressed. He bluntly says that it looks like the decision's already been made. But Vice Principal Zhao doesn't back down. He confidently states that the academy has full faith in Lu Fan, and even drops that the principal personally believes Lu Fan will blow the envoy away. Basically, it's a polite way of saying, you'll be eating those words soon enough. So, Ruan Changfeng, our oh-so-charming envoy, is still visibly annoyed. He reluctantly schemes through Lu Fan's file, and let me tell you, this file is stacked. Turns out, Lu Fan's no small fry. He's a level 32 Dragon Tamer, the reigning champion of the Southern Province, and ranks #1 among new students. Oh, and if that's not enough, he's got tales of heroism that traveled all the way from Jianghai City to Dragon Capital, even catching the attention of the Qin family and the Northern Duke. I mean, this guy's basically a walking legend. But does that impress the old man? No, not even a little. In Ruan Changfeng's eyes, Lu Fan's had it too easy because of his hidden profession. He doubts Lu Fan's ever faced the kind of struggles other candidates have endured. With a smirk that practically screams condescension, he wonders aloud if Lu Fan can hold his own against third-tier experts from other nations, most of whom are sitting comfortably at levels 50 or 60. Yeah, talk about setting the bar. Lu Fan can feel the tension immediately. The vibe coming off this guy is bad, like really bad. He can tell that Ruan Changfeng has already made up his mind, and it's not exactly in Lu Fan's favor. The sneer on the old man's face makes it all too clear. And then boom, out of nowhere, the envoy draws his sword and lunges straight at Lu Fan. That's right, folks. No warning, no hey. Let's have a friendly spar. Just a full-on attack. The man's idea of an assessment is trying to take Lu Fan's head off. But Lu Fan's no slouch. His reflexes kick in, and he blocks the strike with his trusty big black machete. Crisis averted, for now. The crowd? Absolutely losing it. They're shouting, protesting, and calling out the sheer unfairness of the situation. I mean, a level 76 Holy Shield Knight going after a level 32 student? That's like sending a pro wrestler into a middle school dodgeball game. Completely overkill. But Ruan Changfeng? He just shrugs and says if Lu Fan doesn't want to fight, he can withdraw from the national trials. Simple as that. According to him, levels don't matter. Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. Now Lu Fan's stuck. The old man's grinning like he's already won, taunting him to show his full strength. It's a lose-lose situation. Close combat is a death sentence against someone like this, and the cramped auditorium means he can't summon his dragons without risking collateral damage. The guy's got him boxed in literally. Sensing Lu Fan's hesitation, Ruan Changfeng pushes even harder. His tone is mocking, and you can tell he's itching to prove that Lu Fan's all hype. Then, just as things couldn't get worse, the envoy lands a crushing blow. Lu Fan's machete goes flying, and for a moment, it looks like it's all over. The next strike is coming fast, too fast for Lu Fan to dodge. But hold on! Just before the attack lands, the principal steps in, wielding the Brahma staff like a total boss. With their voice magically altered, the principal calmly suggests that maybe this assessment should be taken somewhere else because, destroying the school auditorium isn't a great look. And just like that, a massive crimson-red magic circle appears under their feet. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan, Ruan Changfeng, the principal, and Vice Principal Zhao are teleported to a wide-open outdoor arena. The rest of the students? Left behind, jaws on the floor. 1 second they're watching a fight, and the next, poof, everyone's gone. It's like a magician's act, but with way more drama. The scene shifts to the new battlefield, a space big enough for Lu Fan to go all out. The envoy, unfazed by the sudden relocation, shrugs it off. For him, it doesn't matter where they are. He just wants to see what Lu Fan's really made of. But here's the kicker. Lu Fan finally realizes why this whole thing has felled off from the start. This isn't just any envoy. Nope, this is the same guy who let Princess Jinju, the spoiled brat of the kingdom, run wild. Suddenly, everything clicks. The envoy's bias, the hostility, it all makes sense now. With the open space, Lu Fan decides it's time to stop holding back. He activates Flash Leap, teleporting to the head of his legendary black dragon, Xiaoyi, who's already transformed into her world destroyer form. The crowd? Absolutely stunned. Even Ruan Changfeng pauses. He recognizes this dragon, the same one that caused an uproar in that infamous video a while back. Oh, he knows what's coming. But Ruan Changfeng's not about to back down. He summons his golden shield, confident that Lu Fan and his dragon are no match for a level 76 Holy Shield Knight. In his mind, this fight's already over. He's bringing a tank to what he thinks is a water gun fight. Big mistake. Lu Fan, however, is done playing games. He makes it clear that this so-called test is about to blow up in the envoy's face. Xiao Yi lets out a roar so powerful, it shakes the entire battlefield. The sheer force of her presence freezes everyone in place. It's not just a roar, it's a declaration. You mess with the wrong dragon. Even Ruan Changfeng can't hide his reaction. His body trembles under the overwhelming pressure. His smirk wavers, his confidence cracking as he realizes he might have bitten off more than he can chew. Still, he forces a smug expression, brushing off Xiaoya's display as a scare tactic. But everyone watching knows the truth. He's barely holding it together. From the sidelines, Vice Principal Zhao and the robed principal watch in silence. Zhao can't help but recall the last time he saw Xiaoya's power, when she obliterated the Fengyan Pavilion. Meanwhile, the principal gives a subtle shake of their head, as if to say, the real show hasn't even started yet. Ruan Changfeng, still dripping with arrogance, stares down Xiao Yi, completely convinced that the dragon's epic display is just a flashy intimidation move. To him, it's all show, like a kid pulling out sparklers at a fireworks show. But oh boy, is this guy in for a rude awakening, because if there's one thing worse than facing a dragon, it's underestimating one. Before the envoy can process what's happening, a sudden, unexpected attack hurtles toward him. Instinctively, he raises his shield, the emblem glowing as he braces for impact. But as he blocks the strike, something happens that he didn't see coming. Fear. Real, bone-deep fear washes over him. For a guy who's made a career out of being unshakable, this feeling? Totally foreign. He trembles, surrounded by strange, pulsing symbols of fear. And the next thing he knows, he's on his knees, rattled by waves of energy crashing over him. And there's Lu Fan, standing tall next to Xiao Yi, with that trademark calm, mocking smile on his face. It's the kind of smile that says, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" But Ruan Changfeng isn't one to go down without a fight. Forcing himself to breathe through the panic, he activates his special stance, nullifying the fear that's been gripping him. His aura flares with defiance as he grips his weapon tightly and charges forward, sword raised, determined to overpower this so-called rookie. Meanwhile, Lu Fan doesn't even flinch. The battlefield itself seems to bend to his will, energy swirling around him as though the elements have picked a side. And spoiler alert, it's not Team Envoy. Over by the sidelines, Vice Principal Zhao is watching with his jaw practically on the floor. He can't believe what he's seeing. Lu Fan isn't just fighting. He's controlling the chaos like a maestro. And then, two portals open. Ruan Changfeng freezes mid-charge, his sweat-drenched face a mix of horror and disbelief. What's Lu Fan summoning now? Another dragon? Something worse? The answer? 2 more dragons. Yep, you heard me. Lu Fan calls out 2 additional dragons from the portals, and they step into the battlefield like they own the place. Ruan Changfeng is left staring, mouth agape, trying to process the impossible. 3 dragons? 3. It's like his brain just short-circuited. Vice Principal Zhao isn't faring much better. He's standing there, stunned, struggling to believe what he's seeing. It's like watching someone casually pull an entire royal flush out of their sleeve during a card game. Completely absurd. And Lu Fan? He's just casually commanding his dragons like it's another Tuesday. But wait, there's more. With a single command, Lu Fan orders his Jade Dragon, Xiao Fei, to summon her own 2 dragon pets. Now we're up to 5 dragons. 5. It's an absolute dragon army. The vice principal is speechless, the rogue principal is visibly rattled, and everyone else is just trying to figure out if this is even legal. Lu Fan stands tall in the center of this dragon squad, exuding total confidence. The envoy? Yeah, he's looking a lot less smug now. Fear is creeping into his expression as he stares at the sheer power arrayed against him. Meanwhile, the Flying Dragon Kings, now at level 22, are glowing with elemental energy, fire, ice, thunder, and wind swirling around them like an unstoppable force of nature. You can almost see the envoy mentally replaying every bad decision he's ever made that led to this exact moment. On the sidelines, Vice Principal Zhao glances at the robed principal and whispers, "Did you know he could do this?" The principal, just as stunned, silently shakes their head, their composure visibly cracking for the first time. They, like everyone else, are watching in utter disbelief as Lu Fan commands 5 massive dragons as if it's the most natural thing in the world. The envoy, still gripping his shield and trying to keep his cool, refuses to back down. He knows he's outmatched, but he charges forward anyway, his shield glowing brightly with holy light protection. To his credit, he's determined to prove his strength, even if he's facing a full-blown dragon battalion. But let's be real, it's like signing up for a sparring match and accidentally walking into a boss raid. As flames and shadows engulf the battlefield, the envoy summons his defensive shield, hoping it's enough to hold back the incoming storm. But Vice Principal Zhao watches with a wary eye, ready to step in if this fight spirals completely out of control. And honestly, he's already calculating how much all this dragon damage is going to cost the Academy's insurance. Amid the chaos, the envoy suddenly bursts out laughing, a wild, defiant laugh that has everyone questioning if he's finally snapped. Perched on his mount, he charges forward with his shield shimmering, like sheer stubbornness alone will save him. His confidence cracks, but he keeps taunting, sneering that without his dragons, Lu Fan is nothing. It's the kind of overconfidence that makes you wonder if he's been hanging out in an echo chamber of his own hype. With only seconds left on his holy light protection, the envoy makes one final, desperate move. He gathers all his energy and unleashes holy light judgment, a massive, radiant strike aimed directly at Lu Fan. The battlefield lights up like a second sun as the attack hurtles toward its target. But Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. His jade light shield, powered by Xiaofei, absorbs the strike effortlessly. Layer after layer of protection shrugs off the attack like it's nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Lu Fan's calm expression barely changes. He's standing there as if waiting for the envoy to finish throwing his tantrum so they can move on. Realizing his attack has failed to make a dent, the envoy falters, his confidence crumbling by the second. And now, with his holy light protection seconds away from disappearing, he's left staring down 5 dragons and a completely unfazed Lu Fan. Yeah, things aren't looking so good for him. Lu Fan's not holding back now, channeling the Blue Dragon King's roar, and boom, a towering spectral dragon, crackling with raw energy, swirls to life around him. The sheer force of it is enough to make even Ruan Changfeng falter. For the first time, the envoy looks like he's second-guessing every life choice that led him here. He starts to retreat, but Lu Fan delivers a chilling warning, basically letting the guy know he's one step away from being treated like the rookie he's acting like. Before the envoy can even react, the star dragon appears behind him, moving so fast it leaves the man completely stunned. His smug expression melts into pure, unfiltered shock. It's the kind of look that screams, "Oh no, I've made a huge mistake." And honestly, he's not wrong. Lu Fan closes in, his gaze fierce, ready to end this nonsense once and for all. The Blue Dragon King lets out another earth-shattering roar, and purple lightning rains down like judgment itself, slamming into the envoy and knocking him clean off his mount. The once mighty shield knight hits the ground hard. His posture? Gone. His confidence? Completely shattered. The whole arena is chaos, dust and smoke everywhere, tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Vice Principal Zhao and the robed principal are watching from the sidelines, expressions tight, like they're torn between stepping in and letting this play out. Finally, the smoke clears, and there's the envoy, flat on the ground, coughing, his body trembling from the sheer force of the attack. His mount? Lifeless beside him. Yeah, this guy is having the worst day ever. But wait, it gets better. Even in this state, Ruan Changfeng refuses to throw in the towel. With visible effort, he tries to stand, his body shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Lu Fan, ever the gentleman, actually apologizes for killing the guy's mount. Of course, it's the kind of apology that comes with a side of sass, reminding Ruan that taking out an opponent's mount is fair game in the national trials. Ouch! Vice Principal Zhao can't believe the envoy is still trying. He's impressed, but also probably thinking, dude, just give up already? But no, Ruan Changfeng doubles down on his stubbornness. He snaps at Zhao, telling him to butt out because it's the envoy's job, and his alone, to decide when this evaluation is over. Even lying flat on the ground, this guy is clinging to authority like it's all he's got left. The principal, watching all this drama, finally steps in with a dose of reality. He calmly suggests letting it go, pointing out the obvious. Ruan Changfeng's pride is the only thing keeping him going, and even that's on its last legs. But Ruan isn't ready to let it go. Oh no. He's seething, muttering under his breath about how someone like Lu Fan, flash damage immunity, dragon tongue magic, and 5 dragons under his command, would be a perfect contender for the trials. Admitting that, though, it'd be like swallowing nails. Instead, his anger takes over, and he rises for one last desperate attack. Fueled by rage, Ruan charges at Lu Fan, hurling every insult in the book. He blames Lu Fan for everything. His fall from grace, being abandoned by the Jiang family, losing his position, and of course, the cherry on top, his dead mount. And yeah, he even throws in an insult about Lu Fan being a smelly poor fool from a dumpling shop. Real mature. Lu Fan? Completely unbothered. He stands there with one hand resting on his dragon, casually dodging Ruan's wild swings. It's almost like Lu Fan's giving him one last chance to get it all out of his system before the inevitable. Ruan, still raging, draws his sword and screams that today is the day Lu Fan dies. Big talk for a guy who's clearly out of moves. Lu Fan, with the kind of calm that can only come from knowing you've already won, delivers a swift, powerful kick that sends Ruan flying. The envoy crashes to the ground again, while Lu Fan approaches, each step slow and deliberate. It's the walk of someone who knows exactly how this is going to end. Standing over the defeated envoy, Lu Fan offers a little wisdom, telling him that losing one's cool in battle is pointless. It's almost like a lecture, delivered with all the authority of someone who just flattened his opponent. He assures Ruan that he won't strike him while he's down, but if Ruan insists the evaluation isn't over, he's welcome to stand up and keep fighting. Bold offer, considering Ruan looks like he's about to pass out. And then Lu Fan addresses the deeper issue. If Ruan really thinks his career with the Jin family was ruined by Lu Fan, he's welcome to take revenge. Anytime, anywhere. But Lu Fan warns him. Next time, there won't be any mercy. The message is clear. Today's defeat is just a taste of what's to come if Ruan doesn't back off. Hearing this, Ruan finally starts to cool off, or at least runs out of steam. All 5 of Lu Fan's dragons gather around him, their massive forms towering over the fallen envoy like silent judges. Ruan collapses further, unable to rise, his energy completely drained. Vice Principal Zhao, seeing the envoy's condition, rushes over, calling for a priest immediately. It's clear Ruan's pride-driven tantrum has cost him dearly, and even Zhao can't help but feel a little sorry for him. But hey, that's what happens when you bite off more than you can chew against a guy who commands a dragon army. So, after all the chaos, the principal, still keeping that mysterious vibe, turns to Lu Fan with an impressed look. I mean, 5 dragons? That's not exactly something you whip out at a dinner party. The principal admits he didn't expect Lu Fan to have that kind of power and, out of curiosity, asks how much of his strength he actually used in the fight. Lu Fan, humble as ever, responds with a casual, not even 1%. Yep, you heard that right. 1%. He explains that the dragons barely even moved, let alone used any skills. Essentially, Lu Fan let his dragons take a light jog, and it was enough to dismantle everything. The principal is visibly taken aback. It's the kind of statement that makes you wonder what 100% would look like. Probably world-ending. Then, the Brahma staff starts glowing in the principal's hand, and the whole atmosphere shifts. His aura intensifies, his voice firm and approving as he declares that selecting Lu Fan was absolutely the right decision. It's such a monumental moment that you half expect a choir to start singing in the background. Lu Fan, keeping it cool, simply nods before turning to leave, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei faithfully at his side. But just as he's walking away, something stops him. A strange feeling of familiarity tugs at him as he looks at the principal. It's like déjà vu, but stronger. Like he's seen this person before, but can't quite place where. The memory dances just out of reach, leaving Lu Fan wondering if there's more to the principal than meets the eye. Meanwhile, far to the north in Dragon Country, the camera pans to Duke Jinbei, who's busy reviewing Lu Fan's file. And let me tell you, the man is loving every second of it. He's chuckling to himself, clearly impressed. The fact that Lu Fan is now officially representing Dragon Country, that's the cherry on top. Jinbei even jokes to himself that Ruan Changfeng probably signed the paperwork through gritted teeth, tears streaming down his face. You can practically see it, Ruan glaring at the document like it personally insulted him. As Jinbei basks in his amusement, someone knocks at the door. A soldier steps in, all business, asking what orders are needed. Jinbei, ever the smooth operator, tosses his coat over his shoulder like he's about to drop the next big mixtape and tells the man to prepare the griffin. Because why ride a regular horse when you can flex on everyone with a mythical creature? The soldier, looking a little nervous, asks if Jinbei is really planning to leave the northern border camp. After all, recent attacks have been causing trouble, and his absence might make things worse. It's a valid concern, but Jinbei brushes it off like it's no big deal. He assures the soldier he'll only be gone for 2 days and orders the routes to stay active as usual. His priority? Heading to Dragon Academy to meet Lu Fan. Because apparently, meeting the guy everyone's talking about is more important than border security. The soldier nods quickly. When Jinbei gives instructions, you don't ask twice. Back at Dragon Academy, Lu Fan is sitting in his room, staring at his system screen with a mix of curiosity and unease. He's been thinking about his next destination, over 3,000 kilometers away. And let's be real, even a hero isn't thrilled about that kind of distance. As he scrolls through, he notices something surprising. Yuan Changfeng has officially approved his national trial qualification. You'd think that'd be a relief, but Lu Fan can't shake the feeling that something's still missing. He briefly considers going on a treasure hunt to clear his mind, but the thought of that 3,000 kilometers journey makes him hesitate. This isn't a quick trip. It's the kind of adventure where you pack extra snacks and a backup plan. Just then, his phone rings, snapping him out of his thoughts. After a short conversation, he declines help from a wizard offering teleportation services. It's just too expensive. Because, of course, even in fantasy worlds, fast travel comes with surge pricing. As Lu Fan is about to hang up, his system pings with a surprise notification. A divine-level treasure map has just been sent to him. His face lights up like it's Christmas morning. Finally, after waiting so long, this treasure map lands right in his lap. But before he can get too excited, his call partner asks if he's still there. Lu Fan snaps back, quickly replying, but now his mind is racing with questions about the map. Then, boom, out of nowhere, a giant fireball hurtles toward his villa. Yep, you heard that right. While Lu Fan is geeking out over his treasure map, disaster is literally incoming. The fireball slams into Villa Number 1, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire academy. Talk about a rude interruption. Hovering in the sky above is a cloaked figure, watching the chaos unfold with smug satisfaction. In his hand, he's clutching some kind of mysterious stone, probably thinking he's just pulled off the ultimate villain move. But before he can even start celebrating, the flames are suddenly sliced apart by the claws of Lu Fan's legendary Black Dragon. That's right. Lu Fan isn't just alive. He's stepping out of the flames completely unscathed, along with the other villa residents. When you've got dragon insurance, explosions are just minor inconveniences. Lu Fan looks up at the cloaked figure, his voice cutting through the chaos as he orders him to stop right there and warns him not to even think about teleporting away. His dragon doesn't wait for permission. It charges straight at the figure, slamming into him and knocking back his hood. And who's behind the mask? None other than the teacher who was standing with the principal during the envoy assessment. Plot twist. Even in the middle of all this chaos, Lu Fan somehow keeps his cool. He calls out to someone on the ground, telling them to contact the fire department, while the rest of the villa's residents scramble to ensure everyone is safe. Because hey, even in a showdown with a cloaked villain, safety comes first. So, Qinxiu wastes no time calling out what just happened. The hooded man had ambushed them with one clear goal: wipe them out. No warm-up, no hello, just straight-up murder vibes. The teacher, now fully embracing his role as the villain of the day, sneers at Lu Fan and declares that since he's been spotted, the only option left is to bind him. Because apparently, tying up the hero with magical fire chains is the go-to move when you're caught red-handed. With a dramatic flourish, the teacher casts a blazing binding spell, locking Lu Fan in place. It's like a magical timeout, but with flames. And here's the kicker. If Lu Fan manages to break free, his speed and casting abilities will be slashed by a whopping 90% for 4 seconds. Talk about a buzzkill. Meanwhile, the teacher's body starts bulking up like he's prepping for the villain version of an action movie poster. He's activating Ultimate Blaze, a last-ditch skill that's basically a walking self-destruct button. The move burns his own life force to charge a flame core capable of dealing 1,250% of his mental attributes as fire damage. Yeah, this guy's going all in, planning to take everyone down with him. Even Lu Fan, cool as ever, realizes this is no joke. Ultimate Blaze is one of the most dangerous tricks a fire mage can pull. The guy's not trying to win anymore. He's ready to blow the whole place sky high, himself included. Qin Xiao and Jian Ying immediately spring into action, weapons raised, shouting that they've got Lu Fan's back. But then the system chimes in with the worst kind of notification. The flame core is charging, and it's already at 59%. Yep, we got ourselves a ticking time bomb. The hooded teacher, now looking more like a fire-filled piñata, taunts Lu Fan, saying there's no escape and death is inevitable. Gotta love a confident villain, even when he's puffing up like a balloon ready to burst. At 72% charge, Lu Fan stays cool under pressure, literally, and commands his Jade Dragon to cast Eternal Guardian. The Jade Dragon springs into action, throwing up a massive barrier to shield Qin Xiao, Jian Ying, and the legendary Black Dragon. Because when you've got a squad, you protect the squad. But here's the kicker. Lu Fan himself is still trapped in those crimson chains, unable to move. Meanwhile, the flame core hits a terrifying 96%, and it's clear the old man is seconds away from blowing everything sky high. Lu Fan, still bound but ever defiant, materializes his big black machete, glaring at the man and calling him crazy. And honestly, that feels like an understatement. Just as the core is about to detonate, something unexpected happens. Out of nowhere, the Brahma staff pierces through the old man's stomach, interrupting his ultimate blaze skill at the last possible second. The entire battlefield freezes. Even Lu Fan looks shocked as the principal's staff saves the day in the most dramatic way possible. Because when your principal shows up wielding a magic staff, it's less school rules and more epic hero entrance. The old man, now visibly frustrated, tries to reignite his plan, but the principal isn't having it. The Brahma staff strikes again, delivering a final blow. The old man collapses, his self-destruct scheme falling apart as he hits the ground. It's safe to say his villainous plan failed, spectacularly. As the dust settles, Lu Fan lands gracefully, just as Teacher Gu and his aunt, Hank, rush over to check on him. Hank, in full protective aunt mode, has tears streaming down her face, clearly terrified something might have happened to her nephew. Dragons, explosions, and magical self-destruction aside, family priorities stay the same. But Lu Fan reassures her with a calm smile, telling her not to worry. Qin Xiao races over too, concern etched across her face, and asks Lu Fan who the hooded man really was. Lu Fan answers that it was the same fire mage present during the envoy assessment. Plot thickened. Nearby, Vice Principal Zhao stands over the remains of the old man, looking completely stunned. He admits he never expected such an extreme betrayal. An honorary professor, no less, attempting murder right in the middle of the academy. Even Lu Fan is baffled, struggling to understand how someone so respected could go this far. But Hank is not in the mood for confusion. Furious, she demands that Vice Principal Zhao launch a full investigation, reminding him that her nephew's life was on the line. Qin Xiao, equally outraged, points out just how far the professor was willing to go. He'd rather blow himself up than face the consequences. I mean, that's commitment to being a sore loser if I've ever seen it. Zhao, clearly shaken, tries to reassure everyone, promising to get to the bottom of it. The next morning, we're back in the principal's office, where the usually composed leader looks rattled. He's deep in thought, reflecting on the murder attempt. Even though he managed to intervene in time, he knows this is just the beginning. It's like a bad sequel waiting to happen, more villains, more danger, and probably more explosions. The treacherous professor had been part of the academy for years, and no one had suspected a thing. The principal can't shake the thought that, if he'd been just a second too late, the consequences would have been catastrophic. As the principal sits in silence, his thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice. Duke Zhenbei has entered the room, and his first order of business? Criticizing the tea. Yep, nothing says urgent meeting like complaining about bland tea. Zhenbei, clearly unimpressed with the refreshments, jokes that the principal's office needs better drinks. The principal, visibly annoyed, glares at him, and Zhenbei quickly changes the subject, laughing it off and assuring the principal he's been paying attention. Classic Zhenbei. The Duke then explains why he's here. After everything that's gone down, he figured the principal might want to know what's happening in the north, and to meet Lu Fan in person, of course. The principal snaps back to reality, realizing he's been talking about Lu Fan for far too long. Apologizing, he shifts the conversation, asking if Zhenbei has completed his mission in the far north. Zhenbei waves off the question, saying the mission's still ongoing. Apparently, even dukes can't escape the grind. But Zhenbei adds that with the recent attempt on Lu Fan's life, And with the Academy leadership tied up investigating, he's more than willing to step in and help lighten the load. Because when the going gets tough, the Duke brings a griffin and a lot of sass. So, the principal is sitting there trying to figure out what the Duke is getting at, and the Duke, being his usual straightforward self, lays it all out. He plans to take Lu Fan to the far north. Why? Well, it's not because Lu Fan is bad at dodging assassins. Clearly, that's a skill he's got down. But because trouble seems to follow him around like a needy puppy. The Duke argues that taking Lu Fan with him will not only keep him safe before the national trials, but also protect everyone else who's constantly getting caught in a splash zone of chaos. The principal raises an eyebrow, still not entirely convinced. He wonders why the Duke, a big-shot figure in the north, would bother with a student, albeit one who collects dragons like their Pokemon. It's a bit of a stretch, like sending Gandalf to babysit a rookie wizard. But the Duke? Totally unfazed. He casually grabs a bottle of wine, pours himself a glass, and starts explaining how he's been keeping an eye on Lu Fan for a while. Apparently, Lu Fan's growth has been nothing short of legendary. Like the guy's been training for the Olympics of dragon wrangling and magic. The principal, nodding along, seems almost convinced, but he throws in a condition before agreeing to the plan. He tells the Duke he has to guarantee Lu Fan's safety. Now, that's a tall order considering Lu Fan seems to attract life-threatening situations like their party invitations. The Duke, sipping his wine like it's tap water, grumbles about the terrible taste and brushes off the concern. Clearly, protecting Lu Fan is less stressful than finding decent booze. Meanwhile, over at the front gate of Dragon Academy, a fancy car rolls up, and guess who steps out? Princess Jinju. Surprisingly, she's looking calm and happy for once because her big brother, Jin Chunghan, has come to visit. For a brief moment, she almost seems sweet. Almost. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is Jinju we're talking about. As soon as she starts talking to her brother, she's already plotting revenge, asking if he's going to help her settle the score with Lu Fan. Jin Chunghan, acting like the perfect sibling accomplice, assures her that he'll take care of it. But we all know this lesson is probably going to involve less advice and more punches. Back at Villa Number 2, Black Rat, Lu Fan's informant, checks in to confirm if Lu Fan received the treasure map. Lu Fan assures him the payment is on its way, proving that even in the middle of murder attempts, our guy keeps his treasure-hunting business running smoothly. Black Rat, though, can't help but ask why Lu Fan suddenly went offline last night. It's like he vanished into thin air. He's relieved to hear Lu Fan is fine, especially since no one else would dare buy such a dangerous map. But Lu Fan? Dangerous treasure maps are basically his weekend plans. After a quick exchange, Lu Fan cuts the call, brushing off Black Rat's concerns. Just as he's about to leave, Jian Yang approaches him. She asks if he's really planning to leave, her voice tinged with worry. Lu Fan hesitates, admitting that he's still concerned about the villa's safety after last night's attack. He's considering delaying his trip until the investigation wraps up. Because who leaves in the middle of a literal murder mystery? Jian Yang, clearly still shaken, confesses that none of the ladies slept well last night. They all stayed upstairs, too tense to rest properly. She tells Lu Fan to let them know when he's ready to leave and says her goodbyes to everyone. Lu Fan thanks her for keeping the group together during all the chaos. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, cutting through the quiet moment. Thinking it might be Vice Principal Zhao with the investigation results, Lu Fan heads to the door, only to find a complete stranger standing there. The man, looking nervous but trying to act calm, quickly reassures Lu Fan that he's not here to cause trouble. Because, of course, nothing says, "Trust me," like nervously announcing, "I'm not dangerous." The man explains that he had to subdue the villa's bodyguards because, well, they attacked him first. Apparently, the bodyguards run on a strict punch-first, ask-questions-never policy. Now Lu Fan is standing there, machete in hand, sizing the guy up. He's torn between attacking and negotiating, leaning more toward the "let's solve this with sharp objects" approach. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Qin Xiu comes down the stairs and casually addresses the stranger as Uncle Tuesday. Lu Fan's confusion levels hit an all-time high. Uncle Tu? The same guy who just wrecked his bodyguards? The pieces start clicking together, but not before Lu Fan questions his entire bodyguard hiring process. Qin Xiu quickly explains that she's called the Duke Uncle Tu since she was little, which does not make the situation less awkward. Meanwhile, the Duke, now seated on the sofa like he owns the place, breathes a sigh of relief. If Qin Xiu hadn't shown up, things might have gone sideways fast. Lu Fan, finally putting the machete away, thanks the Duke for stepping in with the whole bratty princess situation. The Duke waves it off, saying it was nothing. Though he does mention that even after Ruan's dismissal, the old man had been plotting revenge against Lu Fan. But hey, their last battle settled that, mostly with dragons and punches as usual. Just as things start to calm down, Qin Xiao, always quick with a joke, teases the Duke, saying she never expected the great hero, who once rode a griffin to fight off the beast tide, to be so unrecognizable that even Dragon Academy's bodyguards couldn't ID him. Because apparently, saving the world doesn't automatically come with a VIP badge. So, when Lu Fan hears that the guy standing before him is none other than the legendary hero who led the charge against the beast tide, he practically jumps out of his chair. I mean, wouldn't you? This is like finding out your history book hero just casually showed up in your living room. Lu Fan recalls how, back in school, the walls were plastered with stories of warriors who fought and fell battling ferocious beasts. And here's the kicker. The Duke was the one who led them to victory despite countless sacrifices. The Duke, staying humble, downplays the praise with a modest smile, saying every era has its outstanding figures. And, according to him, Lu Fan is one of them. Because, let's face it, wrangling dragons and dodging assassins definitely earns you a spot in the outstanding category. But the Duke didn't just swing by for a chat. He reveals that he's here to take Lu Fan to the extreme north for some hardcore training. Because when your life is already packed with chaos, why not add a dangerous training montage to the mix? The Duke explains that he's already squared things with the principal and that this trip is exactly what Lu Fan needs to prepare for the national trials and dodge any future assassination attempts. You know, just your average 2-for-1 deal. Now, when the ladies hear this, they're understandably shocked. Qin Xiao points out that the extreme north is no joke. It's uncharted territory filled with danger. Not exactly the kind of place you'd pick for a weekend getaway. Jian Ying chimes in, reminding everyone that Lu Fan is representing the Dragon Kingdom, and they really can't afford to have him accidentally frozen, eaten, or worse before the trials. No pressure, Lu Fan. The Duke, however, reassures them that the harsh conditions are precisely what Lu Fan needs to grow stronger. Plus, taking Lu Fan away from the academy means fewer people around him getting caught in the crossfire of whatever chaos comes his way. It's like a tactical vacation, minus the pina coladas. Now, Lu Fan's stuck in a classic dilemma. On one hand, the treasure he's been eyeing is in the extreme north, so it's a win-win. On the other hand, he's got a house full of powerful, beautiful women, and he's worried about their safety while he's gone. Because apparently, leaving your dragon-proof villa unattended isn't as easy as it sounds. Before he can overthink it, Jian Ying steps in, telling him he absolutely needs to go. She assures him that all the ladies in the house have advanced to the second level and can handle themselves just fine. Qin Xiao backs her up, promising to personally protect his aunt. That's all Lu Fan needs to hear. With a smile, he realizes he can trust them to hold the fort. Guess no fan service for a while, he jokes to himself, finally committing to the trip. The Duke, clearly pleased, grins and suggests celebrating with some wine and a big meal. But Qin Xiao quickly bursts his bubble, reminding him that strong liquor is banned inside the academy. Because apparently, even legendary heroes have to follow the rules. As if that wasn't enough, Jian Ying, who spends most of her time at Villa Number 1, admits her place is completely out of food. So, no wine and no snacks? Dinner plans are falling apart fast. Lu Fan, ever the problem solver, decides to head out and buy groceries. Because, you know, why not add grocery shopping to the to-do list between assassination attempts and hero training? He also plans to swing by the academy to say goodbye to his senior. But there's still the issue of the bodyguards lying on the floor, courtesy of the Duke. When the Duke wonders if Qin Xiao can heal them, Lu Fan offers a better solution, leaving his Jade Dragon behind to handle the healing. Because why call for a medic when you've got a dragon? Later, Lu Fan's at the academy's training hall, still processing the fact that he just met the hero of the Beast Tide. It's surreal, like meeting your favorite celebrity and realizing they're even cooler in person. Suddenly, his senior lady shows up, waving and asking why he's hanging around so late. She mentions she's been swamped lately, but offers to squeeze in some close combat practice. Before she can finish, Lu Fan interrupts, saying he's here to say goodbye. The senior lady pretends she doesn't know about his trip to the extreme north, but Lu Fan spills the beans, explaining that he'll be gone for a whole month. She teases him, grabbing his cheeks and joking that battling dragons in icy wilderness will give him way more experience than sparring with someone as pretty as her. Lu Fan blushes, so hard you'd think someone cast a fire spell on his face. But beneath the teasing, there's genuine concern. She warns him about the dangers of the extreme north and urges him to be careful. Lu Fan thanks her, his cheeks still glowing, and gets ready to leave. But just as he turns, she suddenly grabs him from behind, making him flustered all over again. He looks like he's about to combust when she pulls out a protective band, placing it in his hand, with a playful grin. She tells him to use it for his safety and then adds, "Bring back some unmelting ice as a souvenir." Before he can even respond, she vanishes into thin air. Classic senior lady, parting with mystery, magic, and a hint of flirtation. On his way back to the villa with groceries in hand, Lu Fan notices something's off. Someone's following him. Without missing a beat, he calls out, telling the stalker to show themselves. And who steps out? None other than Jin Chenghan, the bratty princess's older brother. The guy looks absolutely shocked that Lu Fan spotted him, proving that stealth clearly isn't the Jin family's strong suit. Not knowing who he's dealing with yet, Lu Fan straight up asks for his name. So, the stranger at Lu Fan's door starts dramatically adjusting his cape like he's about to announce himself as the final boss. He smirks and tells Lu Fan that while Lu Fan might not know him, he knows Lu Fan very well. Turns out it's none other than Jin Chenghan, the bratty princess Jinju's older brother. And he's here to deliver a thank you for all the care his little sister has received. Yeah, judging by his tone, this thank you sounds more like a veiled threat. Lu Fan immediately narrows his eyes, sizing him up. He fires off a quick question, asking if this arrogant newcomer is the top recruit from the Taichi Kingdom. But Lu Fan knows this guy isn't here for tea and small talk. He's here to cause trouble. Without hesitation, Lu Fan summons his big black machete, because why not bring out the heavy artillery when someone shows up uninvited? He demands that Jinju stop hiding and show herself, knowing full well she's lurking nearby. And wouldn't you know it? Right on cue, Jinju steps forward with her signature smugness, practically glowing with anticipation. She announces that she's ready to watch her big brother teach the dragon tamer a lesson, like she's front row at her own personal revenge theater. Jin Chenghan, matching her arrogance, says the whole situation can be resolved peacefully if Lu Fan lets the princess slap him a few times. You know, classic conflict resolution. Totally reasonable. But Lu Fan doesn't hold back. He mockingly asks if memory loss runs in their family, reminding the princess of the last time she tried this nonsense. Spoiler alert, it ended with her getting slapped right back, and she definitely doesn't want to relive that. The mention of her previous humiliation hits hard. Jinju flinches, her confidence wobbling for a second before she snaps back into spoiled brat mode. She hisses at her brother, telling him that negotiating with Lu Fan is pointless and urging him to attack. Obeying his sister's demand, Jin Chenghan steps forward, full of bravado. He warns Lu Fan that if he doesn't show respect to the Jin family, then it's time to teach him a lesson. And no, this isn't the kind of lesson with chalkboards and books. It's fists, magic, and some really bad decisions. Raising his hands, Jin Chenghan begins chanting, and Lu Fan instantly recognizes the sinister summoning spell. Purple poison gas swirls ominously from Jin's hands, filling the air with a heavy, toxic stench. Jin grins wickedly, announcing that this will be Lu Fan's end. From the gas emerges a grotesque, gooey creature, spewing toxic sludge everywhere. Lu Fan leaps out of the way, his groceries flying. R.I.P. to the snacks, dinner's officially postponed. As the acid melts through everything it touches, Lu Fan realizes he needs to avoid it at all costs. But then it gets even weirder. The creature starts morphing, its shape shifting until it takes on the face of Jin Chenghan. Because, apparently, one arrogant Jin wasn't enough. Now there's two. The real Jin Chenghan and his monstrous twin begin walking toward Lu Fan, their matching expressions both menacing and infuriating. Lu Fan quickly realizes this abomination is an abyssal crawler, a nightmare creature straight out of horror stories. Just as things are about to go from bad to worse, a piercing screech echoes through the air. Lu Fan spins around to see a massive, legendary quality mount swooping in. It's the extreme cold Griffin King. And let me tell you, it's the dramatic rescue moment we've all been waiting for. The Griffin King wastes no time, diving straight for the abyssal crawler and tearing into it with icy ferocity. Even Jin Chenghan is stunned, his jaw practically on the floor as his prized summon gets shredded. Before anyone can figure out what's going on, a figure leaps off the Griffin King, landing with a flourish. It's none other than Duke Yunbei, looking every bit the hero we know he is. The Duke doesn't bother with pleasantries. He demands to know why Jin Chenghan is outside his domain, his voice calm but deadly. Jin Qinghan instantly recognizes him, and the fear in his eyes is palpable. This isn't someone you argue with. This is someone you run from. But there's no time for that now. The Duke raises his staff, elongating it in one swift motion. Jin Qinghan, knowing what's coming, frantically shouts at Jinju to get out of the way. For once, even the princess realizes her whining won't save her, and she freezes in terror. But it's too late. The Duke's staff strikes, impaling Jin Qinghan square in the chest with brutal precision. Black blood pours from Jin's mouth, and even with magic censorship softening the visuals, it's clear. This guy is done for. The Duke, still calm as ever, pulls back his staff, his expression cold. He informs Jin Qinghan that not even his abyssal crawler can escape the grip of the Griffin King. Because when you have a legendary, ice-breathing mount at your command, negotiations are definitely off the table. Meanwhile, Jinju collapses into a corner, bawling her eyes out. It's her signature move when things go south. Tears and tantrums, no surprise there. But wait, it's not over. Just as everyone's processing what just happened, Jin Qinghan's body begins to melt away. The Duke reveals the twist. Jin wasn't in his real body. Turns out, Jin Qinghan is an abyssal summoner, and thanks to his third-tier skill, Abyssal Symbiosis, he can respawn as long as his abyssal beast is alive. It's basically a creepy, goo-covered get-out-of-death-free card. The Duke doesn't flinch. He warns Jin Qinghan that if he doesn't show himself, the abyssal crawler will be destroyed, and this time, there'll be no coming back. And when the Duke Yunbei makes a threat, you know he means business. Realizing his plan is unraveling faster than wet paper, the abyssal crawler starts morphing, and boom, Jin Qinghan reappears, though he's looking a bit worse for wear. It's not every day you come back to life after a failed attack, only to realize you're still losing. His sister, the bratty Jinju, watches in horror as her brother's resurrection screams, Plan B is already failing. Desperate, Jin Qinghan changes tactics. Brute force clearly isn't working, so he whips out the political victim card. He tells Duke Yunbei that as a representative of the Taichi Kingdom, any attack on him before the national trials would provoke retaliation from the 23 nations. Yep, when the goo monsters and arrogance fail, it's time to try diplomacy with a side of threats. But the Duke? Completely unfazed. His expression stays colder than the extreme north. Lu Fan, meanwhile, is floored, watching someone resurrect like it's a normal Tuesday. The Duke, calm as ever, informs Jin Qinghan that when a national trial representative is attacked, retaliation in their defense is entirely justified. Translation? Lu Fan's self-defense is covered by an international loophole, and Jin's victim card is officially void. This hits Jin Qinghan like a ton of bricks. The realization dawns on him. Lu Fan is the Dragon Kingdom's national trial representative. It's a bad moment for Jin Qinghan. A mix of bitter regret and blaming his sister for her earlier failures to stop Lu Fan. The Duke, clearly done with this nonsense, clarifies that he doesn't go around skewering people for fun. But with the Taichi Kingdom hosting the trials this year, it's probably best if everyone stops causing trouble. Subtle, but not really. Cornered and out of moves, Jin Qinghan reluctantly agrees to back off. But the Duke isn't letting him leave without a final warning. He makes it abundantly clear that he's never liked the Jin family, a fact that surprises absolutely no one. Then, with one swift motion, the Duke sends a final blow toward the abyssal crawler, making it crystal clear that Jin Qinghan and his sister should stay as far away from him and Lu Fan as possible. When the Duke gives a warning, it's not a suggestion, it's a promise. Defeated, Jin Qinghan grabs his sobbing sister and makes a dramatic exit. But even in retreat, his arrogance shines through. He shouts back at Lu Fan, boldly claiming that he's only safe until the national trial. It's a level of delusion that even Lu Fan finds laughable. I mean, who brags after literally dying and getting a second chance? The Duke, however, cuts through the humor, reminding Lu Fan that they should head back to Villa Number 2 because the ladies inside are probably pacing the floors, imagining the worst. Just as things seem to settle, the Duke casually asks Lu Fan where the groceries are. That's when it hits him. The food and drinks, especially the booze, have all been melted into oblivion thanks to the abyssal crawler's toxic goo. The realization visibly devastates the Duke. Apparently, losing dinner supplies hurts more than battling goo monsters and arrogant royals. Later that night, the long-awaited meal finally takes place, though it's more about letting go of tension than gourmet food. Jian Ying quietly sips her drink while the Duke and Xiao Man are lively, enjoying the rare moment of peace. Lu Fan's aunt can't hold back her tears, repeatedly reminding him to take care of himself. It's classic aunt energy, heartfelt, emotional, and protective. Qin Xiao, however, sits quietly, tears streaming as she struggles to say goodbye. Her silence speaks volumes. She's just as worried as everyone else. Lu Fan, always the optimist, reassures them with a smile. He promises to return in a month and insists that leaving is the best way to keep them safe. It's a bittersweet moment, the kind where the hero knows protecting his loved ones means walking away, even if it hurts. The next day, Lu Fan is soaring through the skies on the extreme cold Griffin King, sitting beside the Duke. For a guy who's dealt with nonstop chaos, flying on a legendary mount feels like a well-earned break. As he takes in the breathtaking view of unexplored territories below, he's filled with a mix of awe and determination. The extreme north, with its level 60 challenges and divine treasures, feels like stepping into an entirely new world. But just as he's soaking in the scenery, his attention is drawn to something strange, a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky. It's eerie, like a bad omen you can't ignore. Lu Fan, naturally curious, asks the Duke about it, but the old man just smiles cryptically. Classic Duke Yunbei. He hints that the blood moon is part of the reason they're heading north, leaving Lu Fan even more intrigued. When they arrive at the extreme north military camp, it's clear this isn't just some casual expedition. The camp is bustling with activity, and the elite Griffin squad is on full display. These soldiers aren't your average warriors. They're trained for aerial combat, which is basically the fantasy equivalent of fighter pilots. The Duke explains that the camp has been mapping the area for some time, with 114 exploration routes already charted. But their main target, the Blood Moon, remains elusive. No matter what they've tried, they haven't been able to reach it. It's like the ultimate uncooperative boss fight, and the frustration is palpable. With Lu Fan on board, though, the Duke is optimistic. Adding a dragon tamer to the mix is like upgrading the squad with cheat codes. Lu Fan sees the alignment of their goals, training in a high-level environment while tracking down the divine treasure. As he studies the map, two routes catch his eye, Route 77 and Route 78, both leading closest to the treasure's rumored location. Without hesitation, he points them out to the Duke and asks to join the exploration team immediately. The Duke, usually the calm and collected type, suddenly gets serious. You can almost hear him thinking, great, another bold choice from this kid. He turns to Lu Fan and lays it out. Route 78 isn't a walk in the park. It's crawling with beasts so ferocious that even the bravest soldiers think twice about going there. Basically, it's the kind of place where you don't go unless you've got a solid game plan, and maybe you will. The Duke adds that if anything happens to Lu Fan, the school principal would absolutely end him without hesitation. Because nothing ruins a Duke's reputation like losing the Academy's golden boy to a giant monster. But Lu Fan, in true Lu Fan fashion, counters with his usual confidence. He didn't travel all the way to the extreme north just to take the scenic route. He's here to train, grow stronger, and face danger head-on. After all, safe routes are for tourists, not dragon tamers on a mission. The Duke sighs, probably flashing back to his own reckless youth. With a flick of his wrist, he activates an inventory portal because pulling magical weapons out of thin air is just part of his Tuesday routine. He chuckles, mentioning that Lu Fan's eagerness reminds him of the dumb decisions he used to make back in the day. Ah, nostalgia. From the portal, the Duke pulls out a crimson bow, and Lu Fan's eyes immediately light up. This isn't just any bow. It's a level 70 legendary weapon. You can almost hear Lu Fan's inner monologue screaming, "Is this real life?" The Duke hands it over casually, telling Lu Fan he'll need it to survive what's ahead. Lu Fan blushes slightly, a little overwhelmed by the gift, but the Duke waves him off, saying, "Quit acting modest. Just take it. It's not like I'm giving you socks." The Duke makes it clear that Route 78 is no joke, and Lu Fan is going to need every edge he can get. Lu Fan nods, promising he's ready for the challenge. The Duke, ever the jokester, adds that if he were still young enough to wield the bow, Lu Fan wouldn't be getting it. But hey, one man's too old for this is another man's treasure. Just then, a soldier arrives with a military uniform, and the Duke insists Lu Fan put it on before they head closer to the Blood Moon. Because nothing says, ready for battle, like a fresh new fit to match your legendary weapon. Lu Fan suits up, brimming with excitement, and declares that he's ready to go. It's clear, he's itching to dive into the chaos ahead. Later, As they soar through the sky on the extreme cold Griffin King, the Duke can't help but poke fun at Lu Fan. He teases, asking why a dragon tamer is riding a griffin instead of one of his dragons. Lu Fan sheepishly admits that his dragon's level isn't high enough yet to unlock the necessary skills. Basically, it's like having a sports car, but not knowing how to drive it. Embarrassing, but full of potential. The Duke laughs, taking a swig of his drink, and jokes that maybe Lu Fan should join the Griffin squad. Once he learns how to properly ride his dragons, of course. But their banter is cut short when Lu Fan spots something ominous. Owl demons circling in the distance. These level 60 monsters are infamous for their eerie calls that drive their targets insane within seconds. It's like a bad horror movie, but worse. Even as the owl demons approach, the Duke stays perfectly calm, sipping his drink like it's just another boring meeting. Before Lu Fan can get a warning out, the Duke materializes his staff with lightning-fast reflexes. He casually tells Lu Fan to stay sharp, reminding him that the reaction speed required for Route 78 isn't a joke. Lu Fan quickly realizes he's not in the safety of the academy anymore. This is the real deal, no do-overs. As the Griffin squad makes it closer to the Blood Moon, Lu Fan finally gets a clear look. But what he thought was a moon is actually a giant eye. Yep, you heard that right, a colossal eyeball embedded in the mountains, staring ominously into the distance. It's the kind of thing that makes you question all your life choices. The Duke explains that somewhere deep within these mountains lies a massive creature. The problem? No one knows what it is. Not even his legendary Griffin squad has been able to figure it out. Lu Fan studies the landscape and notices that the surrounding mountains seem to form the shape of half a dragon's head. He starts to wonder if the creature could actually be a dragon, but there's no way to confirm it. Whatever it is, it's so massive and terrifying that even the Duke's Griffin was too scared to get close. And when a legendary Griffin gets spooked, you know you've got a problem. Hoping for some answers, Lu Fan opens his system window, only to find nothing. The system can't identify the creature either. It's a rare moment where even Lu Fan's cheat codes fall short, leaving him feeling more curious and uneasy than ever. The Duke, sensing Lu Fan's thoughts, breaks the silence. He points out that their world is still filled with uncharted territories and mysterious creatures humans haven't even begun to understand. Many of these areas remain untouched, waiting for someone brave or reckless enough to explore them. And if that someone happens to enjoy a stiff drink while leading a legendary squad, well, that's just a bonus. The Duke, ever the cool and collected leader, reflects on the first time he encountered the giant eye. It was supposed to be a straightforward mission, a simple extraction to save some teammates from a horde of owl demons. But because nothing is ever simple in the extreme north, an avalanche hit mid-battle, and as they fought to survive, the giant eye opened in the middle of the mountain, staring down at them like something straight out of a nightmare. Talk about derailing a rescue mission. That was over a year ago, and since then, experts from all over have tried to figure out what this creature is. The only thing everyone agrees on? It's alive. And the Duke knows one terrifying truth. If this thing ever wakes up fully, humanity might be toast. Because let's face it, a giant eyeball monster in the mountains isn't exactly something you just ignore. Just as the Duke is lost in his thoughts, Lu Fan spots something in the sky and calls out. At first glance, they look like Griffin squad members soaring through the air, but the Duke's expression immediately hardens. He grips his staff and explains that these aren't living squad members. They're fallen corpses, former warriors twisted into level 65 undead horrors. Even in death, they've been cursed to keep fighting, their once proud existence reduced to mindless battle machines. Because in the extreme north, not even dying gets you off the battlefield. Lu Fan finds himself clashing with one of the fallen creatures, its twisted form still bearing traces of its former self. He can't help but wonder if this poor soul had once been a member of the Griffin squad, fighting valiantly near the Blood Moon. When he turns to the Duke for answers, though, the old man stays silent. Gone is his usual humor. This is clearly a part of the Duke's past he doesn't want to talk about. Instead, he turns his Griffin around and casts an icy net, freezing the fallen corpses mid-flight. Because when you've got a legendary ice-breathing mount, you make the most of it. The freezing damage stops the undead in their tracks. But as they hit the ground with a thunderous crash, Lu Fan notices something familiar. The Griffin squad capes still draped over their skeletal forms. It's a grim reminder that these creatures were once proud warriors who fought under the Duke's command. Now, they're just shadows of their former selves, trapped in an endless cycle of death and battle. The next morning, Lu Fan is sitting across from the Duke in his office, confidently declaring that nothing, falling corpses, giant eyes, or whatever else the extreme north throws at him, will stop him from heading to the front lines. Because let's be real, backing down now would ruin the whole dragon taming, treasure hunting hero vibe. The Duke, clearly impressed, summons the 78th Griffin Squad for introductions. First to arrive is Lu Fei, a level 60 Divine Punishment Knight, and the captain of the first squad. And get this, he looks so much like the Duke, you'd think someone accidentally hit the duplicate button. The guy's aura screams, "I've seen it all, and I'm not here for small talk." Next up is Lu Changkong, a blonde-haired level 60 Holy Shield Knight, who steps forward and asks what today's mission is. He's probably hoping it's something less insane than giant eyeballs and undead warriors, but we all know better. Following him is Shinkai, a sharp-eyed level 60 soaring eagle knight who rocks glasses like they're part of her superhero aesthetic. The Duke, ever the proud leader, introduces Lu Fan as the newest member of the squad. And who better to join than the #1 student from Dragon Capital Academy? Hearing the name of the academy, Lu Changkong lights up. It turns out he's an alumnus from the prestigious Qingyun class. It's like finding out the new recruit went to the same school as you, except instead of cafeteria gossip, it's all about battling mythical beasts. Lu Fan, a little starstruck, shakes hands with his senior, humbly asking him to look out for him. Lu Changkong grins, reassuring him that he'll take care of him. It's the kind of big brother energy that screams, "Don't worry, I've got your back," and maybe some snacks. But just as the mood starts to lighten, Captain Lu Fei walks up to the Duke, not looking quite as impressed. He questions whether it's wise to send a college student on a mission in the extreme north. I mean, can you blame him? It's like sending an intern to defuse a bomb. Not exactly standard protocol. Captain Lu Fei makes it clear that the squad doesn't have time to babysit, and the mission is far too dangerous for someone so green. The Duke, not one to have his authority questioned, shuts that down fast. With a serious look, he reminds his brother, because, surprise, Lu Fei is the Duke's sibling, that he doesn't joke about these decisions. If Lu Fan faces danger, or even death, that's his problem. The battlefield doesn't come with safety nets. Then, in classic Duke style, he drops the hammer. Lu Fan is now officially a member of the 78th Griffin Squad. No special treatment, no babysitting, just trial by fire like everyone else. Even Captain Lu Fei, though reluctant, agrees. He orders Shinkai to take Lu Fan to the squad meeting room for a mission briefing. Shinkai, however, looks less than thrilled. Her expression says, "Great, I'm stuck with the new guy." But orders are orders, so she begrudgingly complies. The scene shifts to the 78th Squad's meeting room, where Captain Lu Fei kicks off the briefing. He announces that a massive blizzard is barreling toward them and will hit in 4 days. Because, naturally, nothing says fun mission like a looming natural disaster. With the clock ticking, the squad has exactly 2 days to explore Route 78 and 2 days to travel back. Yep, no pressure. It's just a race against time and Mother Nature. Lu Changkong, ever the logical one, points out the obvious. 2 days isn't much time to explore properly. But Captain Lu Fei, as stern as ever, declares that the mission's success will be measured by whether they clear 100 miles. Easy, right? Not so fast. Shinkai, with her trademark sarcasm, pipes up, saying that with a student on board, ahem, looking at you, Lu Fan, 100 miles might be pushing it. Clearly, she's still not sold on having the Academy rookie join the team. While Shinkai grumbles and Lu Changkong tries to keep the peace, Lu Fan stays quiet, eyes locked on the map. He's already plotting his own path, mentally strategizing how to locate the divine-level treasure map he's hunting for. Because when you're on a team mission, obviously, you sneak in a side quest. Captain Lu Fei, however, shuts down the chatter and orders everyone to prep their griffins. They're leaving in 15 minutes. Shinkai, never one to miss an opportunity to complain, mutters about how they're being treated like machines, sent into the wild with zero regard for the incoming blizzard. But hey, when has a little weather ever stopped a squad like this? When it's Lu Fan's turn to prepare, Captain Lu Fei tells him to leave his mount in the stables for safekeeping. But Lu Fan admits that his dragon isn't leveled up enough to serve as a proper ride yet. This revelation stuns both Lu Changkong and Shinkai, because, let's face it, showing up without a ride is like arriving at a car race on a bicycle. Shinkai immediately declares that she's not about to carry him around. She's a soaring eagle knight, not a rideshare service. But Lu Fan just smiles, a confident, almost smug grin that says, "Wait until you see what I've got." He reassures them they don't need to worry about him hitching a ride. Moments later, as the squad takes off, jaws drop when they see Lu Fan soaring through the air with his flying wings. Yep, no mount required, just raw style. Shinkai, trying to play it cool but clearly impressed, asks if Lu Fan's family is part of the Dragon Capital elite, since his gear is so rare. Because when someone shows up with custom wings, it's hard not to assume they've got connections. Before Lu Fan can respond, though, he notices something odd. He asks Shinkai why her giant eagle mount has a group of baby eagles flying alongside it. Shinkai, not in the mood for small talk, brushes him off and warns that they're about to enter the cloud cluster, where things get serious. As the squad enters the dense thunderclouds, the atmosphere shifts. Visibility plummets and bolts of lightning flash in every direction, dangerously close to the Griffins. Captain Lu Fei shouts for everyone to stay sharp, warning them that the storm will make it nearly impossible to see. Lu Changkong, ever the big brother type, tells Lu Fan to stick close and not get separated. Of course, in classic adventure fashion, the moment someone says, "Don't get lost," Lu Fan immediately gets lost. Surrounded by swirling mist, Lu Fan realizes he's completely cut off from the squad. Before he can regroup, two crimson-red eyes pierce through the fog, glaring at him with unsettling intensity. Turning around, Lu Fan comes face-to-face with a Sky Predator Lion, a corrupted level 75 beast with glowing eyes and a wicked grin. It's the kind of grin that screams, "You're on the menu." The lion lunges, and Lu Fan tries to attack, but his strikes barely make a dent. It's like trying to take down a tank with a toothpick. Realizing he's outmatched, Lu Fan quickly pieces together that the corruption near the Blood Moon isn't just affecting humans. It's warping every creature it touches. And this lion? It's the ultimate example of that corruption. The Sky Predator Lion unleashes its Phantom Strike, a deadly ability that not only delivers a brutal hit, but also creates a phantom clone of itself for 10 seconds. Because, one deadly lion isn't enough. Why not add a ghostly twin to the mix? Just as Lu Fan is cornered, a voice shouts out, telling him to move. It's Lu Changkong, arriving just in time to save his junior. Before Lu Fan can react, Shinkai's Escort Hawk swoops in, launching its twin Eagle Fist attack to draw the lion's attention. It's like watching a bird challenge a lion to a fistfight. A dangerous game of tag, you're it. Shinkai maneuvers behind the beast, yelling at Lu Fan not to let it create any more phantoms. Apparently, one ghost lion is already one too many. She adds that she's already lost one of her escort eagles to this monster and isn't about to lose another. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong orders Lu Fan to stay close, warning him that the storm clouds are crawling with elite monsters. He promises to protect him, calling it just another Tuesday for the 78th squad. But Lu Fan, ever determined, insists that he can't just stand back while everyone else fights. Because if there's one thing Lu Fan doesn't do, it's sit on the sidelines during a life-or-death battle. As the Sky Predator Lion pulls a sneaky move with its cloud mist mirage, blending into the mist like a pro assassin, Shinkai doesn't hold back. She warns Lu Fan, newbies have no business playing hero in a battle like this. This isn't the time to be the main character. It's the time to not get us all killed, she snaps. Shinkai's tone is sharp, but she's got a point. This isn't the kind of fight where you can go rogue and hope for the best. Lu Changkong, always the steady one, reassures Lu Fan that they've got this covered. He reminds everyone that they've relied on Captain Lu Fei for far too long. It's time for the squad to prove they can handle the Sky Predator Lion on their own. After all, taking down a giant corrupted lion is the perfect way to prove you're ready for a Griffin squad badge. Because apparently, in this crew, promotions are earned by battling nightmare-level monsters. But before they can make their move, the squad hears an eerie voice echoing through the mist. It's low, ominous, and definitely not coming from the Sky Predator Lion. Even Lu Fan can feel the shift. Something much worse has entered the fray. Shinkai and Lu Changkong, both visibly shaken, shout for Lu Fan to run. They don't need to explain. The name alone says it all. The Heaven Devourer. This corrupted monstrosity isn't just any monster. It's a living apocalypse. As Lu Fan glances up, he sees it. A massive, whale-like beast hovering above the cloud cluster. Picture Moby Dick, but way angrier and giving off all-in-the-world vibes. It's even bigger than the legendary Black Dragon in its world-destroying form. And that realization sends a cold chill down Lu Fan's spine. Before he can fully process what's happening, Captain Lu Fei swoops in like the MVP he is, shouting at Lu Fan to stop staring and start flying. Because if there's one rule when facing a giant death whale, it's this: don't stand around like a deer in headlights. Even Lu Changkong, usually confident to a fault, starts to lose hope. But Shinkai snaps him out of it, reminding him that the cloud cluster is already crawling with corrupted corpses, and anything tainted by the blood moon is a lost cause. Lu Fan, meanwhile, realizes the sheer scale of the problem. The Heaven Devourer doesn't even have life energy. Its presence alone warps reality, turning the battlefield into a living nightmare. Things go from bad to worse when the Heaven Devourer opens its massive mouth. Lu Fan's heart sinks as his health bar takes a nosedive. Just being in the creature's range is draining his health at a terrifying 1.77% per second. It's a race against time, and Lu Fan knows there's no outrunning this thing. Desperate, he considers summoning his dragon, even though he's not sure if it would survive the Blood Moon's corruption. But before he can act, Captain Lu Fei shuts him down. This isn't the time for heroics. Stick with the team, he barks. Even Shinkai, who hasn't exactly been Lu Fan's biggest fan, urges him to stay calm. They're almost out of the cloud cluster. If they can keep it together, they might just survive this. And then, just like that, they burst out of the storm. Shinkai breathes a sigh of relief, announcing that the worst is over. But Lu Fan can't shake the question. Why did the Heaven Devourer suddenly stop chasing them? Captain Lu Fei explains that once the creature leaves the cloud cluster, it can't sustain itself in open air. It'll fall to the ground, taking itself out in the process. Turns out even boss monsters have weaknesses. You just have to know how to exploit them. As predicted, the Heaven Devourer begins to plummet, performing what Captain Lu Fei casually calls its ultimate move: whale fall. Because why just fall when you can make an event? The squad watches as the massive beast crashes to the ground, leaving behind a giant skeletal structure. Even in death, it manages to be extra, creating a landmark that screams, "Future adventurers beware." As the squad lands to regroup, Lu Changkong turns to Lu Fan with a teasing smirk. He points out that Captain Lu Fei was so focused on the mission that he dragged a newcomer into a literal cloud of death. Lu Fan, feeling a bit guilty, starts to apologize, admitting that his inexperience might have caused delays. But Lu Changkong waves him off, assuring him that everyone goes through this trial by fire when they first join the Griffin Squad. It's basically a rite of passage. Survive the Blood Moon, fight some corrupted monsters, and hope you don't lose your mind along the way. As the team sets up camp, Captain Lu Fei silently prepares their gear while Shinkai feeds the Griffins, grumbling the whole time. She's clearly had enough of the tight deadlines, the dangerous missions, and, well, life in general. At this rate, we won't even finish the mission on time, she mutters, shooting a glare at Captain Lu Fei. But the captain, ever calm, brushes off her complaints. He admits they've slowed down a bit because of Lu Fan, but assures her they'll adjust and push forward. Shinkai, however, is not having it. She storms over to Lu Fan, practically fuming. "I don't know what strings you pulled to get here," she snaps, her frustration boiling over. To her, it seems like Lu Fan must have fast-tracked his way into the extreme north, skipping the years of training everyone else endured. She doesn't mince words, making it clear that this isn't a place for amateurs. She delivers the ultimate warning. If the thing sleeping beneath the ground awakens, it won't just be the Dragon Kingdom at risk. It'll be the entire world. Her message is blunt. This isn't a game, and there's no room for dead weight. If Lu Fan wants to survive, he'd better think twice about what he's getting into. As Shinkai lets her frustration fly, Lu Fan, calm as ever, holds his ground. It's that unshakable calm that says, "I've faced tougher critics in school presentations. This is nothing." He politely assures her that he's been paying attention, learning from the captain and the team, and has a decent grasp of what's going on in the extreme north. It's his way of saying, "Relax, I've got this." Shinkai, however, doesn't seem convinced, her skepticism practically radiating from her glare. Before things can spiral into a full-blown argument, Lu Changkong swoops in like the team peacemaker. He steps between them, defusing the tension just as Captain Lu Fei takes charge with his no-nonsense tone. The captain reminds everyone that the Duke himself placed Lu Fan on this squad, so there's got to be a reason. Translation: when the Duke says jump, you don't ask why, you just make sure you stick the landing. With the squabble resolved, the captain orders everyone to rest up for the next leg of their mission. Shinkai reluctantly backs off, but not before giving Lu Fan one last side-eye that screams, "Don't make me regret this." Meanwhile, The captain quietly tells her to focus on the mission and make sure Lu Fan doesn't accidentally turn their dangerous journey into a disaster movie. No pressure, right? The team barely gets a moment to breathe before the Griffins start squawking like an alarm system on steroids. Shinkai, caught off guard, wonders aloud what's happening. But before she can finish her thought, massive ice blocks come hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. The captain barks out orders for everyone to scatter, because nothing screams rest break like dodging giant chunks of frozen death. Lu Changkong, ever the reliable senior, throws up a holy shield to protect the group. But in an unfortunate twist, he missteps, injures himself, and ends up separated from Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is in full survival mode, darting between falling ice blocks and trying to figure out who, or what, is behind this ambush. His first guess? Probably another corrupted corpse, because when in doubt, blame the undead. As the chaos unfolds, Captain Lu Fei keeps calling out for Lu Fan to check in, but there's no response. It's not that Lu Fan's ignoring him. Our boys just realized he's in way deeper trouble than anyone expected. Surrounding him are elite level 80 Icefield Yetis, towering monsters that look like they've been pulled straight out of someone's worst nightmare. These beasts are massive, relentless, and very clearly out for blood. The captain, still trying to keep his team together, orders Lu Fan to respond if he's still breathing. But Shinkai, ever the realist, quickly cuts him off, warning that yelling will only draw more Yetis their way. She mutters under her breath, assuming Lu Fan is already done for, because let's face it, the odds aren't looking great for him. Even the captain realizes they're not in a position to fight all these monsters at once. Their priority is survival, not heroics. Shinkai, trying to think on her feet, suggests using her falcon to launch a fire attack. But before they can put any plans into action, the Yetis close in. One hulking beast looms over the captain, its massive shadow casting an ominous chill. Sensing the danger, Captain Lu Fei orders Shinkai to find Lu Changkong while he holds off the creature. Shinkai hesitates, but quickly realizes there's no time to argue. She dashes off, navigating the icy battlefield with the grace of someone who knows every second counts. As Shinkai moves through the icy terrain, she spots Captain Lu Fei in the distance, struggling to fend off the relentless blows of the Yeti. Its strength is monstrous, and the captain's legs are buckling under the pressure. Shinkai knows she needs to act fast, but also realizes that exposing herself too much could spell disaster. She produces a low-pitched whistle, signaling to her griffin, hoping the sound is subtle enough to avoid drawing the Yeti's attention. Unfortunately, the Yetis aren't just strong. They've got super hearing, and now they're on her trail. With no other options, Shinkai draws her twin swords, preparing to defend herself if the Yetis find her before her teammates do. It's a risky move, but she's banking on Lu Changkong spotting her signal before it's too late. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Lu Fan, who has finally found Lu Changkong. Seeing his senior injured, Lu Fan tells him to save his energy and rest up while he handles the 3 Yetis barreling toward them. Because obviously, when you're the rookie, taking on 3 elite-level monsters solo is just part of the job. Lu Fan materializes his trusty big black machete, standing his ground as the Yetis close in. Lu Changkong, lying injured, watches in disbelief. He's convinced Lu Fan has no chance. Facing monsters of this caliber isn't something you just wing. To him, it's like watching someone try to fight a tank with a stick. But Lu Fan, unfazed as always, leaps into action. The Yetis charge, activating their Ice Howl skill, creating shockwaves of freezing energy. One of them swings a massive fist at Lu Fan, aiming to crush him, but Lu Fan reacts with lightning speed. In a single, clean strike, he slices off the Yeti's hand, leaving the beast howling in pain. His Dragon Fang strike, powered up with sky breathing and infused with dragon energy, tears through the Yeti with a ferocity that leaves even Lu Changkong stunned. As the Yeti stumbles, engulfed in flames summoned by Lu Fan's dragons, he doesn't hesitate. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan charges forward, delivering the finishing blow. The massive creature collapses onto the ice, its severed hand lying nearby. Lu Changkong, witnessing the whole thing, is left completely speechless. This rookie just took down a creature that should have been impossible to beat. So, after casually dropping the bomb that he's the dragon tamer of the southern province, Lu Fan doesn't even give Lu Changkong a chance to process it before the next wave of chaos hits. One of the remaining Yetis smashes through giant ice blocks and hurls them straight at Lu Fan like it's trying out for an ice-themed dodgeball league. But Lu Fan? Totally unfazed. He's already activating his Stormy Sky skill, enveloping his big black machete in a swirling blue aura. This time, his Dragon Fang strike isn't channeling his legendary Black Dragon. It's infused with the power of the Star Dragon, because why settle for one overpowered dragon when you've got options? Lu Changkong, still nursing his injuries, watches in sheer disbelief as Lu Fan, a level 32 Dragon Master, mind you, takes down elite level 80 Yetis like it's a warm-up. At this point, Changkong is probably wondering if Lu Fan's been secretly training with cheat codes on. Meanwhile, both Shinkai and Captain Lu Fei finally defeat the Yeti they were battling and rush to Lu Changkong's side. Shinkai is stunned by the extent of his injuries, but Captain Lu Fei looks even more shocked to see Lu Fan not only alive but still in fighting form. Because, let's be real, rookies surviving this kind of monster brawl isn't exactly the norm. As they try to make sense of what's happening, Lu Changkong fills them in. He explains that Lu Fan saved his life, and he's grateful the teams finally reunited. But before anyone can start celebrating, another enraged Ice Yeti charges at Lu Fan like it's got a personal vendetta. Captain Lu Fei shouts for Lu Fan to dodge, but it's clear there's no time. In a split-second decision, the captain hurls his sword, a weapon so legendary it might as well come with its own theme music. This isn't just any sword. It's Victory, a blade that automatically tracks its target and deals devastating damage. We're talking 100% physical damage and a bonus 76% holy damage per second. The Yeti doesn't stand a chance, and Captain Lu Fei's precision sends it crashing to the ground. Crisis averted for now. As the dust settles, Captain Lu Fei sternly warns Lu Fan to stop acting recklessly. He reminds him that they need to stick to the plan, because this isn't a solo mission, and Yetis aren't exactly forgiving sparring partners. Meanwhile, Shinkai informs the group that they need to retreat immediately. Their griffins aren't responding, and while her eagle could carry 2 people, it's clear they're heavily outnumbered. But Lu Fan, with his trademark confidence, casually suggests the most Lu Fan-esque plan ever. Just defeat all the snow monsters. Simple, right? Shinkai isn't having it. She snaps at him, telling him to stop spouting nonsense and get to the nearest outpost. After all, who looks at a Yeti army and thinks, yeah, I can handle that? But Lu Fan, ever serious, insists he's not joking. He even offers to heal everyone if they weren't surrounded by so many monsters. His confidence is almost contagious, but Shinkai is still skeptical. At this point, she's probably thinking Lu Fan's auditioning for the lead role in a Monster Slayer Extreme North Edition movie. Just then, Lu Fan materializes something from his inventory, a crimson bow gifted to him by the Duke. This isn't just any bow. It's the Dark Serpent Bow, a weapon so legendary it's basically a celebrity in the world of combat. When Captain Lu Fei sees it, his eyes widen in recognition. This is the bow that once forced back entire armies, and now it's in the hands of a guy who just casually suggested fighting off an entire snow monster horde. Even Shinkai, who was moments away from calling Lu Fan delusional, starts to reconsider. Because when someone pulls out a weapon with that kind of reputation, you can't help but wonder if they might actually know what they're doing. Still, the captain and Shinkai don't have time to argue. They follow Lu Fan's orders to evacuate the injured, leaving him alone on the battlefield. Because if Lu Fan wants to solo an army of Yetis, who are they to stand in his way? As the trio flies toward the outpost, Shinkai can't shake the uneasy feeling that leaving Lu Fan behind was a huge mistake. She's probably replaying the scene in her head, thinking, we just left him in a buffet of Yetis, and he's the main course. But Lu Changkong, ever the optimist, reassures her. He tells her that he's seen how Lu Fan fights, and there's no way the rookie is going down. At this point, Changkong might be Lu Fan's biggest fan. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan is in his element. He charges up the Dark Serpent Bow, a fiery red aura swirling around it. It's one of those moments where you know something epic is about to go down. The Yetis, relentless as ever, continue their assault, hurling their ice throw attacks. These chunks of ice deal massive damage, and if hit consecutively, could freeze Lu Fan solid for 30 seconds. And let's be real, getting frozen in place while a Yeti horde charges at you isn't exactly ideal. But Lu Fan isn't fazed. He steadies his aim, the bow glowing brighter as he channels its power. Somewhere in the distance, Shinkai and Captain Lu Fei glance back, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a sword. Changkong smirks, confident that Lu Fan is about to pull off something legendary. And honestly, he might just be right. As Lu Fan draws the bowstring, he knows one thing for sure. When you've got a legendary weapon in your hands and an army of Yetis bearing down on you, there's only one thing to do. Let it rain fire. And with that, he releases the shot, the arrow streaking through the icy battlefield like a blazing comet. As the Yetis ramp up their relentless assault, Lu Fan wastes no time. He whips out his big black bow like he's starring in a fantasy version of an action blockbuster. With pinpoint accuracy, he fires off a volley of glowing red arrows, each one smashing through the incoming ice blocks. The result? A dazzling display of shattering ice, leaving the Yetis looking more annoyed than injured. It's like they're saying, "Oh, you think you're done? Cute." But Lu Fan isn't here for games. Realizing these frosty brutes need to learn who's boss, he raises his bow high and activates a new move, the Shadow Serpent Arrow. 12 sleek, magical arrows spiral through the air, each dealing damage with precision. It's basically a masterclass in multitasking destruction. Yet, even after this impressive assault, the Yetis activate their berserk state, cranking their attack power by a ridiculous 350%. Oh, and for fun, they boost their movement and casting speed by 100% too. Because, apparently, Yetis don't know when to quit. As if that weren't bad enough, the monsters throw in Fallen Corpse Tide, boosting their defense by 25%. It's like someone handed them a cheat sheet on how to be the most annoying enemies ever. Lu Fan, visibly unimpressed, calls out to his star dragon Xingqian, commanding it to unleash its Shattered Star attack. The dragon summons a massive star, glowing with enough destructive energy to make any monster rethink its choices. But just as Xingqian is about to fire, Lu Fan has a better idea. He calls the dragon back, like a chef tweaking his recipe mid-cook, and fuses the Shattered Star attack with his charged Shadow Serpent Arrow, letting the power multiply. By the time he releases the shot, the damage boost has hit 500%. The result? A massive, explosive combo move that even the Yetis pause to reconsider. Wait, maybe this wasn't the best idea. You can almost hear them think. The explosion is deafening, shaking the entire ice field. The shockwave knocks even the Griffins off balance, sending Lu Fan's teammates crash landing onto the frozen ground. It's the kind of blast that doesn't just clear monsters, it changes the landscape. When the dust settles, what's left behind is a crater so massive it looks like Lu Fan decided to remodel the extreme north. As the Griffins scramble to rescue the team, Captain Lu Fei is the last one pulled out of the ice. Staring at the gigantic crater, he finally understands the sheer power of a dragon tamer when paired with their legendary dragons. It's like witnessing cheat codes in action. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stands tall, casually praising his dragons, Xiaoyi and Xingqian, like a proud parent after a school recital. Except, with more explosions. He commands the legendary black dragon Xiaoyi to clear out any remaining fallen corpses. But before she can take off, a griffin lands nearby, carrying Captain Lu Fei and the rest of the team. They all look at Lu Fan like they've just stumbled across the hero of their wildest legends. Captain Lu Fei, still processing what he just witnessed, can barely ask if that massive explosion was really caused by Lu Fan's attack. But before the captain can finish his thought, something, or rather, someone catches his eye. Behind Lu Fan stands a stunning woman, silent but exuding power. Confused, the captain asks who she is. Lu Fan turns with a knowing smile and tells her to reveal her true form. The woman obeys, transforming into her legendary black dragon form. It's the kind of dramatic reveal that makes you want to cue epic background music. As Shaya, the black dragon, takes to the sky, her overwhelming presence silences the squad. Lu Fan commands her to use Cataclysm to obliterate the remaining fallen corpses. With one move, she clears the area in a fiery, devastating blaze. The Griffins screech wildly at the sight, while the team can only stare in awe. Even Xun Kai, who had been the queen of skepticism earlier, is now eating her words. Turns out Lu Fan isn't just another rookie. He's the dragon tamer of the southern province, a living legend in the making. When Lu Fan notices how familiar everyone seems with his name, he finally asks what's going on. Captain Lu Fei, shaking off his awe, explains that Lu Fan isn't just some guy. They've all heard about him through the Duke's endless praise. The Duke has been hyping him up as the top candidate for the national trials, and now they see why. It's like finding out your teammate is secretly the star athlete everyone's been talking about. Even Xun Kai, who couldn't have cared less about him earlier, realizes the Duke doesn't just send anyone to the 78 squad. She finally understands that Lu Fan is a big deal, and probably feels a little silly for doubting him. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong, ever the Joker, teases Lu Fan, congratulating him for hiding his skills so well. But Lu Fan, still humble, admits he feels like he's been holding the team back since he's unfamiliar with the extreme north. The captain, stepping forward, assures Lu Fan that's far from the truth. He's trained plenty of hot-headed rookies in his time, but none have shown the same level of calm and responsibility as Lu Fan. It's basically the nicest way of saying, "You're the best rookie we've ever had." Even Xun Kai, though reluctant, agrees that she underestimated him. In her mind, she's probably kicking herself for doubting someone recommended by the Duke himself. So, it's now crystal clear to everyone. Lu Fan isn't just a recruit, he's the guy. Lu Changkong, grinning like he's won the lottery, tells Lu Fan it must have been fate when they first crossed paths. And now, he's planning to rely on Lu Fan to take care of him. Classic move, find the strongest guy in the room and buddy up. Lu Fan, always humble, just smiles and thanks the team for their support. But before things can get too touchy-feely, something jaw-dropping happens. The Black Dragon starts transforming. Yep, right there in front of everyone, she begins to ascend to a more mystical form. And let me tell you, the squad's eyes go wide. It's like watching the ultimate magic trick, but this one comes with a side of, oh no, what's happening? Turns out, the Black Dragon's hit level 30, and with that, she unlocks a second-tier transformation. But that's not all. Her contract with Lu Fan has evolved to Black Dragon 2, and she's gained a shiny new skill called Perception. What does it do? Oh, just the ability to detect any enemies in stealth or disguise. Think of it as the ultimate anti-ninja radar. Now, anyone thinking they can sneak up on Lu Fan? Yeah, they'd better rethink their entire career path. The team is still staring, trying to process what's happening, when Lu Changkong, ever the curious one, asks what in the world this transformation is all about. Lu Fan, ever the cool customer, casually explains that the Dragon Lady just hit level 30, and with it came some serious stat boosts. It's like she went through dragon puberty and came out an apex predator. Not only has she reached her second-tier transformation, but her attributes are now off the charts. Oh, and ambushes? Yeah, those are officially canceled. Then Changkong remembers something. Didn't Lu Fan say earlier that he couldn't ride the dragon because her level wasn't high enough? He's about to bring it up when Lu Fan interrupts him with the smoothest move ever. Out of nowhere, Lu Fan materializes an epic quality dragon saddle. That's right. The moment has arrived. Lu Fan declares that he's officially becoming a dragon rider. And honestly, it's like a mic drop in saddle form. Now, this isn't just any saddle. It's next level. With this bad boy, Lu Fan doesn't just ride the dragon. He levels up their entire combat potential. Mounted mode boosts both their stats, and all of Lu Fan's attacks get infused with dragon energy, turning him into a flying, long-range, fire-breathing powerhouse. The squad watches in awe as Lu Fan prepares to claim his rightful place as a true rider. Then it happens. The Black Dragon bursts into flames, going through her second transformation right before their eyes. The sky lights up with fiery intensity as she takes on her new, majestic form. She's no longer just a dragon. She's a full-fledged adult Black Dragon, radiating raw power and grace. Even the normally stoic captain can't hide his shock. It's like the dragon just went from being super cool to how do we even deal with this? The captain, realizing what a big deal this is, decides to offer Lu Fan a military saddle. It's a rare item that boosts dragon stats by 10%, a huge advantage for most riders. Even Xun Kai, who's been warming up to Lu Fan, chimes in, telling him that 10% of a dragon's stats is no joke. But Lu Fan, ever the gentleman, politely declines. He explains, casually, that he's already using a 100% attribute transfer saddle specifically made for legendary dragons. The captain and Xun Kai are floored. Xun Kai, who was already impressed, now looks like she's questioning all her life choices. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong, realizing there's no point in doubting Lu Fan anymore, just laughs. Of course he has the best gear. He's probably thinking, it's Lu Fan. Then the Black Dragon lands, and here's where things get adorable. She immediately starts licking Lu Fan's face, her way of showing just how happy she is after leveling up. Imagine a giant, world-destroying dragon acting like a puppy. It's weirdly wholesome. The captain, watching this, quietly realizes how far out of their league Lu Fan is. Even Xun Kai, who started the day thinking Lu Fan was a burden, is now looking at him like he's the coolest person alive. She starts daydreaming about having gear as amazing as his, but the captain quickly snaps her out of it with a sarcastic, "You riding a dragon or a griffin?" Classic burn. Lu Fan, meanwhile, thanks his black dragon for being his rock through all the chaos. He promises her that from now on, they'll face every challenge together. It's a sweet moment that's immediately interrupted by Lu Changkong, who tells everyone to stop arguing and appreciate what they're witnessing. The birth of the world's first true dragon rider. With the saddle in place, Lu Fan leaps onto his dragon's back, and the power surge is instantaneous. He feels like he could destroy the world with a flick of his wrist. The saddle doesn't just make riding easier. It creates a direct link between Lu Fan and the Dragon Clan, boosting all his stats to insane levels. His normal attacks now carry dragon energy, making them long-range, high-damage nightmares for any enemy. The captain, standing below, looks on in awe. Even Lu Changkong, who spent years building his strength, realizes there's no comparison. Seeing Lu Fan rise to this level makes him question every decision he's ever made. It's like watching someone casually surpass all your achievements without even trying. But instead of being bitter, he's inspired, knowing he's witnessing history in the making. So, there's Lu Fan, perched confidently on his legendary black dragon, soaring through the air like he owns the sky. But here's the thing, this isn't just a joyride. The dragon senses something's up, and when a dragon feels danger, you listen. Lu Fan, never one to ignore his trusted mount, commands her to activate perception, and suddenly her eyes light up, detecting hidden enemies lurking nearby. It's not long before the dragon reveals the threat: snow moths. Now, if you've never heard of them, let me break it down. They're like vampiric mosquitoes from your worst nightmare. They hide in the snow, completely invisible, and once they latch on, they drain your health like it's going out of style. 10% per second, to be exact. The captain spots them and immediately yells for the squad to keep their distance. These things are no joke. But let's be real, this is Lu Fan we're talking about. Running isn't exactly his style. Instead, he's hyped, ready to turn these deadly pests into target practice. With his legendary black dragon by his side, he synchronizes their movements like it's a deadly dance routine. Together, they unleash pure destruction, wiping out the moths like they're nothing more than pesky flies. Lu Changkong, watching all this, looks like he's about to pass out. For years, the snow moths have terrorized the Griffin squad, and here's Lu Fan making it look easy, like he's just swatting bugs on a lazy afternoon. Meanwhile, Shun Kai, starting to relax a little too much, assumes Lu Fan's got everything under control. But you already know what happens when you let your guard down in these stories. The captain snaps her out of it just in time, but not before she nearly gets ambushed by a swarm of moths. Luckily for her, Lu Fan is ready. With that trademark smirk, he unleashes his dragon's fiery breath, turning the moths into crispy snowflakes before they can even get close. The dragon's perception skill proves invaluable, exposing every hidden enemy and making this extermination mission a breeze, for Lu Fan at least. After what feels like a one-sided video game boss fight, Lu Fan and his dragon land gracefully, declaring that the last of the moths have been dealt with. Lu Changkong, still reeling from the chaos, thanks Lu Fan for saving him again. But before he can say too much, Shun Kai snaps, telling him to stop relying on Lu Fan like a personal knight. Maybe try doing something useful for once, she grumbles, clearly fed up with his repeated rescues. Lu Fan, as calm as ever, reassures the group that with his dragon's flying abilities and perception skill, they can handle whatever comes their way, even a blizzard. But the captain isn't convinced. He's been around long enough to know better than to underestimate the extreme north. Looking at the ominous sky, he warns that the snowstorm might arrive sooner than expected. If it hits tomorrow, they won't even have time to make it back to camp. Shun Kai's worry deepens, and the captain hesitates. He doesn't want to push the squad further, especially with a wounded team member. But Lu Fan, always the optimist, steps forward with a confident grin. He assures them that the snow moths are no longer a threat and suggests that the storm and its dangers could actually be an opportunity for the squad to rack up some serious military merit. He extends his hand, promising to lead them safely through the storm. The captain, probably wondering how his life got to this point, takes Lu Fan's hand after a long pause. With Lu Fan and his dragon leading the charge, the squad suddenly looks fired up. After all, if anyone can turn a deadly blizzard into an opportunity, it's the guy who just roasted thousands of snow moths like they were marshmallows. As they continue their journey, Lu Fan stumbles upon a rare treasure, the unmelting ice. This isn't just any ice. It's the legendary item his senior sister has been wanting forever. Imagine finding a rare Pokemon, but instead of fighting it, you put it in your inventory for bragging rights. Lu Fan smiles, feeling like a treasure hunter, and calls the squad over to see his find. Shun Kai, ever the realist, compares the snow moths to earthworms after a rainstorm. Annoying, numerous, and everywhere during a blizzard. Even the captain can't hide his admiration, noting that Lu Fan probably took down thousands of the beasts. But Lu Fan, ever humble, shrugs it off, mentioning that his hands gone numb from all the action. Classic Lu Fan, saving the day without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong, clearly inspired by Lu Fan's heroics, jokes that if he were a level 32 Dragon Rider, he'd wipe out the entire blizzard in one go and earn a shiny gold badge. But before he can finish his sentence, Shun Kai whacks him on the head, reminding him that he's not Lu Fan and that he spends more time whining than fighting. The squad bursts into laughter, though you can tell Lu Changkong is secretly plotting his next chance to shine, or at least avoid another head smack. With the mission complete, and the squad having advanced 100 miles into the unexplored region, the captain decides it's time to head back. Supplies are running low, and the team looks ready to collapse after battling ferocious snow moths. Even Shun Kai and Lu Changkong, who usually try to act tough, look like they could use a week-long nap. The moment someone mentions rest, Lu Fan's legendary black dragon doesn't waste a second. She shifts back into her stunning human form and lets out the cutest cry, a universal dragon code for "Feed me, human." And Lu Fan? Well, he hears those little whimpers and immediately knows what's up. His dragon lady is not just tired. She's cold and starving. Even dragons need their snacks and beauty rest, right? Not about to let his prized dragon stay hangry. Lu Fan quickly tells the team they need to head back and get her some food. Because, let's be honest, a hungry dragon is everyone's problem. The captain, always the practical one, nods and orders Shun Kai to set the landmark signal for their return journey. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong can't help but notice just how pampered Lu Fan's dragon is. It's like watching someone spoil their pet, while Shun Kai's poor giant eagle looks like it hasn't seen a decent meal in weeks. The bird's even slumping like it's questioning all of its life choices. But Shun Kai, true to form, just brushes it off, telling Changkong to mind his own business. Clearly, eagle care isn't high on her to-do list. Shun Kai pulls a giant red rod from her inventory, because apparently she travels with the magical equivalent of a glowing flare gun. She slams it into the ground, and the marker starts glowing with ominous red light. Two beams of energy swirl out from the rod, giving off some serious "don't mess with this" vibes. She explains it's the landmark signal, basically their hardcore version of a GPS. It transmits their exact location back to the barracks, so when the weather clears, a construction team can come in and set up a temporary outpost. Think of it like laying down a campsite, but with monsters lurking everywhere and no marshmallows in sight. Just as the signal activates, all the griffins, and even Lu Fan's dragon lady, take off toward the barracks on autopilot. It's like someone flipped a switch, and suddenly, the mounts are all. Later, humans, from a distance, though, a hooded figure with glowing red eyes watches them leave. And let's be real, nothing good ever comes from glowing red eyes. The next day, back at the extreme North Region barracks, the captain orders the team to rest up. They've earned it after all the monster mayhem. While the squad gets a much-needed break, the captain heads off to report everything to the Duke. Because even in a fantasy epic, someone's got to do the paperwork. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is already on a mission. He runs up to Shun Kai and asks if there's anyone in the barracks who can work with unmelting ice, that legendary treasure he snagged during their adventure. Shun Kai smirks, directing him to the blacksmith at the supply office. But, being Shun Kai, she can't resist teasing him, asking if the ice is for his girlfriend. Cue Lu Fan's immediate blush and panicked denial. He stammers that it's for his senior sister, who's just a friend. Thank you very much. Shun Kai, clearly enjoying his discomfort, smirks and waves him off, but Lu Fan's already sprinting away with his dragon lady in tow. He shouts something about finding the blacksmith and promising his dragon a feast for all her hard work. You can almost hear Shun Kai laughing as he disappears. But then, Shun Kai's playful demeanor shifts. She reaches into her chest pocket, pulling out a pendant made of unmelting ice. Her expression softens as she kisses it gently. It's a rare moment of vulnerability from Shun Kai, hinting at a deeper story behind that pendant. Even warriors of the extreme north have their soft sides. Over at the blacksmith shop, A giant of a man with arms like tree trunks greets Lu Fan. The blacksmith promises that in 2 days, he'll have a gift so perfect it could make any girl swoon. Lu Fan, grateful, thanks him, but just as he's leaving, someone taps him on the shoulder. He turns around and, surprise, it's the Duke, looking a little frazzled, like he just ran a marathon trying to find him. The Duke, still catching his breath, tells Lu Fan he's heard everything from the captain. How Lu Fan not only survived the mission, but absolutely crushed it. The Duke admits he didn't expect much, figuring Lu Fan might end up as a popsicle in the snowstorm. But instead, Lu Fan saved the team, led the charge, and basically turned the entire mission into his personal highlight reel. The captain was so impressed he awarded Lu Fan a bronze badge, the same one Captain Lu Fei wears. Let's take a moment here, folks. Lu Fan just got promoted to captain. That's right. Our boy is officially climbing the ranks like it's a speed run. Yesterday, he was slashing snow moths. Today, he's wearing a badge that says, "I'm the boss now." But the Duke isn't done. He reveals that the Griffin Squad's mounts were found by other teams, but there's bad news. They'd been turned into zombies. Yeah, that's right, zombie griffins. And unfortunately, the teams had no choice but to take them out. It's a harsh reminder that the Blood Moon's corruption is no joke. Fortunately, Lu Fan's legendary Black Dragon Xiao Yi was completely immune to the Blood Moon's mind control. Even the Duke admits he's impressed, joking that Xiao Yi's appetite alone should have been a clue that she's built different. Apparently, while other mounts were losing their minds, Xiao Yi was busy feasting like a queen, devouring food like it was an Olympic event. So, the Duke, who was just chuckling about his dragon eating like a buffet commentary a moment ago, suddenly switches gears. His face gets all serious, the kind of serious that makes you sit up and think, oh, this is about to get wild. He tells Lu Fan there's something he needs to show him, no jokes this time. He hands over a stack of confidential documents, and as Lu Fan starts flipping through, his eyes widen faster than a kid seeing a dragon for the first time. The documents contain photos of something massive. We're talking giant. There's this enormous skeleton with what might be wings or hands. Honestly, it's hard to tell. But one thing's for sure. Whatever it is, it's huge. The Duke explains that the skeleton was found near the border of the Star-Spangled Nation, in some ancient mountain ruins. The national trial representative from their side, a guy named Charles Morgan, had been sent to explore it. And thanks to some friendly chats, spy work, with the Morgan family, they managed to snag these photos. Lu Fan stares at the pictures, realizing this skeletal giant looks an awful lot like the creature connected to the Blood Moon. Deja vu hits him like a truck, except with extra terror. The Duke confirms that the skeleton was so enormous, it made the workers excavating the site look like ants. And if that wasn't creepy enough, there's a video. Yep, a video. The Duke's intelligence team somehow infiltrated the Morgan family's operation and managed to film inside the sacred mountain ruins. The Duke says this with a straight face, like casually dropping, "Oh, by the way, here's some classified footage of a nightmare." The video starts with 2 figures, a butler-looking old man and a woman, standing in front of a massive humanoid skeleton. The camera pans to a large temple in the distance. Both of them look absolutely stunned, probably wondering what they just signed up for. Turns out, the entire expedition team that went to investigate the temple has disappeared. And, surprise, surprise, the temple is giving off this eerie golden glow that's turning all the nearby creatures into mutant beasts. It's like nature got an upgrade, and not in a good way. Suddenly, the butler hears footsteps. They freeze. A man appears. It's one of the missing expedition members. But hold on, this isn't the happy reunion they were hoping for. The guy looks like he just walked out of a horror movie. His wings are drenched in blood, and the butler quickly realizes that this isn't their old pal anymore. The man's been transformed into a holy mountain thrall, a creature straight out of someone's worst nightmare. Before anyone can react, the thrall launches himself at the duo. The butler screams for the woman to run, shouting that the man is no longer human. And just like that, the video cuts out. The Duke, now looking like he needs another drink, explains that his informant barely escaped alive to deliver this footage. Otherwise, no one would have believed it. Lu Fan, still trying to process what a holy mountain thrall even is, asks the Duke for more details. The Duke calmly explains, like he's giving a weather report, that thralls are creatures mutated by the insane power of the giant skeleton in the temple. They're like the next-level version of the holy mountain puppets, and trust me, that's not a promotion anyone wants. Suddenly, the pieces start falling into place for Lu Fan. He connects the dots between the thralls and the fallen corpses he's been fighting near the Blood Moon. Both seem to follow the same creepy pattern. Ancient powers twisting everything around them into something horrific. The Duke, taking another swig from his flask, because honestly, who wouldn't need a drink right now, tells Lu Fan that scholars at the Academy are already calling these creatures the ancient gods. Yeah, that's right, gods. Apparently, these skeletons and temples are too old to trace, and whatever power they hold is way beyond anything humanity understands. Lu Fan's head is spinning. Where did these things come from? Why are they here? And what kind of power are they hiding? But before his brain can implode, the Duke drops the ultimate mic. Nothing about the ancient gods is known. That's it. That's all we've got. The Duke says it with the kind of nonchalance you'd expect from someone who's just accepted that the universe is full of unsolvable mysteries. The Duke goes on to explain that the creatures corrupted by these ancient powers are divided into two categories: puppets and thralls. The puppets? They're your basic zombie types, mindless, shambling, gross. But the thralls? Oh, those are the elite-level nightmares. They're faster, stronger, and way harder to kill. Lu Fan, sharp as ever, realizes something. He cuts the Duke off and says, "So, the fallen corpses aren't just regular undead, are they? There are puppet fallen corpses and thrall fallen corpses too." The Duke nods, giving him a look like, finally someone gets it. He warns Lu Fan and the captain that while they've mostly been dealing with the basic zombie versions, the real threat, the corpse thralls, are out there waiting. Lu Fan presses for more details, asking what happened after the thrall attacked the Morgan family. And here's where it gets even weirder. The Duke reveals that the thrall wiped out every single Morgan family member at the ruins, except for one, Charles Morgan. Yeah, the guy leading the expedition. For some reason, the thrall spared him. Why? Who knows? Maybe even ancient zombie monsters respect bureaucracy. But here's the kicker. After killing everyone else, the thrall and Charles didn't fight. Nope, they talked. That's right. This monstrous undead creature and Charles Morgan had a full-on chat in front of the ancient temple. What they talked about? That's anyone's guess. The Duke reveals the ultimate twist. The thrall didn't just spare Charles Morgan. It gave him something. And no, it wasn't a pat on the back or a motivational speech. It handed him the essence of the Holy Mountain. Lu Fan's curiosity shoots through the roof. What kind of overpowered nonsense is this now? The Duke explains that Charles, already a beast as a combat priest, used the essence to unlock an entirely new profession: Holy Priest. And get this, it's a profession that doesn't even exist in the known records. Yeah, Charles basically unlocked the hidden boss level of career upgrades. The Duke's spies tried to dig up more dirt, but the Morgan family had doubled down on security, turning their estate into an impenetrable fortress. Frustrated, the Duke warns Lu Fan to keep an eye on Charles during the trials of nations. With the backing of the ancient gods, Charles is shaping up to be a walking cheat code. But Lu Fan? Oh, our boy doesn't even flinch. He waves it off like the whole thing is a minor inconvenience. In Lu Fan's book, titles like Toughest Opponent just means someone standing in the way of his victory lap. Fast forward 2 days, and we're back in the blacksmith shop. The burly blacksmith hands Lu Fan a brand new necklace, his pride practically radiating off him. Lu Fan grins like a kid unwrapping a new toy. He's thrilled with the craftsmanship, calling it top tier, a real masterpiece. But Lu Fan doesn't just take the necklace and walk out. Oh no. He pulls out the Duke's favorite strong drink and gifts it to the blacksmith as a thank you. The guy's eyes light up like he's just been handed a winning lottery ticket, clearly thrilled by Lu Fan's appreciation and his excellent taste in booze. Before the blacksmith can bask in the glory of his creation for too long, Lu Chongkong and Shin Kai show up, interrupting the moment like a couple of chaotic siblings. They casually mention that there's a new exploration mission, and it's time to gear up. Lu Fan bids farewell to the blacksmith, who tells him to drop by any time. You can practically hear the guy mentally adding Lu Fan to his VIP customer list. As Lu Fan steps out, Lu Chongkong's jaw drops when he spots the bronze badge pinned to Lu Fan's uniform. This guy's been grinding for an entire year to level up, and here's Lu Fan, breezing through ranks like it's a video game speedrun. Even Shun Kai, usually cool and collected, can't wrap her head around it. She's low-key wondering if Lu Fan has some divine sponsorship deal they don't know about. The next morning, Captain Lu Fei gathers the squad near the outpost, announcing they've packed enough supplies for 15 days. Everything seems to be going smoothly, until Lu Fan, casually flying overhead with his dragon, notices something strange. The landmark signal rod they placed last time? Yeah, it's gone. Shinkai spots it a few blocks away, but something's off. The rod is damaged, completely wrecked, and there's no way a simple snowstorm did this. Lu Fan's gut tells him something's wrong. It's too quiet. The kind of quiet where you just know something's about to go horribly wrong. Sure enough, as Lu Changkong confidently strides forward, Lu Fan's instincts kick in. He yells for the squad to fall back, his voice cutting through the icy air. But it's too late. Lu Changkong is already within range of a trap. The snow crunches underfoot, the air feels heavier, and then bam, out of nowhere, a swarm of monsters emerges. It's like someone RSVP'd an army of creatures to crash the mission. Lu Changkong freezes, realizing they're completely surrounded. The sheer number of monsters is insane. What are they even doing here? Lu Fan had cleared the area last time, yet now it's crawling with puppets. But none of them attack. They just watch. It's unnerving, to say the least. Lu Fan's sharp mind kicks into high gear. He quickly tells the captain that these monsters aren't acting on their own. They're puppets, controlled by a higher-level thrall lurking nearby. The captain's expression darkens as he recalls the Duke's warning about thralls. Then a low, gravelly voice cuts through the icy wind. It's dark, almost mocking, as it says, "Being a thrall is no shame, for the fallen thralls are the glorious thralls of God." The group whirls around to see a pale, humanoid figure emerging from the shadows, dressed in the same uniform as their squad. Lu Changkong, ever the loudmouth, demands to know who this guy is. But before the figure can answer, Captain Lu Fei and Shinkai recognize him instantly. Their shock is palpable. This isn't just some random stranger. It's Li Luo, a former member of their team and a hidden-class spear knight. The squad stands frozen, disbelief etched across their faces. For Shinkai, the shock cuts even deeper. Tears well up in her eyes as she realizes she's standing face-to-face with someone she thought she'd lost forever. Why? Because Li Luo wasn't just a teammate. He was Shinkai's fiancé. So here's the deal. Shinkai's first days in the regiment? All thanks to Li Luo. He brought her in, trained her, and eventually they got engaged. But then, plot twist, Li Luo vanished during a mission tied to the Blood Moon. Now here he is back again, except, he's a fallen corpse man. Not exactly the heartfelt reunion Shinkai was hoping for. Lu Changkong, ever the pragmatist, snaps. This isn't the time for a therapy session, he barks, clearly done with all the drama. Meanwhile, Shinkai's composure crumbles. She drops to the ground, tears streaming down her face, as she sees the man she thought was gone forever now, undead. And Lu Fan? He's off to the side, awkwardly watching this emotional meltdown, thinking, this just got super uncomfortable. Shinkai sobs, calling out Li Luo's name, begging him to explain why he never came back. Her desperation fills the air, and suddenly, she feels a presence. When she looks up, her breath catches. There he is, Li Luo, standing before her, looking normal, like the old Li Luo she knew. It's a scene straight out of a romance drama, complete with Shinkai flinging herself into his arms, bawling like her life depends on it. Lu Fan watches, unsure whether to clap or cringe. Do we just let this play out, he wonders. Meanwhile, Shinkai hugs Li Luo tightly, babbling about how no one will believe he's back and how everyone will be overjoyed to see him alive. And just when it feels like things couldn't get more emotional, the air crackles with a surge of demonic energy. Li Luo's voice grows cold. He declares, with all the subtlety of a bad supervillain, that he's not going back. Turning to Shinkai, he drops an unexpected bombshell, asking if she'll stay with him. She stares, confused and speechless, as Li Luo pulls her closer, launching into his "join me or else" pitch. He's rambling about serving some mysterious god that's about to wake up. Romantic, right? Nothing says happy reunion like trying to recruit your fiancé into a creepy ancient deity revival plan. Shinkai's brain short-circuits from the sheer absurdity of it all, and before anyone can react, she faints. Lu Fan catches her mid-fall, panicked, shouting her name and trying to wake her up. He's patting her back, yelling like a concerned parent, while Li Luo just stands there, casually offering Shinkai unimaginable power and the chance to serve a god. Because that's totally what she wanted for her wedding vows. Lu Fan isn't having it. He shouts louder, urging Shinkai to wake up, telling her not to fall for Li Luo's twisted words. It's a classic snap-out-of-it moment, but with way more undead vibes. Shinkai, still dazed, mumbles weakly, begging Li Luo not to do this. But Liluo doubles down, warning her that if she refuses, she'll end up as one of the fallen corpses herself. Real motivational, dude. With tension at its peak, Lu Fan's voice finally breaks through Shun Kai's confusion. She blinks, slowly coming back to reality, only to find herself in the middle of absolute chaos. Panic sets in, but Lu Fan quickly explains what's happening, trying to ground her. "You've been tricked," he tells her. "Don't let his lies get to you." Meanwhile, Liluo climbs onto his horse like he's about to ride off into a gothic sunset. With a cold gaze, he demands an answer from Shun Kai. Will she stay with him and serve the god, or not? It's like the world's worst marriage proposal, with added undead consequences. Captain Lu Fei, finally at the end of his patience, snaps. He's not about to let Liluo kidnap Shun Kai for some dark cult. Turning to Lu Fan, he asks urgently, "Can you save her?" It's the kind of trust that says, "You're our only hope, buddy." Lu Fan doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he stands there, deep in thought, weighing his options. Lu Changkong, ever the realist, points out the obvious. They're surrounded by hundreds of monsters, and chasing after Liluo would only get them lost. Oh, and without repairing the signal rod? Good luck finding their way back. Captain Lu Fei waves off the logistics. "Forget the post," he says. "Survival first." It's clear he's ready to bolt. But before he can rally the troops, Lu Fan's face breaks into a calm, confident smile. And you know what that means? When Lu Fan smiles in the middle of chaos, things are about to go down. With an air of quiet authority, he announces, "I don't think running is the best idea." The squad turns to him, hope flickering in their eyes. Without skipping a beat, Lu Fan raises his hand, and boom, intense energy starts swirling from his palm. You know it's about to get serious when the glowing hand effects kick in. Lu Changkong, who's clearly seen enough of Lu Fan's creative solutions, shouts in panic, asking if he's about to pull off another massacre. And Lu Fan, ever the king of confident chaos, grins and basically says, "Yep, watch this." Lu Fan pulls out his divine bow, the thing practically radiating power like it's auditioning for the lead role in an action movie. He declares with zero hesitation that if they've got military capabilities, it's time to use them, because holding back isn't in his vocabulary. Meanwhile, Liluo, looking every bit like the bad guy who's about to overstep, narrows his eyes and makes his move. He declares that rejecting God comes with one consequence: death. And just like that, he orders his horde of monsters to attack, screaming for them to kill the group and turn them into puppets. The monsters rush forward, eyes glowing with malice, their chilling screams filling the air. But Lu Fan? Oh, he's cool as a cucumber. He quickly fires up his Shadow Serpent arrow and shouts for Lu Changkong to activate the Sanctuary Shield. Lu Changkong doesn't miss a beat, throwing up the protective barrier just in time. The shield glows brilliantly, absorbing damage equal to 200% of Lu Changkong's max HP. But the kicker? It only lasts for 10 seconds. No pressure, right? As the Sanctuary Shield hums with energy, Lu Fan turns to Lu Changkong with that trademark confidence and says, "You don't need to do anything else." Lu Changkong, understandably panicked, reminds him, this shield only lasts 10 seconds. But Lu Fan just smiles, telling him, "Relax. 10 seconds is all I need," because of course it is. The countdown starts, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. As the monsters swarm closer, Lu Fan takes aim with his Shadow Serpent arrow. The air practically buzzes as the energy builds, the black serpent coiling in midair, growing stronger by the second. At the same time, he summons Xiaya, his legendary black dragon, instructing her to unleash her dragon of destruction form. Flames ripple around her as she transforms, her roar shaking the battlefield. With 6 seconds left on the shield, Xiaya lets out a terrifying roar that makes even the monsters hesitate. Lu Fan doesn't waste a moment. He releases the arrow, and the black serpent hurtles through the air, locking onto Liluo with deadly precision. As the seconds tick down, Xiaya and Lu Fan work in perfect sync. She detonates the ground beneath her with cataclysm, fiery explosions ripping through the battlefield. Lu Fan follows up with Cut the Sky, delivering 2 dragon-infused strikes that slice through the chaos like a hot knife through butter. The combo is devastating. Flames erupt, monsters are obliterated, and the battlefield is reduced to a smoking ruin. It's the kind of destruction that makes you wonder if Mother Nature is going to file a complaint. Amid the chaos, Liluo's condition visibly worsens. His once imposing form collapses as his horse, overwhelmed by the battle's toll, falls beneath him. Liluo hits the ground hard, and Lu Fan, recognizing the conflict within him, moves quickly to catch him. Shinkai rushes forward, cradling Liluo in her arms as tears stream down her face. It's Heartbreak City, folks, population, Shinkai. As she holds him, she whispers through her sobs, asking if it's really him. Her words are filled with love, grief, and desperation. She recounts how kind he used to be, how everything changed because of the curse. It's a tearjerker moment, no doubt. But before anyone can catch their breath, a strange purple aura begins to seep from Liluo's body, growing stronger by the second. Lu Fan's instincts scream danger. This isn't over. The energy, dark and ominous, spreads like a warning sign for anyone still holding out hope. As the group watches in stunned silence, Liluo momentarily regains consciousness. His voice is weak but urgent. He begs them to leave, warning of even greater dangers ahead. Shinkai, clinging to him, pleads with him to hold on, tears streaming as she promises that he'll be fine. But it's too late. His strength fades, and his hand, once clutching Shinkai tightly, slips from her grasp. Liluo's body goes still. The moment is gut-wrenching. Shinkai screams, her heartbreak palpable as she sobs uncontrollably, holding his lifeless body. The grief is raw, the kind that rips through the strongest warriors and leaves them shattered. Through her tears, Shinkai whispers that even if it was brief, for those fleeting seconds, she had her Liluo back. It's a bittersweet goodbye, the kind of heartbreak that lingers long after the battle is over. Shinkai was a sobbing mess, absolutely shattered over her fiancé, Liluo. Lu Fan, ever the dependable one, was doing his best to calm her down. But Captain Lu Fei wasn't having it. He was still on high alert, worried about the danger lurking nearby. He gave Lu Fan a serious look and basically said, "Hey man, we're grateful for you and Black Dragon Xiaoyi saving us, but Liluo's situation is anything but normal. We need to haul back to camp." Lu Fan, being the thoughtful guy he is, knew that Shinkai needed a moment to process everything. He told Captain Lu Fei as much, explaining that she was mourning Liluo deeply. But before anyone could catch their breath, a strange purple aura started glowing from Liluo's body. Yep, you guessed it, Liluo wasn't done causing chaos. Captain Lu Fei's jaw hit the floor as he realized what was happening. He's not dead yet? Cue Lu Fan springing into action like the hero he is. With his trusty dragon sword in hand, he figured out what was going on. The energy of the fallen corpse was still inside Liluo, and it was making a beeline for the ominous blood moon. Lu Fan wasn't about to let that happen. He sprinted after the energy, slashing it in half with a dramatic swipe. What happened next? Oh, just a crystal containing the essence of the fallen corpse spilling out, glowing with an eerie aura of gratitude. Lu Fan held the crystal, deep in thought. Could this be the sacred essence that Charles had once obtained? He couldn't shake the feeling that this essence had something to do with hidden powers, or worse, becoming a servant of the ancient god. Captain Lu Fei was understandably freaked out and asked if carrying such a bizarre object was even safe. But Lu Fan, lost in his thoughts, wondered if Charles had also pledged loyalty to the ancient god. He remembered Liluo's chilling words, "Obey me, and I'll give you unimaginable power as a servant of the gods." Lu Fan snapped out of it and made a decision. They'd have to hand the crystal over to Duke Junbei for safekeeping. Captain Lu Fei agreed, but before they could leave, they turned their attention to Shinkai, who was digging a hole in the snow for Liluo's burial. Captain Lu Fei suggested they wait, and Lu Fan, heart heavy, insisted they help her. Together, the group dug a large grave, and Shinkai, with tears streaming down her face, buried Liluo with his necklace and badge. After saying her final goodbye, Shinkai stood tall, glasses back on, declaring herself strong sister Shinkai once more. Her recovery lifted everyone's spirits. Captain Lu Fei rallied the group, and they flew off on their eagles, heading back to Team 78's camp. Now here's where it gets even more interesting. The next afternoon, Lu Fan met with Duke Junbei to hand over the crystal. Duke Junbei was stunned, immediately recognizing its significance. Lu Fan shared his hypothesis. The ancient god servants had to meet certain conditions. The essence of the corpse could turn beings into slaves, but only those with intelligence could become actual servants. He explained how Liluo, once controlled by the corpse's essence, had essentially become one of these servants, with the ancient god seemingly making the final call. Duke Jinbei was intrigued and added his own insight. He mentioned rumors of cults popping up across more than a dozen countries. These fanatics claimed to have the blessings of the gods, spreading their influence and preparing for the gods' awakening. This revelation hit Lu Fan like a ton of bricks. If the rumors were true, could it mean that over a dozen ancient gods were awakening? Yikes! Lu Fan didn't waste time connecting the dots. He asked Duke Jinbei how many members of the Griffin squad were still unaccounted for. When Duke Jinbei confirmed there were several missing, Lu Fan theorized that they might have become corpse slaves. To keep everyone safe, he suggested announcing a reward to find them and mitigate the risk. The weight of this realization hit Duke Jinbei hard. These were his brothers in arms, men who had once served their country but were now potential threats. Lu Fan reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. There was no easy solution, but sacrifices had to be made for the greater good. Then came the million-dollar question: what to do with the crystal? Lu Fan had an idea. He proposed using it to test his hypothesis. But don't worry, folks, he wasn't about to experiment on people. He planned to use it on his dragon pets instead. Duke Jinbei wasn't exactly thrilled with the plan, but trusted Lu Fan to handle it. Duke Jinbei, ever the cautious one, asked Lu Fan, "Who will you test this crystal on? We can't risk using it on humans." Lu Fan, grinning like he had a secret, casually said, "Oh, don't worry. I'll test it on my dragon." Naturally, Duke Jinbei's eyebrows shot up. He was like, "What? Are you crazy? Using this on a dragon could be catastrophic. What if it goes wrong? Who's going to handle that mess?" Lu Fan quickly waved him off, all confident, and clarified, "Chill, Senior. You misunderstood me. The dragon I'm talking about isn't exactly one of my main 5 dragons." This, of course, got Duke Jinbei even more curious. "Wait, hold up. You have more dragons?" Cut to an open space where Lu Fan and Duke Jinbei decided to test things out. Duke Jinbei couldn't resist grilling him, asking about his other dragons. Lu Fan explained, 2 of the 5 dragons aren't exactly my direct pets. They're summons that appear when I call on my dragons." And yeah, Duke Jinbei was floored by this idea. Summoning a pet's pet? Mind-blowing. Anyway, Lu Fan called out to Jade Dragon Xiaofei and asked her to summon the twin Flying Dragon Kings. Moments later, the twin Flying Dragons appeared with a roar, their presence absolutely majestic. These dragons had a unique feature. They could summon identical twins, mirroring the summoner's level. Duke Jinbei was blown away, thinking how cool it was that Jade Dragon Xiaofei could summon them herself, and they were completely loyal to her. But Duke Jinbei wasn't done worrying. He asked Lu Fan if they couldn't test this on something simpler. Lu Fan chuckled and reassured him. These Flying Dragon Kings are the weakest of the 5 dragons. If anything goes wrong, we could take them down easily and bring them back later. Now Lu Fan held the crystal, deep in thought. His plan? Have the flying dragon swallow it. He threw the crystal toward the dragon, and sure enough, it gulped it down. Immediately, the dragon started changing. Its color darkened, and a sinister purple aura surrounded it. It roared, shaking the ground, and even Jade Dragon Xiaofei looked shocked. Duke Jinbei wasn't about to stand by and watch things spiral. He leapt into action, raising his weapon and warning Lu Fan, "We need to act now, before it's too late." But Lu Fan held him back, insisting they wait and observe. One of the twin dragons roared loudly, while the other was enveloped in the purple aura. Lu Fan realized the dragons weren't fully turning into fallen corpses yet, so killing them now wouldn't accomplish anything. Things got even more intense when Duke Jinbei noticed the transformation accelerating. He urged Lu Fan to act, but instead, Lu Fan told Jade Dragon Xiaofei to step in and try to regain control. Xiaofei activated Emerald Light, a blessing that cleared debuffs and boosted ally damage. It was a gamble, but Xiaofei's divine light surrounded the dragons, pushing back against the ancient god's control. For a moment, everyone held their breath. The purple aura didn't disappear, but Xiaofei's constant stream of radiant light started having an effect. Duke Jinbei, still skeptical, asked if this method could really work. Then, suddenly, the dragons roared once more, but this time, they bowed to Jade Dragon Xiaofei, fully acknowledging her as their master. They weren't slaves to the fallen corpse. They had absorbed the ancient god's power without losing themselves. The system updated, revealing that the fallen corpse demon dragon had reached level 22 and gained some insane abilities. Elemental Dragon Breath Demon. magical breath that could resurrect its targets as demon dragon puppets. Soul Charge Demon Dragon. Aura armor that reduced 99% of incoming damage and reflected skills. Dragon Tongue Magic. A destructive spell replacing the dragon's breath attack. Duke Jinbei was shocked but relieved. He admitted that Lu Fan's theory about the ancient god's essence was spot on. The experiment worked. Jade Dragon Xiaofei had reclaimed the twin dragons, and the ancient god's influence was gone. Lu Fan, always ready for the next challenge, couldn't wait to try out the dragon's new skills. But before he could dive into another test, he asked Duke Jinbei about their mission. Was it still ongoing? Duke Jinbei confirmed that the squad's work wasn't done yet. They still had to investigate the ruins connected to the ancient god's awakening. The next morning, the group set off for the ruins. As they trudged through the snowy terrain, Shinkai, ever curious, noticed they were leaving the blizzard area. She pointed out a radiant light ahead, and everyone was stunned by the beauty of the scene. A massive lake stretched before them, with clear skies that felt almost otherworldly. As they landed, Captain Lu Fei spotted a huge chain buried in the snow. He wondered aloud what it could be connected to, and Lu Changkong suggested following it might lead them to the ruins Liu Luo had mentioned. Meanwhile, Lu Fan felt something strange. His system was indicating they had arrived at a treasure map location. Digging into the snow, Lu Fan uncovered a blue dragon egg. His excitement was palpable. The fourth dragon egg was still intact, and it was safe. Just then Lu Fan's sharp eyes catch something else buried nearby. It's a box. Naturally, curiosity gets the better of him. He digs it up, dusts it off, and cracks it open. Inside, he finds an epic-level skill book called Dragon Language Resonance Magic. Epic level, people. This isn't your run-of-the-mill loot, it's the real deal. The skill requires level 35, but Lu Fan's already dreaming big. He's thinking about how this skill will supercharge his magic and boost the power of his future blue dragon. Oh, and he's planning to hit up Sister Du Yakyu from the Tianhua auction house to snag a pet slot expansion scroll. Always thinking ahead, this guy. A bit later, while everyone's trekking forward, Lu Fan lags behind to admire the egg and maybe daydream a little about his future dragon arsenal. Shinkai and Lu Changkong notice him hanging back and head over. Shinkai teases him, asking what he's up to, while Lu Changkong jokes about him enjoying the view solo. Lu Fan, caught off guard, quickly hides the egg and skill book. With a sheepish grin, he says, "Oh, nothing, just taking in the scenery." But Lu Fan being Lu Fan, he shifts the conversation to something more intriguing. He points out how vast the glacial lake is and wonders if there's a whole new region beyond it. Captain Lu Fei chimes in, reminding everyone just how massive the far north is, stretching inland with the Blood Moon mountain range going on for over 1,000 miles. Lu Fan takes a mental note of this, piecing together theories about the ancient gods. Could the Blood Moon itself be controlled by these mysterious deities? Or is it their tool? Shinkai, trying to wrap her head around it, imagines the ancient god as a massive mountain chained to the moon. But before things get too heavy, Lu Changkong lightens the mood, patting Lu Fan on the shoulder and suggesting they follow the chain to see what's on the other side of the lake. Of course, Captain Lu Fei isn't about to let them wander blindly into danger. He warns them about the risks and reminds Lu Changkong about the last time he got injured. Lu Fan steps up, volunteering to scout ahead. Captain Lu Fei, reluctantly trusting him, agrees, but not without some caution. And this is where things heat up. Lu Fan summons Black Dragon Xiaoyi in her destroyer form, complete with molten lava vibes. The crew is hyped. This is one epic dragon. As they prepare to rest, Shinkai tells Lu Fan to be careful, and he promises to signal them once it's safe. Off they go, flying over the lake for 2 straight hours. But even after all that time, Lu Fan hasn't reached the end of the massive chain they're following. Suddenly, his system throws up a warning. You have entered the Fallen Corpse Ruins realm. Yep, it's as ominous as it sounds. Lu Fan knows this place matches the clues left by the Star-Spangled Kingdom's discoveries. He's thinking about the sacred temple and those who became sacred slaves, piecing together the mystery of the ancient god's power. Then, Black Dragon Xiaoyi stops mid-flight, roaring loudly. Something's up. Lu Fan looks down and spots a giant black coffin buried in the snow. His system offers no info, just a cryptic label, the mystery of the Fallen Corpse Ruins. Black Dragon Xiaoyi is clearly agitated, roaring uncontrollably. Lu Fan tries to calm her, but it's clear this coffin, and the strange shadow around it, is bad news. He knows they're in over their heads. The shadow seems to notice them. Lu Fan doesn't waste a second. He orders Black Dragon Xiao Yi to retreat, activating his spiritual wind ring to boost their speed. It's a close call, but they manage to escape back to the lake. When Lu Fan finally returns to the group, he's visibly shaken. Lu Changkong rushes over, excited to hear what he found, but Lu Fan's tone is dead serious. He explains the fallen corpse ruins and warns them about the terrifying presence buried in the snow. Everyone looks at him in confusion, trying to grasp the gravity of the situation. Lu Fan doesn't mince words. They need to teleport back to camp immediately. Lu Changkong, shocked, asks what could possibly be so dangerous that even Lu Fan had to retreat. After Lu Fan warned the team about the dangers lurking in the ruins, everyone decided to get the heck out of there and teleport back to camp. The tension was sky high, and when they finally reached the office, all eyes turned to the screen. Duke Junbei laid it all out for them. The black coffin, the shadows under the snow, the massive chains, it all screamed danger. He reminded everyone what happened to the Morgan family, warning that no one would survive if they messed with the fallen corpse ruins. Lu Fan, dead serious, chimed in. He described how the area seemed sealed off, with chains everywhere and a strange creature in the lake. Even Black Dragon Xiao Yi, who's usually a total powerhouse, was uneasy and losing control. That alone was enough to give everyone chills. Duke Junbei didn't waste any time. He marked the frozen lake as a forbidden zone, canceling all special routes in the area. Captain Lu Fei was ordered to notify Dragon City scholars about the discovery ASAP. And just like that, Team 78's isolation mission was called off. Instead, they were assigned to assist the scholars in researching the ruins. Now here's where things got interesting. Duke Junbei turned to Lu Fan and dropped a bombshell. He praised Lu Fan for leading the team to such a massive discovery in under a month and awarded him the Griffin Corps Silver Military Merit Medal. This was no small deal. This badge is a high honor, and only a handful of people had it. Naturally, Lu Fan tried to play it humble, saying he didn't deserve it after just 1 month in the Griffin Corps. But Duke Junbei wasn't having it. He insisted Lu Fan take the badge, saying it would open doors for him if he joined the Griffin Corps after graduation. Lu Fan finally accepted the badge, and the whole team was thrilled for him. Captain Lu Fei joked that he might have to take orders from Lu Fan if he joined officially. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong couldn't help but pout a little, joking about how jealous he was of Lu Fan's fast promotion. Shen Kai shook his head in mock disappointment and muttered something about, "What a shame." The lighthearted moment didn't last long, though. Duke Junbei pulled Lu Fan aside after everyone left. He handed him a book and explained that it was time to prepare for the national trials. Lu Fan realized he only had about 2 weeks left and started planning his return to Dragon City Academy. Meanwhile, trouble was brewing in Taichi Nation. Jin Chenghan, the princess's brother, was up to no good in the forest. His summoned creature, an abyss crawler, looked terrifying, and it wasn't even fully grown yet. To help it grow, Jin Chenghan released it on a nearby family, mercilessly sacrificing them to the beast. Even when Chun Tianji, an old family ally, tried to stop him, Jin Chenghan brushed him off, calling the citizens lowly sacrifices. The princess, Jinju, was horrified but powerless to stop her brother. As he left, she reluctantly followed, disheartened by his cruelty. Elsewhere, the stage for the national trials was being set. Leaders from different nations gathered to discuss their strategies. Kiran from the Hung Nation, Wei Ji from the Han Nation, and Yasin Lai from the South Nation all shared one goal: winning the trials. With their four-nation alliance, they were confident about taking the top spot this year. Meanwhile, Andre, the Snow Nation representative, was training near a volcano. Fresh from slaying a demon, he received news that it was time to prepare for the trials. Andre smirked, ready to prove his strength. And over in the Star Stripes Nation, Charles Morgan stood atop the ruins of the Sacred Mountain Temple, declaring that he would be invincible in the trials. Back at camp, 2 days had passed, and Lu Fan was busy studying the documents Duke Junbei had given him. The team gathered to send him off. Lu Changkong teased him, asking if he was aiming for first place in the trials, while Shen Kai cheered him on, promising to support him from afar. Captain Lu Fei reminded him that it was time to leave the team. Duke Junbei gave Lu Fan one last piece of advice, urging him to make the most of his skills, especially with the mountain summoning skill and the fallen corpse dragon in his arsenal. Lu Fan thanked him and assured everyone he was ready. The next morning, Lu Fan arrives at the academy and heads straight for the vice principal's office. He's all formal, knocking on the door and asking to come in. Inside, Vice Principal Zhao greets him warmly, shaking his hand like they're old pals. Zhao's excited. He's temporarily in charge of the national trials since the principal's away. And standing beside him, two intimidating shadow guards, Yu and Jun, sent by higher-ups to protect the delegates heading to the Tea Empire. These guys are next level, way beyond the Griffin Regiment. Zhao can't help but mention how much attention the higher-ups are giving this year's trials. Lu Fan, ever the opportunist, casually asks if Zhao can join him on a trip to the Taichi Nation. Zhao agrees, but mentions the principal won't return for another 10 days. He's already arranged a private plane, so they'll leave the next afternoon. Over a cup of tea, Zhao drops an interesting offer. Lu Fan can ask for anything he wants, and the academy will provide it. So, of course, Lu Fan asks for a pet slot expansion scroll. Zhao, caught off guard, spills his tea everywhere, admitting the school doesn't have one in stock. But he assures Lu Fan that he's free to handle his time as he likes, and the shadow guards won't interfere. Later, Lu Fan stops by to meet his close friends, and well, let's just say emotions are running high. Sister Hank practically tackles him with a hug, crying, saying how much she missed him. Qinxiu chimes in, telling him they've been waiting since the night before. Lu Fan, looking a bit sheepish, admits that Vice Principal Zhao tipped him off about his return, but jokes about not bringing gifts. They wave it off, dragging him to the dining table, where a feast is waiting. Sister Hank proudly announces she cooked everything just for him, knowing how bad the food was in the far north. Lu Fan doesn't deny it. He missed Annie's cooking the most. As they dig in, Qinxiu peppers him with questions about his adventures and whether he's grown stronger. For hours, Lu Fan shares his far north experiences, from battling demons to discovering forbidden ruins. At some point, he shows them a bracelet he's crafted, intending it as a gift for his senior sister. Xiaoman notices the bracelet immediately and teases him about it, wondering who the lucky person is. Flustered, Lu Fan hides it and stammers something incoherent. Kim rolls her eyes and jokes, saying it's obviously for his senior sister. The teasing continues until Aunt Hank changes the subject, reminding Lu Fan to return early tomorrow night because they're all going out. Later that evening, Lu Fan visits the spot where his elder sister had trained him. Sitting alone, he reminisces about her introducing him to Sister Du Yakyu and the Tianhua auction house. Missing her presence, he calls Du Yakyu, asking for news about his senior sister. Du Yakyu teases him, suggesting he must be blushing. She finally admits his senior sister had to leave for personal reasons, but left something for him at the auction house. That night, Lu Fan heads to Tianhua auction house. Sister Du Yakyu greets him with her usual charm, teasing him about traveling with shadow guards now. He brushes it off, saying they're professionals who don't interfere. She leads him to a private room, unveiling a flowing meteorite sword. This isn't just any weapon. It's a level 30 beast with insane stats. 256 strength, 204 agility, and a primary ability called Flame Enhancement that boosts fire skills by 50% and stores damage for an extra attack. Lu Fan's jaw drops. He holds the sword, immediately feeling its power, and realizes it's been custom-made for him by his senior sister. Du Yakyu smiles, pointing out how much thought went into the gift. But she's not done yet. She hands him another surprise, a Magma Burst skill book. This rare skill turns targets into magma, dealing massive damage. A perfect addition to Lu Fan's arsenal for the national trials. Finally, there's a letter. Du Yakyu, ever the tease, jokes about it being a love letter. Lu Fan reads it and can't help but smile. His senior sister writes that she had to leave unexpectedly, but left these gifts as encouragement for the trials. She reminds him of his promise to give her something that won't melt the ice. Lu Fan, touched by the thoughtful gifts, thanks Sister Du Yakyu. As he's leaving, he casually asks if the auction house has a pet slot expansion scroll. Unfortunately, no luck. Du Yakyu explains that these scrolls are super niche, mostly used by hunters, so they're rarely kept in stock. Lu Fan, ever the optimist, takes it in stride, thinking to himself, well, no scrolls for now. Guess I'll focus on leveling up Xingxin and wait to hatch the blue dragon egg later. Du Yakyu reassures him, saying she'll keep an eye out for any scrolls or dragon spellbooks that come in and notify him right away. With that, Lu Fan bids her farewell and heads back home, his trusty shadow guards trailing behind. As he walks, his mind races with plans. He realizes he'll need to level up during the early stages of the national trials to give Xingxin the proper training she needs. The far north might have sharpened my military skills, but I need some real leveling to stay ahead, he thinks. Just as Lu Fan nears home, he spots Jian Ying waiting for him along the path. She calls out, teasing him about how relaxed he looks despite the looming competition. Lu Fan, grinning, asks what she's doing there alone. Jian Ying gets straight to the point. She wants a practice match before he heads abroad for the trials. Lu Fan, always up for a challenge, agrees. Perfect timing, he thinks, eager to test out his new flowing meteorite sword. The two head to the training hall at Dragon Capital Academy, where Jian Ying draws her sword, ready for battle. Lu Fan unsheathes the flowing meteorite sword, its fiery aura lighting up the hall. Jian Ying smirks, reminding him not to rely too much on new skills. Let's see how far your training in the far north has taken you, she says. The duel begins with Jian Ying's swift attacks, but Lu Fan's new sword makes quick work of them. Its lightweight design and responsive movements amaze him. It's like this sword already knows my next move, he marvels. Activating Wicked Surge, Lu Fan adds a fiery sheath to his weapon, amplifying his power with every strike. Jian Ying, impressed, notes how the bonus attack power keeps stacking. This sword is incredible, Lu Fan thinks. Big Sister was right. It's the perfect match for me. It might be time to retire my permanent dragon scale sword. The battle rages on, with Jian Ying countering using Army Breaker Great Squad, but Lu Fan effortlessly deflects her strikes. She admits she can't keep up with his combat skills anymore, even as she pushes herself to the limit. Finally, Lu Fan activates Mountain Shaker, a devastating move that deals massive physical damage and reduces health. Jian Ying is knocked down, but smiles, acknowledging Lu Fan's growth. You're stronger than ever. You'll definitely win first place in the national trials, she says. The next morning, Lu Fan gathers with his friends and family for an emotional send-off. Sister Han fusses over him, reminding him to stay safe and eat on time. Xiaoman reassures him, saying they'll always be with him in spirit. Aunt Hank wishes him a smooth trip. Lu Fan waves goodbye, thanking them for their support. Vice Principal Zhao accompanies him to the airport, reminding him that the national trials are a big opportunity to prove himself and rise among the elite of Dragon Nation. Lu Fan, reflecting on everything, silently vows to seize this chance. At the airport, Vice Principal Zhao mentions that the Dragon Nation Overseer is already waiting for them. This sparks Lu Fan's curiosity, and he asks who the Overseer is. Zhao explains that every nation sends not just representatives, but also an Overseer to ensure the competition rules are followed. As they arrive, Lu Fan is surprised by the Shadow Guards bowing and kneeling before the Overseer. The air feels heavy, and Lu Fan can't shake the feeling that something's off. Zhao warns him to mind his conduct and stay humble. The Overseer, exuding authority, steps forward and waves for everyone to stand. His attention shifts to Lu Fan, and he acknowledges him as Dragon Nation's representative. Vice Principal Zhao's eyes widened in surprise as he spotted Overseer Han waiting to greet them personally. Wasting no time, Zhao hurried over to express his gratitude, recognizing the extraordinary honor of such a reception. The Overseer, Elder Han, greeted him warmly, downplaying the gesture by insisting it was only fitting to extend this respect to state representatives. Gesturing toward Lu Fan, Vice Principal Zhao introduced him as a second-tier professional from the prestigious Dragon Capital Academy. He also mentioned Lu Fan's dual professions as a beast rider and tamer. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan froze momentarily, realization dawning on him. He had met Elder Han before. This revelation caught Vice Principal Zhao off guard, but Elder Han only chuckled knowingly, confirming their prior meeting. He praised Lu Fan, commenting on the large dragon now under his care, and likened the young man to the legendary heroes of ancient times. Elder Han expressed confidence that Lu Fan would bring glory to the Dragon Empire upon his return from the national trials. Humbled by the high praise, Lu Fan bowed deeply, offering his heartfelt thanks and vowing to live up to the Overseer's expectations. Before departing, Elder Han offered a piece of advice, mentioning his good rapport with Tu Jing. If Lu Fan encountered trouble, he should seek out Tu Jing first. If that proved insufficient, Elder Han himself would intervene. With these parting words, Elder Han climbed into his car, his bodyguard holding the door for him. Just before the car sped off, he reminded them to prepare for the evening's banquet. As the vehicle disappeared into the distance, Lu Fan turned to Vice Principal Zhao, asking if Elder Han was truly one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Empire. Zhao confirmed this with a nod, emphasizing Elder Han's vast influence and standing within the empire. The revelation left Lu Fan stunned. The three elders were the most powerful decision-makers in the Dragon Empire, their authority surpassing even the dukes. Yet, Elder Han's demeanor lacked the overpowering presence one might expect from a combat master. This contradiction puzzled Lu Fan. Curiosity gnawed at him, and he voiced his thoughts to Zhao, wondering if Elder Han might be concealing his true strength. The vice principal chuckled, explaining that Elder Han's power lay not in physical combat, but in his immense wisdom and far-reaching influence. Despite being in his early 40s, Elder Han wielded power capable of shaping the Empire's destiny. Zhao elaborated further, noting that while combat strength was highly revered, it wasn't the only form of power. Of the three elders, only one was known to possess a combat-related profession, rumored to be at the rare 5th tier. Another elder specialized in enhancement, contributing little in direct combat, yet regarded as a pillar of the Dragon Empire. Elder Han exemplified the idea that true power often lay beneath the surface, beyond the grasp of mere strength. Adding to Elder Han's mystique, Zhao mentioned his elite bodyguards, the four legendary swords. These exceptional swordsmen, said to have been won over by Elder Han himself, accompanied him everywhere, a testament to his unrivaled influence and respect. Reflecting on these revelations, Lu Fan couldn't shake a sense of awe. The rumors surrounding the three elders were as enigmatic as the individuals themselves. Their true strength and capabilities remained shrouded in secrecy, fueling endless speculation. Yet one thing was certain: their power wasn't confined to battlefields. It extended to wealth, wisdom, and their ability to steer the Empire's future. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile to himself, intrigued by Elder Han's secretive nature and the layers of mystery surrounding him. One thing was clear: there was far more to learn from people like him than what met the eye. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the car rolled to a stop, pulling Lu Fan's attention to the lively scene outside. What greeted him was no simple arrival. It was a spectacle. A sea of reporters and onlookers had gathered, their excitement palpable. Cameras flashed incessantly, and the crowd buzzed with chatter, eager to catch a glimpse of the Dragon Nation's representative. Feeling the weight of all the attention, Lu Fan stepped out of the car, escorted by Vice Principal Zhao, who stayed close to shield him from the swarm of journalists. The reporters wasted no time, their questions flying in rapid succession. Microphones were thrust toward Lu Fan as voices clamored over one another, asking about his unprecedented ability to control a dragon. The chaos only grew as more questions poured in. One reporter inquired about his supposed feud with the Jin family, while another pressed him about his plans for the championship and whether the Dragon Nation was ready to defend its title this year. Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Lu Fan found his mind drifting back to thoughts of Elder Han and his enigmatic strength. The reporter's enthusiasm reminded Lu Fan of the growing importance of his own role. He glanced around, taking in the bustling scene, and couldn't help but marvel at how quickly life had changed since his days in Jin City. The lively spectacle felt almost surreal, like a circus that had descended upon the hotel. Vice Principal Zhao, ever composed, raised his voice above the noise, firmly announcing that it wasn't the time for interviews. His commanding tone managed to restore a semblance of order as the bodyguards cleared a path. Before long, Lu Fan was ushered into the hotel and up to his room, finally getting a moment of peace. That evening, the dinner hall was alive with chatter as more representatives arrived. As the conversation swirled around him, Lu Fan casually remarked on the crowd of reporters outside, noting how their presence made even a simple stroll seem impossible. Vice Principal Zhao, ever the strategist, suggested that staying inside where it was calm would be the wiser choice. After all, stepping into the chaos wouldn't achieve much. Scanning the room, Lu Fan's attention shifted to a new thought. He asked Vice Principal Zhao about Charles, the representative of the Star-Spangled Empire, curious as to why he hadn't arrived yet. The vice principal, unfazed, explained with a knowing smirk that representatives from the Star-Spangled Nation had a habit of showing up just before the competition began. Nothing unusual there. Before Lu Fan could dwell on it, his eyes caught sight of Jin Qinghan seated near the front, observing quietly. Just then, the overseer from the Taichi Nation, Jin Zion, stood and began making his way over. Seeing him approach, Lu Fan's mind raced. Was this man going to greet Elder Han? Sure enough, Jin Zion introduced himself to Elder Han, offering a respectful handshake as he addressed him as the overseer of this year's national trials. Elder Han responded with a firm handshake and a genuine smile, his calm demeanor radiating authority. Around the room, whispers erupted like wildfire. The crowd was abuzz with speculation about Elder Han's identity. Some wondered aloud if he was truly one of the legendary 3 elders of the Dragon Empire, while others pointed out the figure standing near him, speculating that it must be one of the 4 great swords. As murmurs of awe and curiosity filled the air, one individual excitedly recalled seeing Elder Han at an international conference in Roman country. The sentiment was clear. The Dragon Nation had brought its full might to the trials this year, leaving everyone with a sense of anticipation for what was to come. Elder Han approached his seat with the composed demeanor he was known for, and Lu Fan, noticing him, gestured invitingly for him to sit. The subtle interaction wasn't lost on the guests, who exchanged curious glances. Whispers floated across the room as they speculated about Lu Fan's possible connections to influential figures within the Dragon Empire. The moment passed quickly, however, as the banquet, the grand highlight of the national trials, drew everyone's attention. This event wasn't just a meal. It was a celebration of prestige and unity, meant to showcase the host nation's hospitality. Guests chatted excitedly about the quality of the food and the grandeur of the occasion, confident it would live up to the reputation of a state banquet. Yet, as Vice Principal Zhao leaned toward Lu Fan, his voice low and cautious, he offered a word of advice. He suggested that Lu Fan be mindful of his reactions to the meal, hinting that the Tai Chi Nation's cuisine might not meet the high culinary standards of the Dragon Nation. Lu Fan nodded politely, though the warning left him both surprised and curious. When the first dishes were unveiled, Lu Fan's initial reaction was hard to mask. The food was simple, modest, nowhere near the lavish spreads he had expected. Disappointment flickered across his face as he quietly wondered what kind of state banquet this could possibly be. His thoughts, though unspoken, were overheard by Elder Han, who offered an explanation in his usual calm tone. The Tai Chi Nation, he explained, lacked the abundance of resources enjoyed by others, relying primarily on its mineral wealth. Though the explanation was logical, Lu Fan couldn't help but think back to his aunt's cooking, simple but bursting with flavor, unlike the uninspired dishes before him. Just as Lu Fan was resolving to put his disappointment aside, a sudden bang shattered the relative calm. Andre, a fellow participant from Snow Nation seated nearby, slammed his fist onto the table, visibly upset. His frustration boiled over as he complained about the meager portions and lackluster quality of the meal. The loud outburst immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room. A bald man standing behind Andre tried to calm him, urging him to control himself. But Andre, an elite fighter from the hidden fighter profession and a level 60, wasn't in the mood to listen. The tension escalated further when Jin Qinghan, seated nearby, shook his head and offered a sarcastic remark. He mocked Andre, suggesting that perhaps barbarians didn't know how to appreciate good food. Andre's temper flared at the jab, and in an instant, he was on his feet, marching toward Jin Qinghan, demanding he repeat what he had just said. The room fell silent, the air thick with anticipation. Both men adopted aggressive stances, their auras shifting dramatically. A purple glow began to radiate from Jin Qinghan, a clear sign of his rising power and readiness to fight. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Jin Zion, the overseer of the Tai Chi Nation, acted swiftly. He stepped in between the two, urging Jin Qinghan to back down and reminding him that the national trials had yet to begin. This was no time for petty conflicts. Meanwhile, the bald man intervened once again, his voice firm as he commanded Andre to calm himself. Despite the efforts to defuse the situation, Andre refused to back down. He pointed an accusatory finger at Jin Qinghan, warning him to tread carefully, and all but promised that their paths would cross again in the trials. Jin Qinghan, however, remained composed, meeting Andre's anger with icy calm. He returned the warning, stating that if their paths did cross, he would be ready. The tension lingered thick in the air, but Andre finally stormed off, his frustration with both the food and the altercation bubbling over. Declaring that he had no intention of eating the meal, he invited anyone to take his portion or discard it, then turned to leave. As Andre stalked off, his nostrils flared and his steps slowed. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the room, sharp and irresistible. Confused, he stopped in his tracks, his head turning as he searched for the source of the heavenly scent. The unexpected fragrance captivated not only him, but also the others nearby, breaking the tension and leaving everyone intrigued by the sudden change in the atmosphere. The irresistible aroma drew Andre straight to Lu Fan's table. Unable to resist his curiosity, Andre approached, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as he zeroed in on the source of the heavenly smell. At the table, Elder Han commented on the delightful fragrance, noting that it was a far cry from the bland dishes served by the Tai Chi nation. Vice Principal Zhao, equally intrigued, turned to Lu Fan and asked, in a surprised tone, how he had managed to get such appetizing food. Lu Fan, wearing a casual smile, explained that his aunt had packed the meal for him. Knowing that he might have trouble adjusting to Tai Chi nation's cuisine, she had made sure to send something special to keep him well fed. Andre, now standing right beside Lu Fan, inhaled deeply, the enticing scent clouding his frustration. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself momentarily speechless. With an amused chuckle, Lu Fan gestured to the food and teased Andre, suggesting he join in and taste something far better than the so-called royal banquet offerings. Andre, unable to resist any longer, nodded enthusiastically, clearly enticed by the idea of savoring authentic Dragon Nation cuisine. With a friendly grin, Lu Fan handed him a freshly steamed momo. Andre held it up to his nose, taking a long sniff as the rich aroma filled his senses. His eyes lit up in astonishment, and he declared that the smell alone was pure magic, almost like the momo held the secret to happiness itself. Lu Fan laughed, assuring Andre that there was no need to stand on ceremony. He invited Andre to sit and enjoy the meal to his heart's content. Overcome with gratitude, Andre accepted the invitation, settling down beside Lu Fan and eagerly digging into the meal. Each bite seemed to elevate his mood, and he couldn't help but express his admiration for the exquisite flavors. As the two shared the meal, Lu Fan turned to Elder Han and Vice Principal Zhao, inviting them to try the food as well. Elder Han, intrigued by the enthusiasm, couldn't resist. He chuckled as he took a bite, his curiosity rewarded by the burst of flavors. Nearby, Jin Qinghan watched the scene unfold with growing irritation. The sight of Andre, once furious, now blissfully enjoying Lu Fan's meal, along with the murmurs of approval from others drawn in by the aroma, made his blood boil. The audacity of Lu Fan's food upstaging the Tai Chi Kingdom state banquet gnawed at him. His displeasure was impossible to miss, his fists clenched tightly as frustration bubbled under the surface. Vice Principal Zhao, savoring each bite, praised Lu Fan's aunt, declaring her a masterful chef. He added that she deserved nothing short of the highest praise for her remarkable cooking skills. The compliment only deepened Jin Qinghan's simmering anger, as a scowling expression made clear. Jin Zion, noticing Jin Qinghan's escalating frustration, acted swiftly. He leaned in close, placing a firm yet gentle hand on Qinghan's shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Jin Zion understood that the situation could spiral into unnecessary chaos if left unchecked. To defuse the tension, Jin Zion stood, clearing his throat loudly enough to command the room's attention. Conversations halted, and all eyes turned to him. Before Jin Zion could say a word, a sudden beep from the sound system filled the air. The signal drew everyone's focus, indicating that something important was about to happen. The room fell into an expectant hush, the tantalizing meal momentarily forgotten as anticipation hung thick in the air. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically as all eyes fixed on Jin Zion. With a confident gesture, he used a remote to display the map and rules for this year's national trials on a large screen. The map unfolded in vivid detail, and Jin Zion began his explanation, pointing out the key regions and their significance. Lu Fan leaned forward, studying the layout intently. The map revealed 9 distinct regions, each home to unique and fierce beasts. His heart raced with excitement as he realized the vast size of the map indicated a prolonged competition. For Lu Fan, this was the perfect chance to hone his skills and build his strength. Jin Zion highlighted that this year's map was the largest in the competition's history, surpassing anything from previous years. Tai Chi Nation had selected 9 regions from across the globe, each teeming with fierce beasts ranging from levels 50 to 80. He explained that the points awarded for defeating these beasts would depend on their strength and rarity. The stronger and rarer the beast, the higher the points. Then came the twist. Jin Zion announced the introduction of mission points. Every region would feature specific missions, and participants could earn additional points by completing them. As he elaborated, the room buzzed with intrigue. Lu Fan's expression grew serious as he listened intently. The missions, Jin Zion explained, would be entirely random, adding an element of unpredictability to the trials. Each participant could only undertake one mission at a time and would need to complete it before taking on another. Lu Fan processed the new rules carefully. On the surface, the mission seemed like an innovative way to earn points. But the more he thought about it, the clearer it became. These rules were paving the way for something much darker. He began to visualize a grim scenario where participants might resort to eliminating each other to steal points. This wasn't just a competition anymore, it was a battle for survival. His expression hardened as he grasped the brutal reality of what lay ahead. Elder Han, sitting nearby, watched silently, his thoughtful gaze suggesting he too was piecing together the implications of the new rules. Suddenly, a participant raised his hand and asked about a peculiar skull symbol marked on the map. The question drew murmurs of curiosity from the room. Jean Zion, with a knowing smile, explained the ominous icon. The skull symbol, he revealed, was tied to a new challenge centered on the Dark Towers. The screen shifted to show a towering, ominous structure that loomed large over the map. Its dark, foreboding presence sent a shiver through the room. Jean Zion continued, describing the towers as rotating structures in each region, imprisoning ancient armies of beasts from history. At the heart of these towers resided their commander, the Demon of the Nine Realms. His voice grew heavier as he emphasized the significance of this revelation. The participants were visibly shaken as he revealed that this was no ordinary enemy. The Demon of the Nine Realms was the same terrifying being that nearly destroyed Tai Chi Nation 50 years ago. Gasps rippled through the room. One participant, unable to believe what he was hearing, exclaimed in disbelief. A large woman seated nearby muttered that this was madness, her stunned reaction mirrored by many others. Amid the growing murmurs and shocked expressions, Lu Fan's mind raced. He couldn't help but wonder about the Demon of the Nine Realms. What kind of being could instill such fear, even decades after its defeat? Vice Principal Zhao, noticing Lu Fan's curiosity, leaned in to explain. The Demon of the Nine Realms, he said, was an ancient and unimaginably powerful entity that had nearly annihilated Tai Chi Nation. 50 years ago, a catastrophic accident had unleashed the demon and its army, bringing the nation to the brink of destruction. The horror of that time remained etched in the memories of those who had lived through it. Elder Han, who had been silently observing until now, decided to share more about the Demon of the Nine Realms. He explained that the demon was ultimately sealed away by 5 fourth-stage experts, heroes now revered as supreme national icons of Tai Chi Nation. The room listened intently, the weight of Elder Han's words hanging heavy in the air. Lu Fan, absorbing the gravity of what he'd just heard, couldn't hide his awe. If it had taken 5 fourth-stage experts to seal the demon, the creature's power was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. The atmosphere grew even tenser when someone asked whether the demon in this trial had been weakened, as was usually the case for trial challenges. Jean Zion's response shocked everyone. This year's demon was in its original, full-strength form. The beast army within the Dark Tower was equally unaltered, making this trial the most dangerous in history. A long-haired girl voiced her fear, wondering aloud what would happen if the demon and its army managed to escape the test area. She recalled the devastation the creature had caused decades ago in Tai Chi Nation, where millions had perished. Her concerns stirred murmurs throughout the room. Andre, clearly shaken, attempted a quick calculation. At his level 60, he estimated that at least a team of 10 strong individuals would be needed to take on the demon. However, with all 23 representatives competing and scheming against each other, forming such a team seemed impossible. Breaking the tension, Lu Fan raised his hand, drawing the attention of the room. His question took everyone by surprise. He asked Jean Zion whether defeating the Demon of the Nine Realms would result in a significant amount of points. For a moment, the room fell silent as participants exchanged incredulous glances. Some wondered if Lu Fan was joking, while others questioned if he truly understood the magnitude of the task. Jean Zion, wearing a wry smile, addressed the question. Whether he interpreted it as curiosity or an attempt to lighten the mood, he reassured the group. Yes, points would be awarded for all beasts defeated in the trial, and taking down the Demon of the Nine Realms would indeed yield a massive reward, more than anyone might expect. With a sweeping gesture, Jean Zion concluded the session. He signaled that if there were no further questions, the meeting would be adjourned. The participants slowly began to rise, some releasing deep breaths as they processed the daunting information they had just received. As the crowd dispersed, Elder Han turned to Vice Principal Zhao and suggested that Lu Fan should get some rest. With a hint of amusement, he added that they would meet again tomorrow. Zhao nodded in agreement, and he and Lu Fan bowed respectfully before heading out. Elder Han watched them leave, a knowing smile on his face. He murmured to himself, reflecting on Lu Fan's earlier question about defeating the demon. The thought stirred something in him, an excitement he hadn't felt in years. This young man, he mused, will make things very interesting. Later that night, Lu Fan lay in his room, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The challenge ahead was far more perilous than he'd initially anticipated. The mention of the ancient beasts and the allowance for participants to kill others for points weighed heavily on him. The stakes were no longer just about glory. They were about survival. Though he wasn't entirely sure what Jin Xinghan would do, he felt certain that Kim Sung-han, another participant, would act decisively to secure an advantage. Seeking some clarity, Lu Fan reached for his phone. He decided to check the trial rankings, hoping to get a better sense of the competition. Opening the app, he scrolled through the national trial predictions. The list displayed the names of all 23 representatives, their ranks clearly labeled. His breath caught when he spotted his own name. Under Dragon Nation, next to T1, was his name. Lu Fan stared at the screen, stunned. He couldn't understand how he had been ranked so high. He stretches, still groggy, and glances at the list again. The notion of placing him and Jin Xinghan at the top feels utterly absurd to him. Scoffing, he scrolls through the app, shaking his head in disbelief. The rankings, in his eyes, feel misplaced, almost laughable. For a media outlet claiming to be reputable, Lu Fan thinks their predictions are anything but reliable. As he scans the list, his gaze stops on one name, Musashi Ten from Sakura Nation. A chill runs down his spine. He knows that name all too well, and it leaves him uneasy. This is a contender worth watching closely, and the thought lingers as he prepares for the day ahead. The trials officially kick off later that morning. The air buzzes with excitement as participants line up in their designated spots. A booming voice fills the arena, announcing that the national trials, organized by Taichi Nation, are about to begin. The crowd stirs with anticipation, eager to see the competition unfold. Look to the sky, the voice commands. Lu Fan and the other participants tilt their heads upward, spotting a swirling blue vortex forming high above them. It sparkles with streaks of light, a mesmerizing tornado of energy. The portal to the secret area is ready, and the participants prepare to step forward. Suddenly, the voice booms again with a bizarre command. The trials will not commence until everyone has liked this video. A moment of stunned silence follows. Then, as if choreographed, everyone collectively mimics the action, whether out of compliance or amusement. The voice returns. Now that you've all liked it, the portal to the secret area has officially opened. Without further delay, the participants move toward the portal as one. Lu Fan stands firm, calm yet focused, his mind already mapping out strategies. He knows the portal is his ticket to the trials, and with full confidence, he steps into the shimmering vortex. Elsewhere, the event has captivated spectators. In a villa, Lu Fan's teammates Jianying, Qinxiu, Xiaoman, and Hank sat together, glued to the screen. They try to mask their unease, but the weight of the trials looms heavily over them. They trust Lu Fan's abilities, but even the strongest contenders feel the pressure in moments like these. Meanwhile, Captain Lu Fei, Lu Changkong, and Shin Kai watch with excitement, their confidence in Lu Fan unwavering. They eagerly anticipate the moment he takes center stage, certain he will rise to the challenge. Even the Duke Tu Jing, seated comfortably with a bottle of wine in hand, watches the spectacle with a relaxed air, enjoying the high-stakes drama as it unfolds. Vice Principal Zhao and Elder Han, seated side by side, are equally invested. Their eyes remain fixed on the screens, silently analyzing the unfolding events. They know the stakes are immense, and that the rankings will begin to shift the moment all participants enter the secret area. As Lu Fan steps into the secret realm, he feels the icy wind bite against his skin. The vast, frozen expanse before him is instantly recognizable. He's been here before. The far north national testing secret area, he mutters to himself. The ice field stretches endlessly, a landscape as unforgiving as it is familiar. With a smirk, Lu Fan glances at his watch. The map confirms his suspicions. He's right in the heart of the ice field. Perfect, he thinks. Not a bad place to start. Despite the bone-chilling cold, he appreciates having a solid grasp of the terrain. If only he'd brought a thicker jacket. Scanning his surroundings, Lu Fan notices something that makes him smile. The rankings haven't updated yet. Nobody has scored any points. It's a blank slate, a fresh start. For Lu Fan, it's like being handed a brand new test sheet with the chance to set the curve himself. With that thought in mind, he takes his first step, determination etched on his face. The competition is about to heat up, and Lu Fan is ready to bring the fire to the ice. Lu Fan's gaze shifts to the map displayed on his watch, his sharp eyes catching sight of a task point located in the bottom corner of the ice field area. With his first target locked in, his mind races, already formulating a strategy. Checking the live rankings and survivor count on his watch, he's reminded that the game is now in full swing. Anyone with a high score will quickly become a target, but Lu Fan feels no concern. If others want to come after him, they'd better be ready for the fight he's prepared to give. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan springs into action, his aura flaring with power as energy swirls around him. He calls out to his two dragons, Xingqian and Xiaoye. They respond instantly, their enthusiasm unmistakable. Xingqian makes a dramatic entrance, appearing in a flash, while Xiaoye roars so mightily that the ground trembles beneath its massive frame. Lu Fan's eyes light up with confidence. This is exactly the team-up he's been waiting for. He approaches his dragons, formulating a solid plan. Turning to Xingqian, he asks if it's ready to team up and evolve alongside Xiaoye. But Xingqian, as spirited as ever, leaps onto Lu Fan's shoulder before he can even finish his sentence. It settles there comfortably, its shimmering scales catching the light. Lu Fan laughs, shaking his head. "Will you ever listen to me?" He muses, but there's no time to dwell on it. With practiced ease, Lu Fan climbs onto Xiaoye's back, the dragon bracing itself beneath him with its powerful form. Just as they prepare to take off, a voice booms across the sky. "Before you soar, don't forget to subscribe. This adventure is just beginning, and you won't want to miss what's next." Lu Fan smirks at the odd interjection, but feels the rush of adrenaline building within him. Xiaoye lets out a thunderous roar, spreading its mighty wings wide. With a gust of wind and the powerful beat of those wings, they launch into the sky. Gripping the reins tightly, Lu Fan feels the thrill of the adventure ahead spark through his chest. The dark peak awaits, and he's more than ready for whatever challenges it holds. Meanwhile, across the expanse of the National Testing Secret Area, Jin Xinghan trudges through the heat of a sprawling desert. The familiar terrain stirs memories as he smirks to himself. "Back here again," he mutters, already adjusting to the oppressive heat and barren emptiness surrounding him. Raising a hand, Jin Xinghan summons his beasts. These are no ordinary creatures. They resemble him in fragmented, eerie ways, their distorted forms pieced together like living puzzles. His skill, Fragmented Ambush, is equal parts brilliant and unnerving. Pieces of the abyss split off and hide in strategic locations, creating a chaotic network of traps and surprises. It's a unique advantage that sends chills through anyone who encounters it. As the beasts take shape, their tiny legs skittering across the desert sand, Jin Xinghan watches with satisfaction. The system interface appears before him, displaying the details of his ability. The Abyss Symbiosis effect stands out as the cornerstone of his power. As long as his Abyss-summoned beasts live, Jin Xinghan shares their symbiotic strength. More unnervingly, if he dies, it's no problem. He can revive within any of the Abyss summons. This ability makes him a near-immortal force, almost like a one-man army. Well, sort of, he muses aloud, his grin widening. He counts his chances, 9 revivals in total, thanks to his beasts. Practically immortal, he declares, savoring the irony. His voice echoes in the lifeless desert, but there's no reply from the sands. Probably for the best. Deserts aren't known for their sense of humor. Just as Jin Xinghan was basking in his invincible thoughts, a sword sliced through the air with terrifying precision. It struck the head of one of his summoned beasts like a needle through fabric, killing it instantly. The beast's fragmented body disintegrated into the desert sand as Jin Xinghan's eyes snapped to the source of the attack, Musashi 10, the representative of Sakura Nation. With a smug grin, Musashi mockingly called out, "Now you've only got 8 lives left." Jin Xinghan's temper flared as he stared at the lifeless remains of his summoned beast. His fists clenched tightly, barely containing his frustration. The audacity of Musashi's move stunned him. They were supposed to be allies. What could have prompted this betrayal? Through gritted teeth, he demanded answers, accusing Musashi of breaking their agreement. The system promptly popped up, displaying Musashi's profile. Musashi 10, Sakura nationality, level 61, class, Demon Samurai. But Jin Shenghan barely registered the information. His attention was fixed on Musashi, standing there casually, as if he hadn't just destroyed a vital part of Jin Shenghan's arsenal. Musashi, with the same irritatingly calm demeanor, sheathed his sword and offered a nonchalant explanation. He simply wanted to test whether killing one of Jin Shenghan's summons would earn him points. His tone suggested it was no big deal, as though Jin Shenghan should be thanking him for the experiment. Jin Shenghan scoffed, gesturing toward Musashi in anger. "If you're so desperate for points," he spat, "why didn't you target Lu Fan instead?" His voice rose as he reminded Musashi of their pre-match agreement, emphasizing that eliminating one of his summons was a direct blow to his survival chances. Pointing an accusing finger, Jin Shenghan demanded to know what Musashi was thinking. But Musashi remained unbothered, shrugging off the accusations. "You still have 8 lives left," he remarked casually, as if to say it was nothing to get worked up about. Then, with a smirk, he offered compensation, a boss fight of all things, as if that could somehow make up for the loss of a resurrection. Jin Shenghan's fury simmered, though the absurdity of the offer managed to diffuse his anger just slightly. He sighed, muttering that he didn't have time to argue. Gesturing for Musashi to move aside, he reluctantly decided to let it go. Musashi, ever the opportunist, fell in a step beside him, cheerfully calling out for him not to leave his ally behind. As they moved forward together, Musashi revealed a surprising tidbit. Jin Zion had teleported him under the Overseer's radar, placing him at Jin Shenghan's side. This, he claimed, was to ensure their alliance remained intact. "You'd better protect me," he added with a mischievous grin. Jin Shenghan snapped, telling Musashi to lower his voice so the Overseer wouldn't catch wind of their discussion. He then laid out their plan. Their alliance had been formed under the committee's orders. As for Lu Fan, Jin Shenghan assured Musashi that he would handle him personally. Musashi, on the other hand, was tasked with dealing with a black dragon Xiaoya. In a more serious tone, Jin Shenghan shared a critical piece of information he'd been withholding. "There's something Jin Zion didn't mention about the Dark Spire," he began. He explained that the spire moved randomly across the map, and if it detected a participant, it would launch an attack. Musashi's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" he demanded, realization dawning on him. "No wonder you've prepared so many resurrections." Jin Shenghan's lips curled into an ominous grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. He didn't bother justifying himself further, leaving Musashi muttering in irritation. The demon samurai scowled. "So if I face the demon of the 9 realms at the peak, and you die, you just resurrect. But what happens to me if I fall?" Jin Shenghan turned toward him, raising his hand as a sinister purple aura swirled around it. "Don't worry," he said with a wicked smile. "Since we're allies, I'll protect you." Without warning, Jin Shenghan unleashed his power in Musashi's direction. The sudden burst of energy caught Musashi off guard, but he didn't flinch. Instead, with a puzzled expression, he asked what exactly Jin Shenghan was doing. Jin Shenghan, in his usual dry tone, explained that it was an abyss contract. A powerful aura enveloped Musashi, and within moments, he let out a scream of pure agony. The pain was overwhelming, but somehow, Musashi managed to endure it. As the energy subsided, Jin Shenghan calmly informed him of the terms. From this moment on, Musashi could also be resurrected through the Beast Jin Shenghan summit. But there was a price. Their fates were now intertwined. If Jin Shenghan died, Musashi would share the same fate. Musashi, still recovering from the ordeal, struggled to his feet, his composure slowly returning. Jin Shenghan, completely unbothered, continued walking away without sparing him a glance. Gritting his teeth, Musashi called after him, frustration evident in his voice. He accused Jin Shenghan of holding back, treating him with distrust despite their so-called alliance. Musashi insisted he had no intention of betrayal. Jin Shenghan dismissed the reassurances without even looking back. "Working with Taichi Nation is the right choice for me," he said coldly. "When this trial is over, I'll end the Abyss contract." Not wanting to fall behind, Musashi hurried after him, suggesting they track down Lu Fan together. But Jin Shenghan remained focused, explaining his strategy with chilling calm. They wouldn't act immediately. Instead, they would let the Demon of the 9 Realms do most of the work, eliminating the other delegates first. Once the field was cleared, they would proceed with their plan. "The less effort we need to expend," Jin Shenghan said flatly, "the better." As they walked, Musashi spotted a mission point in the distance and suggested they accept it. Jin Qinghan turned toward him, his tone icy. That's a trap mission, he explained. Jin Zion marked those locations on purpose. Once you accept a mission, you can't take on any others. Musashi frowned, glaring at Jin Qinghan. What makes it a trap, he demanded. Jin Qinghan met his gaze with a sharp, murderous intensity. You'll understand soon enough, he said, his voice low and foreboding. It's impossible for anyone to complete. Hours passed, and the overseers watched the unfolding events from their monitors. Jin Zion leaned back in his chair, mocking the situation as he observed the rankings. It seems the big three nations, Dragon Nation, Star Nation, and Snow Nation, are nowhere to be seen this time, he said with a smirk. Another overseer turned to him, curious. What exactly are you trying to say? Jin Zion gestured to the screen, where the current rankings were displayed. Look at Dragon Nation, he sneered. Their representative, Lu Fan, was hyped as Tier 1 by the media, but he's ranked dead last with only 257 points. The overseer raised an eyebrow. What's going on with Dragon Nation? Their rankings are usually solid, but this year, maybe it's all just hype because of that dragon pet of his. Jin Zion chuckled. Must be overrated. Even killing a few basic beasts should have earned more than 257 points by now. Behind them, Elder Han sipped his green tea quietly, the faintest of chuckles escaping his lips. He didn't correct them. Let them underestimate Lu Fan. It would make his inevitable rise all the more satisfying. Meanwhile, Lu Fan wandered through the secret area, frustration growing with every passing minute. He checked his watch again, 257 points. No change. His anxiety deepened as he muttered to himself, questioning the location of the Peak of Darkness. He had been searching for what felt like forever, but there was no trace of it, not even a hint. As he spoke, the icy wind picked up around him, and a faint, ominous sound echoed in the distance. Just then, a lion-like monster materialized in front of Lu Fan, its powerful frame radiating a ferocious aura. The system quickly displayed its details. Sky Hunting Flying Lion, level 60. Defeating it would yield a moderate amount of points. Before Lu Fan could react, the beast lunged at him with startling speed. However, Xiaoya, ever alert, gracefully leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Lu Fan observed the creature closely, his mind analyzing the situation. Compared to the zombies from the fallen clouds, this flying lion was far weaker and offered only a small number of points. He saw no value in wasting time on it. The real key to climbing the rankings, he realized, was accepting missions and defeating bosses. Grabbing Xiaoya's reins, he gave a clear command for her to follow him. Before long, Lu Fan noticed a mission point marked on his map, situated inside a nearby cave. Gesturing toward the entrance, he directed Xiaoya to move downward. As they approached, he spotted another participant engaged in a fierce battle with a massive snow bear just outside the cave. With a single, powerful blow, the participant felled the beast, finishing it off with impressive efficiency. He then turned toward the cave, commenting to himself about the challenges of being a second-tier professional, though relieved to have secured the mission point. The participant was about to enter the cave when the sound of footsteps caught his attention. Turning around, his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Xiaoya, the legendary black dragon, standing imposingly before him. Without hesitation, he readied himself for a confrontation, his nerves on edge. Lu Fan dismounted swiftly, his movements deliberate and calm. The man's gaze shifted from the dragon to Lu Fan, his expression a mix of awe and suspicion. Recognizing him almost immediately, the man spoke, his voice tinged with disbelief. Are you Lu Fan from the Dragon Empire? Lu Fan didn't answer. Instead, he casually opened his watch to check the system, which confirmed the participant's identity. Yason Lai, level 45 Waterwave Swordsman, South Nation, rank 19, score 5,153. A faint smile flickered across Lu Fan's face, but he didn't engage. Turning off the system, he walked past Yason Lai without a word. His indifference stung, and Yason Lai's expression darkened with irritation. The Waterwave Swordsman couldn't believe the arrogance of Lu Fan, who hadn't even acknowledged his presence. As Yason Lai stared at Lu Fan's retreating figure, his thoughts raced. Memories of past tensions between the Southern Empire and the Dragon Empire surged in his mind. He recalled how Tu Jing, a representative from the Dragon Empire, had humiliated the king of the Southern Empire, nearly bringing his nation to its knees. For Yason Lai, this was an opportunity, If he could kill Lu Fan, the Dragon Empire's representative, he would gain recognition and boost his nation's reputation. Seeing Lu Fan ranked last at level 32, Yason Lai deemed this an easy win and a golden chance for glory. Without hesitation, Yason Lai drew his sword. His intent was sharp, his resolve unwavering. He activated his water cage technique, and water shot out from his blade, forming a tight, imprisoning cage around Lu Fan. Confident in his advantage, Yason Lai smirked, convinced victory was within his grasp. "You're naive," he taunted, "if you think you can match me." But Lu Fan remained unfazed, his expression calm. The lack of reaction only irritated Yason Lai further. Muttering to himself, he prepared to strike again and solidify his victory. Just as he began his follow-through, Xiaoya sprang into action. The black dragon lashed out with her massive claws, slashing at Yason Lai with tremendous force. The blow sent him hurtling through the air, crashing hard into the ground. A sharp pain coursed through Yason Lai's arm as he realized, with horror, that it was broken. Gritting his teeth, he groaned in agony, the humiliation stinging almost as much as the injury. His thoughts raced as he writhed on the ground. This is the true power of the Dragon Empire, he admitted to himself, his pride now in tatters. Struggling to stand, Yason Lai grimaced, feeling the fracture throb with every movement. For the first time, the invincible strength of the Dragon Kingdom felt all too real. Lu Fan calmly stepped out of the water cage, as if it were no more than an inconvenience, leaving Yason Lai utterly dumbfounded. Approaching the stunned swordsman, Lu Fan spoke with a faint trace of amusement in his voice. "If you're thinking of gaining a fisherman's profit, you're sorely mistaken," he said. Then, with a nonchalant shrug, he added, "Frankly, sparing you is more efficient. The points I'd earn for defeating you wouldn't be worth the effort." Yason Lai froze in disbelief. Lu Fan's dismissive words struck like a hammer, shattering his confidence. How could someone at level 32 be so powerful, so untouchable? His mind reeled as he tried to grasp the situation. He cursed inwardly, his pride stinging. Even if he couldn't rank in the top tier of the trials, killing the representative of the Dragon Empire would make him a hero in the Southern Empire. It would restore his reputation and maybe his dignity. But before he could act on his thoughts, Xiaoya roared, her powerful voice reverberating through the icy air. The sheer force of it made Yason Lai stumble backward in alarm. The black dragon moved toward him with terrifying speed, flames flickering ominously at the edges of her mouth. Panic gripped Yason Lai as he realized the dragon's full strength was now directed at him. For a brief, terrifying moment, he thought this was the end. Lu Fan, however, remained perfectly calm. He smiled coolly and advised Yason Lai, his voice measured and firm, "Don't rush things. This mission is mine, and there's no room for objections." With that, he turned his attention to his system, ignoring the trembling swordsman entirely. A notification blinked onto his screen. "Mission accepted. Current task, defeat the epic boss, Demon of the Nine Realms, level 85. Lu Fan stared at the notification, his expression serious yet composed. The stakes were clear. Xiaoya stood tall beside him, her chest glowing with fiery embers that pulsed with a menacing rhythm. The towering dragon loomed over the battlefield, ready to unleash devastation. Meanwhile, Yason Lai collapsed onto the icy ground, trembling. His weapon slipped from his hand as he struggled to process the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. Why wasn't Lu Fan attacking? Was this some sort of elaborate trick? Before he could make sense of it, a shadow descended rapidly from the sky. A massive creature slammed into the ground, its impact shattering the icy terrain. Xiaoya reacted instantly, lunging forward and pushing the creature back with a thunderous strike. The beast stumbled, but the force of the collision caused the ice beneath Xiaoya to crack, sending Yason Lai sliding uncontrollably across the frozen surface. Catching himself on a nearby rock, Yason Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, is that the Guardian boss?" he muttered, his voice shaking. The system flashed a notification on his interface. "Ice Yeti King, level 75. Defeating it will earn 245 points. Hope surged through Yason Lai as he watched the massive beast roar. A grin spread across his face as he leaned back, convinced that Lu Fan couldn't possibly escape this one. This monster will finish him off, and I won't have to worry about him anymore. The heaven trial will finally be mine." But his triumphant thoughts were cut short as the Ice Yeti King turned its furious gaze toward him. its glowing red eyes locked onto Yasin Lai, radiating rage. With every step the beast took, the ground cracked beneath its massive frame. Yasin Lai stumbled back, his heart pounding. Wait, no, this can't be happening, he thought in panic as the Yeti King advanced relentlessly. The ice gave way beneath him, and Yasin Lai fell hard onto the frozen ground. The monster's fiery gaze never wavered, and the crushing reality hit him like a blizzard. There was no escape from this beast. Just as the Yeti King prepared to strike, a sudden flare of red light burst across the sky. The intensity of the aura diverted the creature's attention. It roared, deepening with rage as it turned toward the disturbance. Xiaoya sprang into action, her claws slicing through the air with blinding speed. Her strike landed with brutal precision, tearing into the Yeti King and sending green blood spraying across the icy battlefield. The creature staggered and crumpled to the ground with a thundering crash, but it wasn't down yet. Before the beast could recover, Xiaoya lunged again, her claws poised for the killing blow. But the Ice Yeti King lashed out with its massive claws, catching Xiaoya midair. With a primal roar, Lu Fan sprang into action, channeling the devastating power of Break Sky, a signature Dragon Key attack. The move unleashed 2 consecutive strikes, which triggered Xiaoya to mirror the attack with her own ferocious claw slashes, thanks to their synchronized bond. The Ice Yeti King, overwhelmed by the relentless assault, faltered. Its massive claws loosened their grip on Xiaoya, and the beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, utterly defeated. Lu Fan landed gracefully beside the fallen creature, his smirk as casual as if he'd just brushed off a minor inconvenience. Big sure, he muttered, his tone light and dismissive, but not all that powerful. Behind him, Xiaoya stood tall, her imposing form radiating triumph as she let out a roar of approval. The system chimed in, updating Lu Fan's tally with an additional 245 points, bringing his score to 502. The ground trembled from the aftermath of the battle, and a nearby rock formation cracked, creating a jagged gap near Yasin Lai. The young swordsman, still trembling from the fight, could only stare in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Lu Fan had shattered the Guardian boss with ease, his level 32 seemingly irrelevant to the sheer strength he had just displayed. Yasin Lai's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the power gap. A chilling thought struck him. What would have happened if that devastating attack had been directed at him instead of the boss? Terror gripped his chest, and panic rooted him to the spot as Lu Fan began walking toward him. Every step Lu Fan took seemed to amplify Yasin Lai's dread. When Lu Fan finally stopped in front of him, Yasin Lai closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable strike. But no blow came. Instead, Lu Fan simply stood there for a moment, then turned and walked away, sparing Yasin Lai without a word. It took Yasin Lai a few moments to realize what had happened. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Lu Fan already walking into the distance. The faintest smirk played across Lu Fan's lips as he muttered under his breath, "I can't waste my time on people who don't even subscribe. They're just not worth it." Yasin Lai could only watch, stunned. Lu Fan had spared him, deliberately choosing to walk away instead of finishing him off. It was baffling, almost surreal. Just as Yasin Lai began to process this unexpected turn of events, a bright light appeared beside him. Squinting at the glow, he realized it was another mission prompt. His eyes widened in disbelief as he read it. Epic Boss Mission, Demon of the Nine Realms, Level 85. The absurdity of such a mission shook him. How can such a thing even exist? He muttered, recalling Lu Fan's calm demeanor. It dawned on him why Lu Fan hadn't killed him. It simply wasn't worth the points. But now, the thought of Lu Fan actually taking on the Demon of the Nine Realms filled Yasin Lai with terror. Was he truly planning to face such an impossible challenge? Far away, in the observer's room, the scene was being broadcast on a massive screen. Vice Principal Zhao, watching intently, looked visibly distraught. He muttered in disbelief, "How can a mission like this exist in the secret area?" His frustration mounted as he saw Lu Fan accept the mission, the tension in his voice betraying his worry. Turning sharply to Jin Zion, Zhao's anger boiled over. "This mission is impossible," he snapped. "The risks are too great. What happens if the mission card gets stuck? And how could Lu Fan possibly earn points from it? It's absurd." His voice carried the weight of both fear and fury. Jin Zion, however, remained completely unfazed. A teasing smile played on his lips as he dismissed Zhao's concerns with mock calmness. Relax, he said, his sarcastic tone doing nothing to soothe the increasingly irate vice principal. That was the last straw. Zhao grabbed Jin Zion by the collar, his face turning crimson with rage. This mission design is a disaster, he shouted, vowing to personally file an appeal to have it canceled. His frustration and protectiveness over Lu Fan were clear in every word. Jin Zion's smirk didn't falter. Instead, he smiled knowingly, his expression full of amusement. Appeal all you like, he said calmly, but your position doesn't grant you the authority to make such a request. His words were a sharp reminder of Zhao's limited power, leaving the vice principal simmering with anger as the mission continued to unfold. With a quick and deliberate motion, Jin Zion grabbed Vice Principal Zhao's hand, shaking it firmly while smirking in a way that made his intentions clear. The message was unmistakable. Any further trouble, and Zhao would find himself escorted out. Elder Han, seated nearby, observed the tense exchange with a calm and measured demeanor. Turning his gaze toward Zhao, he broke the silence in a composed tone, telling him not to be angry. Zhao, expecting Elder Han to share his outrage, was caught off guard by the overseer's unflustered reaction. As Elder Han casually poured himself a cup of coffee, he took a slow sip before addressing the issue. The matter can't be resolved with an appeal, Elder Han explained, his voice steady. Zhao, now listening intently, furrowed his brow in confusion. He pressed for clarification, not fully understanding Elder Han's calm acceptance of the situation. Leaning in slightly, Elder Han lowered his voice and shared a revelation that deepened the tension. He explained that Tai Chi Nation had manipulated the trials to favor their own representatives while deliberately hindering others. This favoritism, he continued, wasn't a recent development, but part of a larger, ongoing corruption. Zhao, indignant, suggested that if Elder Han knew about this corruption, he should stand up for Lu Fan. But Elder Han, with a knowing expression, calmly replied that even the sharpest minds could be misled when facing overwhelming power. Appealing is pointless, he said. We're up against forces far beyond us. Instead, Elder Han urged Zhao to consider that the mission might be exactly what Lu Fan wanted. He expressed confidence in Lu Fan's abilities, encouraging Zhao to trust him as well. Zhao was stunned. Elder Han's unusual support for Lu Fan left him questioning the overseer's motives. But before he could respond, his attention was drawn to the screen. Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Lu Fan confidently entering the secret area, determined to take on the demon of the Nine Realms. He's really doing it, Zhao muttered, his voice trailing off as he tried to process what he was witnessing. Back in the icy terrain, Lu Fan moved with unwavering purpose, a confident smile playing across his face. The weight of the monumental task ahead didn't seem to faze him. The system chimed, notifying him that the Tower of Darkness was just ahead. He tightened his grip on Xiaoya's reins and pressed forward, his determination unshaken. With each step, the stakes rose, and so did Lu Fan's resolve. Along the way, countless demonic beasts appeared, their menacing forms barely slowing him down. Xiaoya roared beside him, a fierce reminder of the strength they shared. As the system alerted him that the demon army was awakening, the deafening roar of countless creatures filled the air. A swarm of killer bats, each at level 60, charged toward him. The system informed Lu Fan that each bat defeated would earn him 84 points. He smirked, unfazed by the sight of the approaching swarm. The precious mountain of Ruan Changfeng, he mused to himself, recalling the name of the area. But to him, it was just a gold mine of experience points waiting to be harvested. He turned to his Xingchen, its small but powerful frame glowing with energy. Time to shine, he commanded. Xingchen growled low, sensing the incoming danger and readying itself for action. Next, Lu Fan issued a command to Xiaoya. Transform into your destroyer form, he ordered. Xiaoya responded immediately, her massive form shifting as her strength, agility, and stamina surged to incredible levels. Strength, 5124 agility, 9,431 stamina, 10,474. In her destroyer form, Xiaoya let out a thunderous roar, the power of her transformation crackling in the air. She lunged at the swarm of killer bats, tearing through them with terrifying speed and precision. The bats' cries echoed as they fell one by one, their points adding steadily to Lu Fan's total. Despite his approval of Xiaoya's performance, Lu Fan's sharp eyes noticed a new threat. He quickly warned Xiaoya to keep an eye on the ground. From below, another wave of monsters emerged, Burrow Demon. The system chimed again. Defeating these creatures would earn him 127 points per kill. Lu Fan was already on the move, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield with precision. A confident grin spread across his face. It was time to obliterate everything in his path. Xiaoye, his loyal and formidable dragon, was quick to respond, transforming yet again. This time, she unleashed Dragon Control, an ability that pulsed with raw energy, combining devastating dragon power with a barrage of regular attacks. Monsters fell in droves, obliterated in mere moments. But the battle didn't stop there. Xiaoye pressed forward, seamlessly transitioning into her Lava Inferno attack. Rivers of molten lava erupted from her form, cascading over the battlefield and engulfing everything in their path. Flames roared like a wildfire, consuming the enemy with relentless force. The air crackled with the intense heat of destruction. Suddenly, Lu Fan's gaze shifted upward. His instincts flared as he spotted a new wave of monsters descending from the sky. These airborne beasts radiated a dangerous aura that set them apart from their ground-bound counterparts. A slight frown crossed Lu Fan's face. Taking them out one by one will take too long, he thought. A new strategy is needed. Wasting no time, Lu Fan tapped into the power of Dragon's inspiration. Raising his hand, a radiant golden light enveloped him and his dragons. The ability surged through them, increasing their attributes and attack power by 30%. Sensing the surge, Xiaoye let out a deafening roar, her body now surrounded by a molten aura. Her already fearsome stats skyrocketed: strength, 6,661, agility, 12,260, mental power, 26728, and stamina 13,614, making her a force to be reckoned with. Lu Fan, eyes narrowing with determination, drew his divine bow. Time to bring disaster, he muttered. Signaling Xiaoye to follow his lead, he knocked a snake arrow, its dark energy swirling with concentrated power. Xingqian, perched nearby and brimming with energy, twitched impatiently, eager to join the fray. Lu Fan's strategic mind raced. He instructed Xiaoye to prepare for her ultimate move, Cataclysm, and with precision, released the snake arrow from his divine bow. The arrow's trajectory was flawless, cutting through the air with lethal intent. Infused with the energy of the underworld snake bow, the arrow stored power for 3 seconds before unleashing its devastating effect. The shadow serpent it summoned, a manifestation of pure destruction, was amplified by 500%, ensuring the strike would wreak havoc on everything in its path. Simultaneously, Xiaoye charged her mental power to over 26,000, her molten form vibrating with anticipation. With Cataclysm, her ultimate move, she prepared to devastate the battlefield. The destroyer dragon flew high, her fiery form leaving a blazing trail as she ascended. She let out a thunderous roar, the sound so powerful it reverberated through the ground, shaking the very earth beneath her. The energy coursing through her body surged to its peak, radiating an oppressive, destructive pressure that even the sky seemed to tremble under. And then the world erupted. Xiaoye detonated the area beneath her with a catastrophic blast, reducing everything within its range to ash. Monsters disintegrated in an instant, their cries drowned by the deafening explosion. Before the approaching wave of beasts could even react, as Lu Fan released the snake arrow from his divine bow, its trajectory aligned perfectly with the area targeted by Xiaoye's destroyer dragon form. The moment the arrow hit, an explosive firestorm ignited, consuming everything in its path. Amplified by Xiaoye's immense mental power, the attack's damage skyrocketed to a staggering 500%. The battlefield was engulfed in flames, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh. The sound of a final, earth-shaking explosion marked the end of the relentless onslaught. The system chimed with a notification. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan has earned 22,758 points. Current rank, number 1. Lu Fan stood tall, surveying the battlefield. His gaze swept over the smoldering ruins of the demon army, his faint smile betraying his satisfaction. Not a single creature remained. The system delivered another update. Xingqian has reached level 12, and Lu Fan's level has risen to 33. Progress was undeniable, and the momentum was his. At the monitoring station, disbelief filled the air. The room buzzed with murmurs of astonishment as Lu Fan's name surged to the top of the rankings. The three great families, long overshadowed, were once again in the lead, with Lu Fan claiming the #1 spot. Amid the chatter, someone exclaimed, "We didn't think he'd actually take on the dark forces and succeed." Charles and Andre, who had been given the same mission, were now stagnant, their scores failing to rise. Vice Principal Zhao watched with a mix of awe and pride, a sense of satisfaction creeping in. Maybe Elder Han was right, he thought. Perhaps I should have trusted Lu Fan. What Zhao had once considered a trap now seemed like nothing more than a warm-up for someone like Lu Fan. Elder Han, ever composed, observed the scene with quiet amusement. Turning to Vice Principal Zhao, he chuckled lightly. "Look at that battered black dragon of his," he remarked. "And yet, Lu Fan hasn't even summoned all of his dragons." Zhao, taken aback by the comment, hesitated before offering to bring Elder Han some tea. But the overseer waved off the suggestion. "No need for tea just yet," he said with a faint smile. "The real matter at hand is watching Lu Fan's performance. We can't afford to miss him taking on the demon of the 9 realms." Jin Zion, seated nearby, watched the exchange with a satisfied grin. In his mind, everything was going exactly as planned. The demon of the 9 realms had yet to appear, and when it did, he was confident Lu Fan would exhaust himself collecting the remains of his dragons and facing the true challenge. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan's momentary satisfaction was cut short. The ground trembled as the stone chain suddenly broke, sending a shockwave through the area. The air crackled with energy as a massive, pyramid-like structure began to collapse rapidly. Lu Fan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This challenge was far from over. The rumbling earth gave way as a massive door swung open, releasing a flood of ferocious beasts. These creatures were far more vicious than he had anticipated. A grim realization hit him. He should have waited for all the enemies to appear at once, eliminating them in a single, decisive attack. Cursing under his breath, Lu Fan quickly adjusted his focus. Drawing his sword, he prepared to face the incoming horde. The system updated rapidly, identifying the new threats. Wandering Pavilion Beasts, level 75, 135 points each. Two-Headed Ogres, level 80, 297 points each. Demon Scouts, level 60, 50 points each. Lu Fan's mind calculated the opportunity before him. A grin began to form. This isn't a setback, he thought. It's a jackpot. Xiaoye, sensing the intensifying battle, shifted back into her destructive form, her molten body pulsing with renewed energy. Lu Fan, fully aware of the scale of what lay ahead, felt a surge of determination. "This is exactly what I needed," he said to himself, eyes gleaming. More points, more monsters to destroy. Calling out to his team, he ordered them to prepare for the fight. With a nod to the Xingqian, he signaled it to join the fray. Xingqian's eagerness surprised him as the dragon surged forward, almost as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. Watching Xingqian charge in a battle with reckless enthusiasm, Lu Fan couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to fight them all by yourself?" Xingqian let out a sharp, determined roar in response. And with that, the next phase of the battle began. The battlefield is a symphony of chaos as waves of monsters charge forward, their roars merging into a deafening cacophony. At the center of it all stands Lu Fan, steady and resolute. Xingqian lets out a thunderous roar, unleashing a blast of icy breath that freezes enemies in their tracks. Her powerful wings create gusts of wind, so strong they scatter enemy ranks, breaking their formation. Meanwhile, Xiaoye, the legendary black dragon cloaked in flames, stands fiercely beside Lu Fan. With firm authority, Lu Fan commands, "Protect Xingqian." Xiaoye responds with a fearsome roar, her fiery aura expanding into an unstoppable inferno, ready to incinerate anything in her way. Above, a radiant light descends from the sky, drawing the attention of the monsters. A massive two-headed brute leads a pack of goblins, all roaring furiously as they surge toward Lu Fan. But atop Xiaoye, Lu Fan stands unshaken, his fiery eyes glowing with deadly intent. Surrounded by swirling flames, the dragon roars mightily, ready to annihilate everything in her path. Lu Fan's focus shifts to Xingqian. He notices her moving with a fierce independence, her latent power beginning to emerge. A brilliant blue energy pulses from Xingqian's core, revealing a combat potential that is yet to be fully unleashed. Now's the time, Lu Fan thinks, his anticipation rising. Xingqian surges forward, her body radiating an intense blue aura. As her combat energy peaks, the air freezes around her, signaling the activation of her star armor, an ability that absorbs all incoming damage for 60 seconds and redirects it back to enemies. The battlefield erupts as Xingqian unleashes a devastating wave of energy, sending goblins flying in all directions. The force of her attack shatters their ranks, leaving nothing but frozen fragments behind. Amid the chaos, the towering two-headed brute bellows in defiance. Raising its massive club, it charges through the icy whirlwind with unstoppable determination. The brute swings its club with immense force, generating a shockwave that tears through the battlefield, scattering debris and sending tremors through the ground. Above it all, Lu Fan hovers on Xiaoye, the fiery flames surrounding them lighting up the sky. The brute's blazing red eyes lock onto Lu Fan, its challenge unmistakable. Lu Fan's gaze is icy, his fiery aura intensifying as he prepares to strike. But then he notices something. He signals Xiaoye to stop, saying calmly, "It seems we don't need to worry about this brute anymore." The system display confirms it. All damage has been absorbed and redirected. A confident smirk spreads across Lu Fan's face as he watches Xingqian dominate the battlefield with overwhelming power. The brute roars and raises its weapon again, determined to crush everything in its path. But Xingqian doesn't wait for a command. Reacting instinctively, she unleashes a flurry of icy blades, freezing the ground and slicing through the air with deadly precision. Her radiant wings glow brighter than ever as she soars through the battlefield, her Xingqian armor absorbing all damage and reflecting it back in a catastrophic shockwave. The force of her attack flings enemies into the air like ragdolls, shattering their formations and leaving destruction in her wake. A chilling blue aura spreads across the battlefield as Xingqian's power reaches its peak. The two-headed brute roars furiously, its red eyes blazing with anger. It prepares to retaliate, but Xingqian is already one step ahead. From her core, she summons her ultimate power. A radiant crystal forms, glowing with an intensity that illuminates the entire battlefield. Witnessing Xingqian unleash her full potential, Lu Fan feels a surge of pride. "She's going all out," he mutters, not wanting to hold her back. He commands Xiaoye to fly farther away, giving Xingqian the space she needs to unleash the full extent of her power. Xiaoye, surrounded by a roaring inferno, let out a deafening roar. Her crimson eyes burned with unrelenting intensity as she soared higher, gaining distance from the chaos below. Meanwhile, Xingqian unleashed her frost-laden fury. Her icy aura formed a glowing sphere of destruction, freezing enemies midair before shattering them into icy shards with explosive force. A massive tidal wave of freezing energy swept across the battlefield as Xingqian fully released her power, her mastery evident in every calculated move. The two-headed brute bellowed in defiance, but Xingqian's freezing surge overwhelmed it, encasing the beast in a relentless cage of frost. Above the frozen chaos, Lu Fan and Xiaoye cut through the battlefield. Xiaoye's blazing flames a sharp contrast to the icy wasteland below. The battlefield trembled as Xingqian's power intensified, forming a swirling vortex of frost that captured enemy forces mid-flight. Winged creatures screeched helplessly as the freezing winds disrupted their flight and reduced them to shattered remnants. At the heart of the storm, Xingqian descended like a living blizzard, her radiant wings slicing through the frozen air. Waves of energy radiated from her, freezing everything in her path. Her overwhelming strength dominated the battlefield, leaving the enemy with no chance of recovery. Lu Fan watched her with a mix of pride and admiration. Reflecting on her devastating performance, he thought, with the Serpent Shadow arrow amplifying damage by 500%, this Shattered Star attack is comparable to Xiaoye's Great Disaster. He called out, "Well done, Xingqian." A notification confirmed his level up to 34, highlighting the massive damage Xingqian had absorbed and unleashed, further cementing her status as a destructive powerhouse. Lu Fan smiled knowingly. Xingqian's current power was impressive, but he knew that as her level rose, she would become truly unstoppable. Xingqian, surrounded by glowing blue flames, made an arrogant face, preening at the compliment. Lu Fan chuckled. "This little one is so full of herself," he thought amused. Xiaoye, sensing the praise directed at Xingqian, roared fiercely, her fiery aura intensifying with jealousy. Realizing this, Lu Fan reassured Xiaoye with a smile. "You're strong too. Your moment is coming against the next boss." Xiaoye seemed mollified, her flames calming slightly as she prepared for what lay ahead. Just then, a blinding explosion of violet energy erupted across the battlefield, shaking the ground and scattering debris in every direction. As the dust settled, Xingqian and Xiaoye turned their eyes toward the origin of the eruption. Flames and frost swirled together in a stark contrast as the duo focused on the emerging threat. A massive, frog-like beast loomed over the battlefield. Its green-scaled body radiated an ominous aura, and its glowing horn pulsed with raw energy. The system identified the creature as a black mountain horn beast, level 80, worth 429 points. The beast's piercing red eyes scanned the battlefield, exuding dominance with its sheer size and intimidating presence. Lu Fan smirked confidently, flames flickering around him. This is it, the moment we've been waiting for. His fiery gaze locked onto the colossal beast as he prepared to face the challenge head-on. Xiaoye Xingqian, get ready, he commanded. His tone was calm, but carried the weight of absolute authority. We take it down in one wave. The duo roared in unison, their combined auras igniting the battlefield with power. The black mountain horn beast's glowing red eyes flickered ominously as its focus shifted to the incoming assault. Its horn pulsed dangerously, signaling a potential counterattack. But Lu Fan was already in motion, commanding with precision. Xiaoye, prepare for a lava explosion. Xingqian used Star Surge. Flames and frost swirled together as the two dragons powered up their ultimate strike. Lu Fan didn't hold back either. Drawing on the dragon Qi, he unleashed a relentless assault. His fiery claws slashed at the colossal beast, each attack synchronized with his dragon strikes. Xiaoye and Xingqian executed 2 claw strikes each, their combined efforts creating a devastating rhythm of destruction. The attacks landed with pinpoint accuracy, each slash leaving trails of glowing green energy across the beast's scaled hide. The battlefield seemed to hold its breath as Xiaoye's molten explosion collided with Xingqian's frost surge. The synchronized attack created a catastrophic blast of elemental power, engulfing the black mountain horn beast in a vortex of flames and frost. The massive creature bellowed in agony as it struggled against the relentless force of their combined might. The beast's glowing horn pulsed brighter, spiraling with ominous green energy that crackled like a coiled serpent ready to strike. The battlefield trembled as the pulsating power reached its peak. With a sudden burst, the horn unleashed a concentrated blast of green energy that tore through the air at devastating speed. The force of the attack split the ground, carving a path of destruction that sent shockwaves rippling across the field. Lu Fan, undeterred, leapt into the air, his sword gleaming with raw power. Show this beast your true strength, he urged Xingqian. Below, the Xingqian responded with a thunderous roar, her body glowing with an intense blue energy. In an instant, she unleashed her ultimate attack, a radiant torrent of energy that blasted through the battlefield with unrelenting force. The brilliance of the attack overwhelmed everything in its path, surging toward its target like an unstoppable tide. Xiaoye, strike now! Lu Fan commanded, and the black dragon responded instantly, igniting into a blazing inferno. Flames erupted from her chest as she towered over the battlefield, radiating unmatched power. Her devastating attack, Lava Burst, tore through the air in a fiery surge, engulfing the battlefield in a tidal wave of destruction. The molten flames created a searing pool of lava, trapping enemies and inflicting continuous damage. The colossal beast roared in agony as the combined attack struck its massive frame. Unable to withstand the overwhelming power, it collapsed to the ground, its body writhing in pain as the flames engulfed it entirely. Desperation filled its glowing red eyes as it struggled to escape the molten chaos. In a final, panicked move, the beast coiled itself into a defensive ball and launched upward, attempting to flee the relentless inferno. The sky burned with fiery streaks as it ascended, its desperate flight marking the battlefield below in smoldering destruction. But Lu Fan was already moving. Soaring through the chaos, he struck with pinpoint accuracy. The ground erupted as his attack landed, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The beast let out an agonized roar, signaling a critical blow. Above, Xingqian spread her wings majestically, her energy surging as she created a shimmering field of light. The battlefield seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the next move. Lu Fan and Xingqian unleashed a perfectly coordinated strike. Their precision was unmatched, their timing flawless. The attack hit its mark with devastating force, and the colossal beast let out a deafening cry as its defenses shattered completely. Amidst the chaos, Lu Fan grinned confidently, recognizing the seamless teamwork that had led to their victory. The battle's outcome not only solidified their strength, but also sent their rank skyrocketing. The scoreboard lit up with new rankings, and Lu Fan's name shot to the very top. His dragons perched proudly beside him, their auras glowing with satisfaction. "Look at that score," Lu Fan mused, reveling in their triumph. The awe-inspiring points left the competition stunned. In the supervision room, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the audience. Vice Principal Zhao watched with growing enthusiasm, marveling at Lu Fan's transformation during his journey to the northern regions. Elder Han acknowledged the feat with quiet approval, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Jin Zion, however, was far from impressed. Panic and frustration gripped him as he stared at the screen, his disbelief mounting. How could Lu Fan, a representative of the Dragon Nation, achieve such an unprecedented feat? His gaze locked onto the scoreboard, where Lu Fan had not only wiped out the Warcraft army, but surpassed Jin Xinghan by a significant margin. "This is impossible," Jin Zion fumed, his voice dripping with anger. Struggling to comprehend the situation, he issued strict orders to his subordinates. "Verify the data from the Black Tower immediately," he demanded, his tone sharp and unrelenting. "Find out if there's any exploitation or abnormalities. Report to me the moment you find anything suspicious." His frustration reached a boiling point as he continued to watch the screen, his confidence in his own plans shaken by Lu Fan's meteoric rise. Jin Zion's grin twisted with sinister satisfaction as he contemplated the odds. He was convinced that only Taichi Nation's supreme national hero could possibly defeat the demon of the Nine Realms. In his mind, Lu Fan's accomplishment was an impossibility for anyone else. His confidence, dark and assured, fueled his belief that he could dismantle Lu Fan's efforts by catching him in an act to revoke his qualification. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the supervision room in Jin City Arena, a security guard reported to Jin Zion. "The inspection is complete," the guard said nervously. "The trial system, including the Dark Spire section, is functioning properly. No weaknesses were detected." Jin Zion's expression darkened. Furious, he grabbed the guard by the collar and snarled, "How could you overlook something so critical?" The subordinate stammered an apology, promising to reinspect the system immediately to avoid further mistakes. But Jin Zion was unforgiving. He lashed out at his staff, calling them incompetent, and ordered them to inspect again, this time without failure. The panicked guards scrambled to comply, retreating quickly to avoid further wrath. Jin Zion seethed with frustration. The mechanism designed to intimidate the other representatives had become a weapon in Lu Fan's hands. Consumed by rage, he resolved to manipulate the stats of the demon of the Nine Realms, intending to force Lu Fan into surrendering. His focus shifted to the rankings, placing his hopes on Jin Xinghan and Musashi Tan. Confident in their second-stage classes and levels above 30, he believed they were capable of turning the tide. With a stern expression, Jin Zion stormed into the supervision room. Elder Han, seated calmly in a corner with a teacup, glanced at him but said nothing. Jin Zion's anger faltered for a moment as his eyes darted to the big screen. He froze, his confidence crumbling. "Impossible!" Jin Zion shouted in panic. On the screen, Lu Fan had nearly conquered the entire field. In the arena, flames engulfed the battlefield, casting shadows through the chaotic inferno. Soldiers struggled to navigate the blazing terrain, their efforts dwarfed by the relentless power radiating from Lu Fan. Standing at the center of it all, he was bathed in a radiant blue aura. His weapon pulsed with unyielding energy, casting an indomitable light across the battlefield. Behind him loomed Xiaoye, her dark form blending seamlessly with the fiery depths, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Across the battlefield, a legion of demonic creatures emerged from the shadows, their crimson eyes burning with malice. At the forefront stood a massive armored entity, its pulsating blade of dark energy exuding a menacing presence. The system identified the boss, level 86. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened as he analyzed the challenge ahead. This is no ordinary fight, he thought, realizing that Xiaoye alone wouldn't be enough to handle this opponent. Without hesitation, he made the call. He knew splitting the experience points was necessary to win. "Xiaofei, it's time." The battlefield roared with chaos as Lu Fan summoned Xiaofei, the Emerald Dragon. A brilliant flash of green light illuminated the area as Xiaofei appeared in her Eternal One form, towering above the battlefield. Her presence radiated strength, her blade glowing with otherworldly power. Lu Fan stood resolute, ready to lead the charge. Xiaofei unleashed her Emerald Dragon bloodline, amplifying the effects of all allied dragon skills. A radiant glow surrounded the battlefield as Xiaofei activated Life Pulse, casting Emerald World Blessing across the area. The aura enhanced all allies within range, boosting their abilities by up to 400%. The tide shifted dramatically in Lu Fan's favor. Xiaofei roared, releasing an Emerald Blessing that surrounded Lu Fan, Xiaoye, and Xingqian with 32 stacks of dragon energy, massively amplifying the damage of their next attack. At the same time, Xiaofei activated Emerald Light, enveloping the trio in protective layers that removed debuffs and boosted their attributes by up to 60%. Each layer could absorb powerful hits, adding a crucial defensive edge to the team's strategy. Xiaoye unleashed an earth-shaking roar, her fiery aura igniting the air around her and spreading like an inferno across the battlefield. Responding to Lu Fan's signal for a counterattack, she dove into action with ferocious intensity. Now at level 30, Xiaoye activated her signature move, Lava Flame, spewing continuous streams of searing fire that inflicted massive damage on enemies while simultaneously healing her wounds. The battlefield burned brightly, echoing with the agonized cries of foes consumed by the relentless flames. Standing beside Lu Fan, Xiaoye summoned her ultimate move, Eternal Guardian. A radiant protective barrier enveloped the group, shielding all allies within its range. The barrier absorbed damage based on Xiaoye's health and self-healing abilities, casting a glowing emerald light that strengthened their position. Lu Fan's strategy unfolded with precision. He commanded Xingqian to activate Starlight Scale Armor, a shimmering shield infused with star energy. The armor absorbed damage for 60 seconds and stored it for a devastating counterattack. As relentless waves of enemies struck Xingqian, the glowing armor absorbed each blow, shimmering brighter with every hit and preparing to unleash its retribution. Reaching level 35, Lu Fan recalled an important advantage, the Dragon Language Magic Book. He summoned the glowing artifact, feeling its immense energy swirl around him. The book granted the Dragon Resonance passive skill, designed to amplify the synergy between dragon riders and their dragons when casting the same magic. Excitement coursed through him as the book disintegrated, transferring its power into him in a radiant surge of light. Flames danced around Lu Fan as he synchronized with Xiaoye, their combined potential resonating deeply. With Dragon Resonance amplifying their abilities, the battlefield trembled as a blinding red beam pierced through the air. The devastating impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield, leaving enemies staggered in terror. The sheer force obliterated everything in its path. Xiaoye roared ferociously, her sinister red eyes glowing through the inferno. Flames coiled around her as she prepared her ultimate move, Lava Explosion. Responding to Lu Fan's command, Xiaoye joined in, and together they unleashed synchronized lava explosions that engulfed the enemy forces in a catastrophic wave of fire. The molten lava created searing pools that trapped enemies, inflicting continuous, massive damage. The synergy between Lu Fan and Xiaoye activated Dragon Resonance, amplifying their combined power by an additional 10%. The fusion of their attacks doubled their strength, turning the lava explosion into an assault 4 times more powerful than if used individually. The battlefield shook under the sheer might of their attack. Lu Fan marveled at the connection he shared with Xiaoye. Their pulses synchronized perfectly, and the power coursing through him was unlike anything he had ever felt. This is just the beginning, he thought as the molten chaos consumed the enemy forces. The colossal beast staggered, its molten form barely holding together as it struggled to escape the searing lava. Recognizing the decisive moment, Lu Fan commanded Xiaoye to activate her World Destroyer form. Flames engulfed her body as her stats surged to extraordinary heights, reaching the peak of her strength, agility, and spirit. With a burst of speed, Xiaoye launched herself toward the beast, sinking her fangs into its molten form and inflicting continuous bleeding damage. The beast let out a desperate roar, refusing to fall despite the relentless assault. Sensing its final moments, Lu Fan stepped forward, his blade crackling with energy, ready to deliver the finishing blow. His determination was unwavering as he prepared to end the enemy's struggle once and for all. But before Lu Fan could strike, Xingqian darted forward with a high-speed assault, her movements precise and devastating. She struck the beast with immense force, catching it completely off guard. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Xingqian, glancing at the wounded enemy, smirked and taunted, "Die already." With a final burst of power, Xingqian unleashed the full might of her Starlight Scale armor. All the absorbed damage was released in a massive explosion that decimated the colossal beast and wiped out every enemy within melee range. The battlefield fell silent, the once formidable army reduced to nothing but ash. As the battle concluded, Xiaoye leveled up to 31, and Xiaofei, the Emerald Dragon, reached level 23, their powers significantly enhanced. Xingqian stood triumphantly, her aura glowing with newfound strength as she leveled up to 15, unlocking her form transformation. Turning to Xingqian with a teasing grin, Lu Fan asked, "Since when did you learn to steal kills?" Xingqian's smug expression didn't falter, clearly enjoying her moment of victory. Xingqian's form now radiated a newfound maturity, shedding many of the attributes from her baby dragon days. While the visible changes were striking, Lu Fan knew the real evolution lay in her stats and abilities, which had undergone a significant transformation as she entered her growth period. He opened the system to examine Xingqian's updated attribute panel. Level 15. Strength 4,656. Agility 1,031. Mind 5,418. Endurance 1,543. Forms: baby form, energy consumption reduced as the body shrinks. Battle form, standard form for combat. Starlight form, temporarily increases physical strength by 5x for 60 seconds. This is Xingqian's ultimate battle form, allowing devastating short-term power boosts. Skills: Starlight Annihilation, active skill. LV1 converts all stored starlight power into a laser beam, causing astronomical damage. This skill ignores all defenses and cannot be blocked. Lu Fan's eyes lit up as he reviewed the details. Xingqian has entered her evolution period. Her attribute growth far exceeded his expectations. At level 15, her power attributes already dwarf Xiaoye's at the same stage, solidifying her as a combat specialist dragon. Her new forms, Starlight form and Galaxy Overlord form, excited Lu Fan the most. He mulled over Starlight form, a high-stakes, high-reward transformation that increased strength by 5 times but lasted only a minute. The form, combined with Starlight Annihilation, made Xingqian an unstoppable force capable of ignoring even the most formidable defenses. Lu Fan grinned, imagining her annihilating powerful opponents with a single, unblockable strike. The second form, Galaxy Overlord form, offered its own surprises. With 3 new skills, it promised an even greater range of destructive potential. Starfall, passive, automatically attacks enemies within a radius, similar to other Dragon's Chi abilities. Nebula Star, a crowd control skill for immobilizing enemies. Neutron Nebula Annihilation, a devastating attack that could potentially outclass even Shatterstar. Lu Fan's excitement grew as he imagined the synergy between Xingqian's forms. "We'll need to find monsters to test this power properly," he thought. Determined to test the theory later, he shifted focus back to the battlefield and the looming Hell Demon Peak. The Dark Castle Gate lay fully open, but no additional demons had emerged since the death of the Demon General. This silence made Lu Fan suspect something. The Hell Demon must still be inside the castle, he thought, refusing to show itself. "Are you really so reluctant to come out and face me directly? Fine. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you." To prepare, Lu Fan ordered Xiaoye to use the Qi perception skill. A radiant light beamed from Xiaoye's eyes, scanning the area. The Qi skill could reveal hidden or stealthy enemies, and activating it removed all stealth from nearby targets. Meanwhile, Xiaoye also activated her version of the skill, illuminating the battlefield with divine light. Lu Fan paused, strategizing. The Hell Demon is likely hiding inside the Dark Castle, waiting for the perfect moment. If it won't come out willingly, I'll flush it out myself. As Lu Fan rode Xiaoye into the foreboding Dark Castle, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. His dragons followed closely, their powerful forms cutting through the dark air as they entered through the massive gate. Upon entering, Lu Fan dismounted and stepped forward cautiously. Darkness enveloped the space, reducing visibility to nearly nothing. But with his perception skill, Lu Fan could sense any demonic presence lurking nearby. After walking a short distance, a sudden flicker of fire caught Lu Fan's attention. He paused, examining it carefully. The surrounding scene shifted dramatically, and he realized he had entered yet another secret area. The barren interior was as desolate as the castle's exterior, with vast, empty space stretching out before him. Floating torches illuminated the cavernous chamber, revealing just how vast it was, large enough to hold the army of over 10,000 demons he had previously vanquished. Lu Fan proceeded slowly, the eerie silence amplifying his awareness of every step. At the far end of the castle, a massive throne came into view. Its immense size dwarfed him, radiating an ominous presence. His dragons growled uneasily, their instincts picking up on the danger. As Lu Fan stared at the throne, a strange figure materialized before him. The system identified the creature as the Earth Shadow Demon, a level 85 nightmare boss. Its stats were intimidating. Strength, 37,551. Agility, 39,034. Spirit, 30,582. Endurance, 40,658. Abilities, 1. Shadow Layers. Shadow-infused attacks that penetrate targets up to 5 layers, with each layer increasing damage by 4%. 2. Phantom Walk. Grants complete stealth, allowing movement undetected. The effect ends upon attacking or executing melee actions. 3. Bloodblade Claw. A blood-infused claw attack that causes massive damage and temporarily boosts strength by 200% for 2 seconds. The demon's voice boomed, full of arrogance and disdain. A human and a dragon, it sneered. I remember, long ago, humans killed me. I lost my body, and this is not even my palace. I've been sealed here. The eerie figure moved closer, chains visible on its bound hands, and an unsettling eye stared menacingly from its chest. Yet, foolish humans have protected my soul, it continued mockingly. I am one of the demons of the 9 realms. Even in death, you've turned me into a toy, imprisoning me here. How pitiful. Lu Fan watched cautiously, the demon's words dripping with malevolence. What do you hope to achieve? Have you and your little dragon come to seal me once again? The demon raised a chained hand, its tone mocking. Dreaming of becoming a hero, are you? The demon's hand shot forward, brimming with shadow energy. Now, get ready to die, worm. Say your last words. It roared, launching an attack at Lu Fan. The demon activated its shadow layer ability. Lu Fan reacted instantly. The protective shield from Xiaofei absorbed the incoming attack, layers stacking as they increased the defensive power. Each layer amplified his ability to counterstrike, and the demon's onslaught had no effect. Inside the glowing armor, Lu Fan smirked confidently. What did you say, Bug? He quipped. Save those last words for yourself. Lu Fan then commanded Xiaoye to activate Emerald Light. A radiant shield enveloped him, providing additional layers of defense that absorbed 2 hits each. The skill also removed all negative effects while boosting all attributes by 60%. The power of Emerald Light created an impenetrable defense, turning the demon's aggressive stance into a futile effort. Lu Fan stood firm as he unsheathed his sword, the blade radiating a fierce energy that seemed to fill the air. Without wasting a moment, he ordered Xiaofei summon the twin Fallen Core Dragons, a skill he had obtained some time ago through the Dragonbone Flute. As he played the haunting tune, the system confirmed that the dragon's levels would match his own. Moments later, 2 massive dragons materialized, their roars echoing through the castle. The system displayed their attributes. Dragon's Breath inflicts magical damage. Targets killed by the breath are resurrected as undead minions to fight for the user. Dragon Charge. The dragon cloaks itself in undead energy, dissipating 99% of incoming damage while reflecting skill effects. Forbidden Dragon Magic unlocks advanced magic, including Dragon Curse and Dragon Charge enhancements. The dragon's bloodline reduces all received damage by 5%. The Earth Shadow Demon stiffened, its tone shifting to one of wary surprise. What terrifying creatures are these? What is this power? Lu Fan's gaze didn't waver. You don't need to know, he replied coldly. His sword pulsed with an intense aura as the black dragon Xiaoye roared, readying her lava explosion. Waves of molten fire surged toward the demon, igniting a massive explosion that sent shockwaves rippling across the castle. For a brief moment, Lu Fan thought the attack had succeeded, but as the flames cleared, the Earth Shadow Demon emerged unscathed, its mocking laughter filling the air. "You weak and careless fool," the demon sneered. "Do you think it will be so easy to kill me?" Lu Fan's expression hardened. The demon had activated Phantom Walk, allowing him to move undetected within the Earth Shadow energy. Lu Fan's frustration grew as the demon's stealth abilities rendered Xiaoya detection skills ineffective. The Earth Shadow demon capitalized on the advantage, launching a claw strike at Xiaofei. The claw attack landed 4 times, stacking shadow layers on its target. Each layer increased the demon's damage output by 40%. The demon grinned maliciously. "Let's see how long you can last in this game, human," it taunted. Sweat dripped from Xiaofei's brow, but Lu Fan remained focused. He activated Emerald Light, renewing the protective shield and clearing the shadow effects. "Passive strategies won't work anymore," Lu Fan muttered, gripping his sword tightly. The Earth Shadow demon roared. "Your turn, human." It enlarged its claws, blocking Lu Fan's blade with ease. The demon retaliated with shadow layers, a claw strike filled with Earth Shadow energy. Each successful strike stacked additional damage on the demon, amplifying its vulnerability. Just when the demon thought it had gotten an upper hand. "Now you can't hide," Lu Fan said, a confident smile spreading across his face. As bright light began to rain down around them, the demon recoiled in shock. "What is this?" it shouted. The radiance shattered its stealth, exposing its full form. Lu Fan turned, signaling Xingqian, who emerged with a fierce roar. "Your turn, Xingqian. Show me your skills," Lu Fan commanded. Xingqian transformed, taking on his Star Sky Dragon form, also known as the Milky Way form. The Earth Shadow demon's rage boiled over. "Who is this? Was he with you all along?" it bellowed. Lu Fan wasted no time. He ordered Xingqian to activate Stellar Rain, summoning a constant downpour of celestial light that blanketed the battlefield. The system indicated that this skill could remain active indefinitely until cancelled, and it synergized with Xingqian form to deal continuous damage. The Earth Shadow demon howled in pain as the galactic energy tore through its defenses, making it impossible to hide any longer. The demon's massive form trembled as it struggled to maintain its composure. Lu Fan, now fully synchronized with his dragons, raised his sword high, its glowing edge radiating with unstoppable energy. "You don't need to know anything more, demon," he said, his voice steady and commanding. "Just prepare your last words, insect." The battle was far from over, but the tides had turned. As a massive force surged toward the Hell Demon, it braced itself, attempting once again to vanish into the shadows using its shadow walk ability. However, Xingqian's relentless attacks disrupted the skill repeatedly, leaving the demon stunned and flabbergasted. Each time it tried to disappear, Xingqian's abilities forced it back into visibility, effectively pinning the demon in place. Turning its gaze to Lu Fan, the demon realized that Xingqian's attacks weren't dealing significant damage. They were purely designed to interrupt its movements. Enraged, the demon shifted its focus entirely to Lu Fan. Raising its massive claws, it activated Shadow Strike, attempting a devastating dual claw attack. Lu Fan, ever alert, dodged the attack with precision and immediately issued a command to Xiaofei. "Activate your soul light form," he shouted. Without hesitation, Xiaofei complied. Her physical form shimmered, becoming ethereal as she entered her invulnerable soul light state. The Hell Demon's claws slashed through her harmlessly, its attack failing to land. Lu Fan wasted no time, leaping onto Xiaoya and activating his Dragon Rider ability. The connection between Rider and Dragon caused their stats to merge, resulting in a massive boost to their strength, agility, and stamina. The Hell Demon's near miss only fueled Lu Fan's anger. His thoughts burned with resolve. "No one harms my companions. Anyone who dares will face a miserable end." Building on their momentum, Lu Fan activated Dragon Inspiration, further increasing his and Xiaoya's attributes by 30%. He ordered Xiaofei to cooperate, and she responded by activating her Emerald Dragon Bloodline ability. The skill enhanced the attributes of everyone connected to dragons or bearing dragon blood, amplifying their combat capabilities across the board. To further reinforce their position, Xiaofei activated her Soul Protection ability, linking a soul light to Xiaoya. The protective aura bolstered Xiaoya's defense and attributes, making her an unstoppable force. The combined effects of the boost caused Xiaoya's eyes to blaze with unrelenting fury. She let out a thunderous roar, her fiery aura radiating through the dark spire, turning the battlefield into her domain. The waves of Dragon Chi, enhanced by the layered abilities, struck the held demon repeatedly. Each blow battered its massive form, drawing guttural roars of pain and frustration from the once mighty creature. Despicable human, the held demon spat venomously, its voice trembling with rage. How can you control the power of giant dragons? They were like gods. Why do they bow to an insect like you? Desperation etched across its face. The held demon clawed at the surging streams of dragon chi, trying to deflect the relentless assault. Unmoved by the held demon's taunts, Lu Fan's voice cut through the chaos with sharp authority. Xiaoye, enhance the offensive chi, he commanded. Without hesitation, Xiaoye responded, intensifying the fiery assault. The relentless waves of chi battered the demon, forcing it backward under Xiaoye's unyielding strikes. Despite the demon's incessant bickering, questioning why the dragons followed a human, Lu Fan ignored its words entirely. His focus was absolute as he drew the underworld serpent bow, the dark energy radiating from it matching the intensity of the battlefield. At the same moment, the twin fallen corpse dragons entered the fray. They activated their dragon charge ability, coating their massive forms in undead energy. The shimmering aura nullified 99% of incoming damage as they barreled toward the demon. Their coordinated strikes slammed into the demon, further forcing it to the ground. The demon let out a roar of disbelief, its frustration palpable. Why? It howled, its voice tinged with desperation. Why would you submit to a mere human when you possess such mysterious powers? Lu Fan, his brow furrowing in irritation at the endless complaints, turned to Xingchen with a knowing smirk. What do you say about this? He asked. Xingchen, ever eager, sprang into action without hesitation. A faint twang echoed as a brilliant star, the size of a human head, streaked through the air like a meteorite. The concentrated energy moved with breathtaking speed, targeting the hell demon with unwavering precision. The demon, realizing the impending danger, roared defiantly, preparing for a final attack. It charged forward, claws outstretched, but Xiaoye intercepted its strike with perfect timing. Her shadow claw block deflected the attack, leaving the demon momentarily stunned. From his vantage point atop Xiaoye's head, Lu Fan nodded approvingly. Excellent work, Xiaoye, he said, his voice filled with admiration. With that, he began charging the serpent bow, its energy building layer by layer. Hold it off until the attack is ready, Lu Fan ordered. Both Xiaoye and Xiao Fei complied, their focus unwavering. As the energy at the bow's head reached its fourth layer, Lu Fan activated the Snake Shadow ability, further amplifying its destructive power. Sensing imminent danger, the Hell Demon activated its Blood Blade Claw ability, launching a ferocious strike at Lu Fan. However, Xiaoye deftly dodged the attack and, in a swift counter, ensnared the demon's arms with her claws. The demon roared in panic, struggling violently against Xiaoye's grip. Let go, it bellowed, its voice filled with fear. But it was already too late. In one decisive motion, Lu Fan released the charged arrow, its energy cutting through the air like a blazing comet. Simultaneously, Xiaoye activated her lava flame ability, engulfing the demon in a torrent of molten fire. The hell demon howled in agony as the searing flames consumed its body, but the onslaught was far from over. Still in her galactic form, Xingchen activated her energy shockwave ability. The 10 layers of energy gathered around the nebulous star pulsed ominously, ready for release. Lu Fan's arrow struck the nebulous star mid-flight, perfectly timed to amplify its power. The demon, already engulfed in Xiaoye's inferno, froze in disbelief as it watched the immense energy converge on it. Before it could react, the nebulous star shattered in a cataclysmic explosion. The blast radiated outward, shaking the very foundations of the dark spire, its reverberations echoing across the battlefield. In the observation room, the tension was palpable as Deputy Chief Zhao and Elder Han watched the battle unfold on the massive display screens. Though they couldn't feel the crushing pressure of the battlefield themselves, the visuals conveyed enough to leave even the most seasoned observers in awe. Zhao muttered under his breath, did Lu Fan actually manage to kill the Earthshade demon? Even Jin Zion, typically composed, looked visibly shaken. The thought that a mere boy from Dragon Nation could stand toe-to-toe with a Nine Realms demon, a beast meant only for national-level heroes, was beyond his comprehension. Frustration mounting, he began plotting. If this continues, Jin Zion thought, I'll have to restore the Earthshade demon stats to their original values. But before he could act, the room buzzed with fresh reports. Someone shouted. The explosion has ended, but the Earthshade demon is still alive. Gene Zion's lips curled into a sinister grin. Still alive, he whispered, chuckling. This isn't over yet. Back in the secret realm, as the dust began to settle, the battlefield revealed the demonic hell demon. Emerging from the mushroom cloud, its form was battered, but far from defeated. The demon's snarl broke the silence, dripping with venom and disdain. You filthy insect, it bellowed. To think you actually managed to injure me. I will not spare you. Black energy erupted from its form, enveloping the demon in a menacing aura. Its attributes surged, rapidly boosting its strength. But instead of intimidating Lu Fan, the display only amused him. Won't spare me? Lu Fan asked with a smirk. Perhaps you should focus on saving yourself first? With a casual motion, Lu Fan pointed upward. The demonic hell demon froze, feeling an ominous force bearing down on it. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it saw the twin fallen corpse magic dragons descending from the sky. Their massive forms were ablaze with blue-black flames, their dragon language magic fully unlocked. These pure-blooded dragons, their wings folded tight against their sides, radiated an apocalyptic aura of destruction as they dove toward their target. The overwhelming pressure was enough to shake the air, and the demon could feel its defeat looming. As they dove, the dragons activated their downfall ability, an ancient technique reserved for the most desperate of battles. This ability allowed the dragons to sacrifice themselves to deal devastating damage, scaling up to 2,000% of their total power. The Earthshade demon, realizing the impending doom, roared in defiance. You reckless creatures! What is a dragon that serves as a pet to a human? You dare to be this bold? Its mocking tone masked its desperation as it activated its Blood Blade claw ability, charging forward in a desperate attempt to stop the dragons mid-dive. Its massive claws lashed out, striking the dragons directly. But the dragon's downfall ability had already been triggered. Their bodies erupted with explosive force, creating a collision that shook the dark spire to its core. The cavern was consumed by a blinding flash of light, followed by a deafening boom that reverberated through the spire. The raw, sacrificial energy unleashed by the twin fallen corpse magic dragons engulfed the demon entirely. And that, dear viewers, is where we'll leave it for today. Stay tuned for the next update, where we'll uncover the aftermath of this climactic clash and whether Lu Fan can finally bring the Earthshade demon to its knees. The Dot Castle was engulfed in flames, casting a fiery glow over the battlefield. The air was thick with smoke, the scent of burning ruins filling the night. Amidst the chaos, the King of the Nine Realms lay in agony, his hands severed, his shackles shattered. Blood dripped onto the scorched ground as he coughed violently, struggling to stay upright. His gaze locked onto Lu Fan, disbelief flashing in his eyes. You, Lu Fan, this can't be happening. It's impossible. His voice, raw with rage, tore through the burning air. He clenched his teeth, his mind a storm of frustration. How could I lose? His body, this pathetic, weakened shell, was failing him. Am I truly doomed to fall at the hands of mere humans once again? The thought sent a bitter shudder through him. He refused to accept it. No matter what, he would not die like this. If fate demanded his rebirth, then so be it. But he would return only to destroy Lu Fan. A scream of defiance erupted from his throat as his body darkened, his presence merging into the shadows beneath him. Shadow work, the ultimate stealth technique, allowing him to slip into the darkness undetected. No one could trace him unless he was struck. Just as he began to vanish, Lu Fan raised his divine bow, eyes sharp with determination. In a flash, a relentless rain of arrows tore through the battlefield, piercing the very shadows themselves. The Nine Realms King barely had time to react before the barrage struck, disrupting his escape. He faltered, his form flickering within the darkness. Lu Fan halted the attack and lowered his bow. It's over, he declared, his voice unwavering. The dragons behind him remained still, their eyes fixed on the crumbling figure before them. But the battle wasn't finished yet. The Demon King let out a ragged breath, his mind racing. No, this isn't over. A surge of dark energy erupted from his core, flooding his veins with raw, untamed power. His body trembled as the transformation began, his color shifting to an unnatural shade of sky blue. His claws gleamed ominously, his veins bulging with the force of his awakening strength. Lu Fan's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't supposed to happen. The demon was on the brink of death. How was he still standing? A sinister aura pulsed around the Dark King, his purple energy spreading through the battlefield like a living force. His screams echoed as his body surged with newfound might. One of his eyes burned with an eerie glow, his claws gleaming as his power soared. Lu Fan's breath hitched. His instinct screamed at him. This was no ordinary resurgence. His system interface flickered to life, revealing a pulsating, monstrous eye. He clicked on it, searching for answers. His heart pounded. Is this the second form of the Earth Shadow Demon? Or was there still a hidden power lurking within this creature? The heroes of the Tai Chi Empire had sealed this demon away long ago. But had they truly erased his full strength? Because right now, it seemed as if the real fight was only beginning. Lu Fan stood frozen, his mind racing. What's happening? The demon's second form had emerged, its eyes glowing ominously, its tongue slithering out from between razor-sharp teeth. But what truly sent a chill down Lu Fan's spine was the monstrous eye attached to its tongue. A low, menacing laugh echoed through the battlefield. The demon's gaze locked onto Lu Fan, arrogance dripping from its every word. You thought this was over? It sneered. You're nothing but an insect. You can't touch me. Lu Fan's instinct screamed at him to check the system. His eyes darted to the interface, Earth Shadow. The demon's level was still rising, 85, and climbing. Strength, agility, spirit, endurance. Everything was skyrocketing. This isn't possible. Lu Fan's pulse pounded in his ears. The numbers weren't stopping. The system couldn't even determine the demon's true level. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Vice Principal Zhao stared at the screen in disbelief. What the hell is going on? He muttered, his hands clenching. The Earth Shadow Demon's power, it's still growing. The numbers kept climbing, an endless surge of raw energy. If this keeps up, it'll be impossible to stop. His breath hitched as he turned to the overseer. Old Han, look at this. Lu Fan's in danger. We have to act now. Should we pull him out before it's too late? Old Han, sitting calmly in his chair, finally spoke in a low voice. Vice Principal, he said, his tone steady. Do you remember the promise you made to me? Or have you forgotten already? His gaze didn't waver. Once Lu Fan wipes out the Earth Shadow sorcerers, we'll have fresh tea together. Vice Principal Zhao's eyes widened. He stared at Old Han, frustration flashing across his face. He snapped. Lu Fan's life is on the line. That thing's power is breaking past 100,000. And you want to sit here and... Old Han remained unfazed. His expression was serious, unreadable. Lu Fan's instincts and battle experience are remarkable. He's not an ordinary fighter. He leaned forward slightly, his voice filled with quiet confidence. No matter how high the demons of the 9 regions rise, I trust him. He won't lose here. Then, he looked straight at Vice Principal Zhao and asked, do you trust him? The room fell silent. After a long pause, Zhao let out a breath. Of course, I trust Lu Fan, he admitted. But, Old Han, as long as you can ensure his survival, I'll be at peace. The Dragon Capital Academy has invested everything into him. He sighed, shaking his head. I apologize for my outburst. Old Han smiled slightly. No need to apologize. I understand your concern. But his eyes remained fixed on the screen. Because while he had faith in Lu Fan, this battle was far from over. Meanwhile, President Jin stood silently in the same room, listening to their conversation. A smirk crept across his face as he let out a quiet chuckle. They have no idea. These two fools were completely unaware of the trap he had set. It was perfect. Just moments ago, he had sent an encrypted message to his officials, ordering them to enhance the powers of the 9 world wizards. He had also commanded them to push the monster's strength to its absolute limit. They think they are in control, but they don't even know what's coming. Even the mighty heroes of the Tai Chi Empire had failed against the 9 world wizards, so how could Fan possibly stand a chance? And now, these two were waiting for Lu Fan's death, completely oblivious to the storm about to be unleashed. Jin let out another amused laugh, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lu Fan stood firm before the monstrous enemy, assessing the situation with sharp focus. He narrowed his eyes. Something was off. Why is your transformation so unnatural? He muttered. Your strength keeps increasing, but you're already acting like you've won. Don't celebrate too early. Without hesitation, Lu Fan gripped his divine bow. I can't let this thing keep growing stronger. If I don't stop its stat increase now, we're doomed. Realizing there was no time to waste, he activated his ultimate weapon. A pulse of energy surged through the air as he summoned the twin fallen dragons, 2 colossal beasts, perfectly synchronized with his own power through the technique of natural assimilation, known as the Dragon's Ming Flute. A deafening roar split the sky as the dragons circled above. The battlefield trembled under their presence. Without hesitation, he summoned the fallen dragon Drano. As the creature materialized, a brilliant light radiated from within. At the same time, the forces of the 9 worlds surged into action. Their power ignited, glowing nails, burning eyes, their strength reaching terrifying levels. The monster's gaze locked onto Lu Fan, and its voice rumbled with malice. Worm, you're already as good as dead. Then, with terrifying speed, the beast lunged toward Lu Fan, its roar shaking the entire battlefield. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan leaped onto his black dragon. Xiao Yi, activate World Destructive Roar. In an instant, a massive, earth-shaking roar erupted from the dragon's maw, rippling through the air like a force of nature. The sheer pressure of the attack sent shockwaves in all directions, inflicting devastating damage and weakening everything in its range. But the monster didn't flinch. It merely sneered. Pathetic. You and your dragons are nothing to me. You can't kill me. Lu Fan's eyes darkened. Then let's see if you can handle this. He activated Dragon Unleashed, a forbidden technique that unlocked the full potential of dragon language magic. In an instant, his demon dragon breath transformed into something far deadlier. His blade rose, power surging through it. A golden energy ring formed around his sword, while a deep purple aura ignited in front of the dragons. The battlefield stood on the brink of an all-out clash. The real battle was just beginning. Lu Fan roared, his voice cutting through the battlefield. The fallen dragon has unlocked dragon language magic. Without hesitation, he activated the forbidden husband dragon mantra, unleashing a massive wave of dark energy. The air filled with an eerie force, swirling with countless spectral figures, remnants of fallen warriors trapped within the cursed power. The energy crashed into the Nine Realms demon with a force so devastating that the very ground trembled. The demon let out a deafening scream, writhing in agony. His rage burned hotter than ever. Enough, he bellowed, his voice shaking the sky. His burning gaze locked onto Lu Fan, hatred radiating from his entire being. You dare insult me as if I were one of the ancient beasts. You will pay for this with your life. The dignity of the Nine Realms demon cannot be tarnished. But just as he prepared to strike back, something unexpected happened. A strange force surrounded him, locking him in place. He struggled against it, his massive form straining as invisible chains held him still. Confusion flickered in his eyes. What is this? He snarled, realizing he couldn't move. Lu Fan smirked. Too bad for you. Now it's time for you to learn true Fei. At that moment, the star dragon began to transform, shifting into its ultimate starlight form. A brilliant, celestial glow erupted from its body as it soared into the sky, illuminating the battlefield with a dazzling radiance. Lu Fan's voice rang out, filled with confidence. You underestimated a dragon tamer, and now, you'll pay the price. The system's notification flashed in his mind. A starlight form activated, time remaining, 59 seconds. The power surge was immediate. Star Dragon Strength, 4,656, 23,280. Agility, 548, unmatched. Without wasting a second, Star Dragon unleashed its most devastating ability, Morning Starlight. The Nine Realms demon howled in agony as the celestial energy surged through him. He trembled, his massive form barely holding together. This young dragon, he stammered, disbelief in his voice. But the attack wasn't over. With an earth-shaking roar, Star Dragon activated its final, ultimate ability, Starfall Burn. A colossal beam of condensed starlight erupted from its mouth, piercing straight through the demon's body. The attack ignored all defenses. It couldn't be dodged, blocked, or resisted. The sheer force of it warped the air, melting everything in its path. The Nine Realms demon convulsed as his limbs disintegrated into nothingness, his once mighty form dissolving into the wind. He let out one last, defeated cry. No, this cannot be. I had just regained my strength. How could I lose it all again? His voice faded as his body was reduced to ashes. The only thing left behind were his eyes, glowing remnants of his former self. But even they flickered and vanished into the air moments later. Silence fell over the dark castle. Lu Fan and the dragon stood motionless, the weight of the battle still lingering in the air. The victory was theirs, but something didn't feel right. Lu Fan glanced upward, his instinct warning him of something unseen. This isn't over. Then, a chilling realization hit him. The Earth Shadow Demon. He's trying to drag us down with him. The peak is collapsing. Without hesitation, he turned to Zhao. Get everyone out of here, now. Zhao wasted no time. With a powerful leap, he surged forward, leading the charge to escape before the battlefield crumbled beneath them. The final battle was over, but a new threat loomed just beyond the horizon. Cracks spread across the rocks, and within moments, they shattered completely, collapsing to the ground in a massive explosion. Sensing the danger, Lu Fan shot into the air, his dragon soaring alongside him. As he ascended, the system notification flashed before him. The Emerald Dragon had leveled up to 24. The Star Dragon reached level 16, and Lu Fan himself had climbed to level 36. His excitement grew even more as he noticed Xiao Yi, the Black Dragon, had reached level 32. Lu Fan smirked. Despite the sheer destruction from the explosion, the vast space inside the dark castle gave him enough room to evade any damage. Looking down at the battlefield, he thought, this fight went on longer than expected, but in the end, I won. Defeating the Earth Demon twice in a row. Totally worth it. Then, something caught his eye. His points. When he last checked, there were 459,792. But now, he could tell they had skyrocketed. The system confirmed it. He had officially reached rank 1. A grin spread across his face as he read the notification. Mission complete. The 9 Regions Clan's Land Demon has been eliminated. With over 500,000 points, Lu Fan let out a satisfied breath. I can finally sleep peacefully tonight. Meanwhile, back at the office, an air of disbelief swept through the spectators. Shocked expressions filled the room as they processed what had just happened. The 9-World Demon is dead, someone muttered. Unbelievable. His level kept climbing. How is that even possible? The discussion erupted, voices overlapping with awe. He's a genius, a full 440,000 points ahead of rank 2. Did you see that final decisive laser strike? His coordination with his dragons was flawless. Vice Principal Zhao pointed a finger at Old Han, a knowing smile on his face. Well, Old Han, looks like Lu Fan proved you right. Combat instincts like his at such a young age. This is no ordinary feat. Old Han nodded, pride evident in his tone. The Dragon Captain Academy has invested a great deal in him, and has made sure that effort wasn't wasted. His ability to tame and command dragons is reaching its true potential. The Overseer chuckled. Indeed, and during the national exam preparations, he trained relentlessly. His determination is on another level. Suddenly, smack, a loud slapping noise rang out, making them all turn in shock. They followed the sound to see President Jin, his face twisted in fury, his phone shattered at his feet. His hands were clenched into fists. His plans, every single one of them, had failed. A voice from behind him hesitantly spoke. Mr. Jin, are you all right? Jin stormed out, his voice dripping with frustration. It's nothing, just a slip of the hand. But as he walked away, his mind raced. Taichi Nation was now trailing behind Dragon Nation by 400,000 points. How the hell did this happen? Vice Principal Zhao furrowed his brows and turned to President Jin. Mr. Jin, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset? Before Jin could respond, the Overseer let out a slow, knowing smile. Principal, don't worry about it. Let's go. We've got fresh tea waiting. Meanwhile, inside his office, President Jin clenched his fists in frustration. His anger boiled over as he threw a powerful punch against the wall. The Earth Demon, killed by Lu Fan? His mind raced. This is unforgivable. How could this be possible? His thoughts spiraled further. That brat from Dragon Nation actually defeated a beast that even Taichi Nation's greatest hero couldn't handle? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The mere idea was absurd. Just then, his officer rushed in. Mr. Jin, we've been looking everywhere for you. We couldn't reach you. Before the officer could finish, Jin grabbed him by the collar and snarled, Answer me. Did you really max out the Earth Demon stats or not? The officer stammered, sweat forming on his brow. Why yes, I did. I swear. Jin's grip tightened. Then explain this. How did that Dragon Nation brat still manage to kill it? The officer swallowed hard. Lu Fan is fast. Incredibly fast. His damage output is unreal. Even though we increased the Earth Demon stats to the absolute limit, it still wasn't enough. Jin released him and fell deep into thought. So, the settings were correct. The Earth Demon was at its peak, and yet Lu Fan still won. His expression darkened. Did he find a weakness? Realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. That's it. Lu Fan must have discovered a flaw in the Earth Demon's abilities and exploited it. His jaw clenched. That's the only way he could have won. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Vice Principal Zhao and the Overseers sipped their tea, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. When they spotted President Jin approaching, they exchanged glances. What's all the fuss about? Vice Principal Zhao asked, raising an eyebrow. Jin stood silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. The Overseer, unfazed, chuckled. Everything is just fine. In fact, Lu Fan has made all our lives much easier. With that, he took another sip and turned to leave. Vice Principal Zhao smirked, lifting his teacup. Forget his battle skills. The real show was how he handled the Earth Demon. No one here can stand up to him now. The Overseer let out a hearty laugh. That's true. I've been on duty all night, and my old bones are starting to feel it. Let's take a walk, clear our heads a bit. Jin and his officers watched as they casually strolled away, talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. Jin's eyes narrowed. Something isn't right. A conspiracy. That had to be it. He turned to his officers and jabbed a finger at them. Find out everything you can about the Dragon Nation representative. Their deputy supervisor must know something. Follow them. Watch them closely. If anyone approaches those two, report to me immediately. The officer straightened up and nodded. Understood. I'll handle it. As they left, Jin himself moved discreetly, hiding behind a nearby wall. He wasn't going to leave this to chance. There has to be something they are not telling us. His grip tightened. Even the demon of the Nine Realms couldn't stop Lu Fan. I need to know, what weakness did he find? As the overseer and vice principal Zhao walked together, their conversation remained light but meaningful. If everything goes smoothly, the nation's trial championship will undoubtedly be ours, right? The overseer mused. Vice Principal Zhao nodded confidently. Yes, I believe so too. Old Han is as calm as ever. Then, with a small sigh, he added, I must apologize, Overseer. I was a bit too concerned for Lu Fan earlier. Perhaps I overreacted. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, President Jin listened intently to their exchange. His mind churned. They are too confident. They must have found a loophole. Even the demon of the Nine Realms couldn't stop Lu Fan. How did he do it? His eyes narrowed. If I find even a shred of evidence against him, I'll ensure the other nations sign to have that brat. Lu Fan, expelled from the 23-Nation Alliance. The overseer chuckled, glancing at Zhao. I've grown quite used to that nervous look on your face. Zhao flushed slightly and shook his head. Good old Han, we're finally back. But at that very moment, a streak of light shot through the air. Something was coming. Fast. President Jin, oblivious, remained focused on eavesdropping, until an ominous hum filled the air behind him. His instinct screamed at him to move. He spun around just in time to see a glowing sword hurtling straight toward him. Eyes widening in shock, he barely managed to throw himself aside as the weapon plunged into the wall behind him, its energy crackling through the air. If he had reacted even a second later, he would have been dead. His heart pounded as he stared at the blade embedded deep in the wall. What the hell was that? He scanned the area, searching for an attacker, but there was no one. That's when he saw it, a symbol etched into the hilt of the sword. His breath hitched. This is a level 90 Dark Knight Ripper. A cold sweat dripped down his temple. His hands trembled. No. I completely forgot about Old Han's personal bodyguard. Then it hit him. The 4 phantom blades, weapons that attacked automatically, and one had just warned him to back off. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay composed. But inside, he was unraveling. If I stay here any longer, I'm finished. His mind screamed at him. Leave. Now. Not wasting another second, President Jin turned on his heels and disappeared into the shadows. 10 minutes later, the overseer and vice principal Zhao arrived at the scene, their eyes immediately landing on the deep hole in the wall. Zhao's brows furrowed. What happened here? The overseer studied the damage carefully before letting out a small chuckle. Nothing to worry about. Zhao, still surprised, turned to him. Old Han, let's head back to the commander's room. I don't want to miss Lu Fan's performance. I can't wait to see what he does next. The overseer gave the whole one last look, a knowing glint in his eyes, before nodding. Let's go. The overseer narrows his eyes and mutters. As expected, this tiny Taichi nation is as shameless as ever. He was trying to eavesdrop on our conversation. No wonder he got attacked in the other room. Meanwhile, as soon as President Jin arrives, a group of officers rushes toward him. Mr. Jin, you're finally back. We've been searching for you everywhere, one of them exclaims. They immediately hand him a brand new phone, replacing the one he had broken earlier. This is your backup phone. Please check it. You've been receiving non-stop calls. We've been trying to reach you. Another officer, a bald man, looks at Jin's face and hesitates before asking, Mr. Jin, are you okay? You look furious. Without a word, Jin's expression darkens. He snatches the phone from the officer's hand, his voice sharp. What are you staring at? Get back to your post and keep monitoring. Do I have to spell everything out for you? The officers stiffen, clearly shaken by his outburst. Why yes, sir. We're on it. They nod hurriedly and scatter. Jin exhales sharply and glances at his phone. His inbox is flooded with urgent messages. The first one reads, the representative of the Dragon Nation has defeated the Earth Monster. You need to review the data immediately. Another message follows, filled with outrage. The judges suspect the Dragon Nation of cheating. Hurry up and verify it. Then another, why aren't you answering? Call back immediately. And the latest message is the most alarming. Public outrage is surging online. There are demands to disqualify the Dragon Nation. What are you doing? Collect evidence of their cheating. Now. Jin's eyes narrow as he grips the phone tightly. His voice drops to a grave tone. Do they really think I'm protecting Lu Fan? If he cheated, I'll be the first to bring him down. I just need proof. Meanwhile, murmurs ripple through the crowd as spectators watch Lu Fan's performance. Is Lu Fan faking his achievements just to boost his score? One whispers. How is he still gaining points? Another asks. Jin's curiosity spikes. He strides toward the leaderboard, eager to confirm the numbers himself. But when his eyes land on Lu Fan's score, he freezes. The points are still rising. Impossible, he mutters. His score is going up on its own. How is this happening? Jin's eyes lock onto the leaderboard. Lu Fan's points have skyrocketed to 529,035. His mind races. How is this even possible? Then suddenly, a realization strikes him. His lips curl into a triumphant smirk. Finally, I've caught Lu Fan cheating. Wasting no time, he yanks out his phone and dials. I've got him. Lu Fan made a fatal mistake. His excitement is palpable. If Lu Fan really exploited a loophole to rack up points, the Dragon Nation will be eliminated from the test. Just as he revels in his discovery, a sharp voice crackles through the phone. Hello? Hello? Finally, you called back. What are you doing? Public opinion is turning chaotic. We need concrete proof that the Dragon Nation representative is cheating. Now. Jin's excitement fades. Something isn't right. His gaze flickers to the screen, and what he sees stuns him to his core. His eyelids twitch. What is happening? The Earth Demon, the very monster that should be long dead, has come back to life. And worse, it's not just alive. It's helping Lu Fan. An entire army of demons now fights alongside Lu Fan, cutting down the others. With every fallen demon, Lu Fan's points surge even higher. Jin's heart drops. This can't be real. He whispers, his hands turning cold. Meanwhile, Lu Fan calmly takes a seat amidst the chaos. The battle rages around him, but he barely moves. Even the dragons, exhausted from the endless fight, can barely stand. Lu Fan exhales, stretching his arms. Finally, I can rest for a while. And just like that, the scoreboard updates again. Minute by minute, Lu Fan's points keep climbing. President Jin's breath catches in his throat. His hands tremble as he watches the screen. The Demon of Nine Worlds is helping Lu Fan earn points. His mind reels. This is impossible. But there's no mistake. The once-dead demon is now under Lu Fan's control, twisted into a fallen corpse, and it's fighting for him. Jin's shock deepens. How did Lu Fan do this? How could he manipulate such a terrifying creature? 1 hour earlier, high above the battlefield, Lu Fan's black dragon bursts through the top of the tower, its massive wings slicing through the air. As it emerges, Lu Fan glances down at the structure below, murmuring, "This tower is far bigger on the inside. That climb took forever." Seated atop his dragon, Lu Fan exhales, reflecting on his brutal battles. His body is battered, but his efforts have paid off. I finally killed the Earth Demon, he thinks, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. His strength has grown, his level has increased, and for the first time in a long while, I can finally rest. Leaning back on his dragon, Lu Fan allows himself a brief moment of relief. He's earned it, but as he gazes at the spirit dragon beside him, something clicks. This dragon isn't just a companion. It's a true partner. Flashes of past battles fill his mind. Time and time again, his dragon has fought beside him, never faltering. Through countless skirmishes, it has become a force of nature, capable of going toe-to-toe with the deadliest creatures. Suddenly, a deep tremor shakes the ground. Boom! A massive claw erupts from the tower's foundation. Smoke and debris billow into the air as something colossal begins to emerge. Lu Fan, unshaken, narrows his eyes. Looks like I don't get to rest after all. His mind races, formulating a plan. As his dragon hovers near the mysterious tower, Lu Fan recalls an important truth, a story buried deep in his memory. A battle in the far north. 2 mighty dragon kings had fallen, their bodies corrupted into monstrous versions of themselves. From the hands of an ancient god, Evershao had reclaimed the fallen king. That decision had changed everything. By seizing control of the fallen dragon's power, they had gained its immense energy, without succumbing to its curse. Lu Fan's mind sharpens as he remembers a lesson from his master. The difference between a fallen being and an undead puppet is simple. A fallen being still holds a trace of its original will. A puppet, however, is nothing more than a lifeless corpse controlled by external forces. And right now, Lu Fan knows exactly which one he's dealing with. The awakening of power. In the present, Lu Fan surveys the battlefield, his mind sharp with realization. His 2 dragons, once formidable, have now reached their peak as fallen beings. Their power is overwhelming, their presence suffocating. Yet, as he observes the ground below, something stays. Shadows slither beneath the earth. The remains of celestial soldiers litter the battlefield, hinting at new threats rising from the depths. Lu Fan's lips curl into a confident smile. Another challenge. Perfect. His dragons turn toward him, their glowing eyes filled with curiosity. They sense it too. Something big is coming. And then, boom, 2 colossal fallen demon dragons emerge, their thunderous roars shaking the heavens. Their aura is oppressive, their very existence radiating death and destruction. Lu Fan's eyes gleam. Now, I have two fallen demon dragons filled with corpse-killing energy. This battle just got interesting. The battlefield quakes beneath their presence. But Lu Fan isn't reckless. He immediately analyzes the situation. They are incredibly powerful, but something is missing. Unlike the creatures he faced before, these dragons lack the ability to control undead forces. Just as he contemplates his next move, a sudden pull on his arm startles him. His emerald green dragon begins to glow. Its form shifts, the light intensifying until it undergoes an astonishing transformation. The dragon turns ethereal. Its body stretches, taking on a humanoid shape, radiating a divine green aura. Lu Fan instinctively steps back, his mind racing. What's happening? And then, it evolves. As the emerald dragon fully transforms, its presence becomes overwhelming. No longer just a beast. It exudes a majesty that even surpasses the fallen dragons. Lu Fan watches in stunned silence. This is incredible. The system screen flashes, new abilities unlocked. The emerald dragon's protective aura expands, encircling Lu Fan and his allies. But this isn't just any barrier. This shield amplifies all their attributes, enhancing speed, strength, and endurance. Not only that, it grants them near invincibility, absorbing damage and unleashing devastating counterattacks. Lu Fan's heart pounds. His dragon has unlocked a supreme bloodline ability, and the battlefield will never be the same. He quickly scans the system stats. His fallen demon dragons have also surged in power. Their strength, agility, spirit, and endurance have reached monstrous levels. Lu Fan exhales slowly. This isn't just a battle anymore. It's domination. The final phase begins. Lu Fan carefully analyzes the Emerald Dragon's new ability, and a crucial realization dawns upon him. The fallen demon dragons aren't weak. Their inability to control high-level creatures isn't due to a lack of power, but rather an inherent limitation. And that's something he can exploit. His mind sharpens. If I can bridge that gap, we can dominate this battlefield. Without hesitation, Lu Fan commands his Emerald Dragon to unleash Emerald Light. A blinding burst of radiant energy floods the battlefield. In an instant, all of Lu Fan's attributes increase by 30%. The fallen demon dragons continue to evolve, their stats surging higher, strength, agility, spirit, and endurance climbing to monstrous levels. But the Emerald Dragon counters with a brilliant strategy. Its emerald aura expands, forming a 12-layered shield that wraps around Lu Fan and his allies. This isn't just defense. It enhances every beneficial effect, doubles their resistance, and turns them into a fortress of unstoppable force. The system screen updates, revealing just how drastic the power shift has become. Lu Fan's focus sharpens. He shifts his attention to a massive demonic entity, the Earth Abyss Demon, level 85. Despite its level cap, its stats have been pushed to terrifying heights. Meanwhile, his fallen demon dragons, still at level 24, stand ready, their combat potential fully unlocked, boosted by the Emerald Dragon's insane buffs. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. Emerald Dragon, transform into eternal form. The moment the words leave his lips, the Emerald Dragon erupts in blinding energy. Its body morphs into its eternal state, exuding power that seems almost divine. With its bloodline ability fully awakened, all of its dragon-related skills amplify exponentially. Then, Life Pulse Bond activates. A wave of golden-green energy explodes outward, reinforcing every layer of protection while multiplying his allies' stats by 4 times. The fallen demon dragons roar, their bodies armored in shimmering energy, their strength reaching unprecedented levels. Every movement radiates raw destruction. The battlefield trembles. Lu Fan's eyes flash with determination. Fallen demon dragons, unleash your full power. The beasts howl, their attacks now fueled by unimaginable force. But Lu Fan's goal isn't just to defeat the Earth Abyss Demon. He's going to make it his puppet. The final phase of the battle begins. As the battlefield erupts in chaos, the Earth Abyss Demon lets out a deafening roar. As Lu Fan's fallen demon dragons tear through enemy defenses, the battlefield quakes under the sheer force of their attacks. The air crackles with power, but in the shadows, an even greater threat emerges. A horde of dark knights strides forward, cloaked in eerie purple flames. Their twisted armor glows with dark energy, and their sinister laughter fills the air. With every step, their ranks swell, an unstoppable wave of corruption. These warriors aren't just any foes. They are reinforcements, summoned by the Earth Abyss Demon, ready to crush Lu Fan's team with ruthless precision. Unfazed, Lu Fan analyzes the statistics of his newly transformed undead army. The Divine Soldiers, now risen as formidable undead warriors, have reached level 75. With each fallen enemy they possess, their defenses grow stronger, and any fatal damage is instantly converted into a protective shield, making them nearly indestructible. A smirk plays on Lu Fan's lips. His once mortal army is now a force of relentless, undying warriors, completely under his control. More than that, they can fight autonomously, grinding down enemies and owning him points without him having to lift a finger. Then, a system notification flashes before him. New skill acquired, control the fallen corpses. This ability grants him absolute command over his undead forces, allowing him to summon and recall them at will, even within the secret areas. The realization dawns. This power is beyond anything he's wielded before. Lewin, watching the spectacle, marvels at the army's potential. With this force at his command, Lu Fan is poised to recreate the legendary battle that reshaped the Demon Realms 50 years ago. His ambitions have never been clearer. But then, the ground trembles violently. A deafening crash shakes the battlefield as a monstrous claw slams down, barely missing Lu Fan and his companions. From the darkness, a colossal demonic beast emerges, its very presence radiating raw fury and destruction. Its blood-curdling roar reverberates through the air, shaking the battlefield to its core. The real battle is about to begin. As a monstrous entity readies itself to challenge Lu Fan and his newly risen army, he calmly analyzes the latest addition to his forces, the transformed Earth Abyss Demon Puppet. Its stats are staggering, solidifying its place as a devastating offensive force. Among its abilities, one stands out, Shadow Mark, a skill that layers its target in darkness, amplifying the damage they take. But the real game changer is its critical surge. Whenever it suffers a critical hit, its power explodes by 200%, turning it into an even deadlier force the more it's attacked. Lu Fan smirks, reveling in his success. Taming a creature of this magnitude, a beast once thought too powerful and independent to be controlled, only proves his dominance. Meanwhile, back in the control room, Jin stays at the live feed in disbelief. The Earth Abyss Demon, a creature known for resisting even the strongest wills, is now completely under Lu Fan's command. His mind races to make sense of it. Then it hits him. His grip on his phone tightens, frustration bubbling over. This wasn't supposed to happen. The shift in power is more than just unexpected. It's catastrophic for their plans. The phone slips from his grasp, hitting the floor with a sharp clack. Beyond the control room, chaos erupts across the online world. Forums are flooded with disbelief, heated arguments breaking out as players and strategists scramble to process this unprecedented turn of events. Across the room, Old Hand chuckles, shaking his head. Well, that settles it. Lu Fan is officially at the top. He muses, his tone a mix of admiration and amusement. Leaning forward, he steeples his fingers and scans the room, his sharp eyes assessing the situation. Everyone, stay calm, he orders. We need to adapt. If the balance shifts too much, the global competition loses its edge. And where's the fun in that? A knowing smirk tugs at his lips. We're not about to let things get dull, are we? Jin, still reeling from the online backlash, clenches his fists. The Jin family's reputation is now on the line. With public opinion turning against them and their strategy in shambles, he has no choice but to act. Gritting his teeth, he turns to Lu Fan. I'm leaving this to you. Lu Fan exhales, his confidence unwavering. Everything has gone exactly as planned. With a simple command, his Emerald Dragon unleashes the fallen demon dragons, which in turn take control of the Earth Abyss Demon. The chain reaction continues as celestial troops are deployed, securing their dominance. Beside him, his comrades relax, watching as the system tallies their skyrocketing points. Lu Fan studies the intricate layers of their strategy, acknowledging its brilliance. They've optimized every move to squeeze the maximum benefits from their forces. But just as he settles in, a sharp notification chime cuts through his thoughts. Lu Fan pulls up his communications device. A new mission location flashes on the map. His rank, number 1, but a fresh challenge looms ahead. A bigger test of his abilities is waiting. A thick layer of snow blankets the ground, marking the start of a new mission. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light pierces through the sky. A boy, holding his breath, quickly ducks behind a tree. His heart races, but a smirk forms on his lips. His mission is complete. I got lucky this time, he mutters to himself, though the thought of encountering Lu Fan at the checkpoint still lingers in his mind. With no one else in sight, he boldly claims the mission as his own. But his confidence is short-lived. His triumphant grin fades as a massive dragon appears in the sky. An ominous presence looms closer, and his stomach tightens with unease. From above, Lu Fan soars through the air, his majestic black dragon cutting through the icy winds. Its aura alone is enough to send chills down the spine. The boy's excitement quickly turns into dread as he realizes Lu Fan is here again. Lu Fan moves toward the mission point with his usual steady, unshaken steps. In the distance, he spots Lu Fan. A wave of frustration washes over him. Not again. No matter how carefully he chooses his mission points, Lu Fan always manages to cross his path. His irritation grows. This was supposed to be an easy job, But now everything is spiraling out of control. And if Lu Fan is here, that means his last mission is already complete. Did he actually take down the Earth monster? The boy clenches his fists, his confidence wavering. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sharpens his senses. A faint mist swirls around the area. Something feels off. Someone is here. He stops, scanning his surroundings, then suddenly turns back. The boy freezes. A cold sweat runs down his back. He's been spotted. Scrambling to compose himself, he blurts out, I was just talking too loud. It was a mistake. Just pretend I'm not here, okay? His voice cracks as he pleads, desperate not to be noticed. Lu Fan, however, isn't interested in excuses. With a single command, his dragon surges forward. A blazing energy erupts around him, shaking the ground with sheer power. The boy stumbles back, panic setting in. W8. Lu Fan, you said you'd let me go last time. Why are you doing this? But his words are drowned out by the deafening roar of the black dragon. The attack comes swiftly, mercilessly, leaving him with no chance to resist. Cornered with nowhere to run, the man braces himself as waves of destructive power surge toward him. At the same moment, the status window flickers. 245 points have been added. Nearby, the boy hides behind a tree, barely breathing. Clenches his fists as he realizes the real danger isn't over yet. A ferocious beast is chasing him. His pulse pounds in his ears. But then, something clicks. Lu Fan's attacks weren't directed at him. He wasn't even on Lu Fan's radar. A wave of relief washes over him. He lets out a quiet, shaky laugh, celebrating his narrow escape. I'm safe, he mutters under his breath, his luck holding out once again. Meanwhile, Lu Fan pulls up the status window, scanning the details of the mission. The boy hesitates, then cautiously steps forward. He scratches his head, forcing himself to speak. Thanks for, saving my life. His voice is unsteady, but the gratitude is genuine. He knows the rules. If Lu Fan had killed him, all his points would have transferred over. But Lu Fan didn't. That alone is worth thanking him for. Lu Fan, however, barely spares him a glance. It was just cooperation, he says flatly. Nothing more than temporary assistance. Without another word, he turns back to his own tasks, as if the boy isn't even there. The boy shifts uncomfortably. Even though Lu Fan brushes him off, he can't ignore the fact that he owes him. That feeling lingers. Lu Fan's gaze briefly flickers to the boy's status window. Nangua Yisonglai. He raises an eyebrow. Rank 17. He scoffs. After an entire day. The boy laughs awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Hey, I haven't even slept, okay? I've been fighting deadly beasts non-stop. I worked hard for these 23,705 points. Lu Fan studies him for a moment, then exhales. He could kill him right now and take those points. But the number is too low. It's not worth it yet. He learned from his last encounter. Better to wait. Let him earn more first. Smirking, Lu Fan places a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. Your progress is embarrassing. Only 17th place. You're letting the Southland down. The boy's grin fades instantly. His shoulders slump. Without waiting for a response, Lu Fan turns away, raising a hand in a casual wave. Work harder next time. Let's hope that when we meet again, your ranking is actually worth noticing. The boy watches him leave, stunned. Was that encouragement? His mind races. His entire life, he had been told that the Dragon Nation was arrogant, ruthless, and unreasonable. But Lu Fan wasn't anything like that. He wasn't cruel. He wasn't boastful. He had saved him, encouraged him. And yet, I wanted to kill him. A pang of shame settles deep in the boy's chest. What kind of person does that make me? For the first time, he realizes how foolish he's been. Lu Fan pulls up the next mission details, his eyes scanning the screen. Just as he does, the boy beside him clenches his fists, determination burning in his gaze. I'll earn more points for the dignity of the Southland. And next time, I won't let Lord Lu Fan's glory overshadow me. I'll work harder. I'll meet expectations. With that resolution in mind, he watches as Lu Fan climbs onto his dragon. With a single command, the mighty beast spreads its wings and soars into the sky, leaving behind only the chilling sound of its roar. Meanwhile, Lu Fan focuses on his next task, a mission. His target, a rank 6 opponent hiding in a swampy region. The weight of the challenge is clay. Even though it's only the second day of the test, life and death are already on the line. He briefly considers who the opponent might be. Kim Sung, Han, Charles, all strong contenders. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, they'll fall just the same. A confident smirk tugs at his lips. Xiaoyi, let's go. With a powerful flap of its wings, the black dragon ascends, slicing through the sky. Its deep, resonating roar echoes across the battlefield as they make their way toward the swamp. The scene shifts. A murky, swampy land stretches far and wide, filled with lurking threats. A massive boar with glowing red eyes prowl through the thick mist, its heavy footsteps sinking into the mud. Hidden in the shadows, a snake watches, silent, patient. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the snake strikes. Its fangs sink deep into the boar's flesh. The beast lets out a deafening roar of agony, thrashing wildly, but resistance is futile. The snake's deadly grip tightens, its strength undeniable. From within the snake's coiled form, a figure watches, a shadowed presence, amusement flickering in his gaze. He mutters to himself, entertained by the spectacle before him. Suddenly, a system notification flashes in his vision. Someone has accepted a mission to hunt him down. Rank 6 opponent, Wei Yi from the Kingdom of Han, lets out a low chuckle. So, I'm the prey this time, he muses, entirely unshaken. A confident smirk plays at his lips as his status screen reveals an overwhelming 52,642 points. Before he can dwell on it further, the wounded boar, driven by rage, charges straight at him. But Wei Yi doesn't flinch. With a swift slash, he dodges effortlessly, his movements calm and precise. Then, a new presence steps forward. The sound of boots sinking into wet ground breaks the silence. A cold voice follows, sharp as a blade. If you're my prey, then you should start preparing yourself. Wei Yi turns, eyes narrowing. The game has begun. Nearby, he speaks with measured calm, his voice steady against the eerie silence of the swamp. Damp, poisonous, merciless, this place is worse than I expected. He shakes his head, acknowledging the brutal conditions. I didn't anticipate this, but we had a plan, didn't we? His gaze shifts to Wei Yi, reminding him of their earlier agreement. Within the Four Nations Alliance, they were supposed to pool their resources, stack their points, and crush their rivals. Leaning casually against a tree, Wei Yi scoffs. Then why is it just the three of us here? Where's the rest of our so-called alliance? Ji Lan studies the swamp's shifting mist, eyes narrowing. Baden made it, he mutters, but Wei Yi, I haven't seen her since the trial started. His mind races, considering the possibilities. She might still be alive, lost somewhere in the murky depths of this cursed place. Or worse, he exhales sharply. Waiting around isn't an option. Pulling up his status window, Ji Lan frowns. I've been moving fast, clearing whatever got in my way. If I'd run into you earlier, I wouldn't still be stuck in 10th place. I'd be much higher. Wei Yi's lips curl into a slow, knowing smile. Well, then, his fingers flex, his confidence solidifying. Looks like our hunter has finally arrived. The tension thickens. Ji Lan remains seated, his snake coiled beside him, watching the unfolding moment with quiet amusement. His fingers lightly graze at scales as he considers the upcoming fight. If the intruder has racked up a decent number of points, he muses, then this might be worth our time after all. His gaze flickers to the map. A smirk forms. Let's remind him who the real hunter is and who's just prey. After nearly 4 hours of travel, Lu Fan finally arrived at the swamp, a classified testing ground of the country. As he descended, his sharp gaze swept across the rugged terrain. Poisonous mist lingered in the air, and deadly insects skittered about. So, this is the swamp. The terrain is rough, and visibility is low. Flying might be the only way to get a clear sense of what's happening here, Lu Fan thought to himself. As he moved cautiously, he stopped near a tree, spotting a massive snake slithering through the underbrush. His instinct kicked in. These creatures are vicious. Taking them down would earn me more points. But judging by their movements, they're not just wandering around. They're setting a trap. I need to stay alert. Without hesitation, Lu Fan gave the order. Gog, activate cast perception. At that moment, Shuya's eyes flashed, activating the perception skill. A subtle glow illuminated the area, and in an instant, hidden enemies lurking in the shadows were exposed. This ability didn't just reveal their locations, it also disrupted their vision, making it impossible for them to track their target. Lu Fan smirked. So, an ambush after all. But something felt off. He had sensed 3 figures just moments ago. Now, as he tightened his grip on his sword, a faint energy pulsed around the blade. His voice carried through the swamp. You've been listening to me this whole time, yet you refuse to show yourselves. Fine, then I'll come to you. The black dragon called beside Lu Fan as he provoked the massive snake lying in wait. The creature reacted instantly, lifting its head and hissing violently. Its fangs glistened in the dim light as it lunged, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. A system notification popped up. Omission target identified. As the beast loomed over him, a figure seated on its back finally made his presence known. He chuckled, his voice laced with amusement. Lu Fan, I didn't expect you to find me, and I wasn't even fighting seriously. Seems you're more capable than I thought. The man's name flashed in the status window, Ji Lan. Nationality, Kingdom of Hing. Level, 60. Occupation, Poison 5. Score, 67,375. Rank, 6. Lu Fan glanced at the information, unfazed. Not much room to hide, hey. Figuring it out wasn't hard. But honestly, I'm a little disappointed. You're not the opponent I was hoping for. My targets are neither Kim Song, Han, nor Charles. Ji Lan's smirk faded slightly as he checked Lu Fan's status window. So, that's who you are? Lu Fan, the Dragon Country representative. I thought you might be the master himself, but it turns out you're far behind in rank. His eyes glinted with curiosity and just a hint of condescension as the tension in the air thickened. Ji Lan barely glanced at the warning on his status window, dismissing it without a second thought. Instead, he focused on scanning Lu Fan's information. Status window opened. Name, Lu Fan. Nationality, Dragon Country. Level, 36. Occupation, Dragon Rider. Points, 55, 1992. Rank, 1. His eyes widened. 50,000 points. First rank. Just moments ago, this so-called representative of Dragon Country was nowhere near the top. How did he rack up so many points in such a short time? Then, it hit him, the system's warning. A true hunter has appeared. Ji Lan let out a low chuckle, realization dawning on him. So that's what it meant. His surprise quickly turned to excitement. According to the rules, if he killed Lu Fan, every single one of those points would be his. The thought sent a thrill through his veins. His lips curled into a sinister grin. I never expected to stumble upon such a prize. Looks like the feast has come to me on its own. Clenching his weapon, he made a vow. No matter how strong you are, I will kill you and take every last point. This opportunity, I won't let it slip away. Locking eyes with Lu Fan, he sneered. Do you still think you're the hunter, hey? With that many points, you're nothing but prey. And I am the one who will devour you. Lu Fan met his gaze with unwavering confidence. That might work on others, but not on me. Ji Lan's smirk deepened as he gripped his staff. With a swift motion, he unleashed a deadly wave of poison, its toxic aura spreading through the air like a lethal storm. Your journey ends, hey. Those points, they are mine now. The venomous strike surged toward Lu Fan, but in the blink of an eye, he leaped onto Xiuye's back, evading the attack effortlessly. Landing with ease, he let out a small chuckle. If that's what you think, let's put it to the test. Without wasting another second, he gave the command. Xiaoyi, lava flame, now. Xiaoyi roared, flames igniting around its body as it gathered raw, molten energy. The temperature in the air surged, heat waves distorting the space around them. But Ji Lan refused to back down. Standing atop his massive snake, he shouted, Don't be afraid. This dragon is nothing. It can't defeat you. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a swirling mist of deadly poison. The thick, toxic cloud expanded rapidly, creeping toward Lu Fan and Xiaoyi like a rolling tide. At that moment, Xiuye's lava attack reached its peak. Flames condensed into a scorching fireball, pulsating with explosive power. Then, in a blinding flash, both attacks collided, venom against fire, poison against lava. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, triggering a massive explosion that shook the swamp. As the dust settled, Xiaoyi let out a thunderous roar, the sheer force of the lava flames still radiating in the aftermath. The battle had only just begun. The flames surged forward, spreading rapidly and dealing continuous damage. Meanwhile, Ji Lan remained perched atop his massive snake, already preparing his next move. Lu Fan's eyes flickered with thought. Where did the others go? 2 enemies are still unaccounted for. They wouldn't have just run away. Before he could react, a sudden movement from behind caught his attention. A woman, spinning chains with heavy stones at their ends, closed in on him with lethal precision. With a sharp instinct, Lu Fan leaped out of the way just in time to avoid her attack. But before she could recover, Xiaoyi sprang into action. The dragon lunged, its razor-sharp claws striking her full force and slamming her into the ground. A guttural growl rumbled from Xiuye's throat. Blood trickled from the woman's lips as she coughed violently. How? How is he this strong? Is only level 36. Her mind struggled to process the overwhelming power she had just faced. As pain coursed through her, she realized something terrifying. This dragon was far more dangerous than she had anticipated. The sheer force behind its attack was undeniable. Ji Lan's expression twisted as he watched the scene unfold. Damn it, that woman looks furious. But is she laughing or crying? Lu Fan thought, momentarily puzzled by her erratic reaction. Just then, the giant snake slithered aggressively toward him, fangs bared and hissing with fury. Sensing the threat, she didn't hesitate. She lunged at the serpent, reaching out to seize it mid-strike. But before she could grab hold, the snake lashed out and sank its fangs deep into her hand. A sharp sting shot through her, But instead of flinching, she retaliated with raw strength. With her free hand, she gripped the snake's thick neck, squeezing hard before lifting its massive body and slamming it into the ground. A thunderous roar erupted from her as the swamp trembled beneath them. Ji Lan's eyes widened in shock. No, impossible. He let out a furious yell. Are you okay? At that moment, the third combatant finally stepped forward. He smiled, shaking his head. Miss my mark again. Lu Fan studied him through the system window. Status window opened. Name, Baden. Nationality, Jingu country. Level, 57. Occupation, Dark Father Hunter. Total score, 34,831. The woman, still catching her breath, wiped the blood from her mouth and forced herself upright. This isn't looking good, she admitted. If we keep this up, we might actually lose. Or worse, die. Ji Lan growled in frustration. This guy, he isn't normal. No way he's just a level 36 fighter. He exhaled sharply, then clenched his fists. Still, no matter how strong he is, we have no choice. If we take him down, we'll be in the top 3. Lu Fan, still smiling, met their glaze head-on. Your ambush was a joke. If you really think you can take my points, tell me, what chance do you have of actually winning? The woman's eyes flared with anger. Don't get ahead of yourself. She spat. You're stronger than we expected, but that doesn't mean this is over. The real fight starts now. Lu Fan raised his sword, the steel glinting under the dim swamp light. His stance was steady, unwavering. Then let's settle this up close. Let's see whose body gets buried in this swamp. The air grew heavy with tension as the final battle loomed. Qilong wasted no time. Now, spray the poisonous mist, he commanded. The giant snake obeyed instantly, releasing a thick, toxic fog that spread toward Lu Fan, its venomous properties designed to weaken and corrode anything in its path. But Lu Fan was ready. Sensing the danger, he swiftly defended himself before barking out a countercommand. Xiao Yi, finish that snake, now. The moment the poison dissipated, the black dragon unleashed its bloodline power, a legendary ability that reduced incoming damage by 50%, granted immunity to all negative effects, and amplified its healing ability by 500%. With terrifying force, Xuye's claws clamped around the massive serpent. In one brutal motion, she slammed it into the ground and ripped it apart. A deafening roar echoed through the swamp as green blood splattered everywhere, soaking the battlefield in the remains of the beast. Ji Lan's face twisted with rage. My little snake. You killed my snake. Now, no one can save you from me, he bellowed. Meanwhile, the third fighter assessed the situation. Lu Fan had gained the upper hand. If they didn't act now, they would lose their chance. We need a new plan, he said, gripping his bow. He turned to Ji Lan. I'll cover you. Move in. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. What does he mean by that? Before he could react, a blinding light enveloped the area. Something was coming. Ji Lan raised his staff high. Lu Fan, my magic circle is complete. Just wait a few more seconds. Lu Fan tensed. Magic circle. The ground trembled as the air filled with an ominous hissing. Then, in a sickening wave, 10,000 snakes manifested out of thin air. Their furious hisses sent a chill through the battlefield. This was no ordinary attack. This was one of the 5 world magician's forbidden spells. 10,000 snakes summoned. The true terror of this technique wasn't just the overwhelming numbers, it was the secondary effect. Once activated, the caster could summon an endless wave of poisonous snakes at will, each one dealing 50% damage to their target's spiritual energy while inflicting a deadly venom. The writhing mass of snakes surged forward like a living tide, all set on one target, Lu Fan. For a brief moment, the sheer scale of the attack made Lu Fan hesitate, but he took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly. No choice but to cut them all down. Slashing relentlessly, he carved through the endless waves of serpents. Their hisses grew louder, more vicious, as they lunged at him from every direction. Lu Fan gritted his teeth. This will take forever. There are just too many. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The battle had only just begun. Lu Fan raised his hand high, his voice echoing through the battlefield. Lu Fan won't escape my 10,000 snakes formation. Now, it's your turn. Go forward and take down that black python. The fighter behind him hesitated, his face tense with doubt. Are you serious? How are we supposed to harm that massive black dragon? And if we step into that sea of snakes, won't we get caught in the poison too? The woman clenched her fists. We don't have time to hesitate. If we wait any longer, we'll lose our chance. Let's finish him now. Meanwhile, the swarm of 10,000 snakes had completely swallowed Lu Fan from sight. The slithering mass coiled tighter, venom dripping from their fangs as they prepared to strike. Then, without warning, a massive burst of flames erupted from within. Xiao Yi roared. unleashing an inferno that incinerated hundreds of snakes in an instant. Their charred bodies fell away like ash, clearing a burning path through the writhing mass. Ji Lu Fan's eyes widened in panic. What? No, this isn't possible. But even as the fire raged, he gritted his teeth and snarled. Don't get cocky. You won't escape. Not now. Xiao Yi let out another oath-shaking roar, a devastating attack that sent shockwaves through the battlefield, dealing massive damage to everything within range. Flames expanded outward, scorching the remaining snakes and sending embers spiraling into the air. As the chaos unfolded, Lu Fan finally emerged from the inferno, a red aura blazing around him. His hand had transformed into a dragon's claw, shimmering with raw power. With one powerful swipe, he tore through the remaining snakes, shredding them apart with effortless precision. His voice was calm, yet cutting. Your formation, it's nothing more than an annoying spectacle. Activating the Dragon Claw's ability, Lu Fan launched into rapid combos, his strikes swift and lethal. The skill allowed him to attack from 6 different distances, perfectly synchronized with his dragon. Each strike landed with a devastating impact. Ji Lan's face twisted with fury as he locked eyes with Lu Fan. You're going to regret that, Lu Fan. Now, you'll suffer the punishment. With a fierce cry, he raised his staff high into the air. The moment it activated, a massive magic circle appeared overhead, pulsing with ominous energy. The cut-up remains of the fallen snakes began to stir. Then, horrifyingly, they started rising. The severed bodies fused together, reforming into new monstrosities. Hurry, hurry, Ji Lan commanded. At the same time, the woman launched her attack, swinging her chain circle with full force, aiming straight for Lu Fan. But just as it was about to ensnare him, Lu Fan caught it mid-E with his dragon claw. The force of the impact sent cracks rippling through the ground beneath them. Lu Fan's grip tightened. He looked up, eyes blazing. Nice try. The battle was far from over. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. How did he stop my attack so easily? Lu Fan still held his ground, gripping the chain effortlessly. Xiao Yi stepped closer, her piercing gaze fixed on him. But just then, the ground trembled. Lu Fan's instincts flared. An earthquake. No, this sound, what is it? A sinister laugh cut through the air. Ji Lan had been waiting for this moment. Come back to life, he roared. The battlefield shifted as a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The 10,000 fallen snakes twitched, their lifeless bodies suddenly reanimating. The slithering mass twisted together, fusing into a single monstrous entity, a colossal, poison-drenched serpent. Toxic fumes oozed from its scales, filling the air with a sickening stench. Status window update. Crazy Dragon resurrected. Created using the spiritual power of the 5 Wish Magicians. Cannot die as long as its master lives. Can be revived infinitely by injecting spiritual power. If destroyed, it will split into multiple giant pythons. Lu Fan's breath hitched. It keeps reviving as long as is alive. But the true horror was yet to come. Another deadly ability of this 10,000 snake formation was that even in death, the summoned snakes wouldn't truly perish. Instead, their bodies would merge with the environment itself, turning the entire battlefield into a death trap. Incoming effect. A poison fog detected. Mental damage increased by 900% per second. Lu Fan clenched his jaw. This python, it's not just a summoned beast. It's a manifestation of his entire profession's power. And if I cut it apart, it just multiplies. He knew what had to be done. Xiao Yi, get to me, now, he commanded. As the venomous mist thickened, its deadly effects took hold. Even the woman, one of Ji Lan's own allies, began to choke and struggle. Gasping, she turned to Ji Lan with fury. Are you insane? You're poisoning your own ally. Her body convulsed, her breath ragged. Why are you doing this? Status window alert. A snake's poison intensifying. Target's physical condition worsening. Ji Lan smirked. The dragon might be immune, but you're not. And Lu Fan, without that immunity, is already dead. She clutched her throat, her lungs burning, her muscles locking up from the venom coursing through her veins. I can't breathe. Help me, someone. She stumbled, body trembling violently, vision blurring. Help me, she choked out again. But Ji Lan simply watched. Unmoved. Cold. It doesn't matter if you die, he thought. If both of you fall to my poison, my score still rises. She collapsed, her body writhing on the ground, her skin rotting before their eyes. The man beside her stepped forward, eyes filled with shock. Hey, are you okay? He turned to Ji Lan. Damn it, help her. But before anyone could react, a white aura shimmered above her head. Something was happening. The tide of battle was about to change. Within moments, the woman's body began to heal. The decaying flesh restored itself, and she slowly sat up, gasping for breath. Status window update. Poison neutralized. Effect of hemolytic protection activated. It was Ji Lan who had intervened, using hemolytic protection to remove the poison's effects. He exhaled and spoke with a hint of regret. That was my mistake. I should have granted my allies poison immunity before the battle even started. He turned to the woman, adding, as an apology, I'll transfer 10,000 points from Lu Fan's account to yours. Status window updated. Hemolytic protection effect. Grants poison immunity for 6 minutes. If poisoned, all negative effects are removed immediately. Ji Lan's mind raced. Andre, Charles, it's not time to abandon the Four-Nation Alliance just yet. He waved his hand dismissively. All right. You're fully protected now. Go check if Lu Fan is dead. The woman steadied herself, brushing off the remnants of her near-death experience. We'll deal with this later. First, I need to confirm if Lu Fan is actually dead. The other fighter nodded. I'll go too. But as they approached, a chilling sight met their eyes. Lu Fan was sitting atop Xiao Yi, smiling. A shiver ran through them. How is he alive? Lu Fan met their stunned expressions with a smirk. No need to check. Of course, I'm still alive. Disbelief spread through the group. They examined him carefully, scanning for injuries, but there were none. Then, a notification appeared. Status window update. Lu Fan's level, 3668. Lu Fan raised a hand, amusement glinting in his eyes. This is quite the show. Your so-called alliance is nothing but a joke. In that instant, Xiao Yi let out a thunderous roar, the force of it shaking the battlefield. A Black Dragon bloodline activated. All damage received reduced by 50%. Immune to all negative effects. Self-recovery increased by 500%. One of the fighters took an instinctive step back. Impossible. He's not dead, and now he's even stronger. Another's voice trembled. He can ride the dragon and be completely immune to everything. How is that even possible? Ji Lan's face twisted in rage. His mind reeled. Both he and the dragon, immune to all curses, poisons, and effects. That means my strongest skill is useless against him. His breath came in short, angry bursts. Andre, Charles, is this Lu Fan the real threat? His fury reached its peak. He thrust his finger forward, eyes burning with rage. Kill him now. He turned to his remaining fighters. Take him down, and you'll each get 20,000 points. Surpass my score if you have to. I don't care. Just end him. The battlefield tensed. The hunt was on. At this point, the woman was convinced her colleagues were completely useless. All they did was yell and get themselves badly injured. Frustrated, she thought, looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Determined, she prepared for her next attack. Turning to her assistant, she commanded, Baden, assist me in the next strike. Just as she was about to launch forward, something caught her eye, a fireball hurtling toward her from behind. Her movements froze. What? Her eyes widened as she took in the blazing sphere. Lu Fan also noticed the incoming attack. His first thought, an ally? Someone's come to back me up? But the woman wasn't so sure. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could it be Yasenlai? The thought sent a chill down her spine. The fireball closed in at an alarming speed, and before she could react, the figure behind the flames collided with her. The impact sent her crashing to the ground, slightly injured. The fire didn't just disappear. It spread around them, burning fiercely. And at the center of it all, a man stood tall, completely unbothered. He smirked, exuding confidence. Hey, brother, don't be scared, he called out. I'm here to help. Surveying the battlefield, he raised an eyebrow. 3 of you against 1 enemy, and you in this sorry state. He let out a chuckle, shaking his head. If you really think you're strong, why don't you try fighting me instead? At that moment, a status window materialized. Andre, rank 4, class, Flame Warrior, level 60, nation, Snow, points 80,167. Lu Fan's eyes widened in recognition. Andre met his gaze with grin. Walking up, he extended a hand. Well, Lu Fan, your dragon looks more terrifying than ever. Nearby, Wei Ji tensed at Andre's arrival, mistaking him for another enemy. She immediately shifted into a battle stance, ready to strike. But before she could move, Lu Fan placed a firm hand on her head. Calm down, Wei Ji, he said firmly, is not our enemy. At his words, Wei Ji reluctantly backed off, though her sharp gaze remained locked on Andre. Lu Fan and Andre had crossed paths before, back when Lu Fan was with the overseer, enjoying a meal prepared by his aunt. The memory of them sitting together, sharing that meal, flashed through his mind. Looking at Andre now, he smirked. Surrounded by fire, crazy strong skills. You as impressive as ever. But did you really have to hit her that hard? Andre merely chuckled, raising his hand. I've mastered 3rd level magic. I ignited the true body of a god. These weaklings, they don't stand a chance against me. Meanwhile, the woman who had been knocked down slowly got back to her feet, dusting herself off. Her expression? Pure fury. Andre froze at Lu Fan's words. His eyes widened in shock before he blurted out, "Wait, hold on. What did you just say?" "She's a woman," Lu Fan chuckled. "That's right. And don't underestimate her. She hasn't even shown us what she can really do yet." Hearing their conversation, the woman's anger fled. Her fists clenched tightly, barely holding back her fury. Andre, however, was unfazed. With a confident smirk, he stepped forward. "All right, if she's really that strong, I'll take care of her first." Then, glancing at Lu Fan, he added, "You can handle the speedster and the archer." Lu Fan leaned back, casually resting his hands on his head. He let out a laugh. "There's really no need for that." What he meant was clear. "This fight is mine. I don't need any help handling them." That was the final straw. The woman's rage boiled over. Grinding her teeth, her body began to glow with a golden hue. Her eyes burned bright yellow, and an intense aura radiated from her. "You dare underestimate me," she roared. In an instant, her body morphed, growing larger and more powerful. Muscles expanded, fur sprouted across her body, and with a deafening roar, she completed her transformation, a towering, battle-hardened beast. "I'll make you all pay for this." She had activated her strongest ability, God Bear Doto. With this power, her strength and stamina skyrocketed by 20%, though it came with a cooldown of 16 hours. But right now, all she cared about was crushing the ones who had belittled her. Without hesitation, the giant bear charged straight at Andre, shaking the ground beneath her. As she closed in, she let out another earth-shattering roar. Andre, unfazed, gripped his weapon tightly. The moment the beast lunged at him, his blade erupted with fiery energy, crackling with raw power. As their attacks clashed, a shockwave of energy burst through the battlefield, flames swirling wildly around them. Through the blaze, Andre shouted, "Lu Fan, worry about yourself. This one's mine. I won't let her get away." His body ignited as he activated his Flame Lord True Body, summoning the power of the Supreme Fire God. Every attribute increased by 1%, granting him permanent flight and explosive flames, the intensity controlled by his mental strength. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sat comfortably atop his dragon, watching the chaos unfold below. He smirked to himself. Andre's got good intentions, but he's still a handful. He had no plans to rely on backup. There was no need for earth mags or reinforcements. This fight was his to win alone. Without another thought, he spurred his dragon forward. From above, he spotted a figure below, a man riding a massive snake, bow in hand. The archer took a shot and missed. Lu Fan shook his head and smirked. "Shame on you. Ji-Lan, I missed again." Ji-Lan clenched his fists. He finally understood. Defeating Lu Fan was no simple task. And now, with Andre joining the fight, things had become even more difficult. Realizing this, he sighed. "This is bad. We have to stick to the plan." Without wasting another second, he turned to his massive snake and commanded, "Xiaoqi, spray the poison mist, now." Poison mist, a deadly ability that released a thick, multicolored toxic fog, poisoning anyone caught in its range. At his master's command, the giant snake's mouth opened wide, unleashing a swirling cloud of venomous mist straight toward Lu Fan. From above, Lu Fan watched the attack unfold and smirked. "Really? You do know that neither my dragon nor I can be harmed by this, right?" A completely useless move. But just as he was about to brush it off, something caught his attention. His eyes narrowed. "Wait, something's off." A realization hit him. That's not the same snake. The other one is gone. Before he could react, two massive snakes lunged at him, one from the front and the other from behind. Lu Fan quickly pieced it together. So that's their plan, huh? But he was ready. Without hesitation, he activated Void Slash. This powerful ability, linked to his dragon's aura, unleashed 3 consecutive strikes in the blink of an eye. In a flash, the twin snakes were sliced clean in half, their massive bodies crashing to the ground, lifeless. Lu Fan exhaled and patted his dragon. "They were too slow. Let's move on." Meanwhile, Ji-Lan stared at the remains of his snake, shaking his head. "Disgusting," he muttered. But then, a sly grin crept onto his face. "Did you really think that was enough to stop Xiaoqi?" Lu Fan frowned at his words. Ji-Lan continued, his voice filled with confidence. "My Xiaoqi is immortal. He can't die. In fact, he has the power of regeneration." A dark energy pulsed around the severed bodies, and within moments, the snakes began moving again. Their bodies knit back together, reforming as if nothing had happened. Lu Fan's eyes widened in shock. "I cut them clean in half, so how are they still alive?" The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. "No matter how much I cut them, they'll just keep coming back." Looking at the writhing beast, he gritted his teeth. This thing isn't a snake, it's a damn tangled worm. For the first time in this fight, he hesitated. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? Lu Fan quickly formulated a plan. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and commanded, Xiao Yi, transform into a destructive dragon. Burn them all to ashes. In an instant, the black dragon underwent a terrifying transformation, its power surging to new heights. A status window appeared. Xiao Yi, destructive dragon. A level, 32. Strength, 33,828. Agility, 15,697. Spirit, 8,453 338 12. Stamina, 7,382. The moment Xuya's transformation was complete, she unleashed lava flame. Fire erupted around her, spreading forward in an unstoppable wave, both dealing massive damage and healing her in the process. The flames engulfed the battlefield, swallowing everything in its path. The giant snake shrieked in agony as the fire consumed it, its body writhing under the relentless heat. Meanwhile, the archer, watching the battlefield unfold, gripped his bow tightly. Baden, are you ready for this? He called out. A dark, ominous aura pulsed from his weapon as he pulled back the bowstring. Fixing his sights on Lu Fan, he smirked. Recharge complete. Then, without waiting for a response, he snapped, Jiailan. Cover me, now. Silence. Irritated, he growled, damn it, fine, go to hell, both of you. Without hesitation, he activated Evil Thunder Power. A massive surge of lightning crackled to life, swirling around the shadow arrow in his grasp. This wasn't just any attack. It was the Evil Eye, a deadly ability that combined darkness and thunder attributes to deal 4 times the normal damage. Meanwhile, Xuya's lava flame continued to roar forward, devouring everything in sight. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, watching the archer's attack charge up. A lightning-based skill, he muttered. Then he scoffed. I know this kind of magic well. It won't work on me. With a calm, unshaken expression, he extended his hand forward. Now, let me show you the true power of dragon language magic. As he chanted, the battlefield trembled. A deafening roar erupted, the roar of Azure Dragon King. The sheer force of the attack sent a shockwave tearing through the air, a crushing force imbued with the power of the Dragon King. The moment the attack landed, a powerful explosion followed, causing massive destruction. But that wasn't all. Every subsequent strike was now enhanced with a 20% thunder attribute boost and had a 20% chance to paralyze the target. What Lu Fan didn't realize, however, was that attacking the snake wasn't the key. The real target was its master. The snake's life force was tied to its owner, and as long as he remained untouched, the creature would continue regenerating. But that didn't stop Jiailan from panicking. Eyes wide, he stammered. He has thunder attribute magic too. No, that's impossible. That's dragon language magic. As the spell activated, a terrifying purple aura surged outward, consuming the battlefield. The overwhelming energy disrupted Jiailan's skills, his confidence crumbling in an instant. His body trembled. His hands shook. Even his immortal snake began to falter, its movements becoming sluggish and uncontrolled. No way. Jiailan gasped. His voice broke into a frantic yell. Xiao Qi. Lu Fan didn't bother using Underworld Serpent Cry again. Instead, he unleashed the Blue Dragon King's roar without hesitation. Above his head, a massive phantom of the Blue Dragon King took form. Though just an illusion, its overwhelming presence was no different from a real dragon. The moment the evil lightning bolt descended, the Blue Dragon King opened its mouth and roared. In an instant, a surge of blue lightning erupted, clashing directly with the incoming attack. The result was clear. The evil lightning was obliterated on impact. What followed was a storm of lightning that engulfed Baden completely. Countless electric arcs rained down, striking him mercilessly. His figure disappeared into the blinding light, vanishing in mere seconds, reduced to nothing but ash. A wizard defeated by magic. How ironic. Lu Fan wasn't even taking this seriously. 2 of the 4 nations' alliance were wiped out like dry twigs snapping underfoot. Seeing this, Curran's confidence shattered. If he stayed, death was certain. Desperation took over. He ordered his 7-colored dragon to stop spewing poison and dive into the swampy pond below. If he couldn't win, he would escape. But Lu Fan just chuckled. Do you really think hiding in the swamp will save you? Under the keen perception of the black dragon, Curran had nowhere to run. Meanwhile, Xuya's dragon breath continued its relentless assault. Flames roared across the battlefield, setting the swamp ablaze. The water level dropped rapidly, boiling away under the intense heat until only thick, murky mud remained, useless as cover. Curran and his last 7-colored python had nowhere left to hide. Overwhelmed by fire, they were consumed by the flames, burned to cinders in an instant. Lu Fan's point shot up. 160,000 points gained in one move. This hunting mission is really worth my time, he mused, satisfied. But just then, a voice called out from nearby. Brother, there's still one more. Lu Fan turned around and saw that Andre's battle was nearly over. The female bear was completely overpowered. She didn't stand a chance. Andre's entire body burned with flames, and every swing of his warhammer packed devastating force. He had no choice but to retreat, coughing up blood with every step. Then, Andre stumped his foot, launched his warhammer upward, and sent the female bear flying. Her trajectory? Straight toward Lu Fan. Andre's strength was undeniable, but his technique wasn't as precise as Lu Fan's. The force behind his strike was carefully controlled, enough to knock the female bear unconscious but not kill her outright. Andre smirked. A rat who hides in the dark and schemes against others doesn't deserve mercy. Lu Fan immediately understood. Andre was offering him the kill. In the national test, points could only be earned by delivering the final blow to a representative. Since Andre was being this generous, Lu Fan saw no reason to decline. Without hesitation, he drew his bow, took aim, and fired. The arrow hit its mark instantly, and the female bear's body burst apart, transforming into pure energy. Another huge point boost. With that, Eternal Country's three-person team was completely wiped out. And this final kill, it pushed Lu Fan's total score past 800,000. He was now approaching 900,000 points, leagues ahead of the competition. Andre, now finished with the fight, had no intention of battling Lu Fan. The flames covering his body faded, leaving only his flame wings keeping him in the air. He looked at Lu Fan and said, Hey, don't get me wrong. I only stepped in to help. When I saw 3 people attacking you, I couldn't just stand by. Lu Fan studied Andre carefully. There was no hostility in his tone. It seemed like he had genuinely just wanted to help. Seeing this, Lu Fan gave a slight nod and patted Xiao Yi, signaling her to ease up. She was still growling at Andre, not fully convinced. Brother, you're impressively strong, Lu Fan said. Andre grinned, a bit embarrassed. When I saw you ambush them earlier, I figured I'd step in. But turns out, you didn't need my help at all. With your strength, you could have handled them easily, even without me interfering. At least I made sure not to steal your points. Lu Fan chuckled. Andre was right. His decision to give up the points proved he had no intention of competing with him. Regardless, I appreciate your help, brother. Lu Fan chuckled, watching Xiao Yi laugh at Andre. Andre, of all people, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Andre scratched his head. Yeah, I didn't expect to see representatives fighting each other either. But when I got here and saw it was you, well, if it had been anyone else, I would have taken them out and racked up some points. Lu Fan smirked. If that's the case, why not try taking me down for some points? Andre waved his hand dismissively. Nah, that won't do. I owe you for all that delicious chicken you gave me. I can kill anyone else in this trial, but not you. He paused, then laughed boldly. Besides, I actually like you more than that bastard from the extremist country. If I remember correctly, you've got a grudge against that Jin kid, right? My enemy's enemy is my friend. If you run into that guy, make sure to take him out. Lu Fan wasn't surprised. Feather Country's intelligence network was impressive. They clearly knew about his conflict with Jin Chanjian. He raised an eyebrow and joked, comparing me to him? That's an insult. Andre burst out laughing. All right, my bad. I apologize. He set his warhammer aside and stretched. Anyway, no more chit-chat. I'm only in 4th place right now. Got to earn more points fast. If I don't make it into the top 3, I'll get an earful when I get home. Lu Fan nodded. I should go too. Both of them were powerhouses in their own right, and neither had any real reason to form an alliance. There was no hostility between them, so parting ways made the most sense. If fate allowed, they could talk again after the national trials. But just as Lu Fan was about to leave, Andre suddenly called out. Brother, wait a minute. Lu Fan turned back. What is it? Andre scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Do you have any more food from Dragon Country? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Andre grinned sheepishly. I brought a ton of supplies for the trial, but ever since I ate that roast chicken you gave me, nothing else tastes good. If possible, I'd like to trade some points for more. How about 5,000 points for one chicken? 5,000 points for a beggar's chicken. That was the kind of score that would take a representative half a day to earn. Lu Fan thought for a moment and decided not to take advantage of the situation. He glanced at his inventory. He had both food and non-food supplies, and giving some to Andre wouldn't be a problem. No need to exchange for points, Lu Fan said. I've got a beggar's chicken and some roast beef. I'll give them to you for free. Andre's eyes widened. For free? That doesn't seem right. But the moment he heard beggar's chicken, his mouth started watering. Their eyes met, and without saying another word, they both understood each other's thoughts. Let's not rush off just yet. Brother, we still have more to talk about. Not every part of the swamp was covered in filthy ponds. Lu Fan and Andre found a relatively clean patch of grassland on the outskirts of the area and sat down. After some discussion, they reached an agreement. Lu Fan would give Andre 1 beggar's chicken and 2 pieces of roast meat, and in return, Andre would transfer 2,000 points as a gesture of goodwill. As they ate, Lu Fan watched Andre devour the roasted meat, clearly enjoying every bite. Shaking his head with a helpless smile, Lu Fan handed over the promised food, and Andre, true to his word, transferred the points. But as Andre checked the rankings, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, how do you have so many points? Lu Fan was sitting comfortably, still chewing on his own food. He glanced at Andre and casually replied, I have a hunting mission. I'm supposed to track down one of the 9 hell demons. Andre was already shocked, but what came next made his jaw drop. Lu Fan continued, and as for the points, I got most of them from clearing a dark castle. Andre froze. You cleared a dark castle. It took him a second to process the words. A dark castle, one of the most dangerous locations in the trial. And Lu Fan had cleared it? For a moment, he just stared at Lu Fan, as if looking at some kind of monster. Brother, you're insane. Andre had done his research before coming here. Through his intelligence network, he knew that Lu Fan was strong, far beyond what his level suggested. In his mind, he had already placed Lu Fan in the TZ level bracket, the same as himself and Charles. But now, he realized his assessment had been completely wrong. Even if he gathered 10 of his best men, none of them would have been able to conquer a dark castle. Yet Lu Fan had done it alone. Lu Fan simply smiled. I wouldn't call it courageous. To be honest, I had my eye on the dark castle from the start. Since demon points scale with their strength, isn't a dark castle the best place to rack up points? Andre shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. You make it sound so simple, and I can't even argue with you. He sighed. At first, I thought you had some secret method for farming points, something I could learn. But now I see that was just wishful thinking. Your way of earning points isn't something just anyone can replicate. He leaned back slightly, reflecting. To be honest, I had the same idea as you. After getting my hunting mission, I tested myself against a dark castle, just to see if I could handle it. His expression darkened. I barely lasted until the 3rd wave before I was completely overwhelmed. If not for my profession's ability to unleash high burst damage and resist crowd control, I wouldn't have made it out alive. The moment I saw things going south, I ran. Otherwise, I'd have died right then and there. He clenched his fist slightly. From that moment on, I knew dark castles are death traps. Anyone who touches them is just digging their own grave. Andre exhaled, shaking his head in frustration. At least, that's what I thought, until I saw a freak like you clear one. He looked at Lu Fan with an incredulous expression. You completely changed my perspective. Dark castles aren't death traps, they're treasure troves of points. And judging by how easily you handled those other representatives, I'm guessing this pet dragon of yours isn't just for show. Lu Fan chuckled. The dark castles where the 9 hell demons reside are no joke. Clearing just one took a lot of effort. Andre laughed helplessly. Well, you're still far ahead of someone like me, who couldn't even last. He sighed again before giving Lu Fan a serious look. To be honest, my country has gathered plenty of intelligence on you. Even so, your strength still caught me off guard. Then, with a relieved chuckle, he added, I'm just glad I saw you as an ally from the beginning. If I'd come in thinking I could take everyone out, well, I'd probably be dead by now, wouldn't I? Lu Fan didn't reply, just smiled. Andre was right. The only reason Lu Fan hadn't killed him for points was because Andre never treated him like an enemy. From the start, he had called him brother. If Andre had shown any hostility, Lu Fan wouldn't have hesitated. Those extra tens of thousands of points would have been tempting. But in this case, having one more friend and one less enemy wasn't a bad deal. Besides, Lu Fan was very interested in Andre's mission. Thinking about this, Lu Fan asked, so you're saying you already tried to complete this mission and failed? Andre nodded without hesitation. Yeah, and I almost died doing it. He sighed. Now this mission is stuck on me, which means I can't take on any new ones to earn more points. Honestly, watching you rack up points so fast makes me jealous. I almost couldn't stop myself from swinging my hammer at you. Lu Fan raised a brow, reaching for his flaming meteor sword. Andre's expression changed instantly. He quickly raised both hands with an awkward smile. Don't worry, I can resist temptation. Then, suddenly, his eyes flickered with an idea. Actually, seeing that mission floating above your head just gave me a thought. Why don't we team up? Lu Fan glanced at him. You mean, you'll take me to the Dark Castle, and I'll kill the Hell Demon for you? Andre's face lit up. Exactly. Lu Fan nodded. Sounds fair. Andre agreed instantly. That's perfect. If you help me clear this mission, or even just make me fail it, I'll finally be able to take on new ones. My speed and owning points will skyrocket. He extended a hand. All right, Let's form an alliance. I'll take you to the Dark Castle. Just like that, a temporary alliance was formed. According to Andre, the mission he received was for a dark castle hidden in the swampy region. If they both flew at full speed, they could reach it in 1 or 2 hours. Lu Fan originally intended to head straight there. But before they left, Andre awkwardly admitted that they needed to find some food first. In the national trial, points weren't just for ranking, they could also be transferred. Some representatives, when cornered, would choose to hand over all their points in exchange for leaving the trial alive. There were only 2 ways to exit the trial. 1. If a country's representatives all agreed to end it, the rankings would be locked based on current points. But if even one person refused, the trial would continue. 2. If a representative's points hit 0, they would be forced out of the trial. They would lose 20% of their country's resources, but at least they'd survive. Since point transfers were completely within the rules, using them to save a life or form alliances was a legitimate strategy. But Andre using points to trade for food, that was definitely a first. With that settled, Lu Fan rode on Xiao Yi, following Andre toward the Dark Castle. As they traveled, Andre suddenly felt a chilling gaze on him. He glanced to the side. Xiao Yi was staring at him like he had stolen food from her nest. Feeling uneasy, Andre asked, "Brother, why is your dragon looking at me like I just ate part of her tail?" Lu Fan coughed lightly. Well, pet dragons are naturally ferocious and don't like strangers. Seeing Andre's discomfort, he smirked. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, she won't bite you. Probably." Andre nodded but kept his eyes on Xiao Yi, still wary. "You better keep a close watch on her. If she decides to bite me, I'm done for." What Andre didn't realize was that Shuya's hostility had nothing to do with him personally. It was because Lu Fan had given him 2 pieces of roast meat that were actually dragon feed. Of course, Lu Fan wasn't deliberately deceiving him. The meat had been expertly roasted by Han Qi, making it perfectly edible for humans. If he didn't mention it, how would Andre ever know he had been munching on pet food? Under Andre's guidance, the 2 traveled through the swamp, quickly locating the Dark Castle. At first glance, this Dark Castle looked slightly different from the one Lu Fan had cleared before. Along the way, Andre had shared details about his last attempt at clearing the Dark Castle. He had encountered corpse eagles and corpse-eating insects, instead of 2-headed demons or bloodthirsty bats. Different monsters, but the same level and difficulty. That was enough for Lu Fan to remain completely confident about taking down this Dark Castle. As they approached, Andre suddenly slowed his pace, eyeing the castle warily. Then he turned to Lu Fan. "Brother, we found the Dark Castle. How do you want to clear it?" He crossed his arms. "We both have combat professions, so we don't need to worry about formations when dealing with the monsters, right?" Lu Fan and Andre quickly came to an agreement and soared toward the ominous Dark Castle. As they closed in, the demons guarding the fortress immediately sprang into action. Above the castle, over 1,000 corpse eagles took flight, swarming toward them like a dark storm. Lu Fan eyed the incoming enemies and turned to Andre. "With your strength, handling the corpse eagles and the demon sky horn shouldn't be a problem, right?" Andre nodded. "The first 2 waves are mostly low-level creatures. There's a lot of them, but they're not too tough to deal with." Lu Fan smirked. "Good. Then I'll leave these waves to you. I'm heading straight inside to wipe out the monsters." Andre barely registered the words at first, but the moment they sank in, he froze. "Wait, what did you just say? You're going inside? To kill them all?" Lu Fan nodded casually. "Instead of waiting for them to come out wave by wave, I can just go in and handle them all at once. It'll save me a lot of time." Andre's entire worldview cracked. He had a million objections, but he didn't even know where to begin. Andre had no idea how Lu Fan planned to charge straight into the Dark Castle, but he didn't have to wait long for an answer. Lu Fan was about to show him. Without hesitation, Lu Fan retrieved an array, and in an instant, another dragon materialized beside him. It was Xingqiang. Andre had already heard rumors that Lu Fan might own more than one pet dragon, but witnessing it with his own eyes was an entirely different experience. Pet dragons were unbelievably rare, yet Lu Fan had 2. And not just any dragons. Both of them were pure-blooded giants, their scales so flawless and radiant that they seemed like living legends. But before Andre could even process his shock, something even crazier happened. Lu Fan issued a simple command. "Xingqiang, switch to your starlight form. Open the starry space passage to the Dark Castle." Xingqiang shot Lu Fan a world-weary look, as if reluctant to obey. Yet, despite her rebellious nature, she complied. Tiny, shimmering specks of starlight flickered to life on her scales, spreading across her body like a cosmic tide. In an instant, her entire form radiated with dazzling brilliance. Though her physical shape remained unchanged, the pressure she exuded was completely different, so immense it felt like the heavens themselves had been overturned. With her transformation complete, Xingqiang ascended before diving sharply toward the Dark Castle. As she moved, her massive claws tore through the air with an ear-splitting crack, like glass shattering across the sky. Out of nowhere, fragments of starlight coalesced, rupturing space itself and forming a passageway. This wasn't an ordinary teleportation array. It wasn't chaotic or unstable. Instead, the portal shimmered with countless twinkling lights, resembling a celestial gateway straight out of legend. It was breathtaking. Lu Fan turned to Andre with a casual reminder. Hold things down out here. I'll clear the dark castle from the inside. And with that, he shot through the portal alongside Xingqiang, disappearing in an instant. Lu Fan stepped through the starry space passage and emerged inside the dark castle. His eyes widened. The place was eerily similar to the demonic hell dark castle, a vast, ominous space with a towering throne at its center. But unlike the previous castle, this one wasn't empty. It was crawling with monsters. They were everywhere. Creatures of all levels and grades filled the massive hall, an uncountable sea of darkness. Among the countless creatures, one stood out above the rest. Coiled around the throne was a colossal centipede, dozens of meters long, its body as wide as a train. Jagged, glowing limbs lined its entire length, each one razor-sharp. It rested atop the throne like a serpent, its massive head raised high, and it was looking directly at Lu Fan, Xiao Yi, and Xingqiang. Lu Fan's gaze locked onto the creature atop the throne, and his stomach churned in disgust. Its massive centipede-like body was disturbing enough, but its head, that was truly grotesque. A bloated, greasy human face sat atop its monstrous frame, resembling a middle-aged man who had long abandoned hygiene. Fat, disheveled, and utterly repulsive. Through quick evaluation, Lu Fan identified it. One of the 9 hell demons, the strong hell demon. The moment Lu Fan appeared, every single demon in the Dark Castle's hall turned to face him. Thousands of monsters, more than 10,000 high-level creatures locked onto him at once, their collective presence creating a pressure so immense it felt like the air had thickened. Even Lu Fan felt a brief moment of tension. For anyone else, this would have been paralyzing. A lesser warrior might have collapsed under the sheer weight of so many monstrous gazes. But Lu Fan, he only saw experience points and loot waiting to be claimed. With a smile, he pulled out his bow and rode up to Xiao Yi. I brought a gift for everyone today. Hope they like it. As he spoke, a massive summoning array materialized behind him. A sudden burst of energy. Xiao Yi shot out, instantly transforming into his soul-light form and joining Lu Fan's side. At the same time, Shuya's body ignited with roaring flames, shifting into her world destroyer form. And that wasn't all. 2 more summoning arrays flashed to life. Fallen corpse magic dragons emerged, their massive wings unfurling as they joined the ranks. Lu Fan's dragon team had assembled. Facing a single hell demon was already a challenge. But now, Lu Fan was about to take on the entire demon army. There was no room to hold back. He had to go all in from the start. The moment his pet dragons appeared, realization dawned on the monsters. Intruders. The dark castle erupted. Roars filled the air as the demon army surged forward, rushing toward Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. Their only goal, tear them apart. But did Lu Fan look like someone who'd sit back and wait? He grinned. Xiao Yi, attack them. Use great cataclysm to clear the field. Lu Fan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was exactly what he wanted, monsters grouping together into the perfect kill zone. Because he and Xiao Yi had AoE skills made for this moment. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi and Lu Fan shot forward like meteors, slamming through the Dark Castle's airspace 4 times in a row. Flying monsters in their path were shattered instantly, torn apart mid-air. Then came the final strike, breaking voidness plus great cataclysm. The combination attack exploded through the battlefield. A 100-meter-high wall of fire surged from the ground, swallowing the floor of the Dark Castle hall. Every monster caught in the flames screamed in agony. The massacre had begun. Before the monsters could even react, they were engulfed in flames, the bodies reduced to ashes in an instant. But the devastation didn't stop there. Giant wind blades tore through the battlefield, sweeping across everything within range. These weren't ordinary wind blades. Each one was razor-sharp and immense, cutting through the air with a force strong enough to cleave through solid stone. Then, something even more terrifying happened. When these wind blades collided with the great cataclysm's flames, the elemental reaction caused the fire to surge even higher, intensifying into a roaring inferno. The flames spread like wildfire, growing even more destructive. For a while, the Dark Castle was thrown into utter chaos. Explosions, screams, destruction. Monsters fell in droves, their bodies disintegrating into experience points and battle rewards. Lu Fan and his dragons showed no mercy, their mass destruction skills turning the battlefield into a hellscape. But the carnage was far from over. Above them, a shift occurred. The starlight around Xingqiang began to flicker and fade, his body turning translucent, as if he were dissolving into the cosmos itself. This was the telltale sign he was about to evolve. Xingqiang was transitioning from his Starlight form into his Galaxy Overlord form. Lu Fan knew exactly what this meant. Starlight form was designed for taking down individual bosses. But Galaxy Overlord form? It was made for mass destruction. A few moments later, the transformation was complete. Xingqiang no longer shone with a bright glow. Instead, his body had become almost illusory, a ghostly silhouette of a dragon barely visible in the air. Within his translucent form, entire nebulae swirled and shifted, as if his body contained an endless universe. Stars flickered into existence inside him, collapsing and reforming in an eternal cycle. Then, it began. Xingqiang's passive skill, Starfall, activated. A deafening dragon roar shook the castle. And then, the sky rained destruction. Countless stars materialized out of thin air, descending with relentless force. Some were no bigger than a fist. Others were the size of a car. They weren't physical objects, but the power contained within them was terrifyingly real. From above, the entire battlefield was bombarded. Even flying monsters had nowhere to escape. Those that got hit instantly disintegrated, their bodies unable to withstand the raw energy of a falling star. The stronger monsters tried to resist, striking at the incoming celestial bombardment. But it was futile. The moment a star was struck, it exploded. And the explosion's power was several times greater than the star's impact force. One after another, monsters were obliterated, crushed, incinerated, or torn apart in the relentless stellar onslaught. How could they possibly survive this? Xingqiang was unlike any other dragon. Every one of her skills was built for raw physical destruction. While Xiaoyi specialized in firepower, Xingqiang reigned supreme in pure physical might. Suddenly, a monstrous creature appeared, a grotesque, bloated giant worm with tiny, useless wings on its back. The Crypt Devourer, a magic attack-focused boss with deadly poison-based abilities. The creature lurched forward and launched a massive, sticky ball of toxic sludge straight at Xingqiang, aiming to corrode her into nothingness. But in her Galaxy Overlord form, Xingqiang was untouchable. The poison attack passed right through her, as if she were nothing but an illusion. From a certain perspective, her Starfall passive made her practically invincible. However, Xingqiang was not amused. A disgusting creature had the audacity to spit something so vile at her, unforgivable. Even without Lu Fan's command, Xingqiang took action. She ascended rapidly, her ethereal body twisting through the air before coming to a halt. Then, a black hole materialized. Neutron Star. The moment it appeared, a terrifying gravitational force erupted from its core, dragging everything in its vicinity toward it. But Xingqiang wasn't done. Her body moved in a precise arc, forming not one, but 3 neutron stars strategically placed around the Crypt Devourer. The effect was instantaneous. The gravitational pull was irresistible. The surrounding monsters were trapped, immobilized, their bodies stretched and distorted as they were caught in the gravitational deadlock. And the Crypt Devourer? It was in the worst possible position. The 3 neutron stars pulled it in opposite directions, their forces tearing it apart from all sides. But Xingqiang wasn't finished yet. The neutron star skill didn't just trap enemies. With a thunderous dragon roar, Xingqiang activated the final phase of her attack. Boom! All 3 neutron stars detonated simultaneously. The resulting explosion ripped through the dark castle, unleashing a wave of destruction even more terrifying than her Shatterstar attack. Every single monster attached to the neutron stars was obliterated instantly. Having dealt with a disgusting creature that dared to spit at her, Xingqiang's mood improved significantly, obliterating his forces before they even had a chance to counterattack. The strong Hell Demon could no longer sit idly by. Moving with eerie grace and precision, he slid down from his throne, his long, centipede-like body undulating soundlessly. The formidable Hell Demon possessed a terrifying ability called Deathbind, a deadly technique where it wrapped around its enemies, using its countless limbs to crush them into nothing but pulp. If Lu Fan got caught in this move, even with his Jade Shield, survival was impossible. The Hell Demon wasn't just strong, it was cunning. It quickly realized that Lu Fan was the master of all the pet dragons, and instead of wasting time fighting them, it went straight for him. Take down the leader, and the battle is over. But Lu Fan wasn't about to play along. This wasn't the time to fight head-on. Not yet. Besides, Lu Fan had already prepared a countermeasure for this exact moment. Just as the Hell Demon lunged, ready to strike, a powerful presence burst forth from the fallen corpse magic dragon's summoning array. In the blink of an eye, a figure moved with eerie speed, using Ghost Walk to appear right in front of Lu Fan, intercepting the attack. It was none other than the demonic Hell Demon, or rather, its fallen corpse puppet. Unlike ordinary summons, these puppets could be stored in the puppet's subspace, waiting to be deployed at the perfect moment. When Lu Fan left the previous Dark Castle, he had sealed away the demonic Hell Demon, the Demon General, and 2 other main stage bosses, keeping them as his personal war puppets. The sudden appearance of the demonic Hell Demon left the strong Hell Demon momentarily stunned. Finally, it raised its grotesque, bloated body and spoke in a guttural human voice. Demonic Hell Demon, why are you siding with a mere human in my own castle? But the demonic Hell Demon had no interest in words. It raised its blade-like fingers, gripping at the air, ready to strike again. The battle was just beginning. Without hesitation, the diabolical Hell Demon unleashed Blood Blade Claw Strike, a brutal attack that sent 5 massive crimson slashes tearing through the air, aimed directly at the sturdy Hell Demon. Sensing the incoming threat, the sturdy Hell Demon coiled its massive body, a golden light flickering across its hardened exterior as it braced for impact. The attack struck head-on, unable to break through its defenses, but the sheer force of the blow sent it hurtling backward. Rising to its full height, the sturdy Hell Demon glared at the diabolical Hell Demon, its voice thick with scorn. You're being controlled. How pathetic. Once my equal, now a mere puppet. Twice slain by humans, and now you serve them? You disgrace the name of the 9 Hell Demons. With a sickening series of cracks, its segmented body stretched and elongated, countless limbs extending and sharpening into deadly blades. It wasn't just recovering, it was evolving, its power increasing with every second. As one of the 9 Hell Demons, it was only natural that it possessed powerful enhancement skills. But Lu Fan wasn't concerned. The diabolical Hell Demon was no ordinary foe, and even as a fallen corpse puppet, its battle instincts remained razor-sharp. Sensing the surge in pressure from its opponent, it responded in kind. Dark ghostly shadows swirled around its form as bloody energy flowed through its 10 blade-like fingers, dripping with toxic fumes. The sturdy Hell Demon knew it had no time to waste. If it couldn't defeat the diabolical Hell Demon, it would never reach Lu Fan. Without warning, it lunged forward, and its body split. Then split again. What had been a single demon was now 8 identical figures, all charging at once. These were no mere illusions. Each one was real, though slightly weaker than the original. But the true sturdy Hell Demon was hidden among them, and if Lu Fan's forces weren't careful, they'd be torn apart before even finding the real one. The diabolical Hell Demon didn't hesitate. Its blade fingers struck out in a blur, tearing through the air as it fought against the relentless assault. Skills clashed wildly as the 2 monsters battled, their movements so fierce that even the demon army's monsters nearby were caught in the crossfire, suffering heavy casualties. For now, neither side held the advantage. But the tide of battle was shifting. From the fallen corpse magic dragon's summoning array, new figures began to emerge. The demon general and the other bosses Lu Fan had brought with him, each one a war machine in its own right. And now, the real battle was about to begin. Lu Fan had stored the fallen corpse puppets inside the fallen corpse magic dragon's puppet subspace, keeping them as backup forces for a critical moment like this. Now, with the battlefield in chaos, it was time to unleash them. The moment the demon general and the other fallen corpse puppets emerged, they wasted no time. They tore into the demon army, cutting down anything in their path. As powerful bosses, they were far superior to the average demon, and with the army already in disarray, their assault turned into a one-sided massacre. The demon general moved like a whirlwind, his sword carving through enemies with each strike, slaughtering everything in sight. Realized it was an urgent message from the overseas command. At that moment, Mr. Jean appeared before them out of the blue. Musashi narrowed his eyes, barely able to process what he had just witnessed. Was teleportation like this even possible? Lightning bolts struck down upon the monsters as the Earthblood Demon activated its Phantom Tiger Step, instantly splitting into multiple transparent tiger illusions that flickered unpredictably around the players. Each time one attacked, it exploded and vanished. With skills like Thunderclaw Strike and Soul Hunting Tiger, the demon lunged at Lu Fan. It slammed the ground with a thunder-charged claw, preparing to strike, but Lu Fan's summon's Death Coil bound it in place, tightening its grip and rendering it immobile. The Earth Demon cried out in shock, questioning the Earthblood Demon's betrayal. Before it could react, another of Lu Fan's summoned demons tore through it with a blood claw. The Earth Demon howled in disbelief, demanding to know why even the Earth Fiend Demon had turned against it. Lu Fan remained calm, observing the battle with interest. If just 2 9-realm demons were this powerful, he wondered what would happen if all 9 attacked at once. As he spoke, multiple demons roared behind him, making him realize that Taichi Kingdom's schemes had completely backfired, benefiting him instead. As the Earth Demon finally fell, Lu Fan stood stronger than ever. He couldn't help but consider the chaos he could unleash if he released his demon army now. The thought of adding yet another powerful demon to his realm filled him with pride. Musashi shouted at Jin Chung to slow down as they soared through the air on a mysterious magic sphere. Frustrated, he demanded to know why Jin Chung wasn't heading straight for the ultimate mission now that the Overseer had provided its location. Jin Chung dismissed the idea, saying he didn't need it yet. He then reminded the overseer that the teleportation ray was unstable and that he had to deliver the information quickly before leaving. Annoyed, he recalled how shameless the Taichi Kingdom was for sending an overseer into the trial. With such vague point allocations, why not just disqualify their representative outright? He asked Mr. Jean about it, and Mr. Jean explained that the secret realm rooms were operating normally without irregularities, leaving no valid grounds for a forced removal. Slowly grinding monsters and completing quests wouldn't be enough to climb the rankings. To gain more points, they needed to understand how the Dragon Nation's representative was farming Darkspire. If Lu Fan could do it, so could they. As the teleportation ray grew more unstable, the Overseer quickly left, reminding Jin Shenghan that the ultimate mission had been activated and urging him to use it wisely. Jin Sheng and Musashi remained silent for a moment before Jin Sheng decided that the ultimate mission was meant to target Charles Xian, not Lu Fan. Wasting it now would be pointless. First, they needed to locate Darkspire and uncover how Lu Fan had defeated the 9 realm demons. He knew the ultimate mission automatically locked onto the highest-ranked player on the leaderboard, making it most effective when used against the strongest opponent. Musashi grumbled about the Taichi Kingdom's underhanded tactics, but had no choice but to follow Jin Cheng's lead. As he was lost in thought, the magic sphere suddenly halted, sending him crashing to the ground. Furious, he accused Jin Sheng of retaliating over a simple comment, but Jin Sheng urged him to look ahead. As Musashi lifted his gaze, his expression darkened. Heavenly demon soldiers of the fallen corpse had appeared before them. The overwhelming pressure of Darkspire's ominous aura filled the air. Jin Sheng, however, remained unfazed, assuring Musashi that their strength was more than enough to handle the situation. A dark purple aura swirled in Jin Sheng's hands as he questioned why the 9th Realm Demon Army seemed so small. Before he could act, Musashi unsheathed his sword, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he taunted Jin Sheng about the legendary ancient demon army that had once ravaged the Taichi Kingdom. Testing their power, he swung his sword, unleashing a devastating ghost side slash that sent a high-speed rotating wind blade tearing through the soldiers. Jin Sheng followed up with a spell, scoffing at Lu Fan's reliance on dragon pets. If it weren't for loopholes in the system, could he really have conquered Darkspire on his own? With his magic, Jin Sheng seized several demon soldiers and effortlessly tore them apart, flinging their bodies like ragdolls. He smirked, declaring that whatever Lu Fan could do, he could match. After wiping out the demon soldiers, Musashi frowned in frustration. Despite all the kills, their points hadn't increased. Jin Sheng found it suspicious and decided they needed to investigate further. As they stepped inside Darkspire, they were surprised to find it eerily empty. Had someone already cleared the area? Something felt off. A sudden unease settled over them. Their instincts screamed danger. Before they could react, a colossal earth demon appeared alongside 2 other powerful monsters. Cold sweat dripped down their backs as they faced the overwhelming threat that had been lying in wait. The presence of 3 9 Realms demons made Musashi's voice tremble. Shocked by their sheer pressure, he muttered that he could feel their power. Jin Shenghan frowned, sensing that something had gone terribly wrong. As they observed the demons, a voice unexpectedly spoke from behind them. Lu Fan. Startled, they turned to see him standing there. With a smirk, Lu Fan remarked that he hadn't expected to see them here as well. Jin called out his name, while Musashi, still surprised, questioned why he had come. Lu Fan, unfazed, told him not to act so shocked. After all, he had gone out of his way to set this up for them, especially after they had destroyed his base. Lu Fan was a master of controlling the undead, using corpse puppets to command his forces. He recalled his own abilities, knowing that he could direct the 9 Realms demons to attack at will. The monsters roared in response, their power radiating through the battlefield. Each 9 Realms demon controlled an army, gathering both points and experience for Lu Fan. Overhead, a massive purple dragon soared, drawing the attention of those nearby. The smaller ones, however, had been left behind to guard Darkspire. Musashi scoffed, claiming that Lu Fan had walked into his own death, not theirs. Just then, a system notification revealed Lu Fan's abilities to Musashi. Checking his status window, Musashi turned to Jin and urged him to kill Lu Fan so they could split the points between them. Jin, however, refused to rush. He had a personal grudge against Lu Fan, and a swift death wouldn't be enough to make him suffer. But as he considered the situation, he realized something. The 9 Realms demons weren't the real threat here. They couldn't be controlled. Yet somehow, 3 of them stood with Lu Fan. If he had come here alone, he must have found a way to win without fighting them directly. Lu Fan chuckled at their hesitation, mocking them for doubting his power even while standing before him. Jin, determined to uncover the truth, demanded that Lu Fan reveal his secret regarding the Nine Realms demons. If he cooperated, Jin might let him go. Musashi, however, had no patience for talk. Summoning his mana, he told Jin to stop wasting time. They should capture Lu Fan and force the truth out of him. Amused, Lu Fan pretended to be surprised by their curiosity. He admitted that he had exploited a bug to farm Darkspire. Jin immediately questioned how he had earned points so easily when they had already encountered 2 waves of gatekeepers and found nothing beyond the gate. Musashi added that it was unbelievable for a player like Lu Fan, who had only gone through 30-plus job changes, to clear Darkspire on his own. Lu Fan simply closed his eyes, dismissing their doubts. But Musashi pressed further, demanding to know why the Nine Realms demons were standing behind him instead of attacking. Jin, now equally suspicious, observed that the demons were unusually silent when they should have been hostile. He wondered if Lu Fan had somehow gained control over them, but that seemed impossible. Lu Fan laughed, mocking their logic. If such a system existed, wouldn't their Taichi kingdom already know about it? Could he really manipulate quests at will? Jin's expression darkened as he considered the possibility that Lu Fan had discovered their interference in the trial, and worse, that he might actually be controlling the Nine Realms demons. Musashi, unwilling to wait any longer, shouted that they should just attack. But Lu Fan smirked, calling them a disappointment. If they weren't convinced yet, he would have to prove his power. With a simple twist of his fingers, he commanded the Nine Realms demons to attack. The battlefield erupted in chaos as the demons charged forward. Jin, realizing the danger, shouted for everyone to run. He refused to believe that Lu Fan could actually control them. It had to be some trick. As he fled, his mind raced. How could Lu Fan claim their hard-earned rewards from the trial? The Nine Realms demons belonged to the Taichi kingdom, and yet, in the blink of an eye, they were fighting under Lu Fan's command. This was impossible, or at least it should have been. The demons roared as waves of red mana locked onto their targets. A system notification popped up, Death Coil skill activated. Before Jin could react, a blast of dark energy struck him, slamming him into the ground. He let out a sharp cry of pain, his body writhing from the impact. Struggling to lift his head, he spotted another monster looming over him. His legs trembled. He couldn't even stand against them. Another system notification flashed, Abyssal Entangler summoned. Then another, Bloodblade Claw activated. Jin's eyes widened. This power, it could terrify an entire nation. But he had no time to dwell on it. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself up, refusing to die here. Damn it, I won't go down this easily. His mind raced. He was the pride of his people. He couldn't let it end like this. Just as he steadied himself, the monster lunged and smashed him back into the ground. Watching from above, Lu Fan casually took a seat. I told you, he said, smirking. I never cheated. I just worked hard enough to make them my puppets. Nearby, Musashi's eyes burned with fury. Purple mana erupted around him as he roared. I can't die here. I am the pride of the Sakura Nation, a powerhouse in this world. Without hesitation, he charged the monster. The system chimed again, Ghost Scythe activated. A deafening blast followed. Musashi staggered, refusing to accept the reality before him. Lu Fan tilted his head. You guys dream of being the greatest, but without the right moves, you're just easy targets. He pulled up his status window, expecting a surge of points, but nothing. His brows furrowed. No increase. Then it hit him. Of course, he muttered. Jin Chenghan can revive through his summoned beasts, and Musashi Ten has the same ability. The scene shifts to the National Trial Secret Realm, where the scorching sun blazes over an endless desert. Musashi and Jin trudge through the sand, their faces filled with frustration. System notification. Split hibernation skill activated. Musashi suddenly collapses to his knees, coughing hard and realizing that the revival is real. Another system notification follows, indicating that the abyssal symbiosis cooldown is in effect. Trying to steady himself, he forces a weak grin while noting that at least their chances of survival remain high. Jin, however, stays cautious and warns him not to get ahead of himself, reminding him that Lu Fan still has 3 Nine Realms demons along with an entire army. If they fail to eliminate him, they will continue reviving until their lives are completely depleted. A sudden system alert makes Musashi freeze as he notices their remaining split hibernation points, now reduced to only 5. He whirls toward Jin in shock, demanding an explanation for the wasted revival points. Jin ignores him deep in thought. We need to find another Darkspire and figure out how Lu Fan tamed the 9 Realms demons. If he can do it, then I can too. His eyes sharpen. He's a dragon tamer, but that doesn't explain beast control. There's a trick to this, and I need to uncover it. Musashi smirks, pushing himself up. Fine, then let's kill him within these 5 lives. But the moment he takes a step, his legs buckle, and he falls again. System notification, weakness debuff active. Jean glances at him and frowns. Your energy is too low. You'll need at least 9 minutes to recover. Musashi's face pales. You mean we're vulnerable right now? We're sitting ducks. Jean exhales. We need to move carefully and find a dark spire near the ultimate mission before it's too late. Just then, boom, a massive fire explosion erupts behind Jean, sending sand flying. He whips around, heart pounding. Who the hell just attacked us? A voice echoes through the desert, remarking on the luck of encountering such weak opponents in this godforsaken place. Jean turns to see Musashi's body slumped lifelessly in the sand while a young man stands over him with a smirk. The prince of the Jean family should know better than to wander into this desert. He taunts, reminding Jean that he had already warned him and does not spare anyone in the secret realm. Jean stiffens, fully aware that he is in no condition to fight since the system has already notified him about his weakened state. A system notification appears, identifying the opponent as Andre of Snow Country. Andre tilts his head, watching Jean with amusement and questioning his purpose there, teasing that it almost seems like he is trying to play whack-a-mole. System notification. Andre has activated Flame Avatar. Temporary flight with blazing wings enabled. With a smirk, Andre soars into the air, fire surging around him. Whack-a-mole is a fun game, don't you think? Jin's mind races. He has no strength left to dodge. He stumbles back, still seated in the sand, as Andre hurls a blazing fire attack straight at him. Boom! A massive explosion engulfs the battlefield. Andre lands and frowns at his status window, finding it strange that no points have been gained. His expression darkens as he realizes that despite taking down 2 opponents, something is off. 10 days later, on the 14th day of a national trial, commentators in Jade City's National Trial Arena analyze the ongoing event, which is being broadcasted by the Taichi Kingdom. At Dragon Capital Academy's Villa No. 2, a group of girls watches the live coverage on TV, murmuring about the high death rate and acknowledging the brutal reality of the trial. Meanwhile, in the combat class of Dragon Capital Academy, a blue-haired girl listens to the latest report detailing the current standings. Out of 23 participants, 11 have died, 10 remain on the battlefield, and 2 have surrendered, with the top 5 representatives securing their ranks. She leans forward, realizing that the trial is proving to be far more brutal than anyone had anticipated. At the northern border, inside Tu Jing's office, a man examines the computer and notices that while demon hunting and missions are not directly tied to ranking levels, hunting still plays a significant role. In the lava volcano of the National Trial Secret Realm, Musashi launches an attack against a monster, while Makashi from Sakura Country secures the 5th rank with 460,000 points. Prince Jean, however, holds the 4th rank with 510,000 points. Across the grasslands of the National Trial Secret Realm, Enrel from Snow Country, who currently holds the 3rd rank, rests on the ground and enjoys a brief moment of refreshment. However, he realizes that maintaining his position will only last for 4 more days. Within the lava volcano, Charles from Starstrip Country stands at the 2nd rank, having accumulated his points by eliminating 5 participants. Bowing before his master, he expresses his confidence in being close to his ultimate goal. At the very top, Lu Fan dominates the rankings with an overwhelming 7 million points. The lava volcano itself serves as the dark spire of the Earth Demon. The system issues a notification regarding the elimination of specific targets, signaling the defeat of the 9 Realms monsters as the last one falls. With the taming of these creatures, Lu Fan whispers to himself that his army is nearly complete. The system updates him on his rank, and as all the monsters gather before him, they bow in submission. A notification follows, announcing that he has unlocked a new skill, bringing him a sense of satisfaction. Lu Fan extends his hand and glances at his watch as a system window appears, displaying information about the Dragon Realm. In this domain, dragons and related beings possess over 50 additional attributes, while others are completely restricted, unable to use summoning skills or any abilities. As he studies the status window, Lu Fan reflects on the power of the Dragon Clan's domain. A sense of satisfaction washes over him, knowing that Little Phi will gain the full advantage of these attributes. However, the reality of isolating non-dragons from this world lingers in his mind. If Kim Han were placed here, he would lose the ability to summon the Abyss Entangler and remain trapped in the Dragon Realm, making it effortless to end his existence. Turning to Phi, Lu Fan remarks on their newfound ability to control that troublesome brat. Before he can dwell on it further, a notification appears, indicating that someone has marked him as a hunting target. A smirk forms on his face as he considers the opportunity to gain even more points. Deep within the volcano of the National Trial Secret Realm, a man clutches a glowing blue globe, while those around him question the existence of such a rare object. A notification confirms the acceptance of a new task. Charles studies the globe carefully, realizing that this was the very trick used to secure the top rank. The others turn to Charles, questioning whether he really intends to go through with the plan. In response, he reminds them of his strength, which convinces them to join him. Jean, watching from a distance, recalls how he and Musashi had to strike the lava giant 3 times before finally gaining the upper hand. Yet Charles had brought it down with a single attack. The thought of hunting Charles under the ultimate task seems almost reckless. Though Jean expresses his trust in Charles, he remains skeptical about their chances against Lu Fan. Musashi agrees, recalling their previous battle against Lu Fan's army and Nine Realms demons. They were completely outmatched. A smirk crosses Charles's face as he dismisses their concerns. He explains that the ability to control the Nine Realms demons doesn't actually belong to Lu Fan. Rather, Lu Fan has merely been manipulating someone else's power. Jean, stunned by this revelation, immediately asks for more details. Charles, aware of Jin's curiosity, reminds him of how eager he had always been to uncover the loophole Lu Fan exploited to control the demons. He promises to explain everything in just 3 minutes. Meanwhile, at the Arena Control Center, 2 men sit at their computers, monitoring the ongoing events. One of them expresses concern over Mr. Kim's absence since the teleportation sequence, wondering if it might cost them their jobs. The other speculates that Mr. Kim may have taken full control of the situation, eliminating the need for his presence. He recalls that their only task was to keep an eye on Lu Fan, ensuring they stayed out of unnecessary trouble. A woman suddenly storms into the room, her expression filled with aggression. She insists that she is not mistaken about something, while one of the men shouts to his colleague, urging him to listen. Without warning, she bites him from behind, sinking her teeth into his neck. A sharp cry of pain escapes him as he instinctively covers his mouth. The black-haired man, caught off guard, turns toward the scene with wide eyes. Before he can react, the woman grabs him from behind, pressing a knife against his throat. Her voice is calm but firm as she warns him to remain silent unless he wants his life to end. The man, panicked, pleads with her to stop. After a moment, she releases them both and strides toward the system. One of the men, still holding his phone, urgently calls out to Sizzle, asking how much longer it will take. The 3-minute deadline is nearly up. She reassures him with a calm voice, stating that the Morgan family has never failed. Meanwhile, an announcement about technical issues spreads, causing people to gossip about the sudden interruption. Questions arise about why the live stream was cut off, and many demand an explanation from the Starstripe country. In the midst of the confusion, a secretary quietly asks Old Han whether Taichi country is behind the disruption. Old Han simply replies that his country is not as simple as it seems. One of the officials turns to Mr. Kim, requesting a report on the issue since he is in charge. However, to their surprise, he is nowhere to be found. Another official notes that it appears someone just called him away. At the far end of the corridor, Mr. Kim confronts Morgan, asking what he wants to discuss. Morgan receives a message and casually states that he only needed 3 minutes, but now he has nothing more to say. Frustration flares in Mr. Kim's expression as he warns that he has no time for games. Morgan simply turns away with a smirk, saying that his time is up. Now, it's time for goodbye. Back in the volcano arena, Musashi questions whether Lu Fan's ability to control the Nine Realms demons comes from the power of an ancient god. Jean, skeptical, finds it hard to believe, dismissing it as nothing more than a fairy tale. Charles, however, understands their doubts. He acknowledges that such things are difficult to believe, but the power of the gods is real. A mere touch of it can grant unimaginable strength. To prove his point, he channels his mana, revealing a golden energy. He explains that this is holy mountain power, bestowed upon him by his master. Musashi immediately senses its overwhelming strength, while Jean, intrigued, asks whether this power comes from a special essence. He notes that holy mountain power seems even stronger than the Nine Realms demons. Charles nods and tells them that they, too, can obtain it. Jean questions whether this power has the ability to transform them, while Musashi remarks that something this powerful surely doesn't come for free. Charles clarifies that it's more of a deal. If they accept his master's power, the Morgan family will continue their search for the ancient gods in Taichi and Sakura countries. Jean contemplates the offer. As a prince, he knows they wouldn't dare deceive him. Besides, the gods' power combined with the essence could make them significantly stronger. Musashi, considering the possibilities, asks if they can formalize the deal. Jean, determined, agrees but insists that once Lu Fan is eliminated, the Morgan family must negotiate with the Kim family. Musashi is taken aback by Jin's aggressive tone, but Jean remains firm, refusing to let Lu Fan surpass him. He sees this as an opportunity to claim the power of the ancient gods for himself. Charles hands Musashi a portion of the essence, asking if he's ready to take the next step and witness the world beyond. Musashi accepts, and Charles advises him not to resist the transformation. The greater the changes in his personality, the stronger he will become. Finally, Charles looks at the last remaining portion of essence. He smirks and declares that this one is reserved for Lu Fan, to turn him into a holy mountain puppet. In the National Trial Arena, two men lie dead in the Management Control Center, their blood staining the floor. A staff member notes that the security cameras failed to capture the killer, as both the live broadcast footage and war room recordings have been erased. The secretary turns to Mr. Kim, asking if he intends to report the incident, but Mr. Kim firmly refuses. A cameraman discreetly records the scene. Mr. Kim explains that they cannot risk exposing the situation and will handle it internally. As he processes the event, his mind drifts to Morgan, and he quickly deduces that this must be his doing. The scene shifts to the National Trial Realms volcano, where Lu Fan soars above the molten landscape on his Shao Dragon. He had anticipated that, in the later stages of the competition, mutual hunting would become inevitable. However, he is also well aware that his own hunters are closing in. Opening his status window, Lu Fan is taken aback to see that the avatar displayed is Nango. With a few quick commands, he traces Nango's location. Turning to his dragon, Lu Fan instructs Shao to remain nearby so that he can meet an old friend. The dragon lets out a powerful roar in response before continuing to glide over the volcano. As Lu Fan lands at the designated coordinates, he surveys the surroundings, murmuring to himself that he sees no sign of Nango. Hidden behind a rock, Nango watches and suddenly calls out to him. Stepping forward, he admits he was terrified, but seeing Lu Fan again fills him with relief. He realizes that, unlike others who are ruthless and dangerous, Lu Fan had spared his life and even given him courage. Lu Fan smirks, remarking that Nango has been lucky to survive this long. He reopens his status window and is surprised to find Nango still stuck at 150,000 points. Nango, avoiding any explanation, merely confesses that his biggest fear has been getting killed, but he is grateful to have encountered Lu Fan again. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, questioning how Nango can remain so calm this late in the competition. Closing his eyes for a moment, he warns Nango that at this stage, no one can be trusted as a friend. With that, he reveals his weapon. Suddenly, Shao lets out a deep growl, her heightened perception detecting something hidden in stealth. Lu Fan, sensing the shift, looks around cautiously. He quickly realizes that a massive surge of mana surrounds Nango. From behind, a colossal monster emerges, raising its paw high. It is a summoned beast. It roars before lunging at Nango, who panics and screams for help. Observing the scene, Lu Fan immediately recognizes that this creature is tied to Kim Song and carries the distinct traits of a holy mountain golem. Without hesitation, Lu Fan conjures a protective barrier and fires the serpent arrow, an attack that inflicts 100% damage against the beast. However, before the arrow can land, the monster engulfs Nango, whose desperate cries fade as he is consumed. A system notification flashes in the lava volcano of the National Trial Realm, announcing Nango's death. Jean appears, sneering as he greets Lu Fan once more. He apologizes for stealing his points, but mockingly reassures him not to be upset, as Lu Fan's own points will soon belong to him. Lu Fan studies them carefully and acknowledges their newfound strength, scoffing as he labels them holy mountain slaves. A status window materializes, revealing the power levels of Kim Song and Musashi. Lu Fan pieces everything together, realizing that both of them have allied with Charles, meaning Charles is the one orchestrating this hunt against him. Right on cue, Charles steps forward, smirking as he addresses Lu Fan. He assumes Lu Fan must already recognize the power they wield now. A system alert triggers, warning of an imminent hunter encounter. Another notification pops up, displaying Charles's status. He too is a holy mountain slave. Charles tilts his head, offering Lu Fan an alternative. Before killing him, he presents a choice. Lu Fan can surrender himself to the Holy Master, become its loyal servant, and in exchange, gain holy powers. Lu Fan eyes the holy mountain essence while thinking about his fallen corpse essence. A realization strikes him. Charles must have used this power against Jean and Musashi. Jean and Musashi step forward, offering him a chance to join them, insisting there's no need for a fight. Lu Fan lets out a mocking laugh. Join you? Don't make me laugh, he scoffs. Charles's expression darkens. How dare you look down on us, he shouts. Lu Fan smirks. Even with holy power, you've only reached the level of my dragon pets, summoned creatures. Charles clenches his fist. The deal between us is over. He turns to Musashi and Jean. It's time for revenge. He killed you before. Now it's your turn to return the favor. Kim grins. I've been waiting for this. I'll make you suffer for every grudge I've held against you. With a roar, he launches a powerful strike, his clawed hands slicing through the air. Lu Fan dodges effortlessly, summoning his serpent arrow. His gaze sharpens as he watches them. You became slaves willingly, throwing away your dignity for power. Musashi steps forward, leaping from a high cliff onto the battlefield. He adjusts his mask and shakes his head. I gave you a chance to survive, but now your fate is sealed. You'll die by my hands. A system notification appears, displaying information about the Oni mask and its abilities. Meanwhile, Charles raises his glowing hand, holy essence swirling around him. Don't worry, you won't die just yet. I'll turn you into my holy mountain golem first. Lu Fan scoffs as his mana flares around him, dismissing the idea that mere slaves could threaten him. He recalls defeating an ancient god in the Northern War and considers them insignificant in comparison. Musashi narrows his eyes, sensing a change in Lu Fan's demeanor. He remarks on his newfound obedience, convinced that fear has taken hold of him. Lu Fan grips his serpent arrow and commands his dragon to transform from its black dragon form into the destruction dragon form. A system notification flashes, confirming the transformation. The dragon's body ignites in lava-like flames, its burning aura regenerating its own wounds. Musashi smirks, questioning whether this transformation will be enough to stop him. Lu Fan swings his sword, the blade slicing through the air toward Musashi. Musashi braces himself, recognizing the power behind strike. Kim sneers. Struggle all you want. It won't change your fate. He orders his beast to attack. Lu Fan leaps high, dodging with ease. You're blinded by anger, he shouts, landing atop his dragon. He releases a surge of green mana, eyes locked on Xiao. If I feed the fallen corpse dragon with Charles's holy essence, all three of them will become mine. In the lava volcano of the National Realm, the system notifies about the dragon's lava eruption skill, which can sink the target into magma while dealing continuous damage. Lu Fan calls for the magic lava eruption skill, and the dragon responds with a powerful roar, releasing a massive flow of fire. Another system notification appears, revealing the dragon language resonance ability, which increases both the Dragon Knight's and the dragon's pet power by 100%. Kim Suk watches in shock as the dragon's flames engulf the battlefield and instinctively tries to escape. Musashi struggles against the intense fire, crossing his swords in an attempt to endure the heat while crying out in pain. Lu Fan observes their desperation and remarks that they should summon stronger beasts instead of relying on weak underlings if they truly wish to challenge his dragon. Kim Suk hesitates, confused by the statement, as he has already called upon his strongest holy abyss excavator. Lu Fan mocks their exhaustion, noting that just a small attack has left them breathless. Musashi wonders how such a young dragon, not yet fully matured, could possess so much power. Lu Fan smirks, appreciating Charles for his generosity in sending them as easy prey, knowing that their deaths will only add to his points. Charles frowns, irritated by the remark, and draws his holy sword, declaring that Lu Fan will face his punishment. As he speaks the incantation for the flame of divine punishment, a rain of fire descends. The system notifies the activation of this ability, stating that it deals 500% damage and inflicts an additional 20% holy burn damage for 10 seconds. Lu Fan remains unimpressed, concluding that if this is the best Charles can offer, then his master must not be very powerful either. Lu Fan swiftly activates the Dragon Annihilation ability, launching a rapid 6-strike attack while simultaneously casting spell damage to evade the incoming flames. Charles, growing frustrated, calls him an idiot and shatters the holy essence in rage, creating a surge of yellow mana as a warning. He then declares that he will reveal the true power of the ancient gods. Channeling his mana, Charles summons his beast, prompting Lu Fan to wonder if he's been gathering energy for a greater attack. Without hesitation, Lu Fan unleashes his serpent arrow skill, aiming directly at Charles. The arrows hit their target, but Charles remains unaffected. Lu Fan quickly realizes that the power of the ancient god is shielding him and is even stronger than the Nine Realms demons. Without wasting time, he activates the Dragon Encouragement skill, boosting his attack power by 30%. The dragon roars in response, and the system displays a notification detailing Xiao Ye's increased strength. At the same time, Lu Fan activates the Shadow Serpent Arrow skill, which deals 500% damage, and the system provides an update on the dragon's current form and charge level. With precise coordination, Lu Fan commands the dragon to cast the Lava Eruption skill, and the system immediately registers the charge increase as both attacks lock onto their target. Charles braces himself, preparing for impact. As the dragon's Lava Eruption skill is unleashed, the system records an increase in charge count to 3. Lu Fan follows up with a series of serpent arrow attacks, instructing the dragon to use its abilities simultaneously. A system message confirms the skill activation, and a massive explosion engulfs the battlefield. Charles, unfazed, proclaims that his master's power surpasses all of this and calls forth his beast to engage in battle against the dragon. The black dragon, mid-battle, shifts into its world-ender form, and the system acknowledges the activation of this skill. Lu Fan, wasting no time, combines the serpent arrow attack with the Ghost Scythe demon, and a system notification displays their combined power. Musashi counters the dragon's attacks with unexpected strength, leaving Lu Fan momentarily surprised. He swiftly dodges each incoming strike, crossing his swords in defense. However, Charles seizes the opportunity, activating the flame of divine punishment from behind, triggering a massive explosion. Lu Fan notices the attack too late and attempts to counter it with a cross-slash of his sword, but his efforts fail. Kim Suk sneers, claiming that without his dragon, Lu Fan is powerless. Musashi affirms that their plan has succeeded. Charles, confident in their strategy, explains that by separating Lu Fan from his dragon, they have weakened him. Before they can celebrate their victory, Lu Fan suddenly appears, soaring through the air with his wings spread wide. He questions whether they truly believe they have trapped him. The unexpected sight leaves them all in shock. Charles demands to know what he means, while Kim Suk and Musashi insist that his arrogance will not lead him to victory. Lu Fan calmly steps forward, and at that moment, the Nine Realms demons materialize around him. The sudden appearance leaves everyone stunned. Musashi, overwhelmed, shouts in disbelief, demanding to know when Lu Fan summoned these demons. Lu Fan smirks and explains that he had been aware of their plan all along, but pretended otherwise to keep their attention focused elsewhere. By playing along, he had successfully distracted them while setting his own strategy in motion. Charles, gripping his holy sword, points it at Lu Fan, asserting that these fallen corpse puppets will not be enough to defeat them. Lu Fan twists his fingers with a smirk and casually agrees, admitting that they are indeed outnumbered. Without hesitation, he summons all his monsters, taunting his enemies with a smile as he declares that perhaps their numbers are still too small to ensure victory. The Nine Realms demons materialize and lunge at their enemies, attempting to seize them. Shocked by their sudden appearance, everyone calls out their names in trembling voices. Charles furrows his brow, struggling to comprehend how Lu Fan managed to command the Nine Realms demons in such a short time. Lu Fan smirks, taunting them as he declares that the outcome of this battle is now clear. Charles raises his arms, his body enveloped in yellow mana, and channels his power into his sword, enlarging it with divine energy. Gritting his teeth, he glares at Lu Fan. It doesn't matter how many corpses you summon. You can't win against the chosen warriors of the Holy Mountain God. With a roar, he activates his divine sanctuary skill and charges forward, a radiant holy mark glowing above his head. The skill amplifies his divine powers, increasing all attributes by 100% for 60 seconds. Musashi and Kim let out triumphant shouts as divine energy surges through them. A system notification confirms the activation of Divine Sanctuary and details the Divine Flame of Retribution skill, which deals 500% damage and inflicts divine burn for the next 10 seconds. The battle between monstrous forces and divine warriors begins, with the system also notifying the activation of Phantom Reaper Slash, a technique that slices through enemies and inflicts severe physical damage. Charles smirks, confidence surging. You have no idea what you're up against. Those demons you control, they're nothing before true divine power. Kim scoffs, crossing his arms. You think this is the same fight as before? We've evolved. We've been reforged in holy fire. Lu Fan clicks his tongue. Buffs won't make you invincible. A temporary power-up doesn't change the fact that you're still weaker than my dragon army. Without hesitation, he activates the Emerald Dragon, elevating it to its eternal form. The system confirms the transformation, announcing that the Emerald Dragon has successfully ascended. With an earth-shaking roar, the Emerald Dragon unveils its full strength, doubling the effectiveness of all dragon-related abilities. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan commands Xiao to unleash its pulse power. A system notification confirms the activation of Pulse of Life, which doubles the effect of all abilities within range. At the same time, the Emerald Blessing skill is triggered, applying 6 stacks of the Emerald Dragon's aura to enhance the next 6 attacks. The system acknowledges the activation, confirming the applied buffs. A dazzling light floods the battlefield, bestowing 36 text blessings upon Lu Fan and his allies. These blessings significantly boost all attributes, increasing them by 30 to 60%. The system immediately registers the enhancement, confirming the applied buffs. The monsters respond with deafening roars, their battle cries echoing across the battlefield as they prepare to launch their assault. Kim grits his teeth, eyes widening. What? What is this pressure? Musashi grips his sword tightly, trying to steady himself. This isn't just some power boost. This is something else entirely. Empowered by the blessings, the dragon surges forward, engaging the beast summoned by Charles. Another system notification announces the applied blessings, granting an additional 50% bonus to attack power. Fueled by its newfound strength, the dragon lets out a thunderous roar that shakes the ground beneath it. As its fury reaches its peak, it unleashes a devastating torrent of scorching flames, setting the battlefield ablaze. Charles steps back, covering his face from the intense heat. His hands tremble as he grips his sword tighter. This isn't possible. How can you wield such power? Lu Fan smirks, his voice dripping with amusement. You Holy Mountain dogs talk too much. I thought you wanted to fight. He raises his hand, signaling another attack. Let's see how long you can last. The system announces that the dragon has activated Just Strike, delivering a devastating bite that inflicts massive damage over time. The beast, engulfed in flames, staggers backward, its body scorched and battered by the fierce assault. Charlie's eyes widen in disbelief. This shouldn't be possible. Have the powers of the Holy Mountain truly been lost? He shouts in alarm, sensing an immense surge of mana radiating from Lu Fan. Lu Fan smirks. Open your eyes, Charlie. The real excitement is just beginning. With a swift motion, he raises his hand, revealing a glowing orb of mana. Dragon Domain, activate. The system immediately confirms the activation of Dragon Domain. Effective range, 10 meters. All attributes increased by 50%. As the domain takes effect, the air around Lu Fan and his dragon distorts, wrapping them in an intense golden aura. The atmosphere crackles with energy, signaling the start of an intense battle. Everyone is stunned. Mustashi exclaims, unable to believe what he's witnessing. A player below level 30, using a demon skill? Charlie scoffs, flashing a mischievous grin. It doesn't matter if you use a domain skill. I'll crush you with divine retribution. A massive swirl of yellow mana surrounds Charlie. System notification. Divine Flame of Retribution activated. Damage increased by 500%. Charlie taunts, I'll show you the power gap between us. Prepare to face the consequences. Lu Fan remains motionless, floating in midair, until a majestic eagle suddenly soars forward from behind him. Charlie turns to face it, his expression shifting from confidence to shock. What? My 50% damage boost. Neutralized by a basic counter. He stares in disbelief. This can't be happening. Mustashi chimes in, sensing something is wrong. Charlie, your power's weakening. Kim suddenly panics. I can't call my beast. It's like I lost my connection to it. Charlie grits his teeth, realization dawning. This isn't just weakening us, it's strengthening their side. Kim and Mustashi are stunned. They shout orders at their monsters, trying to retreat. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remains calm, his expression completely relaxed. You won't die here, he says confidently. Above him, the eagle soars as the monsters launch a relentless assault on their enemies. Charlie's expression darkens. Drawing a symbol on his palm, he mutters, I plan to free you, to give you a chance to serve the ancient god of the Holy Mountain, just like me. His gaze hardens. But now I see, you're far too uncontrollable. His mana flares violently. Your death will serve my master. You'll become his puppet. A radiant yellow mana shield envelopes Charlie, his beast standing guard at his side. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of yellow energy erupts from the ground, drawing the beast's attention. Endless Holy Light, activate. Charlie roars. System notification. Endless Holy Light activated. Holy damage increased by 200%. Additionally, an unremarkable holy spell has been unleashed. As the skill takes effect, Charlie's body radiates an intense, holy glow, illuminating the battlefield. The sheer brilliance signals the start of a fierce clash. A man with glasses watches in astonishment, turning to the old man beside him. Can Lu Fan really dodge that? In the next moment, Charlie crashes to the ground, kneeling in defeat. Mustashi and Kim fall silent, frozen in shock. Charlie gasps, struggling to comprehend. Impossible. My spell. It had no effect on Lu Fan or his monsters. He stares in disbelief. How? How did he survive a direct attack infused with the ancient god's essence? System notification. Eternal Guard activated. Lu Fan is now invulnerable to attacks. As if that weren't enough, the system delivers another revelation. System notification. Murderous dragon bloodline detected. All attributes doubled. Self-regeneration increased by 5,000%. Lu Fan smirks. You look disappointed, Charlie. Was it your final move? He raises his hand. The black dragon roars. System notification. Intimidation skill activated. All enemies within range suffer a depressive aura and dizziness. Mustache clutches his ears, wincing in pain. Charlie collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure. Desperate, Mustache tries to flee the skill's range. Kim lunges to grab him, but Mustache shakes him off and escapes, leaving Kim behind. Lu Fan swings his sword, his tone calm, yet chilling. Looks like today isn't your lucky day. His smirk deepens, and this time, I doubt you'll be coming back. Suddenly, Mustache vanished from sight. Kim tries to stop him, but it's too late. His eyes widen in horror. I can't sense Mustache anymore. His voice shakes as he stares at Lu Fan. This can't be happening. Kim struggles to understand why he can't establish a connection with his beast. Panic sets in as Charlie grabs his hand, his eyes burning with desperation. He demands that Kim sign a contract with him, refusing to die alone. Kim, terrified by the sudden request, recoils and firmly refuses. Before he can process the situation further, Lu Fan approaches from behind, his sword resting in a yellow scabbard, radiating a brilliant golden mana. With a casual tone, he dismisses Charlie's plea, stating that it's too late now since revival is no longer an option. Lu Fan grins and reminds them that under the dragon domain, no one besides him can use summoning techniques to call their beasts or monsters. Without his beast, Kim has no way to form a contract with Charlie. The system promptly notifies that Lu Fan has earned 1,000 points for successfully executing his strategy. Charlie glares at Lu Fan, his voice rising in frustration as he realizes he had never considered such a vast gap in their power. Despite both being servants of the gods, he cannot comprehend why he isn't as strong as Lu Fan. Determined, he reveals the holy essence, holding a sphere of yellow mana in his grasp. He had prepared it for Lu Fan, but scoffs, stating that Lu Fan's eyes fail to recognize the true grace of divine power. With a furious roar, Charlie invokes the holy words of his master, summoning the essence of divine magic. But before he can fully unleash its power, Lu Fan swings his sword, smirking as he questions whether Charlie truly thought he would stand idly by and let him prepare. Charlie shouts with all his might, calling forth divine magic, but in the next instant, he crashes to the ground. The holy essence floats above him, encased in a golden glow. Lu Fan gazes at the essence with curiosity, pondering aloud if Charlie's master has abandoned him, leaving him helpless in his struggle to survive. He remarks that Jing Chong cannot escape using his skills and swiftly moves behind the holy essence, mocking Charlie for thinking he could flee when he is nothing more than a parasite, clinging to borrowed power. His eyes remain fixed on the essence, knowing he has waited a long time to obtain a complete piece of the holy mountain essence. Meanwhile, in another location, a man watches the screen and informs the others that players from Star Country, Taichi Kingdom, and Sakura Country have vanished from the leaderboard. Shock spreads among the onlookers as they question whether the Dragon Nation player single-handedly eliminated them all. A bespectacled man calls out to Old Han, who remains silently fixated on the screen, taking a deep breath. As tension mounts, the bespectacled man hurriedly exits the room, rushing outside as panic grips him. He wonders how he will explain this to the Jin family now that their strongest warrior has been slain. The grim reality sets in. Jin Shenghan had been their last hope for victory in the trial, and Taichi Kingdom had poured all its resources into his success. But now, Jin Shenghan is gone. At that moment, a dark void begins to form, tendrils of shadowy magic stretching outward like the limbs of a monstrous octopus. The man's breath catches as he stares into the abyss and calls out, asking if his master has arrived. A deep, resonant voice responds, questioning whether his son is truly dead. The man immediately drops to his knees, his voice trembling as he takes full responsibility. With unwavering resolve, he accepts whatever punishment his master deems fit. The bespectacled man kneels before his master, his voice trembling. Master, the Dragon Nation representative is too strong. I tried to stop him, but I failed. Charlie from Star Country and Musashi from Sakura Country, they're both dead. He killed them. A heavy silence follows. Then, the dark figure chuckles, his voice laced with cold amusement. I had a bad feeling about this, and now, it seems my instincts were right. Before the bespectacled man can react, a shadowy tendril lashes out, coiling tightly around his neck. His breath catches as he's lifted off the ground, eyes wide with fear. The man slowly raises him toward the ceiling with the octopus limb. I made a promise before this trial began. Now my son is dead. Our kingdom has lost. The bespectacled man gasps for air, his hands clawing at the tendril. Please, master, just one more chance. I won't fail again. After a brief pause, the tendril releases him. He crashes onto the floor, his head bouncing against the cold ground. The man's voice remains cold and unwavering. Ensure Lu Fan's demise at any cost. Keep him trapped in Tai Chi Kingdom by any means necessary. The bespectacled man scrambles to his knees, nodding frantically as sweat drips down his face. Why, yes, master. I'll gather my 4 men. We'll make him disappear, just like we did with the others. In the volcano arena of the national trial, Lu Fan holds the glowing holy essence in his palm. A smirk tugs at his lips. 3 men had to die for this stone. Let's see if it was worth it. A system notification pops up, detailing the holy essence's abilities. Lu Fan's gaze shifts to his black dragon. A thought crosses his mind. If the corpse demon's dragon devours this, what will it become? He steps closer to his dragon, raising the essence high. Let's put this thing to the test. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses it into the air. The black dragon locks its glowing eyes onto the essence, sensing its immense power. Lu Fan chuckles. Go ahead, show me the power of the holy mountain essence. The dragon snaps its jaws shut around the stone. In an instant, a brilliant yellow mana explodes from its body, radiating in all directions. A deep, earth-shaking roar echoes through the arena, initiating evolution activation. Lu Fan watches in stunned silence as his dragon rises into the sky, its body shifting, growing. The golden glow intensifies before fading, revealing something entirely new. The once black dragon now gleams with pure white skin, its presence more overwhelming than ever. In the Tribe of Nations' secret realm, now under Dragon Nation's control, 2 dragons soar through the sky, their bodies glowing with a golden mana aura. Loop and Little Fee watch in awe, realizing that the corpse demon's dragons have gained 2 new skills. A system notification appears, revealing the newly acquired abilities, Holy Light Gate and Holy Light Blessing. The system further provides details about the corpse Holy Dragon, which has now reached level 35. At this level, the dragon can deal 99% damage to its enemies. However, with Holy Light Blessing, its damage output surges to 230%. Additionally, Holy Light Gate allows the dragon to release Holy Mountain Essence, reducing incoming damage by 75% and nullifying all negative effects. Lu Fan is astonished by the corpse demon's blessing and the continent's healing power. While the healing effect isn't overwhelming, the 30% boost is more than enough to greatly counter the corpse prophet's army. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Lu Fan considers the strategic advantage of Holy Light Gate. Previously, both he and Xia were required to summon the corpse demon and 9-headed demon, but now, he can call them forth at will. His gaze shifts to the corpse holy dragon, realizing that with more ancient god essences, it could evolve even further. Looking at the twin demons, he murmurs with excitement, I can't wait to see your final form. Just then, a notification flashes across his status window. Lu Fan's expression hardens as he whispers, it's over. Little Fee stares at the status window, struggling to make sense of the text. Fi turns to him and asks, what does it say? Xiao glances over and responds, it means we can go home now. However, Lu Fan understands the deeper meaning. Only 6 players remain alive, and Andre has voted in his favor. It's clear that none of them want to continue fighting. Deciding to end the match, Lu Fan clicks the agree button. Suddenly, a surge of blue mana fills the air as a notification appears, announcing that the trial has officially ended due to a majority vote. The message further states that all prizes have been distributed based on each player's score and reminds them to claim their rewards before leaving the secret realm. The room fills with excitement. Everyone cheers, and Little Fee is amazed. We can really go home, he exclaims in disbelief. Lu Fan smiles, feeling a sense of relief. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. As the first place winner, he has drawn the attention of 23 countries. Now, it's time to see what he has won. Lu Fan eagerly opens the first prize box, wondering what treasure awaits him inside. His eyes widen as he pulls out a legendary quality belt, which requires level 90 to equip. But that's not all. There are 5 identical belts, each embedded with a special ability. His excitement only grows when he inspects the belt's skill, Golden Dragon King transformation. A grin spreads across his face. If I were all 5 belts, will I be able to fight like a true dragon warrior? The next reward is a level 30 skill book that allows him to copy dragon language magic. Lu Fan's eyes light up. I can learn this right away. With this skill, he won't need to master different language spells manually. Instead, he can directly copy a dragon's special abilities and trigger dragon language magic with ease. Finally, he turns to his last reward, a random expansion pack. The system explains that the scroll expansion pack is a legendary quality consumable, granting him 3 scrolls of rare or higher quality. As he opens the scroll box, he ponders the Secretary Arm rewards and marvels at how well Tashi Kingdom is played. I hope I get something good, he mutters, wishing himself good luck. As he opens the box, 3 mysterious items emerge, each enveloped in a glow of yellow mana. The first item holds a skill. The second is an enchantment that can upgrade an item's quality by 1 tier. The third is an enchantment level removal skill. Lu Fan is astonished by the rewards, realizing that such rare items are difficult to find, even at the auction house. The small slot expansion scroll arrives at the perfect moment, allowing him to hatch the blue dragon egg before it reaches its 3rd growth stage. Holding his new rewards, he quickly recognizes the true value of the level removal skill. With it, he can equip the legendary belt immediately rather than waiting until level 90. Examining the equipment, Lu Fan wonders how legendary quality gear compares to regular legendary items. Testing its potential, he throws his weapon forward, deciding to enhance it using the quality upgrade scroll. A system notification appears, confirming the successful upgrade of the Meteor Fire Sword from Legendary to Ultra Legendary. The sword's attributes and effects surge in power, unlocking 2 new abilities of Blazing Star and Blazing Dragon Warrior. Lu Fan mutters to himself, realizing that his 2 newly enhanced weapons have significantly boosted his strength. Gripping his equipment, he reflects on the immense potential of his newfound dragon-like spellcasting. Thanks to language replication and language resonance, he can now cast spells as naturally as a dragon. His gaze then shifts to the blue dragon egg, which now possesses a remote hatching slot, further amplifying its power. As he absorbs everything, his eyes flash with a dragon's image, and an overwhelming energy surges through him. The supreme belt resonates, awakening the Golden Dragon King's power within him. A system notification blinks. The Belt King effect has been activated. Lu Fan steps into the arena, where the crowd erupts in cheers. The big screen zooms in on his face as the speaker's voice booms across the stadium. The representative of Dragon Nation, Lu Fan, rank number 1, has returned to the arena. The public reaction is divided. Some cheer loudly, shouting that he secured first place by defeating 3 enemies alone. Others question him, demanding to know what he has to say to the Jean family. Meanwhile, a few excited fans call out, eagerly requesting his. The manager steps forward, asking the crowd to clear the way for the interviewers so that Mr. Han can pass through. Han cheers loudly, celebrating his star player and calling him a hero. Lu Fan greets Vice Principal Zaho and Old Han, announcing his return. Old Han clasps his hand, beaming with pride, and expresses how thrilled he is. He remarks that while they had previously reached the top 3, Lu Fan has now successfully secured first place, a remarkable achievement. The Vice-Chancellor takes the stage, praising Lu Fan for his relentless dedication over the past half-month. Not only did he maintain first place, but he did so with an overwhelming advantage. As recognition of his efforts, he awards Lu Fan the Griffin Corps' Gold Military Medal and announces his promotion to the Silver Badge. However, he quickly adds that, in his opinion, Lu Fan deserves to be in the Gold Badge instead. Lu Fan gazes at the Golden Badge, then asks if it's true that Griffin once told him there were only 8 holders of this prestigious badge. Old Han nods, confirming his suspicion. Lu Fan is now the 9th person to receive it, marking a significant milestone in the Dragon Kingdom. Old Han further explains that only 3 adults currently hold the Gold Badge, making Lu Fan one of the youngest recipients in history. Holding the badge, Lu Fan reflects on its significance. It symbolizes military status and the guardian hero of the nation. He feels deeply honored and excited about the path ahead. With a grateful smile, he thanks Old Han for his recognition. The speaker's voice booms, announcing the official conclusion of the trial. He congratulates all participants who survived and prepares to reveal the final results of the national trial where Lu Fan stood at rank 1. Old Han turns to Lu Fan, impressed, and remarks that not only did he secure first place, but he also achieved a remarkable score exceeding 90%. Lu Fan simply nods, stating that the result was within his expectations. With a tired sigh, Old Han admits that he's exhausted and needs to rest, advising everyone else to do the same. The Vice-Chancellor chuckles, telling Old Han to take care of himself. Before leaving, Old Han shares one final piece of news. They will return to Dragon Nation first thing tomorrow morning. The elders have prepared a national reward for Lu Fan in recognition of his achievement. Curious, Lu Fan asks about the reward. The Vice-Chancellor grins, replying with a knowing look, Lu Fan, you've hit the big time. In the VIP hotel room of Genuine City, Lu Fan holds the 9th gold badge in Syria and remarks that he is second only to Senior 2. Lying on the bed, he thinks to himself that he can finally make amends with those he has wronged. He then stands up, deciding to store the gold badge in Syria before moving on to the main event, something that leaves the dragon surprised. Lu Fan opens a scroll box containing items infused with yellow mana and says that he has waited a long time for this moment. He can finally unlock a slot to hatch the blue dragon. Staring at the blue dragon egg, He tells everyone to focus as the system displays its level through the status window. Everyone is eager to learn more about the egg and wonders if they are ready to welcome another member into their family. Using his yellow mana and dragon teaming technique, Lu Fan initiates the hatching process. The egg begins to crack, releasing a brilliant blue light. From within, a small dragon with striking blue eyes emerges. The system immediately updates them on the dragon's abilities and powers at level 1. Everyone watches in awe, and Lu Fan quickly realizes that the dragon is male. Excited, he exclaims that they now have a handsome little guy in their group. The other dragons look at the newborn affectionately, clearly pleased with the new addition. Lu Fan reaches out to touch the dragon, admiring its stunning appearance and imagining how formidable it will become in the future. He eagerly anticipates combining forces with the blue dragon and King's Door to deliver devastating attacks on his enemies. Suddenly, the blue dragon nuzzles Lu Fan's finger, catching him off guard. A sharp pain shoots through his hand, and he yelps. Little One looks on with concern, while Star giggles at the situation. Lu Fan tries to pull away, but the dragon's grip tightens. Checking the status window, he realizes this little creature is going to be a handful. He can only hope it won't be as rebellious as it seems. The system reveals that the blue dragon comes with 2 magical skills, Tightening and Roaring Thunder. While Roaring Thunder only has a single damage effect, it has an area of effect tag with a control element, making it a powerful skill worthy of the Blue Dragon King's lineage. Lu Fan also notes that Punishment is a simple lightning-based attack, but what truly stands out is Thunder, a skill that allows the blue dragon to cast spells instantly, without cooldowns or mana consumption. Lu Fan is thrilled to understand the dragon's potential and decides it's time to give him a name. However, before he can do so, the blue dragon suddenly locks eyes with the Starry Sky Dragon and rushes toward it aggressively. Lu Fan is startled, and the Starry Sky Dragon doesn't hold back, swatting at the smaller dragon's back. As the 2 dragons call out to each other, Lu Fan sighs and scolds them for being so possessive over food. He then tries to calm down Xin Chong, warning him not to cause trouble since he's about to name the blue dragon. After feeding the blue dragon, Lu Fan realizes that choosing a name is more difficult than expected. He considers its abilities and suggests Little Blue, since it is a blue dragon. However, the dragon doesn't respond. Lu Fan immediately understands that the name must match its fierce nature. He then tries Angry Blue, and this time, the dragon reacts. Lu Fan smiles, realizing the name is a perfect fit. But just as he celebrates, the dragon bites him again. He groans and mutters that this little beast is already disobedient, and now he has to deal with another troublemaker, Albeo. The other dragons, unimpressed, look annoyed. A notification suddenly appears, alerting Lu Fan that another trailer map has been sent. He examines the map and wonders what awaits him, knowing he's been anticipating this moment for a long time. Meanwhile, at the Yun family manor, located on the western border of Dragon Nation, a girl stares at a screen displaying the winner of the national trailer competition, Lu Fan from Dragon Nation. She smirks, already familiar with him, knowing that the weapon she provided him is powerful enough to handle any opponent, no matter how hard they try to win. Suddenly, she coughs violently and looks down at her hand, now stained with blood. Her expression shifts to shock. The family method's attacks are typically internal, rarely showing physical signs, but now, the evidence is right in front of her. A maid enters the room and bows respectfully before delivering troubling news. Miss Yi, the Huang family has arrived once again, she announces. Miss Yi's expression hardens, concern flashing in her eyes. Again, she mutters, gripping the armrest of her chair. They just won't give up, will they? Her frustration deepens. Yinshui Mountain has been under her family's care for nearly a century, yet the Huang family continues to stake their claim on it. The maid speaks carefully, choosing her words with caution. The Yi family has already sacrificed many resources, and we are at a disadvantage. The Huang family is using old grievances to justify their actions. Miss Ye's fingers tighten into a fist. Ungrateful wolves, she spits. Even noble families in the Western Territory aren't above resorting to these underhanded tactics. Her thoughts drift elsewhere. Has there been any word from the dragon family? She asks, hopeful for some support. The maid hesitates before shaking her head. No response, my lady. A sharp bang echoes through the room as Miss Yi slams her hand against the table, her frustration boiling over. But before she can say another word, a violent cough overtakes her, and she quickly covers her mouth with a handkerchief. The maid rushes to her side. Miss Yi, please take care of your health, she pleads. Miss Yi glances at the blood-stained fabric in her palm, but brushes it off. It's nothing serious, she insists, shoving the handkerchief into her sleeve. Steeling herself, she rises from her seat. I will meet the Huang family myself, she declares. It's time to expose their shamelessness. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sits by the airplane window, watching the golden hues of the sunset stretch across the horizon. As the plane cruises above the clouds, his mind drifts to Old Han and the rewards that await him. Turning his attention to a digital tablet, he examines the details of a newly discovered desert secret realm located on the Taiji Dragon Nation border. The realm's high difficulty intrigues him, making him wonder if it holds any hidden treasures. Upon arriving at Jinyu City International Airport, Lu Fan steps out with Old Han and a small team. A sense of excitement hums in his chest. This national-level reward is no ordinary prize. It allows him to choose hidden challenges. Standing beside Old Han, he scans through a list of 460 secret realms, though he is only permitted to select 10. Old Han gestures toward the list. These 46 secret realms were gathered by Dragon Nation's high authorities from across the world. Even the wealthiest people could never buy access to them. Lu Fan scrolls through the options, but feels a twinge of disappointment. Most of these are level 60 and above, he murmurs. They won't be of much help to me. Just as he's about to move on, his eyes widen. The Sea of Death. Marked with nightmare difficulty, the name alone is enough to send chills down most people's spines. But what catches Lu Fan's attention is something more. This was the very location hinted at by the Divine Treasure map he found the night before. Old Han notices his reaction and raises a brow. You seem interested in something. Have you made your decision? Lu Fan takes a deep breath and nods. Yes, I'll take the Sea of Death. Old Han strokes his beard thoughtfully. Just that one? You still have 9 more choices. Lu Fan smirks. The others don't matter. Old Han lets out a short chuckle and raises a finger. The Sea of Death lies right on the border. I'll have Vice Principal Zhao organize a scouting team and set up a teleportation point for your journey. At that moment, one of the men beside them chimes in. Old Han, thank you for everything. I'll be delaying my return to Dragon Nation. I have an appointment with Andre, and I can't refuse his hospitality. Old Han nods. Understood. I'll head back first and have Vice Principal Zhao select high-experience secret realms for the remaining 9 slots. Lu Fan sat quietly, and Principal Zhao gently patted his shoulder and asked him what he was thinking about. The principal then announced in a friendly tone that it was time to get off the plane. Lu Fan appeared and remarked in a lively manner. The aircraft landed at the airport, and as Lu Fan disembarked, his fans welcomed him as the representative of the Dragon Nation on a triumphant return and noted that he looked very cool. A reporter asked Mr. Lu Fan if he would accept an interview. Principal Zhao said he knew Lu Fan to feel uneasy about the attention. Lu Fan quickly answered Vice Principal Zhao, urging him not to tease him and to assist him immediately. After half an hour, Lu Fan and Principal Zhao arrived at the Dragon Capital Academy, ready to take on the next challenge. Principal Zhao tells Lu Fan that he should rest for now instead of standing around, and that once the teleportation gate to the Sea of the Depths is set up, he will come and get him. As Lu Fan hears someone calling his name, he turns to see his auntie waving near the house, while the girls hold a pamphlet welcoming him back as Rank 1. His auntie and the girls push him forward, making him cry out in protest, but his auntie tearfully confesses that she watched the live broadcast every day, worried for his safety, knowing many people wanted to harm him. Lu Fan reassures her that he returned safe and sound and feels at ease knowing she was watching over him, finally feeling at home. As they lead him inside, he waves to Principal Zhao, recalling the 4 tasks Vice Principal Zhao had assigned him. Eat, sleep, care for his dragon pet, and spend time with family and friends. Seated at the dining table, Jianing asks why he returned later than expected. Lu Fan explains that a Snow Nation representative invited him to a banquet before his departure. Someone teases that he's turned bad and started drinking, prompting Tao Zi to scoff that she's not from Snow Nation, where people drink themselves to death. Qin Xiu laughs, calling Sister Han an overreactor, shocking Lu Fan's auntie. Grateful to enjoy his auntie's cooking and be with everyone again, Lu Fan feels his hardships fade away, wondering if his older sister knows he achieved Rank 1. Meanwhile, at the Jin residence reception hall in Jinyu City, a Mr. Jin rushes in, reporting that Jinyu City Airport confirmed Lu Fan is heading to the Sea of Death's secret realm. A man rises from his seat, confirming that the Sea of Death lies within the forest of the Divine Bonds, between Taiji Nation and Dragon Nation. He orders the Gods Legion and War God Legion to mobilize there. The Mr. Jin, shocked, is suddenly overpowered as the man pushes him to the ground, declaring that for his son's revenge, even the nation's full power isn't excessive. He vows to ambush Lu Fan at the secret realm, personally leading the 4 Guardian heroes to eliminate him. The story takes a sudden shift to the Forest of the Divine Bones, located at the border between Dragon Nation and Taiji Nation. As Lu Fan and the girls step out of the portal, an air of excitement surrounds them. The girls can hardly contain their enthusiasm. I can't believe this is actually happening, one of them exclaims. We're about to take on a national-level dungeon. Another nods eagerly. It's all thanks to Lu Fan. If not for him, we wouldn't have this opportunity. While the group buzzes with excitement, Lu Fan remains silent, his gaze fixed on the sea of death in the distance. This place holds his next challenge, the encounter with his fifth dragon. As his eyes drift toward the Taiji nation's encampment, a question lingers in his mind. Why are there people stationed here? Before he can voice his thoughts, a calm voice speaks from behind. Ever since construction on the teleportation array began, personnel have been deployed to the border, a woman explains. Their numbers aren't too high, so there's no need to worry. The group turns to see the familiar figure of Teacher Gu standing behind them. Teacher Gu, what are you doing here? One of the girls asks in surprise. She offers a reassuring smile and pats Lu on the shoulder. No need to be nervous, she says. The academy was concerned something might go wrong, so they sent me to assist you. She said, if you ever run into any problems here, feel free to come to me anytime. The academy really plans ahead. Lu Fan couldn't help but admire their tactics. Meanwhile, the girls started complimenting Dad. Comparing people really makes you mad. Is this what being a student is like? One of them whispered for the other to keep his voice down, while another thanked him for taking such good care of Zhao Fan. Meanwhile, the teacher said, follow me. I'll take you to the dungeon entrance. As they arrived, she reminded them, make sure to enjoy every moment of your rewards to the fullest. At the break of dawn in the Sea of Death, Lu stepped into the dungeon and spotted a decayed skeleton gripping a sword. He hadn't expected there to be a gatekeeper. However, Tao Zi reassured him. We can handle this one, so don't worry. Lu Fan relaxed a little. This elite monster, a minion of the tyrant, had some decent skills, but the girls weren't fazed. Lu wasn't the only one growing stronger. Everyone needed to improve. Tao Zi summoned a water split, slashed her sword, and unleashed 4 water chains that wrapped around the skeleton, freezing it with ice damage. Gue followed up with starry inhalation, igniting the frozen skeleton in flames. Lu Fan couldn't help but admire their flawless teamwork. Over the past 2 months, they've been training hard to close the gap between them and Lu. Now, their coordination was seamless. They were determined to fight alongside him as equals, not burdens. Lu was impressed. They had just taken down a level 65 elite monster despite being barely past level 30. Even students from Dragon Capital Academy wouldn't make it this far. Suddenly, something struck him. Alarmed, he reacted instantly, drawing his bow and firing Serpent's Arrow, a dark serpent skill that unleashed 12 magic arrows. The arrows shot past Tao Zi, causing her to snap. Lu Fan, what are you doing? But before she could finish, the arrows struck multiple skeletons that had been silently creeping up behind them. The girls were stunned. Lu had instantly taken down 8 elite monsters that they hadn't even noticed. They felt like a joke for missing such an obvious threat. One of them spoke up. If we're your dragons, then bring us out so we can level up together. Lu hesitated before admitting, I actually got a new dragon recently, but his temper isn't the best. The girls were shocked. He had 6 dragons now, but instead of feeling intimidated, they got excited. Summon him already. We want to see what element he is. Lu finally gave in. Fine, but if he causes trouble, I'm sending him back. Suddenly, lightning tore through the clouds, startling the girls. Does he always make such a dramatic entrance? A small blue dragon surfaced, radiating overwhelming magical energy. The girls were left speechless. Lu smirked. Can't you keep a low profile for once? The dragon roared, summoning multiple lightning strikes, creating a storm zone that paralyzed and damaged nearby monsters. Lu realized this was no ordinary dragon. It was a blue dragon king. Despite its small size, its sheer power made it feel like a colossal beast. Lightning surged from its body, unleashing electric charged attacks. With dragon resonance, both the dragon rider and the dragon could use the same dragon language magic, doubling the spell's power. Lu recognized the skill. Abayo had just activated Blue Dragon King's roar. By using it together, they triggered dragon resonance, allowing the blue dragon to level up to level 2, raining down destruction with lightning. Just then, a dungeon quest notification appeared. Collect the map fragments to piece together the tyrant's retreat route and locate the tyrant's hidden treasure. As Lu takes out a fragment of the tavern's retreat route map, the others ask if they're supposed to search for the tavern's treasure. Jin Yang explains that by collecting 500 fragments, they can piece together the full retreat route map and locate the treasure. But 500 fragments is a lot, and they know they can't afford to waste time. What are we waiting for? Let's flatten this desert and start searching, someone exclaims. However, Lu stops them. Don't rush. This entire area is a desert, and we have no idea what's buried beneath. If we move carelessly, we might trigger the wrong trap. Realizing the risk, they turn to Lu. Do you have a plan? Lu smirks. I do, and I have just the right scout for the job. With that, he summons his dragon, and alongside it, twin fallen corpse holy dragons emerge. Their presence alone radiates immense pressure. These dragons aren't just powerful, they come with unique abilities that could aid in the search. Next, Lu channels Fallen Corpse energy, summoning fallen, deadly demon soldiers. The group is left in shock. How is this even possible? Someone gasps. You pulled these puppets straight out of the dungeon. Lu calmly explains. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon has the ability to open the Holy Light Gate, allowing it to teleport itself and all the Fallen Corpse puppets to any location, completely unrestricted by distance, domain barriers, formations, or even dimensions. Jin Yang is stunned. This is on a whole different level compared to hidden glass necromancy. Tao stares at the summoned army and asks, "Did you just bring out the entire 9-round demon city?" Lu chuckles. Well, I wouldn't let such powerful miners go to waste. Suddenly, a giant monster surfaces, letting out a deafening roar. The girls flinch in fear, but Lu remains unfazed. Let them handle the path clearing. The fallen demon soldiers charge forward, engaging in battle with tyrants, servant skeletons, and desert spiders. Within moments, chaos erupts. More monsters emerge from the ground, and the entire area turns into a full-scale battleground. Above them, thunder roars, and lightning strikes repeatedly, forming a storm zone that sweeps across the battlefield. The girls can only stare in disbelief at the insane spectacle before them. Tao mutters, I spent 2 months training hard, proud of my progress, but this guy just wipes out an entire dungeon like it's nothing. How is anyone supposed to survive in this world? The others are speechless. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Congratulations. The host location matches the coordinates of the Dividing Treasures map. The treasure map has been successfully used. Lu quickly checks the treasure, expecting a dragon egg. Instead, he finds something even more valuable. The Will of the Blazing Dragon Warrior, a top-tier item. He doesn't need to level up his battle power anymore. This alone is a massive boost. Then, his eyes land on the Shadow Dragon King contract blueprint. It's literally a divine artifact. Without hesitation, he activates natural assimilation, consuming the contract. It fuses into him, becoming a permanent summon skill, just like his Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon. As the fragment collection reaches completion, another notification appears. Do you wish to assimilate the Tavern's Retreat route map? Lu clicks yes without hesitation. He hadn't expected to complete the mission so quickly. Suddenly, the scene shifts. The focus moves to a battalion of soldiers marching. A commander at the front suddenly raises a hand. Stop! The secret realm is currently in use. Before he can say anything more, a heavily armored soldier wielding a giant sword steps forward and cleaves the captain in half, cutting off his protest entirely. Another soldier, witnessing the scene in horror, quickly fires a light gun into the sky, sending out an emergency signal, an alert to all guards that an enemy attack is underway. Teacher Goose suddenly notices the chaos unfolding and wonders what's happening. As he looks deeper into the battlefield, he sees blood gushing in all directions, soldiers being cut down, and the onslaught continuing relentlessly. Confused, he shouts, "What's going on?" Before he can react, a soldier suddenly crashes into him, knocking him out of the way just in time to save him from an incoming strike. The enemies, they're from the Taiji Nation. We need to retreat, the soldier urgently tells him. We have to get word back to Dragon Nation. Gu understands the gravity of the situation and immediately heads toward the teleport gate. But his heart sinks. The path is completely blocked by an enemy guard. With no other options left, he reaches into his belongings and finds a single-use random teleportation scroll. This is his only way out. Just as he's about to activate it, a giant man wielding a massive axe suddenly appears behind him, ready to strike. Reacting quickly, Gu swings his weapon, striking the attacker directly on the head, momentarily stopping him. Seizing the chance, he activates the teleportation scroll, delivering a forceful push thrust at the commander before vanishing into thin air. The commander stands there, watching in disappointment as his prey escapes. At that moment, his identity is revealed. He is none other than Li Tai, the feared butcher god of the Taiji Nation. As Lu acquires the Emerald Mirror skill, he wonders if Xiao Fai has also gained a new ability. Emerald Mirror allows him to select a friendly unit and create 2 mirror projections of it. These clones inherit all abilities of the original, but with only 30% of its attributes. Realizing the potential, Lu is stunned. This skill can create clones. With the ability to summon multiple versions of himself, he thinks if someone were attacked by 15 dragons at once, even a god wouldn't be able to survive. Now that he has reached level 30+, mastered both the Dragon Domain and Emerald Mirror, and unlocked such a heaven-defying skill, he can't help but pet his dragon with admiration. This power drastically multiplies the team's combat strength, making Xiao Fai one of the most formidable dragon pets. Suddenly, a level 70 tyrant servant emerges. Not just one, but many. Jean, looking at the sudden wave of enemies, remarks, "This must have been triggered by synthesizing the route map." Lu, however, feels relieved. At least we don't have to go looking for the boss. As they prepare for battle, a towering figure looms behind the tyrant servants, the cursed tyrant. Jean turns to Lu. How do you want to handle this? Tao suggests, let the demonic army take the vanguard, then Lin's dragon can finish them off. But Lin waves off the suggestion, grinning. No need for all that trouble. Earth Berserk will handle everything. Tao, skeptical, raises an eyebrow. I know Earth Berserk is powerful, but this isn't just any level 80 nightmare boss. There are also countless level 70 elite commanders. Are you seriously planning to send Earth Berserk in alone? Lu smirks. Why not? Xiaofai, it's time to show off your new skill, Emerald Mirror. As Emerald Mirror activates, the girls watch in shock. The clone technique actually works. 2 identical clones appear instantly. If they summon all 9 dragons, that would mean 27 clones in total. Suddenly, the battlefield shifts. 1 giant demon turns into 2, and the girls stare in awe. This skill is insane. The battle against the Cursed Tyrant. The Cursed Tyrant unleashes Desert Howl, summoning a swirling vortex of sandstorms over a targeted area. The raging storm traps enemies within its reach, making the ground completely unstable. As the whirlwinds rage, the group starts to panic. With nowhere to find footing, they struggle to stay upright. Tao loses balance and falls, unable to stand properly. What do we do? Someone shouts in distress. Lu remains calm. Don't panic. Just take a breather, he reassures them. Before anyone can respond, something slams into the Cursed Tyrant's face. Within moments, all the tyrant's servants are taken down one by one. Lu smirks. Watch Earth Berserk's spectacular performance. The Earth Berserkers, wielding massive metallic weapons, charge forward and mercilessly pummel the tyrant. Despite its furious roars, it's completely powerless. Then, a rain of metallic cubes descends from the sky. The cube storm crashes onto the battlefield, dealing 100% attack damage to the enemy. The cubes strike the Cursed Tyrant and its minions directly on their heads, burying them beneath the earth. To Lu, this battle looked way too easy. The girls, still processing what just happened, shake their heads. Just when we think we've seen it all, Lu surprises us again. Tao, stunned, mutters, "Is it already over? I didn't even get to see how they finished everything so fast." With that, the dungeon is cleared. Lu, eager to see what rewards they would receive, looks at the shining yellow chest. His level increases to 42, and a notification appears, granting him an enchantment level removal scroll. Lu grins. This is exactly what I needed. With this, he saves a fortune on the insanely high upgrade costs. More rewards appear. A seeker paper, which is a rare item that Xiaofai can use. It allows him to swallow and remove usage limits, making it perfect for cracking and looting. A cooking blueprint, Dawnstep Platinum Boots, and a Tidal Blade, special ability, summons a water element shield for a short period, blocking enemy attacks. Yuan speaks up. I'll take the scroll and the seeker paper. The rest can go to whoever needs them. He then adds, we can farm this dungeon multiple times, so eventually everyone will get the gear they need. The girls happily agree. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it again. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a soldier rushes to report to the commander standing before the teleportation portal. We've already sent men to capture the escaped woman, he informs him. The commander smirks. Good. Report to Lord Jean that Goodborn Forest has been completely purged. As soon as Lu Fan steps out, we'll eliminate him and his allies in one sweep. But before he can finish speaking, a chilling voice cuts him off. No need for that. I'm already here. In an instant, a dark magic surges. The speaker's octopus-like power engulfs the soldier, reducing him to a rancid, rotting corpse. With eyes burning with hatred, the mysterious figure sneers. Lu Fan, I swear, I will personally kill you. The commander bows deeply. Welcome, my lord. The sinister lord gives a cold order. Make this place look like the work of those ancient god-worshipping heretics. The Dinjin nation must never know we were behind this. The scene shifts to Zhao Zheng, who mutters that it is strange why he cannot reach the guild. He calls the Dragon Nation Border Defense Department and introduces himself as Zhao Zheng from Dragon Capital Academy. He asks if Teacher Gu is still at the Death Sansi camp. Suddenly, a sharp voice responds that Vice Principal Zhao and their camp have already been attacked. Zhao's eyes widen as he asks what happened. The voice continues by saying that the Taiji Nation has sent an official notification. Over the past 6 months, active heretic groups from various countries have attacked Dragon Nation camps. Zhao clenches his fist as he asks how that is possible. The voice tries to reassure him by telling him to stay calm and ensure the students and staff remain composed since the Border Defense Department is currently verifying the report. Back at the Jean Mansion in Taiji Nation, General Jean lounges with his foot on the table. He smirks while questioning what is there to verify and why Dragon Nation does not trust him. He waves his hand dismissively and tells his men to inform Dragon Nation that the Death Sand Sea is extremely remote. Even if they send immortals, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to reach there if nothing holds them up. A girl approaches and informs him that Dragon Nation has sent 2 letters. Jean raises an eyebrow and asks why she is panicking and what is so urgent about these letters. The girl bows and apologizes while explaining that the letters are from Han Fei and to Jean. Jin's expression changes as he quickly opens the letters. She explains that Han is accusing them of negligence in investigating the heretic incident. In order to uncover the truth, he has decided to send Tu Jin to handle the matter. Tu Jin has already dispatched the Griffin Squad, which is gathering at the border. He also states that if a conflict arises, he hopes for the Taiji nation's understanding. Jin remains silent for a moment, but then anger flares in his eyes as he states that these forces are getting too bold. He believes their words are practically a declaration that if they are stopped, it will mean war. A subordinate hesitantly speaks up and tells him that the Dragon Nation's Griffin Squad is not something they can handle. Jean slams the letter down and declares that they must not hinder Lord Jin's plan. He issues his orders by instructing them to send word to the Godslayer Legion and have Li Tai deliver a message to the National Guard hero. At the same time, he commands the Good Killer Legion to move to the border to stall the Griffin Squad. He believes that as long as they kill Lu Fan, there will be no evidence and Dragon Nation will only be able to investigate the heretics. He insists that nothing must go wrong in eliminating him. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's group is traveling when Tao groans in exhaustion. She complains about being hungry and worn out from the secret realm before suggesting they stop to eat something good and rest. Lu Fan smirks and teases her by saying that if she walked just a little more she might get tied up. Tao glares at him and corrects him by saying that the word is tired, not tied up. However, their laughter fades as they arrive at the battleground where heaps of bodies lie scattered across the area. Their expressions turn grim as they realize what has happened. Jean steps forward to examine the corpses and states that their condition is exactly the same as Charles, whom Lu defeated. Their life force has been drained. A chill runs down Tao's spine as she questions whether the heretics who worship the ancient gods could be responsible. Lu shakes his head and explains that he does not sense any ancient god's power, but he does feel an energy similar to Jin Songhan's. Jin Yang frowns and argues that this is impossible because Jin Xinghan is already. Before he can finish his sentence, a voice echoes through the battlefield stating that he is quite impressively sharp and clever. Their heads snap toward the source of the voice. Jin Yang's instincts scream danger as he immediately readies his sword. A man steps forward with a cold smile and tells them that their cleverness will not save them today. Lu narrows his eyes and identifies him as Jin Zaishi. Lu steps in front of Jin Yang and warns him not to act recklessly since their opponent is at level 97, just like Jin Xinghan, and carries the aura of the abyss. Qin jumps in saying her father once knew him. She said that this man is the Taiji nation's national guardian hero, Jin Zaishi. Lu exhales sharply as he comes to the realization that Jin Xinghan, being a prince, is the son of his son. Suddenly, another man named Park Jae, who was lounging on a tree branch, scoffed and questioned whether Nation Lord Jin really needed all of them just to handle this so-called formidable brat. He found it ridiculous since the kid did not even seem to have undergone the third transformation. He and the others decided they would not let Li Tai deal with him alone. Li Tai, a young combatant widow walker, remained cautious. He reminded them that while their opponent might be low level, he had already defeated their old friend, the Nine Realms Demon. Before anyone could respond, the ground rumbled violently, putting all the girls on high alert. A towering figure emerged from the dust. It was a beast, Choi Hun. He scoffed at the mention of the Nine Realms Demon and declared that if they had killed him once, they could do it again. His gaze shifted toward Lu Fan as he licked his lips in anticipation. They say this brat possesses a real dragon, he said with a grin. My battle axe is itching to be drenched in dragon blood. The girls instinctively looked up at the sky, where towering pillars of light illuminated the battlefield. A new presence descended from above. A thunder mage in a black robe landed silently, his aura radiating an ominous energy. He remained eerily quiet as he observed the scene. One of the men chuckled and remarked that the old black mage had not changed at all. He was still mute as ever and just as dull. Jin Yang turned to Lu Fan and noted that these four were likely on the same level as Jin Zaishi. Qin nodded in agreement, stating that there was no doubt. These were the 5 national guardian heroes of the Taiji nation. Tension thickened in the air as all eyes turned to Lu Fan. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and declared that these so-called heroes were the ones responsible for slaughtering everyone in the camp. His gaze burned with fury as he promised that not a single one of them would escape. They would all pay in blood. A green aura surged around him as he prepared to summon his dragon. He raised his voice and issued a challenge. Come, National Guardian Heroes. Kill me if you can, or you will be buried alongside the innocent souls you massacred. His aunt cried out in warning, reminding him that they were all above level 90. Lu Fan turned to his female companions and gave a firm order. Protect my aunt, he commanded. No matter what happens, I won't be stopping for anything. Jean Zaishi sneered and called Lu an ignorant brat before unleashing his octopus-like tentacles, which lashed out alongside the other weapons, all aimed straight at him. He commanded his forces to fight and avenge his son. Choi Hoon charged forward and slammed his weapon into the ground with a massive strike, shattering the surface into pieces. Lu effortlessly lifted himself into the air to evade the impact. Meanwhile, Li readied his arrow, forcing Lu to command Xiao Fai to activate the Emerald Dragon's power. The dragon's bloodline formed a thick defensive barrier, immune to all debuffs, while its self-recovery ability increased by 5%, ensuring everyone's safety. Seeing his arrow fail to leave even a scratch on the protective layer, Li was stunned. Lu, now irritated, shouted, "If you want to kill someone, then come at me. How dare you slaughter innocent Dragon Nation citizens? I'll make sure you witness the death of every Taiji Nation soldier under your command." Enraged by Lu's words, Park Ji lunged forward with a piercing sword strike. But as soon as his blade made contact with the barrier, he realized it was completely ineffective. Choi Hoon stepped up, brushing Park Ji aside, saying, "Move. I'll handle this." He mocked Lu, calling him a coward hiding in his shell, before hurling his battle axe. The Hell Blood Axe totem unleashed 300 physical damage upon impact, yet the attack had no effect whatsoever. In response, someone attempted to summon the twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons using the natural remediation Dragonbone Flute, but even that failed to break through. Lu descended to the ground, scoffing, "Did you just call me a coward?" Jin Yang, concerned, reminded him that his only priority should be protecting his aunt. A dense yellow energy now surrounded Lu, shielding him completely. The Holy Light Gate skill activated, ensuring that the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon's ability could reach across all dimensions of the battlefield. As the command was given, the summoned dragons charged into attack. The energy of the fallen warriors flowed back to the Holy Dragon, empowering it further. Suddenly, massive demons were summoned right in front of the Taiji Nation forces. Shocked, they realized what had happened. Lu had pulled the Nine Realms demons out of the secret realm, but Jean remained unfazed. So what if he summoned them? They're nothing more than empty shells now, he scoffed. Even the old mage finally spoke up, confident that they had killed the Nine Realms demons before and could do it again. But standing before his dragons, Lu smirked and challenged them. "Then show me. Let's see exactly how you plan to kill the Nine Realms demons this time." Suddenly, Park sensed that something was off. He noticed an unusual behavior in the Nine Realms demons. Their deafening roars filled the battlefield as they multiplied in numbers. Using the Emerald Mirror, he realized there were now 18 of them. Shocked, he shouted for the others to stay close. Jean, however, remained calm. Even if they're clones, their stats are definitely lower. We can take them down easily. To prove his point, he swiftly killed an Earth Demon and another Realm Demon, reducing their number to 16. "See, this is just a scare tactic. These clones are much weaker than the original," he assured them, boosting their morale. Encouraged by this, they shifted their focus to eliminating the clones first. But the mage had his eyes on Lu, who was glowing with an ominous energy. He frowned and asked, "What is he doing?" Jean also noticed it and grew uneasy. "What trick is he pulling now?" Lu smirked. "So you finally noticed? I've been waiting for this skill to fully charge. Now, you will face the will of the fierce dragon warrior." In an instant, his body transformed, turning into a towering golden dragon. His voice thundered. "The countdown to your death begins." The sight left everyone stunned. The girls gasped in disbelief. How can Lu Fan turn into a dragon? The mage's face twisted in horror. He's not just transforming. He's fully controlling the dragon's power. Realizing the danger, he desperately called for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the summoned demons began capturing their enemies one by one. Li found herself completely trapped with no escape. The beasts overwhelmed the rest, forcing them into a desperate struggle. Their cries for help reached Lord Jean, but he stood frozen. The dragon domain had expanded to a massive 100-meter radius, empowering every dragon and any creature with a shared bloodline. Each demon received layer upon layer of buffs, turning them into unstoppable forces. The defeated Nine Realms demons, once feared by Lu's enemies, were now stepping over them with a triumphant roar. With the golden dragon at the heart of this power surge, its strength doubled, making it nearly invincible. Jean could only clench his teeth, drenched in sweat as he realized the battle had spiraled out of his control. Before he could react, the golden dragon closed in and unleashed a devastating claw strike. tearing through his octopus tentacles like paper. The impact sent him flying like a rag doll. Mid-air, Gene struggled to process what had just happened. Had he really lost? How could Lu Fan be this strong? The pain from single strike was unbearable. As he crashed to the ground, he heard Lee crying for help, but he was powerless to save him. His gaze shifted to the mage, who was also on the verge of death, pleading for rescue. That's when it finally hit him. They should have never provoked Lu Fan. It was over. His comrades lay broken and captured, and he regretted ever starting this fight. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed, helpless. Lu stepped forward, crushing the black blood beneath his feet. With the dragon domain still active, you'll die here like everyone else, he said coldly. Gene coughed, barely able to speak. Then just finish me quickly. Lu unsheathed a red blade. Killing a National Guardian hero won't stop Taiji Nation from coming after me, he muttered. His eyes locked onto Gene. Do you remember what I said? Gene, barely holding on, forced himself to stand despite his broken body. What are you doing? He stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Lu raised his sword. I'm going to make you watch as I slaughter every single Taiji Nation soldier under your command. Just as Lu's sword dripped with blood after slaying the 5 heroes, Jin Yang grew curious about how they would explain this to the Taiji Nation. However, his aunt was more concerned about Lu's well-being, asking if he was feeling any discomfort. Meanwhile, Qin wondered if they should clean up the scene. But Tai had a bigger concern. Who would have thought that Jin Zhaoxi, the leader of the 5 heroes who once protected Taichi, would meet such an end? Lu, however, grinned and said, Who said they're all dead? The girls looked at him in confusion. Then, suddenly, the fallen heroes began to rise again. Lu smirked. After killing so many from my Dragon Nation, how could I let them die so easily? With that, he summoned them back to life, and they stood before the group once more. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, a commander and his soldiers rushed toward the portal. He wondered how many lords awaited him on the other side. Upon arriving, he immediately knelt and reported, My lord, Jin Zion has informed us that the Dragon Nation is aware of the teleportation array's destruction. Jinbei has already dispatched envoys to the border. But the lord remained silent, making the commander uneasy. Had he arrived too late? Judging by the battlefield, the lord should have already killed Lu Fan. However, before he could think further, someone stepped forward. The commander instinctively reached for his sword, only to see Lu himself. Lu's voice was cold. Who gave you the courage to attack the Dragon Nation? Seeing that Lu Fan was still alive, the commander immediately ordered his men to attack. But before they could strike, an arrow flew through the air, knocking the commander's sword from his hand. Lu had fired the shot. The commander was sent tumbling backward. Suddenly, sharp tentacles pierced through the soldiers' hearts, and then wrapped around the commander as well. He broke into a sweat, his voice trembling. Why, Lord Jin? Why are you doing this? Lu stepped forward and pulled back the Lord's cape. Because, he said with a smirk, they become my dogs. The commander struggled against the tentacles and finally broke free. Furious, he charged at Lu, shouting, How dare you kill Lord Jin? Are you seeking death? He raised his sword to strike, but before he could land a blow, another figure slammed him to the ground with a massive axe. Lu shook his head. If Lord Jin couldn't last 2 rounds against me, what makes you think you stand chance? Pinned under the weight of the axe, the commander gritted his teeth and growled, I swear, I'll kill you and cut you into pieces. Lu smirked. Save your strength. With that, the tentacles wrapped around the commander again, lifting him high above the ground. The commander shouted in desperation, What are you trying to do? Lu's expression darkened. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me the truth. The commander struggled, refusing to speak. But after a brutal beating, he was left swollen and barely conscious, until he finally broke down and spilled everything he knew. Tao frowned. I didn't expect Taichi Nation to send 2 elite armies along with a hero just to kill you. Another added, and there's no sign of Teacher Gu's body. It seems he escaped, just like the commander said. Lu's aunt turned to him. What's our next move? The teleportation array is destroyed, and we're thousands of miles from the Dragon Nation. Jin Yang spoke up. The God-slaying army is nearby. Should we head to the border first and meet up with Jinbei marquee men? Kim knew that after using a random teleportation scroll, the travel distance couldn't exceed the current map's limits. Finding Teacher Gu before the God-slaying army was crucial. Meanwhile, the commander, having confessed everything, begged for his freedom. But a tentacle suddenly pierced through his chest. As he lay dying, he gasped, You lied to me. Lu told him Thav did promised to let him go alive. Lu's eyes were cold. How could I honor the fallen soldiers of the Dragon Nation if I let you live? The scene shifted to the God-slaying army's barracks. In the command center, a high-ranking officer scoffed, By the time Dragon Nation's reinforcements arrive, Lord Jin will have already killed that kid. A soldier beside him frowned. How is that possible? The 5 heroes who protected the nation fought together, and they still couldn't defeat a second-level job changer. Little did they know, Jin's body had already entered their room and was looming right behind them. One of the guards in the command center turned and stared at the massive tentacles of the octopus. For a second, he wondered if the aura felt like Lord Jin's. He tried to report it and was mid-conversation when one of the tentacles suddenly pierced through his chest. The others stood frozen in shock. Then, the tentacle thickened and exploded, shattering the guard's body completely. The rest just stood there in stunned silence. The guards couldn't believe it. Lord Jin had just killed their commander. "He's gone berserk," one of them yelled. "We need to get out of here now." As they rushed for the exit, Lord Jin slammed into the ground and sent the octopus-like arms flying, stabbing every one of them. One of the survivors, near the door, looked back and saw a few guards just standing there. "What the hell are you doing? Don't stand there, run," he screamed. Suddenly, his arm was severed. Blood sprayed across his face as he stumbled toward the exit, completely stunned. But just as he reached the entrance and looked outside, his eyes widened in terror. The entire area beyond the command center was crawling with demons from the demon realm. The massacre had already begun. The guards turned back, only to see Lord Jin tearing into their comrades like a savage beast. One by one, he slaughtered them. There was no escape. When he finally stepped out of the building, the other demons were already waiting for him. The scene shifts to the Taiji Nation, at Jin's residence, where a tall building towered above the rest. A man named Lord Jin Zion was frantically trying to reach someone. As the call finally connected, he snapped, "Why the hell haven't you been picking up?" The person on the other end replied calmly, "This is the Slaughter God Legion Command Center." Jin Zion quickly identified himself and demanded immediate action. "Send your men to the Death Seas instance right now. We need to meet up with Lee. Have him contact me at once." But before the conversation could go further, a panicked voice broke in from the other side. "Oh, outside the base. There are 9. The voice cut off with a loud boom. "Hey, what happened? Talk to me," Jin Zion shouted, but the line had already gone dead. He frowned. Something had definitely gone wrong. He needed to send someone to investigate immediately. Just then, a woman rushed into the room. "General, we have bad news," she said urgently. The Examination God Legion failed to stop Dragon Nation. One of their top-tier experts is breaking through. They're preparing to force their way into the Divine Bone Forest. Jin Zion froze for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" Late at night, on the Dragon Nation's border, several unmarked military ships quietly hovered in front of a towering mountain range. They stood guard silently, watching for any threat. Suddenly, the Dragon Nation's elite Griffin squad appeared out of nowhere, their men already pointing arrows at the ships. Among them, an old warrior stepped forward and declared, "We've been ordered to investigate the foreign cult attack on our camp. You must let us pass." From one of the ships, a captain responded firmly, "This is Taiji Nation territory. Any unauthorized entry will be treated as an act of aggression." Another officer beside him stepped in cautiously. "These are members of the Griffin squad. If we stop them, we might take heavy losses." But their commander wasn't fazed. "The Griffin squad may be formidable, but if we manage to defeat them, our Extermination Guard Legion will become the top force among the 3 Trump Guards." Getting arrogant, the commander ordered, "Notify all units to prepare for battle. The moment they move, we open fire." But the old warrior wasn't backing down. "The 3 elders of Dragon Nation and Marcus Shinbei have already issued a formal notice to Jin residents. If you deny us passage, you'll be responsible for the consequences." Just then, a memory flashed in his mind, a terrifying weapon known as the Burning Desolation Staff. He hadn't expected it to appear here, nor did he expect him to show up. That man's power was rumored to rival the 5 national heroes. Even the Examination God Legion couldn't stop someone like him. Back on the ship, the captain ignored the warnings and shouted, "Fire!" Immediately, the ships unleashed mana-charged strikes, raining beams of energy toward the Griffin squad. 3 separate mana cannons lit up the sky, forcing the Griffins to alter their course. "They attacked first," one of the Griffin members yelled. The elder shouted, "I'll cover you. Advance to the strike zone. Don't hold back." He raised his staff and slammed it down with overwhelming force. The resulting shockwave tore through the air, smashing the advanced cannons on all 3 warships. In mere seconds, the ships were engulfed in flames, their weapons shattered, explosions ripping through their hulls. The commander stared in disbelief, eyes wide with horror. With a single strike, he destroyed all 3 warships. His voice trembled as panic spread through his crew. The ship was sinking fast, and chaos took over. The staff swirled and returned to the Griffin squad. "Is this really the Burning Desolation staff? I didn't expect the old pal to show up here. His strength, could he truly rival the 5 national heroes? Even the Extermination God Legion wouldn't be able to stop him." Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared and caught the staff as it spun through the air. With calm confidence, he raised it and addressed the Taiji nation's forces. "If you still plan to stop us," his voice echoed across the battlefield, "then I won't hesitate to start a massacre. Choose your answer carefully." The following day, in Jinyu City, breaking news spread like wildfire. Reports confirmed that the Divine Bone Forest, located near the national borders, along with several nearby towns, had come under attack by unknown beast-like entities. Crowds gathered around screens, stunned by the footage of massive beasts wreaking havoc. Panic broke out among the onlookers. "Aren't these the same as the Nine Realms demons from the national trial?" Someone cried out. But that couldn't be possible. The Nine Realms demons had only ever been seen by the 5 national heroes, and they were supposed to be sealed inside a secret realm. There was no way they could have escaped. The report continued, revealing something even more shocking. Among the monstrous figures were terrifying individuals bearing an uncanny resemblance to the 5 national heroes themselves. The Jin residents quickly issued an emergency lockdown. People were stunned by the sudden lockdown order. Fear and confusion spread as they questioned what would happen to the towns near Divine Bone Forest. Whispers turned into loud speculation. "Are the national heroes attacking their people?" Someone shouted. "They're being controlled. This isn't right." Names began to surface. Bai Yu, Li Renying. Citizens couldn't believe it. It was clear now they were turning on their own. Meanwhile, in Tinsho City, the same chaos erupted. The same warnings were broadcast on every TV channel. The same fear swept through the people. But this time, the public's reaction was far more aggressive. People stormed out of their homes with banners, protesting in the streets. Outrage filled the air. "The 5 national heroes have betrayed us. Lockdowns won't fix anything." Some even accused the government of staging the early sealing as a cover-up. The fury soon reached the gates of the Jin residence itself. An angry crowd gathered, demanding answers. "We saw the footage. The 9 realm demons and Li were attacking the southwestern town. It's undeniable." Guards struggled to contain the surging crowd as voices rose from every direction, demanding answers. People shouted, questioning why the Jin family was still hiding and how the 9 realms demons had managed to escape the secret realm. One of the guards stepped forward, raising his voice above the chaos. He urged the crowd to remain calm and assured them that the Jin residents would provide a full explanation. According to him, the government had yet to confirm any betrayal by the 5 national heroes and warned against spreading unverified claims. But the crowd was beyond reason. Their fury only intensified as they called for the Jin family to step forward and take responsibility. In the ruins of the southwestern town, a cloaked figure walked through the rubble, his steps quiet amidst the chaos. From a nearby TV screen, he could hear the chants of protesters demanding the Jin residents take responsibility for the appearance of the 9 realms demons. The news anchor's voice echoed in the background. Current estimates suggest the death toll has now exceeded 10,000. All communication with the border garrisons has been lost. The 3 great legions are advancing in an effort to push past the beast tide. The broadcast continued, urging calm. Please follow the lockdown orders issued by the Jin residents. Evacuations around the Divine Bone Forest are proceeding in an orderly manner. Remain indoors and stay safe. The cloaked figure stood still, silently taking it all in. Just then, his expression shifted. He sensed something. Turning to his left, he watched as Earth Demon beasts emerged from the shadows, led by none other than Li. One of the beasts growled, its voice laced with menace. "By my master's order, all of you must die." The cloaked figure narrowed his eyes. Lu Fan's pet still obeys orders, so he's safe after all. I worried for nothing. He slammed his staff into the ground, cracks splitting beneath him. It's not Lu Fan who's at risk, it's the Taiji nation. Launching into the sky, he hovered in silence. If Lu Fan catches the attention of the real powers behind the scenes, it'll be too late. Even with dragons at his side, he's not ready. And I still can't beat him. Back at the Jin residence, Lord Jin stood at the window, watching protesters shout for answers. Lord Jin's secretary stepped forward and reported that the backlash was growing worse. Even with the Slaughter God and Extermination God legions in position, the unrest showed no signs of settling. But Lord Jin remained silent, lost in thought. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Fan would go as far as unleashing the 9 realms demons, just for revenge. The 5 national heroes had once defeated those demons, but now, with Bai Yu and Lu Fan's control, the truth was uncertain. Had the heroes actually lost back then? His fist clenched. If that were the case, then perhaps even the ruler of the Taiji nation would no longer be safe. Lord Jin turned to his secretary, voice sharp. Alert the guards. Enforce the lockdown. Shut down all protests immediately. She hesitated. Isn't that an abuse of power? He grabbed her chin, eyes cold. The Taiji ruler is missing. That makes me the highest authority. Got it. She gave a quiet nod of agreement before quickly turning to leave. As she left, he straightened his coat and smirked. This lockdown, it's the perfect chance. If I find a new 5 heroes to kill Lu Fan, I can erase the 9 Realms demons and the old heroes. He chuckled darkly. I'll blame it all on Jin Zaishi and claim everything for myself. At the edge of the Divine Bone Forest, a surge of blue mana blasted into the sky, visible even from a distance. Lu Fan stood alongside his dragons and companions, shouting at Abeo, the mischievous little blue dragon, to stop causing trouble. But Abeo wasn't listening. It roared wildly, slamming the ground beneath them with reckless energy. Even Lu struggled to keep the beast in check. Without warning, Abeo's level surged to 10. Mana crackled around it as it accidentally shocked its dragon companions. Kim grew irritated and yelled at Abeo to come back, warning that if it kept this up, he would deal with it himself. Still, Abeo continued playing around, unleashing more mana with each roar. Kim called out again, but the dragon ignored him. Then, in a flash of lightning, Abeo fired a bolt directly at Tauzi. She barely dodged in time, narrowly escaping serious harm. Kim watched in disbelief as Abeo's form began to shift, its body expanding, transforming into a massive dragon. Amid the chaos, Kim's eyes narrowed in thought. Could this mean Abeo had awakened a complete dragon form at just level 10? Just like Xiaoyi did back then? Abeo, the massive blue dragon, appears on the system screen with stats that are off the charts. Thunder Roar, Form Transformation, Jumping Thunder, Thunder Favor, and many other abilities that far surpass any other dragons. Qin admits that even though she's seen dragon transformation before, she still can't get used to the overwhelming pressure, and Tao feels the same. Meanwhile, Lu Fan starts wondering, if both Abeo and Xiaoya unlock form transformation at level 10, then why does Abeo only have one dragon form? Still, that single form boosts his speed by 5 times, grant him the dragon language forbidden spell, the 3.3 million Thunder Apocalypse skill, and a new chain area skill called Jumping Thunder. Grinning, he thinks just from the name alone, it might rival Xingqian Star Annihilation Light. Abeo is a perfect name for a blue dragon. The system reveals Thunder Fever, labeled as world-destroying. In that state, the Thunder Orb's effect changes. The current Master Thunder Orb is a Crimson Orb. It makes Lu Fan wonder if boss-level orbs evolve over time. The Crimson Orb increases Abeo's Thunder skills by 50%, and with every lightning spell, it creates a Thunder Barrier at the target area, dealing damage to enemies who pass through. Suddenly, Xiao Fai gets alerted. Lu Fan asks what's going on. A flash of purple light crashes down, and a Divine Bone Revenant rises, glowing with surging purple mana. Jin identifies it as an elite monster. Lu Fan shrugs and says it's no big deal. Xiao Fai and Abeo can handle it. As Xiao Fai lunges at the Revenant, Abeo unleashes Thunderous Roar. It grills the giant and stuns Xiao Fai with multiple bolts of lightning. The girls start to panic and yell for everyone to stay clear. The lightning is terrifying, like heaven's punishment itself. They're worried it might be the dreaded red lightning, and Lu Fan confirms their suspicion. His eyes are on Abeo. It's Abeo again, using his Crimson Orb to blast the skeletal giants within his area of effect. More skeletons rise, and Abeo charges them, trying to fry them all. Lu Fan yells for him to fall back, but Abeo doesn't listen. Instead, he activates Heaven Punishment Calamity, locking onto the enemies and raining lightning strikes to purge them. He even uses his wings to slam down their heads, completely overpowering them. Tao is left speechless because of the one-sided battle. But then, a bolt of lightning speeds toward Qin, and she doesn't notice it. Just in time, Lu Fan pulls her out of harm's way, saving her from being hit. When the dust settles, everyone starts to worry. Abeo might be getting too out of control. Bao says it looks like Abeo is just showing off now. Jim agrees, saying he's acting recklessly, and it's slowing down their search for Teacher Gu. Suddenly, a strong wind swirls, and Xiao Fai picks up on more strange activity. This time, Lu Fan feels it too. The dragons above start fleeing, reacting to the ominous sound. The girls start panicking. Something serious is coming, and Abeo begins channeling his mana once again. Then, it appears as if a massive skeletal dragon is starting to reconstruct right in front of them. It is the Divine Bone Death Whisper. When it died, it shattered into divine bone fragments, and now those fragments have begun to reform. Lu Fan watches in shock and wonders if all the Revenant fragments are coming together. He looks up and sees a colossal skeletal dragon emerge, radiating thick and intense mana. Abeo roars at it, but Lu Fan tells him not to get cocky. The massive bony dragon soars into the sky and fires a purple flame at Abeo. This time, Abeo gets humbled. This thing is no pushover. Despite its size, it moves fast. The girls brace themselves in a defensive stance. The giant doesn't stop. It flies deeper into the divine forest. Jian is still holding on to Qin and doesn't notice she's pulling away. When Qin points it out, he feels bad for not realizing it. After shrinking back to his smaller form, Abayo gets scolded. Xiaofai grabs him by the ears and lectures him for being reckless. Meanwhile, Jian asks, "What was that thing?" "That bony dragon was scarier than the berserk one we saw in the Flying Dragon Mausoleum." Lu Fan replies, "That's probably the undead leader of this whole place. If only I'd realized it earlier, but I couldn't risk everyone's safety just to chase a mystery. We can't afford any more distractions. We need to find Teacher Gu now." Right then, his dragon uses natural assimilation to guide them. As a paper charm floats through the air, Lu Fan notices it's pointing in the exact same direction the skeletal dragon flew. As they sneak up on a group of dragons flying toward the colossal skeletal dragon, they notice it unleashing a thunderous roar that tears through the smaller dragons with ease. Lu Fan wonders where these dragons are heading. Qin can't help but admire the spectacle, and even Tao never imagined she'd witness a dragon migration in her lifetime. Though the dragons are trying to escape, their bones and remnants continue to be shredded. Lu Fan questions what kind of force is driving them to push forward despite the destruction. After a while, all the dragons gather on a damp, black mountain covered in the skeletons of other birds. They land there and immediately collapse to rest. The magic compass points deep into the dark mountains, making them wonder what secrets might be hidden within. Blackhead mentions that the paper dolls stopped right in front of the mountain. Could Teacher Gu be inside? Tao adds that the divine-born revenant dragons have fused with the mountain itself. Lu tells him to back off as he's going to clear the path. Tao warns him to be careful since none of their teachers are around, but she quickly assures them not to worry. She knows what she's doing. Activating the dragon claw, she transforms her arm and starts cutting through the path, releasing a wave of paralyzing energy. This immediately catches the attention of the skeletal dragons, who begin to stir and take flight. Now they call for Lu, asking what to do as all the dragons are suddenly flying around them, surrounding the group. Lu tells them to stay calm. This is all part of the plan. He leaves the chaos to his blue and black dragons. The blue dragon transforms before soaring into the sky, while the black dragon spits flames using the crimson orb. The blue dragon unleashes a thunderous roar, creating a storm zone that deals massive damage across the field. Suddenly, a deep voice booms, commanding the human to stop. Lu notices that no one else seems to have heard it. The voice speaks again, this time directly to him, asking, "Are you a servant of the divine-born revenant or the sacred mountain?" Lu hesitates, unsure whether he should introduce himself first. Then the voice declares, "I am the ancient god of the divine-born. If you are connected to the revenant or the sacred mountain, leave immediately. I will spare you this time, but if you disturb my peace again, I will not forgive you." It repeats. Only Lu is worthy of hearing these words. Hearing the name through the system, Lu feels a strange familiarity. It reminds him of something powerful, perhaps a giant from the far northern lands. Could this voice truly belong to the ancient god? The voice speaks again, asking, "Are you the servant of the divine bone?" Then it warns him, the patience of the ancient gods is running thin. Zulu must decide quickly, but when he looks at the paper dolls, he realizes something. No wonder Teacher Zulu is still here. If he leaves now, she'll definitely die. If I'm really Zawi, he thinks, then I should activate the external guardian for everyone. But is it resonant? Lu keeps thinking, should he introduce himself first before giving an answer? Xiaoye transforms into an eternal dragon and generates a protective barrier over them. She activates the Jade Dragon bloodline, which boosts skill effects and self-recovery by 5,000%. Meanwhile, the blue-robed followers of the protective sect instruct everyone to stay inside the barrier no matter what. They ask Xiaoye what she plans to do. She replies casually, "A fortnight ago, it descended by about a decade. Then, when the portal opened, a star diver from a distant galaxy appeared and transformed." The ancient god speaks again, saying that Lu Fan has finally chosen his fate. Suddenly, the skeletal remnants, the star progressor, and a massive skeletal dragon begin to reassemble. The ground trembles violently, and the girls are struck with fear. The ancient god declares, "Since you insist on seeking death, you shall all become puppets of the divine bone." Now, the divine bone flow rises like a chain all around them. "Look closely," someone whispers. The divine bone flow belongs to a creature that can restore its entire body using the surrounding damaged bones, a clear advantage in battle. The gurus note that the divine-born creature is far larger than Xiaoye, but Lu simply sees it as a clone of the ancient god. The ancient god proclaims, "In this eternal corridor, all shall turn to dusk." Suddenly, a massive thunderstorm begins to swirl through the eternal corridor. The divine bone throne stretches forward, forming a tornado with a 30-meter diameter that drains all surrounding mana. The thunderstorm swells directly in front of the two dragons, pressing them back against the protective shield, which prevents them from moving freely. Then, a slash of the storm wounds Lu's hand. Blood splashes from both him and the Star Dragon. As the Star Dragon falls, it releases a burst of mana that scatters across the battlefield. Lu doesn't notice right away, but his hardware in Xingqian transforms into a stunning humanoid form, unlike anything he's ever seen before. Lu hadn't seen this form of Xingqian in a long time. It gave him a moment to witness her in her humanoid school form. But then, the ancient god interrupted, scoffing at the humans, calling them nothing more than ants about to meet their end. The remnant dragon closed in on Lu's dragon, ready to strike. Sensing the impending danger, Abeo, Xingqian, and Lu's black dragon all activated their skills immediately. They roared in unison, thunder shaking the sky, launching lava blaze and thunderstorm strikes toward the ancient monster. At the same time, Xingqian unleashed a wild, unpredictable attack, infused with thunderbolts, fire, and blue soul mana. She combined Thunder Favor, Crimson Jewel, and Star Crush into one powerful technique, all of them shifting into full attack mode. The loose dragons didn't hesitate, either. Roaring thunder and lava blaze slammed into the ancient dragon skeleton, causing a massive burst of mana. But the ancient god laughed, unimpressed. "Is this your power? How disappointing. Your struggle is meaningless," he said as his elite skeletal body started to gush with wild mana. Just then, Lu called out to Xiaoya to activate the Emerald Mirror effect, but to their shock, the skill failed. Lu couldn't understand why. The ancient god explained coldly, "You're ignorant. Before the eyes of the ancient gods, all illusions are doomed to be exposed." Yellow mana surged around Lu. He looked up and asked if the ancient god was really so sure. His voice had changed, calmer, deadlier. He spoke again. "You used bone reconstruction to become a dragon? So this is your so-called godhood." That was the moment Lu activated a hidden effect, one that negated the will of the fiery dragon warrior. A countdown began. He started transforming. "You probably don't even have a body left, just a lingering soul," Lu said, now fully transformed into the Golden Dragon King. All his stats spiked by 200. His black dragon shifted forms, too, becoming a destruction dragon, roaring into a blaze of pure fire. Xiaoya entered berserk mode, fusing with the black dragon to become a deadly star dragon. Lu stepped forward calm but firm. "You want the body of a dragon? Then I'll show you one." But the ancient god sneered. "Your arrogance will summon divine punishment," he declared. "I'll offer your ignorance as a blood sacrifice." With that, he opened his arms, creating massive eternal tornadoes. Its diameter was wide enough to engulf everything in sight, and it slammed into Lu's dragons, cutting down its health in an instant. Abeo gets furious and releases a burst of mana before launching the attack. The Star Dragon rises and strikes with Star Crush. The Destruction Dragon flaps its wings and sends out 4 fire tornadoes. Everything starts burning as divine punishment begins. Thunder strikes hit fast and non-stop, tearing through the dragons. But the fight dominance altogether changes as Lu chimes in, saying, "Unfortunately, even if you have the body of a dragon, you still don't have the power of a dragon." Saying so, he lunges and bites the elite skeletal dragon's neck, and it roars in pain. The engine guard gets furious. "How dare you harm the supreme god?" And suddenly fangs pop out of the dragon's body. The ancient god calls Lu foolish and deserves to fall into the endless abyss. This bone reconstruction skill not only buffs up the ancient skeletal dragon, but the sharp skeleton forces the golden dragon to retreat. Lu observed that this skeletal monster can actually repair itself using the surrounding bones as a source. If that is the case, he commands Xiaoya to activate the dragon domain. As a result, a massive eye appears, and near it, all the attributes of dragons increase to 50%, and it decreases for the known dragon entities. It also bounds them inside, so no one can now run or escape. The ancient god now looks unsettled, realizing that being cut off from the outside world might actually be a serious problem. Meanwhile, Jean and his black dragon are forming a massive fireball. Together, they condense a triple-layered fireball attack. Jean steps forward and says, "In my domain, your skills are worthless." With that, he speaks in the ancient dragon tongue, triggering a surge of lava that blasts straight into the ancient demon skeleton. But the ancient god only laughs. Burning his body means nothing. As long as bones exist in this world, he can rebuild himself. Even as his melted bones begin to reform, he grins and asks, "But can you do the same? Let's die together." Suddenly, he releases a wave of purple energy, a soul-consuming technique that drags spirits into the abyss. Every undead rune around him activates at once. It's a soul erosion effect strong enough to instantly cut away half of one's life force. Purple souls begin rising from the ground, heading straight toward Lu. In response, Lu quickly summons the Eternal Guardian, a protective shield designed to block the swarm of corrupted souls. But the ancient god doesn't notice an unexpected threat. The black dragon suddenly appears behind him. In a surge of crackling mana, both the blue dragon and black dragon unleash a storm of thunder. It's the 330 million volt heavenly thunder world destruction technique. The storm locks onto its target and strikes with overwhelming force, nearly shattering the entire skeletal body of the ancient dragon. Only its eyes remain intact as it lets out a final cry. I will remember you and your dragons. One day, I will return and destroy you. With those last words, the ancient god-level skeletal dragon crumbles, leaving behind a massive impact on Lu's dragon lineage. Lu can't help but admire Abeo's new skill. It's ridiculously overpowered. At the same time, Lu levels up to 44. Later, while searching a bone-filled area guided by the paper doll, Tao calls everyone over. She's found Teacher Gu, worn out and collapsed among the piles of bones. They rush over to Teacher Gu, concerned about her condition. Lu examines her and tells everyone that while there's no life-threatening danger, she has fallen into a coma. He turns to the girls, saying that since Xiaoya can't wake her up, they'll need to take care of her until she recovers. Xiaoqiu looks down, feeling guilty. She recently switched her class to Holy Light Judge, so she can't provide healing support anymore. Lu's aunt gently tells her to stop feeling sorry and instead help by giving Teacher Gu some water. Meanwhile, Lu notices Abeo digging through the bones, searching for something. It turns out Abeo has found a divine stone crystal, likely the essence of an ancient god. The crystal radiates legendary quality, though its exact effect is unknown. Lu quickly snatches it from Abeo, eyes widening with realization. If it were a true essence, it could have been used to revive the fallen corpse of the Holy Dragon. But maybe the ancient god of divine bone failed to fully remold its body, which is why no essence was formed. Still, this ancient god crystal is one of the key materials needed to form a contract with the Shadow Dragon King. As the thought strikes him, Lu freezes in shock. He immediately calls out to Tao, telling her to use any skill she has to cleanse the crystal right away. Meanwhile, Abeo keeps pestering Lu, trying to get the crystal back. Thou raises an eyebrow and asks if Lu plans to treat her like a water tap. After all, she's a powerful hidden-class swordswoman. Lu laughs and says there's no other water source around, so he has no choice but to trouble her. Holding the shiny crystal in his hand, he notices something strange. The divine bone crystal begins to crack, and suddenly, a divine bone essence drops out. Lu sighs and says, "No need to continue then. I'll stop. It's draining too much mana." Lu, now relieved, smiles. Good thing the crystal's function still works. That scared me for a second. He realizes it's still usable as a crafting material. Now holding an uncharged essence, he wonders, can this half-finished product still evolve the fallen corpse of the Holy Dragon? With that thought, he immediately calls out to Xiaoya and tells her to summon the fallen corpse of the Holy Dragon. Using natural assimilation, Xiaoya summons a twin golden dragon horse, a golden dragon infused with green mana. Lu steps forward and says, "Come forth, third ancient god essence." The dragon lets out a roar, firing a yellow beam into the sky. Lu watches with excitement as the evolution process begins. But just moments later, the fire beam fades. Lu blinks. Wait, is that it? He checks the system panel, confused. It turns out the uncharged essence wasn't enough to complete the evolution. Still, even without full transformation, the summon gained a new skill. Abeo, watching from the side, feels a twinge of jealousy. It's showing off again. Lu then inspects the stats of the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. The divine bone fusion can only absorb 1% of another creature's attributes, but with mastery of fallen corpse control, he can endlessly convert puppets, allowing for limitless growth. He thinks for a moment and realizes the most suitable for this absorption would be the demonic soldiers. It's time to summon them back, he decides. The 9 Realms demons and the 5 national defense heroes should stay behind to keep attacking the Tai Chi Nation. Just then, Lu's aunt shouts, "Everyone come quickly. Teacher Gu is awake." The girls rush over in shock as Teacher Gu begins to stir. She murmurs something about an enemy ambush. Then her eyes snap open and she shouts, "Return to the Dragon Nation immediately. Our camp has been attacked by the Tai Chi Nation." Lu gently calms her. "It's all right. You're safe now." The girls nod and tell her, "Lu already took care of those beasts. They fought for so long just to protect you. Thank goodness you're okay." One of them whispers in relief. Quinn asked Lu Fan, "Can we return to the Dragon Nation if we head toward the border next?" Jian looked uneasy and worried. "It won't be easy. Tai Chi Nation's legions are still out there waiting." Lu reassured them, Don't worry. Just follow me. We'll leave for Taichi Nation tomorrow. 8 hours later, they arrived at a city under heavy police patrol. Disguised in a mask, Lu quietly led the girls into a nearby love hotel. Sheen frowned. Why a couple's hotel? Lu replied, the entire city is under lockdown. This was the only place still open. Tao was oddly excited about the fast flight. She laughed and said, that bone dragon felt like a private jet. We could have flown straight to Dragon Nation. Sheen added, to avoid detection, we had to walk dozens of kilometers instead. Still feels risky. But Lu was deep in thought. That bone clone is no joke. The fallen corpse holy dragon, fully turned into a puppet. With divine bone fusion, I just need to absorb all the demonic soldiers. Now this ancient god's body is mine. Not only does it keep all its skills, it's big enough to carry a 20-person team. While Lu was thinking, Tao called out to Lu from the reception desk. Standing beside the hotel manager with a sweet smile, she asked, how should we split the rooms? The manager, clearly stressed, was already on edge. You shouldn't bring so many girls here without proper security, he muttered, staring at Lu suspiciously. Lu quickly gave instructions about the rooms and said they'd check out before the following night. Just then, a news broadcast caught everyone's attention. The Jin government had officially issued a wanted order for Lu Fan, identifying him as a Dragon Nation representative involved in the recent national trial. They declared him the main suspect responsible for a terrorist attack. The manager stared at Lu, eyes narrowing, clearly starting to recognize his face. As the manager looked back at the news broadcast, he hesitated, unsure if he truly recognized Lu. Shaking it off, he handed over the keys. Lu took them, gave them to Jian, and asked her to settle everyone into their rooms. When she asked where he was going, Lu replied he'd be heading out to scout the Jin family's movements in the city. Meanwhile, Teacher Gu had mostly recovered. Tao and Qin, while trying to act normal, blushed at the suggestive posters around them. Lu told Jian she was in charge of the group and reassured her that everything would be over by tonight. As the girls entered their rooms, the hotel manager looked on, a bit envious, thinking Lu must be a serious player. That same night, near the Jin mansion in Taichi Nation, 2 guards stood on duty. One side, still in disbelief that the 5 heroes of national defense had defected. The other shrugged, saying guarding the mansion was better than being sent to die on the front. Suddenly, the building behind them exploded. Flames and debris flew through the air. One guard yelled out that the 9 realm demons had appeared in Tenshu City. Panic erupted. Reinforcements were called, but it was too late. The Earth Demon began tearing through the streets, destroying everything in its path. The guards realized their city was defenseless, with only 4 troops left. Amidst the chaos, a woman calmly gave orders to evacuate. It was Jin Xiuyan, a former elite imperial guard of the Jin family. She stood firm, saying the lords inside the mansion were still in discussion and that their safety would be her responsibility. Before her, 2 giant monsters gathered to wreak havoc. Without flinching, she watched them, until Lu suddenly appeared, landing inside the building. Xiuyan raised her sword and said with a cold voice that it was just the 2 of them. She called Lu a sneaky rat before telling him to fight. Lu smiled and said she had found him. She asked if she really thought she could stop him alone, which was pure madness. Flames burst to life as he pulled out his sword. Far across the city, inside the Jin family office, a man looked at Zayn and asked what was wrong and if he thought he could not handle the situation. Zayn looked tense and said that Qinsheng might be from the same family, but handing over the Jin mansion and expecting him to kill Lu Fan was reckless. He added that Qinsheng did not understand Lu, and not even Lord Jin had managed to. Qinsheng, who was also a former guard of the Jin family, snapped back, asking if it was just because he never became an abyssal glass, and said that both Zayn and Lord Jin looked down on him for it. Zayn remembered how pathetic Qinsheng had looked when Lord Jin expelled him from the guard, and said he had not cared until now. He thought that Qinsheng had returned to become a new hero, but he could not let him ruin the plans or alert Lu Fan. Qinsheng told him that he would find out Lu's strength for himself, and said he did not come alone and brought an expert. Right then, the building began to shake as a massive demon from the 9 realms broke through. The walls crumbled, and Zayn panicked and told Qinsheng it was too late. He accepted the plan and ordered him to send in the expert. Qinsheng paused and said that he planned to fight Lu and not that monster. Before he could react, something broke through the window and landed inside. It was the same expert he had brought, but she had already been defeated. Outside, Lu hovered above the city and said if they wanted to fight, then fine, and he would use only 1 move and 1 sword and ask how about that. Zayn was stunned and asked how Lu had appeared there and shouted at Qinsheng, asking where his earlier confidence had gone. Qinsheng could only say that even Xiuyan, the strongest guard, had fallen. Lu stretched out his hand, and red mana began to swirl around him. He said another piece of the Jin family was before him and that he would now show them the ancient god's body. Suddenly, the ancient god he summoned let out a roar and crashed into the building. In a flash, the entire structure was turned into rubble. Zayan lay trapped under the debris, gasping for breath. Next to him, Qinsheng was already dead, with a scroll still in his grip. Zayan whispered that he could not die there, and that the Jin family still belonged to him. Just as he opened the scroll, a sword slashed through it and pierced into his chest. Kim stood over him and said that the sword had always been meant for him. As Lu Fan walks past Zayan's corpse, he tells his summoned Lord Jin that Jin Mansion is no more and asks if he saw it clearly. Jin, once a proud lord, quietly responds that he saw everything. Lu Fan speaks coldly. He says only one remains now. Her name is Jin Zhu. Once he finds her, she will not escape death. Without another word, Lu Fan shoots into the sky like a jet. He orders Lord Jin to stay behind so the arriving citizens can witness their so-called hero, then commands Bone Clone to finish leveling the rest of the city. Suddenly, a bright red light explodes mid-air and a voice yells out of nowhere. Lu Fan, stop! The voice in the air sounds familiar, and soon it becomes clear it's his principal. He arrives just in time, pointing out that Lu Fan has gone too far. He mentions that if he had been a second later, Tenshu City might have been completely destroyed, and now he's more concerned about the threat Lu Fan poses than the Taichi Nation itself. Lu Fan remains unfazed, stating that the Jin Mansion got exactly what it deserved and admitting he fully intended to level the entire place. The principal is left speechless. Then another voice joins in, expressing gratitude to the principal for making the journey to rescue them. He confirms that Teacher Gu and the others are safe, explaining that he used Xiaoqiu's search paper doll to guide the principal to their location. However, the principal quickly interrupts, accusing him of using Xiaoqiu to mislead him while planning to continue the destruction of the Taichi Nation. He firmly tells Lu Fan to put away his summons and come with him so they can all return to their homeland. Lu Fan pulls his arm back, not hiding his frustration. Why are you stopping me, principal? The Jin Mansion, those who back them, they've been targeting me nonstop. They even hurt my friends and killed innocent people from Dragon Nation. If Teacher Gu hadn't escaped, would you still be this calm? They deserve to die. The principal, still calm, replies, Lu, I get it. I feel the same rage. I'm not stopping you because I don't care. I'm doing this to protect you. Lu Fan freezes. The principal goes on, explaining that Captain 2 from the extreme north should have already mentioned how vast the world truly is, with most people never even stepping foot in a true enemy territory. The same applies to how society works. He says that for the average person, a level 94 transformation master is considered the peak. Climbing beyond that, every level becomes a brutal challenge, and hitting level 100 is already seen as something legendary. But then he reveals something even more shocking. There are 5th transformation masters out there who have reached level 120, and some of them are hiding within the Taichi Nation. Lu Fan is stunned. He knows 4th transformation masters can't even touch him now. But if the Jin family has 5th transformation beasts backing them, this fight might never end. Seeing the concern in Lu Fan's eyes, the principal explains that he understands what Lu Fan must be thinking. But chasing after those 5th transformation masters isn't necessary. These powerful figures don't swear loyalty to any nation. They operate from the shadows, pulling the strings of governments to serve their own goals. The Taichi Nation, he says, is the easiest to manipulate, which is exactly why the true rulers prefer to stay hidden within it. Lu Fan lowers his gaze and quietly acknowledges the truth. Jin Mansion was nothing more than a puppet controlled by those death transformation masters. If he keeps destroying his enemies, he'll only end up provoking even more dangerous forces. The principal confirms his thoughts. He reminds Lu Fan that his goal was to end the entanglement with the Jin Mansion, and that goal has been accomplished. Pushing any further will only bring new trouble, the kind that only the Dragon Nation might be able to hold back. He also reminds Lu Fan that he's not someone who seeks trouble just for the sake of it. Lu Fan exhales, understanding now. A swirl of purple energy gathers in his palm as he activates his skill, calling all his summons back with a simple command. The fallen corpse manipulation skill activates, pulling back every single puppet of the Holy Dragon, including the Earth Demon who is just about to flatten what remained of the city. Facing the principal, he says, since Jin Mansion is done, and you said your piece, I'll let the Taichi Nation go. All his summons dissolve into a golden yellow light, condensing into his hand. The principal gives a nod, saying that once they move on to confront the next group of enemies, he'll bring out the Griffin Corpse. But Lu Fan halts him, saying there's something he wants to give first, the gift he had promised earlier. He lifts a necklace crafted from unmelting ice, an epic-grade accessory, and offers it with a grin. The principal raises an eyebrow, clearly curious about the gesture and its meaning. Lu Fan chuckles and tells him to drop the act and bring out his little sister already. He says he's known all along and that while she may have fooled him for a moment, it wasn't going to last. If she doesn't want the gift, he jokes he'll just give it to their aunt instead. At that, the cloaked figure suddenly lunges forward, snatching the necklace in a hurry, yelling that he's got some nerve trying to give her gift to someone else. She pulls her hood back. Yep, it's a fine wife who fooled me, and you, and even our hero for a while. If it weren't for some family business, I would have had this necklace ages ago. She admires it for a second, then asks, "How did you know it was me?" Lu Fan flashes a grin, and says it was her scent that gave her away. She narrows her eyes and tells him to cut it out, insisting there's no such thing and to stop talking nonsense. He steps in a little closer, still teasing, saying it was just a faint trace, nothing serious. Blushing, she swats at him and calls him a little punk for acting like a rogue, promising to deal with him properly once they're back home. He chuckles and points out that they might want to take a different route, since there's a couples in ahead. She freezes, face turning red, and hurriedly says that he's got it all wrong, that everyone is just resting there and nothing else. Trying to brush it off, she says they should focus on bringing everyone back to their country first, adding that the principal is much better suited to handle unruly students like him anyway. The scene shifts to western border of Dragon Nation, Long Family Estate. A report from the Griffin Corps leader says the border conflict has been handled. Even better news. The principal of Dragon City Academy personally went into Divine Valley Forest to rescue stranded teachers and students. An unknown man lets out a quiet chuckle while sipping his tea, remarking that he thought Gu Xian was occupied gathering reinforcements, yet somehow still found the time to look after his little academy. The woman beside him sets down her cup and notes that the Huang family is far too rigid with their rules. If they keep hesitating, the Long family could end up missing a prime opportunity. Someone nearby then presents a teleportation scroll and announces their intention to head to Dragon City personally. From across the room, another voice responds with a simple confirmation. Back at Dragon City, Qi notices Tao Zi slacking off and jokes that ever since teaming up with Lu Fan, she's been dodging exercise. Tao Zi snaps back, saying she did help out when they used the Griffin Corps to repair the teleportation gate. Jining chimes in, teasing that Tao just couldn't wait to come back. Qin's actually happy someone gets her sarcasm, but Tao side-eyes Jin and mutters that even though she's been corrupted, she used to never complain about Tao. Later, as the group chats with the principal, she comments that everyone else has finally moved on, except for Sister Xiaoxue. It still surprises her. The principal smiles and tells them, please keep all of this a secret. Even Teacher Gu only found out recently. Qin reassures her, saying, don't worry. You're young, beautiful, and talented. No wonder Lu has had you on his mind this whole time. Tao nods confidently, promising to keep everything hush-hush. The principal casually says, just call me Wu Xian, or senior sister if you want. But during work, stick to principal. Seeing everyone react awkwardly, she changes the subject and asks where Lu is. Jin tells her he's upstairs on a serious phone call. Just then, Lu walks down the stairs, thanking someone on the call for handling the tombstone arrangements. He says, please send my condolences to the victims. They were family and friends. If they enter the portal later, we'll meet again. He puts the caller on speaker, introducing him to the girls. The man, Captain Lu Fei from the 78th Squad of the Curriculum Corps, tells them that Lu has set up a tombstone for those who died at the Divine Valley Forest camp. He's currently investigating the border attack. One of his squad mates mentions that Lu had already handled the issue by the time they crossed the border and credits the Dragon City Academy's principal for breaking through. The girls are confused, but the principal quickly shuts it down. No dumb questions. One of the officers asks how Lu's been doing. Lu replies that it's been nearly half a year since they last met. The screen then shows a massive blank tombstone in a graveyard. Lu quietly reflects on how the people who died stayed behind to help him teleport. He hopes the destruction of the Jin Mansion brings them peace. The officer tells Lu to visit the tombstone once the Taichi Nation issue is resolved. Suddenly, a new guy appears on screen. Even Lu Fei salutes him. Curious, Lu asks who he is. The man says, I'm here on behalf of the team leader to investigate and announce the results. I'll report to both nations that the heretics attacked the Dragon Nation camp, then moved on to Taichi Nation, resulting in the Jin Mansion's failure and destruction. Meanwhile, the Griffin Corps and Dragon City Academy successfully rescued survivors. A hero in the room objects, that's not true. You're blaming the heretics for Jin Mansion's mistakes. Before Lu can react, the principal steps in, saying this report is the best solution, a win-win. Everyone's confused. The mystery guy compliments the principal's cleverness. This way, Lu avoids blame in Taichi Nation, and it'll bait the heretics into exposing themselves. Lu gets it now. Thanks for explaining, he says. The officer salutes and logs off. Elsewhere, the principal soaks in a bath and wonders why someone with a gold badge would salute Lu. That must mean Lu is the same rank now. She guesses he has a gold badge too. Meanwhile, The aunt wants a break from all the heavy stuff. She's hungry and offers to cook. The girls are hyped to help. Lu asks the principal what's on her mind. She replies casually, just thinking about how everything's changed so fast. Then Jean looks at Jian and offers to help with cooking, saying being bossed around by senior sister just feels weird. The principal smiles secretly, thinking her choice might actually work out. Suddenly, someone knocks at the door. Lu opens it and finds his old friend, Andre. With a big smile, Andre says, "Of course I'm here for you." Lu opens his arms wide and laughs. "You really came to Dragon Nation? Come in." Andre walks in, notices the smell of food, and immediately lights up. The aunt recognizes him from Lu's stories and invites him to join them. Now sitting at the table with everyone, Andre starts gushing over Lu, annoying the girls. One teases, "Just say you want more food already." The principal laughs. Sister Han's cooking is so good, even foreign students love it. Andre grins. "I'm not a foreign student. I came to invite Lu Fan to Snow Country." Lu surprised. Andre continues, "Let me show you something." He pulls out an epic tier item, Shadow Island Breed, a rare material corrupted by shadow ice energy. Lu recognizes it instantly. After obtaining the ancient god crystal, he still needs 3 more materials for the Shadow Dragon King contract. This is one of them. Andre explains his family took a commission to destroy the Shadow Spring at the island center, but it's covered in black fog and filled with brutal monsters. Only Andre escaped with this material. The mission's incomplete, so he thought of Lu. Just as he's talking, he reaches for the last chicken ball. Lu snatches it first and says he's in. Andre's stunned at how quickly he agreed. Outside, a mysterious man in fancy clothes strolls by. Local girls admire his outfit. Definitely some big-name guy. Back inside, Lu excitedly tells the principal he wants to explore Shadow Island and investigate the Shadow Spring. The principal tries to speak through a mouthful of food, coughing a little, but says, "Of course it's good for you." Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. The aunt thinks the wind made the principal sick and tells Lu to open it. At the door is a stranger asking for Wuxian. Hearing his voice, the principal freezes. He introduces himself as Long, here on a private visit to discuss major matters at the western border. The principal runs out and yells at him, "What are you doing here? We agreed to meet in a month." Lu tries to steady her, worried she's too ill to be up. Long shrugs. "This makes things easier. Let's cut to it. If you bring the Yi family under the Long family, I'll help you deal with Yuan. I'll even give you a mountain." After all, the Yi family owes the Long family from the past. The principal is furious. She stares him down and says, "You jerk." More blood drips from the principal's mouth, and Lu immediately grows concerned. She brushes it off, saying it's just an old injury acting up again. Lu frowns, wondering how he didn't know sooner. Then it hits him, "Right, I forgot. Huang's attack left you with internal damage. That's not something that heals in just a month." He stares at her seriously. "With your current condition, there's no way you can stand against both the Long and Huang families. You should reconsider." Before she can reply, Lu jumps in, firm as ever. No need to reconsider. She won't agree to anything. That's when Long snaps. When did the once proud He family fall so low that they now rely on some greenhorn kid to uphold the seal? "Oh wait, my bad. We should call you the great hero of Dragon Nation now, shouldn't we?" The principal tries to calm Lu. "Lufin, don't worry. The fight between the Western families is on a whole other level. Ordinary people can't even imagine it." But Lu stands firm. "You've been there for me this whole time. Now that you're in trouble, how could I just stand by and watch?" Long scoffs. "You won a few flashy battles, and now think you're untouchable? Kid, that hero title is something you pay for with your life." Both of them begin charging up, mana pulsing in the air. But Lu smirks. "If it's just you, that's more than enough for me to handle." Just then, Andre calls out, and Lu turns to find him and the girls fully geared up, ready to fight. "It's inconvenient for you to act right now," Andre says. "Let me take care of him." But Lu stops them. "No need. I have a grand gift I'm preparing for the entire Western families." Suddenly, Xiaoyi appears out of nowhere and launches an attack. Long instinctively switches to defense, summoning a ring of swords around him. "You dare speak against me, you little clown," he growls. The principal steps in, warning him not to break their agreement. Long brushes her off, saying, "Don't worry. In just one MO." Before he can finish, Xiaoyi crashes down with a heavy strike to his chest, launching him through a neighboring villa's window. Lu casually remarks, "I told you to come outside and fight. Number 1 villa isn't repaired yet. We can't have you breaking villa number 2. Long gets up slowly, dusting himself off. Blue energy swirls around his hand menacingly. "I was going to give you a simple warning, but now I've changed my mind." He takes a wild stance, his sword gleaming with a berserker aura. But above him, Lu stands ready with red dragon, swords floating ominously in the air. "What a coincidence," Lu says. "I've changed my mind too." He calls Xiao into her full black dragon form. Her strength and spirit push to their max. Long's eyes widen in shock. The presence is overwhelming. This is the most powerful creature in existence, Long mutters. No matter. Today I'll slay a dragon and bring glory to the Long family. Lu buffs Xiao with dragon inspiration, boosting her stats and attack power by 30%. The dragon's pressure alone is enough to paralyze Long. He stands frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Even as he tries to resist, he's crushed by sheer fear. This is real dragon power? Long stammers. Still, he tries to hold his pride. Anyone else would be begging for mercy by now. But I'm Long family. He launches his swords with a roar. Dragon breaks the sky. But Xiao intercepts the attack effortlessly, shielding Lu without a scratch. Long is stunned. You gotta be kidding. My swords can't even scratch her. Lu walks closer, calm and cold. Take a good look. This is what absolute power looks like. Xiao opens her massive jaws and releases a bone-shaking roar. Long cries out in agony. She slams her claws into him, blood spraying as he gasps for breath. Lu steps forward and says, "You should quiet down. This one's temper is worse than mine." He stands above Long, who is pinned under Xiao's claws. "I told you. Handling you wouldn't take an hour." With a sword to Long's throat, Lu growls, "I'm sparing your life, not out of fear for the Long family." He steps back. "Go tell the Huang and Long families. We'll be returning to the West in a month. Senior sister and I will settle everything. I've said my piece. Xiao Yi, see him off." She was waiting for that. With a flick of her claws, the dragon launches Long into the sky like a rag doll. He vanishes into the clouds. Xiao snorts, acting all smug. Lu turns to the principal. "Looks like we share the same fate now." But before he can say more, she's already in front of him, grabbing his shirt gently with a soft, emotional smile. Our boy, acting on impulse, told her that such formality was unnecessary between them. The principal, who had been lost in a moment of anguish, felt a pang of shame. She suddenly remembered the heavy losses the He family had suffered 6 months ago during their expansion into the uncharted territories of the Western region. 4 foreign experts, including her grandfather, had been killed. The aftermath was a scene of devastation, weapons strewn about, blood staining the earth, and casualties everywhere. Amid the chaos, a few figures stood tall, their flags held high. She couldn't help but recall how the Huang and Long families, both native to the Western region, had seized the opportunity to exploit the situation. Their goal was clear, to carve up the Yi family's resources. Though the principal had sought help everywhere, no one dared oppose the 2 powerful Western clans. She had already braced herself for the worst, the complete annihilation of the Yi family, and her only wish was to ensure everyone's safety. As she recounted the story, our boy listened in shock. "Though your actions today seemed reckless to me," she admitted, "I thank you for making me realize I'm no longer alone, isolated, and helpless." "No need for thanks," he replied. "You were the one who taught me battle tactics, helped me find enchanted scrolls, and even traveled thousands of miles to the Taichi kingdom to save me, despite your hidden injuries and the mess the Yi family left behind." Then, with determination, he added, "Now that the Huang and Long families are bullying you, how could I just stand by and watch?" The principal felt a warmth in her heart. She had never imagined that one day, Lu would become her pillar of support. Behind them, the rest of the group exchanged knowing smiles, watching the 2 like lovebirds chirping sweetly to each other. 1 month later at the primordial forest, the sky roared with thunder, lightning splitting the darkness. This was the secret training realm Old Han had granted them, a trial to prepare for the coming conflict among the Western families. Leading his team inside, our boy and his companions fought relentlessly to grow stronger. Tao, now at level 34, clashed against terrifying monsters. Han, Qin, Jian, and even our hero's blue dragon unleashed havoc upon their foes. The dragon, wielding its crimson jade thunder with apocalyptic-level skills, dealt devastating blows. True to its title as the strongest magical dragon, the beast's power surged as it reached level 25. The crimson jade evolved into yellow jade, doubling its strength and unlocking new abilities. Amid the chaos, they awakened 2 devastating skills of Thunder Vortex and Thunder Cloud expansion. 1 week later, Andre returned with exciting news. The teleportation array connecting Longdu Academy to Breakwave Harbor was finally completed. Because of the high risks involved with Shadow Island, Lu initially planned to go alone with Andre. But the senior sister stepped forward and insisted on joining them. Her eyes were firm with resolve, and even though Lu remained worried about her lingering injury, he couldn't say no. They arrived at Breakwave Harbor, located deep within the snowy country. The air was cold and sharp as Andre spotted Lu from afar. He waved with a big smile and greeted him like a brother who had been waiting for ages. He quickly introduced 3 of the strongest members of their family, all of whom had reached the 4th turn of cultivation. Victor stood tall and steady at level 91, known as the Destroyer. Ivan was beside him, calm and icy as the Frost Messenger, also at level 91. And then came Kyle with a mysterious presence at level 92, holding the rare title of Magic Feather. Aboard their ship were also 23 seasoned 3rd turn experts, all prepared to accompany them to Shadow Island. Andre looked proud as he unveiled their final ace. A massive warship unlike any Lou had ever seen. This was the Sea Emperor-class magic warship built from solid mithril and reinforced with ancient ironwood that had aged for over 1,000 years. It carried 36 powerful magic cannons, strong enough to flatten an entire island. Created by top engineers and funded with a fortune, it was their strongest weapon for this expedition. Lou couldn't help but be impressed. Though it felt excessive, it was clearly a symbol of how serious the mission was. Andre looked more confident than ever. He knew that with Lou at his side, this journey had a real chance of success. As they set sail, the magical systems activated and a brilliant light shimmered in the sky. This was the start of the Starfall formation. Starlight poured down in waves from the heavens, spreading across the range of the Milky Way. Within this glow, all other combat skills could be used freely until the spell was deactivated. The storm would keep raining down until someone stopped it. Another skill followed. Heavenly Punishment Calamity locked onto a target and unleashed rapid thunder strikes with relentless force, dealing massive lightning damage that cracked through the air like divine wrath. Andre watched the effects with satisfaction. Last time he had visited this realm, things were much tougher, but now everything felt smoother and more controlled. Nearby Star Dragon 2 hovered steadily at level 34. Its power held strong, as if even the wind abated. And Blue Dragon had now reached level 26. The battle training so far had paid off, and both Xingqian and Abayo had gained levels. Lou felt hopeful. If they could just find the right synthesis materials on the island, it would complete their preparations. A crew member rushed to report that they had arrived. Shadow Island loomed ahead, shrouded in mist and mystery. Andre looked at Lou with a smile and said this was only the outer edge. The real trials lay further inside. But he wasn't worried. With the task guide in hand, he could chart a safe route straight to the island's core. The warship would dock safely. Their mission had truly begun. Shadow Island stood before them. From this point forward, everything rested on Lou. At the center of the landing zone, another arrival was confirmed. Heng had reached the island too. His level read 98. The title of Peerless Sword Cultivator followed him like a shadow. The ancestor stood calmly, observing the shrine. The Yi family's flying immortal ancient shrine truly lived up to its legendary name. After staying inside for just a few days, he managed to break through the bottleneck at level 97 and ascend to level 98. The results were astounding and worthy of the shrine's reputation. He thought back to when he and the uncles went into seclusion for 3 full days. Despite their efforts, their combined progress didn't even reach half of what had just been achieved. It wasn't just a matter of talent, though. Their class roles played a huge part in it. While they were all Sky Curse Masters, the shrine enshrined an ancient sword immortal. Their paths were completely different. Naturally, they couldn't resonate with the shrine's energy the same way. It was unfortunate. Each person could only enter the flying immortal ancient shrine once, and only for 3 days. He imagined that if he had been able to stay for half a year, or even a full year, he might have had a real chance at breaking through to level 100. He turned to Yukin and explained that after the 4th revolution, grinding experience points was no longer an efficient method for leveling up. What mattered more was understanding one's class characteristics. Once a cultivator learned to harness their class abilities, power would come naturally, and leveling would become easier. Yukin finally understood. The sensation of gaining experience inside the shrine had been real. It happened because of a deeper realization of his class's nature, which in turn reduced the amount of effort needed to grow stronger. Yin nodded slowly and mentioned what he had heard on the way up the mountain. Apparently, there had been trouble between the Yi and Long families. A member of the Long family had broken the rules and tried to pressure the Yi family girl into submission ahead of the agreed time. Unexpectedly, one of her students had stepped up and publicly taught him a lesson. The ancestor raised an eyebrow. A student intervened? It seemed surprising. Even if the student had entered the 4th revolution like Ling, he might only be able to exchange a few moves with someone of his caliber. But Yin clarified that the student was only level 45 and had a unique identity as the only dragon tamer in history. The very same person being hyped recently as the hero of Dragon Country. He had won the national trial at level 45 and even defeated Long Xing. The ancestor acknowledged the boy's strength, but also pointed out that the dragons likely played a major role. Without them, the boy wouldn't have stood a chance. He was clearly arrogant. The fact that he dared to send a message declaring he would return in a month to settle old scores with the Huang and Long families was proof of that. He even planned to bring the Yi family girl back with him. This boy still didn't understand how powerful noble families truly were. He was young, reckless, and didn't know his place. If he climbed too high too fast, the fall would be brutal. Still, there was no denying that he had multiple dragons on his side. If he really did step foot into the western borders a month from now, there might be potential. If he were to submit to the Huang family, perhaps he could be shaped into a formidable general. The ancestor believed that if the boy had any sense, he would eventually be grateful for the chance. However, he also suspected the Long family might have the same plan. Once the Yi family was absorbed, conflict between the two great houses would be inevitable. Yin promised to handle it. If the Long family refused to cooperate, he would show them what true noble lineage meant. Back on the ship, someone voiced concern about the plan. Bringing too many people into the deeper parts of Shadow Island would be risky. The mist was manageable at the edge, but the deeper they ventured, the more it drained their life force and stamina. Too many people would slow down the group. Lu's decision was questioned. A few commented that a Third Revolution warrior had no right to call Fourth Revolution cultivators a burden. Without a priest, they claimed, he wouldn't even make it a few steps. Lu explained that his dragon could take on the role of a priest. That earned some scoffs. They argued that dragons were built for offense and lacked support or healing abilities. Despite the doubt, everyone respected Lu's decision. They remained on the warship, waiting for his return. As they entered the mist, Lu immediately felt its effects. His body became heavier, the drain on their life force increasing rapidly. Xiao Fei responded by unleashing her emerald light. The green glow enveloped the group and granted 3 stacks of Emerald Blessing. All their debuffs vanished, and their physical stats increased dramatically. Each stack could block a hit of damage. The exhaustion left their bodies. Strength returned in full. Even seasoned warriors who had fought with priests before were stunned by the dragon's support capabilities. Everyone was now at their peak. They were ready to push forward, straight toward the heart of the island and the Shadow Spring. But just as they began to move, Lu raised his hand and stopped them. Something wasn't right. He sensed something strange ahead. Lu Fan turned, and a glowing shadow ripped through the air. A dagger, unseen, hissed from the dark like death itself. His body moved on instinct. He rolled just in time. The blade missed his cheek by inches. Breathing sharp but face calm, he drew his weapon. The Dark Bow. This was no ordinary tool. It could fire 12 magical strikes without drawing an arrow. Each hit pulled the enemy 20% closer to death. It was not just a weapon. It was a warning. This land held forgotten magic. Even the air carried whispers of danger. Lu Fan fired. The arrow screamed through the sky. Then came the impact. The ground shook. Flames lit the grass. Smoke swallowed the field. And from that smoke it appeared. A figure. Not man. Not demon. Its very presence froze the air. Then it stepped forward. Level 80. The Shadow Swordsman. Black mist clung to its form. Every step echoed death. Lu Fan felt its power. The first was a shadow strike that formed behind its target. Sudden and precise. The second was a deathly barrier that lasted 5 seconds. Near invincible. The third was resonance. A blast of shadow energy that devoured everything in a 10-meter radius. Devastating. Before Lu Fan could move, a voice called from behind. Andre. He ran to Lu Fan's side. His breath was heavy. He warned him. The last time they fought this demon, many were lost. Some never returned. Andre's voice shook as he revealed the truth. It resisted 70% of all attacks, including blade, arrow, and magic. Worse still, it vanished in a black fog, silent and deadly. Then quiet returned, until she stepped forward. Senior sister with her calm eyes and dark red streaked with flame. Her smile was not sweet. It burned. This was the creature they feared. In her hand, a spear of fire. The ground scorched with each step. She rose into the air. Her spear blazed and then struck. The demon was split in two as fire roared around its body. She hovered above, while her weapon changed shape to spear staff flame and power. Each form moved with her will. Then she stopped. Something shifted behind her. Dozens of glowing eyes pierced the smoke. Not just watching, but staring into her soul. Andre called out a warning. They never fight alone. One brings the pack, and the shadows closed in, hungry and familiar. Andre's voice faltered. He remembered the last battle. They were exposed. Their moves predicted. Every weakness known. Even a rank 4 warrior had fallen. They did not win. They survived. Lu Fan finally spoke. His voice filled with disbelief. Even a rank 4 could not stop them. Andre met his eyes. This place does not care about strength. He whispered softly that the creature feeds on fear and tears into the soul. Lu Fan listened carefully. His face showed no fear. A small smile appeared. He asked where it was, then calmly said this time would be different. He looked at Xiao Fei and gave a slight nod. He told her to summon the Holy Dragon. Xiao Chui rose into the air, holding the dragon bone flute. The air grew heavy. A burst of light came from the fallen bodies. The holy dragon emerged. Its eyes glowed with ancient fire. Rays of divine power flowed from its body. This was the same fallen corpse dragon whose power always matched its summoner. Andre stood frozen. His breath nearly stopped. One dragon was summoning another. His thoughts failed to catch up. Lu Fan drew his sword. It shimmered in the air. He used the sacred dragon's wings to rise, as if descending from the sky. From above, he called Xiao Fei. He told her to release the emerald light and blessing. Green energy flowed like waves. Symbols lit the sky. The emerald blessing wrapped its target in a dragon aura. It multiplied damage and gave divine protection. Each layer removed curses and raised attributes. The blessing could absorb massive hits like an unseen shield. Lu Fan's eyes sparked. He shouted for the dragon to boost its power. The sacred dragon roared. Golden energy spreads like a flood. He and his dragons glowed with strength. All stats and attacks increased. Two more dragons came from Xiao Fei's flute. They roared and landed. One flared with fire. The other cracked the air like thunder. Flames wrapped around them like ancient fury. They needed no orders. They charged. Amid battle, Lu Fan's gaze stayed steady. He looked at Andre. His wounds were deep. Pain showed in his eyes. Lu Fan said he would heal him. He would take revenge. It had no words, but his eyes glimmered with emotion. Andre frowned. He asked if two dragons were really enough. Lu Fan only smiled. He stepped forward and swept his blade through the air. He said two dragons were all they needed. The monsters approached. Battle broke loose. The sacred dragon breathed fire. Xie's dragons burned enemies to ash. The ground split. The sky bled red. Screams rose like thunder. But in the storm, one figure stood still. Purple mist covered its body. Its eyes were darker than night. Lu Fan stared at it. He stepped back and lowered his blade. He warned that the true danger had arrived. This was no ordinary fight. This was a hidden war. He told Xiao Fei and Andre to stay alert. The monster hunted from shadows. Its hook drained life in silence. One strike could maim forever. Suddenly a chain glowing red flew at Lu Fan. It was not normal. It reached past flesh and pulled at the soul. Another chain whipped toward the senior sister. Lu Fan's face changed. Not for himself. For her. He shouted for her to be careful. She heard him, but her eyes stayed calm and sharp. She drew her bow. She said giving up was not her way. She caught the chain with her arrow. The chain pulled. She pulled harder. Now she was the hunter. The demon hiding in shadow was dragged out. Its face twisted. The mist cracked. Senior sister struck without pause. Each arrow landed true. She never looked at Lu Fan. She just said they chose the wrong opponent this time. The demon hurled the chains. It wanted to kill her. It missed. She moved fast, drew a circle with her arrow. Flames rose. The demon was trapped. The burning chain snapped. The demon screamed. Then silence. The senior sister stood alone, bow still in hand. Her breath slowed. She spoke softly. That was too easy. Her brows tensed. She whispered to herself. Was it her strength or the dragon's gift? She looked around. The demon was gone. Or maybe hiding. That thought was too strange to hold. Level 85 elite monsters used to take at least 2 powerful skills to bring down. Now, they were falling with a single strike. Watching it from afar had been impressive, but experiencing the power firsthand made it clear just how strong the dragon buffs really were. Lu Fan had been warned not to get involved in the disputes at the western border. Someone had suggested sending Xiao Fei instead. That person was confident that with just her the Huang and Long families would be completely crushed. But the senior sister was getting too fired up, and even Xiao Fei looked tense. Lu Fan reassured Xiao Fei there was nothing to worry about, and made it clear that Xiao Fei would not be lent out under any circumstances. It was always hard to stay calm when Xiao Fei was nearby. Still, the drop rate for Shadow Allura was terribly low, and they needed more monsters for grinding. The frustration was building, but so was their determination. The Shadow Dragon King contract blueprint turned out to be a legendary consumable item. To synthesize it, they needed 3 materials. These were the Shadow Gleam Stone, the Ancient God Crystal, and a full stock of both Shadow Allura and Shadow Spring Water. Right now, they had just 17 out of the 300 Shadow Allura needed, and no Shadow Spring Water at all. Even though that number looked bad, there was no reason to panic. The road ahead was filled with monsters. The group decided to push forward following the trail that led toward the Shadow Spring. A loud roar echoed through the valley as the team activated Divine Valley Fusion. The ability allowed them to absorb Shadow Swordsmen and turn them into pure attribute points, so nothing would go to waste. Suddenly strange sounds filled the air. Gurgling and hissing noises came from the shadows, as if fresh enemies had arrived on cue. Lu Fan told Senior Sister to take it easy and let him and Andre handle the threat, especially with her injury still healing. But she refused. With Xiao Fei beside her, she would not let anyone steal the spotlight. After 4 long hours of nonstop combat, they finally secured another shadow, Allura, that brought the total to 72 out of the 300 needed. At last they reached the center of the island. There stood a ruined city so massive it rivaled Shanghai in size. Graves surrounded its towering gates, but no monsters or signs of life could be seen. The Shadow Spring was believed to lie deep within that ruined city, but something about the place felt wrong. Suddenly, an unseen enemy launched a sneak attack. The senior sister barely managed to dodge it, and she quickly thanked Lu Fan for saving her. The source of the attack remained unknown and invisible. Lu Fan activated a protective barrier to restore their health and buy them time to regroup. Something was out there hiding from sight. Xiao Fei was told to use her perception ability. The Black Dragon's power flared and revealed every stealthed and disguised enemy in the area. In an instant, the sky filled with enemies. More than 1,000 level 95 Shadow Death Singers appeared. They were powerful and used skills like Shadow Stealth and Death Song, which caused hallucinations. They also launched magical orbs that slowed their targets with dark energy. Even so, the group remained confident. With Lu Fan and the dragons on their side, the enemy's numbers did not matter. But then something shifted underground. A different type of monster was hiding below the surface. It had a lower level, but could not be scanned, which made it a serious threat. Andre and Senior Sister volunteered to watch the ground while Lu Fan took to the sky to clear out the Death Singers. The goal was to eliminate the flying enemies before moving deeper into the city. The battle started again. Lu Fan activated the true body of the Flame God, unleashing devastating power. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei found something wedged deep in a crevice. It was a letter sealed with black wax. It turned out to be a piece of a secret quest tied directly to the mysterious monster hiding underground. Once again, Xiao Fei proved her worth by uncovering a hidden quest when it mattered most. The Shadow Dredger had to be defeated sooner or later, so Lu Fan decided they might as well earn an extra reward in the process. He obtained Volunteer *1 and activated the Emerald Dragon Bloodline. All skill effects were now doubled for dragons and anyone related by blood. Current dragon auras included Black Dragon and Emerald Light, which applied 3 to 6 layers of protection to allies. Each layer removed harmful effects and boosted all attributes between 30 and 60%. The layers could block single hits completely. Not even Void Break, which was a level 95 skill, had any effect on him. Lu Fan was still being underestimated despite his growing power. The Dredger was still far away. It was the perfect time to strike. Lu Fan signaled Xiao Fei to prepare for the World Ender Roar. The Emerald Dragon Bloodline activated again, doubling skill effects for all Dragonkin. At the same moment, Xiao Fei cast Emerald Mirror on the fallen Holy Dragon. Emerald Mirror created 2 to 4 duplicates of an ally. Each mirror had the original skills, but with 30 to 60% of the power. This time, 8 mirrors appeared, and all of them moved into position to strike. Together, the group launched their attack and overwhelmed the enemy. World Ender Roar released a powerful blast, damaging everything nearby and making them more vulnerable to follow-up attacks. Demon Dragon Assault absorbed fallen corpse energy and turned it into armor. The user then dashed forward, dealing heavy damage while reducing incoming harm by almost all and reflecting any harmful effects. Lu Fan moved at incredible speed. His strikes were happening 10 times each second. She warned them that the Dredger was getting close, but Lu Fan was more than ready. He launched Break 2 and attached a dragon aura to his weapon. 2 slashes followed, each one infused with dragon energy. His dragon companion moved in sync with him. Void Break and Snow Country Curse cleaned up the field. Andre was still reacting when the battlefield was already clear. The Shadow Dredger appeared. It was a level 90 enemy and dangerous. It activated Miasma Chrysalis and absorbed shadow energy from around the area. A cocoon formed. Before it could hatch, the Dredger revived dead zombies from nearby graves. The evolution had begun. The nearby graves were glowing, which meant danger. A level 85 Tide Walker zombie rose first. Then a level 90 Blaze Walker / joined. More undead followed in waves. Lu Fan stood his ground and shifted into Black Dragon form, then further transformed into Doomsday Dragon. Xiao Fei began casting a massive fire spell. Xiao Fei changed forms and activated Soul Sanctuary. Emerald Dragon's second form was triggered and Soul Light radiated from it. All skills were once again doubled for Dragonkin. Cataclysm, I exploded the path the dragon flew over, scorching everything it touched. The air shook with power. She shouted with excitement. Explosions were always his favorite. From a cocoon, the Dredger moved again. Soul Sanctuary took full effect. Everyone affected by Soul Light had their attributes doubled or even tripled. Each time they were damaged, they gained 1 or 2 Aegis stacks. When 10 were reached, a shockwave exploded, dealing the total absorbed damage at once. The power also gave recovery and protection. Summons continued to rise from the earth. Miasma Chrysalis entered a second stage. While inside the cocoon, the Shadow Dredger took almost no damage. When its health dropped below half, it absorbed nearby summons to heal itself. 9 seconds remained. Then 2. The cocoon started shaking. Preparation was complete. It burst apart, and something new emerged. The Shadow Dragon General had arrived. It was level 95 and far more dangerous than expected. In night form, the General appeared human. Its attacks now dealt both physical and shadow damage. Spirit attributes rose by 25%. In Dragonoid form, the General became a dragon. Its strikes changed to a mix of physical and magical power. Strength increased by 25%. At low health, it summoned Shadow Miasma and drained life from enemies nearby. This was not a phase change. The boss had been hiding inside the chrysalis from the start. Lu Fan saw through it quickly. No more tricks. Just kill it. He activated Thunder's favor and switched into World Ender form. The Thunder Jade shifted to Amber Jade. All Blue Dragon skills doubled in power. When Amber Jade released its last spell, it created a Thunder Zone. Anyone who moved inside would take extra damage. Lu Fan gave orders. Xiao Fei was to guard Senior Sister and Andre. She cast Emerald Mirror on Bao and Xiao Fei. Then Roar Eternal One began transforming into Emerald Dragon Lu. Eternal Guardian raised a protective barrier under the entire team. Its strength depended on the caster's health and recovery rate. Emerald Mirror activated again, creating 2 to 4 more mirror images, each holding the same skills, but weaker. This time, 8 images appeared. The Blue Dragon charged its dragon. Before the enemy could respond, it was wiped out in one clean strike. Lava Burst triggered a sea of flame. A burning pool formed, trapping enemies who slowly sank and took damage every second. Thunderous clouds summoned storm energy above. 3 lightning bolts struck in rapid order. Their damage depended on spirit level and destroyed anything caught in the blast. The impossible enemy was no longer a threat. Victory was clear. The path into the ruined city finally opened. Lu Fan reached level 46. The Black Dragon advanced to level 45. Emerald Dragon hit level 40. Blue Dragon rose to level 27. Guardian Flow awakened a new skill. Xiao Fei unlocked a powerful new skill that forms a protective shield lasting 5 full minutes. This shield not only reduces incoming damage by 30%, but also grants complete immunity to any harmful effects or debuffs. At level 40, the Emerald Dragon contract enables the use of Guardian Flow, which allows the user to apply this shield to themselves or to a chosen ally. According to Xiao Fei's analysis of phase traits, this skill becomes even more potent for Dragonkin. With its enhanced effects, the team no longer needs to frequently replenish Emerald Light to resist the spreading miasma. Xiao Fei immediately cast Guardian Flow on everyone in the group, creating a comforting energy field. Lu Fan revealed a newly awakened skill, and the team instantly noticed a difference. Their bodies felt lighter and more secure. With reduced damage and full protection from status effects, they could now move freely through the thick miasma. One member was surprised by how completely the miasma's effects had vanished. The group felt encouraged and decided to assist Lu Fan with gathering the required materials. Using Divine Bone Fusion, the fallen Holy Dragon gained the ability to break down its own summons and pets into skeletal remains. By absorbing these remains, it could permanently add 1% of their total attributes to itself. With 2 dragons focused on gathering corpses, the materials became more visible and accessible. A teammate moved to a nearby location to speed up the collection. Working together, they managed to gather everything quickly. Just as the fallen Holy Dragon was about to absorb the powerful Shadow Dragon General, one member stopped the process. They insisted it would be a waste to absorb such a strong creature only for minor gains. Instead, the team decided to turn the Shadow Dragon General into a puppet under their control. The Shadow Dragon General, now a level 95 fallen corpse, entered combat in 2 distinct forms. In human form, its attacks dealt both physical and shadow damage, and its spirit attribute increased by 25%. In dragon form, its attacks combined physical and magical power, and its strength increased by 25%. When its health dropped below a quarter, it absorbed health from nearby enemies through its shadow miasma. With this new puppet, the player's current collection included the 9 Realms Demon, the 5 Guardian Heroes, the Divine Bone Avatars, and now the Shadow Dragon General. Each of these could face 4th Revolution Masters with ease. The next plan was to have the fallen Holy Dragon absorb the 5 Guardian Heroes to become even stronger. The group then checked the rewards for completing the Shadow Dredger Bounty quest and an epic quality enhancement scroll. This item could raise the quality of target weapon or equipment by 1 tier up to legendary status. The last scroll had already been used to enhance a weapon. This new scroll was a valuable addition. The group also returned with a large quantity of Shadow Allura. They had collected 397 units, which far exceeded the required 200. With this total reaching 569, they had more than enough for any current crafting needs. One teammate commented on their luck and suggested using the scroll to upgrade the soul wings, which were already of legendary quality. Another teammate supported the idea, saying that boosting mobility was a smart move. After the enhancement, the wings not only looked more elegant, but also improved flight speed and control. The user felt the changes immediately. Their movements became smoother and more agile. The upgraded Wyvern Soul wings now required no specific level to equip. Their enchantment level was removed, and their stats were significantly boosted. Agility increased by 356. Strength increased by 291. Spirit rose by 246, and stamina by 234. The soar ability allowed the wearer to fly and increased flight speed. While flying, all of the user's attributes were further boosted by 20%. With these upgrades complete, the group set off toward the ruined city's central palace where the Shadow Spring was believed to be hidden. Their speed through the air made it feel like a race. One member asked the leader to slow down. Everyone remained alert as they approached the target area. To blend in and investigate cautiously, one of them activated magic mimicry. This technique had been used previously by the senior sister to disguise herself as the school principal. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from beneath the palace. The group looked around, but no one admitted to making the noise. They realized the only way to understand what was happening was to go inside. At the heart of Shadow Island side the palace ruins, a mysterious voice began to speak. The sound became clearer, and its source was nearby. It confirmed that the Shadow Spring was located there. It had been untouched for 300 years. Just then a ghostly dragon appeared. It attacked, suddenly causing panic. A voice from the past spoke. Some members recognized it. The ghost did not seem aggressive, but the group remained careful. The speaker identified himself as the court grand mage of the former Tenfu Kingdom. He had died protecting the sacred fortune light spring 3 centuries ago. He explained that a black dragon's arrival had flooded the island with miasma. This cursed fog destroyed the kingdom, corrupted the king, and turned the citizens into undead creatures. The mage pleaded for help. He asked the group to free the king so that the souls trapped here could find peace. He confirmed that in all these centuries no other adventurers had made it this far. According to his words, the Shadow Spring was indeed being guarded by the corrupted king. The new quest was titled The Court Grand Mage's Request. It described how Tenfu Isle had fallen to darkness, becoming Shadow Isle. The former king had been twisted into a half-human, half-dragon monster. The citizens had been cursed into restless zombies. Now the Court Grand Mage had a final hope to reverse the disaster. The group was tasked with defeating the Shadow Dragon King and bringing peace to the island. The reward for this mission was ownership of the entire Tenfu territory. As heavy footsteps approached, the group steeled themselves for battle. They knew that defeating the Shadow Dragon King was their only path forward. They prepared for the final fight. The Shadow Dragon King appeared as a level 95 enemy. It was a monstrous figure created from the miasma itself. Its attacks spread corrosive shadow energy and could not be predicted through normal means. The group would have to face it with everything they had. In this empowered state, Death Sentence becomes an unstoppable skill. It strikes the enemy using a massive greatsword and inflicts 490% shadow damage. The target is unable to evade the strike. This skill has a cooldown period of 90 seconds. Dragon Roar unleashes a powerful shout using a dragon's voice to reduce all of the enemy's attributes. When a user speaks in a human voice, it instead causes the enemy to fall under a mind control effect. The Ghost King has transformed into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon creature. Its presence alone fills the battlefield with a heavy sense of dread. Lu Fan stands ready. Andre is told to stay behind and not to act impulsively. Senior Sister quickly switches her role back to a mage. She decides to face the monster head-on, while Andre waits for a chance to locate the Shadow Spring. Summoning the true body of the Flame God, the user channels the power of the High Flame God, named Spheric. All attributes double in strength. Flame Burst wings appear on the back and grant the ability to fly temporarily. The flight duration increases with a higher spirit attribute. Despite not being on rear guard duty before, the mage feels confident. Everyone is ready. The group sets off again. The black dragon named Xiao Fei prepares to transform into its final form known as the Doomsday Dragon. Death Sentence is activated again. A devastating slash lands on the enemy, causing immense shadow damage that cannot be avoided. The team uses Gather Skill. Eternal Guardian raises a large barrier which protects all allies standing within its reach. The strength of this barrier depends on the Eternal One's health and ability to regenerate. A successful defense is followed by Xiao Fei launching a counterattack. Lava Burst begins charging. A scorching wave of fire erupts in the targeted area and forms a molten lava pool. Any enemies caught inside slowly sink and suffer massive continuous damage. This boss is unlike any other. It even deflects Xiao Ye's assault with ease. Valio prepares to strike using the Grip Imprison technique. Thunder's Favor is activated. In World Ender Thunder form, the Thunder Jade is switched to Amber Jade. This enhancement doubles the strength of all Blue Dragon abilities. Each use of Thunder magic creates a special zone at the target location. Enemies inside take even more damage if they move. Next comes the ultimate spell known as 3.3 million world-ending thunders. It unleashes a violent storm of lightning bolts that strike the entire target area. The spell is enhanced by Thunder's Favor and is not limited by the usual Thunder source. The fight is far from over. The Black Dragon uses Void Break. With Dragon Aura charged, the attack slices forward twice. This move can synchronize with Dragon Pets for added power. Shadow Corrosion allows the Shadow King to dissolve into Black Miasma. While in this mist-like form, it becomes invisible and continues to attack freely. The boss vanishes. Lisha and Lu Fan try to sense its presence, but the skill hides it completely. Andre realizes the danger. He shouts not to rush in. Suddenly a roar sounds behind them. A swift attack is incoming. Defensive skills are triggered just in time. Lu Fan makes a move. It is the perfect opportunity. He believes the Shadow Spring lies ahead. Hug lets out a powerful roar. Lu Fan remains calm and charges forward. Missy expresses concern, but is reassured. The Emerald Mirror spell is cast. It creates 2 copies of a chosen ally. Each image has access to the original skills at 30% power. One image is currently active. Lu Fan survives the attack. It turns out only his mirror image was struck. Everyone is surprised. Even those involved in the trick didn't expect it to work this well. Their teamwork pays off. With a short laugh and a sigh of relief, they prepare for the next move. Lu Fan takes his chance. Lava Burst and Judgment Calamity are both charging. Xiao Fei Fui casts the Guardian Domain to trap the enemy. This stops it from escaping using the miasma. Xiao Fio prepares to finish the job. Dragon Domain creates a vast area 100 meters wide. Inside this area, all Dragonkin and blood-related allies gain a 50% boost to all attributes. Enemies suffer a 50% reduction instead. They are also unable to move in or out using regular movement, teleportation, or summoning spells. Lava Burst erupts again. A burning pit forms beneath the boss. It begins to sink while taking heavy damage. Judgment's Calamity locks onto the boss and strikes with repeated bolts of Heaven's Wrath lightning, dealing incredible damage. The battle pushes on with intensity. Blue Dragon I reaches level 28. Blue Dragon 1 and Emerald Dragon 2 also reach level 28 and 41. Black Dragon 2 rises to level 46. Lu Fan reaches level 47. On the crown of the defeated boss lies the Shadow Gleamstone. The contract with the Shadow Dragon King is nearly complete. The quest updates. It is called the Court Archer Quest. The current goal is to defeat the Shadow Dragonoid King and allow the souls of the fallen to rest. The mission is still ongoing. As they brushed off the remaining shadows from the fallen dragon, Lu Fan uncovered a crown nestled beneath its decaying scales. He examined it thoughtfully, recognizing it could be dismantled, just as expected. The crown wasn't ordinary. It housed the Shadow Glare Stone. Almost instantly, Vento appeared beside him, explaining the artifact's origin, the Shadow Crown, once worn by the revered king of Tianfu Islands. Clutching the crown, Lu Fan mused to himself. Now, aside from the Shadow Spring, everything was gathered, and even better, there was surplus material that could be sold for a considerable amount of dragon coins. Inventory showed Shadow Stones, God Crystal, Island Breach, and many other useful equipments. But before the group could bask in the accomplishment, Miss Yi stormed in, visibly agitated. She demanded to know why no one had informed her about the coordinated effort, and said she had been scared to death. Andre quickly stepped in and asked her to calm down. Lu Fan, though keeping a cool and composed expression, felt his irritation spike. He replied evenly that it was their first time using mirror image on people, and the situation had been urgent, so they had relied on eye contact to communicate. He assured her there would be a next time. Missy stood stiffly next to him, still clearly frustrated, but after a pause, she muttered a short acknowledgement. An old man then stepped forward from the shadows, his face filled with awe and deep respect. He said that their actions had liberated his king and bowed with reverence. He addressed Lu Fan as a hero and explained he had waited a long time for this day. With a solemn gesture, he pushed a red sword toward Lu Fan. The system screen flashed with the information: Shadow Greatsword, quest item, a symbol of the king of Tianfu Island's authority. The old man spoke again, asking the hero to accept the sword and save them from the disaster. As Lu Fan held the sword, the man's tone grew humble and his hands clasped together. He said he would entrust the sword to Lu Fan so the island spirits could rest in peace. Finally, he added, the people of Tianfu Island could rest, thanking the hero for restoring the island to its original state. Almost immediately, the system screen updated, displaying lore about the Dragon King and the resting of the kings. Aldwin's voice echoed, continuing the ceremony. He vowed to fulfill his promise, dedicating the future of Tianfu Island to Lu Fan. Then a new system prompt appeared, detailing the link between the Shadow Island and the newly purified Tianfu Island. On the beach, two boys from the island looked around in disbelief. The thunderstorm has disappeared. Unbelievable, one said. The other nodded. It must be Andre and that dragon tamer who succeeded. The old man turned to Lu Fan with reverence. From now on, this place belongs to you. Lu Fan stood tall, gripping the red sword firmly. The screen now displayed court archmage request accepted and a new message, territory system unlocked. He glanced at the interface, his voice calm but satisfied. I have obtained a territory. Missy watched the transformation unfold and smiled, congratulating him. She said that compared to her inheriting a family territory, he had earned this all on his own. Lu Fan reflected on the newly unlocked territory feature. It generated daily resources, provided a steady income, supported wild monster respawns, and acted as a continuous experience pool. The system showed Tianfu, a level 2 island territory in region Black Sand Sea. With the Shadow Island purified into Tianfu Island, Lu Fan began calculating essential needs: water, stone, and shadow stones. He thought carefully. By default, defensive features like thunderstorms and fog were now deactivated. He could open the port to trade resources, accept monster clearing commissions, and even develop the island into a private vacation spot. But if necessary, he could switch it back to Shadow Island, reactivating storms, thunderclouds, and miasma fog to keep outsiders at bay. Resource output and monster hostility would also revert accordingly. Dragons and puppets could be left behind to fight and level up independently. Lu Fan noted that with the territory and the territory teleport skill, he could now open their teleportation gate here at any time. The screen responded immediately with details on the new skill, explaining that territory teleport allows the Lord to open or close a portal to the territory at will. Miss Yi clapped excitedly, saying that was fantastic and that the island was now beautiful and safe, so he could bring everyone over to see it. However, a troubled look crossed Andre's face as he asked what he should do. Lu Fan turned to him and asked what was wrong. Andre hesitated before admitting that his task was to destroy the Shadow Spring. But after searching for a long time, he only found one spring, and it wasn't the Shadow Spring. Missy interrupted thoughtfully, suggesting there might be a hidden area, and offered to help search. But Lu Fan held up a hand and told him to wait. Opening the system screen again, he asked to be taken to the spring Andre found, saying he might be able to help switch it into the Shadow Spring. Andre blinked, asking what he meant by switch. Missy chuckled, saying that since the island now belonged to Lu Fan, he must have a way. As they walked through the jungle together, Andre spoke with a bit of embarrassment, admitting that although his family's territory was vast, he didn't have one himself. Lu Fan looked at the spring and commented that he had thought it was small, but didn't expect it to be such a large pool. Missy's eyes widened in delight. Andre, curious, asked if Lu Fan meant turning it back into Shadow Island. Lu Fan confirmed this, explaining that if it was this spring, switching back to Shadow Island would revert it to the Shadow Spring. Missy knelt beside the water, gazing into its crystal clarity, and said such clear spring water made her want to take a bath. Lu Fan, a bit flustered, begged her not to do that. She dipped her hand into the water and gasped. Lu Fan noticed the shift in her expression and asked what was wrong. She said the spring water was amazing and just touching it made her feel her attributes increase. Andre eagerly reached in as well, amazed and saying he could feel it too. Lu Fan followed, placing his hand in the water and realizing the blessing of the spring water was indeed very useful. A notification chimed in his mind, explaining that each level allows 10 seconds of contact with the spring water and increases all attributes by 3 to 30% per level. Miss Ye's eyes lit up, amazed at the strength, and realizing she could improve over time. Then, just as everyone caught their breath, the screen popped up again with detailed information about the blessing spring water. Missy saw an opportunity and offered to contact Boss Tianhua to bottle the trial for a high price, saying she would only take a small fee. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and quickly told her not to go crazy, explaining that he had no intention of selling it and needed to help Andre complete his task first. As he tapped the screen again, the Shadow Island interface came into focus, now clearly showing the connection between Tianfu Island and its darker twin. Meanwhile, back on the island, the two boys were watching in confusion. One of them frowned and asked, "Why is the water changing back and forth? What's going on?" The other looked a little worried. Could it be that Andre and that dragon tamer failed? The screen updated, showing island defenses reactivated, storm mode, thundercloud, and miasma fog all on. Just as Andre prepared to strike at the corrupted spring, Lu Fan stepped forward, lifting his hand. Xiao Fei, activate Guardian Flow. A new system window opened, revealing the Shadow Spring status. A once blessed spring, now corrupted by shadow energy, which had begun gathering miasma instead of blessing. Andre paused, realization hitting him all at once. Lu Fan, I just realized, the task to destroy the Shadow Spring actually means destroying your territory's resources. Lu Fan smiled calmly and told his brother not to worry, saying that after his task was completed, he would find someone to repair it. Missy added, half joking and half serious, that since repairs were happening, they might as well renovate the entire ruined city. Andre looked genuinely touched, and said he was too kind and would take care of the repairs. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and struck the spring, completing the task. As they backed away from the site, Andre added with a grin, I'll transform it into a vacation paradise for you. The skies suddenly cracked with streaks of electric light, signaling the transition of the scene, and maybe something deeper too. Lu Fan stood quietly, thoughts drifting. The journey to Shadow Island had come to an end, and now, finally, they could begin the return trip. He glanced back at the island one last time and said, this trip was fruitful. I not only obtained a large amount of synthesis material, but also unlocked a territory and became a lord. Andre's task had brought in some serious rewards. Feeling guilty for damaging Lu Fan's territory, Andre not only offered to help rebuild the island, but also handed over a powerful skill book as compensation. A bright screen flashed before them, revealing the item's details. Skill book, Wrath of 10,000 Dragons, requires level 45. As the three of them stood together, enjoying the rare calm, Lu Fan's thoughts drifted forward. Now all that remained was the repair of the Shadow Spirit Eye. Once that was done, every piece of the puzzle for contracting the Shadow Dragon King would finally be in place. As the scene transitioned, Lu Fan remained deep in thought. A week had passed since he had taken over Shadow Island and transformed it into the vibrant Tianfu Island. During that time, he had shut down the island's defense system, allowing the puppet army to continuously spawn monsters, turning the place into an ideal leveling ground. To make travel easier, he even set the teleportation gate inside Villa Number 2. The island's picturesque beauty quickly became a favorite for everyone. It was peaceful, lush, and unlike any training ground they'd seen. Friends who came to visit found it hard to leave, and Lu Fan found himself thinking about all the future partners who would come to play, train, and unwind in the once-feared Shadow Island. In the blink of an eye, Tianfu had turned into everyone's dream vacation spot. However, despite the paradise he had built, there were still things left unfinished. Due to Andre's quest, the Shadow Spring's inner walls had been damaged, and until repairs were complete, they couldn't collect any more spring water. That thought brought Lu Fan back to the spring itself, where he stood at the edge, staring into the crystalline waters, lost in his thoughts. Then, out of nowhere, a massive golden dragon appeared within the spring. Its huge form moved gracefully, and as it placed one paw onto the ground, the surface trembled slightly. Lu Fan, who had been swimming nearby, looked up sharply. The dragon's deep voice rumbled. So you were hiding here. Lu Fan's eyes widened in alarm. Wait a minute, don't come over. Before things could escalate, Missie's voice jumped in excitedly, calling out that there was a hot spring and no one told them, then called him a scoundrel. But as she stepped forward too quickly, she slipped and landed right on top of Lu Fan. He instinctively caught her and told her to watch out. She blinked in surprise, still sprawled awkwardly on top of him, muttering how slippery the place was. Lu Fan, clearly flustered, asked why she was there. With a teasing smirk, she leaned closer and commented on how red his face was, wondering if he was shy. He quickly yelled back that it wasn't true and blamed the hot spring water for being too hot. Laughing, Missy sat up and backed off, saying she wouldn't tease him anymore while tapping her interface. She announced that the Shadow Spring had been repaired. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, happy that the wait was finally over. He moved to the edge of the spring and pulled out a container, beginning to carefully collect the newly restored spring water, saying it was finally complete. Curious, Missy leaned over and asked what he had been making all this time. Lu Fan replied that she would know soon. As he confirmed the crafting interface, the screen popped up showing the Shadow Dragon King's contract crafting diagram. A system window appeared, asking for final confirmation, yes or no. Without hesitation, Lu Fan tapped yes. The water began to swirl, reacting with the item as it hovered above the spring. Lu Fan's eyes glinted with excitement as he announced that it was done. Missy gasped in surprise, realizing it was a summoning scroll. At that moment, Xiao Fei appeared beside them. Without wasting a second, Lu Fan caught the scroll and held it toward her. Xiao Fei, eat it. Xiao Fei eagerly complied, swallowing the scroll whole. Missy blinked in disbelief. Are you crazy? Lu Fan grinned. This scroll has limited uses. After Xiao Fei eats it, it will become her skill. She can use it infinitely in the future. A new screen opened up, displaying natural assimilation. Shadow Dragon King Contractor Skill. Summons the Shadow Dragon King's blade. Level match to the user. Xiao Fei took flight, energy building around her as Lu Fan pointed toward her. This time, show me your true face. 5 minutes passed. Missy stood silently beside him, eyes scanning the air. Lu Fan frowned, watching the empty space ahead. Something didn't feel right. Didn't the summoning succeed? He wondered, eyes narrowing at the faint details on the system screen. It was still showing contract success. Extreme agility, plus overpowered skills. This strength is probably some kind of system loophole. Missy broke his concentration. What are you daydreaming about? Did it succeed or not? Lu Fan snapped back. Release stealth. In an instant, a wave of white and blue energy shimmered in the air. It twisted and morphed until a dragon emerged. Massive, sleek, with crimson eyes glowing fiercely and a body radiating light. It let out a mighty roar that shook the nearby trees and scattered loose pebbles into the spring. Missy was left speechless, jaw half open. You actually brought out another dragon? And it can even go invisible. With a sly smile and restrained excitement, Lu Fan turned to her. This is no ordinary dragon, interested in testing its powers. As the scene transitioned, the dragon bird above let out a deafening roar that shook the crimson sky. In that instant, a new system window popped up, revealing details about the Shadow Dragon General, an intimidating presence with a level 95 tag. The screen displayed its combat modes: Night Form, Dragon Form, and Shadow Miasma. Another dragon soaring through the blood-red clouds announced ominously, "This is the boss of Shadow Island, second only to the Shadow Dragon King." The massive dragon, glowing with intense red light from its eyes, locked onto Lu Fan with a gaze that could crush the weak-hearted. But Lu Fan simply smirked and said, "Perfect for some practice," before whispering, "Shadow Concealment." As he vanished, a deep, echoing roar tore through the air, and red mana exploded behind him. From within that mana, a gigantic black dragon materialized, its eyes blazing with crimson fury and blue light pulsing from its chest. The beast thundered, "Intruders," as it slammed its massive claw to the ground. The sheer force lifted debris into the air, warping gravity for a brief moment as the earth trembled beneath its power. The black dragon bared its fangs and charged. Its roar, amplified by the blue glow in its chest, caused ripples through the atmosphere. Lu Fan, however, stood calmly, his gaze fixed on the dragon's terrifying form, a slight smile dancing on his face. The dragon, now face to face with him, gnashed its teeth in frustration, clearly provoked. Suddenly, the scarlet sky was ripped open by a blinding flash of white and blue energy. The beam shot down at breakneck speed, crashing into the dragon's side. Enraged, the dragon let out another roar as green mana surged across its scales. It retaliated fiercely, unleashing a powerful red beam from both its eyes and open maw, sending waves of raw energy across the field. From a safe distance, Lu Fan and Miss Yi watched the epic clash unfold. She gritted her teeth. Can't even see where the enemy is. We're just enduring attacks one-sidedly. Her voice trembled slightly. This is a nightmare. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled. Let me add something, some fuel to the fire, he said, casting Soul Perfection on the Shadow Dragon King. The moment the spell activated, Xiao Fei flinched as the energy surged. A system screen materialized, showing the Jade Dragon 2's form switch, Light of Soul. Another window popped up right after, showcasing the Jade Dragon bloodline, a powerful trait that doubled all skill effect for dragons and those sharing the same lineage. The battlefield flared with magical pressure as Jade Dragon 2 emerged in full glory. A third system notification appeared, this time revealing Soul Protection, a powerful support skill that provided allied targets with 100% to 200% enhanced attributes based on specific fouls and conditions. Suddenly, the Shadow Dragon King let out a roar that shook the sky, directing its energy straight at the Jade Dragon 2. The overwhelming wave of shadow mana caused the surrounding space to blur and distort. Jade Dragon 2 tried to evade, its wings slicing through the air, but the energy chased relentlessly. Lu Fan observed silently, connecting the dots. So that's it. The concealment power of the Shadow Dragon King. It's strong enough to hide Xiao Fei even when she's fully attached to him. Just as the dragon landed again with another earth-shaking roar, its body began to glow with a strange combination of blue and pink energy. With a furious blast from its glowing red eyes, it unleashed a shockwave that knocked Lu Fan and Miss Yi high into the air. Though they were flung far, the attack itself didn't hurt them. It wasn't aimed at their destruction. Instead, the energy raced toward a distant relic standing upright in the ground, an ancient, rune-covered clock. As the energy struck the structure, a final system window appeared. Shadow, cloak activated. The description read, blocks any form of magical, physical, or formation-based attacks. Then, with a calm yet firm voice, Lu Fan said, turning all attacks into nothingness. This can be called perfect defense. Shadow Dragon King, show me your strongest strike. In response, the Shadow Dragon King let out a low, bone-rattling growl before twisting its massive body in a strangely fluid motion. The ground beneath trembled violently as blue energy surged outward from the dragon, sending shockwaves that rippled across the battlefield. Every stone, tree, and loose item around began to shake uncontrollably, reacting to the sheer force of the dragon's unleashed power. Meanwhile, Jade Dragon 2 calmly advanced, stepping lightly across the tail of the Shadow Dragon King with precision. At that exact moment, a system window popped up, revealing the ability Shadow Assassination, a lethal strike aimed at a weak point, boosted by a staggering plus 1,600% extra damage. Miss Yi, watching with widened eyes, could barely keep her composure. Terrifying, this is a level 95 boss, she muttered in disbelief. Turning back casually, Lu Fan replied, the Shadow Dragon King is an assassin among dragons, emphasizing one-hit kills. Plus, with Xiao Fei support, it's normal to instantly kill a boss. Normal? Miss Yi repeated incredulously. Level 45 instantly kills a level 95 boss? I'm a level 96 battle mage with just over 8,000 base stats. How overpowered must it be? She clenched her fists slightly before sighing, her tone softening. But in 2 days I can finally stand tall and compete with those two factions. As long as you are here, that's my confidence. Lu Fan looked at her calmly and said, don't worry. With me here, no one will dare bully you anymore. She smiled faintly and nodded. All right, she said, but inside, her thoughts began to stir. If you truly can do this, you'll be a great benefactor to the Yi family. I will present you with a grand gift, a token of gratitude from the Yi family. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation, and the scene shifted. The ground beneath their feet was now dry and uneven, a rugged stretch of land dotted with small rocky hills and scattered stones. The western frontier. Lu Fan's thoughts stirred as he took in the desolate landscape. 2 days later, my senior sister and I arrived at the western frontier as promised. Miss Yi stood beside him, her expression unreadable, but her gaze was locked on the horizon. A flicker of emotion passed through her eyes as she whispered to herself, Western Frontier, I am back. As the skeletal form of a dragon glides silently across the sky, Lu Fan takes in the scenery below, noting to Miss Yi that the land appears remarkably rich and beautiful. It becomes clear to him why so many noble families have chosen to settle there. Miss Yi, calm and observant, explains that ever since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, it has relied heavily on the support of these noble families. In recognition of their influence, the kingdom allocated the resource-abundant Western Frontier to them. She adds that, in order not to disturb their way of life, even the establishment of cities in the area has been deliberately avoided. Lu Fan, curious and thoughtful, turns to her and asks whether that is truly the reason. Their eyes meet, and Miss Yi confirms it without hesitation. She continues, explaining that the Long family, despite its perceived prestige, holds only the lowest noble rank in the Western Frontier. Farther in, she says, dwell even more powerful houses, Siba-ranked, A-ranked, and some guarded by fourth-tier experts. Among such elite families, she adds, even a fourth-tier expert is considered unremarkable. The dragon soars above vast mountains, its wings stirring the clouds. Lu Fan gazes out in silence, his thoughts racing. He begins to realize how shallow his understanding of the world truly is. The secrets hidden within this frontier are deeper than he ever imagined. In the eyes of these formidable A-rank families, he muses, someone like him must seem no more significant than an insect. They now fly over the dragon's colossal head, and Lu Fan catches a glimpse of light gleaming within its hollow eyes. Awareness, perhaps, or something darker. The ancient evil that animates the beast seems to take notice of their presence. Lu Fan's mind sharpens with anticipation. He tells himself that for this very reason, the day the wheel lifts will be worth the wait. Miss Yi interrupts his thoughts, stating that they have arrived. Below, a city stretches out across the land. She instructs the dragon to descend toward the Yi residence. Their craft touches down gently over the estate, and soon they stand before a stately villa. Turning to him, Missy asks whether he is truly prepared to bear everything that awaits. If he regrets his decision, she says, now is the time to walk away. But Lu Fan does not hesitate. With resolve in his voice, he says that with everyone already gathered, he has no regrets. If anything, it is the Hong and Long families who should be reflecting on their actions. Missy smiles faintly and extends her hand. She says it's time to show him where she grew up. Lu Fan accepts her hand and follows without question. The narrative shifts then to the Hong family grounds, where Grand Marshal Arena buzzes with blue energy. In its center, a red monolith emerges from a teleportation gate, dissolving into shimmering particles. Two men face off, one with black hair dressed in black, the other older, with white hair and robes to match. The younger man summons red mana from a rose in his palm, his tone confident as he remarks on the superiority of his ancestral techniques. Yet, he admits, even after a month of internal stabilization, he remains slightly behind. The elder man counters by unleashing blue mana and commending the younger for demonstrating the strength of a level 99 ranked noble despite only being level 98, a rare feat. He continues, suggesting that in another half year, the younger one, Yu Tian, will likely surpass him. For someone born into a low-ranking noble family, the elder claims Yu Tian is a remarkable outlier. Reaching level 99, he adds, could allow their house to ascend to the ranks of the C-ranked noble families, providing the influence necessary to stand up to the 9th family. Yu Tian listens silently, frowning slightly when the elder mentions their ambition. Then, as if prompted by intuition, the elder shares that news has arrived from Miss Yi. Both men turn as they are informed of her approach, accompanied, unexpectedly, by a young man riding a skeletal dragon. Yu Tian questions whether it's truly a bone dragon and not just a black one. The elder confirms it. This particular beast, he says, has tamed multiple dragons and should not be underestimated. If allowed to grow freely, it will become a problem. Yu Tian narrows his eyes, stating that if the young man survives in the western frontier, a place where survival hinges on conviction, he intends to recruit him under the Hong family banner. Life and death here, he adds, rarely reach the ears of the dragon capital. Closing his eyes, the elder then speaks of the Long family's impending arrival at the Yi residence. They intend to press for resources, justice, and even a marriage proposal for Miss Yi. These negotiations, he warns, cannot be taken lightly. Yu Tian scoffs, noting that the Long family has not changed at all. He decides then and there that he will head to the Yi family 3 days later, coinciding with the Long family's arrival. By doing so, they can suppress both families simultaneously. The elder acknowledges Yu Tian by name, expressing full confidence that the western frontier will eventually fall under their family's control. With that, both men descend from the arena. 3 days pass, and the story moves to the Yi family residence. Outside a guest room, a maid knocks gently and announces that Mr. Liu is waiting for breakfast. She knocks again, asking if Mr. Liu is inside. But the room is empty, save for a jacket hanging neatly on the wall and a teleportation device humming in the corner. Elsewhere, on a beach at Tianfu Island, Lu Fan stands with Xiao Yi and Xiao Fai. A notification from the system appears, confirming level increases for himself, the Black Dragon, the Jade Dragon, the Star Dragon, and the Blue Dragon. He marvels at how rapidly they have grown in just a few days. He begins to consider whether, with his current power, launching an enlightening assault on the noble families might actually be possible. His thoughts drift to Miss Yi. How are her preparations progressing? As sunlight gleams down on the shore, Lu Fan suddenly finds himself back in his room. Voices echo outside. A man informs a woman that bad news has arrived. The Long family is at their doorstep. Lu Fan realizes he has returned just in time. Opening the door, he sees a young man reporting to Miss Yi. The Long family members are in the main hall, demanding her presence. The Hong family's convoy, he adds, is already nearing the western second slope. Miss Yi nods and orders the guards to move the visitors to the guest area and bar further entry. She turns to Lu Fan and says that the moment has come. They've all arrived. Lu Fan smiles and reassures her that there's no reason to fear. As long as she is by his side, no one can touch her. Inside the main hall of the Yi family, they approach a long table where several men await. Lu Fan addresses them sarcastically, asking whether they still remember how to find the place. The gray-haired man at the table smirks and replies that the Yi family's hospitality is sorely lacking. They've been made to wait without even a pot of tea. Miss Yi fires back that, given their past conduct, they should feel fortunate to be welcomed at all. The man laughs cruelly and mocks her, claiming that even if they urinated on the Yi family's doorstep, no one would dare to object. Another man steps forward and introduces himself as Long Eru, second brother to Long Xing. At 32 and level 98 with a hidden profession classified as Diamond, his tone drips with condescension. He announces that the agreed 2-month period has passed. They've come to reclaim the resources the Yi family borrowed. However, he accuses them of betrayal, of turning their backs on Longxing, who had gone to great lengths to chart a path for them. Their patriarch, he warns, is furious and demands consequences. Missia's fury boils over. She declares that Longxing violated the rules and shamed himself. Their family has no intention of returning anything. Long Eru grins and suggests a more peaceful resolution. If Missy agrees to marry him, he says she will become Longxing's sister-in-law. With her protected by the Long family, even Hong family will keep their distance. He remarks that punishing him physically, if it pleases her, wouldn't be out of bounds. Missy, furious, points at him in open defiance. Longxing chuckles from the background, stating that if she serves his brother well, he might consider sparing her. Before Missy can reply, Lu Fan steps forward. With clenched fists, he hurls an insult, calling them shameless toads that don't know their place. After a beat, he adds that they should look in the mirror before coming to others with such arrogance. Long Eru falls silent for a moment, but his brother, Longxing, suddenly bursts out in fury, shouting how Lu Fan dares to speak to his elder brother in such a disrespectful tone. Lu Fan, calm and composed, places his hand gently over Missie's, then turns his eyes to the Long brothers. He assures her that there's no need to be anxious. He will not let them intimidate her again. Missy looks at Lu Fan, calling his name softly. A blush spreads across her cheeks. With a mixture of sarcasm and admiration, she remarks on how impressive it is that the Long family has shown up with such a large entourage. She wonders aloud what someone as weak as her could possibly do in such a situation. Lu Fan, initially quiet and slightly bashful, allows a faint smirk to cross his face. He notes, half-jokingly but with a sharp undertone, that they all heard the brothers loud and clear. Not only do they want the Yi family's resources, but now they want him as well. He adds, more firmly this time, that he will look after the Yi family, and Missy too. His declaration hangs in the air, drawing intense glares from the Long brothers, who seethe in barely contained rage. Long Eru scoffs and speaks up again, mocking Lu Fan's claim. The idea that Lu Fan could take care of them seems laughable to him. Just because he's taken a romantic place beside Missy, Long Eru argues it doesn't give him the authority to meddle in the affairs of noble families. But Missy, her expression hardening, affirms that noble family matters are indeed governed by rules and hierarchy. As head of the Yi family, she announces clearly that Lu Fan will represent them in this noble dispute. Her tone brooks no argument. Long Eru, confused and angered, demands clarification. Lu Fan takes a seat calmly in the main hall's host chair, while Miss Yi stands beside him, her hand resting firmly over his. She then states plainly that he is the acting head of the Yi family, and asks if that title is sufficient for the Long family to understand the situation. The Long brothers burst into angry protest, declaring that this must be a joke. Missy has handed over the Yi family to a complete outsider. But Long Eru abruptly silences his brother with a sharp rebuke, instructing him to stand down. At that moment, the system broadcasts a notification about a change in the main seat of the Yi residence, officially recognizing Lu Fan's position. Long Eru sneers, suggesting that Lu Fan dared to take that seat only because Missy told him to. He accuses her of being blinded by her affection for him. Lu Fan dismisses the accusation, stating plainly that her feelings are none of his concern. What matters now is determining who among the Long family holds actual authority, so he knows who to speak with directly. Longxing glances at his elder brother, suggesting whether it's time to summon their ancestors. But Long Eru loses patience. Abandoning formality and tradition, he shouts for everyone to stand back. Even Longxing, surprised, obeys. Enraged, Long Eru warns that Miss Ye's apparent affection for Lu Fan is no excuse to humiliate him. He declares that he's going to teach both of them a harsh lesson. He snarls that though he has always been gentle with women, if Miss Yi dares to interfere again, her pretty face may no longer stay that way. Miss Yi, furious, starts to protest, but Lu Fan gently holds her back. Calmly, he tells her to leave this to him. Yellow mana begins to swirl around Long Eru as he prepares for battle. With a sneer, he says that, as a noble family descendant, he will extend some courtesy. Lu Fan can have a 3-count head start. But Lu Fan remains seated, propping his head up with his hand in a relaxed manner. He replies that by his own rules, if he remains alive after the count of 3, he will voluntarily leave the western frontier and relinquish his seat as acting head of the Yi family. Longxing, clearly uneasy, warns his brother to be cautious. He reminds him that Lu Fan's Black Dragon has been silently observing their movements and tactics. Long Eru scoffs, insisting it's laughable. He believes that a 4th-tier diamond monk like Lu Fan, even with 20,000 defense, couldn't possibly endure a few of his serious strikes. Long Eru raises his voice and intensifies his aura. He then declares a counterwager. If Lu Fan remains alive after 3 counts, the Long family will return all the resources it had claimed and will even hand over Cloud Edge Mountain. He adds that since Lu Fan agrees to the terms, he won't be holding back anymore. Lu Fan begins to count 3, calmly raising 3 fingers. To everyone's shock, he doesn't move. Long Eru watches, puzzled. Lu Fan then raises 2 fingers. 2, still perfectly still. Long Eru starts to sweat. In that moment, he recalls how Lu Fan once endured 10 out of 10 strikes from a Hong family ancestor without receiving even a scratch. If Lu Fan now withstands 1 dragon strike from him, it could very well be the end of him. Lu Fan finally raises 1 finger and softly speaks the last number, 1. In that instant, a shift in the air occurs. A cold blue energy radiates from Lu Fan's eyes, completely transforming the atmosphere. Before anyone can react, an invisible strike shakes the room. The air trembles with pressure, but Lu Fan and Miss Yi remain unmoving, as if untouched. To outsiders, it seems like nothing has happened. Long Eru attempts to laugh it off, declaring it all a bluff. He mocks them for standing still and implies that Miss Yi and her family will now face disgrace. Pointing at Lu Fan, he jeers that his feet were clearly frozen in fear. Miss Yi, visibly angry, starts to shout, but Lu Fan interrupts her gently, urging her not to waste energy on people like them. She's taken aback by his calm demeanor. Long Xing suddenly places a hand on Long Eru's shoulder, asking if he still believes it's just bravado. And then, slowly, blood begins to seep from Long Eru's midsection. His body trembles. Lu Fan remarks quietly that the battle has already concluded. Long Eru falls to the ground. A pool of blood spreads beneath him. The hall is struck by silence. Panic erupts among the Long family members. Long Xing stares, horrified, and shouts for someone to save his brother. But others step back, realizing that nothing can be done. Second Master Long is already dead, killed instantly, without even a chance to retaliate. Long Xing begins to tremble. He doesn't understand. Lu Fan didn't even stand up. How could his brother have died? Lu Fan sits silently, his fingers interlaced, calm as ever. The other Long family members explode in anger, accusing Lu Fan of killing their second master and calling for him to be captured. One of them bellows that Lu Fan must pay with his life. But Long Xing quickly steps in, warning them to stop unless they truly wish to die. Despite the warning, the crowd continues to shout. They demand Lu Fan's punishment, insisting he must be taken back to the Long family. Miss Yi turns to Lu Fan and states that they should leave one of them alive to deliver a message. Lu Fan agrees, suggesting she go on ahead. He'll take care of the rest. As she steps aside, Lu Fan raises his hand and whistles softly. In the next few moments, a chain of deaths begins. One by one, the Long family members fall where they stand. Long Xing is left speechless. He stares at the carnage and asks if it's all over, if everyone else is really gone. Lu Fan rises from his seat and walks toward him. He reminds Long Xing that, according to the Long family's own traditions, its servants have clearly refused to obey. Lu Fan asks whether Long Xing can truly claim to control them anymore. As he slides one hand in his pocket, Lu Fan looks him in the eye and asks coldly, "So tell me, who's the young master of the Long family now, and whose legs are too weak to even stand?" Long Xing is on his knees, begging Lu Fan for mercy and asking him to spare his life. He claims that he was just following his second brother's orders. However, Lu Fan denies his plea, telling him not to touch him with his filthy hands. Missy looks on at both of them. Lu Fan then reveals that he hadn't planned to kill Long Xing. Instead, he wants him to return to the Long family and deliver a message, just like last time. Long Xing becomes happy and immediately agrees to do so, thanking Lu Fan for sparing his life. Lu Fan, along with Miss Yi, leaves the scene, instructing Long Xing to inform the Long family that they must return the Yi family's resources and transfer all territories to them within 3 days. Lu Fan adds that the Long family will also have to offer annual tributes and vote in favor of the Yi family. The gods will follow their lead. Long Xing obeys Lu Fan's order, and Lu Fan gives him a warning, saying that if the Long family doesn't comply within 3 days, he will crush them. Long Xing claims to understand everything and promises to relay the message word for word. Miss Yi orders the gods to throw him out. The guards obey her order, throwing Long Xing to the ground and telling him to get lost, calling him a dog, and saying that the Long family has found what they deserve. Long Xing holds himself on the ground, wondering if anyone will believe him after delivering the message, considering Lu Fan instantly killed his second brother and many others. He thinks that people will ask what skill Lu Fan used to kill them, but he's still unsure himself, as Lu Fan never left his chair and he didn't see anything. One of the gods shouts and yells at him, telling him to leave and warning that if he wants to die, he can stay. The god yells louder, saying that he's talking to him, but he's not listening. Long Xing notices their talk and becomes terrified. The next moment, he runs away from the family area, shouting that they don't have to kill him and asking for help. The guards make fun of him, saying it's right for him to run away. Another one comments that they still have quite an intimidating presence. Long Xing rushes through the area quickly, recalling a memory and shouting that he's sure of his thoughts. The system notifies him about a person with shadow concealment ability. He notices a dragon presence behind him and shouts that the thing has been there all along. He rushes away from the scene. Half an hour later, over the western frontier, the wind is blowing and birds are chirping, and the scene shifts to the Hong family. Yu Qian, along with his members, is heading towards the Yi family. One of the members comments that the ancestor has learned that the Long family dispatched dozens of third-tier servants that day. The member wonders if they are enough to take on the Long family, to which Yu Qian responds that they are just a bunch of level 60 to 70 players and not worth watching. It's worth mentioning that Yu Qian is a level 98 player. Suddenly, someone notices Long Xing's presence ahead and informs Yu Qian. Long Xing is terrified and notices their presence, shouting that they should hurry and move faster. The Hong family members make fun of him, saying that he's in a sorry state. They mock him, saying that the noble family conflict must have scared him. One of them comments that the Yuchan sword master was always mediocre, and his level increase didn't match his attributes. Another member says that Long Xing's level can't compare to their young Master Hong's. However, the young Master Hong remains quiet, observing the situation. He then tells everyone to focus on the journey and head to the Yi family at full speed. The members are surprised but obey his order, asking if the sudden urgency is necessary. Yu Qian replies that seeing Long Xing covered in fear, he has a bad feeling about that day. He floats while heading to the Yi family, saying that the trip might be more difficult than he has expected. Half an hour later, in the western frontier of the Yi family courtyard, two guards are standing in front of the door. Yu Qian, along with his members, arrives at the Yi family courtyard. Looking at them, one of the guards says that the Hong family is causing trouble. The other guard turns around, saying that they don't have to deal with anyone there and that they need to inform Miss Yi. However, Yu Qian comes forward and stops them, saying that they don't have to trouble anyone. He then immediately kills them with his fingers, saying that he will personally find Miss Yi. One of the guards hits the ground with blood splattering from his body, while the other shouts at Yu Qian and gets terrified. He starts to run away, shouting for Miss Yi to save him and warning that the Hong family is killing people. Yu Qian raises his hands towards the servant, saying that the servant is too noisy and wants to kill him too. However, he immediately notices some fire coming towards him and successfully blocks the attack. He looks towards the sky. Miss Yi comes while holding her weapon and says that Yu Qian has dared to come and kill in broad daylight. She accuses him of being lawless. Yu Qian lands on the ground while the fight is all around them. He says that since he has made the first move, there's nothing more to discuss. He immediately starts a fight and attacks Miss Yi, informing the Yi family that anyone who defends her will be killed without mercy. The system notifies about the layered 7 kills, and also about the imbued melee weapon used by Miss Yi, which creates a blue mana. Yu Qian smirks, making fun of her wording, and says that she shouldn't have said kill without mercy. He draws his sword and attacks Miss Yi. He comments that even after being seriously injured by him, Miss Yi still has courage, and that she's extraordinary. The system informs about the White Jade Sword, which is about level 90s, and its characteristics, including World Light, Piercing, and Illusion. Both of them are trying their best, and Yu Qian says that unfortunately, Miss Yi has forgotten the pain after healing, so this time he has to give her a real lesson. Miss Yi flies over the sky due to the massive attack. She jumps to another spot, but all the Hong family members surround her. Yu Qian orders them to attack her and let Miss Yi remember the consequences of defying him. A few of them raise their hands and fly in the sky, trying to jump over Miss Yi. Their goal is to make the Yi family disappear. The next moment, the second brother of the Long family, Long Eru, appears over them, creating a big loss around the Hong family members. Everyone shouts in surprise, wondering what's happening and who is doing it. Yu Qian is also surprised, and one of his members asks if it's Long Eru. Lu Fan is monitoring everything from the rooftop with the help of his system, and smiles while seeing Long Eru attack the Hong family. Long Eru grabs the heads of 2 members and responds to Lu Fan, saying that he has taken his order. The fallen corpse of Long Eru are at level 98. The Hong family members point their weapons at Long Eru and inform Yu Qian, asking what's going on. One of them asks if the Long family has a traitor. Yu Qian is wondering at the presence of Long Eru and asks why he is standing with the Yi family. Lu Fan interrupts their talk, cheering himself up and saying that it's another success for him. He points at the system, which is informing him about the situation. When the Hong family notices him, one of his members asks about him. Miss Yi shouts, informing Lu Fan that Yu Qian has sent her to deal with him. However, Lu Fan interrupts her, saying that she doesn't need to take any action to deal with him, and she doesn't even need to defend. The next moment, Yu Qian swings his sword and creates a blue mana that surrounds Lu Fan. A number of swords point towards him as Yu Qian uses Fearless 9 swords against him. Lu Fan says that no matter how many helpers she has, they can't save her Yi family. Yu Qian commands his swords to kill Lu Fan, shouting that if he wants to die, he'll grant his wish. Lu Fan smirks and commands the Shadow Dragon King to go after the swords. The Shadow Dragon King appears and blocks the attack using the skill of Shadow Blade. The system informs him that the dragon protects Lu Fan from any danger. Seeing this, Yu Qian is shocked and wonders how the Shadow Dragon has appeared out of nowhere. He thinks about whether it's really a dragon and asks if it's been there all along without anyone noticing. The system informs him that out of 9 swords, 3 Fearless 9 swords have been made. Lu Fan's face darkens as he says that he has to show Yu Qian the strength he possesses. He mentions that Yu Qian injured his senior sister, and today he will make him pay dearly for it.
Lu Fan sits quietly on the rooftop, the Shadow Dragon looming silently behind him. He observes both the imposing dragon and the chaotic scene unfolding below with calm scrutiny. The system quietly notifies that Shadow Concealment is active, a skill allowing the dragon to appear or disappear at will, granting it unmatched stealth and surprise. Yu Qian, meanwhile, is drenched in sweat, overwhelmed with fear and confusion. He had never encountered such a dragon, nor heard mention of one like it before. His mind races to comprehend the gravity of the threat he faces. Suddenly, he hears the desperate cries of his men begging for help. Turning toward the sound, he witnesses Long Eru leaping fiercely through the air, striking down his own men mercilessly. Long Eru appears almost possessed by rage, wanting his foes to perish without hesitation. The members of the Hong family yell at Long Eru to stop his reckless violence, but their pleas fall on deaf ears. One by one, Long Eru slashes through them, blood spraying and screams of agony filling the air as he targets their chests relentlessly. Lu Fan silently agrees to Miss Ye's request to let her handle the confrontation herself. The two move steadily toward Yu Qian. Miss Ye grips her stick tightly, and an intense heat fills the surrounding air, crackling with fiery energy. Miss Ye declares to Yu Qian that today will be the day he finally apologizes to the Yi family. The system indicates the activation of fire marks, with 7 strikes already stacked, enhancing damage by 7%. Yu Qian, prepared for battle, summons his squad and surrounds himself with a blue aura that binds his warriors tightly. He taunts his opponent, confident that a single invisible dragon cannot hold him back. The battle begins as Miss Yi and Yu Qian engage directly. Their squads clash in a fierce melee. Miss Yi employs her Ice Squad diffusion technique, which the system promptly highlights for its unique defensive and offensive properties. She manages to successfully block Yu Qian's initial assault. Yu Qian growls angrily, promising to demonstrate how easily he can shatter the supposed steel power of the dragon. The system alerts to the Sword Light Pierce's illusion skill triggering, an advanced technique paired with his legendary White Jade Sword, a rare and powerful weapon at level 90. Jade swords materialize around Yu Qian, swirling protectively as he launches an attack directed precisely at Miss Yi, marking her as his target. Yu Qian leaps into the air, while Miss Yi remains grounded, channeling all her strength to withstand the incoming strike. Lu Fan watches silently, analyzing every movement and energy fluctuation between the two combatants. The atmosphere crackles with overwhelming power as the system notes Yu Qian's use of the Sword Light Pierce's illusion skill. Despite his full exertion, Yu Qian finds himself unable to break through Miss Ye's formidable defenses. Confused and frustrated, he wonders why his skill fails, casting bewildered glances between Miss Yi and Lu Fan. Without warning, Lu Fan raises his hand, summoning the Shadow Dragon to reveal itself behind him. Lu Fan confronts Yu Qian directly, commenting on the cleverness of Yu Qian's tactics, but pointing out that none of his skills can affect Lu Fan's dragon pet. Lu Fan mocks Yu Qian's abilities, and the system reminds that Shadow Concealment can negate power if detection or damage occurs. Lu Fan launches a fiery attack at Yu Qian, who blocks it, though his patience begins to wear thin. Lu Fan shouts that Yu Qian's skills are insufficient and warns him not to be overconfident. Yu Qian retorts angrily, accusing Lu Fan of overstepping boundaries. In a furious exchange, Lu Fan demands if Yu Qian truly believes Miss Yi has gone too far, reminding him that Yu Qian used the Yi family's resources recklessly and left her gravely wounded without a second thought. He criticizes Yu Qian's twisted logic, pointing out that it is only the Hong family that refuses to act with restraint. Yu Qian's rage boils over, and at that moment, Miss Yi strikes with twice her normal power. She declares her attack as retribution for all the harm Yu Qian has caused. Miss Ye's strike lands successfully, and Yutian collapses, clutching his injured side in agony. He cries out, astonished that she could defeat him. Her eyes burning red with fury, Miss Ye proclaims that she is far from finished, that she wants Yutian to die for his sins. Yutian glares at Lu Fan, blaming the dragon for his downfall, and thinking that he wouldn't be in this predicament if Lu Fan hadn't interfered. Suddenly, Yutian prepares another skill, clutching his sword as blue mana swirls and pulses around him. With grim determination, he vows that even in death, he will drag them all down with him. Missy immediately recognizes the change in the air, a deep blue aura spreading around them, signaling a skill she herself had suffered from before. The system signals the activation of a skill involving the fusion of 3 weapons, with a powerful blue mana gathering in the sky, emanating ominously from Yutian's sword. Lu Fan senses something is amiss and suspects that Yutian might be faking an attack on Miss Yi, hoping to provoke him into intervening. Yutian launches his assault toward Miss Yi, shouting venomously that she should perish where she stands. Despite the onslaught, Miss Yi steels herself, determined to defeat him alone. The system registers the Frost Sword Arise / technique, a skill of icy precision and devastating impact. Lu Fan is impressed but decides to act. He commands the Shadow Dragon King to join the fray. The dragon appears by his side and lunges toward Yutian in attack. Yutian, infuriated by the dragon's presence, is bent on revenge. Blood drips from his mouth, and his eyes flash crimson as he wildly swings his sword, unleashing the Blood Sword Shackle skill. The system indicates this interrupts the dragon's moves, causing it immense pain as it is bound by the sword's glowing shackles. Missy is caught off guard by the sudden turn as Yutian's attack weakens the Shadow Dragon King's abilities. The system records that the dragon is shackled, with 29 seconds of immobilization remaining. Yutian laughs loudly at the dragon's plight, smugly anticipating that the creature would interfere once he attacked Missy. The system flags the Blood Sword Shackles as a powerful, skillful trap. Missy shouts at Yutian, accusing him of deceit and trickery, while Lu Fan remains silent behind her, assessing the situation. In a desperate attempt to escape, Yutian leaps onto a mechanical bird, a rare quality mount the system notes. He declares it's time to retreat swiftly. However, Lu Fan strikes with his squad, destroying the bird mid-flight and sending Yutian crashing to the ground. Yutian screams in pain as he struggles to rise. Lu Fan taunts Yutian, asking if he is underestimating him. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan grabs Yutian and presses his squad's energy against Yutian's neck with immense force. Lu Fan questions if Yutian truly believes the dragon was his only threat and that his own power was limited. Cornered, Yutian pleads for mercy, shouting that noble family conflicts forbid killing, and outsiders cannot interfere. Missy interrupts, telling Yutian that Lu Fan's word is final in the Yi family. Yutian is shocked, realizing that Lu Fan holds ultimate authority, knowledge irrelevant to his previous assumptions. Desperate, Yutian begs Miss Yi for a long-standing truce. He claims that his earlier words were born of anger and insists he never intended to kill her. He asks Lu Fan to believe that no real hatred exists between them and suggests he publicly admit defeat by Miss Yi. Lu Fan turns to Miss Yi, offering her the chance to finish Yutian herself. She summons a powerful fighting aura, remarking on the value the Hong family places on Yutian. Leaping into the sky, Miss Yi gathers strong mana, lamenting that she cannot believe she has fallen for the same trick twice. The system indicates the Fight Mark skill activating, recording 7 stacks that increase damage by 7%. Yutian trembles, terrified of death, shouting that the ancestor wanted to invite Miss Yi as a guest, a desperate plea for mercy. Miss Yi ignores his cries and hurls her weapon at Yutian's body, killing him instantly. She shouts fiercely that the souls of Yi family members killed by Yutian are crying out, and that he should join them in death. The system shows the remaining fight marks fading away, reducing from 5 to 4, 3, 2, and finally 1. The body of the Hong family member burns severely from Miss Ye's final strike. After the intense battle, Miss Yi calls to Lu Fan, who replies that he is right behind her. He embraces Miss Yi and informs her that the Hong family threat has been neutralized. The burning body lies amidst the foliage, but Lu Fan comforts Miss Yi, telling her not to worry anymore. He commands Long Eru to spare one Hong family follower so they can return and report the disaster. Long Eru obeys, releasing a terrified follower who looks at the fate of young Master Hong with horror. When Lu Fan asks Miss Yi if venting her anger feels good, she hugs him tightly and replies that it feels great. Lu Fan remains standing as his twin dragon companions circle him, their massive wings stirring up gusts of wind. All around him, a strange transformation unfolds. Fine ashes suspended in the air begin to swirl, as though guided by an unseen force. A dense, powerful energy gathers around the remnants, vibrating with spiritual resonance. Slowly, the ash coalesces, reshaping itself into a human figure. The figure reforms into Yu Qian, his body restored with precision and grace. His voice carries a calm finality as he announces his submission to Lu Fan, explaining that the command was enforced by a mystical purple order. Not long after, the system interface flickers into view, displaying detailed information about Yu Qian, his attributes, combat experience, elemental affinities, and current level. Each stat reinforces the strength he now brings to Lu Fan's side. Lu Fan observes Yu Qian with a subtle sense of astonishment. He had genuinely not anticipated that someone reduced to ashes would be capable of complete restoration. In his mind, he labels the resurrection ability as dangerously overpowered, a rare and probably forbidden skill. As his thoughts drift toward his growing force, Lu Fan evaluates the state of his underlings. Among the elite 4th-stage Perfect Legion, Long remains unmatched in defensive strategies, creating near-impenetrable barriers, while Yu Qian, newly added, clearly excels in high-output offense and enemy control. With these two in place, Lu Fan feels that his force is beginning to solidify into something formidable. He allows himself a moment to glance skyward, where his dragons continue circling, their eyes sharp and vigilant. His thoughts return to recent events, specifically the deaths of Long Eru and Hong Yutian. He wonders whether the families of the deceased have already received word, and if so, how they are planning to retaliate. Lu Fan knows too well that such influential clans never let blood debts go unpaid. Elsewhere, deep within the Long family mansion, a heavy atmosphere dominates the Grand Hall. Long Xing walks steadily toward the throne, where the clan's king, known widely as the blood-free Heavenly Rider and recognized as a level 98 ancestral force, waits. The king demands confirmation of the devastating news. Long Xing, voice unwavering, swears that everything he's about to say is true. He describes Dragon Tremor as being immensely powerful, capable of instant, uncountable destruction. According to him, Long Eru hadn't even managed a single move before being obliterated by the dragon's assault. He details the scene with vivid intensity, explaining that each attack by the dragon results in the same outcome: death on contact. Even warriors at the 3rd stage find themselves unable to survive more than a heartbeat. The declaration silences the elders in the room. Shock paints their expressions. The king, troubled but composed, inquires how a girl from the Yi family managed to find Long Eru, let alone defeat him. Before anyone can respond, another elder interrupts, pointing out that with Long Eru's death, the bigger concern lies in a message brought by Dragon Tremor. The message contains an ultimatum. The Long family must surrender all territorial rights and valuable resources within 3 days or face destruction. The family leader sits in contemplative silence. Someone nearby voices the obvious. What should they do now? Before a reply can be formed, a loud explosion erupts on the rooftop, shaking dust from the ceiling beams. Everyone looks up in alarm. Moments later, a figure bursts into the hall, shouting a name with barely contained fury: Long Chengkong. The voice belongs to the elder from the Hong family, a man clearly consumed by anger. His eyes flash with grief and accusation as he demands an explanation from the Long clan. The death of his grandson, Hong Yutian, weighs heavily on him. Long Chengkong narrows his eyes and responds with biting sarcasm, dismissing the elder's words as baseless and calling him a fool for suggesting that the Long family allied with the Yi. He mocks the Hong clan for failing to defeat the Yi and now shifting blame elsewhere. But the Hong elder refuses to back down. He accuses Long Eru of killing his grandson, implying it was done under the orders, or at least cooperation, of the Yi family. The accusation is personal, raw, and volatile. Long Xing stares in disbelief. He asks for clarification, pointing out that his brother was killed by Lu Fan's dragon. He had seen it happen with his own eyes. He directs his frustration at the elder, reiterating that Long Eru never assisted Lu Fan, nor could he have been involved in Hong Yutian's demise. The Hong elder, face contorted in pain, turns his gaze toward Long Xing and asks again, was he telling the truth? Though slightly calmed, the old man issues a chilling warning. If Long Xing lies, the punishment will make him beg for death. Long Xing quivers, his courage quickly unraveling. He instinctively shifts behind Long Chengkong for protection. Chengkong steps forward, asserting that while this may be a place of grieving, it is still the Long household, and no one should forget that. The Hong elder remains still but visibly furious. Long Chengkong confirms Long Eru's death, and Long Xing silently agrees. The family leader then proposes another possibility. If someone saw Long Eru apparently aiding the Yi, then perhaps a necromancer had been involved, manipulating the corpse. That suggestion infuriates both elders. Their magical auras flare, dark and immense. Long Chung Kong continues, explaining that the dragon tamer had intentionally sent Long Xing back with the surrender message. This wasn't simply an act of cruelty, it was a strategy. The Hong elder reveals he received the same ultimatum. In rage, he slams his fist to the floor, sending stones scattering across the chamber. He questions how the Yi family gained such confidence in only 2 months. Long Chung Kong declares that arrogance will be their downfall, and that revenge is inevitable. Images of the dragon flash in Chung Kong's mind. His hand rises, conjuring fire. He explains to the room that the most dangerous element of the Yi family isn't a technique or artifact. It's the dragon tamer and his 2 pets. Long Xing outlines their strengths. One of the dragons moves like an assassin, silent and deadly, while the other overwhelms targets with brute strength. Together, they're nearly unstoppable. The Hong elder, now stroking his long white beard, muses that dragon tamers aren't invincible. If the dragons can be restrained, the tamer becomes vulnerable. Once the tamer falls, the dragons vanish back into their pet space. Still, he admits, the long dragon proves uniquely difficult to subdue. Long Chung Kong counters with a measure of reassurance. Their clan, he says, has a secret weapon, a son born with the bloodline of an AO god. That unique power allows for instant tracking of the dragon's presence once a trace has been locked. The elders grow quiet, absorbing the implication. The Hong elder raises his voice again, claiming the Yi family must have more than one trump card if they are bold enough to provoke 2 ancestral clans. Chung Kong interrupts. There's no need for more speculation. The Yi family must be reminded of their place. The strength of the Long and Hong legacies will not be toppled by a lone dragon tamer. Chung Kong closes his eyes for a moment and reveals that he once considered recruiting Lu Fan into the Hong family. But when he opens his eyes again, any warmth is gone, replaced by cold, vengeful purpose. Meanwhile, back at the Yi family mansion, the evening sky deepens into indigo. 2 guards stand at the gate, their posture lax until the ground beneath them begins to tremble. One asks if the other feels it. Perhaps it's just an earthquake, the second suggests. That illusion shatters quickly. A crow flies overhead, cawing as dust clouds rise. Emerging from the haze is a terrifying sight. A pack of blood-eyed wolves, their snarls echoing like war drums. The guards snap to attention. These aren't random beasts. They recognize it as the beginning of a beast tide. The horde moves as one, their primal instincts unified, their roars growing louder. The guards exchange a grim look. There's no time for hesitation. They must alert the Yi family. War has arrived.